Lin Yu's final memory, etched in the last moment, is of the computer screen beneath the soft glow of a desk lamp in his rental apartment. Goku stands amidst the ruins of Namek. Golden aura piercing the heavens, the echoes of Frisia's agonizing screams still resonating in his headphones. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning strikes through the window, precisely hitting the game controller beside him. The searing pain of electricity coursing through his body felt akin to being seared by a branding iron. In the next instant, his consciousness was pulled into an abyss of darkness, leaving no time to utter even a curse. When he opened his eyes again, the world appeared as a hazy blur of light. He attempted to lift his hand to rub his eyes, only to feel two thin arms, as delicate as young lotus roots, wobbling in response, unable to even touch his cheeks. His perspective was absurdly low, restricted to the waists and abdomens of adults. The sounds around him were muffled, reverberating through layers of watery haze, buzzing without clarity. Strangely, his thoughts remained clear and coherent, reminiscent of a 20-year-old college student, while his body resembled that of an infant merely a few months old. Where am I? Lin Yu struggled to turn his neck, gaining a clearer view of his surroundings. He lay in a softly illuminated cradle of pale blue light, its edges adorned with silver metallic patterns, his fingertips brushing against a faint electric current. The room was replete with futuristic elements, walls of creamy white light, a round robotic cleaner diligently sweeping dust in the corner, and a holographic screen suspended from the ceiling displaying symbols he could not decipher, occasionally flashing icons such as energy levels and vital signs. This was neither his rental apartment nor representative of Earth's technological advancements. Familiar memories surged forth. Levitating technology, holographic projections, the metallic patterns reminiscent of Capsule Corporation. This was West City from Dragon Ball. The technology of the Brief family had long surpassed that of other regions on Earth, and Bulma's time machine was a product of such advanced technological evolution. I've crossed over into the world of Dragon Ball. Lin Yu's heart constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the perils that thrived in this universe. The assassinations orchestrated by the Red Ribbon Army, the world-ending threats posed by King Piccolo, the invasions of the Scionts, and Frisia's terrifying penchant for obliterating planets at whim. And now, he was merely an infant incapable of even rolling over. Just as anxiety gripped him, threatening to elicit a scream that could only emerge as a garbled Ia sound, a melodious voice approached, sweetened by the scent of fruit candies. Is this what Daddy was talking about? So tiny. Those bright eyes are far cuter than the mechanical mice in the lab. Turning his head, Lin Yu beheld a girl of around 12 or 13, pink twin ponytails, a pale yellow dress, and a silver badge of Capsule Corporation pinned at her collar. She leaned over the cradle, her azure eyes sparkling with curiosity, poking at the transparent protective shield, creating a soft ding-dong sound. Pink hair, Capsule badge, West City. It was Bulma, the youthful and spirited Bulma, at the tender age of 12. In the original narrative, Bulma was lively even as a child, often assisting Dr. Brief with his mechanical inventions that in the future, she would wield the Dragon Radar, encounter Goku, and construct the time machine. And now, this prodigious girl of the future regarded him with a wonderment reserved for a novel toy. Bulma, don't touch that. He's still stabilizing. We need to observe. The mature female voice resonated as another figure entered the room. A woman donned in a white researcher's uniform, with chestnut short hair framed by golden-rimmed glasses, gripped a tablet overflowing with data. She approached the cradle, her gaze settling upon Lin Yu, imbued with meticulous scrutiny and an unmistakable tenderness. She was Tai's, Bulma's elder sister, still assisting in the laboratory, yet not yet a journalist. Is it true that he fell from outer space? Bulma asked, tiptoeing to peer into the cradle. Dad mentioned that satellites detected a meteorite landing on the outskirts of West City last night, and upon opening it, there was a baby inside. Could he possibly be an alien? Outer space? Aliens? Lin Yu's mind erupted with thoughts, connecting Scion, infant, and West City. A thrilling yet terrifying hypothesis emerged. He was currently inhabiting the body of Scion. Scion infants are often dispatched to distant planets, where they grow up to devastate civilizations. The original tale depicted Goku's arrival on Earth in a similar manner, albeit with a head injury that subdued his violent nature. Meanwhile, He was likely another scion infant, fortuitously landing in the Brief's household instead of at the Bowsy Mountain. While we cannot yet ascertain if he is indeed an alien, the cellular activity is far beyond that of a human, even exceeding known biological categories, Ties remarked, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the tablet. Vital signs are stable, yet there lies a peculiar latent potential akin to a compressed energy sphere poised to explode at any moment. Lin Yu's heart sank and then soared. His scion combat prowess was his ticket to survival in this world. More importantly, he possessed foreknowledge of future events, allowing him to avert danger and alter his fate. However, he must never disclose his identity as a transmigrator. It was both his greatest asset and his Achilles heel. If exposed, he might be labeled as an anomaly for research. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat entered, his fluffy white hair and beard framing his face as he leaned on a cane adorned with a sapphire at its tip. Dr. Briefs, Bulma and Tize's father, and the founder of Capsule Corporation, he approached the cradle, the blue light from his cane sweeping over Lin Yu, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ah, the little one awakens quickly. The cellular activity has increased this potential. It surpasses any combat race I have studied. His words confirmed Lin Yu's suspicions. He was indeed a scion infant, possibly even possessing greater potential than the original Goku. Dad, let's adopt him, Bulma exclaimed, tugging at Dr. Briefs' sleeve, her eyes shimmering with excitement. He has no family. Can we name him? Adoption. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Becoming part of the Briefs family was the optimal solution for his new life. With Bulma's technology, Tize's care, and the doctor's resources, he could evade numerous dangers. As for the name, he wished to choose Goku. Although Goku's name was originally given by Master Roshi, he was now in West City, far from any chance encounter with the Master. Opting for Goku would resonate with his memories of the original story while establishing a bond with future characters. Summoning his remaining strength, Lin Yu opened his mouth, attempting repeatedly until he finally managed to utter the two syllables, Gu. His voice resembled that of a mewling kitten, yet it rang clearly in the hushed room. Bulma paused momentarily before exclaiming, Sister, he said Goku. He likes that name. Is he so young, yet capable of speech? A mere coincidence, perhaps? Tize gazed at him in astonishment. It is no mere coincidence, Dr. Briefs chuckled, the blue light flickering once more. His language center is actively engaged, his intellect far surpassing that of an ordinary infant. Goku, a name brimming with vitality, perfectly suited for him. Wonderful. Bulma leaned closer to the cradle, her eyes sparkling with joy. From now on, you shall be called Goku. I am Bulma, your sister. I will create toys for you and take you to the amusement park. Lin Yu, now Goku, gazed at Bulma's beaming face, warmth blossoming within him. He was acutely aware that Bulma would face numerous dangers in the future. Yet at this moment, she was merely a young girl delighting in the presence of a stranger's infant. I will protect you in the days to come, he vowed silently. He could sense the latent potential coursing through his body, holding the trump cards for the future, prepared to confront the Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo, the Scions, and Frieza. However, the identity of a traveler must remain concealed forever. From this moment onward, he would be known as Goku, an extraterrestrial child endowed with potential and precocious wisdom. The floating cradle swayed gently as Goku closed his eyes, attuning himself to the vitality within. Outside, the warm glow of West City's neon lights illuminated the night, accompanied by the distant hum of flying vehicles. Everything felt strikingly real. Thus, his journey through the Dragon Balls officially commenced on this evening in West City. Sister, do you think Goku will grow up to be like a superhero? Bulma whispered to Tize, leaning over the cradle. Perhaps, but first, let's ensure we take good care of this little alien, Tize replied, ruffling Bulma's hair. The conversation wafted into Goku's ears, and a faint smile seemed to play upon his lips. Having such a family made traversing worlds seem far less daunting. Chapter 2. The Bond of Pink Hair. The first encounter with Bulma, the morning light of West City enveloped the air with a delicate floral fragrance, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Briefs' residence, casting intricate patterns of light upon the pale blue floating cradle. Goku, wide awake, gently brushed his fingertips against the metallic edge of the cradle. On the fourth day since his arrival in this world, he had learned to expertly suppress the raw strength of a scion infant, avoiding incidents such as accidentally bending the alloy railing, which he had previously needed to have Tai secretly repair. The futuristic details of the room were striking. The off-white soft-lit walls automatically adjusted their brightness. While a cleaning robot glided silently across the floor, a holographic calendar dangled from the ceiling, clearly displaying the year 756 of the West City era, and by the window, a smart flower pot cradled a pink star petal flower, unfurling in the morning light and releasing a gentle fragrance. All these elements served as reminders that this was no mere rental space. It was a world filled with adventures and dangers, the realm of the Dragon Balls. Goku, wake up. I've got everything ready. The crisp call rang out like a sweet pop, shattering the tranquility of the morning. The bedroom door swung open, and a pink figure rushed in. Bulma, clad in a pale yellow puff-sleeve dress, her twin tails adorned with silver star hairpins, cradled a bulging pink bag in her arms. As she ran, her dress swayed slightly, resembling a lively little butterfly. Goku's heart skipped a beat. He gazed at the 12-year-old Bulma before him, his mind conjuring images of the future. 15-year-old her, carrying the Dragon Ball radar, bantering with Oolong by the Poza Mountain, her twin tails bobbing adorably. Later, sitting in the pilot's seat of a spaceship, biting a pen while altering the Namekian flight path, oblivious to the sweat-soaked strands of hair sticking to her forehead. Years later, holding the future Trunks at the laboratory door, watching Goku train, her eyes revealing concern, yet smiling as she called out that it was time for lunch. This still youthful girl would become the backbone of their team. In the Red Ribbon Army's base, she would decipher systems to locate the final Dragon Ball during Frieza's invasion. She would tirelessly modify the spaceship to help everyone escape to Namek. Amidst the android crisis, she would create a time machine, enabling Trunks to convey vital information. She might not be the strongest fighter, but she was irreplaceable. Look, my mini interactive device. Bulma leaned over the cradle, retrieving a palm-sized gadget from her bag. Its pink plastic casing was adorned with red, blue, and yellow buttons, a slender antenna protruding from the top, its edges still sticky with uncleaned glue. The red button glowed. The blue button emitted sound, and the yellow button was yet to be determined, but it promised to be enjoyable. She pressed the red button, causing a green light to illuminate the top of the device, projecting moving star patterns onto the ceiling. Goku instinctively reached out to touch the light, his fingertips passing through the shimmering shadows. Bulma immediately beamed with delight. Do you like it? I worked on it for 2 nights. I originally intended to show Tai's first, but I wanted you to see it first. As Goku's fingertips brushed against the device's exterior, he sensed a subtle vibration emanating from within. This was the nascent form of Bulma's brilliance. In the original tale, her first creation, the Dragon Ball radar, had been crafted using household tools to refine its components, ultimately resulting in an instrument of precise location. Subsequent inventions like the time machine and gravity chamber evolved from these early innovations. And this, Bulma pulled out a transparent glass orb, inside which swirled a light blue liquid, flecked with shimmering silver particles. When shaken, it resembled a flowing starry sky, a starry bottle. The materials that Tai Si helped me find were a special liquid from my father's laboratory, with glitter that floats endlessly. Doesn't it resemble the stars in the cosmos? She placed the bottle beside the cradle, and the sunlight filtered through the glass, causing the liquid to refract delicate beams of light. As Wukong gazed at the starlit bottle, memories of the future in the tent on Namek surfaced, where Bulma held a similar bottle, sighing about the vastness of the universe. In those days, she had matured yet retained her curiosity about the world. Wukong, do you think there are Dragon Balls in the universe? Bulma leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes brimming with longing. Dad said the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. I want to find them and wish for a spaceship that can take us anywhere, where everyone is safe and we will never be apart. Wukong's heart softened. He knew that in 3 years, she would indeed embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Encountering her grandfather, the original Wukong, and understanding the essence of companionship. This wish was merely a pure seed in her heart. He propped himself up, extending his small hand to grasp Bulma's fingers, which were gentle and still carried the sweet scent of strawberry candy from yesterday's indulgence. Bulma paused, then reciprocated his grip, her eyes shining like stars. Are you making a promise with me? To find the Dragon Balls together, to venture into the universe? Wukong nodded earnestly, not for the sake of the narrative, but because he genuinely wished to assist her. The girl's sincerity made him feel the warmth of bonds for the first time in this unfamiliar world. He desired to spare her adventures from hardships and tears. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, inadvertently knocking over the starry bottle. She hurried to catch it but spilled a few drops of blue liquid onto her skirt, leaving small stains. Oh no. She furrowed her brow, trying to wipe it away, only making the stain more pronounced. Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. It was his first genuine laugh since arriving in this world, finding Bulma adorably endearing. You're laughing at me. Bulma shot him a mock glare. Though she was not angry. Instead, she playfully nudged his forehead with her nose. Once I build the spaceship, I'll be the first to take you to the universe. Seeing real stars is 100 times better than those in the bottle. Wukong, it's time for your nutritional milk. Bulma suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I'll go get it. Just wait here. As she dashed toward the door, the blue stain on her skirt swayed like a tiny blue flower. She turned back to wave, her radiant smile undeterred by the blemish. The bedroom fell silent again, save for the humming of the cleaning robot and the gentle rustling of the star petals. Wukong stared at the starry ceiling, feeling an undeniable tranquility. He understood that this bond with the pink-haired girl had taken root in his heart from that very morning. Sunlight enveloped him, warm and reassuring. With his eyes closed, visions of the future danced in his mind. He and Bulma seated by the spaceship's window, gazing at the swirling nebulae, her pointing at a blue planet, saying it might harbor Dragon Balls, while he held her hand tightly, declaring they would surely find them. This day lacked adventure, filled only with the girl's cheerful chatter and the quiet responses of a baby. Yet, Wukong recognized that this mundane routine marked the beginning of all his adventures, the deepest connection he had with this world. Chapter 3, Eldest Daughter Tai Si. The afternoon in West City carried a languid warmth, sunlight streaming through the balcony glass, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. Wukong reclined in the floating cradle, gently pushed to the sunlit window by ties. Beside the cradle, a small table bore a bowl of freshly mashed banana, with a silver spoon resting against the porcelain rim. The jug of nutritional milk, still exuding a faint warmth, was meticulously prepared by Ties that morning, the temperature perfectly calibrated. Ties sat in a nearby wicker chair, holding an open notebook, the tip of her pen gliding softly across the paper. She was clad in a light gray knit sweater, her brown hair secured behind her ear with a silver clip, revealing a smooth forehead. The golden-rimmed glasses perched on her nose reflected specks of sunlight, presenting an image not of a mere 20-year-old intern, but rather one of serene maturity. Wukong's gaze fell upon her notebook, which was filled with intricate sketches, blueprints of the automatic rocking bed parts that Bulma had damaged the previous day. Ties had marked erroneous gear ratios with small red crosses, accompanied by corrected parameters, her handwriting neat and clear. A familiar sensation stirred within him. This was Ties, eternally behind Bulma, silently tidying up her messes. Wukong, it's time for a snack, Ties announced, setting down her pen to gently caress his cheek, her fingertips cool against his skin. Bulma took you to see her invention yesterday. You weren't too cold, were you? Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. Wukong blinked in response, extending his tiny hand to grasp her finger, emitting a sound of acknowledgement, a method he had recently discovered to express both his infantile nature and his affection. Ties smiled at his grasp, her fingers curling around his gently. It seems you were warm enough. Now, let us enjoy some banana puree. You seemed to relish it yesterday. She tilted the cradle, took up the small silver spoon, and scooped a warm bite of banana puree, presenting it to Wukong's lips. The puree was finely blended, imbued with a natural sweetness. Wukong obediently opened his mouth, watching Ties' focused profile. When she fed him, she would lean slightly forward, her gaze fixed on the spoon, wary of any spillage. Occasionally, a smudge of puree would grace the corner of his mouth, and she would deftly wipe it away with a damp cloth, her movements tender and practiced. Suddenly, Wukong recalled scenes from the original narrative, the later Ties, camera in hand, traversing various celestial bodies. Yet always the first to return when Bulma encountered trouble. Vegeta, upon his arrival on Earth, proud and unwilling to connect with others, was met by Ties, who brought him warm soup and softly reminded him that even the strongest need sustenance. Even during the Buu crisis, she was tirelessly distributing supplies to those in need, her face etched with anxiety, yet never uttering a word of weariness. The girl feeding him now, serene and gentle, had long concealed her elder sister demeanor, unassuming yet ever dependable. Sister, look what I've brought. Bulma's voice suddenly resonated from the living room, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. She bounded onto the balcony, arms laden with metallic components, her pink dress splattered with black grease, her twin ponytails askew, yet her smile radiated brilliantly. I want to make a little toy that can run for Wukong. Can you help me check if this part is right? Tai set down the spoon, shaking her head in exasperation but refraining from chastising her. First, place the parts down carefully, don't drop them. You just fixed the cradle yesterday, and now you're tinkering with something new? But Wukong will love it. Bulma placed the components on the table, leaned over the cradle, and gently poked Goku's cheek. Goku, you want a toy that runs, right? One that lights up and makes sounds. Goku clapped his little hands in agreement, but Tai's interrupted, pulling Bulma's oily hands away. Wash your hands first. They're covered in machine oil. Don't touch Goku. As she spoke, she picked up a wet wipe and cleaned the smudges from Bulma's fingertips. I'll help you organize the parts. You need to clean your hands first, or you'll get oil on your clothes. Got it. Bulma stuck out her tongue and hurried to the bathroom with the parts, turning back to shout, Sister, wait for me. After I wash my hands, we can assemble together. Tai's watched her retreating figure and smiled helplessly, then turned back to feed Goku banana puree. Your sister Bulma is just like that. She does whatever comes to her mind without any patience. Goku blinked and reached out to touch her notebook, wishing to convey that Bulma's vivacity also required her steadiness as a foundation. Tai's paused for a moment, then understood his intention, gently stroking his hair. Are you speaking up for her? She's quite clever. She just tends to rush. The last time she created that mini interactive device, her ideas were brilliant, but she connected the wires incorrectly, just a little adjustment, and it would work. She opened her notebook to another page, revealing a disassembly diagram of Bulma's gadget, with notes indicating the reversed polarity of the connections and the need to adjust the antenna length. It became evident that Tai's had already checked Bulma's work. She simply waited for her sister to discover the issue herself. Goku realized that Tai's was by no means inferior to Bulma. She merely allowed her sister to shine. In the original narrative, when Bulma faced an energy crisis while constructing the time machine, it was Tai's who sourced the special minerals from the depths of the universe. During Bulma's quarrels with Vegeta, it was also Tai's who subtly guided her, reassuring her that his harsh words masked a deep care for her. This seemingly understated eldest daughter was, in fact, the true pillar of the Briefs family. Big sister, I'm done washing. Bulma returned, droplets still clinging to her hands. Let us assemble the toy quickly. Tai's nodded, sorting the components by category, and handed her a gear. First, align this gear with the axle, paying attention to the spacing between the teeth. Don't force it. As she instructed, she guided Bulma's hands, demonstrating how to adjust the angle. See, just a gentle push, and it fits right in. No need to apply so much force. Bulma mimicked her actions and, to her delight, succeeded. Sister, you're amazing. I struggled for ages and couldn't get it in. Take your time. Don't rush. Tai smiled, passing her the next component. Her gaze softened as it fell on Goku. Once we finish the toy, let Goku play with it first, okay? Bulma nodded eagerly. Of course. This is for Goku. Goku lay in the cradle, observing the scene before him. Tai's patiently guiding Bulma, who was earnestly learning. The sunlight bathed them in a warm glow, akin to an ethereal halo. He recognized the future Tai's, envisioning the gentle and dependable person she would become. And now, he was fortunate to remain by her side, witnessing her in her own way, safeguarding this home and nurturing Bulma's dreams. All done. The parts are assembled. Bulma raised the assembled toy base, exclaiming joyfully, Tomorrow, I will install the batteries and lights, and then Goku can play with it. Tai Si helped her tidy up the toy and picked up the milk bottle, feeding Goku a few sips. It's getting late. We should return to our room, or father will come looking for us. She pushed the cradle towards the bedroom, with Bulma trailing beside her, chattering about the toy's details. Goku leaned back in the cradle, watching Tai Si's figure, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. He realized that he not only had the lively Bulma as a sister, but also the dependable Tai Si as an elder sister. This bond from the Briefs family would become his most steadfast support in the future. Chapter 4. A Name is Chosen. The active choice of Goku the evening in West City was enveloped in a warm orange glow, and in the Briefs' living room, the floating lights were set to their warmest brightness. The automatic dining table slowly unfolded, showcasing the freshly baked fruit tart that Tai Si had prepared, its sweet aroma permeating the air. Goku lay in the cradle, positioned at the center of the living room, gazing at his family gathered around. Doctor. Briefs flipped through his tablet, Taisi organized her parenting manual, and Bulma, holding a plush rabbit, stared at him with sparkling eyes, clearly all awaiting this moment of naming. All right, I have compiled 3 categories of potential names. The doctor adjusted his glasses and turned the tablet towards everyone. Earth's traditional names, such as Ming Yang, which signifies peace. Alien transliterated names, like Karazino, aligning with his extraterrestrial identity, and a neutral name, Anil, suggesting stability. Bulma leaned in for a glance, immediately furrowing her brows. Karu is too hard to remember. Ming is too ordinary. Goku would never want such a name. Taisi nodded in agreement. The name should be easy to pronounce and meaningful. As he will live on Earth, it is best to consider both perspectives. The doctor stroked his beard, looking at Goku in the cradle. Little one, do you have any thoughts? Goku had already settled on an answer in his heart. He focused on the rabbit's ears and Bulma's arms, which had a pink sticker affixed to it, inscribed with the character, hastily written by Bulma yesterday, who had remarked that it sounded powerful. The name Goku had been decided since the day he crossed over. In the original narrative, it was bestowed upon him by Master Roshi, accompanying Goku from the heights of Mount Payaz to the universe, symbolizing protection and connection. Bearing this name would facilitate natural interactions with Master Roshi, enable quicker trust with Krillin and Piccolo, and even carry the weight of a Saiyan's destiny when faced with Vegeta. More importantly, he wished to embody this name as a protector of his family, evading the regrets of the original story. Sister, look, Goku is staring at my rabbit, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, extending the rabbit towards the cradle. Seizing the opportunity, Goku propped himself up, extending his small hand to gently tap the character on the rabbit's ear. Is he pointing at this character? The doctor leaned closer, raising an eyebrow as he recognized the sticker. Did Bulma write it? Yes. Bulma nodded. I thought it sounded nice, so I put it on. Goku, do you like it? Goku nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath. He had been secretly practicing over the past few days and could now produce simple syllables. Looking at everyone's eager expressions, he moved his lips and stammered, Goku, Goku. His voice was akin to a kitten's mewl, yet it resonated clearly in each listener's ears. The living room fell into a profound silence. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she grasped Tai's arm, exclaiming, Sister, he just mentioned Goku. He remembers that name. Tai, equally astonished, gently caressed Goku's head, realizing he is not merely speaking, he genuinely likes it. The doctor set aside his tablet and leaned down to observe Goku, inquiring, Little one, do you wish to be called Goku? Goku nodded once more, pointing to the sticker and reiterating, Goku. The doctor's eyes sparkled with delight as he affectionately patted Goku's head, saying, Wonderful. Wu signifies awakening, while Kong embodies inclusiveness. It harmonizes with Earth's culture and encapsulates a sense of cosmic vastness, making it suitable for you. Since you have chosen it, you shall henceforth be called Goku. How splendid. Bulma cheered, carefully cradling Goku, with Tai supporting her, planting a kiss on his cheek. I knew you would like it. From now on, I shall call you Goku. Tai, smiling, presented a warm fruit tart, saying, Goku, this shall be your name henceforth. May you grow up healthy. Nestled in Bulma's embrace, Goku inhaled the sweet aroma of strawberry candy, feeling a warmth in his heart. From that moment on, he was no longer the time traveler Linyu, but Goku of the Briefs family, with family, a name, and the assurance of rooting himself in this world. Goku, I will create many toys for you. Bulma rocked him gently, adding, I will also take you to the amusement park in the sky to savor the sweetest ice cream. Tai assisted in placing Goku back in the cradle and handed the doctor a slice of fruit tart, suggesting, Father, let us change the household registration information tomorrow and officially record Goku's name. All right, the doctor nodded, his gaze towards Goku filled with affection. He thought to himself that the child was intelligent and destined for greatness. Lying in the cradle, Goku gazed at his family's smiling faces and silently vowed. He would carry the name Goku, evade the dangers posed by the Red Ribbon Army, assist Bulma in her quest for the Dragon Balls, and protect Earth during the Saiyan invasion. He aimed to transform this name from a mere symbol in the original narrative into a promise of safeguarding his family. As night deepened, the lights of West City streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the cradle. Goku closed his eyes, listening to his family's soft conversations and inhaling the sweet scent of the fruit tart. He understood that from this day forth, his journey for the Dragon Balls had truly begun, embarking into the future under the name Goku, bound by familial ties. Chapter 5. Overwhelming Potential. In the deep of night in West City, Only the faintest sounds lingered. The cleaning robot's hum in the corridor was as delicate as a whisper, while the bedroom's floating night light was dimmed to its lowest setting, casting a soft halo over the pale blue cradle. Goku lay wide awake, devoid of any drowsiness. Ever since he had traversed into the body of this scion infant, he found that in the stillness of the night, his soul could escape the confines of his body, observing from a spectator's perspective, clearly perceiving the latent powers within. This was a unique ability bestowed upon time travelers. He recognized that ordinary scion infants would instinctively release their powers, yet he possessed the capacity to actively sense and even refine this innate talent, a clarity that the original Goku had never experienced. Goku gently closed his eyes, concentrating his mind. In the next moment, countless specks of light materialized in the darkness. These were the cells within him. Unlike the gentle rhythm of human cells, his cells resembled miniature stars, releasing resilient energy through rapid metabolism. Each division was marked by astounding vitality, as if they would never tire. What astonished him even more was the revelation that these cells could actively capture energy from the surrounding atmosphere, the silvery glow of moonlight, the faint currents emitted by electrical appliances, and even the thermal energy flowing through the pipes beneath the floor. All were quietly absorbed, stored, and transformed into an integral part of his being. This was the marvel of the scion cells that left Goku in awe. The original tale merely alluded to the formidable power of the scions, capable of growing stronger through combat, yet it never mentioned the peculiarities at the cellular level. He endeavored to reach out with his consciousness to touch those energy-storing cells, and a warm current surged from his dantian, spreading through his limbs. His arms, which had previously struggled to support his upper body, suddenly brimmed with strength, and he could distinctly feel the texture of the alloy cradle's edge beneath his fingertips, as if he could crush it with the slightest pressure. He quickly reined in his strength, recalling how he had inadvertently bent the cradle's railing just days prior due to a lack of control, a mishap that Ties had secretly repaired, attributing the damage to an encounter with a robot to avoid exposure. Now, he understood more clearly that this power must remain concealed. He could not allow his family to perceive his uniqueness. Then, a more terrifying instinct for battle manifested. As he focused on his perceptions, indistinct images flashed through his mind: how to bend and evade an attack approaching from the left, which angle to aim for a counterstrike against an enemy in front, and even the ability to anticipate the opponent's next move. None of this was learned. It was the instinct embedded in the scion bloodline. It was as if he could rehearse the battle. If an enemy were to charge at him now, he would instinctively block with his elbow while simultaneously retaliating with a thrust of his toes, the movements flowing as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. Goku attempted to estimate his combat power. In the original narrative, infant Goku had a battle power of merely 2, deemed a low-class warrior and sent to Earth. Yet now, through the vitality of his cells and energy reserves, he estimated his power to be at least 50, an astonishing 25 times that of the original tale. Furthermore, this was not the upper limit. As his body matured and his mastery over his strength deepened, his power would grow exponentially. No wonder the doctor often remarked upon the anomalies in his data. Recalling the scene from earlier that day, Goku remembered Dr. Brief's furrowing his brow while examining a tablet, commenting on how his cellular vitality was 10 times that of an ordinary infant, unaware that this was merely a result of Goku's intentional suppression. Had the doctor known his true potential, he would likely have regarded him as an extraterrestrial specimen worthy of study. Just as he became immersed in his perceptions, the bedroom door creaked open gently. A small figure tiptoed inside. It was Bulma, clad in pink pajamas, her hair tousled, cradling a plush rabbit adorned with the character Goku. Clearly, she had awoken in the middle of the night to check on him. "Goku, you're still awake?" Bulma leaned over the cradle, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is the nightlight too dim? Would you like me to brighten it a bit?" Goku immediately retracted his consciousness, pressing the energy deep within his cells, his gaze returning to the innocent bewilderment expected of an infant. He stretched out his tiny hand and gently grasped Bulma's finger, making soft cooing sounds. Even with the closest of family, he could not unveil his secret. "Do you want me to keep you company?" Bulma smiled, sitting on the carpet and placing the rabbit into the cradle. "Today, Dad told me that your physical data is quite extraordinary. Even more impressive than the combat biological samples in the lab. He said you would surely become a remarkable person, capable of protecting West City." Combat biological samples? Wukong felt a stirring in his heart. It was likely data on extraterrestrial life that the doctor had studied. perhaps even fragments of information regarding the Psiots. Yet it had not connected him to them. I will create a power regulator for you. Suddenly, Bulma sat up straight, her eyes sparkling like the energy regulator in her father's lab, capable of helping him control his strength, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally break things. Wukong gazed at her earnest expression, warmth blooming within him. He understood that the controller she spoke of was a precursor to the gravity chamber of the future, created to assist him in his training by regulating gravity. Now, this sentiment had emerged prematurely, solely to help him conceal his power. He nodded vigorously, gently rubbing his palm against Bulma's, as if in response to her promise. Bulma chatted with him for a while longer, yawning from fatigue before rising softly. Wukong, I'm going to sleep now. Tomorrow, I will bring you freshly baked cookies. She tucked him in snugly, adjusting the plush rabbit beside him, and then tiptoed away. The bedroom fell silent once more. Wukong gazed at the stuffed rabbit beside him and focused intently. This time, he no longer merely contemplated the strength of his potential, but endeavored to master it. He guided his energy to flow slowly along his arm, then gradually withdrew it. After several repetitions, the restless energy became significantly more docile. He recognized that this potential was a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, it could protect his family. Misused, it could become a tool of destruction, and he would never tread that treacherous path. He silently recited the names of future adversaries: Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza. Wukong's gaze grew resolute. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating his body, where his cells quietly absorbed the lunar energy, like a sponge soaking up water. Storing strength, Wukong gently clenched his fists, feeling the subtle force at his fingertips. He was no longer a passive participant in fate's journey. From this moment forth, he would actively seize this gift and wield it to protect the Brief family, safeguarding this newfound home. Chapter 6. Bulma's Dragon Ball Radar. On a splendid weekend in West City, the sun bathed the Brief residents in warmth, and the faint aroma of cream wafted through the air as Tai Si had just baked cookies, diligently wiping away the crumbs. I sat on the carpet, assembling metal blocks, carefully controlling my strength to stack a block taller than myself, cautious not to repeat the mishap of accidentally flattening a spoon and damaging something in the house. Wukong, come quickly to see what I've made. A bright voice rang from the staircase, as Bulma, with her pink hair, descended, clutching a silver box that swayed with her skirt. She was 5 years my senior, immersed in the fervor of invention, spending each day in her father's lab with an array of peculiar parts in hand. I set down my blocks and looked up at her. Bulma crouched down and opened the silver box, revealing a palm-sized screen. Its edges adorned with a circle of pale blue buttons, at the center of which flickered a faint green light, accompanied by several lines of dancing numbers. This is the Dragon Ball Radar, Bulma declared proudly, shaking the box. The green light has brightened. My father said the Dragon Balls are magical orbs that can grant wishes. I researched extensively and finally created a radar capable of locating them. Behold, that green dot represents the most recent Dragon Ball, seemingly nestled within the deep mountains beyond West City. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled brightly, as if they contained a multitude of stars. My gaze fixed on the green dot on the screen, and a gentle heaviness weighed upon my heart as memories from before my journey surged forth with clarity. In the original narrative, Bulma's Dragon Radar had barely been unveiled when it caught the attention of the Red Ribbon Army's intelligence network. Those unscrupulous individuals, driven by their obsession with the Dragon Balls, would dispatch troops to scour the mountains and even resort to kidnapping anyone associated with the Dragon Balls. Tai Si, in her former life, had suffered injuries while protecting Bulma from the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Such events must not be allowed to transpire again. I reached out my tiny hand, gently grasping the hem of Bulma's garment, my voice deliberately soft and fitting for my portrayal as a 5-year-old scion infant. Will those bad uncles snatch away this radar? Bad uncles? Bulma paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, ruffling my hair playfully. What kind of bad uncle would dare to steal from the Brief's family? My father's bodyguards are even more formidable than an army. Besides, I've encrypted this radar, so even if someone were to obtain it, they wouldn't be able to use it. She spoke with a nonchalant air, pressing a button that caused the green dot to flicker, the adjacent numbers morphing into more precise coordinates. I yearned to say more when Tai Si approached, holding a cookie that she offered to me, then handed one to Bulma as well. Goku rarely speaks like this. Just the other day, he warned about pickpockets on the streets of West City, and soon after, someone indeed had their wallet stolen. Taisi always exhibited a keen sense of observation, unlike Bulma, who could easily be swept away in the excitement of invention. She quietly noted every word I uttered and every action I took. She knelt down, her gaze fixed on the radar screen, her tone gentle yet earnest. Bulma, Goku may have a point. The Red Ribbon Army has been quite active in West City lately. My father mentioned yesterday that they are searching for devices capable of locating special energy signatures, which could very well refer to the Dragon Radar. The Red Ribbon Army? The smile on Bulma's face waned slightly. She was well aware that this organization was infamous in West City as a nefarious military faction, thriving on arms trafficking and resource plundering, to the extent that even the government had to tread carefully around them. She glanced down at the radar in her hands, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the box. But this radar has just been completed. How could they possibly know? Their intelligence network is quite formidable. I took a bite of the cookie, the sweetness spreading in my mouth, yet it could not quell the anxiety within me. They would send numerous individuals to search for the Dragon Balls and capture those associated with them. Truly fearsome. I deliberately emphasized the word fearsome, mimicking a genuinely frightened child. Bulma fell silent, her gaze fixed upon the green dot on the screen, her brow furrowing slightly. Taisi lifted me into her lap. Speaking softly, perhaps we should store the radar away for now and wait for Father to return, allowing him to assist us in reinforcing a more robust security system. We could also investigate the movements of the Red Ribbon Army to ensure it is safe before we venture out to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately nodding, switching off the radar's screen and carefully placing it back into its silver box. Very well. Though I feel a tinge of reluctance. If the Red Ribbon Army truly has us in their sights, it could spell trouble for my family. Goku, thank you for the warning. Otherwise, I might have ventured into the mountains with the radar. She reached out and gently pinched my cheek. I smiled at her, feeling a sense of relief in my heart. At least this time, we had managed to evade the initial wave of attention from the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, I knew this was merely the beginning. As long as the Dragon Balls existed, the Red Ribbon Army would not relent. Taisi held me close, her gaze fixed upon the architectural marvels of West City outside the window, softly asserting, no matter what, we will protect Goku, and we will safeguard each other. Her voice, tender yet imbued with reassuring strength, enveloped me. Leaning against Taisi, I watched as Bulma carefully locked the Dragon Radar in a drawer, silently vowing, Red Ribbon Army. In this life, with my presence, you shall not lay a finger on Bulma or Taisi, nor shall you obtain the Dragon Balls. Chapter 7. Goku's everyday life. The storage room of the Briefs household resembled a miniature mechanical warehouse, crammed with discarded experimental parts from Dr. Briefs, interstellar data collected by Taisi, and half-finished inventions carelessly piled by Bulma. On a sunny Sunday morning, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting fragmented reflections on the metallic objects within the room. Taisi was on tiptoe, reaching for a box on the top shelf, while a half-human tall alloy cabinet leaned against her knee, its door marked with old experimental data labels. Why is this cabinet so heavy? Taisi mused, her sleeves rolled up to her forearms, beads of sweat forming at her temples. She attempted to push the cabinet, but it merely shifted a couple of centimeters, the metal wheels at the bottom emitting a muffled creak. As I nibbled on a cookie while passing by the doorway, I halted at the sound. I recognized that alloy cabinet, the last time I had sneakily used my soul perception to scan it. I discovered its exterior was composed of military-grade titanium alloy from West City, filled with dense paper documents, weighing at least 300 kilograms. For a 5-year-old me, that weight was not overly daunting. However, the issue was that in the original story, little Goku had not been so discerning. When he encountered heavy objects for the first time, he had simply lifted them, resulting in the stone table of the Ox King's castle being cleaved in two. I could not afford to repeat that mistake. Sister, let me help you, I exclaimed, stuffing a piece of cookie into my mouth, brushing off the crumbs from my hands as I jogged over to the alloy cabinet. Taisi turned to me, waving her hands in a flurry. No, Goku. That cabinet is too heavy. You might get crushed. She reached out to pull me aside, her eyes filled with concern. Ever since the incident when I accidentally crushed Dad's pure steel coffee spoon, my family had been wary of my strength, fearing I might hurt myself. However, I had already crouched down, my small hands gently resting against the side of the alloy cabinet. The moment my fingertips touched the cold titanium alloy, a familiar surge of strength coursed through me, like a warm current flowing through my limbs. I deliberately slowed my breathing, silently concentrating my energy. Over the past few years, I had come to understand the temperament of this scion body. As long as I focused, I could limit my explosive power to a level that a human child could manage to lift heavy objects, thus avoiding excessive exposure while genuinely lending a hand. I can do this. I smiled at Tai Si, applying a slight pressure with my fingers. Initially, Tai Si furrowed her brow, anxiously watching my hands, fearing I might suddenly exert enough force to deform the cabinet. As I watched the alloy cabinet gradually lift off the ground, steadily raised to my waist, her eyes widened in astonishment, and the caution in her throat became lodged there. Wukong, you really managed to lift it? Tai Si's voice brimmed with surprise as she reached out, seemingly to assist the cabinet, yet hesitated, her hands suspended in the air. Gritting my teeth, I slowly adjusted my stance, deliberately moving the alloy cabinet beside the shelf at a leisurely pace, ensuring each step was firm, even controlling the sound of the papers inside to be barely audible. As I passed by the doorway, I unexpectedly encountered Bulma, who was approaching with a glass of juice. Upon witnessing me lifting the cabinet, her juice cup nearly trembled, the orange liquid almost spilling over. Wow, Wukong, when did you become so strong? Bulma rushed over, circling around me, her eyes wide with astonishment. Last time, I had to enlist 2 robots to move this. You can carry it with one hand? Her voice was filled with excitement as she reached out to touch the handle of the cabinet. I quickly cautioned her, be careful, don't touch it. I'm afraid I might drop it. In truth, I was well aware that even if I released my grip, I could instantly catch it with my other hand. However, I needed to maintain the appearance of struggling, for after all, a 5-year-old lifting a 300-kilogram cabinet was already quite absurd. If I displayed ease, I might be sent by my father for cellular research. Tai Si, too, caught on, quickly walking alongside me to help keep an eye out for obstacles. Wukong, slow down. There's a toolbox ahead, don't bump into it. Nodding, I cautiously maneuvered around the toolbox on the ground and finally positioned the cabinet beside the shelf. As I set it down, I deliberately controlled my strength, allowing the metal wheels at the base to gently touch the floor, producing only a soft thud, without leaving a scratch on the tiled surface. Only after releasing my grip did I feign a sigh of relief, rubbing my arms. I'm so tired. Bulma immediately leaned in, handing me the juice. Here, drink some juice to replenish yourself. You're incredible, but next time, don't lift such heavy things. What if you drop it? While her words expressed concern, the admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. To her, I was merely a brother with slightly more strength than the average child, oblivious to the true power I concealed. Tai Si crouched down, gently touching my arm. Then glancing at the undamaged cabinet, a tender smile gracing her lips. Wukong is very careful. The cabinet is perfectly fine, and the floor is untouched. She was always so attentive, noticing such details, unlike Bulma, who was too absorbed in marveling at my strength to notice my deliberate efforts to avoid damage. Sipping my juice, I cast a discreet glance at the cabinet. Its exterior smooth and unblemished, the doors securely shut, ensuring the contents remained undisturbed. I silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time, it had not ended in chaos as it did in the original tale. Had I disarranged my father's experimental documents, I would certainly face not only Tai Si's lectures, but also Bulma's punishment of making me repair her invention parts. Oh, Wukong. Tai Si suddenly recalled something. Retrieving a small notebook from her pocket, she flipped open a page and gently scribbled with her pen. Last time you lifted the alloy blocks, you were just as cautious, right? I was momentarily taken aback before realizing that she was documenting my daily performance. Earlier, I had deliberately stacked the alloy blocks into a tower, refraining from crushing them as depicted in the original narrative. It seemed she had been observant all along. I quickly nodded, feigning innocence. The blocks will break. If they do, it won't be as fun. Taze laughed softly as she ruffled my hair. Wukong is such a thoughtful child. Bulma leaned in, resting her chin atop my head. It's just that he has too much strength. From now on, let Wukong handle the heavy lifting at home. As I gazed at their smiling faces, warmth enveloped my heart. This was the everyday life I wished to cherish, a life devoid of destruction and danger, filled only with Tae's gentleness, Bulma's vivacity, and the homely ambience of the Briefs family. No matter the temptations of immense power that may come my way in the future, I must remember the feeling of this day, keeping my strength contained and safeguarding those around me. Chapter 8. Tae's observations. The afternoons in West City exude a languid warmth. The leaves of the sycamore tree in the backyard rustling gently in the breeze, while sunlight filters through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the stone path. I crouched on the lawn, clutching a freshly picked maple leaf, as I assisted Taze in organizing the scattered interstellar data booklets onto a wooden rack. The covers of those booklets were adorned with unfamiliar planetary patterns, borrowed by Taze from the Cosmic Observatory last week, containing, as rumored, the coordinates of star systems and the habits of extraterrestrial beings. Wukong, be careful with that blue-covered one. It contains the star chart I drew. Don't crease the corners. Taze called from her nearby wicker chair, cradling a hardcover notebook, her pen gliding gently across the paper, her gaze never straying from my direction. I acknowledged her, deliberately slowing my movements as I reached for the blue booklet. The moment my fingertips brushed against the inner side of the cover, a detail surged into my memory. In the original narrative, Taze would later rely on this star chart to locate a planet that concealed rare minerals. And the corner of page 37 bore a red mark, an easily overlooked indicator of the hidden coordinates for the mineral-rich planet. Sister, there's a little red dot here. I pointed out the mark, feigning a newly discovered insight, my voice laced with childlike curiosity. Did you draw it incorrectly? Taze paused, setting down her notebook as she approached, following my finger with her gaze, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You actually noticed this? I marked it incorrectly last week. I intended to erase it, but forgot. She reached out to pat my head, her fingertips bearing the subtle calluses of recently turned pages. Wukong, your eyes are remarkably sharp. You noticed such a small mark. I lowered my gaze, teasing the edge of the booklet, pretending to smile bashfully. I just happened to see it. Internally, however, I sighed in relief. Glad I hadn't inadvertently revealed too much, cleverly disguising my foreknowledge of the plot behind a guise of innocent curiosity. At that moment, Bulma dashed over, clutching a silver model of a flying device, its wings still smeared with a bit of machine oil. She waved excitedly. Taze, Wukong, come quickly and see my new invention, the mini hovercraft. It can fly up to 50 meters high. She placed the model on the ground and pressed the red button on the side, causing the wings to whir into action, emitting a soft buzzing sound. Just as the model ascended less than 2 meters, it suddenly trembled. The left propeller appeared to be jammed, and it seemed poised to crash into the flowerbed nearby, where the moonflowers, Taiz's cherished blooms, were planted. If they were to be struck, their delicate petals would surely scatter across the ground. Instinctively, I reached out and caught the model deftly before it could touch down. When my fingertips brushed against the cool metal exterior, I deliberately moderated my grip, ensuring to hold the fuselage gently, preventing the propeller from grazing my fingers. Wow, Goku, your reflexes are astonishing, Bulma exclaimed as she rushed over, snatching the model from my hands. After a thorough examination, she breathed a sigh of relief, having found no damage. It nearly crushed my sister's flowers. Thank goodness for you. Taizi approached, her gaze fixated on my extended hand before she glanced down at her notebook. Her pen paused briefly as she inscribed a line on the paper. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of her writing. Goku's reaction speed surpasses that of his peers. He can anticipate minor mishaps and execute precise movements, ensuring the model remains unharmed. A warmth blossomed in my heart, yet I chose not to acknowledge it. Ever since I arrived at the Brief's household, Taizi had been diligently recording my every action in this notebook. The last time I lifted a metal cabinet, I had deliberately slowed my pace. Previously, I had warned her about a pickpocket on West City's streets. Even the coincidental details I occasionally mentioned found their way into her notes, yet she never inquired about the reasons behind them. Perhaps she had simply observed the model's instability a moment ago. I squeezed the maple leaf in my hand, diverting the conversation. Bulma, do you think the propeller on your flying machine is loose? I believe I saw it till just now. Bulma looked down at the model's left wing and indeed discovered that the propeller's screw was loose. She stuck out her tongue in realization. No wonder it was flying so unsteadily. Thank goodness Goku pointed it out. With that, she sprinted back to the laboratory, her skirt sweeping across the lawn and rustling the grass blades. The courtyard fell silent once more, save for the sound of sycamore leaves rustling in the breeze. Taizi settled back into her wicker chair, flipping through the earlier pages of her notebook. I leaned in subtly to glimpse the entries filled with my little anecdotes. March 12th. Goku can lift a half-human-high alloy block without crushing it. His strength is precisely controlled. April 5th. Reminded Bulma to watch her wallet. Half an hour later, someone was pickpocketed on the street, indicating Goku can sense danger in advance. May 18th. While organizing data, He accurately recounted the content of a specific page, claiming to have seen it before, showcasing extraordinary memory. Each entry was adorned with a tiny star, as if she had secretly marked them. A bittersweet pang tugged at my heart. Tai Si had clearly recognized my uniqueness, but never voiced it, opting instead to safeguard my little secrets in this quiet manner. "Sister, what are you writing?" I feigned curiosity, leaning closer, my head resting against her arm. Tai Si closed her notebook, affectionately ruffling my hair. "I'm noting Goku's small achievements." She opened to the first page, revealing a photograph from when I first arrived, a time when I was still swaddled as an infant. Bulma, with her pink hair, was gently pinching my cheek, while Tai Si smiled beside her, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Ever since you came into our home, there have been new little surprises every day. Will there be even more surprises for me in the future?" I looked up at her, my eyes sparkling with childlike anticipation. Tai Si nodded, her fingertip gliding softly over the notebook's cover. "Of course. Regardless of how Goku appears, he is always our family." Her voice, soft yet warm like sunlight, reassures me that if there are secrets I wish to keep, it is perfectly fine. My sister will help me guard them. I remained silent, inching closer to her. The wind rustled through the sycamore leaves, brushing her hair against my cheek, carrying a faint scent of ink. I understood that Tai Si had long recognized I was no ordinary child, yet she chose to conceal my prophetic destiny within the records of an ordinary genius, treating my uniqueness as a treasure worthy of protection. No matter the dangers posed by the Red Ribbon Army or the formidable foes that lie ahead, I shall safeguard this tenderness, protect Tai Si's notebook, cherish Bulma's smile, and preserve the everyday moments of the Briefs family. Chapter 9. The Promise of 5 Years. In the living room of the Briefs home after dinner, the warm yellow light illuminated the wooden floor. Bulma sat cross-legged on the carpet, cradling the silver dragon radar, her fingertips repeatedly grazing the edge of the screen. Since my father had enhanced it with a protective system, the green dots on the radar glowed much brighter than before, clearly capturing energy fluctuations from 50 kilometers away. Tai Si sat on the sofa, wiping the chocolate sauce from the corners of my mouth. The lava cake she had just baked still exuded steam, filling the air with its sweet aroma. I focused on the radar in Bulma's hands, contemplating the timing. According to the original narrative, Bulma would embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls alone in 6 months, encountering Yamcha along the way, while being pursued by soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, enduring significant fright. In this lifetime, I must shatter that trajectory in advance. "Bulma, sister," I said, freeing myself from Tai Si's grasp and climbing next to Bulma. I gently patted her knee with my small hand. "Shall we go find the Dragon Balls?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the radar. She looked down at me, her eyes wide with surprise. "Find the Dragon Balls? But Goku, you're only 5 years old. There are wild beasts in the mountains, and you might encounter bad people." Before she could finish, Tai Si interjected, "Bulma, let Goku express himself." Tai Si set down the napkin and moved closer, sitting beside us, her gentle curiosity directed at my face. "Why does Goku want to find the Dragon Balls?" I tugged at the carpet's plush fibers, feigning a sense of longing, my voice soft and airy. "I want to see what the wish-granting orbs look like, and I can protect my sisters." As I spoke, I raised my arm, straining to flex my little muscles. "I can lift very heavy cabinets and catch Bulma's flying machines. I am not afraid of bad people." Bulma chuckled at my antics, pinching my cheek playfully. "You're so small. How could you protect us? Last time we encountered wild dogs, it was Tai Si who carried you away. That was because I wasn't serious." I pouted in protest, fully aware that I had feigned fear to avoid revealing my scion's strength too soon. If we were truly faced with danger, I was confident I could defeat them. Moreover, with Tai Si around and Bulma's inventions, we were certain to find the Dragon Balls. Tai Si observed my serious demeanor and glanced at the palpable anticipation in Bulma's eyes, letting out a soft sigh. "In truth, I have also researched the Dragon Balls. Aside from the remote mountains, some may indeed be hidden beneath deserts or oceans, necessitating protection. Goku's strength and quick reflexes could prove invaluable if he joins us. Do you agree, Sister Tai Si?" Bulma straightened up abruptly, her radar screen glowing brighter. "When shall we set off then?" "I've already calibrated the radar, and the nearest Dragon Ball is located at Haifeng Mountain, just 30 kilometers from here." "Let us not rush," Tai Si interjected, gently placing her hand on Bulma's shoulder, her tone earnest. "We must first prepare supplies, animal repellent spray, a first aid kit, and Goku's jacket, as the mountains can be quite chilly at night. Moreover, The Red Ribbon Army is still on the lookout for the Dragon Balls. We must avoid their notice and refrain from making our plans too conspicuous during the day. I promptly nodded in agreement, echoing Tai Si's sentiments. Yes, yes. We must go stealthily. I recalled a hidden path to Hafing Mountain that would keep us safe from any ill-intentioned individuals, as I had ventured there once with my father's bodyguard. In truth, that route was a memory I unearthed from the original narrative. The main road was fraught with Red Ribbon Army sentries, but the back path was secure and would bypass rockfall traps. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged my arm tightly. Goku, you know the way? That's wonderful. Shall we depart the day after tomorrow? Tomorrow, I will visit the lab to procure a mini stun gun and prepare a small backpack filled with your snacks. Absolutely. I nodded vigorously, watching Bulma eagerly retrieve paper and pen to draft a preparation checklist. Tai Si quietly added to the list, reminding us to pack enough drinking water and extra batteries. I felt a sense of relief wash over me as the narrative gears began to turn in the direction I had long anticipated. Before bed, Tai Si helped tuck me in, sitting beside me as she gently stroked my hair. Goku, you are worried about Bulma facing danger alone, aren't you? I hesitated for a moment, meeting her gentle gaze, and unable to lie, softly replied, I don't want my sisters to get hurt. Tai Si smiled, lightly tapping my forehead with her fingertip. Sister understands. Whether your wish is to embark on an adventure or to protect us, as long as you are by our side, I feel at ease. She stood up, dimming the bedside lamp slightly. Get a good night's sleep. In 2 days, we shall seek the Dragon Balls together. The door closed softly, leaving the room bathed in warm golden light. Clutching my pillow, my heart brimmed with anticipation. This time, I would ensure that Bulma would not encounter Yamcha's entanglements, that the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army would not harm them, and that our quest for the Dragon Balls would be devoid of peril. Gazing out at the night view of West City, where distant neon lights twinkled like stars, I silently made a vow. Bulma, Sister Tai Si, during this adventure to seek the Dragon Balls, I shall protect you both, keeping all dangers at bay. Chapter 10. The first expedition. The early morning in West City was still shrouded in a delicate mist. As the glass door of the bakery swung open, the warm aroma of freshly baked bread wafted out, mingling with the rhythmic clatter of the street vending machines dispensing beverages, softening the tranquility of the morning. I carried the small blue backpack, hastily crafted by Bulma, filled with chocolate cookies and strawberry milk, while my little hand was tightly held by ties. Yet, my footsteps involuntarily drifted toward the bakery. I recalled that the cream bread from that shop, which I passed by yesterday, was topped with a sprinkle of crushed almonds, the very type that Bulma eagerly devoured in the original tale. Goku, wait a moment. We must catch the earliest floating bus to Black Wind Mountain. If we're late, we shall have to wait until the afternoon. Ties tugged at my hand in exasperation, her other hand grasping a suitcase containing a first aid kit and animal repellent spray. We can buy the bread when we return, all right? I nodded reluctantly, but did not immediately move. From the corner of my eye, I spotted a man in a gray coat at the street corner, leaning against a lamppost, his gaze darting towards the pockets of passers-by, fingers fidgeting unconsciously. According to my memories from before the journey, this man was a notorious member of a thieving gang in the city, often lurking here every morning, particularly targeting travelers with luggage, who were the easiest prey. Today, his likely target was the office worker ahead, who was carrying a briefcase. In the original narrative, this office worker's wallet was pilfered, leading to a near confrontation with the thief, blocking the entire street. If we got entangled in this, we would undoubtedly miss the bus. Sister, let us go this way. I suddenly pulled ties towards a nearby alley, a shortcut that would help us avoid the thief and reach the bus station more swiftly. Bulma, who was adjusting her mini stun gun on her wrist, stumbled slightly as I yanked her, her pink hair swaying. Goku, what are you doing? I've never walked this alley. Won't it take us further away? No. I walked this way with Uncle Bodyguard last time when delivering documents. It's much closer than the street. I deliberately invoked the bodyguard as an excuse, not pausing my steps, glancing back at the man in the gray coat just in time to see him reaching for the office worker's briefcase. However, our sudden turn diverted his attention, obstructed momentarily by a passing bicycle. Ties, walking behind, scanned the corner with a thoughtful expression before glancing down at me. Why did you suddenly want to take the alley? Did you see something? I tightened my grip on her fingers, my voice soft and innocent. I just thought someone on the street looked suspicious, always staring at others' bags. I refrained from directly labeling him a thief, concealing my judgment within the intuition of a child to avoid further inquiries about my knowledge. Ties did not press further, merely quickening her pace while pulling me closer. After about 2 minutes, the sound of the floating bus humming to life reached us from the end of the alley, the pale blue vehicle halting at the platform, emblazoned with the sign for the Black Wind Mountain suburban line. It's really much closer. Bulma dashed to the edge of the platform, peering at the bus schedule, excitedly waving her hand. Good thing we didn't take the street. Otherwise, we would have missed this one. As we boarded the bus, we saw the same man in the gray coat hurriedly sprinting across the platform, pursued by a panting office worker, who was brandishing an empty wallet and shouting to catch the thief. The automatic doors of the bus slowly closed, sealing off the commotion outside. Bulma leaned against the window, observing for a moment before turning back and sticking out her tongue. We were so fast. Otherwise, we would definitely have been caught up in that. Tai Si sat beside me, gently stroking my head, her fingertips warm. Did Wukong notice that thief earlier? Is that why he led us down this alley? I clutched the strawberry charm on my backpack, feigning shyness as I smiled. I just felt he didn't look like a good person, sister. Am I clever? Indeed. Our Wukong is the most astute, Tai Si replied with a smile, nodding as she retrieved a piece of orange candy from her suitcase and handed it to me. This is a reward for you. If it weren't for you, we might have missed the bus today. Bulma leaned in, waving her mini stun gun in front of me. Next time we encounter a villain, just call for me. This stun gun can incapacitate adults. It's more effective than your strength. I accepted the orange candy, unwrapped it, and let the sweet flavor dissolve on my tongue. Observing Bulma's enthusiastic handling of the stun gun and the undeniable tenderness in Tai Si's eyes, I quietly exhaled in relief. Not only had we evaded the thief, but I had also kept the secret of the storyline prophet concealed. More importantly, we were one step closer to the Dragon Ball at Black Wind Mountain. The bus slowly departed from the urban district of West City, the towering buildings outside gradually giving way to shorter houses, followed by a sprawling forest. I leaned against the bus window, watching the increasingly distinct outline of Black Wind Mountain in the distance, silently calculating. Next, we must avoid the rockfall traps in the back mountains and remain vigilant for the hidden sentries of the red ribbons. But fear not, for with my presence, I shall surely protect Bulma and Tai Si, ensuring we acquire the first Dragon Ball smoothly. Chapter 11. The Assault of the Wild Dogs. The mountain path of Black Wind Mountain proved more treacherous than anticipated, with gravel embedded in the soil causing slips with every step. Bulma led the way, the Dragon Ball radar on her wrist emitting a steady series of beeps. Her pink hair was tousled by the wind, yet she showed no sign of slowing. The green dot on the screen grew increasingly vibrant, indicating that the Dragon Ball lay within the valley ahead. Tai Si, carrying the luggage, trailed in the middle, occasionally reaching out to steady me, wary of my pants snagging on the thorns by the roadside. I carried a small backpack, but my gaze was not fixed on the radar. Rather, I observed the surrounding forest. According to my memory, this pine forest harbored a pack of wild dogs, abandoned by local hunters, who typically survive by scavenging the refuse of tourists. Though not particularly aggressive, they would swarm upon detecting food, and if denied, they would resort to attacking. Today, Bulma's backpack contained freshly purchased sausage bread, the aroma long since wafting into the woods. Wukong, look. The valley ahead is the location indicated by the radar. Bulma suddenly halted, excitedly pointing to a nearby low slope where a patch of wild sunflowers bloomed, their golden heads turning toward the sun, strikingly conspicuous. However, scarcely had she spoken when rustling sounds emerged from the forest, followed by a series of deep barks. My heart raced, and I immediately grasped Bulma and Tai Si's wrists, pulling them behind me. Sisters, quickly stand behind me. Dogs are approaching. Tai Si promptly positioned her luggage defensively in front of her, while Bulma frantically fumbled for her mini stun gun, flipping the switch as a faint blue spark flickered from the nozzle. Don't be afraid. I have a stun gun. If they dare to come closer, I'll incapacitate them. As the conversation flowed, 5 half-grown wild dogs emerged from the thicket, their fur a chaotic blend of colors and their emaciated bodies revealing prominent ribs. Their gaze was fixated intently on Bulma's backpack, low growls emanating from their throats. The largest among them, a black dog missing an ear, took a few cautious steps forward, scratching at the ground as if testing our reactions. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will shoot, Bulma exclaimed, brandishing her stun gun, her voice quivering with trepidation. Accustomed to tinkering with inventions in the lab, She had never encountered such ferocious creatures, her hands trembling slightly. Tai's grip tightened around my arm. Her eyes locked on the pack of wild dogs. Goku, I'll count to 3, and then we'll run towards the valley where there's open ground. They won't be able to catch us. I shook my head gently, patting her hand reassuringly. Sister, there's no need to fear. They aren't formidable. I can handle this. I had already scanned the wild dogs with my soul perception, determining that their combat prowess was below 5. They posed no threat. Even if I stood still, they would struggle to penetrate my skin. However, I needed to feign vulnerability to protect them while concealing my scion abilities. The earless black dog seemed incensed by Bulma's voice, letting out a sudden growl before lunging towards us. Bulma, frightened, shut her eyes, nearly dropping the stun gun to the ground. I swiftly pulled the two of them back while stepping forward, and as the black dog leaped towards me, I gently pressed my hand against its forehead. It appeared effortless, but I exerted just enough force to propel it backward. The dog tumbled over, whimpering as it hit the ground, and upon rising, it dared not advance further, instead circling us. Witnessing their leader's retreat, the other wild dogs halted, their fierce demeanor diminishing, though their eyes remained fixed on Bulma's backpack. Goku, you're amazing, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she saw the black dog hesitating to attack. You actually pushed it away. Tai exhaled in relief, reaching out to pat my back. Were you scared? That was truly perilous. I shook my head, retrieving the sausage bread Bulma had packed for me, knowing well that the wild dogs were merely hungry. I tore off a few pieces and tossed them in front of the dogs. Here, have this. No need to be aggressive anymore. The moment the wild dogs caught the scent of the bread, they rushed forward, eagerly devouring it, their earlier ferocity dissipating. Even the earless black dog lowered its head to munch on the bread, occasionally glancing up at me with a much gentler gaze. Bulma watched in disbelief. So, they were just hungry. If I had known, I would have given them bread earlier and saved us all that anxiety. Thankfully, Goku reacted swiftly and kept us safe. Tai squatted down to brush the dirt off my pant legs, her eyes filled with gratitude. If they had pounced on us, we might have been injured. I chuckled inwardly. The wild dogs posed no threat to us. I had long known they were harmless, and my priority was to protect my sisters while resolving the situation in the most amicable manner. As I watched the wild dogs finish their bread and wag their tails before retreating into the woods, I took Bulma and Tai's hands. All right, the dogs have left. Let us hasten to the valley in search of the Dragon Balls. Bulma instantly perked up, clutching the radar as she dashed down the gentle slope. Yes, the Dragon Balls are waiting for us. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon us. I walked in the middle, my left hand holding Tai Si's and my right hand grasping Bulma's, listening to their chatter about the wishes they would make once they found the Dragon Balls. My heart brimming with tranquility. This was the adventure I yearned for, devoid of peril, filled only with the smiles of those beside me, and the anticipation of drawing closer to our goal. Chapter 12. Bulma's assurance at the foot of the gentle slope of Black Wind Mountain. Wild sunflowers towered above me, their golden heads swaying gently in the breeze, transforming sunlight into delicate flecks of illumination. Bulma led the way, her pink skirt occasionally brushing against the fuzzy stems of the flowers. The radar in her hand emitted increasingly urgent beeps, and the green dot in the center of the screen was nearly coalescing into one. According to the radar, the Dragon Balls lay within the cave ensconced by vines just ahead. We're almost there. We're almost there. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, glancing back, her hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes sparkling as if they harbored stars. The radar indicated that the Dragon Balls were indeed within the cave. This time, we were certain to find them. Tai Si followed closely behind, reaching out to brush off the grass seeds that clung to my backpack, while her other hand held the suitcase containing the first aid kit. Her steps steady. Don't rush. Let's first check for any animal tracks around the cave. Although we dealt with the pack of wild dogs earlier, there may be other creatures lurking in the mountains. I crouched down, feigning a serious inspection of the ground, my fingertips subtly brushing against the soil. My spiritual awareness had already scanned the vicinity of the cave. There were no beasts to be found, not even the hidden sentinels of the Red Ribbon Army. Only a few squirrels nestled among the vines. Absolutely no danger. Yet, I echoed Tai Si's words. Sister, there are no tracks here, only the paw prints of little squirrels. It's perfectly safe. Bulma had already reached the cave entrance, attempting to tug at the vines, only to be pricked by a thorn above. Letting out a yelp of pain. Ouch. Why do these vines have thorns? Tai Si immediately approached, retrieving a pair of thin leather gloves from the suitcase and offering them to her. I anticipated that the plants in the mountains might be thorny, so I prepared these for you and Goku. She then produced another pair of smaller gloves, squatting down to help me put them on, gently squeezing my wrist. Don't wander off, stay close to your sisters. I nodded obediently, yet inwardly chuckled at how thoughtful Tai Si always was. Whether it was the thorn-proof gloves or her protective stance during the wild dog incident, it mirrored the memories I held dear. As for Bulma, though occasionally reckless, she was always securely shielded by us. Just like now, after donning the gloves, she eagerly tugged at the vines, humming a popular children's song from West City. Goku, come help me, Bulma called as she struggled with the thickest vine, waving her hand at me. I rushed over, feigning effort, grasping the base of the vine with both hands and giving it a gentle tug. The vine snapped with a satisfying crack, yet the nearby rocks remained steady, and not a speck of dirt was disturbed. Wow, Goku, you're so strong, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she patted my shoulder. If it weren't for you, I would have been tugging for ages. Tai stood beside us, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe the dirt from Bulma's face. You are always so reckless. Just now, when you tugged on the vines, you nearly collided with the nearby rock. Bulma stuck out her tongue, offering no rebuttal, instead leaning closer to Tai's. With you and Goku here, I'm not afraid at all. Her voice softened compared to before. The excitement in her eyes had diminished, replaced by a sense of reassurance. When we encountered the wild dogs earlier, I feared an attack, but Goku swiftly pushed the dog away, and with my sister shielding me, I realized that with you both around, there was truly nothing to fear. A warmth enveloped my heart as I deliberately leaned in, resting my head on her arm. From now on, I'll accompany Bulma in searching for the Dragon Balls, ensuring you never feel scared again. Tai's crouched down, gently stroking the hair of both Bulma and me. Her voice tender. We are family. It is only natural that we protect one another. She then glanced toward the cave, where the light dimmed. Retrieving a mini flashlight from her suitcase, she handed it to Bulma. It might be a bit dark inside. Take this to light the way. Goku will follow behind you, and I'll bring up the rear. This division of roles aligned perfectly with my expectations. Tai's always reserved the safest position for us, quietly guarding our backs. I followed Bulma into the cave, the beam of the flashlight illuminating the moss-covered walls. The air held a faint humidity, but lacked any mustiness or the stench of beasts. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was just ahead. Bulma's voice brimmed with anticipation as she quickened her pace. I trailed behind her, secretly contemplating. Soon, as we venture deeper into the cave, we shall behold the 4-star Dragon Ball nestled within the crevices of stone. No traps, no danger. Only the joy of finding the Dragon Ball together. Tai's maintained her position at the back, occasionally reminding us to watch our step on the loose stones, her hand firmly gripping the animal repellent spray. She understood that there was no real danger here, but still opted for thorough preparation. I glanced back at her, our eyes meeting, and she smiled at me, her gaze filled with warmth. I chuckled inwardly. Dear sisters, I've known all along that this quest for the Dragon Balls would proceed smoothly, and I was aware of your constant concern for my safety. Yet, I yearned to journey alongside you, to share in this comforting warmth, for that is the adventure I seek, not the solitary strength, but the companionship of you both. Suddenly, Bulma halted, the flashlight beam illuminating a crevice where a gem radiating a red glow lay quietly nestled, reflecting our shadows upon its surface. We found it, the Dragon Ball. Bulma's exclamation echoed through the cave, and Tai's and I exchanged smiles before hastening toward her. Chapter 13. Dr. Brief's discovery as the evening descended upon West City. A soft twilight hue adorned the sky, while the Brief's laboratory glowed with warm white light. A rounded red orb lay upon the metallic workbench, reflecting the delicate patterns of light. Reminiscent of a gem encased in minute diamonds, the 4-star Dragon Ball we had unearthed from the cave of Black Wind Mountain. Bulma was leaning over the workbench, diligently observing the Dragon Balls through a magnifying glass. Her pink hair cascaded down onto the surface as she occasionally poked at the surface of the Dragon Ball, exclaiming, Daddy, look, this Dragon Ball truly has star-like patterns. The legends say it can grant wishes. Could it really be true? Dr. Brief adjusted his round-framed glasses and held a silver detector in his hand. The moment the probe touched the Dragon Ball, a flurry of dazzling data flashed across the screen. The energy fluctuations are quite unique, even more stable than the extraterrestrial minerals I've studied previously. However, regarding wishes, One must gather all 7 to discover the truth. By the way, Goku, did you encounter any dangers in the mountains? Tai mentioned you pushed away wild dogs. I was sitting nearby on a small chair, cradling a warm bottle of milk that Tai had just prepared. Upon hearing the doctor's inquiry, I quickly nodded. I came across 5 dogs, but I fed them some bread, and they left. I deliberately downplayed the incident of pushing the wild dogs away, fearing the doctor might question the source of my strength. Yet, Doctor Brief set down the detector and squatted in front of me, gently stroking my arm. Goku, your strength is increasing remarkably. Last time, you could lift the metal cabinet. Should I conduct a simple physical examination? We might discover if you are developing faster than your peers due to exceptional nutrition. A pang of anxiety struck me, knowing that Dr. Brief, as a leading scientist, was particularly attuned to abnormalities. The cellular activity of my scion body far surpassed that of a human. Any examination would surely reveal discrepancies. However, I could not refuse, for showing resistance might raise suspicion. Sure, I feigned enthusiasm, handing the milk cup to Tai, dutifully extending my arm. How will you check, Daddy? Is there going to be a needle? I'm not afraid of pain. No needles are necessary. Just a small blood sample for a cellular analysis. The doctor smiled as he produced a miniature blood sampling needle, gently pricking my fingertip and extracting 2 crimson droplets, which he placed into a transparent test tube. Tai stood nearby, quietly grasping my other hand, her fingertips radiating warmth. She must have feared the doctor might uncover something unusual and wished to offer me comfort. The test tube was inserted into a nearby analyzer, and the machine hummed to life, quickly displaying magnified images of my cells on the screen. Initially, the doctor nodded with a smile, but as he continued to observe, his brow furrowed, and his action of adjusting his glasses ceased. How peculiar! Goku's cellular activity is extraordinarily high, 3 times that of professional athletes. Moreover, the energy reserves within the cells appear abnormal, resembling those of some undiscovered extraterrestrial organism. Bulma leaned in for a closer look, but could not comprehend the oscillating curves. Daddy, what are you saying? Goku is just an ordinary child, albeit a bit stronger. How could he be an extraterrestrial being? I quickly chimed in, mimicking Bulma's bewildered expression, tilting my head in feigned confusion. Daddy, what exactly are cells? Can they be eaten? I pretended to be utterly perplexed, reaching out to touch the test tube, feigning curiosity about the apparatus. Tai seized the moment to smooth over the situation, adding, Daddy, Goku is only 5 years old. Perhaps he is simply developing faster than other children. He eats a lot and enjoys running and jumping. So high cellular activity is quite normal, isn't it? Previously, I had researched that some children experience a temporary increase in cellular activity during their growth phase. The doctor, after scrutinizing the screen for an extended period, turned to observe my naive demeanor. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed, yet he remained encumbered by lingering doubts. Perhaps, he conceded, but such activity is indeed rare. We shall conduct another examination after some time to ascertain whether it returns to normal. He reached out, gently tousling my hair, his tone imbued with the meticulousness of a scientist. Wukong, if you ever feel unwell, you must inform your father, understood? I understand, I replied, nodding vigorously, inwardly relieved that Tai Si's assistance had helped to mask my identity, cleverly using a child's ignorance of cellular matters to evade exposure as a scion. Had the doctor discovered my extraterrestrial lineage, he might have subjected me to more rigorous scrutiny, which would have posed significant complications. Bulma had long since dismissed the cellular testing from her thoughts and excitedly brandished the Dragon Ball, shaking it with glee. Daddy, next time we must venture into the desert to search for the 2-star Dragon Ball. Wukong claims he knows the route and that we shall not encounter any villains. Additionally, we can marvel at the stars in the desert. Searching for Dragon Balls is permissible, but safety must remain our priority. The doctor accepted the Dragon Ball, carefully placing it into a specially designed glass case. I shall craft a protective sleeve for the Dragon Ball to prevent it from shattering. And I will also equip your backpacks with a locator. Should danger arise, your father can promptly dispatch a bodyguard. Tai Si nodded with a smile. Thank you, Daddy. We will exercise caution. She glanced at me, her eyes reflecting a shared understanding. She undoubtedly recognized that I had feigned ignorance to conceal my secret. Clutching the milk cup that Tai Si had handed me, I sipped delicately while observing the doctor as he fashioned a protective cover for the Dragon Ball. With Bulma chattering away beside him, my heart brimming with tranquility, I chuckled inwardly, grateful for my foresight in pretending to misunderstand the cellular anomaly. which had spared me from the doctor's scrutiny. Moving forward, I must be even more vigilant in safeguarding my identities as a time traveler and a scion, preserving the warmth and liveliness of the Brief's household. As the evening glow outside gradually dimmed, the laboratory's lights cast a particularly cozy ambience within the room. I knew this was merely the inception of our Dragon Ball adventure, and that myriad challenges lay ahead. Yet, as long as my family remained by my side, and I could keep my secrets safe, I was confident that I would navigate these trials with success. Chapter 14. Tai Si's training proposal. The morning sun shone softer than usual, and the grass in the Brief's backyard still glistened with dew, cool beneath my feet. After completing 2 laps alongside Tai Si, I leaned on my knees, panting, deliberately reddening my face. In truth, this level of exertion was trivial for a scion's physique. But I needed to feign the fatigue of a child post-exercise. Otherwise, I would be subjected to inquiries about my source of strength. Take your time to breathe. Do not rush, Tai Si advised, offering me a light blue towel. She knelt to wipe the sweat from my brow. Clad in a comfortable athletic outfit and sporting a tidy ponytail that made her appear particularly spirited. Did you forget to regulate your breathing while we were running? Remember to inhale every 2 steps and exhale every 2 steps next time. That way, it won't be so exhausting. I grasped the towel and carelessly wiped my face, my gaze inadvertently drifting towards the white booklet she held, its cover inscribed with fundamental training plan. Earlier, while running, I had caught sight of a few lines detailing jogging, stretching, light strength exercises, and even entries on reaction training. It was evident that Tai Si had consulted a wealth of information to devise this plan. She had long since recognized my considerable strength, yet acknowledged my lack of systematic exercise. Her intention was to help me establish a solid foundation, albeit with a concern that I might resist. Thus, she cleverly chose to frame it as playtime. Sister, what else are we going to practice? I playfully tugged at her sleeve, my voice laced with a hint of coaxing. Running is so exhausting. Can we do something else? Tai Si chuckled at my antics and gently tapped my forehead. I knew you would find it tiring. How about we play a game of catching small balls? It allows us to rest while also honing your reflexes. As she spoke, she retrieved a transparent box from her pocket, containing a dozen colorful rubber balls. I will toss the ball, and you must catch it before it touches the ground. For each successful catch, you shall be rewarded with a piece of strawberry candy. Yes, yes, I exclaimed with renewed vigor, my eyes fixated on the small box. Reaction training is crucial for mastering breath control later on, and Tai Si's method was perfectly concealed, allowing me to enhance my abilities naturally. This exemplified Tai Si's thoughtfulness. She always assisted me in the gentlest manner without ever stating her intentions outright. At that moment, Bulma dashed over, cradling a silver device, her pink hair tousled by the wind. The device was connected to a colorful strap. Sister Tai Si, Goku, what are you two playing? She exclaimed. I've created a step counter that can tally the number of steps you've taken and even measure your heart rate. She secured the device around my wrist, the strap fitting perfectly, and the screen immediately displayed my heart rate, 92 beats per minute. Your heart rate was a bit elevated during your run. Would you like to have a bottle of juice first? No, I can catch the balls. I shook my wrist to emphasize the counter, my focus firmly on the rubber balls in Tai Si's hand. With a smile, Tai Si nodded, raising her hand to toss a red ball. The speed was moderate and the angle gentle. She deliberately slowed the pace, wary of my potential disappointment in case I missed. I reached out effortlessly to catch it, feigning great effort as my fingertips brushed the rubber ball, shaking my arm triumphantly. Caught it. Sister, quickly give me my candy. Tai Si retrieved a piece of strawberry candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in my mouth before tossing out 2 more balls. This time with a bit more speed and in opposite directions. I skillfully caught them both, the sweetness of the candy contrasting with my inner amusement. Tai Si was subtly increasing the difficulty, testing my limits while ensuring not to overwhelm me, incrementally quickening the pace. Bulma squatted nearby, clutching the counter, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Goku, you're incredible. You caught both balls. My counter even registered a jump, indicating that your reaction speed is significantly faster than that of an ordinary child. That's because Goku is very clever, Tai Si remarked as she tossed out 3 more balls. This time with even more challenging angles. One launched skyward, while the other 2 ricocheted to either side. I rose on my toes to catch the ball soaring from the heavens, then bent down to intercept it from either side, my movements flowing seamlessly as though I had long anticipated the ball's trajectory. In truth, I was indeed aware of the signals concealed in Tai Si's gestures and the angle of her arm prior to the throw. Coupled with my instinctive foresight, it was utterly improbable for me to miss. How remarkable! Bulma exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly as she presented the counter before me. Look, your reaction time is nearly on par with the robots in my father's laboratory. Tai Si paused her throwing motion, gently ruffling my hair, her eyes brimming with pride. Goku, your progress is astonishing. Let us play this game every morning from now on, shall we? It's a splendid way to exercise without feeling fatigued. Absolutely. I nodded vigorously, fully aware that this was not merely a game, but a foundational training regimen meticulously crafted by Tai Si. She understood the significance of fundamental exercises for my future growth, yet refrained from stating it outright, instead cloaking it in the guise of play to alleviate any pressure I might feel. Such silent guardianship warmed my heart far more than any formal training plan could. As the sun ascended higher, the dew evaporated, leaving behind the faint, sweet scent of freshly mown grass. I sat on the lawn, savoring the strawberry candy that Tai Si had rewarded me with. While listening to Bulma describe her newly invented mini cooling spray, Tai Si was nearby, organizing the small training balls for us, occasionally interjecting with reminders not to sunbathe for too long. Gazing at their joyful faces, I silently pondered. Thank you, Sister Tai Si, for the training regimen you've devised for me. I know you wish to make me stronger so that I can protect myself, and you as well. Rest assured, I will diligently cooperate and build a solid foundation. In the future, whether I encounter the Red Ribbon Army or face even more formidable foes, I shall steadfastly shield you both from harm. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the aroma of freshly baked bread from a distant bakery. The new day had only just begun, and our quest for the Dragon Balls awaited us, along with countless moments of warmth yet to unfold. Chapter 15. Radar localization of the Dragon Balls. In the deep mountains, the milk for breakfast still steamed warmly as Bulma clutched the Dragon Ball radar, eagerly positioning it beside the dining table, her pink nails tapping incessantly on the screen. Following last night's calibration, the radar not only pinpointed the Dragon Balls with precision, but also charted the optimal route. A pale blue line extended from West City to the Qingwu Mountain. 100 kilometers away, its endpoint marked by a glowing red star symbolizing the 4-star Dragon Ball, conspicuously bright. My father mentioned that the roads to Qingwu Mountain can be quite treacherous, but the radar has indicated a shortcut that will get us there in just 3 hours. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Moreover, this route avoids the Red Ribbon Army's operational zones, so we won't encounter any villains. Tai Si, who had been packing sandwiches into my backpack, glanced up at the radar route, her brow furrowing slightly. Shortcuts are often fraught with danger. Qingwu Mountain has experienced recent rainfall, and the paths may be slippery. I will need to add some anti-slip mats and ropes. As she spoke, she rose and headed towards the storage room, her footsteps steady. Goku, you accompanied Uncle Bodyguard to that region last time. Do you recall the terrain? Were there any particularly challenging areas? As I bit into my sandwich, a vivid memory of the original text about the perilous shortcut through the misty mountains surfaced in my mind. Indeed, there was a troubling section along the narrow path at the mountainside, where the rocks above, loosened by the rain, posed a risk of falling stones. In the original tale, Bulma had been oblivious to this danger and nearly fell victim to the debris, only to be saved by Yamcha's timely intervention. This time, I must proactively avert such peril. I recalled the warning. Swallowing my food, I feigned deep concentration as I remembered the last time my bodyguard uncle had led me through, cautioning that a particularly narrow passage was prone to rockfalls and advised me to keep my distance. I gestured to illustrate the narrow path, speaking earnestly about the section marked on the radar, where surely there would be falling stones. Bulma's exuberance faltered as she glanced at the radar screen, which indeed indicated a small warning for that perilous stretch. However, she had been too preoccupied with locating the Dragon Balls to notice it earlier. Will there really be falling stones? She inquired, prodding the alert with uncertainty, for the radar merely indicated a narrow route without specifying the risk of falling rocks. My bodyguard uncle would never deceive me. I leaned in, pointing at the contour lines adjacent to the narrow passage on the radar. Look at how dense these lines are. It signifies a steep incline. After the rain, the stones will loosen, and a gust of wind could send them tumbling down. This geographical knowledge was something I had intentionally gleaned from Tai's Interstellar Compendium. A perfect excuse that would neither betray my identity as a traveler nor diminish the credibility of my warning. Tais returned with anti-slip mats and ropes just in time to overhear our conversation. She placed her items on the sofa and examined the radar closely. Goku is correct. In areas where contour lines are densely packed, the slope is steep, and combined with the saturation from rain, the risk of rock falls is significantly heightened. We must prepare measures in advance. I will fetch helmets and a mini alert device that can detect vibrations from loosening rocks and provide a 10-second warning. And we should bring a small shovel. I added. If stones obstruct our path, we can clear the smaller debris, and for the larger ones, we can navigate around them. I was already aware that the falling stones would likely be no larger than fists, and with timely alerts, we could easily avoid them. The shovel was merely a means to ensure thorough preparation, lending a touch of childishness to my caution. Observing Tais and me prepare earnestly, Bulma set aside her earlier recklessness and stowed the radar in a waterproof bag. Then I will charge the mini stun gun if we encounter unavoidable stones. Perhaps I can deflect the smaller ones with it. She dashed back to the lab, her pink skirt fluttering swiftly, and soon returned with the fully charged stun gun and 2 spare batteries. Before we set off, Tais helped both Bulma and me don light blue safety helmets adorned with Bulma's cute strawberry stickers, combining both charm and practicality. She herself carried a backpack filled with the alert device, ropes, and shovel, while holding my hand. Stay close to Bulma and me along the way. And don't wander off, especially when we reach the narrow passage. Pay close attention to the alerts from the warning device. Understood. I nodded vigorously, clutching the small whistle Tais had given me, which she said would signal her immediate return in case of danger. Bulma took the lead, holding the radar aloft, frequently glancing back to urge us onward. Hurry up, as the sun slowly ascends to its zenith. The path of Qingwu Mountain reveals itself to be steeper than that of Haifeng Mountain. The trees lining the roadside grow particularly dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through their leaves, casting fragmented patches of light upon the ground. The air is imbued with the fresh scent of damp earth, occasionally punctuated by the distant calls of birds, making the journey far from monotonous. Taisi walks at the center, attentively observing the markers along the path, while occasionally glancing at the warning device on her wrist. The green ripples on the screen remain steady, indicating no immediate threats. As we approach the narrow passage, Bulma suddenly halts, pointing to the steep cliffs that flank the path ahead, which barely accommodates 2 people walking side by side. The ground is still marred with wet mud, creating a rather perilous situation. Taisi promptly presses the detection button on the warning device, which emits a soft beep. The ripples on the screen abruptly shift to a pale yellow hue. The device has detected slight vibrations, confirming that the rocks are indeed unstable, validating Wukong's concerns about the risk of falling stones. She secures one end of the rope to a sturdy tree at the roadside, handing the other end to Bulma and me. We grasp the rope tightly, treading lightly to avoid disturbing the ground. At the slightest alert from the device, we are to crouch against the cliff. Gripping the rope, I silently sigh in relief for having forewarned them. With the warning device and the rope, even in the event of rockfall, we should be able to evade danger safely. Bulma, too, has set aside her earlier excitement, cautiously holding onto the rope and taking light steps, frequently checking the screen of the warning device. Taisi leads the way, her gaze keenly fixed on the cliff overhead, while I follow closely behind, with Bulma bringing up the rear. Just as we step a few paces into the narrow passage, the warning device suddenly blares a series of sharp beeps, the screen instantly turning red. Falling rocks. Quickly crouch down. Taisi immediately pulls me towards the cliff, and Bulma reacts swiftly, joining us in crouching down and shielding her helmet with her hands. Mere seconds later, several fist-sized stones cascade from above, landing precisely where we had just stood before rolling a few paces into the ravine beside the path. Had we not received the early warning, those stones might have struck our helmets. Though we would not have been injured, the scare would have been considerable. That was close, Bulma exclaims, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Thankfully, Wukong had warned us of the falling rocks. Otherwise, we surely would have been struck. Taisi also exhales in relief, affectionately ruffling my hair. Wukong truly is our little lucky star. If you hadn't recalled Uncle Bodyguard's advice, we might have encountered serious trouble today. I look up at them, shaking the rope in my hand with a smile. As long as we stick together, there will be no danger. Let us move forward. The Dragon Balls are waiting for us ahead. Sunlight spills through the narrow crevice, warming us as I hold Taisi's hand, following Bulma deeper into the mountain path. My heart brims with reassurance. As long as we are prepared and together, No treacherous road can thwart us, and no daunting challenge can overcome our unity. Chapter 16. Peril on the Mountain Path. Unarmed, I lift the falling rocks to protect my sisters. Just as we emerge from the narrow section of the passage, the path of Qingwu Mountain becomes even steeper. The pavement was cloaked in a delicate layer of decaying leaves, rendered slick by the morning dew, compelling each step to be taken with utmost caution. Bulma, wielding the Dragon Ball radar, led the way, her pink sneakers occasionally slipping, yet she did not slow her pace. The signals on the screen intensified, the red dots nearly filling a substantial portion of the display, indicating that the target was evidently within proximity. Tai Si walked in the middle, one hand clasping mine and the other gripping a non-slip staff. Her gaze steadfastly fixed on the rocky wall above. The recent rockfall had been merely small pebbles, but the rocks ahead appeared more precarious. Everyone lightened their steps, careful not to disturb the stones above. Her voice was steady yet laced with a barely perceptible vigilance. The staff gently tapped the ground, testing the surface's firmness. As I grasped Tai Si's hand, my spiritual senses had already unfurled, even before exiting the narrow passage. I had detected an anomaly 30 meters up on the right wall. Several boulders, the size of millstones, were embedded in the soil, which had loosened due to consecutive days of rain. A mere tremor would send them cascading down the slope. More troubling was the fact that these stones were directly above our path. Should they fall, Bulma would be the first to bear the brunt of their descent. Sister, let us veer a bit to the left. I suddenly tugged at Tai Si's hand, deliberately indicating the relatively gentle terrain on the left, while the stones on the right appeared ominously poised to tumble. Bulma glanced back at the direction I pointed, then down at the radar. But the optimal route on the radar is to the right. The left would take us a considerable detour, wasting time in our search for the Dragon Balls. Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept through, and the rocky wall above emitted a rustling sound. Several small stones began rolling down, striking the ground with soft thuds. Be careful. Tai Si instinctively pulled me back while reaching for Bulma ahead. But it was too late. A fissure suddenly appeared in the rocky wall above, and 3 boulders, laden with mud, plummeted toward Bulma with a resounding crash. Bulma's face paled in fright, her radar nearly slipping from her grasp, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground, entirely forgetting to evade. My heart raced, and without a moment to ponder, I broke free from Tai Si's hold and dashed forward. There was no time to conceal my strength. I had to push the stones aside before they struck Bulma. Yet I needed to temper my force to avoid revealing the true might of a scion. Bulma, get down, I shouted. And as the falling rocks were merely 2 meters away from her, I leapt, bracing myself against the foremost boulder with all my might. As my palms met the cold, rough stone, a surge of precisely measured strength coursed through my arms, enough to displace it without shattering it or redirecting it elsewhere, merely shifting it half a meter aside, just clear of Bulma's position. The subsequent 2 boulders tumbled down as well. I had no time to stabilize myself, and could only pivot to brace the second stone with my shoulder, then used my foot to kick the third into the ravine beside the path. My movements flowed seamlessly, akin to having rehearsed them countless times. In truth, I had mentally simulated my response the moment I sensed the danger. Wukong. Tai Si and Bulma's exclamations echoed in unison. Tai Si hurried over, pulling me close and examining my arms and shoulders. Are you hurt? Did the stones strike you anywhere? Her hands trembled slightly, her fingertips grazing the palm I had just pressed against the stone, her eyes brimming with concern. Bulma, regaining her composure, rushed over to tightly embrace my arm, her voice still tinged with sobs. You scared me to death just now. If you hadn't pushed the stone away, I would have definitely been crushed. Goku, are you all right? Does your hand hurt? I moved my arm a bit, feigning a touch of weariness as I rubbed my shoulder. I'm fine, really. I just exerted a bit of effort while pushing the stone, and my arm is merely sore. I raised my palm for them to see, having controlled my strength. It was only dusted with a bit of soil, devoid of even a red mark. See, it doesn't hurt at all. Tais remained unconvinced, retrieving a wet wipe from her backpack to meticulously clean my palm, then gently pinching my arm. Does it truly not hurt? If anything feels off, you must tell us. You cannot endure it silently. Her gaze lingered on the shoulder that had braced against the stone, glancing at the hefty boulders that had rolled to the roadside. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Those stones weighed at least 200 kilograms, and even an adult male might struggle to move them. Yet here I was, a mere 5-year-old, having managed to upturn them, a feat that defied reason. However, she refrained from probing further, simply tightening her embrace. You must not take such risks again. When danger arises, you should seek shelter first, rather than rushing headlong into peril. We are a family. We must devise solutions together and not allow you to bear the burden alone. Bulma nodded in agreement, thrusting the radar into my hands. From now on, I will walk behind you. You and Sister Ties can lead the way. I will keep an eye on the path behind us, and I will no longer act recklessly. Her pink hair brushed against my cheek, warm with an undertone of guilt, as she lamented my preoccupation with searching for the Dragon Balls while neglecting the stones above. I smiled and returned the radar to her, taking her and Ty's hands. It's all right. We're all safe now, and the stones have moved aside. Let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls. The sun ascended higher, dispersing the mist that lingered on the mountain path. I walked in the middle, with Ty's hand in my left and Bulma's in my right. Listening to their discussions about the upcoming segments of the trail, my heart filled with tranquility. Though the recent danger had come suddenly, I was grateful for my prior awareness, which had protected them. No matter what risks we encounter in the future, I will stand before them as I did now, shielding them from any threat. The gentle sound of a stream began to resonate from the woods ahead, and the beeping of the Dragon Ball radar quickened. We exchanged smiles and quickened our pace towards the depths of the mountain path. The Dragon Ball that awaited us was now within reach. Chapter 17, Bulma's Embrace. The breeze by the stream carried a hint of moisture, cooling against my face. As we rounded the final thicket, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar suddenly emitted a rapid series of beeps, the red dot on the screen nearly leaping out of its frame. Following the radar's guidance, we spotted a glowing 4-star Dragon Ball nestled within the crevice of a bluish-gray rock by the stream, sunlight casting down to reveal even the finest details within its patterns. We found it. It's the Dragon Ball. Bulma nearly leapt forward, her pink skirt sweeping through the wild grass by the stream, splashing a few crystalline droplets of water. She squatted before the rock, cautiously extending her hand. The moment her fingertips grazed the Dragon Ball, she couldn't help but turn back to me and Tai Si, her voice laced with an unsteady tremor. It truly is a Dragon Ball. It's even brighter than the one from Blackwind Mountain. Tai Si took my hand, guiding me slowly forward, our steps gentle, lest we disturb this sudden joy. As we neared the creek, Bulma abruptly pivoted, embracing my arm tightly, her cheeks still flushed from the earlier fright. Goku, if it weren't for you just now, I certainly would have been struck by falling rocks. Thank you. Her grip was firm. A mix of lingering fear and excitement over the discovery of the Dragon Ball, her voice softened. I felt a bit bashful under her embrace and scratched my head. No need to thank me. We are family. Yet, my eyes couldn't resist glancing at the Dragon Ball in her hand, which shimmered softly under the sunlight. Even more vivid than I remembered, likely because, in this life, it had yet to be tainted by the hands of the Red Ribbon Army. Don't be too quick to rejoice. Tai Si's voice chimed in from the side as she held out a light blue water bottle, twisting the cap open and offering it to me. You exerted quite a bit of effort pushing the stones. Drink some water first to quench your thirst. Her fingertips brushed against my wrist, her gaze revealing an unmistakable concern. Is your arm still sore? I brought some soothing ointment. Just a little application will ease the pain. I accepted the water bottle, tilting my head back to take a generous swig of the warm liquid, imbued with a hint of lemon. Specially prepared by Tai Si that morning, knowing I disliked cold water. The warmth flowed down my throat, and the tension in my arm from earlier seemed to dissipate. Not sore at all. I returned the bottle to Tai Si, grinning as I waved my arm. See, I can still lift it. Tai Si chuckled at my antics, gently brushing off the grass clippings from my hair before retrieving the ointment from her backpack. Even if it doesn't hurt, you should still apply some, otherwise it will ache come morning. She knelt down, carefully squeezing the ointment into my palm, her fingers cool against my skin as she delicately massaged it in, her touch tender as if handling a precious treasure. Bulma had already extracted the Dragon Ball from the crevice, meticulously polishing it with a clean cloth while humming a nursery rhyme from West City. The sunlight filtered through the willow leaves by the creek, casting a gentle glow on her, her pink hair shimmering softly, making her appear especially endearing. Once Tai Si finished applying the ointment, she stood and glanced at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand before looking back at me, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Now we possess 2 Dragon Balls. The next one, the 3-star Dragon Ball, is located in the desert, so we must prepare sunscreen in advance. I'll handle it, Bulma exclaimed, raising her hand eagerly, her eyes sparkling. I can create a mini sunscreen spray and a portable cooler for drinks and fruits. it will surely be sweltering in the desert. Watching the two of them animatedly discuss their plans, warmth blossomed quietly within me. The breeze danced through the willows by the creek, the leaves rustling softly, and the water trickled serenely, carrying the coolness of the mountains. In this moment, there were no dangers from falling rocks, no threats from the Red Ribbon Army. Only the smiles of those around me and the 2 dragon balls resting quietly in Bulma's palm. Yet, deep down, I knew this tranquility was but a fleeting respite. The crimson satin ribbon has long set its sights on the dragon radar, the sandstorms of the desert, the mechanisms within pirate treasure caves, the avalanches of snow-capped mountains. And a plethora of dangers and challenges await us. I quietly clenched my fist, silently promising, Bulma, Sister Ties, this is merely the beginning. No matter what we encounter in the future, I will stand before you as I do today, protecting you. As we gather all 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes together. Goku, what are you thinking? Ties noticed my daze and gently patted my shoulder, asking if I was tired. We could take a moment to rest by the stream before continuing. Not at all. I quickly regained my composure, laughing as I ran to Bulma's side, reaching out to touch the Dragon Ball in her hand. I was pondering what wish we should make once we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma blinked, tilting her head in thought. I wish for an endlessly delicious strawberry cake. What about you, Sister Ties? Ties approached, affectionately patting the heads of Bulma and me, softly stating, my wish is for our family to always be safe and sound, never encountering danger again. My heart warmed, and I nodded vigorously. Then my wish is the same as my sister's. We will always be together, safe and sound. The sunlight by the stream was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed us. The 3 of us sat beneath a willow tree, cradling the Dragon Balls, discussing our future adventures, filled with anticipation for what lies ahead. No matter how arduous the journey may be, as long as we are together, we fear nothing. Chapter 18. The first Dragon Ball acquired the willow tree by the stream drooped its soft branches, swaying across the water's surface, creating rippling circles. Bulma sat cross-legged on a flat rock, cradling the 4-star Dragon Ball she had just retrieved from a crevice, her fingertips tracing the starry patterns on its surface. Her eyes sparkling like fallen starlight. Look how exquisite this pattern is. It's far more beautiful than the alien gems in my father's lap. I'll make a silver chain for it when I return. Wearing it will undoubtedly be so cool. Ties pulled a folded picnic cloth from her backpack and laid it on the grass. One by one, she retrieved her insulated containers filled with salmon rice balls she had prepared that morning, freshly cut fruits, and a steaming portion of white rice, specially prepared for me. The moment she opened the rice container, I could not resist leaning closer, the fragrant aroma of rice wafting through the air, and my stomach immediately grumbled. Don't rush. Wash your hands first. Ties chuckled, handing me a wet wipe and placing a pair of small chopsticks in my hands, reminding me to clean up since my hands were dusty from touching the stones. I obediently took the wet wipe, quickly cleaning my hands, but my eyes remained fixated on the box of white rice. Bulma noticed my eagerness and couldn't help but laugh, breaking off a small piece from her rice ball and offering it to me. Have a bite of rice ball first. Sister Ties' rice should be savored slowly. No one is competing with you for it. I opened my mouth to bite into the rice ball, the savory taste of salmon mingling with the sweetness of the rice bursting in my mouth, making me squint with delight. Seeing me enjoy my meal, Ties pushed the rice box closer to me. Take your time. There's plenty left, and if it's not enough, there are more supplies in the backpack. She also handed Bulma a rice ball. You should eat some as well. We've been running for a while, and I'm sure you're hungry. Bulma received the rice ball, but did not consume it immediately. Instead, she placed the Dragon Ball carefully in the center of the cloth, adjusting its angle delicately to allow the sunlight to illuminate the orb. Goku, do you really think this Dragon Ball can grant wishes? If it can. Aside from having an endless supply of strawberry cake, I would also wish for my inventions to succeed on the first try, without the need for constant repairs. I mumbled through my mouth full of rice. Of course it can. Once we gather all 7, we can make a wish. Before I had even swallowed, my hand reached out to grab the soft-boiled egg that Tai Si had specially prepared for me. The runny yolk wrapped around the rice, which was my favorite way to enjoy it. Tai Si, with a hint of exasperation, helped me place the egg into my bowl, saying, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Observing my ravenous demeanor and glancing at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hands, she softly remarked, regardless of whether the wish can be fulfilled, the journey of searching for the Dragon Balls with you all has already brought me immense joy. Although we faced falling rocks earlier, Goku protected us, and we ultimately found the Dragon Ball, which is quite wonderful. Indeed, Bulma set down the Dragon Ball and finally took a bite of the rice ball, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. In the past, when I worked alone in the lab on my inventions, I often found it rather dull. Now, with Goku and Sister Tai Si by my side, even searching for the Dragon Balls feels far more enjoyable. Next time we venture into the desert for the 3-star Dragon Ball, we can camp out and gaze at the stars. We must bring plenty of rice for the camping. I chimed in eagerly, my chopsticks still busy shoveling rice into my bowl. In the blink of an eye, I had devoured half a box of rice, and I added, "We should also bring soy sauce. It makes the rice incredibly delicious." Tai Si chuckled at my antics and affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "Knowing how much you love rice, I will prepare extra for our next camping trip and bring some of your favorite seaweed flakes. How does that sound?" "Great." I nodded vigorously, nearly spitting out the grains in my mouth. Seeing this, Bulma quickly handed me the water bottle. "Drink slowly. If you keep eating like this, you won't be able to walk later, and Sister Tai Si and I will have to carry you back." I took the water bottle, tilted my head back, and took a large gulp before looking down at the remaining half-box of rice, my heart brimming with contentment. This was my ideal scenario: the gentle care from Tai Si, the lively companionship of Bulma, and the endless supply of white rice, all far warmer than the solitary adventures depicted in the original tale. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the breeze by the stream carried a hint of chill. Tai Si tidied up the cloth and thermos, while Bulma cautiously placed the Dragon Ball into a specially designed protective case, hanging it around her neck. I rubbed my round belly, trailing behind them as we slowly made our way toward the mountain path's exit. "When shall we next venture into the desert?" I grasped Tai Si's hand, my voice brimming with anticipation. Bulma turned back with a smile. "Once I prepare the sunscreen spray and portable refrigerator, we shall set off. By then, you can have your fill of rice and enjoy the stars in the desert." I nodded, secretly pondering, no matter what dangers we might encounter next time, as long as I could be with them and savor Tai Si's rice, I would fear nothing. This is what the adventure of seeking the Dragon Balls should be: not a solitary battle, but a warm and lively journey with family, sharing every step together. Chapter 19. Camping under the night sky. The setting sun bathed the exit of Qingwu Mountain in a warm orange hue. By the time we arrived at the bus station at the foot of the mountain, burdened with our luggage, the last hovering bus had long since departed. The electronic screen at the bus stop flickered with the notice for the final bus at 1800 hours, yet the clock now pointed to 1830. "Oh no!" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the screen as she stamped her foot in frustration. Her pink hair swayed with her agitation. Had she known to search for the Dragon Balls more leisurely, we wouldn't be stranded without transportation now. She glanced down at the protective case for the Dragon Balls nestled in her arms, and then up at the darkening sky, her voice laced with regret. "There isn't even an inn nearby. Are we to spend the night in the wilderness?" "Fear not," Tai Si replied calmly, rummaging through her backpack to produce a compact camping tent, the instruction manual waving in her hand. I anticipated that we might miss the last bus, so I brought camping gear. Ahead lay a flat patch of grass, perfect for pitching a tent. "We shall camp here tonight and catch the first bus back to Shidu in the morning." I leaned closer, my eyes gleaming as I beheld the blue tent in Tai Si's possession. "Can we see the stars while camping?" Tai Si said the stars in the mountains are much brighter than those in Shidu. "Absolutely." Tai Si chuckled at my enthusiasm, reaching out to ruffle my hair. "Once we set up the tent, we can also light a small campfire and roast marshmallows." Bulma's irritation dissipated significantly as she leaned in, snatching the tent instructions. "I'll set up the tent. I studied the assembly diagram in the lab and will surely do it faster than you." She squatted on the grass, spilling the tent components, and began aligning the framework according to the instructions. However, as she connected 2 poles, they fell apart with a clatter due to misalignment of the clips. Tai Si and I exchanged amused glances. Tai Si approached her, patiently adjusting the angles of the poles. "First, align the clips, then gently press down. Otherwise, it will easily come apart." I joined her, passing ropes and stakes, quietly warmed by the sight of Tai Si's gentle guidance and Bulma's earnest attempts. This was the camping experience I had longed for, free from the frenetic rush, immersed in the tranquility of deliberate actions. By the time the tent was fully erected, night had enveloped us. Tai Si had kindled a small campfire, its flames dancing warmly, illuminating our surroundings. She retrieved marshmallows and bamboo skewers from her backpack, handing them to Bulma and me. "Roast them slowly. Don't burn them, or they'll taste bitter." With a skewer in hand, I placed the marshmallow near the flames, gently rotating it as it softened and turned golden. Just as I was about to take a bite, Bulma interrupted. Wait, you must first drizzle some chocolate sauce for it to be delicious. She produced a small jar of chocolate sauce from her portable cooler and carefully drizzled it over my marshmallow. Now it's sweet enough. I took a hearty bite. The marshmallow's softness mingling with the chocolate's sweetness, melting in my mouth, causing my eyes to squint with delight. Bulma, observing my reaction, couldn't help but laugh. She picked up a marshmallow of her own, mimicking my actions, but in her haste, she burned hers a tad too much. Frowning, she took a bite, discreetly tearing off the charred part and offering it to me. Why are you giving me the burnt piece? I feigned displeasure but still opened my mouth to accept it. Surprisingly, even the charred portion was quite palatable. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her face away to gaze at the campfire. Thank you for passing me the pegs earlier. Consider it my gratitude. Tai Si, seated nearby, observed our playful banter while jotting down notes in a small notebook. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, my peripheral vision caught glimpses of her sketches depicting the campfire, the tent, and 3 diminutive figures, alongside the words first camping trip. Goku appeared elated, and Bulma seemed to share in his joy. The night breeze swept by, carrying the crispness of the mountains. Bulma yawned, leaning against the tent's edge, her gaze growing drowsy. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. The mountain air seems rather cool. I immediately shifted beside her, patting my shoulder. Sister Bulma, lean on me. It's warm here, and I can shield you from the wind. Bulma paused for a moment, then smiled and gently nestled closer. Her hair carried a subtle scent of strawberry shampoo, resting lightly on my shoulder, akin to a soft cloud. Goku's shoulder, though small, felt remarkably steady. In a hushed tone, laced with fatigue, she murmured, when we were searching for the Dragon Balls, I feared being struck by falling rocks. Thankfully, you're here. I want to search for the Dragon Balls with you in the future. A warmth enveloped my heart, and I straightened my posture surreptitiously, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Of course, no matter where we go, I will accompany you. At that moment, Tai Si stood, shedding her outer coat and gently draping it over Bulma. You both should rest in the tent. I will keep watch. Clutching the beast repellent spray, her vigilant gaze swept across the surrounding woods, aware that small creatures might roam the mountains at night. If anything arises, I will call for you. Come sleep with us. I tugged at her sleeve. We can gaze at the stars together. You don't have to watch alone. Tai Si chuckled softly, shaking her head as she reached out to ruffle my hair. I'm not tired. You two rest first. We need to rise early for the journey. Should anything occur, I will alert you. Her expression was tender, yet resolute, leaving no room for argument. I understood she took on the responsibility of keeping vigil, concerned for our rest, just as she always shielded us in times of danger. Bulma and I entered the tent, which was furnished with a soft moisture-proof mat, infused with the mosquito repellent that Tai Si had sprayed earlier. Free from the nuisance of insect bites, Bulma leaned against my shoulder, quickly succumbing to slumber, her breaths gentle and reminiscent of a kitten. I parted the tent's slight opening. Observing Tai Si by the campfire, her silhouette elongated by the flames, grasping the beast repellent spray, occasionally glancing towards the tent, her eyes brimming with protective warmth. I understood that Tai Si was expressing her concern for us in her own way, and Bulma relied on this companionship. My role was to remain by their side, ensuring Bulma felt secure and allowing Tai Si to keep watch without undue worry. Silently lowering the tent flap, I leaned against Bulma, gazing at the stars beyond the tent's top. The stars sparkled more vividly than those in West City, each resembling a shard of diamond scattered upon a dark canvas. In my heart, I whispered, Sister Tai Si, Sister Bulma, thank you for accompanying me on this camping trip. No matter how many nights lie ahead, I shall guard you both, ensuring you endure no grievances. The flickering glow of the campfire penetrated the tent, casting warm spots of light. On this night, there was no danger, only the steady rhythm of breaths and the crackling of flames, along with the tender sentiments nestled in the hearts of those present. Chapter 20. The appearance of the red ribbon. Morning dew still clung to the tent as Ties prepared a small fire. Steam rose from the pot of rice porridge, the delicate aroma wafting around the campsite. Bulma sat on the moisture-proof mat clutching a Dragon Ball, her fingers repeatedly caressing the zipper of its protective case, while her gaze occasionally darted toward the distant woods. Last night, Ties had mentioned that the red ribbon might dispatch someone to follow us. Though she had not voiced her concerns, they lingered quietly in her mind. I absent-mindedly stirred the porridge in my bowl. my peripheral vision fixated on the entrance of the woods. According to the original narrative, the Red Ribbon spies had likely trailed us since we departed from Qingwu Mountain. Dressed in gray coats adorned with the discreet emblem of a red ribbon, wielding miniature trackers aimed at those carrying the dragon radar. By intentionally assigning ties to the night watch, I sought to ensure she remained vigilant to any movements around us. Now, those spies should be concealed within the woods. Observing our actions. Goku, why aren't you eating? Ties noticed my distraction and scooped a spoonful of porridge for me. Is the porridge too hot? Just let it cool for a moment. I shook my head, setting down the spoon, and deliberately gestured toward the woods, lowering my voice slightly. Sister, it seems someone is watching us. I feigned a serious demeanor, lightly tapping my finger toward the depths of the forest where a leaf had just stirred. Not by the wind. Bulma immediately tensed, gripping the Dragon Ball case tighter. Is someone there? Is it the Red Ribbon? She stood up, ready to head toward the woods. But Tai swiftly pulled her back. Don't act impulsively. Tai's tone was steady, though her eyes had sharpened with alertness. She retrieved a small black box from her backpack, gently pressing a button on its top. The box unfolded instantly into a mini drone, coated with a layer of invisibility that rendered it nearly undetectable in the morning light. Goku had previously warned about potential tracking by the Red Ribbon, and I had specifically prepared a reconnaissance drone to assess the situation first. I silently exhaled with relief. It was fortunate that Tais remembered my earlier caution. Prior to our departure for Qingwu Mountain, I had deliberately mentioned that our bodyguard had informed me of the Red Ribbon's plans to tail us. If we had a drone, we could spot them ahead of time. Tais had not questioned me further, but had quietly stowed the drone in her backpack, now proving its worth. Tais deftly tapped on the drone's control screen, and it emitted a soft hum as it ascended, gliding toward the woods. Soon, real-time footage appeared on the screen, revealing 3 men in gray coats hiding behind trees. One of them held a small silver device, the lens directed toward our campsite, the subtle Red Ribbon emblem on their cuffs clearly visible. They are indeed from the Red Ribbon. Bulma fixated on the control screen, her voice taut. What are they holding? Is it a tracker? It should be an energy tracker, capable of sensing the energy fluctuations of the Dragon Balls. Tai Si's fingers glided across the screen, magnifying the image. They bore no weapons and seemed merely to be scouts, tasked with relaying our position to headquarters. She glanced up at me, her eyes reflecting an understanding that she had surely surmised my earlier warning was not a mere whim, but a premonition of impending danger. I feigned ignorance, furrowing my brow. Why are they tracking us? Do they seek the Dragon Balls? It must be so. Tai Si silenced the drone, allowing it to stealthily maneuver behind the scouts. However, they dared not act just yet, opting to confirm our route first. Let us gather our belongings and depart without alarming them. The drone can trail them and reveal who they communicate with. Bulma nodded immediately, nimbly packing the moisture-proof mat. I shall place the Dragon Balls at the bottom of my backpack, wrapping them in anti-scanning fabric to evade their trackers. She worked swiftly, ensuring to tuck away the mini stun gun as well, declaring, if they dare pursue us, I shall use this stun gun against them. I assisted Tai Si in dismantling the tent, my gaze fixed on the screen where the scout remained stationary, occasionally lowering his head to converse with the tracker, seemingly unaware that we had detected their presence. Tai Si deftly affixed a miniature locator to the coat of one of the scouts, her movements so discreet that they went unnoticed. All set with the locator, Tai Si reported, stowing the drone and placing the control screen in a waterproof bag. Regardless of where they transmitted their messages, we would ascertain their location and could strategically evade their main force. Once our belongings were secured, we proceeded along the path toward the bus station, intentionally slowing our pace, yet not glancing back. The control screen indicated that the 3 scouts had indeed followed, maintaining a distance of approximately 50 meters, too cautious to draw closer. They are still tailing us, Bulma whispered, tugging at my sleeve. Should we shake them off? I knew a shortcut that would lead us behind the bus station. No need. I shook my head, feigning compliance with Tai Si's guidance. Sister Tai Si advised against alarming them. We shall board the bus first. Once they relay their findings, we can devise a strategy to confront them. Tai Si smiled, affectionately ruffling my hair before casting a glance at Bulma. Goku is right. Evading them now may only raise their suspicions, prompting them to send more pursuers. We will adhere to our original plan to return to West City and, based on the locator's intel, formulate our next course of action. The sun ascended gradually, the dew on the wild grasses flanking the path evaporating slowly. I walked in the center, holding Tai Si's hand with my left and Bulma's with my right. the control screen tucked away in Tai Si's pocket, occasionally emitting faint beeps to indicate the scouts were still in pursuit. I was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of the Red Ribbon's endeavor. They would undoubtedly dispatch more individuals to seize the Dragon Balls. Yet, we were fortified with our drone, locator, and a premeditated response plan. As long as we maintained our synergy and coordinated our efforts, we would successfully evade their pursuit and continue our quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. The silhouette of the bus station gradually emerged ahead, and Tai Si stealthily glanced at the control screen before whispering to us, "They've stopped in the woods behind us, too afraid to approach the bus station. We must hurry and board the bus." We hastened towards the station, just in time to catch the first hovering bus. Before stepping on, I turned back to glance at the distant woods, silently reciting, "With your crimson satin ribbons and furtive movements, we have long been aware of your presence. This time, seizing the Dragon Balls will not be so effortless." Chapter 21, Encountering Lackeys. One punch to obliterate the hovering bus came to a halt at the mid-route supply station, with the sun perched directly overhead. The vending machine on the platform emitted a mechanical sound as it dispensed chilled juice. Just as Bulma received her drink, 3 men clad in gray coats obstructed her path. The faint glimmer of red satin ribbons at their cuffs mirrored the attire of the individuals who had been tailing us that morning. However, they brandished metal baseball bats and fixated their gaze hungrily on the bag slung over Bulma's shoulder, which concealed 2 Dragon Balls. "Child, hand over the contents of your backpack." The leader of the trio sneered, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled a ring of smoke. The baseball bat twirled in his grasp. "Don't compel us to take action. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Bulma instinctively pulled her backpack behind her, spilling a few drops of juice in the process. "Who are you? By what right do you demand my belongings?" she queried, subtly reaching for the mini-stun gun in her pocket, her fingers betraying a slight tremor. While she was adept at handling inventions in the lab, encountering such menacing figures left her visibly anxious. Tai Si immediately shielded Bulma and me from view, clutching a canister of animal repellent, her tone composed. "We are merely ordinary tourists with no valuable possessions. Kindly step aside." Her gaze swiftly scanned the movements of the 3 men, and she discreetly signaled me with her eyes, a prearranged cue indicating to assess the situation and refrain from acting impulsively. Yet, I had already scanned the trio's combat capabilities with my sole perception. The strongest among them barely reached a power level of 20. Insufficient even to match the average strength of an adult. They posed no threat, and even if I stood still, their baseball bats would fail to breach my skin. Such lackeys were hardly worth my time. A single punch would suffice to resolve the matter. "Ordinary tourists?" The leader scoffed, reaching for the strap of Bulma's backpack. "Stop pretending. We know you possess special orbs within. Hand them over, and you might save yourselves from trouble." Before he could finish his sentence, I had maneuvered behind Tai Si and seized his wrist. The man paused, glancing down at me, a mere child reaching his waist. Incredulous that I dared to grasp his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Little one, do you really wish to meddle?" With that, he attempted to shake off my grip. However, no matter how he tried, he could not dislodge me. I exerted just enough force to keep his wrist firmly in place, neither hurting him nor allowing him to escape. "Do not touch Bulma's backpack." I feigned a fierce expression, my voice still tinged with youthful innocence. "If you don't leave, I shall not be so courteous." "Not courteous?" The man seemed to find amusement in my words, raising the baseball bat in his other hand, preparing to swing it towards my head. He likely believed that a child posed no real threat and would easily be intimidated into tears. Tai Si gasped, ready to rush to my defense, but I raised my hand to signal her to hold back. As I gazed at the approaching baseball bat, my heart remained unperturbed. Such velocity was trivial enough that I could evade it even with my eyes closed. Yet, I did not retreat. Instead, I took a step forward. Just as the bat was about to make contact, I delivered a sudden punch to the man's abdomen. I deliberately moderated my strength, applying just enough force to incapacitate him without causing injury. The man let out a pained yelp, dropping the bat to the ground and crouching over, his face turning a deep shade of purple. "How can this child possess such strength?" he gasped. The other 2 men exchanged glances and, brandishing their bats, charged at me. "How dare you strike our brother? You're asking for death," they yelled. I refused to grant them the opportunity to approach, as the man on my left lunged forward. I seized his shoulder and gently pushed him, sending him tumbling to the ground. The man on my right attempted a sneak attack from behind, but I deftly sidestepped, tripping him in the process, causing him to fall as well, struggling to regain his footing. In a mere 10 seconds, all 3 men lay groaning on the ground, having not touched me even once. The other visitors on the platform stood in stunned silence, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment, murmuring how impressive I was for a child. Bulma, equally astonished, had forgotten her juice. Goku, you actually took them all down? She rushed over, grasping my hand, inspecting it for injuries. Are you okay? That man seemed fierce. I thought you might get hurt. I'm fine, I replied, shaking my arm and feigning nonchalance. They weren't tough at all. I knocked them down with just a light punch. Tai Si approached, checking my hands for any signs of injury before visibly relaxing. She picked up the bat from the ground and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, casting a stern glare at the 3 men sprawled on the ground. Do not follow us again, or next time it won't be so simple, she warned, then took my hand and Bulma's, leading us toward the bus station. The 3 men lay on the ground, watching our retreating figures, too frightened to pursue us. They likely never anticipated that a 5-year-old child could possess such remarkable strength, and they were thoroughly intimidated. Once aboard the bus, Bulma continued to exclaim excitedly, Goku, you were amazing. That punch was so cool. Even better than the robots in my dad's lab. She retrieved a strawberry candy from her backpack and popped it into my mouth as a reward. Next time we encounter bad guys, can you be just as formidable? Absolutely, I replied, savoring the strawberry candy, though my thoughts lingered on the lowly strength of these thugs. They hardly posed any challenge. The Red Ribbon Army must have sent them to test our abilities, but alas, they had chosen the wrong adversary. Upon encountering me, their fate was sealed. Tai Si leaned against the bus window, watching the supply station recede into the distance, murmuring softly. The locator indicates that these 3 men are affiliated with the spies from this morning. They have already relayed information back. Consequently, the Red Ribbon Army may dispatch even stronger adversaries next. I nodded, tightening my grip on Bulma's hand. No matter how many they send, I will protect you both. The bus gradually made its way towards West City, the scenery outside transforming from lush forests to towering urban skyscrapers. I am aware that the probing of the Red Ribbon is merely the beginning, yet as long as I am present, I shall not permit them to harm Bulma and Ties, regardless of how formidable the adversary may be. I can resolve the matter with a single punch. Chapter 22. A harmonious pretense of needing assistance. As the hover bus departed from the supply station, the breeze outside still bore a hint of warmth. Bulma rested her chin on my shoulder, gripping a mini stun gun, her gaze intermittently darting towards the minion we had recently vanquished. Although she had been subdued, her unease lingered, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the weapon's surface. Do not fret, I said, chewing on the energy bar that Ties had handed me, deliberately adopting a cheerful tone. Those villains have been scared off and will not pursue us further. The energy bar, wrapped in a layer of chocolate, was sweet and perfectly quelled the tension from earlier. Ties sat beside me, operating a locator screen, where 3 red dots representing the Red Ribbon minions remained stationary near the supply station, showing no signs of movement. With a subtle tap on the screen, she looked up, her expression revealing understanding. Yet she feigned concern as she spoke into the communicator. Father, we encountered 3 suspicious individuals at the supply station and have dealt with them. However, it may be prudent to dispatch 2 bodyguards to West Capital Station, just in case. I stifled a chuckle inwardly. Ties did not genuinely require assistance. The locator had long since indicated that the 3 minions were too frightened, lying on the ground awaiting their comrades, lacking the courage to pursue us. Moreover, West Capital Station had connections to the Brevis family. Even if Red Ribbon operatives were present, they would not dare cause a disturbance there. Her words were merely a performance for the surrounding passengers, aimed at reassuring Bulma, while simultaneously concealing my effortless defeat of the adults. Must we really call for bodyguards? Bulma inquired, visibly relaxing as she lifted her head from my shoulder. Goku dispatched them with a single punch. It hardly seems necessary. Better safe than sorry, Ties replied, stowing the communicator and retrieving a chilled bottle of milk from her bag. She twisted off the cap and offered it to me. Goku exerted quite a bit of energy. You should drink some milk to replenish. Her fingers brushed lightly against my wrist, conveying a subtle reminder of our earlier agreement to maintain the act and not reveal too much. I immediately grasped the cue, feigning fatigue as I rubbed my arm and pouted, I am a bit tired. My arm aches from pushing that villain just now. Thankfully, Ties had the animal repellent spray at the ready, or I might not have been able to defeat them. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was just about to use the stun gun. Had Goku not reacted swiftly, I might have been dragged into their grasp. She brandished the stun gun in front of me, seemingly flaunting her weapon, oblivious to Tai's discreet hand gesture towards me. An elderly lady seated nearby, having overheard our exchange, smiled as she offered me a piece of fruit candy. Such bravery, young one, protecting your sister. However, in the future, when you encounter villains, seek the help of an adult first. Do not rush in alone. I understand. Thank you, Grandma. I accepted the fruit candy with a sweet smile, yet within my heart, I was acutely aware that even without Tai's beast-repelling spray and Bulma's electric gun, I could effortlessly handle those 3 small henchmen. However, such omniscience must remain unspoken. It was imperative to play the role of a child relying on courage and family assistance to thwart the villains, thus avoiding any suspicions. Tai retrieved a spare sun hat from her backpack and placed it upon both Bulma and me. Once we arrive in West City, we shall first secure the Dragon Balls at home before preparing our gear for the pirate treasure cave. Father mentioned there might be traps. I need to inspect the detector once more. The pirate treasure cave? Bulma's eyes sparkled instantly, her earlier tension vanishing. Is it the one said to be filled with gold and jewels? While we search for the Dragon Balls, can we perhaps glimpse the treasure as well? First, we seek the Dragon Balls. The treasure is of lesser importance. Tai chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before glancing at me. Goku mentioned he had heard of traps within the treasure cave. We will rely on your reminders. I nodded promptly, feigning deep recollection. I recall the bodyguard uncle mentioning that there is a stone door at the entrance of the treasure cave, and one must press the correct button to open it. Otherwise, stones will fall. In truth, this detail was lifted directly from the original narrative. I deliberately framed it as something I had heard from the bodyguard uncle, ensuring my identity as a time traveler remained concealed while subtly foreshadowing the traps. The bus gradually approached the urban district of West City, towering buildings multiplying outside the window, while the streets became increasingly crowded with hovering vehicles. Tai stowed away the locator and placed the control screen into a waterproof bag. The locator indicates that the Red Ribbon personnel have not dared to follow us. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant and avoid lingering on our journey home. Bulma clutched the Dragon Ball tightly to her chest and stood up alongside us. Rest assured, I will safeguard the Dragon Ball and ensure that no villain seizes it. I walked in the middle, holding Tai's hand with my left and Bulma's with my right, my grasp firm around the fruit candy gifted by the elderly lady. Sunlight filtered through the bus window, enveloping us in warmth. Although I was aware that the Red Ribbon would likely dispatch more agents, with Tai's seamless cooperation, Bulma's trust, and our prior preparations, I felt no trepidation whatsoever. Upon disembarking from the bus, we indeed found 2 bodyguards clad in black suits stationed at the bus station entrance. They were from the Briefs family. Upon spotting us, they approached immediately, respectfully stating, "Young Miss, second young Miss, young master, we are here to escort you home." Tai nodded and led us towards the bodyguard's vehicle. "Thank you for your efforts. Let us return home swiftly." Once inside the car, Bulma rested her head on my shoulder and whispered, "Goku, next time we venture to the treasure cave, you must protect me." Of course. I tightened my grip on her hand, silently vowing, "Have no fear. No matter what traps or villains we encounter, I shall protect you both." This charade of needing support was merely a guise to better safeguard our adventures and those we cherish. As the view of West City receded through the car window, the direction of home drew nearer. I knew that our next adventure would soon commence, and we were already prepared. Chapter 23: The Pirate Treasure Cave and the Dragon Balls. The damp sea breeze, laden with rust and mildew, permeated the nostrils as Wukong pushed aside the hanging vines at the entrance of the treasure cave. When his fingertips grazed the stone wall, the memories of the narrative within his soul surged forth vividly. This pirate-esque treasure cave not only concealed the 3rd Dragon Ball, but also harbored gravity traps and laser grids along the passage to its core, ready to be triggered at a moment's notice, threatening to reduce the unwary to mere pulp or shards. Be cautious. There are mechanisms to unravel inside. Wukong shifted to the side, allowing Bulma and Tai to peer into the cavernous depths, deliberately softening his tone. Brute strength alone would not suffice. Intellect was essential. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clutching the Dragon Ball radar, she noticed the red indicating the Dragon Ball firmly positioned deep within the cave, a familiar smirk of pride gracing her lips. Mechanisms? Leave that to me." With that, she retrieved a sleek silver toolbox from her capsule bag, crouching down to scrutinize the patterns on the cave floor. She had already observed the faint glimmers of metallic wires peeking through the cracks in the stone wall, but had refrained from addressing them immediately. Tais intuitively positioned herself beside Bulma, producing a night vision flashlight and a miniature detector from her backpack. As the beam swept across the stone walls, she softly cautioned, "Bulma, there's an electrical response beneath the third stone on the left. The groove in the right wall could be the trigger point." Her keen observational skills, honed from previous adventures with Wukong, swiftly led Bulma to identify the critical locations of the mechanisms. Standing behind the two, Wukong crossed his arms, his gaze traversing the almost imperceptible laser grid deep within the passage, a quiet chuckle escaping him as it mirrored his memories precisely. The core of this mechanism lay within the gravity-sensitive panel on the ground. Stepping into a specific area would simultaneously activate both the gravity traps and the laser grid. The key to unraveling it was to locate the hidden combination lock nestled within the wall's recess, requiring the input of a 4-digit code set by the pirates long ago. Bulma had already prostrated herself on the ground, using a miniature screwdriver from her toolbox to pry open a loose stone on the left wall, revealing an antiquated combination dial embedded within. "Damn it, it's a mechanical lock, not electronic." She frowned, her fingertips delicately tracing the dial, feeling the resistance as she turned the knob. Nonetheless, she reassured herself, "I understand the principle of this lock. I just need to find the gear engagement points corresponding to each number." Tais promptly handed over a sketchpad and pencil. "I just recorded the number of stone slabs on the passage floor." Pirates often favor numbers related to treasures as their codes, such as the year of the treasure or its quantity. She pointed to her drawing of the stone slab distribution. "Look, there are precisely 17 slabs from the entrance to the interior. The tribal elder mentioned these pirates vanished 15 years ago." 15? 17? Bulma's eyes sparkled with realization as she clapped her hands. "That's it. The radar shows the energy frequency of the Dragon Ball ends in 48. Adding 15 and 17 gives us 32. Wait, wasn't there a skull and cross swords on the pirate flag? The angle of the cross swords is approximately 60 degrees. Adding 15 and 60 gives us 75? It was not quite right." Wukong observed the earnest discussion between the two and refrained from interjecting. Knowing that the correct code was 1748, the last 4 digits of the first treasure amount the pirates had seized, as well as a combination of the number of stone tablets and the energy frequency of the Dragon Balls. However, he could not reveal this directly, for that would diminish the significance of allowing Bulma to showcase her abilities. Instead, he quietly stepped into the middle of the passage and gently tapped a slightly darker stone tablet with his toe, cautioning, "Don't stand too close to that one. Stepping on it could lead to trouble." Bulma shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "I know. No need for your reminders. I'll unlock it in no time." Though she said this, she instinctively shifted aside, continuing to rotate the dial of the combination lock. Suddenly, as she turned the dial to 1, she heard a faint click from the gears, another click at 7, and again at 4 and 8. When the final digit fell into place, a soft hum resonated from the depths of the passage, and the laser net that had been concealed in the air vanished, while the faint vibrations of gravitational sensors ceased beneath their feet. "Done!" Bulma exclaimed triumphantly, rising and brushing off the dust from her hands, tilting her chin toward Wukong. "See, I told you I could do it." Tai smiled and handed her a bottle of water, praising, "Impressive, Bulma. Without you, we would have been at it for ages." Wukong scratched his head, revealing his characteristic bright smile. "Yeah, Bulma is truly remarkable, far more so than I." Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely a minor episode in their narrative, for ahead lay the pirate captain, but that was another story altogether. The trio continued deeper into the cave until they soon encountered a massive iron chest, its lock rusted and dilapidated from years of neglect, while the red dot on the Dragon Ball radar emitted an increasingly strong signal from within the chest. Chapter 24, The Pirate Trap. The rust on the iron chest glimmered dully under the beam of the flashlight. As Bulma crouched down to retrieve her lock-picking tools, Wukong suddenly pressed his hand on her shoulder. The tremor of his fingertips was slight, yet the memories within his soul had long since forewarned him. This iron chest was a bait for a trap. "Wait." Wukong's voice had barely escaped his lips when a sharp cracking sound echoed from the ground. The 4 stone tablets surrounding the chest sank downward in an instant, and simultaneously, dozens of oil-treated iron arrows shot forth from the crevices in the stone walls, hurtling toward the trio. Tais reacted swiftly. immediately pulling Bulma behind her while reaching for the protective shield capsule in her backpack. However, Wukong's response was even quicker. He lightly stomped his left foot, and the depressed stone tablets were instantly pushed back into place by an invisible force. With a casual lift of his right hand, a soft white light emanated from his palm, causing the incoming iron arrows to clatter to the ground upon contact with the protective barrier, their oily tips still sizzling as they smoldered. "This trap is rather clutch," Wukong remarked as he approached, tapping his finger against a narrow seam on the side of the iron chest. There, he discovered a metal wire connecting to the stone wall. The true mechanism lay beneath the handle of the chest. Any contact with it would trigger the explosives hidden within the walls, collapsing the entire treasure cave. As he spoke, he pressed his thumb against the recess beneath the chest's handle, applying a bit of force to extract a rusted metal button. The button was connected to a circle of gunpowder-laden fuses, the other end of which vanished deep into the stone wall. Wukong effortlessly crushed the button in his grasp, then flicked his finger, sending a gust of energy towards the crevice in the stone wall. Immediately, a sizzling sound echoed, the unmistakable noise of the fuse being severed by the energy. Bulma, having just calmed her racing heart, observed Wukong dismantling the trap with ease and couldn't help but retort defiantly, "Who needs your help? I can find this button on my own." Despite her words, she subtly concealed her lock-picking tools behind her. Had it not been for Wukong's timely intervention, she might have inadvertently triggered the explosive. Tai's offered a resigned smile, handing Wukong a bottle of water. "Thank goodness for your early warning. Otherwise, we might have been buried in this cave today." She crouched down to inspect the fallen iron arrows, noting the acrid scent emanating from the blackened tips. It was evident that these pirates had gone to great lengths to protect their treasure. Wukong took a sip of water, his gaze falling upon the iron chest, a smirk of playful mockery dancing on his lips. "Just as I remembered, not only are the traps glitched D, but their locations are also unchanged." He had long recalled the details of this treasure cave. When he and Bulma had sought the Dragon Balls in the original tale, they had dismantled traps too, but it had not been so effortless. He had even sustained a wound from an iron arrow. With his foresight now, these minor inconveniences were trivial. "Memories?" Bulma seized upon the key word, her brow furrowing in inquiry. "How do you know what the traps here look like? Have you been here before?" Wukong's heart skipped a beat, and he scratched his head awkwardly, laughing nervously. "Oh, it just feels familiar. Perhaps I encountered similar traps while foraging in the mountains before, so I recognized them at a glance." He hastily redirected the conversation, patting the iron chest. "Never mind that. Let us see if there's a Dragon Ball inside." Though Bulma remained skeptical, the increasingly evident energy fluctuations emanating from the chest compelled her to suppress her doubts. She retrieved her lock-picking tools once more, this time meticulously avoiding the area beneath the handle. With a satisfying click, the rusty lock yielded to her efforts. As the lid of the iron chest swung open, a warm orange glow spilled forth, revealing the third Dragon Ball nestled among a trove of gold coins and jewels. Its smooth surface radiated a gentle luminescence, and the Dragon Ball radar emitted a series of beeping alerts, the red dot firmly fixed within the chest. "We found it," Bulma exclaimed, reaching for the Dragon Ball. However, just as her fingertips brushed its surface, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the cave's entrance, accompanied by shouts of intruders attempting to steal the treasure. Wukong glanced towards the cave mouth, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. It was the remaining pirates returning. He stood up, flexing his wrists, and addressed Bulma and Tai's. "You two take the Dragon Ball and hide behind the stone wall. I'll handle them." Tai's immediately pulled Bulma back to the wall, carefully placing the Dragon Ball into a specially designed protective case. "Be careful. From the sound of those footsteps, it seems there are quite a few of them." Wukong waved his hand reassuringly and began striding towards the entrance. "Don't worry, they're just a bunch of weaklings. This will be over quickly." Yet, in his mind, he pondered the imminent appearance of the pirate captain, eager to test the fruits of his recent power control. He must not repeat the mistake of inadvertently crushing stones again. Chapter 25. Bulma deciphers the code. A few muffled grunts emanated from the cave entrance. Before Bulma and Tai's could peek in, Goku returned, clapping his hands, having not a speck of dust on him. The 5 pirates who had rushed in were swiftly overturned by his energy, collapsing in a daze at the cave's mouth. Their weapons still lowered. "All sorted out, just a few weaklings," Goku remarked as he approached the iron chest, his gaze sweeping over the wooden grain at the bottom of the box. Suddenly, he paused. recalling that this pirate chest concealed not only the Dragon Balls, but also a hidden compartment at the bottom containing a map to the fourth Dragon Ball. However, accessing this compartment required a 6-digit code, the clues for which were concealed in a dark recess of the cave. In the original tale, Bulma had nearly overlooked this detail, causing her to take a longer route. As Bulma placed the Dragon Balls into a protective case, she noticed Goku staring blankly at the bottom of the iron chest and couldn't help but poke his arm. "What are you looking at? We found the Dragon Balls. Shouldn't we hurry and leave? What if more pirates return? Wait, there's something beneath this chest." Goku crouched down, tapping the base of the iron chest, producing a hollow sound. There was indeed a hidden compartment that required a code to unlock, likely containing clues for the next Dragon Ball. Tais immediately tightened her grip on the detector. Stepping lightly to the center of the cave, positioning herself with her back against Bulma and Goku, her eyes darting around. "I'll keep watch. You focus on finding the code." Her gaze swept over the unconscious pirates at the entrance before landing on the stone walls of the cave. The detector's screen flickered with faint signals, hinting that footsteps were approaching from afar. "Be mindful of the time. I think I hear some commotion outside. Perhaps the pirates' accomplices are coming." Bulma's eyes brightened as she promptly knelt down, her fingers exploring the gap at the base of the iron chest. Hidden compartment? Code. Leave this to me. She quickly found a small code dial embedded in the corner of the chest, engraved with numbers from 0 to 9 and several indistinct pirate symbols. But what could the code be? It couldn't possibly be 1748 again, could it? Goku stood up, casually glancing towards the right corner of the cave, where the wall color was slightly lighter, revealing an almost imperceptible crack. Inside lay the hidden compartment. He intentionally took 2 steps in that direction, kicking a small stone that rolled to the corner beneath the wall, producing a faint clatter. "Right? Pay attention to the hidden compartment in the corner," Goku casually suggested, as if recalling something from the past. When we searched for caves in the mountains, many hiding spots had concealed compartments in the corners. Perhaps the code clues are hidden there. Tais immediately turned her gaze towards the direction he indicated, and the beam from her detector focused on the corner wall, quickly picking up a metallic response from the crack. There is indeed something here. The wall is hollow. She approached, gently pressing her fingertips against the wall, sensing a slight protrusion within. "Do you need help prying it open?" "I'll do it," Bulma declared, retrieving a flat pry bar and striding over with determination. She crouched down, inserting a lever into the crack. With a slight force, a sound of creaking echoed, and a palm-sized stone slab was pried loose from the wall, revealing a small leather notebook hidden within. The pages had yellowed and become brittle over time. Bulma carefully opened it, revealing a crooked map and several lines of hasty handwriting. Furrowing her brows, she deciphered it for a while before suddenly her eyes lit up. It was a code. "Look, it states the number of sails, treasures, and moons." Beside it, a small sketch depicted 3 sails, 5 treasure piles, and 2 moons, adding up to 352? No, there was a line of small text below that read, "Only the reversed version is true." Reversed, it becomes 253? Tais leaned in to examine the notebook, glancing up at the iron chest. Should they give it a try? Bulma grasped the dial of the code, took a deep breath, and turned it in the order of 2, 5, and 3. However, when she reached the last digit, a mere click echoed, and the hidden compartment did not open. She pouted and tried 3, 2, and 5 again, but still no response. Goku, observing her anxious expression, couldn't help but remind her. "Check the illustrations in the notebook again. Maybe you've overlooked something, like the stripes on the sails or the number of gems in the treasure piles." He recalled that the actual code was 352,146, which included the counts of sails, treasures, moons, along with the page number, the number of pirate symbols, and the corresponding numbers for the hidden compartment's position. Bulma had only calculated the first 3. Bulma paused, quickly flipping through the notebook again. The page number was 14, and there were 6 pirate symbols on the cover. The position of the hidden compartment was at the right corner, making it the 6th position. So that would be 352146636? No, she suddenly clapped her hands. It must be written separately. 352416. Removing the plus signs gives 352,146. This time, she turned the dial in the order of 3, 5, 2, 1, 4, 6. As she completed the last digit, a faint humming sound resonated from the bottom of the iron chest, and a wooden panel slowly lifted, unveiling a folded sheepskin map. A location was circled in red ink, accompanied by the words "at the summit of the snow mountain." which was precisely where the fourth Dragon Ball lay. She had unlocked it. Bulma excitedly raised the map, just as she was about to hand it to Goku, when Tai suddenly lowered her voice. "Stay quiet. The footsteps outside are drawing nearer. It sounds like many people. And there's the clanging of metal. Perhaps the pirate leader has arrived with his crew." Goku took the map, glanced at it, folded it neatly, and handed it back to Tais. "No worries. Just secure the map and the Dragon Ball. I'll handle them shortly." He approached the cave entrance, peering through the gaps in the vines. In the distance on the beach, a group of pirates clad in black leather were rushing towards them, brandishing swords and guns. Leading them was a burly man with a face full of scars, wielding a massive axe, the pirate chief. It seemed imperative to resolve this quickly, otherwise, they wouldn't make it out before nightfall. Goku flexed his wrist, a flicker of ease in his gaze. Opponents of this caliber posed no more challenge to him than the previous rabble. Chapter 26. The defeat of the pirate leader. The vines at the entrance of the cave were violently torn apart, allowing the briny sea breeze to rush into the cavern. A group of pirates clad in black leather surged in, accompanying a burly man with a face full of scars. This towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, bore a gleaming giant axe at his waist, stained with remnants of dried blood. He was indeed the leader of this band of marauders. "You little brats dare to intrude upon my treasure cave?" The leader's voice was grating, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious forms of his men before settling on the trio of Goku, Bulma, and Tais. His eyes fixated fiercely on the Dragon Ball protective case in Bulma's hands, his expression darkening. "You dare to pilfer my treasures. Hand over the box, and I might grant you a swift death." Without hesitation, Tais pulled Bulma behind her, her hand discreetly tightening around a miniature stun gun, an armament she had prepared for such perilous encounters. Though it would not harm a formidable foe, it might serve to buy time against ordinary pirates. Leaning closer, she whispered to Goku, "His axe appears heavy. He likely possesses considerable strength. Be cautious." Hiding behind Tais, Bulma's fingers gripped the protective case tightly, turning pale, yet she summoned her courage to shout, "We found this Dragon Ball first. It's not your treasure." Goku stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before the two women, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the pirate leader. In his perception, the man's aura was pitifully weak, not even comparable to the wild dogs they had previously encountered, let alone an ordinary adult male, relying solely on the guise of his axe for intimidation. "Step aside. We intend to leave," Goku declared calmly, devoid of any trepidation. The leader, incensed by Goku's demeanor, bellowed furiously, "You seek death." He raised the giant axe high, bringing it down fiercely towards Goku's head. The gust created by the swing was enough to sting one's face. The surrounding pirates erupted in frenzied shouts, urging him to crush the intruder into pulp. Instinctively, Tais shut her eyes, and Bulma gasped in horror, yet the anticipated sound of impact never came. When they finally opened their eyes, they beheld Goku holding the axe blade delicately between his fingers, as though it were frozen in midair, unmoving despite the leader's desperate attempts to force it down. What is happening?" The leader's face turned a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his strength against the axe handle. Yet the blade remained immobile within Goku's grasp. Goku furrowed his brow slightly, the cold metal against his fingertips igniting a sense of impatience. Such a foe scarcely warranted a warm-up. With a slight exertion of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed through the cave as the solid iron axe was effortlessly severed at the blade. Before the leader could comprehend his predicament, Goku released his grip, and the broken axe clattered to the ground. Almost instantly, Goku raised his fist, the movement so swift it was nearly imperceptible. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as the leader was struck squarely in the chest, sent flying backward like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing against the cave wall before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his life extinguished in an instant. The surrounding pirates fell into an instantaneous silence, their previously boisterous shouts vanishing into thin air. Each one of them widened their eyes, staring at their lifeless leader on the ground, then glancing at the calm-faced Wukong, their legs trembling in fear. The scene they had just witnessed was utterly terrifying. A 2-meter-tall leader had been struck dead by a mere punch from a child who appeared to be no more than 5 years old. Wukong brushed the dust off his hands and surveyed the trembling pirates with a cold demeanor, stating, "Those who do not wish to die, leave." As soon as his words fell, the pirates seemed to receive a pardon, scrambling away in a frenzied rush, neglecting even their unconscious companions, disappearing from sight in an instant. Tai Si sighed in relief, setting down her stun gun and approaching Wukong. Are you alright? That was too dangerous. Bulma also rushed over, scrutinizing Wukong from head to toe. Hey, you are incredibly strong. You killed that giant with just one punch. Wukong scratched his head, flashing a bright smile. It's nothing. He was quite weak. However, there was no turmoil in his heart. Such scum, who only preyed on the weak, would continue to cause harm to others if left alive. His previous punch had been restrained. Had he used all his strength, the opponent would have been reduced to mere fragments. He glanced at the corpse of the leader, then at the darkening sky, addressing the two. Let us not linger here. Night is approaching, and we must leave quickly to avoid a storm by the sea. The next Dragon Ball is in the snowy mountains, and we need to find a place to rest for the night before setting off tomorrow. Tai Si nodded, picking up the sheepskin map and checking the Dragon Ball protection case once more. The Dragon Ball is intact, and the map is still here. Let us head to the nearby town. I noticed a fishing village by the sea on our way here. We should be able to find lodging there. Bulma clutched the protection case to her chest, following the two towards the cave entrance. As they passed the leader's corpse, she couldn't help but shiver and quickened her pace. Hurry, hurry, the stench of blood is overwhelming. Wukong walked at the rear, glancing back at the iron chest and the corpse within the cave. He casually unleashed a wave of energy, striking the stone ceiling, causing several fragments to fall, effectively blocking the cave's entrance. This would conceal their traces and prevent other beasts from intruding. Satisfied with his work, he hastily caught up with Bulma and Tai Si as they made their way towards the fishing village by the sea. As night deepened, a faint mist began to rise over the sea. Wukong understood that this was merely a minor episode on their quest for the Dragon Balls. The upcoming journey to the snowy mountains held even more perilous traps and foes, such as Colonel Violet of the Red Ribbon Army and the impending avalanche. Chapter 27. The Red Ribbon helicopter. The coastal path was strewn with small shells, crunching beneath their feet. Wukong led the way, suddenly catching a familiar scent of machine oil wafting through the air, an odor he had encountered in West City, unique to the fuel of the Red Ribbon Army's helicopters. Before Tai Si and Bulma could react, the thundering sound of rotating blades echoed above them, casting a shadow over the trio. It was a Red Ribbon helicopter. Tai Si looked up first, her expression shifting dramatically. She had seen this type of model in the database back in West City. Machine guns were mounted on either side, specifically designed for tracking and ambushing targets. She instinctively attempted to pull Bulma behind the rocks at the roadside, but noticed that Goku had already halted, his hands slightly clenched, his gaze devoid of any hint of panic. Clutching the Dragon Ball protective case, Bulma looked up at the helicopter adorned with the Red Ribbon insignia. Her voice tense. How did they find us here? Is it possible that the previous spies were not dealt with thoroughly? Goku did not turn back. His eyes were fixated on the helicopter's rotor blades. He was all too familiar with the tactics of the Red Ribbon. This type of helicopter was slow and lightly armed, its only advantage being the ability to launch aerial assaults, using machine guns to suppress ground targets. However, if he could destroy the rotor blades, it would be rendered a mere heap of scrap metal, a far more efficient method than wasting energy on the body of the aircraft. You all hide behind the rocks and do not come out, Goku instructed. With a light push of his feet against the ground, he shot upward like an arrow, soaring over 10 meters high, directly beneath the helicopter. The Red Ribbon soldiers inside the cabin were startled and yelled, "Quick! Prepare the machine guns." But before they could pull the trigger, Goku had already reached out and grasped the main rotor blade of the helicopter. The cold metal blade spun at high speed, creating a piercing sound as it scraped against Goku's fingertips, yet his grip was as firm as a vice. In the next moment, with a powerful twist of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed, and the alloy rotor blade was cleanly snapped in two. The now unbalanced helicopter began to shake violently, its body spinning as it plummeted. Utilizing the momentum of its descent, Goku reached for another rotor blade. With a similar motion, the second blade also broke apart. Indeed, dismantling the rotor blades proved to be the most straightforward approach. Goku mused to himself, having anticipated this. The rotor blades were the helicopter's Achilles heel. By destroying two of them, the aircraft would descend into total chaos, rendering any effort to attack the cabin unnecessary. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter collided with the nearby beach, its body crumpling and billowing thick black smoke. The soldiers inside tumbled out, stumbling in their attempts to escape, only to be intercepted by Goku in a flash. "Who is your leader? Why are you tracking us?" Goku inquired, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. However, the the soldiers, having witnessed him snap the rotor blades, were already paralyzed by fear, stammering and retreating without uttering a coherent word. Thais and Bulma emerged from behind the rocks, with Thais hastily approaching the wrecked helicopter, extracting a miniature camera to photograph the aircraft's serial number and the red ribbon emblem. These will serve as evidence. I'll have my father analyze the movements of the red ribbon upon our return. Bulma walked over to Goku's side, observing the fleeing soldiers with a furrowed brow. Don't let them escape. They will surely return with reinforcements. Goku, however, shook his head. There is no need to pursue them. They are merely lackeys who know little. Furthermore, allowing them to return will convey to the red ribbon that we are not to be trifled with, thus minimizing future disturbances. He understood that the main force of the red ribbon was still behind, and eliminating a few minions now would serve no purpose. It would be more beneficial to let them carry back the message of their disparity in power, sowing chaos in the ranks of the Black Marshal. As they spoke, the soldiers had already vanished from sight. Tai Si inspected the helicopter and approached the two, saying, "There is no locator inside the fuselage. It appears to be merely a tracking device. We must hasten to the fishing village, find a place to stay, and inform Dad of the situation here to keep an eye on the red ribbon's movements." Wukong nodded and glanced at the sky, noticing that the sun had completely set, and the fog over the sea had thickened. In the distance, he could faintly see a few lights from the fishing village. "Let us go. If we delay any longer, we may lose our way," he declared, quickening his pace towards the village, aware that the red ribbon would not relent. The upcoming journey required utmost caution. Bulma, cradling a protective case, closely followed Wukong, while Tai Si trailed behind, occasionally glancing back at the wrecked helicopter to ensure they were not being pursued. As night fell, the trio's silhouettes merged with the fog along the seashore, leaving behind only the remnants of the helicopter, which still emitted wisps of black smoke. A testament to the brief yet decisive skirmish that had just transpired. Chapter 28. The effortless disassembly of the helicopter. The wreckage of the helicopter on the beach continued to smolder, the sound of twisted metal crackling mingling with the briny sea breeze, creating an overwhelmingly acrid scent. Wukong kicked the exterior shell of the fuselage, raising an eyebrow at the brittle sensation against his fingertips. The military standards of the red ribbon were indeed as poor as he remembered. This thickness of alloy would not withstand even the force of a standard heavy weapon, let alone the power of a blast. "Do not touch. The fuselage is still hot," Tai Si admonished as she approached briskly, the screen of her portable terminal illuminating. She bent down to avoid the smoking areas and focused her camera on the fractured rotor, snapping several close-up shots. The rotor was made of titanium alloy, yet the break was clean, clearly a result of brute force. "Your strength has indeed improved," she remarked. Wukong scratched his head nonchalantly. "It's nothing much. I just found it annoying when it spun, so breaking it made it quieter." He walked over to the cockpit, prying open the deformed hatch. Inside, the control panel lay in ruins, and scattered documents blanketed the floor. He picked up a sheet at random, which depicted a rudimentary map marking the location of a treasure cave, accompanied by a note. "Target: Dragon Balls. Priority capture of the pink-haired girl, suspected radar technology expert. They're after you, Bulma," Wukong said, handing the document back to her, his tone devoid of surprise. He had anticipated that the red ribbon would focus on Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, but he had not expected them to be so brazen in their documentation. Bulma took the paper, her face flushing with anger as she read the contents. "Those bastards. They actually think they can capture me? They should consider whether they have the capability." She clenched the paper tightly, nearly crumpling it. "When I get back, I'll have Dad develop more formidable weapons. Next time we encounter the red ribbon, we'll obliterate their aircraft." Tai Si, while inputting data on her terminal, chuckled to reassure her. "Do not be upset. They cannot even approach us now. Look, the weapon system of this helicopter was dismantled before it could be activated. Those sent by the red ribbon lack even basic combat experience." Her camera scanned the chaotic footprints left by the fleeing soldiers, noting their disarray, some even showing signs of stumbling, clearly terrified. "Is that all the red ribbon is capable of?" Tai Si gazed at the direction in which the soldiers had fled, a faint smile gracing her lips as she mused to herself. Earlier, while in the western capital, her father had spoken of the formidable prowess of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet the operatives dispatched were either mere sharpshooters or incompetent fools incapable of even safeguarding their own propellers, unworthy of even allowing Wukong to warm up. With her fingertips, she tapped on her terminal, archiving the current combat assessment of the Red Ribbon Army as a non-threatening grade, and promptly sent the data to her father, who should be able to adjust the defensive strategy accordingly. Wukong bent down to retrieve a small communicator that had fallen in the cabin. Upon pressing the switch, a crackling sound emerged, mingled with indistinct shouts. "This is the squad. The target is too strong. Requesting backup. Requesting backup." After listening for 2 seconds, he crushed the communicator in his hand, its metallic shell crumpling into a heap of scrap. "Do not let them contact headquarters, lest they send another batch of nuisances to trouble us." The day had truly grown late, the mist thickening, and if they did not depart soon, they would lose their way to the fishing village. Tai Si stowed her terminal and glanced up, noting the lights of the distant village had become blurred. A gentle breeze had begun to stir the sea, threatening to raise waves if they lingered. She grasped Bulma's wrist and instructed Wukong, "We shall take this path. I marked a shortcut earlier, which will expedite our arrival." Bulma stuffed the documents into her backpack, tightened her grip on the Dragon Ball protective case, and hurried after Tai Si. "Wait for me. Don't leave so quickly." Though she complained, her pace did not falter. The recent encounter with the Red Ribbon Army's helicopter had instilled a sense of dread within her, prompting a desire to reach the fishing village and find a safe haven. Wukong trailed behind, casting a glance back at the wreckage on the beach, where the wisps of smoke had begun to dissipate, leaving only twisted metal glimmering coldly in the night. He understood that the Red Ribbon Army would not abandon their pursuit due to a single helicopter's downfall. Colonel Violet would undoubtedly come in person for their upcoming journey to the snow-capped mountains, possibly accompanied by additional reinforcements. But so what? In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, all of the Red Ribbon Army's plans were but futile endeavors. He quickened his pace to catch up with the two ahead, their footsteps gradually fading into the night, leaving behind only the remnants of scrap metal and disordered footprints on the beach, silently narrating the tale of this one-sided clash. Meanwhile, far away at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the Dark Marshal remained oblivious to the annihilation of the squad he had dispatched, engrossed in dreams of monopolizing the Dragon Balls as he gazed at the signals on the radar screen. Chapter 29. Bulma's dread. The path leading to the fishing village nestled beneath a low cliff, shielding them from the direct onslaught of the sea breeze. Yet, Bulma's steps felt somewhat rigid, haunted by the shadow of the helicopter's descent, the roar of its rotors, and the sharp crack of Wukong snapping the metal blades echoed like a lantern in her mind. Her grip on the Dragon Ball protective case tightened, her knuckles turning pale. "Are you cold?" Tai Si was the first to notice her discomfort. Slowing her pace, she fell in beside her and retrieved a thermos from her backpack. As she unscrewed the lid, a plume of steam wafted out, infused with the aroma of tea. "I brewed some hot ginger tea this morning. A sip will warm you up." Bulma accepted the cup, her fingertips brushing against the warm surface, which steadied her trembling body slightly. She took small sips of the ginger tea, the spicy warmth coursing down her throat into her stomach, yet she could not help but murmur, "I thought we were going to get hit by machine gun fire just now. The Red Ribbon is quite troublesome," and as if that weren't enough, they even dispatched a helicopter. Wukong walked half a step ahead of the two, momentarily halting at these words, turning to glance at Bulma. The moonlight illuminated his face, and the usual sparkle in his dark, bright eyes was replaced by a reassuring seriousness. He reached out, gently grasping the hand Bulma wasn't using to hold a cup. The warmth radiating from his palm was slightly higher than usual, instilling a sense of stability that dissipated the chill from her fingertips. "Do not fear." Wukong's voice was soft yet imbued with conviction. "Regardless of how many people the Red Ribbon sends, I will handle it. That helicopter, after all, did not harm us, did it?" Tai's gaze fell upon their clasped hands, a tender smile blooming in her eyes. She brushed Bulma's hair, tousled by the wind, and added, "Wukong is right. It's best to resolve this swiftly. Moreover, I have already sent photos of the helicopter wreckage to my father. He will alert the security team in West City to monitor the movements of the Red Ribbon. The next time they attempt to follow us, it won't be so simple." However, before Bulma could voice her thoughts, Tai interrupted her with a piece of chocolate. "Have something sweet first. Do not overthink it," she said with a smile. Then turned her attention back to Wukong, her eyes resting on his hands that had just twisted the rotor blades. "Wukong, when you were bending the blades, did you hurt your hands? The edges of titanium alloy can be quite sharp." Wukong immediately raised both hands, palms up, displaying his unblemished skin, devoid of even a hint of redness. He even clenched his fist to demonstrate his strength. "I'm fine, Tai's sister." That metal is quite soft. I broke it with just a little force. How could I possibly get hurt? Yet, Tai was still not entirely at ease. She gently touched his fingertips, confirming there were no injuries before she sighed in relief. Even if it doesn't hurt, be cautious. Hidden burrs could penetrate the skin and cause inflammation. I understand. Wukong nodded obediently, feeling warmth in his heart. Tai always acted this way. Despite facing danger herself, she remained concerned about the little things regarding him and Bulma. It reminded him of those times at the Brief's home when he accidentally knocked things over during his strength training. Tai would always be the first to check if he was hurt rather than inspecting the damaged furniture. As they conversed, the low cliff ahead opened up to reveal the fishing village, its outline becoming distinct. Dozens of small houses lined the coastline, most windows aglow with warm yellow light. Occasionally, the sounds of fishermen returning home, accompanied by their laughter, mingled with the waves lapping against the dock, creating a lively yet serene atmosphere. Weavie arrived. Bulma's eyes sparkled, her earlier fears dissipating significantly. She grasped Wukong's hand and quickened her pace. Let us find a guest house to stay in. All I want now is a hot shower and a good sleep. Tai followed behind, observing the two running ahead, stowing the thermos in her backpack. She checked the straps of the Dragon Ball protection box to ensure they were secure before hastening to catch up. Looking up at the night sky, she noted the moon was already quite high, and the stars shone brightly. She silently reminded herself, tomorrow we head to the snow-capped mountains. I must check the weather in advance and remind Wukong to be vigilant about avalanche warnings. Wukong took a couple of steps before turning back to wait for Tai. Upon seeing her catch up, he broke into a bright smile. Tai's sister, hurry up. Let us inquire at the brightly lit establishment ahead. Perhaps we might indulge in some fish balls. All you think about is food. Bulma playfully scolded him, yet her grip on his hand remained firm. Their pace slowing as they awaited Tai's to walk alongside them. The silhouettes of the trio gradually melded into the glow of the fishing village, with the sea breeze still whispering behind them. However, this time, no one recalled the threat of the red satin ribbon. Instead, they were enveloped by the warmth of the flickering lights and the promise of a tranquil evening. Goku, in his heart, understood that the avalanche from the snow-capped mountains and Colonel Violet awaited them, but with Tai's meticulousness, Bulma's ingenuity, and his own strength, no challenge would be insurmountable. Chapter 30. Tai's presents the protective shield. The morning in the fishing village was imbued with a subtle scent of fish, as the innkeeper's seafood porridge bubbled in the pot, steam enveloping the small kitchen with the aroma of rice. Bulma cradled a bowl, savoring the porridge in small bites while her gaze was fixed on the distant snow-capped mountains, their sharp peaks glinting coldly under the morning sun. This was their next destination. After finishing their meal and tidying up, we would set off in half an hour. Tai's, while handing a neatly folded coat to Goku, retrieved a silver capsule from her backpack. With a gentle press of her fingertip, a soft pop resonated, and a half-person tall transparent shield materialized on the ground, its edges shimmering with a faint blue light. What is this? Goku inquired, setting down his bowl and leaning closer to prod the shield, which felt icy to the touch, akin to firm jelly. When he pressed down, the shield gently rebounded, absorbing his force. It's a protective shield, specially modified by my father, Tai's explained, crouching down to point at a button on the side of the shield. This one can shrink to the size of a palm for easy transport. The red button activates emergency mode, capable of withstanding a 10-ton impact and protecting us against the low temperatures of the snowy mountains. In the event of falling rocks or an avalanche, this will safeguard us. Bulma leaned in to examine the shield, reaching out to touch it. Wow, this is impressive. Much sturdier than the makeshift shield I designed before. Tai's, why didn't you bring this out sooner? If we had it when we encountered those pirates yesterday, I wouldn't have had to hide behind the rocks. Tai smiled as she handed the shrinking button to Goku, her expression turning earnest. It wasn't needed at the beach yesterday, and primarily, it's to give you both peace of mind. She looked at Goku, her tone softening. I know your strength is sufficient to protect us, but having a shield allows Bulma and me to worry a little less. Wouldn't you agree? Goku gazed at the small button in his hand, then at the concern reflected in Tai's eyes, and suddenly broke into a wide grin. He certainly understood that he would have no use for this shield. With his current strength, he could easily shield both of them from even a greater avalanche with his bare hands. However, Tai's had prepared this out of concern for him, wishing to alleviate some of his burdens. All right, I accept it, Goku declared, tucking the button into his coat pocket and patting it. With this, you need not fear. But rest assured, if danger arises, I am certainly more reliable than the shield. Seeing him accept it, Tai's smile deepened, and she adjusted the collar of his coat. I know you are formidable, but do not always think you must bear everything alone. We are on this quest for the Dragon Balls together. And we can also lend a hand. Exactly. Bulma immediately concurred, finishing the last spoonful of porridge before setting down her bowl. I possess the Dragon Ball radar, which can precisely locate the Dragon Balls. Sister Tai's has a detector and a protective shield to help us avoid traps. As for you, your role is to engage in combat. The division of labor is clearly defined. What could be better? Goku scratched his head, refraining from objection as he understood that both Bulma and Tai's were eager to participate, unwilling to remain mere prot-gs. This arrangement was indeed preferable, reminiscent of deciphering the pirate's secret code yesterday, where Bulma's intellect and Tai's meticulousness complemented his own shortcomings. Collaborating made the adventure all the more thrilling. After packing their belongings, the innkeeper kindly prepared a bag of dried fish and warm milk for them. It will be cold over by the snow-capped mountains. Eat these on the way if you get hungry, and take care. Thank you, sir. The trio bid farewell to the innkeeper and set off along the path toward the mountains. Tai's minimized her shield, placing it into her backpack, and retrieved the detector. The screen illuminated the general topography of the snowy mountains. According to the map, we must first traverse a desert before reaching the foot of the mountains. The midday heat in the desert will be intense. We must cross it before noon. A desert? Bulma grimaced. I absolutely detest deserts. They are hot and full of sand, which will ruin my hair. However, Goku recalled the desert from his memories, where not only dust storms lurked, but also sandworms that could attack. Yet, there was a friendly tribe that could provide them with clues regarding the Dragon Balls. He turned to Tai's, smiling. Sister Tai's, did you bring any sunscreen? The sun in the desert is quite harsh. We must avoid sunburn. Tai's paused for a moment before pulling out 2 bottles of sunscreen from her backpack. I did bring some, and I have a sun hat prepared as well. I will make sure you and Bulma wear it before we enter the desert. She hadn't expected Goku to be attentive to such details, and warmth filled her heart. She added, the detector will provide early warnings for dust storms. We will be able to avoid them. Goku nodded, his steps growing lighter. With Tai's thoughtful preparations and Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, the forthcoming journey through the desert and the snowy mountains, despite the lurking dangers and the Red Ribbon Army, seemed far less daunting. He felt the protective shield button in his pocket, knowing it was likely unnecessary, yet accepting it for the reassurance it provided to Tai's and Bulma. As the trio's figures gradually distanced from the fishing village, they ventured toward the vast desert ahead. The rising sun elongated their shadows as they chatted and laughed, leaving the threats of the Red Ribbon Army unmentioned, focusing instead on their anticipation for the next Dragon Ball and the comfort of each other's company. Chapter 31. Seeking the Dragon Ball in the desert upon exiting the low woods of the fishing village. The landscape transformed abruptly into an expanse of yellow sand that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The midday sun hung overhead, casting a glaring white light upon the sand, while the wind carried a searing heat that stung against their skin. Wow, this desert is unbearably hot, Bulma exclaimed as she took her first step into the sand. Quickly retreating, she stood on tiptoe to pat the sand off her shoes. My new shoes are going to get ruined. Her pink hair was tousled by the wind, and she raised her hand to shield her forehead, furrowing her brow tightly. Tai-Si was well prepared. She retrieved 2 wide-brimmed sun hats from her backpack, handing one to Bulma while placing the other atop Goku's head. The hats were a soft gray, adorned with breathable cotton strings, perfectly designed to shield them from the sun's rays. Hurry and put it on, or you'll risk heatstroke if you stay out too long, she urged. Next, she produced 2 bottles of sunscreen, unscrewed the caps, and applied it to Bulma's cheeks and neck. This is waterproof and sweat-resistant, capable of withstanding the desert sun. Bulma pouted as she allowed Tai-Si to slather the sunscreen on her, grumbling, it's so greasy. My face is going to shine. Despite her complaints, she dutifully secured the hat, unwilling to become tanned or to face the embarrassment of sunburn while searching for the Dragon Balls. Goku tilted his head, the brim of his hat obscuring most of his face, leaving only his bright, sparkling eyes visible. He reached up to touch the brim, finding it amusing. This hat is fun, much more comfortable than the leaf hat I wore in the mountains. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He recalled the sandstorms that typically swept through the desert around 2 in the afternoon. Without prior preparation, one could easily become buried in the sand. Tai-Si, Goku called, pointing towards the distant sky. Look at those clouds. They seem a bit off. Is a storm coming? He deliberately spoke in vague terms, exchanging his knowledge of the impending sandstorm for a mere observation of the weather to avoid revealing too much. Taisi followed his gaze, noticing the horizon faintly tinged with a dusty hue. The wind in the air had also picked up in intensity. Immediately, she pulled out her detector, and a line of red warning appeared on the screen. Severe sandstorm expected in 2 hours, wind speed 15 meters per second, visibility below 5 meters. It's really going to be a sandstorm. Taisi's expression shifted, and she quickly stowed the detector. We must hasten our pace to locate a supply point in the desert or find a sheltered spot before the storm hits. Goku, have you encountered a sandstorm in the mountains before? Do you know how to handle it? Goku nodded, feigning a thoughtful demeanor. I have. The last time I was searching for wild fruits in the mountains, a sudden gust of sand blew in, and I had to hide behind a large rock to avoid being swept away. The sandstorms in the desert must be even more ferocious. We need to find a sturdy place ahead of time and secure our belongings to prevent them from being blown away. As he spoke, he assisted Bulma in zipping up her backpack and took the protective shield button from Taisi, ensuring it was safely stored away to avoid being buried in sand. Upon hearing the mention of a sandstorm, Bulma's complaints faded, and she quickened her pace to keep up with the two. Then let's move quickly. I definitely don't want to be buried in sand. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the next Dragon Ball was located near an oasis in the heart of the desert, which should provide a sheltering spot. Following the guidance of the radar, the trio hastily ventured into the desert. Taisi walked in the center, glancing at the detector from time to time to adjust their course. Bulma walked on the right, clutching the Dragon Ball protective case while occasionally complaining about sand getting into her shoes. Goku took the leftmost position, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He remembered that this desert not only harbored sandstorms, but also the treacherous sandworms that could ambush unwary travelers, necessitating careful attention to the movements of the ground. After more than half an hour of traversing the arid landscape, Bulma's pace began to wane, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. It's so hot. I can't go on any longer. Can we take a break? Taisi was also slightly out of breath. She glanced at the sun and then at the detector. Just a little longer. There should be an abandoned relay station ahead, a place where caravans used to rest, offering shelter from the wind. Wukong, your stamina is impressive. Could you sprint ahead and take a look? Absolutely. Wukong promptly nodded, his feet light as he darted forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. He was acutely aware that the forsaken relay station lay merely a kilometer ahead, providing not only refuge from the wind, but also a source of clean water. Details etched in his memory that would save them considerable time. Before long, Wukong returned, waving at the two. There truly is a stone house up ahead. It can shield us from the wind, and there's water. Bulma's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as she grasped Taisi's hand, urging her forward. Hurry, we need to get there. I want water. With a smile, Taisi followed, casting a glance back at the encroaching line of yellow dust. She felt a sense of relief, grateful for Wukong's foresight regarding the weather and for leading them to a place of refuge. Otherwise, this sandstorm would have posed a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to her, Wukong had meticulously memorized the dangers of the desert, with all his fortunate encounters and experiences aimed at protecting them and steering clear of potential troubles. The trio swiftly reached the abandoned relay station, pushing open the creaking wooden door, a cool gust of air welcoming them. Wukong entered first, surveying the surroundings. It was clean, devoid of beasts, and there was a well, a source of drinkable water. Taisi and Bulma followed him inside, setting their backpacks on the ground. Finally able to breathe easier, Taisi retrieved her water bottle, drawing some water from the well and handing it to them. Let us drink a bit, rest for 10 minutes, and then we'll reinforce the doors and windows of the relay station in preparation for the sandstorm. Wukong took the water bottle, gulping down a generous amount, his gaze falling on the increasingly near line of yellow dust outside, the wind intensifying. He knew a fierce battle was imminent. But as long as he was there, he would ensure Taisi and Bulma emerged unscathed. Chapter 32. The sandstorm approaches. Just as the wooden door was secured with planks, the sound of the wind outside suddenly intensified, resembling the growls of countless wild beasts. Yellow sand battered against the stone walls, producing a crackling noise, even causing the roof tiles to tremble slightly. Bulma, frightened, shrank back behind Taisi, clutching her clothing tightly, her eyes fixated on the windows swaying in the wind. Her voice trembling. Is this sandstorm truly so terrifying? Could it collapse the house? Taisi had just placed the detector on the table, the wind speed on the screen soaring. She gently wrapped her arm around Bulma's shoulders, whispering reassurances. Do not fear. This house is built of stone and is quite sturdy. Wukong, do you think we should seal the gaps in the windows? Sand is already blowing in. Wukong had already noticed the fine sand trickling down through the cracks near the wall. If they did not block it, it would not be long before the room filled with sand. Instead of seeking out more planks, he moved beside Bulma and Tai Si, pointing to the corner of the wall. You two stand here, lean against the wall. I will shield you from the sand. You will shield us? Bulma was taken aback. How will you do that? With your hands? Without explanation, Wukong first retrieved the protective case for the Dragon Balls from the table and carefully placed it on the stone pedestal in the corner, the safest spot in the room. Far from doors and windows. Even if debris were to fall, it would not reach them. He then turned around, spreading his arms and standing before Bulma and Tais, acting as a barrier to shield them both. Tais quickly grasped his intention, her heart tightening. Wukong, there's no need for this. We can find something to block the gap. You might get sand in your eyes. As she reached for the fabric in her backpack, Wukong gently restrained her hand. No need for trouble, he assured her, his voice steady and reassuring amid the howling wind. This sandstorm is confined to this desert and will last no longer than half an hour. It will pass soon. As long as I stand here, the sand won't reach you. He had already discerned the nature of the storm from memory. Although fierce, its duration was short, and the station was situated on the edge of the storm's path, posing no risk of collapse. As long as he protected the two of them from choking on the sand, they would be fine. Just as he finished speaking, a stronger gust of wind swept through, and the sand from the window crevices surged in, cascading like fine streams. Wukong frowned slightly, channeling a bit of energy. An invisible barrier unfurled before him. As the fine sand touched the barrier, it fell to the ground, unable to approach the two girls any closer. Bulma, initially anxious about the sand blowing on her face, felt nothing but the breeze after a while. Peeking from beneath Wukong's arm, she noticed a ring of sand accumulating on the ground, while the area before them remained pristine. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wukong, did you cast some sort of magic? The sand can't get through. Tais also understood, a flicker of realization in her gaze. Wukong's power was far greater than she had imagined. This ability to invisibly block the sand was not something an ordinary child could possess. She did not inquire further, but gently tugged at Wukong's sleeve, offering him a clean handkerchief. Even if the sand can't reach us, you still need to be careful. Don't let any sand get in your eyes. Wukong accepted the handkerchief, squeezing it in his hand, warmth spreading through him. Got it, Sister Tais. Don't worry. I will stand here until the sandstorm passes. As he spoke, he kept an eye on the sky outside. According to his memory, in about a quarter of an hour, the intensity of the storm would begin to wane, and it would completely cease after half an hour. Bulma leaned against Tais, gradually losing her fear. She looked at Wukong's back, not particularly tall, yet standing straight like a small tree deeply rooted in the ground, steadfastly protecting them. Suddenly, she felt that with Wukong by her side, even the most frightening dangers seemed less daunting. Wukong, Bulma called softly, once the sandstorm stops. Will we be able to find the oasis? The Dragon Balls are near the oasis, right? Indeed. Wukong turned back, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Once the sandstorm ceases, we can head to the oasis and find the fourth Dragon Ball. We can also enjoy sweet water and some fruit there to replenish our strength. He spoke casually on purpose, hoping to put both of them at ease. Tai Si gazed at Wukong's smile and found herself smiling in return. Regardless of the secrets Wukong harbored, he consistently dedicated himself to protecting them, and this sentiment was more valuable than anything else. She glanced down at the detector, and indeed, the wind speed on the screen had begun to decrease, bringing a sigh of relief. Wukong was right. The sandstorm was waning, and they just needed to wait a little longer. After another quarter of an hour, the howling wind outside gradually subsided, and the sound of sand striking the stone walls lessened. Sensing the diminishing winds, Wukong said to the two of them, "It's almost over. Let us wait a bit longer, and we can head out." Bulma instantly perked up, straightening from Tai Si's embrace. "Really? That's wonderful. I can't stand being in this sand-filled house any longer." Tai Si smiled as she ruffled her hair, then turned to Wukong. "Thank you for standing here to shield us from the sand." Wukong shook his head, retracting his aura, and cautiously opened a crack in the window. The sand outside had dispersed considerably, revealing the faint outline of an oasis in the distance. He turned back to the two, grinning broadly. "It's no trouble at all. The sandstorm has ceased. We can set off for the oasis." The trio gathered their belongings and waited until the sand outside had settled completely before pushing open the wooden door to step outside. Sunlight once again bathed the desert. Although it remained hot, the air was markedly less laden with sand. The distant oasis shimmered with a gentle green hue, like a gem in the desert. Guiding their path forward, Wukong led the way, his steps light, fully aware that their upcoming journey to the oasis would not only lead them to the fourth Dragon Ball, but also introduce them to a desert tribe, heralding the dawn of a new encounter. Chapter 33. The desert tribe under attack. The winds of the oasis, imbued with moisture, dispelled the desert's oppressive heat. As Wukong and his companions approached the edge of the oasis, they beheld a village constructed from mud bricks, with dozens of domed huts encircling a central well. Tendrils of smoke rose gracefully into the air, presenting a scene that should have been peaceful, yet was shattered by the din of chaotic shouts and the clash of violence. Is that the desert tribe? Tai Si halted her steps, raising the detector towards the village. The screen immediately displayed a dozen red dots converging on the village's entrance, indicating an attack by bandits. Armed with knives and bows, they were assaulting the tribe. Bulma also discerned the chaos. Several villagers at the entrance were brandishing rudimentary wooden shields in defense, yet they were being pushed back relentlessly by the bandits. One young tribesman had been struck by an arrow, blood streaming down his arm. She instinctively tightened her grip on Wukong's sleeve. What should we do? There are so many bandits. Should we hide? Yet Wukong remained still, his gaze fixed intently on the bandits. They wore tattered leather armor and wielded rusted knives. Their movements crude and uncoordinated, their combat prowess inferior even to that of the previous pirates. He recognized that the unfolding events mirrored those from his memories. This desert tribe had long safeguarded the oasis, occasionally facing raiding bandits. And this particular attack presented an opportunity to locate the fourth Dragon Ball. The elder of the tribe would, in gratitude for their rescue, reveal the secret of the Dragon Ball hidden deep within the oasis. No need to hide. Wukong gently released Bulma's hand and stepped forward, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I will handle this swiftly, but there are more than 10 of them. Tai Si hurriedly grasped his arm, her voice laden with concern. It is far too perilous for you to proceed alone. We should first circle around to the rear of the tribe and alert our people to bolster their defenses. Wukong turned back, offering her a reassuring smile, his tone light, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Sister Tai Si, have faith in me. These adversaries are of no consequence. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the panicked tribespeople, silently contemplating. You shall regard me as a deity. Though it was not he who vanquished the bandits in the original tale, the reverence the tribe held for the strong remained unchanged. By intervening now, he would only amplify that reverence. Before Tai Si could offer further counsel, Wukong had already sprinted toward the village. He intentionally slowed his pace, yet he was still considerably faster than the average person, swiftly closing the distance to the bandits. One bandit, poised to strike a tribesman with his blade, suddenly felt a jolt at the nape of his neck. The knife clattered to the ground as he collapsed, lifeless. A nearby bandit, momentarily stunned, turned to confront Wukong, only to be gently shoved aside, as if struck by a boulder, tumbling several meters away. Groaning in pain and unable to rise. Who is this little brat? How dare you meddle? The bandit leader bellowed, raising a formidable curved blade to cleave Wukong. The wind from the swing was fierce, and the tribespeople gasped, Bulma covering her eyes in dread. Yet Wukong merely sidestepped with ease, avoiding the strike, and seized the leader's wrist. He applied no force, yet the leader found his hand ensnared, immobile. The leader's face flushed crimson as he struggled to break free. But with a gentle twist, Wukong heard a sharp crack. The leader's wrist had been broken, the blade clattering to the ground as he howled in agony. Begone! Wukong uttered softly, yet his voice resonated with an intimidating authority. The remaining bandits, witnessing their fallen comrade and the incapacitated leader, lost all courage, scrambling away into the desert until they vanished from sight. Silence enveloped the village entrance, save for the groans of the injured and the whispering of the wind through the leaves. The tribespeople stared in wide-eyed astonishment at Wukong, who appeared no more than 5 years old, having dispatched a dozen fierce bandits with mere techniques. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of white, leaned on his cane as he emerged. He was the tribe's elder, his clouded eyes filled with disbelief. Approaching Wukong, he bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Divine being, you must be the deity of the desert, come to deliver us." The other tribespeople soon followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, divine being. We are eternally grateful for your salvation." Bulma and Tai Si rushed over, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Tai Si leaned closer to Wukong and whispered, "Look, they truly see you as a deity." Wukong scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "I am not a deity. I merely happen to be of assistance." He wished to help the tribespeople to their feet, but the elder insisted on remaining on his knees. "You are undoubtedly a divine being. How else could one possess such formidable power? Our tribe has worshipped the god of the desert for generations. You are the embodiment of that deity." Wukong understood that further explanations would be futile, so he refrained from arguing. In his memory, the tribe held an almost reverent awe for the powerful, which was perhaps for the best. When he inquired about the Dragon Ball's whereabouts, they would likely be more than willing to share the information with him. He gestured towards the injured tribesmen and said to the elder, "First, let us take the wounded inside for treatment. They require bandaging." The elder nodded promptly, directing the villagers to assist their injured companions into a small hut. He then rose, gesturing for Wukong to follow him. "Esteemed divine being, along with the two young ladies, please accompany me. We have prepared the sweetest spring water and the finest food in gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Wukong glanced at Tais and Bulma, saw them nod, and followed the elder into the village. Bulma leaned closer to Wukong, whispering, "I never imagined you would truly become a deity. You were incredible just now. But could you refrain from being so impulsive next time? I nearly had a heart attack." Tais chuckled, adding, "You have a way of making people both anxious and reassured. Thankfully, you weren't harmed." Wukong grinned silently. He knew that the elder would soon bring up the matter of the Dragon Balls, bringing them one step closer to the fourth one. Chapter 34, The Onslaught of Sandworms. A single punch to obliterate. Inside the tribe's domed hut, earthen bowls brimmed with sweet spring water, complemented by fragrant baked flatbreads and dried wild fruits. Just as the elder was about to recount the legend of the oasis, the ground beneath them trembled gently, as if something was writhing beneath the surface. "What is happening?" Bulma set down her bowl, grasped the table to steady herself. Her earlier calmness replaced by alarm. Could bandits be attacking again? Tais immediately stood, moving to the entrance to lift the curtain and peer outside. She observed the ground near the village well rising visibly, the yellow sand parting like flowing water, accompanied by a distant, rumbling sound from below. Her expression shifted as she hastily returned to the hut. "It's not bandits. It's something from beneath the earth. It seems to be sandworms." "Sandworms?" The elder's face turned ashen, his cane clattered to the ground. "These are the enormous sandworms of the desert. They feed on the roots of the oasis trees, and if they appear, they can devastate the entire tribe." Outside, the villagers were in a frenzy. Some brandished tools, attempting to dig into the earth, while others hurriedly pulled their children to safety behind the hut. The tremors intensified, and suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the ground by the well split open entirely. A massive, pitch-black sandworm emerged, its body thicker than the huts of the tribe, with two glowing compound eyes and a shell adorned with sharp protrusions. Its mouth was capable of swallowing several people whole, presenting a terrifying sight. "Run!" The villagers screamed, retreating in panic as the sandworm writhed towards the nearest hut. With a resounding crack, the earthen structure crumbled under the force of the creature, sending clouds of yellow sand billowing into the air. Bulma, terrified, hid behind Tais, clutching her arm tightly. "This thing is enormous. What are we going to do?" Wukong. Wukong had long since positioned himself at the entrance, his gaze firmly fixated on the exoskeleton of the sandworm. From his memory, he vividly recalled that this desert beast, despite its ferocious appearance, possessed a critical vulnerability, a narrow seam at the junction of its head shell, the thinnest part of its armor. A precise strike there could swiftly obliterate its innards, rendering it immobile. "Do not worry, I shall handle this," Wukong declared, and without waiting for Tais to intervene, he dashed forth with purpose. He intentionally maneuvered to the side of the sandworm, evading its thrashing body, his eyes locked on the concealed seam of its head shell. This seam was cleverly hidden between two protrusions, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. "Be cautious, my lord," the elder shouted from behind, while the villagers held their breath, watching the diminutive figure charge towards the colossal sandworm, their hearts a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. The sandworm seemed to sense the impending threat, suddenly pivoting to face Wukong, its massive jaws wide open, spewing forth a cloud of rancid yellow sand. Wukong nimbly leapt aside, evading the foul sand. and with a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he propelled himself like an arrow towards the sandworm's head. "This is it," Wukong silently chanted, his right hand forming a tight fist, channeling all his strength into it, as he aimed for the vulnerable seam of the sandworm's exoskeleton. With a resounding thud, akin to a hammer striking stone, the seam burst open, releasing a torrent of dark green fluid. The sandworm emitted a harrowing scream, thrashing violently, sending sand flying in all directions. Yet, within mere moments, it collapsed onto the ground like a deflated balloon, utterly motionless. The village fell into a profound silence, save for the whisper of the wind. The villagers gaped in astonishment at the fallen sandworm, then turned their eyes to Wukong, filled with awe and reverence. Such a gigantic creature, vanquished by the divine being with a single punch? Wukong brushed the dust from his hands, approached the sandworm, and gave its shell a gentle kick to confirm its demise. Satisfied, he turned back to Bulma and Ties inside the dwelling, flashing a grin. "All done. It's dead and will no longer threaten the tribe." Ties and Bulma hurried outside, Ties rushing to Wukong's side, scrutinizing his hands. "Are you all right? Did any of the sandworm's fluid splatter on you? That liquid might be toxic." "I'm fine, Sister Ties," Wukong replied, shaking his hand lightly. "I was far enough away to avoid it. Besides, its weakness was right there in the seam. It was quite simple to defeat." Bulma leaned closer, eyeing the carcass of the sandworm, her eyes widening. "You scared me to death. I thought the sandworm was going to eat you. I had no idea you were so powerful, taking it down with just one punch." The elder, leaning heavily on his staff, approached Wukong, bowing deeply once more. "Your strength is truly formidable, my lord. Not only have you saved our tribe, but you have also eliminated the threat to our oasis. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude." Other villagers knelt in reverence, bowing their heads towards Wukong, chanting their thanks to the divine. Wukong quickly assisted the elder to his feet. "Please, everyone rise. There is no need for such gestures. I merely happen to be of assistance. There is no need to thank me." He understood that after these two events, the tribe elder would undoubtedly take the initiative to reveal the clues regarding the Dragon Ball, making the search for the fourth Dragon Ball considerably easier. The elder rose, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said to Goku, "Esteemed deity, you have bestowed great kindness upon our tribe, and we are determined to repay you. Deep within the oasis lies a treasure, a sacred relic that our tribe has guarded for generations. It may prove useful to you. Allow me to lead you there." Goku felt a surge of joy, realizing that the treasure the elder spoke of was indeed the fourth Dragon Ball, alleviating the need for him to inquire further. He glanced at Tai Si and Bulma, and upon seeing their nods of agreement, he turned to the elder and said, "Then I must trouble you, elder." The tribespeople gathered around, clamoring to accompany them to protect the esteemed deity. Goku smiled and consented, and the group ventured deeper into the oasis. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the ground, while the distant corpse of a sandworm gradually became enveloped by the golden sands. And the silhouette of the fourth Dragon Ball drew nearer. Chapter 35. The tribe's gift of clues. The vegetation deep within the oasis was far more verdant than that of the periphery. Towering poplar trees intertwined their branches and leaves, shielding them from the scorching midday sun. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft beneath their feet, and the breeze carried the fragrant essence of the flora. The elder, leaning on his cane, led the way, his steps slow yet steady, occasionally glancing back to ensure that Goku and his companions were keeping pace, his eyes filled with respect. "Esteemed deity, just a little further ahead lies the sacred ground that our tribe has safeguarded for generations," the elder intoned solemnly. "Therein lies the secret of our tribe, the very treasure I mentioned earlier. Only the tribe's chieftain and elders may approach. It is our honor today to grant you this privilege." Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, her eyes sparkling, whispered to Tai Si, "Do you think the treasure the elder spoke of is the fourth Dragon Ball?" The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was nearby, becoming ever closer. Tai Si nodded gently, her gaze scanning the surroundings. The trunks of the poplar trees bore strange markings, reminiscent of ancient totems, and scattered stones on the ground exhibited similar patterns. She retrieved her portable terminal and quietly captured images of these symbols, contemplating. These markings appear to be map indicators, perhaps used by the tribe to document the location of their sacred site. Goku walked at the center, his eyes sweeping across a clearing ahead. In his memory, The fourth Dragon Ball was hidden beneath the millennia-old tree at the center of this clearing, where a concealed stone box lay buried in the earth, adorned with symbols identical to those of the tribe's totem. Now, observing the surrounding environment and recalling the elder's words, he felt he had already arrived at the answer. Before long, the group reached an expansive clearing, where a robust millennia-old tree stood proudly at its center, its trunk wide enough for several people to embrace. Its branches extended outward like a vast umbrella, and indeed, beneath it lay a stone box partially buried in the soil, its surface etched with intricate totems mirroring the symbols on the poplar tree. "This is the place," the elder announced, halting his steps and pointing to the stone box beneath the tree. "This box was left by our ancestors. It is said to contain a treasure that emanates a warm glow, safeguarding the entire oasis. We have attempted to open this box, but to no avail. Perhaps only you, esteemed deity, possess the ability to unlock it." Bulma promptly rushed to the stone box, crouching down to examine it closely. The screen of the Dragon Ball radar displayed a red dot representing the Dragon Ball, which had become exceptionally clear, nearly aligning perfectly with the position of the stone box. It was indeed the Dragon Ball. The radar indicated that it lay within this very box. Tai Si approached as well, gently tracing the totems on the box with her fingers, seemingly deep in thought. These totems appeared to be mechanisms, perhaps requiring a specific sequence to unlock, rather than brute force. "Goku, would you like to give it a try?" Goku approached the stone box, crouching down. Its size was just right to contain a Dragon Ball. The patterns of the totems were identical to those in his memory, and the method of opening it seemed straightforward. By gently pressing the corresponding symbols in the order of the sun, moon, and stars depicted on the totems, the box would automatically open. He did not act immediately, but instead looked up at the elder, seeking confirmation. "Elder, is it truly permissible for us to take the treasure within this box?" The elder nodded earnestly, affirming, "Certainly. You have saved our tribe and vanquished the sandworms. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. Moreover, we have guarded it for many years without understanding its purpose. Perhaps it can fulfill its true potential in your hands." With that reassurance, Goku placed his fingertip on the sun symbol of the totem and pressed gently, producing a soft click as the symbol slightly recessed. He then pressed the moon and star symbols in turn, each eliciting a delicate sound. When the final star symbol was pressed, the lid of the stone box slowly opened, revealing a gentle yellow glow emanating from within. The fourth Dragon Ball lay quietly inside, its smooth surface radiating a warm sheen, pulsating with a faint energy wave akin to the 3 previously discovered Dragon Balls. "It's truly the Dragon Ball," Bulma exclaimed with excitement, nearly reaching for it, only to be halted by Tai Si. "Wait, let us check for any traps first." Tai Si meticulously inspected the interior of the box, confirming the absence of any mechanisms, before nodding to Goku, indicating it was safe to retrieve it. Goku reached in and lifted the Dragon Ball, feeling its gentle warmth, the energy emanating from it more soothing than he had anticipated. He looked up at Tai Si and Bulma, grinning widely. "We have acquired the fourth Dragon Ball." The elder and the tribespeople gazed at the radiant Dragon Ball with awe, bowing to Goku in admiration. "Indeed, the Divine One is remarkable. Even the stone box left by our ancestors has been opened." Holding the Dragon Ball, Goku stepped forward to the elder, speaking earnestly. "Thank you for your generous gift, elder. This Dragon Ball is of great importance to us. Should the tribe face peril in the future, we will not hesitate to offer our assistance." The elder quickly waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for formality, Divine One. This is rightfully yours. We only hope that you will continue to safeguard the oasis and our tribe." Tai Si carefully placed the Dragon Ball into a protective case alongside the previous 3, then addressed the elder. "Elder, we must continue our quest for the remaining Dragon Balls, so we won't take up more of your time. We will return if we require assistance in the future." The elder nodded, instructing the tribespeople to bring forth some dried food and water, along with 2 camels. Traveling through the desert is arduous. These provisions and camels will save you considerable effort. The camels know the way and will guide you to the foot of the snowy mountains. Wukong accepted the camel reins handed to him by his kin, internally acknowledging that the elder's suggested route perfectly aligned with his recollections of the path leading to the snow-capped mountains. This would enable them to circumvent many unnecessary detours. He bowed respectfully to the elder and his fellow tribesmen, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all. We shall remember your assistance." After bidding farewell to the tribe, Wukong, accompanied by 2 others, mounted their camels, and set forth towards the snowy peaks. The camels trod steadily, leaving deep imprints in the desert sands. Bulma, seated atop her camel, gazed at the 4 Dragon Balls nestled within the protective case, her face radiant with joy. This is wonderful. We've already located 4, just 3 more, and we can summon the Eternal Dragon. Tai, smiling as well, added, thanks to Wukong. We not only dealt with the bandits and sandworms, but also acquired clues about the Dragon Balls. Our next challenge lies with the snow-capped mountains. We must prepare for potential avalanches. Leading the procession, Wukong's gaze was fixed on the distant snowy peaks, recalling that not only was the 5th Dragon Ball hidden there, but also Colonel Violet, adorned in her red ribbon, awaited their arrival. He gently patted the camel's neck, contemplating, Colonel Violet, this time, you shall not succeed so easily. Chapter 36. The arrival of Colonel Violet. The camel's hooves crunched softly on the snow, the sound breaking the silence. Upon leaving the desert, the temperature plummeted sharply, and the biting wind whipped snowflakes against their faces, stinging like tiny needles. As they reached a wooded area at the foot of the mountains, Tai suggested they take a brief respite to feed the camels and acclimatize to the frigid climate. Bulma wrapped herself tightly in the thick coat Tai had prepared, but could not suppress a shiver. It's freezing in this snow mountain. Had I known, I would have brought my heated jacket from home. She squatted beside the camel, brushing its fur while lamenting. The dragon radar indicates the 5th Dragon Ball is just above us on the mountain. When shall we ascend? We should wait until the sun rises a bit higher and the snow softens. Otherwise, the path will be too slippery and treacherous, Tai replied. Retrieving compressed biscuits from her backpack to share with Wukong and Bulma, we need to replenish our energy. The cold atop the mountain will demand even more from us. As Wukong took a bite of the biscuit, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, laced with a faint scent of gunpowder and a hint of pressure that belonged to the Red Ribbon officer. He set down the biscuit, his gaze sharp as he scanned the depths of the forest, instantly deducing the answer. Colonel Violet had arrived, just as he remembered, lying in ambush to seize the Dragon Balls. Be cautious, Wukong shouted, instinctively pulling Bulma and Tai behind him. No sooner had he spoken than a silver figure leaped forth from the depths of the woods. Clad in the purple uniform of the Red Ribbon Army and wearing black leather gloves, the newcomer wielded a modified tranquilizer gun. Her short purple hair danced in the cold wind. Indeed, it was Colonel Violet of the Red Ribbon Army. To my surprise, you remain quite vigilant, Violet halted, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips as her gaze swept over the trio, ultimately locking onto the protective case of Dragon Balls in Bulma's arms. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I might grant you a swift demise. Bulma instinctively recoiled behind Wukong, while Tai stealthily reached for the stun gun in her backpack, her eyes narrowing in vigilance as she confronted Violet. Are you affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army? The last helicopter was indeed dispatched by you, wasn't it? Now that you are aware, you should comply. Violet raised her tranquilizer gun, aiming it at Goku. Do not presume that defeating a few pirates and sandworms makes you formidable. In my eyes, you are merely a fortunate little brat. As she spoke, she pulled the trigger, and a syringe filled with anesthetic shot forth, racing towards Goku's chest. Bulma and Tai gasped in shock, yet Goku merely sidestepped with a gentle motion. The syringe whizzing past the hem of his clothing and embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. The anesthetic instantly seeped into the wood, melting a patch of snow upon it. How is this possible? Violet's pupils dilated. Her tranquilizer gun had never missed its mark before. She had clearly aimed. So how could this little brat evade it? Goku stood upright, gazing at Violet with an indifferent tone. I am well aware of your techniques. This tranquilizer gun is ineffective against me. He recalled vividly that Violet frequently utilized this modified tranquilizer gun, known for its long range and high accuracy, often launching surprise attacks from the side. Had he not anticipated her move, he might have indeed fallen victim to her ambush. Unyielding, Violet squeezed the trigger again, unleashing several syringes aimed at different parts of Goku's body, some targeting his knees, others his shoulders, with angles so cunning that they nearly obstructed all escape routes. Yet Goku's movements were swifter than she anticipated. He glided between the syringes like a gust of wind, evading each one with impeccable timing. The syringes either struck the tree trunk or fell into the snow, never brushing against his clothing. Impossible. How could you possibly know where I would shoot? Violet's expression shifted at last, her grip tightening around the tranquilizer gun as she drew a dagger from her waist, realizing she needed to employ her true skills. With that, She lunged at Goku, the dagger gleaming menacingly under the sunlight as it aimed for his wrist, intent on incapacitating him before seizing the Dragon Balls. Tais, witnessing this, immediately brandished her stun gun, pointing it at Violet. "Do not approach. I will fire if you come any closer." "It's futile." Goku shook his head at Tais, slightly leaning back to effortlessly evade Violet's dagger while simultaneously seizing her wrist. With a gentle twist, Violet felt a sharp pain in her wrist, the dagger clattering to the snow as she stumbled forward from Goku's strength. Goku released her, stepping back 2 paces to maintain distance. "Your techniques are quite limited. Whether it be the tranquilizer gun or the dagger, I can predict your next move. Continuing this struggle will only lead to your downfall." Violet rubbed her wrist, her gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. This little brat was exceedingly peculiar. Not only was he skilled, but he also seemed to foresee her intentions, evading each of her attacks. Such abilities were not typical for a 5-year-old. Acknowledging her inferiority, she realized that persisting any further would only lead to greater embarrassment. Thus, she glared fiercely at Goku, retrieving the dagger and tranquilizer gun from the ground. "Consider yourself formidable. However, the Crimson Satin Brigade will not let you escape. We shall meet again." With that, Violet turned and dashed deeper into the forest, swiftly vanishing among the trees. Bulma exhaled in relief, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "You scared me. That woman is quite fierce. Thankfully, you dodged her attack, Goku." Tai Si also lowered her stun gun and approached Goku with a concerned expression, asking, "Are you all right? Her dagger nearly grazed you." "I'm fine, Sister Tai Si," Goku replied with a broad grin. "I anticipated her dagger ambush, so I evaded it in advance. The Red Ribbon Army is only capable of this much. There's no need to fear." He glanced toward the snowy mountains, noting that the sun had risen higher, and the mist over the snow was gradually dissipating. "Let's quickly gather our belongings. The weather is favorable, and we must ascend the mountain to search for the 5th Dragon Ball. Violet will undoubtedly return, and we must find the Dragon Ball before she brings more people." Tai Si and Bulma nodded in agreement, swiftly packing their items and leading the camel as they followed Goku deeper into the snowy mountains. The biting wind continued to howl, yet the trio's steps were more resolute than before. They understood that they were drawing closer to their goal of collecting the Dragon Balls. Regardless of the Red Ribbon Army's schemes, as long as Goku was present, they could surmount any obstacle. Chapter 37. Bulma's beauty scheme. The mountain path became increasingly steep as they ascended, with the snow barely reaching their ankles, requiring utmost caution with each step. Goku, leading the way with the camel, suddenly halted, sensing Violet's presence once more, accompanied by several unfamiliar auras, likely soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army that she had brought along. "Someone is following us," Goku whispered to Tai Si and Bulma behind him. "It's Violet, and she has 4 soldiers with her. It seems she intends to launch a surprise attack." Bulma immediately tensed, clutching the Dragon Ball protective case in her arms. "What should we do? Why won't she give up? Should we make a run for it?" Tai Si retrieved a miniature disruptor from her backpack, swiftly adjusting the settings with her fingertips. "If we run, they'll chase us down, and it would only complicate matters. My disruptor can jam their communications and weapon signals, but it requires a moment to activate." Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief as she clapped her hands together, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "I have a plan. Just watch me," she exclaimed, deliberately fixing her wind-tousled pink hair and adjusting her thick coat to reveal a hint of her fair neck, feigning a look of fear and distress. "I'll go and talk to them, distract them while you, Sister Tai Si, activate the disruptor. Goku, you pretend to be overpowered and play along for a while. What do you think?" Tai Si paused for a moment, then comprehended Bulma's intentions, unable to suppress a laugh. "Your idea is indeed feasible. Just be careful not to get caught." Goku found the notion amusing, grinning in agreement. "Sounds great. We can buy some time and see what tricks Violet has up her sleeve this time." He understood that even without the disruptor, the soldiers and Violet were no match for him. Playing along would not only buy time, but also ensure that Tai Si's disruptor was fully operational, achieving 2 objectives at once. As they conversed, Violet emerged from the trees, flanked by 4 Red Ribbon soldiers, their rifles aimed menacingly at Goku and the others. "This time, let's see where you think you can run." Violet crossed her arms, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare on Goku. "Hand over the Dragon Balls, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Bulma immediately stepped forward, deliberately distancing herself from Goku and Tais, her face contorted in a feigned expression of fear. Her voice trembled. "Sister, We merely seek a few orbs. We mean no offense to your Red Ribbon Army. Why must you pursue us?" As she spoke, she blinked innocently, her eyes glistening with the hint of tears, embodying a pitiful demeanor. Violet, taken aback by Bulma's sudden advance, paused momentarily before sneering, "Cease your pretense of helplessness. I am aware that you possess a Dragon Ball radar. Surrender both the radar and the Dragon Balls, and I may grant you your freedom." However, Bulma feigned hesitation, casting a furtive glance at the soldiers nearby, her tone softening. "With so many of you wielding firearms, I am quite frightened. Might you lower your weapons for a moment? Perhaps we could discuss this calmly, and I might consider relinquishing the Dragon Balls." Simultaneously, she discreetly signaled Ties with her eyes. Ties promptly understood, bowing her head to feign organizing her backpack while her fingers swiftly pressed the button to activate the disruptor, emitting a faint buzzing sound audible only to her. Soon, the screen of the detector in her pocket illuminated, indicating the electronic signals within a 50-meter radius had been blocked, rendering the soldiers' rifles and communication devices inoperative. Goku intentionally took a step back, feigning fear at the soldiers' guns, raising his hands in surrender. "Do not fire. We can discuss this amicably," he urged. "Bulma, do not negotiate with them. They merely seek the Dragon Balls." While he spoke, his eyes scrutinized the soldiers' reactions. Indeed, one soldier attempted to pull the trigger, only to find his rifle unresponsive, glancing down in confusion. Violet sensed something was amiss, furrowing her brows as she addressed the soldiers. "What are you waiting for? Seize them." Yet, as the soldiers moved forward, they discovered their rifles were utterly useless, and their communication devices had lost signal. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their next move. Seeing this, Bulma internally chuckled, though she maintained an outward facade of distress. "Sister, observe how your subordinates cannot even use their weapons. It seems even fate disapproves of your actions and wishes to prevent you from bullying us. Perhaps we should genuinely converse. I can reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. But you must not harm us, all right? You deceive me." Violet finally comprehended, realizing she had fallen victim to Bulma's ruse. Angrily, she glared at Ties. "This is your doing. You employed a disruptor." Ties raised her head, a calm smile gracing her face. "There was no alternative, considering your insistence on threatening us with weapons. Now that your communication and armaments are rendered ineffective, even if you wish to summon assistance, it is futile. You might as well concede." Goku lowered his hands, flexing his wrists as he regarded Violet and the soldiers with a mischievous smile. "Having entertained you for so long, it is now our turn to depart. Should you wish to seize the Dragon Balls again, remember to bring more functional weapons next time." Violet's face darkened with fury, yet she found herself powerless. With their weapons disabled and communication severed, she stood helpless as she watched the trio lead the camel deeper into the snowy mountains. Bulma, bringing up the rear, turned back to wave at Violet with a playful smile, exclaiming, "Sister, thank you for playing with us. We'll be on our way now." As she watched the figures of the trio gradually fade into the depths of the snowy landscape, Violet stomped her foot in frustration and shouted at the soldiers. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and find a way to repair the communicator. We must track them down and reclaim the Dragon Balls." The soldiers nodded hastily, beginning to frantically inspect the communicator and their weapons, but the interference device was still effective, rendering their efforts futile and leaving them in a state of anxious confusion. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions had ventured far, and Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter. Violet's expression just now was absolutely hilarious. She must be furious. Tai Si chimed in with a smile. "Your beauty trick was quite effective. It successfully bought us time, allowing my interference device to function." Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Those soldiers were so foolish. When their guns malfunctioned, they were completely at a loss. It was quite amusing to play with them. However, we need to quicken our pace. Violet will surely devise another plan to catch up, and we must locate the 5th Dragon Ball before she does. The trio hastened their steps deeper into the snowy mountains. The snow grew thicker, and the biting wind intensified. Yet their spirits remained buoyant as they thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Red Ribbon Army and drew closer to the 5th Dragon Ball. Chapter 38. Tai Si's interference device. The cold wind swept snow particles against her face, causing Bulma to huddle her neck and closely follow Goku. Each step in her thick snow boots sank deep into the snow. Had I known traversing the snowy mountains would be so arduous, I should have asked my father to construct a snowmobile. She grumbled, brushing the snowflakes from her face and gazing ahead at the winding snow slope. Unable to suppress her frown, This path is incredibly slippery. What if I fall? Tai Si walked in the middle, one hand holding the camel's reins while the other cradled a portable terminal, her fingers swiftly gliding over the screen. The terminal was linked to her interference device, and green signal waves pulsated across the display, indicating that electronic signals within a 50-meter radius remained firmly shielded. Occasionally, she glanced back to ensure that Violet and the soldiers had not caught up, allowing herself a slight sigh of relief. The interference device was functioning normally, and Tai Si's voice floated through the frigid air, imbued with a subtle warmth. Their communication and weapon signals were still cloaked, temporarily preventing pursuit. Yet, they had to expedite their journey. The interference device's battery could only last for 3 hours, and they needed to locate the Dragon Ball and vacate the snowy slope before the power was depleted. Goku turned back for a moment. Catching sight of Tai Si's fingers gliding over the terminal screen, her fingertips slightly reddened by the cold, yet she still adeptly adjusted the parameters of the interference device. The signal range on the screen subtly expanded with her adjustments, encompassing even farther regions behind them within the shielding range. He was reminded of earlier, in the forest, when Tai Si had quietly activated the interference device, effortlessly neutralizing Violet's ambush. Sister Tai Si, your hands are turning red from the cold. Would you like to take a break? Goku slowed his pace and approached Tai Si, his gaze resting on her reddened fingertips. Tai momentarily paused, glancing down at her hands before smiling and shaking her head. It's nothing. I'll be fine soon. I just expanded the interference range to 100 meters. Even if they attempt to circumvent us, communication will be impossible, and I can't summon more personnel. As she spoke, she tapped on another interface of the terminal, revealing a rudimentary map of the snow-capped mountains. According to the Dragon Radar and previous research, the 5th Dragon Ball should be located near a snow cave ahead, sheltered from the wind and less prone to avalanches. Bulma leaned closer, peering at the terminal screen. A snow cave? Could there be wild beasts inside? Like those sandworms from the desert? Unlikely, Tai patiently explained, marking a red dot on the map. The altitude is too high, and the temperatures are too low for most creatures to survive. Moreover, my detector hasn't picked up any signs of life. Only the energy fluctuations of the Dragon Ball growing stronger. At that moment, the terminal emitted a series of beeps, and a yellow warning appeared on the screen. A faint communication signal had been detected 100 meters behind, suggesting an attempt to breach the interference. Tai's expression shifted, and she swiftly increased her operational speed, her fingers tapping the screen with greater urgency. They're trying to reconnect. I need to boost the interference strength. Goku stood nearby, observing Tai's focused profile. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, undistracted even as the cold wind pressed her hair against her cheek. Within moments, the yellow warning vanished, replaced by a green signal indicating normal interference, along with the earlier faint communication signal, which had also completely disappeared. All set, Tai sighed in relief, brushing her wind-tousled hair back with a hint of a relaxed smile. I've adjusted the interference frequency to a band they cannot decode. They won't be able to restore communication in the short term. Goku glanced at the terminal in her hands, and then at her fingers, which were red from the cold, yet steady. He couldn't help but admire her reliability. Since their quest for the Dragon Balls began, whether it was deciphering the pirates' mechanisms, recording helicopter data, or now using the jammer against the Red Ribbon Army, Tai had consistently been prepared, using her equipment and meticulousness to help the team avoid one predicament after another. Without her jammer, they might have had to confront the soldiers of Violet in the forest, but now they could proceed safely to the Dragon Ball's location, which was a considerable relief. Tai, you're incredible, Bulma exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her earlier complaints as she leaned closer to the terminal in curiosity. This device can adjust frequencies? It's even better than my Dragon Radar. Tai blushed slightly at the praise, smiling modestly. I learned a bit of electronics from my father. He helped modify these devices, so it's really not a big deal. Suddenly recalling something, she rummaged through her backpack and produced 2 pairs of goggles, handing them to Goku and Bulma. Put these on. When we reach the snow slope, the sunlight reflecting off the snow can be blinding and make it hard to see the path. Goku accepted the goggles and put them on, instantly experiencing a clearer view, even catching a glimpse of the snow cave's outline in the distance. He adjusted the position of his goggles and said to Tais, "Thank you, Sister Tais. This is incredibly useful. Watch your step." Tais suddenly grasped Wukong's arm, pointing to the snow ahead of him, where the snow concealed a pit beneath. Stepping there would lead to a fall. Wukong looked down and indeed noticed that the patch of snow was a shade darker than the surrounding area, with faint cracks barely visible. He quickly stepped back, feeling a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for Tai's warning, he might have fallen into the abyss. Bulma, startled, halted in her tracks and clutched Tai's other hand tightly. "Thank goodness for you, Sister Tais, or we would have found ourselves in dire straits today." Tai smiled and patted her hand reassuringly. "Fear not, follow my lead. I have marked a safe path." With that, she stepped forward confidently, her feet landing firmly on the uncracked snow, occasionally glancing back to remind Wukong and Bulma to watch their footing. Wukong followed closely, his heart warmed more by Tai's presence than by his thick outerwear. He understood that with Tais by their side, whether it was the pursuit of the red ribbon or the peril of the snowy mountains, they could overcome all obstacles. He lifted his gaze towards the distant snow cave, feeling the signal from the Dragon Ball radar intensify. Resolutely, he pledged to expedite their search for the fifth Dragon Ball, determined not to let Tais and Bulma suffer in the cold any longer. The biting wind continued to howl, and the snow slope remained treacherous. Yet the trio's steps grew steadier, bolstered by Tai's reliable guidance, Wukong's protective presence, and Bulma's occasional quips lightening the mood. Even the frigid mountains seemed to exude a touch of warmth. Chapter 39. The Dragon Ball in the Snowy Mountains. Suddenly, the wind at the end of the snow slope shifted direction, no longer a chaotic gust, but a downward rush along the mountainside. The snowflakes striking the goggles with a soft rustle. Wukong paused, tilting his ear to catch the faint cracking sound from afar, reminiscent of heavy snow breaking off ice ridges. Drawing from his innate instincts, he immediately recognized the impending avalanche, estimating it would arrive in no more than 15 minutes. "Stop!" Wukong turned, his tone more serious than before, scanning Tais and Bulma with urgency. "Ahead is the snow cave, but we must hurry. An avalanche is imminent. If we delay, we could be buried." Bulma was about to complain about the exhausting trek when she heard the word avalanche, causing her nerves to tighten instinctively as she clutched the Dragon Ball protective case in her arms. Avalanche. How could it come so suddenly? The radar indicates the Dragon Ball is inside the snow cave, and we haven't even entered yet. Tais immediately raised her portable terminal, her fingers swiftly switching to geological detection mode. The screen displayed a few faint tremors, and the red warning bar began to rise steadily, corroborating Wukong's assertion. "It's true." Her voice took on a more urgent tone. "There are vibrations from the fractured ice beneath us. An avalanche will strike in approximately 15 minutes, engulfing the slope and the cave entrance. We need to move quickly." Bulma ceased her complaints and quickened her pace alongside Wukong, their footprints in the snow becoming deeper and more hurried. "Where's the snow cave? I can't see it." Wukong pointed towards a concealed depression on the mountainside, shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow, revealing only a narrow black crevice that would go unnoticed unless scrutinized. Beneath the snow lay an entrance that needed to be cleared. The trio hastened to the depression, where Tai Si retrieved a folding shovel from her backpack and handed it to Wukong. "Use this to clear the snow quickly. I will monitor the detector and keep track of the avalanche's timing," she instructed. As Wukong took the shovel and was about to start, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Bulma. "Hold the Dragon Ball protective case tightly. Once we enter the cave, prioritize finding the Dragon Ball. If you locate it, come out immediately. Do not waste any time." "Understood." Bulma nodded, her gaze fixed on the black crevice. The screen of the Dragon Ball radar glowed with a bright red, indicating their close proximity to it. Wukong began to clear the snow from the entrance, deliberately slowing his pace to avoid dislodging too much snow from above. Nevertheless, flakes continued to tumble down until he had cleared a passage wide enough for one person. A faint chill emanated from the entrance, colder than the wind outside, accompanied by a hint of stale dust. "Only 10 minutes left," Taisi exclaimed anxiously, observing the detector as the vibrations intensified and the ground began to tremble slightly. Wukong set down the shovel and was the first to squeeze through the opening. The cave was not very deep, illuminated by the ambient light outside, revealing thick icicles clinging to the walls and a flat floor devoid of snow. A few steps in, he spotted a yellow object partially embedded in the ice on a stone platform at the cave's center. The fifth Dragon Ball. "The Dragon Ball is here," Wukong shouted, beckoning to Bulma and Tai Si at the entrance. "Come quickly." Bulma swiftly followed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the Dragon Ball on the platform. "We finally found it. The fifth one." She crouched down, ready to excavate the ice, but soon realized the ice was too thick to penetrate. "I'll take care of it." Wukong said, approaching the icy surface. He placed his hand on the ice, channeling a bit of energy, causing the temperature in his palm to rise sharply. The ice melted at a visible rate, soon revealing the full form of the Dragon Ball. Tai Si also entered the cave, still holding the detector, her expression growing more urgent. Only 5 minutes left. The snow outside is starting to slide. We need to hurry. Wukong handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, who promptly placed it into the protective case. Just as she snapped the lid shut, the ground trembled violently, causing chunks of ice from the cave walls to plummet to the ground, shattering into fragments. The avalanche is coming. Move quickly, Wukong shouted, grabbing Bulma's hand and urging Tai Si, stay close to me. The three dashed towards the entrance. As they emerged, they beheld a massive wave of white snow cascading down the slope in the distance, resembling a colossal wall of white, accompanied by a thunderous roar, rapidly approaching. Run! Take cover behind that rock, Wukong yelled, pulling Bulma and Tai Si towards a large boulder that he remembered as the only potential shelter from the avalanche. A previously noted safe spot. The snow wave drew nearer, the cacophony of wind, snow, and cracking ice merging into a sound that throbbed painfully in their ears. Bulma, terrified, shut her eyes tightly and grasped Goku's hand firmly, while Tai tightly clutched the device, following Goku as they dashed forward. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. As the three of them just managed to conceal themselves behind a rock, the avalanche's torrent of snow surged forth, instantly engulfing the snow cave and slope they had just occupied. The icy white foam splashed against the rocks, chilling to the bone, yet miraculously causing no harm to the trio. Once the snow wave subsided, tranquility returned, leaving only the heavy blanket of snow and the occasional drop of ice debris. The three cautiously peeked from behind the rock, gazing at the snow-covered landscape before them, exhaling in relief. Bulma patted her chest and gasped, that scared me to death. If we had been any slower, we would have been buried in the snow. Thank goodness you warned us about the avalanche, Goku. Otherwise, we would have surely been caught off guard. Tai also sighed in relief, observing the calm ripples on the detector and addressing Goku. You were timely with your warning, otherwise, we would have been in real trouble. We've secured the 5th Dragon Ball, but where shall we search for the 6th? Goku retrieved the Dragon Ball, examining it in his hand before returning it to its protective case, smiling as he said, I have a rough idea of where the 6th Dragon Ball is located, but we must first leave this place and find a safe spot to rest. The recent avalanche has buried our path. We need to find another route down the mountain. The trio surveyed the thick blanket of snow before them and glanced at each other's reddened faces. Despite their fatigue, smiles spread across their lips. They had obtained the 5th Dragon Ball, bringing them one step closer to their goal of gathering all the Dragon Balls. From this point onward, whether it be the pursuit by the Red Ribbon Army or the unknown dangers ahead, they felt assured that they could overcome any challenges together. Chapter 40. The Avalanche Erupts. The aftermath of the avalanche lingered, the heavy snow resembling frozen white waves, burying everything in sight. The trio hid behind the rock, daring not to breathe too heavily. The splattered snow still clung to their eyelashes, melting into cold water with each blink. Distant cracking noises echoed, the sound of branches snapping under the weight of the snow, sending shivers down their spines. What should we do? Bulma tightened her coat, her voice trembling. Surrounded by snow, how do we get out? The path we took is completely buried. She glanced down at the protective case for the Dragon Ball in her arms, grateful that it was sealed tightly and had not let in a single flake of snow. Yet the thought of possibly being trapped in this snowy mountain made her heart race with anxiety. Ties raised the detector, but the screen was filled with snowflakes. The avalanche had disrupted the signal, making it impossible to gauge the surrounding terrain. All she could faintly discern was a weak spatial fluctuation below. Don't panic. She urged herself to remain calm. Turning to Goku, you mentioned knowing a safe route. Is that true? Goku nodded, brushing off the snow from his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the rocks beneath him. According to his memory, 3 meters below this rock, there existed a natural ice crevice that had formed from a fracture in the mountain, leading directly to the forest at the foot of the mountain, allowing them to avoid the avalanche-affected areas. The passage was sufficiently wide for all three to walk side by side, provided they cleared the snow and thin ice to gain entry. Right beneath us, Goku crouched down, tapping the snow beside the rock with his fingers. There's an ice crevice that will take us to the base of the mountain. It's much safer than taking a detour. I'll dig the passage. You two follow closely behind and refrain from disturbing the surrounding snow to avoid triggering a secondary avalanche. An ice crevice? Is it going to be very narrow? Bulma felt a tinge of apprehension, wondering if icicles might fall from above. No, the passage is wide, and there are no loose icicles, Goku replied, already rolling up his sleeves. Despite the biting cold, he seemed utterly unconcerned as he pressed his hands into the snow, exerting a slight force with his fingertips. He deliberately controlled his strength, only loosening the surface layer of snow without using brute force, thus avoiding vibrations that could disturb the thick snow above. With swift and steady movements, he scooped up a sizable handful of snow and tossed it aside onto the vacant ground. He dug with precision, skillfully avoiding areas that might conceal sharp icicles, and soon excavated a pit half his height in the snow. Seeing this, Taiz pulled a small flashlight from her backpack, switched it on, and handed it to Goku. Hold this to light the way. Be careful of the slippery ice below. I'll keep an eye on the snow above and alert you if there's any movement. Thank you, Sister Taiz. Goku accepted the flashlight, and his digging became more efficient. The beam penetrated the snow, revealing the bluish glow of the ice beneath, drawing him ever closer to the fissured passage. Bulma ceased her complaints and crouched by the edge of the pit, helping to push the excavated snow further away, occasionally cautioning. The snow on the left seems a bit loose. Dig slowly. Goku chuckled in response, yet his hands never faltered. After a few more minutes, a faint crack echoed as his hand brushed against the ice surface, which was surprisingly thin. A gentle tap caused it to fracture, and he quickly pried off a section the size of a basin, unveiling a dark and cavernous entrance below. It's opened, Goku exclaimed joyfully, shining the flashlight into the passage. It indeed appeared as spacious as he remembered. Though the ground was somewhat slick, it was level and free from loose icicles. With air circulating comfortably, Taiz leaned in closer, illuminating the depths of the passage with her flashlight. Once she confirmed it was safe, she sighed in relief. Wonderful. Let us hurry inside. The snow outside may slide down again. Goku was the first to enter the passage, turning back to extend his hand to the two of them. I'll pull you down. Be cautious. The ground is a bit slippery. Taiz was the first to grasp his hand, and he securely pulled her into the passage. Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, carefully descended, with Goku supporting the case with one hand and gripping her arm with the other, fearful she might slip. Once the three of them were inside the passage, Goku returned to pile the snow he had just excavated at the entrance, leaving only a small gap for ventilation. This way, it would shield them from the cold wind outside and prevent anyone, like the potentially pursuing Violet, from discovering the entrance. All right, let us move further in. Goku led the way with the flashlight, illuminating their path. The passage was somewhat lengthy, requiring about half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Inside, the passage was significantly warmer than outside, free from the harsh winds, with only a gentle chill lingering. Taiz walked in the middle, occasionally shining the flashlight at the walls to ensure there were no loose icicles. Bulma brought up the rear, holding the protective case. Her mood considerably lighter as she even began to hum softly. Goku, how did you know there was an ice fissure passage here? Taiz couldn't contain her curiosity. When I researched the snow mountain, this place was never mentioned. Wukong scratched his head, feigning recollection. In the past, while playing in the mountains, I encountered an avalanche and sought refuge in a similar crevice, which spared me from harm. When I spotted this rock, I sensed there might be a passage beneath. And to my surprise, there truly was. He certainly could not disclose that this was a scene from his memories. Instead, he sought an excuse to gloss over it. Tai Si did not press further, merely smiling as she remarked, "Thankfully, we have you, or we would have been trapped on the snow-capped mountain today. Once we are out, I must indulge in a steaming cup of hot chocolate to warm my body. I want that too." Bulma chimed in immediately, and I wish for freshly baked bread, preferably with strawberry jam. Listening to their chatter, Wukong couldn't help but smile, as long as he could ensure their safe passage. Even the toil of digging through the passage would be worthwhile. He quickened his pace, the beam of the flashlight illuminating a faint glimmer at the tunnel's end, revealing the direction of the forest at the mountain's base. After walking for another 10 minutes, the light became increasingly pronounced, and they could even hear the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves outside. The trio grew excited, hastening their steps until they emerged from the tunnel, standing amidst the trees at the mountain's foot. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm and bright, a stark contrast to the coldness of the snow-capped peaks. Bulma inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and couldn't restrain a joyful cheer. "We've finally made it out. I never want to visit the snow mountain again." Tai Si also exhaled in relief. gazing at Wukong with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Wukong. If it weren't for you, we would never have made it out." Wukong grinned broadly, gesturing toward the Dragon Ball protective case. "No need for thanks. We have acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, and that is what truly matters. Next, we shall seek the 6th Dragon Ball. However, we must first find a place to rest and contemplate our next course of action." The three stood in the woods, gazing at the melting snow-capped mountains in the distance, their hearts brimming with hope. Despite the avalanche and the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army, they had emerged unscathed and secured the 5th Dragon Ball. Henceforth, no matter the challenges that lay ahead, they were confident in facing them together until they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and fulfilled their wish. Chapter 41. A visit to the Snowman tribe. As they stepped out of the icy crevice, the wind in the woods wrapped around them, carrying a damp chill that was gentler than the frigid mountain breeze, yet still sent shivers down the spines of the 3 snow-covered companions. Bulma clutched the Dragon Ball protective case tighter, stamping her numbed feet. "At last, we are free from that wretched snow mountain, but this forest is rather cold. My boots are soaked. If we continue like this, my feet will freeze." Tai Si retrieved a portable terminal, scanning the surrounding terrain. The screen indicated a heat source about a kilometer ahead, accompanied by faint signals of human activity. She sighed in relief, pointing ahead. "It appears there are people living nearby. It must be a tribe residing at the mountain's base. We can stay there for the night, dry our clothes, and warm ourselves before proceeding." Wukong instantly recognized the direction from his memories. This forest at the base of the mountain was home to a snowman tribe, whose members were tall, fair-skinned, and amiable. Guardians of the icy springs at the mountain's foot, with legends of the Ice Guardian passed down through generations. They never initiated conflict with outsiders, but would warmly welcome lost travelers, making it an ideal place for respite. In the Snowman tribe, Goku advanced a couple of steps, his tone resolute. "They are amicable and will not pose any difficulties for us." "The Snowman tribe?" Bulma's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting the chill in her feet. "Is it like the one in the stories, with white-bearded elders who create snowmen? Might they have hot soup to offer?" Goku smiled and nodded. "They surely do. They excel at making hot soup and roasting game meat, which is particularly fragrant." The trio quickened their pace towards the source of warmth. Before long, the dense woods opened up, revealing a cluster of wooden cabins constructed from round logs. The roofs were thickly thatched with straw, and beneath the eaves hung dried game meat and colorful animal tooth ornaments. A few tall tribesmen were seated by the fire pit in front of the cabins, tending to the flames, and upon spotting Goku and his companions, they paused their activities and gazed over with curiosity. The tribesmen possessed pale, milky white skin, and their hair was as white as snow. They stood a head taller than the average adult, clad in robust animal skin coats, exuding both strength and gentleness. An elderly man with grizzled hair, leaning on a bone staff, approached. He was the tribe's elder. His murky eyes scrutinized the newcomers, yet held no malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The elder's voice was deep and gravelly, accented yet comprehensible. Tai Si stepped forward, addressing him politely. "Greetings, elder. We are travelers in search of Dragon Balls. We have just descended from the snow-capped mountains and encountered an avalanche. We seek refuge in your esteemed tribe for the night to dry our clothing, and we are willing to offer compensation." As she spoke, she retrieved a few compressed biscuits from her backpack, her remaining provisions, as a token of gratitude for their hospitality. The elder waved his hand dismissively, his gaze turning to Goku. He noticed that despite the boy's youth, his demeanor was remarkably composed, unlike that of an ordinary child. "No compensation is necessary," the elder smiled, revealing a set of even teeth. "The avalanche is perilous. Your safe arrival is a blessing. Please, come in. It is warm by the fire pit, and I shall have my people prepare hot soup for you." The tribesmen warmly gathered around, taking their backpacks and leading the three into the largest cabin. Inside, the spacious room housed a massive fire pit, crackling with lively flames that enveloped them in warmth. The tribesmen provided thick animal skin blankets and brought steaming wooden bowls filled with rich meat broth, garnished with chopped wild vegetables, the aroma instantly filling the cabin. Bulma accepted a bowl and took a sip of the hot soup, warmth cascading down her throat and into her stomach, prompting her to sigh in contentment. "This is exquisite, even more delightful than the soup prepared by my family's chef." The elder sat by the fire pit, observing the trio devour the meal with a benevolent smile. After a couple of mouthfuls, Goku looked up at the elder and suddenly spoke. "Elder, I have heard tales of your tribe, particularly the legend of the Ice Guardian. The elder paused, his eyes wide with astonishment. How do you know of this legend? It is a closely guarded secret passed down through generations, seldom spoken of to outsiders. Goku set down his bowl, feigning a contemplative expression. Once, while foraging for wild fruits in the mountains, I overheard an old man mentioning it. He spoke of how the ancestors of the Yeti tribe had once encountered a guardian clad in ice armor, who imparted wisdom on surviving in frigid realms and left behind a crystal of ice that safeguarded the tribe's spring, enabling them to thrive at the foot of the mountain. This narrative encapsulates the very essence of the Yeti tribe's most cherished legend, with details that mirror the original text in his memory. In truth, the Guardian of Ice was a lost Namekian, and within the crystal lay the clues to the sixth Dragon Ball. Mentioning this in advance could not only strengthen ties with the tribe, but also lay the groundwork for the quest for the sixth Dragon Ball. The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grasped Goku's hand, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. That guardian is our tribe's benefactor. We honor the ice crystal he left behind each year in gratitude for his protection." Do you know that elder? Is he aware of other tales regarding the guardian? Goku shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I only heard him speak of this. I was quite young and didn't inquire further. Yet, I believe that guardian must have been a kind-hearted individual to assist your tribe." Indeed, the elder sighed, his gaze filled with reverence. "Without the guardian, our tribe would have perished long ago amidst the cold of the snowy mountains and the ferocity of wild beasts. The crystal remains in our sacred grounds, watched over daily by our kin." Tais and Bulma paused their soup to listen, intrigued by Goku's knowledge of the tribe's lore. Tais cast a furtive glance at Goku, her eyes brimming with curiosity, yet she refrained from voicing her questions. Bulma set down her wooden bowl, asking with interest, "Elder, what does the ice crystal look like? Is it shimmering like a gem?" The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the crystal is transparent, no matter how warm the weather. It never melts and emits a faint blue glow, exceptionally beautiful. Tomorrow, I shall take you to see it." Goku felt a surge of joy, understanding that the ice crystal was, in fact, the protective layer surrounding the sixth Dragon Ball. By acquiring the crystal, they could retrieve the Dragon Ball itself. He expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, elder. We are eager to see the crystal and pay our respects to the guardian." The elder nodded, replenishing their bowls with hot soup. "There is no need for thanks. You are our guests, and it is only right. You shall stay here tonight. The warmth by the fire will keep you comfortable. Tomorrow, I will lead you to the sacred grounds and prepare some provisions for your journey ahead." The three expressed their thanks once more, savoring the warmth of the soup and the hospitality of the tribe. Outside, the wind continued to blow, and the flames crackled in the fire pit, filling the wooden cabin with the aroma of meat broth and a cozy atmosphere. Goku glanced at Tais and Bulma beside him, then at the kind elder, realizing that this stay not only offered them a chance to rest, but also paved the way for discovering the clues to the sixth Dragon Ball. The path ahead appeared increasingly promising. Chapter 42. The Red Ribbon Tank Brigade emerging from the forest of the Snowman tribe. A thunderous rumble of heavy machinery suddenly resonated across the plains. The ground trembled slightly, and dust billowed into the air. A dozen tanks emblazoned with the Red Ribbon insignia were advancing towards Goku and his companions, their barrels glinting ominously in the light. The tracks crushed the grass beneath, leaving deep imprints as they converged menacingly. It was the Red Ribbon Tank Brigade. Tai's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly pulled Bulma behind her and began to adjust her portable terminal. How could they have found this place? The jammers were still operational. They should not have been located. Bulma clutched the Dragon Ball protective case, her voice trembling as she gazed at the approaching tanks. "There are so many of them. They must be here to steal the Dragon Balls. Goku, what should we do?" Those tank cannons looked terrifying. Yet Goku remained unfazed. His gaze swept over the tanks, their heavy bodies and thick barrels exuding an intimidating presence. However, in his perception, the strength of these metal behemoths was inferior to that of the sandworms he had encountered in the desert. They would be incapable of withstanding his punches, let alone his ki blasts. He recalled that the Red Ribbon often employed such heavy weaponry to intimidate their adversaries, but he had never considered that such equipment would be utterly ineffective against a genuine powerhouse. "Do not worry. These weapons are of no consequence," Goku stated, stepping forward to shield the two women, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. "Watch me topple them." No sooner had he spoken than the foremost tank came to a halt, its cannon slowly pivoting towards Goku. A soldier's voice crackled from the cockpit. "You little brat. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or we will blast you to pieces. Tai contemplated activating the jammer to see if it could disrupt the tank's control systems. But she was taken aback to see Goku charging directly at the tank, undeterred by the cannon's aim, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage in his wake. Fire! The soldier shouted, immediately pulling the trigger. Flames erupted from the cannon as a shell hurtled towards Goku, seemingly destined to strike him. Bulma, in fright, covered her eyes. However, Goku merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading the projectile. The shell detonated on the grass behind him, sending dirt and grass flying into the air. Before the soldiers could react, Goku was already at the tank's front, his right fist clenched tightly as he aimed for the juncture of the tank's tracks, delivering a powerful blow. There was a sharp crack as the alloy tracks shattered instantaneously, causing the tank to lose its balance and tilt precariously. Without pausing, Goku grasped the cannon. Twisting his wrist lightly, the barrel contorted as if it were a pliable branch, rendering it incapable of firing another round. Next, Goku raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the tank's undercarriage. The several-ton vehicle was launched half a meter into the air before crashing down violently, its tracks and wheels crumpling, belching forth thick black smoke. How is this possible? The soldier in the cockpit gasped in terror, scrambling to open the hatch and escape. Yet, Goku seized him by the collar, effortlessly tossing him several meters away onto the grass, where he lay, unable to rise from the pain. As the tanks behind observed the scene, they abruptly halted, their cannons simultaneously aimed at Wukong. Yet, none dared to fire. The earlier spectacle had been too terrifying. How could a mere child shatter a tread with a single punch and overturn a tank with a kick? Such feats seemed beyond human capability. What are you waiting for? Fire! The commander of the tank battalion bellowed over the radio. However, the soldiers, paralyzed by fear as Wukong approached, found their hands trembling, unable to pull the trigger. Wukong stood before the second tank, making no aggressive move. Instead, he extended his hand and gently pressed it against the tank's exterior. As he summoned a modicum of energy, the surface instantly caved in, creating a significant dent, while the mechanical components within crackled and sparked. This hunk of metal cannot withstand me. Wukong's voice resonated through the tank's shell, imbued with undeniable authority. Those who wish to live, retreat this vehicle and cease your pursuit. The soldiers in the cockpit exchanged glances, none daring to speak, yet they hastily initiated their tanks, turning them around and frantically retreating. In their panic, some collided with their comrades, their treads entangled and immobile. The soldiers abandoned their vehicles, scrambling away in a desperate escape. In the blink of an eye, only 2 tanks remained, stranded and emitting black smoke, resembling 2 heaps of scrap metal. Bulma lowered her hands from her eyes, gazing at the scene in astonishment, her mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Wukong, you are truly incredible. You broke the treads of such massive tanks with a single punch and overturned them with a mere kick. Tai sighed in relief, approaching Wukong to inspect his hands. Are you all right? That tank's exterior is so robust. Did it harm you? Wukong raised his hand, palm pristine and unmarred, devoid of even a faint bruise. He grinned broadly. I'm fine. Such weapons are remarkably soft. How could they possibly injure me? I told you, they are utterly useless. He kicked the overturned tank, producing a resonant clang, and continued, the Red Ribbon Army only uses these metal contraptions to instill fear. Should we encounter them again, I shall overturn them once more. Let us disregard this scrap metal and hasten our journey. The 7th Dragon Ball lies near the Red Ribbon headquarters. If we delay, the Black Marshal may seize it. Tais nodded, stowing away her portable terminal and adjusting Bulma's protective box strap. Wukong is right. The Red Ribbon Army will undoubtedly send more troops. We must act swiftly. I perused the map earlier. There is a train station in the town ahead. We can take a train to the city where the Red Ribbon headquarters is located, which will be far quicker than walking. Bulma, clutching the protective box, followed the 2 as they advanced. Passing by the immobilized tanks, she provocatively called out, Hey, you Red Ribbon folks are pathetic. You can't even defeat a child, yet you dare to covet the Dragon Balls. Wukong glanced back at the abandoned tanks and then at the distant direction the Red Ribbon soldiers had fled, pondering, Black Marshal, when we meet again, I shall not allow you the opportunity to covet the Dragon Balls. The trio's figures gradually receded from the plain, heading towards the small town ahead. Sunlight cascaded upon the grass, the tracks left by the recently passed tanks still visible, yet no one could thwart their pursuit of the final Dragon Ball. The heavy weaponry of the Red Ribbon Army was but a heap of useless scrap in the face of absolute power, and they were drawing ever closer to their goal of summoning the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 43. Protect the Snowman. The black smoke from the tank wreckage still wafted gracefully into the snowy air, with broken tracks and twisted gun barrels scattered across the parched grass. Resembling a mass of contorted metal, Goku withdrew his hand from the tank's shell, his palm unmarred by even a scratch. The once formidable line of Red Ribbon tanks seemed to him nothing more than obstructive lumps of iron, easily dealt with, even more so than crushing ice. Goku, are you all right? Tais hurried over, brushing the dust from his shoulder. Her gaze swept over the abandoned tanks, her brow furrowed with concern. The Red Ribbon soldiers won't let this go. We must leave swiftly to avoid their reinforcements. Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, joined them, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed. Those tanks were terrifying. What if more come? We should hurry to the town and catch a train. At that moment, a faint sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Members of the Snowman tribe emerged from the forest, led by an elder leaning on a staff, clad in thick animal skins, his expression laden with worry. Children, will those men in black return? Our tribe's provisions are at the foot of the mountain. If they come back, we will have no means of survival. Accompanying the elder were several young snowmen, timidly peeking from behind their guardians, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed upon the remnants of the tanks. Goku, observing the children's expressions, felt a surge of compassion. Though he was not of this world, he understood the cruelty of the Red Ribbon Army better than most. These snowmen were innocent and kind-hearted, having never harmed anyone. It would be utterly unjust for them to suffer retaliation for seeking his assistance. Elder, do not worry. We shall not allow them to harm you, Goku assured, stepping forward to shield the snowmen, his tone resolute. If they dare to return, I will protect you. As his words echoed, the distant sound of motorcycle engines rumbled along the narrow path. 3 motorcycles adorned with the Red Ribbon insignia approached. Soldiers on the rear seats wielding laser guns aimed toward the direction of the Snowman tribe, clearly reinforcements for the fleeing remnants. This is bad. They have truly returned. Tais exclaimed, quickly pulling Bulma and several young snowmen behind her, retrieving a portable jammer to adjust its settings. I'll attempt to disrupt their communications, preventing them from calling in more reinforcements. Goku, be cautious. They possess laser guns. The motorcycles halted beside the tank wreckage, and the leading soldier leapt down. A menacing grin plastered across his face as he glared at Goku. You brat. You just destroyed our tanks, and now you wish to protect these snowmen? Today, you shall die alongside these savages. With that, he raised his laser gun, aiming at the small snowman cowering behind the elder, a child barely half a man's height. Trembling in fear as he clutched the elder's leg tightly. As Wukong's pupils constricted, a surge of fury ignited within him. He could tolerate the Red Ribbon Army causing him trouble, yet he would not stand for them harming innocent children. This was not a plotline from the original narrative, but rather a line he, as a time traveler, was compelled to uphold, to ensure that the innocent remained unharmed. Dare to lay a hand on them, and see what happens. Wukong's voice turned frigid as he vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before a soldier, seizing the barrel of the laser gun with his right hand, twisting it effortlessly until it bent, rendering it useless. Before the soldier could react, Wukong grasped his collar and tossed him effortlessly several meters away into the snow, eliciting a wince of pain. The other 2 soldiers, witnessing this, hastily aimed their weapons at Wukong, but the sheer swiftness of his movements left them flustered. Just as they pulled the triggers, Wukong had already circled behind them, pressing down on the napes of their necks. With a gentle push, they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. The entire encounter transpired in less than 10 seconds. 3 motorcycles and 3 soldiers were swiftly subdued, leaving behind only the fallen soldiers and the extinguished motorcycles in the snow. The elders and tribespeople stood in stunned silence, astonished that the once fearsome Red Ribbon soldiers had been so easily vanquished by this child. A few small snowmen peered cautiously from behind the adults, their initial fear gradually morphing into curiosity. One particularly bold child approached, reaching out to touch the hem of Wukong's garment. You are amazing, like a deity. Wukong crouched down, smiling gently at the child. I am not a deity. I merely wish to prevent you from being harmed. If you encounter anyone dressed in black again, seek refuge in the forests. They will not be able to find you. Tais approached, glancing at the unconscious soldiers with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you acted swiftly. I was worried they might injure the snowman. Wukong, your speed has surpassed even the last time. Have you grown stronger? I simply do not wish for them to harm the innocent. Wukong replied as he rose, contemplating his journey to this world. He possessed the strength of a scion and the memories of a narrative, not solely for his own empowerment, but to protect those around him, safeguarding the innocent like the snowman tribe. If he could not achieve that, what value did his strength hold? Bulma approached as well, waving to the snowman. Do not be afraid. With Wukong here, those villains will no longer dare to bully you. We must head to the town to catch a train. So hurry back to the forest to avoid further danger. The elder deeply bowed to Wukong and his companions, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, kind children. Were it not for you, our tribe would surely have suffered today. This is a cherished gift from our tribe, and you must accept it. With that, he retrieved a small pouch wrapped in animal skin, containing several crystalline ice beads from the snowy mountains. Capable of cooling down hot areas and repelling insects, these would surely aid you on your journey ahead. Wukong accepted the ice beads, expressing his gratitude to the elder. Thank you, elder. We will gladly accept them. You should return to the forest now, as we must set off for the town. If we have the opportunity in the future, we will come to visit you again. The villagers waved farewell to the three as they gradually retreated into the forest. A few small snowmen remained at the forest's edge, waving goodbye until the figures vanished at the end of the path. Wukong gazed at the ice bead in his hand, then glanced towards the distant town, his heart brimming with determination. Their next destination was the town, from where they would catch a train to the city housing the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. In search of the final Dragon Ball, no matter what dangers lay ahead, he vowed to uphold his principles, ensuring that no innocent soul would suffer because of him. Let us depart. Wukong turned to Taze and Bulma, a smile gracing his face, reminding them that the train was soon to arrive, and they should not delay their journey. The trio's silhouettes gradually receded, leaving behind only the remnants of abandoned tanks and unconscious Red Ribbon soldiers in the snow. Sunlight spilled across the snowy expanse, reflecting dazzling rays, as if adorning their righteous endeavor with a warm golden hue. Chapter 44. The retreat of Violet. The tank wreckage in the snow continued to emit wisps of black smoke. Its tracks twisted into a helix, and the bent metallic joints of the cannon glinted coldly. Colonel Violet stood beside the last armored vehicle that was barely operational, her short purple hair plastered against her cheek by the biting wind. Her gloved hands clenched tightly in frustration as she observed Wukong and his companions standing before the snowman tribe not far away, her eyes filled with resentment, yet helplessness. Moments earlier, when Wukong defended the snowman tribe, a mere flick of his energy waves had sent her remaining troops tumbling to the ground, even freezing the wheels of the armored vehicle, an act of intentional low-temperature energy manipulation to prevent further attacks. She understood all too well that if she continued to engage, not only would she fail to seize the Dragon Ball, but she and her subordinates would also meet their demise here. Let us go. Violet gritted her teeth, turning to enter the armored vehicle, her voice laced with suppressed fury. Report the situation to headquarters, stating that the target's combat power far exceeds expectations, and request reinforcements. The engine of the armored vehicle roared laboriously to life, slowly pivoting to head towards the plains beyond the snow-capped mountains. As Violet glanced back through the vehicle's window, her gaze met Wukong's. The boy wore a relaxed smile, his eyes reflecting a knowing understanding, as if he had anticipated her decision all along. She intended to inform headquarters to summon aid. Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, watched the armored vehicle fade into the distance, unable to suppress a smirk. The Red Ribbon Army was already intimidated by their defeat. Would they truly dispatch even more formidable forces upon her report? Taze retrieved a portable terminal, the screen displaying that the Red Ribbon's communication signals remained disrupted, with only faint waves attempting to connect. The jammer could sustain itself for another hour, and even if she wished to report, no message could be transmitted in the short term. By the time the signal restored, they would have long departed. Wukong watched as the armored vehicle disappeared at the snowy horizon, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his tone resolute. Even if she manages to report, it would be futile. He recalled the unfolding narrative. The Red Ribbon Army's headquarters was currently preoccupied with investigating underwater ruins rumored to house Dragon Balls, with General Black reallocating the majority of their forces to coastal regions, leaving no attention for the minor losses suffered in the snowy mountains. Furthermore, given Violet's rank, should she report encountering an exceptionally strong child, General Black would likely perceive it as a failure on her part rather than dispatching elite reinforcements. Bulma, filled with curiosity, leaned closer to the Dragon Ball radar, its screen aglow with the signal of the next Dragon Ball located in the southeastern sea. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army had abandoned her? Nearly so. Goku refrained from divulging further details, wary of revealing his foresight regarding the narrative, and simply explained that the Red Ribbon Army had more pressing objectives to pursue, rendering this matter insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he recalled the paranoid nature of Commander Black. Even if Violet declared her strength, he would not believe her, but rather suspect she was merely making excuses. Ties pondered this thoughtfully. Having previously analyzed the internal dynamics of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Black was exceedingly stringent with his subordinates. Upon failure, he would assign blame without easily accepting the notion that the adversary was too formidable, particularly since Violet had brought along a tank battalion without having faced even a child. Any report would likely be dismissed as a feeble excuse for incompetence and could even result in her reassignment to a more perilous mission. Let us not concern ourselves with her. After all, she cannot catch up with us, Ties remarked, stowing away her portable terminal. She turned to the elder of the Yeti tribe, stating, "Elder, we must take our leave. We still need to search for the remaining Dragon Balls." The elder hurried forward, offering a bundle wrapped in animal hide to Goku, exclaiming, "Inside is our tribe's specially formulated frost-resistant ointment. Applying it will shield you from the cold. Additionally, here are some dried meat strips for your journey. We thank you for protecting our tribe, and should you pass by again, do come as our guests." Goku graciously accepted the animal hide bundle and bowed deeply to the elder, expressing, "Thank you, Elder, we shall remember your kindness. If your tribe ever encounters peril again, we will not hesitate to assist." The Yeti tribe's people gathered around, some handing Bulma a handful of wild fruit, while others gifted Ties a necklace crafted from animal teeth, all uttering words of blessing, their warmth heartening. Bulma placed the dried fruit into her backpack and admired the animal tooth necklace in her hands, unable to suppress a smile. "Thank you all. This necklace is truly beautiful. I shall treasure it." After bidding farewell to the tribe, the trio walked along the path at the foot of the mountain towards the southeast. The sunlight upon the snow grew increasingly warm, and in the distance, the horizon hinted at the sea, their next destination, where the fifth Dragon Ball lay hidden within the underwater ruins. "Next, we shall dive into the depths to retrieve the Dragon Ball," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the red dot on the Dragon Ball radar. "I must ask my father to send us a submarine. Otherwise, how shall we descend to the ocean floor?" Ties nodded in agreement. Retrieving her communicator, the signal had been restored after leaving the tribe, to message Dr. Briefs. "I've informed my father to prepare a submarine capable of withstanding high pressure, and it would be prudent to include some detection equipment, as the ocean floor may harbor unknown dangers." Goku led the way, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. He was aware that the underwater ruins not only concealed the fifth Dragon Ball, but also housed a sea creature of modest strength. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to breathe underwater, a Scion trait, enabling him to protect Bulma and Ties without revealing too many secrets. Rest assured, Goku turned to smile at the two. "I can handle the dangers of the depths. Once the submarine arrives, we will successfully locate the Dragon Ball." The sea breeze gradually swept in, carrying with it a briny, moist essence. The footprints in the snow receded into the distance, extending towards the ocean. The plans reported to headquarters by Violet appeared futile in Wukong's eyes, yet they had edged closer to their goal of gathering the Dragon Balls. The upcoming underwater journey, despite the presence of sea monsters and ancient mechanisms, would merely present another leisurely adventure for Wukong, endowed with narrative memory and the prowess of a Scion. Chapter 45: Underwater Ruins and the Dragon Balls. As they ventured southeast from the foot of the snow-capped mountains, the biting chill of the wind was gradually supplanted by the salty, humid air. The snow by the roadside thinned until it vanished entirely, replaced by grass damp with sea mist. In the distance, the horizon shimmered under the sun, resembling a shattered sapphire. At last, they had reached the seaside. Bulma released her grip on the strap of the Dragon Ball protective case, stretching her arms in a grand yawn, her pink hair dancing in the sea breeze. "If we go any further, my feet will surely wear out. Wukong, Sister Ties, let us contact Dad and have him send the submarine over." Ties had already retrieved the portable communicator, its screen displaying the encrypted channel with Dr. Briefs. The signal had been restored while they were at the Snowman tribe, and she had preemptively messaged the doctor, making it now convenient for a direct call. Dad should be in the lab. I'll give him a call. The communicator rang 3 times before connecting, and Dr. Brief's cheerful voice came through, mingled with the buzzing sounds of laboratory equipment. My precious daughters, how many Dragon Balls have you found? Has Wukong been taking good care of you? Dad, we've found 5. Bulma exclaimed, snatching the communicator with enthusiasm. The next one is in the underwater ruins. We need a submarine that can withstand deep-sea pressure. And it would be best if it had comfortable seating and heating because it's bound to be freezing down there. Not a problem. The doctor readily agreed. I've just finished modifying a deep-sea explorer vessel, constructed with the latest alloys. It can dive to depths of 10,000 meters, equipped with a temperature control system, a detection device, and a small robotic arm specifically designed for retrieving items from ruins. I'll send it over using a capsule. Just wait for it at the dock in the seaside town. It should arrive in about half an hour. Wonderful. Thank you, Dad. Bulma hung up the communicator, pulling ties along as they ran towards the town. Let us hurry to the dock. I've already decided to bring my snacks and juice on the submarine, and I must prepare a large bucket of rice for Wukong. Wukong trailed behind, observing the 2 gleeful figures, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he did not require the submarine. A Scion's body could function in an oxygen-deprived environment, and underwater breathing was child's play for him. Even descending to the ocean's deepest recesses would pose no challenge. Yet, he refrained from voicing this, instead suggesting the submarine to ensure Bulma and Ties could fully savor the experience of deep-sea exploration without missing out due to his unique abilities. The trio soon arrived at the dock of the seaside town, where several small fishing boats rested and fishermen busily tended to their nets. The air imbued with a faint fishy aroma. A fisherman clad in a blue coat spotted them and cheerfully offered 3 coconuts. Visitors from afar? Quench your thirst with a coconut. The ones by the sea are the sweetest. Thank you, sir. Bulma took the coconut, using her portable knife to pry open a small opening. She took a deep sip and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. How sweet. It tastes even better than what she bought from the supermarket in West City. Tai-Si leaned against the railing of the dock, gazing at the distant sea. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Goku and said, there may be undercurrents and unknown creatures beneath the sea. Can your abilities handle that? If not, we can wait for Dad to send more support. Goku nodded, feigning contemplation. When I was in the mountains, I often dove into lakes to catch fish. I can hold my breath underwater for quite a long time, so it should be fine. However, a submarine would be safer. You won't have to be submerged and can enjoy the views of the seabed. He intentionally omitted mentioning his ability to breathe underwater, only stating his long breath-holding time, which neither revealed his secret nor caused concern for the two. Before long, a faint engine sound filled the air as a small helicopter approached the dock, its side emblazoned with the logo of the Capsule Corporation. The helicopter circled above the dock for a moment before dropping a silver capsule. The capsule landed with a soft thud, and a sleek, silver submarine instantly unfolded, standing roughly 2 stories high, its bow designed aerodynamically, looking both stylish and sturdy. It's the Deep-Sea Explorer, Bulma exclaimed, running over to circle the submarine, reaching out to touch its exterior. Dad's technology is indeed the most impressive. The surface feels so smooth. It must be incredibly durable. Tai-Si stepped forward and scanned the submarine with her portable terminal. The screen indicated that the shell's strength was up to standard, the temperature control system was normal, and the detection signal was stable. She sighed in relief. Everything is functioning properly. We can set off. Goku gazed at the submarine, pondering the narrative. According to the story, the underwater ruins lay 50 nautical miles to the east, at a depth of approximately 8,000 meters. The sea monsters within, although large in size, possessed little combat strength and could be knocked out with a single punch. Moreover, the murals in the ruins concealed traces of ancient scions, which he planned to point out to Bulma and Tai-Si later, providing a convenient excuse to conceal his identity as a traveler. Let us go inside, Bulma exclaimed, pulling open the submarine's hatch and stepping in first. There must be comfortable seats inside. I want to claim a window seat to see the fish beneath the sea. Tai-Si followed closely behind, turning back to Goku before entering. You should come in quickly. I'll teach you how to operate the detection equipment. If we encounter any danger, we can face it together. All right. Goku smiled and followed, stepping inside the submarine, which was indeed spacious. The first floor comprised the cockpit and a lounge area, with soft seats by the window and a small fridge filled with Bulma's favorite snacks and juices. The second floor housed storage and detection equipment. containing various instruments and spare oxygen tanks. Bulma was already seated by the window, holding a juice bottle, excitedly watching the surface of the sea. Goku, Sister Tai Si, let us set off. I can't wait to see what the underwater ruins look like. Tai Si approached the cockpit, opened the control panel, and entered the coordinates of the underwater ruins based on the Dragon radar and the information provided by the doctor. The coordinates are set. The submarine will navigate automatically. We should reach the vicinity of the ruins in about an hour. Wukong, would you care to take a look in the cockpit? Here, we can observe the real-time underwater scenery. Wukong approached the cockpit, gazing at the screen where the submarine descended slowly into the depths. The water transitioned from a light azure to a profound navy blue, with schools of vibrant fish occasionally swimming across the display, accompanied by swaying seaweed that appeared exceptionally beautiful. He knew that shortly, they would encounter the enormous sea creature, but for now, it was best to enjoy this underwater journey alongside Bulma and Tais. The underwater world is truly breathtaking, Bulma exclaimed as she leaned closer to the cockpit, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's even more beautiful than what I've seen in documentaries. Had I known that seeking the Dragon Balls would lead us to such wondrous places, I would have joined you much earlier. Tais chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. There will be many more opportunities ahead. Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, we can explore even more destinations together, like Namek or other planets. As Wukong observed the joy radiating from the two, warmth enveloped his heart. He understood that this journey was not merely about searching for the Dragon Balls, but about creating cherished memories with those who mattered most. Even though he possessed the ability to breathe underwater and could easily confront the perils of the ocean depths, nothing compared to the significance of accompanying them in a submarine to witness the splendor of the underwater realm. The submarine continued its descent toward the underwater ruins, and the water outside grew increasingly profound. In the distance, a dark shadow began to emerge. This was the outline of the underwater ruins, their next destination. Wukong clenched his fists, silently resolving. Sea monster, traces of the ancient seance, and the fifth Dragon Ball, I am on my way. Chapter 46. Encountering the sea monster, the submarine's searchlight pierced through the inky darkness of the deep sea, where at a depth of 8,000 meters, silence reigned, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the engine. On the screen, a dilapidated stone edifice gradually came into focus, the contours of the underwater ruins unfolding in the illumination. Faint patterns resembling ancient totems were etched onto the crumbling walls, surrounded by the remnants of colossal stone pillars, exuding a palpable sense of historical stillness. That must be the underwater ruins, Bulma exclaimed, leaning closer to the cockpit screen, her finger pointing at the largest stone hall depicted. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that one of the Dragon Balls lay within that very hall. Just as Tais was about to adjust the submarine's course to approach the stone hall, a sudden violent tremor jolted the vessel, accompanied by blaring alarms. The screen flashed a red warning. Large biological entity detected. Distance, 100 meters. Estimated size, 30 meters. What is it? Bulma shrank back in fright, gripping the armrests of her seat tightly. Is it a shark? Or some other underwater monster? Wukong leaned closer to the screen, his gaze sharp and focused on the rapidly approaching shadow. It was not a shark, but a colossal sea monster. Its body was a dark grayish hue, reminiscent of a gigantic octopus, adorned with 10 robust tentacles covered in suckers. Its head boasted 2 luminous orange-red compound eyes, and its maw was filled with sharp teeth, swiftly propelling itself toward the submarine. It is indeed a sea monster. Wukong's tone remained composed, yet he mused internally. It is significantly weaker than I remember. In the original tale, this sea creature's tentacles could effortlessly crush an ordinary submarine. Observing its movements now, it was evidently slower than he recalled, and the strength of its suckers had diminished considerably, likely due to a recent lack of prey and insufficient stamina. The sea monster swiftly swam to the front of the submarine, and a robust tentacle struck the hull with a resounding bang, causing the submarine to shake violently. The screen flickered momentarily, but fortunately, the hull was composed of the latest alloy material, sustaining only a shallow mark without any damage. It aimed to smash the submarine. Tai Si immediately activated the defense system, and 2 energy shields emerged from the sides of the submarine, blocking the impending assault from the sea creature. Wukong, shall we activate the weapon system? We could use the laser cannon against it. No need. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, turning towards the submarine's hatch. I will handle it and return shortly. Stay inside. It's safer. You intend to confront it? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. There's no air underwater. How will you breathe? Moreover, that creature is enormous. It's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Wukong turned back with a smile, deliberately patting his chest. I can hold my breath for a long time. I've dived into deeper lakes in the mountains. It's no problem. Besides, this monster may appear fierce, but it's not as formidable as it seems. A single punch should suffice. He refrained from mentioning his ability to breathe underwater, using breath holding as a pretext to conceal his Scion heritage. With that, he pressed the hatch's switch, and the submarine's bottom door slowly opened. A rush of icy seawater flooded in, yet Wukong felt no discomfort. He leaped into the deep sea, moving with the grace of a fish, entirely unaffected by water pressure or lack of oxygen, swimming towards the creature. Wukong. Bulma pressed her face against the porthole, anxiously scanning the dark depths, where only the submarine's spotlight and the monster's compound eyes glimmered. Wukong's figure appeared minuscule in the vast ocean, prompting her to clench her fists in worry. Tai Si also focused intently on the screen, her finger hovering over the weapon system button, prepared to assist. Don't worry. Wukong's abilities exceed our expectations. He will surely handle the sea monster. Nonetheless, her gaze never strayed from Wukong on the screen. As the sea monster spotted Wukong emerging from the submarine, it seemed enraged, launching two tentacles at him simultaneously, the suckers flaring open, eager to ensnare him. Wukong, however, adeptly dodged, swiftly maneuvering through the water, quickly circling behind the creature. He recalled that the monster's weakness lay in the soft flesh beneath its head, devoid of a hardened shell for protection. A strike there would incapacitate it instantly. Wukong took a deep breath, a habitual gesture, as he did not require air, then accelerated sharply, his right fist clenched, channeling all his strength into the blow aimed at the vulnerable spot beneath the creature's head. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the deep sea, faintly audible even through the submarine's hull to Bulma and Tai Si. The monster emitted a silent scream. Sound could not propagate in the deep sea, its body convulsing violently as its 10 tentacles flailed wildly before drooping limply. The orange-red compound eyes gradually dimmed, losing their luster as it succumbed to unconsciousness, sinking slowly like a puddle of mush. Wukong gazed at the incapacitated creature, reaffirming in his heart, it was indeed weaker than he remembered. He initially thought he would need to exert some effort, yet one punch was all it took to render it unconscious. He turned and swam toward the submarine, quickly returning to the hatch. Tai Si immediately opened the door, pulling Wukong inside and handing him a dry towel. Are you all right? Are you injured? Have you dealt with the sea monster? I'm fine. Look, Wukong said, shaking his hand, revealing a clean palm, devoid of any wounds. The sea monster is unconscious and has sunk to the ocean floor. It won't trouble us again. Bulma approached, surveying Wukong with astonishment. You were underwater for so long. How come you're not even out of breath? And your clothes are wet. Aren't you cold? Wukong dried his hair with the towel, smiling as he replied. I have a strong constitution and can hold my breath for an extended period. The water isn't that cold. I'm used to it. Let's hurry. The Dragon Ball is still in the ruins, and we can't waste any time. Though Tai Si felt a lingering doubt about Wukong's calm demeanor, she refrained from further questioning. She understood that Wukong harbored many secrets, but he always protected them. Perhaps these secrets were merely small concerns he wished to keep from worrying them. She adjusted the submarine's course, avoiding the unconscious sea monster, and headed toward the stone hall at the ocean floor. We'll reach the entrance to the stone hall in 5 minutes. The scanner shows no other biological signals inside. It should be safe. Bulma returned to her seat by the window, excitement replacing her earlier tension as she gazed at the approaching stone hall. This is fantastic. We'll soon acquire the 6th Dragon Ball. Once we have it, we'll only need one more. Leaning against the cockpit wall, Wukong watched the stone hall on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not only would they obtain the 6th Dragon Ball, but he would also glimpse the ancient Scion murals within the ruins. And he could casually show them to Bulma and Tai Si, revealing this hidden history, a small wish fulfilled for him as a traveler through time. The submarine gradually halted at the entrance of the stone hall, the searchlight illuminating the totem above the door. It depicted a humanoid figure with a tail, though indistinct. It vaguely showcased Scion features. Wukong's gaze lingered on the totem, contemplating. At last, we are about to see it. Chapter 47. The murals of the ruins. As the submarine's hatch opened, a wave of musty air, tinged with the scent of seawater, rushed in. Tai-Si switched on a portable flashlight, its beam piercing the darkness of the hall. The interior was more spacious than anticipated, with worn stone tiles covering the center and fragmented stone columns standing on either side, etched with faint patterns. The ground was littered with fine stone debris, evidently silent for millennia. "Watch your step. The tiles may be loose." Tai-Si led the way, scanning the ground with the flashlight to confirm it was free of traps before proceeding. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the Dragon Ball rested on the stone platform at the deepest part of the hall. "Let's move slowly and avoid touching anything on the walls. There may be mechanisms." Bulma clutched the Dragon Ball protective case, closely following, her eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. "This ruin is incredibly ancient. Look at the patterns on the walls. They seem to depict some sort of design, but they're too blurred to discern clearly." Wukong brought up the rear, his gaze drawn to the left stone wall, where the murals were better preserved than elsewhere. Although covered in a thick layer of dust, the outlines of the images were faintly visible. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Tais and Bulma to move ahead before reaching out to gently brush away the dust from the wall, revealing the mural beneath. "Goku, what are you looking at?" Bulma turned back to find he had not followed and, curious, ran over. As she drew near, she was choked by the dust and coughed twice. "What is depicted on this wall? It looks so dark." Tais also returned, illuminating the mural with her flashlight, which depicted beings with human bodies and tails, clad in rudimentary armor and wielding weapons, engaged in combat against a colossal monster. The creature's tails were robust and powerful, their battle postures fierce, despite the crude lines. Their formidable presence was unmistakable. Above the scene, a sleek spaceship was illustrated, beneath which lay a burning planet, exuding a sense of tragic grandeur. "What kind of creatures are these?" "They have tails and look incredibly formidable," Bulma remarked, pointing at the tailed beings in the mural, her eyes filled with curiosity, having never seen them documented in any biological texts. "Are they a race from ancient Earth?" Tais retrieved a portable terminal, snapping quick photographs of the mural. The screen displayed the analysis results. The mural likely dated back approximately 10,000 years, depicting beings whose skeletal structures resembled humans but possessed tails, with no known species matching their description. Could they be deities imagined by ancient humans? Goku gazed at the mural, his fingertip gently tracing the tail of one of the depicted beings. "This is clearly the image of ancient Scionts," he asserted. The combat scene illustrated in the mural must depict the Scionts battling an enemy on some distant planet, while the spaceship above was unmistakably a Scion battlecraft. He had long known that Scions had visited Earth in ancient times, yet he had never expected to uncover evidence of this history within the submerged ruins. Not deities, nor of earthly origin, Goku concluded confidently, capturing the attention of both Bulma and Tais. "These are remnants of ancient Scionts." "Scionts?" Bulma was taken aback, having never heard of this name before. "Are they an extraterrestrial race?" "How do you know this?" Tais also looked at him with curiosity, having previously noted Goku's familiarity with the legends of the Yeti tribe, and now he was revealing knowledge regarding the unknown species depicted in the mural, showcasing an intellect beyond that of his peers. Goku had already prepared his response, feigning a thoughtful expression. "Once, while I was in the mountains learning from an elderly man who passed by, he showed me an ancient tome that recorded tales of extraterrestrial races, including the Scionts. The text described the Scionts as a warrior race in the universe, inherently possessing tremendous strength, every individual bearing a tail, which enabled them to unleash formidable power in battle." He pointed at the beings in the mural, continuing, "Look at their tails and combat stances. They perfectly match the descriptions in the ancient texts. Furthermore, the spaceship depicted is also characteristic of those commonly used by Scionts. Perhaps 10,000 years ago, Scionts visited Earth and left behind traces of their existence." Bulma leaned closer to the mural, scrutinizing the tail of the depicted creature before glancing up at Goku. "Have you ever encountered a Scion? Do they still exist? Could they be as tall as you?" The ancient texts do not specify whether Scions still exist. They merely mention their penchant for traversing the cosmos in search of formidable adversaries. Goku deliberately obscured the truth, neither revealing his Scion heritage nor quelling her curiosity. However, the depictions in the murals suggest they are of similar stature to humans, albeit with long, powerful tails. Tai-Si took more photographs of the mural, while the analysis results on her terminal screen continued to update. She pointed to the spacecraft depicted at the top of the image, exclaiming, "Look at this ship. It bears strange symbols unlike the totems we observed in the Yeti tribe in the snowy mountains. It might be written in the Scion script. If we could decipher these symbols, perhaps we could uncover more about them. Really? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let's capture the symbols and have my father analyze them when we return. He is the most brilliant scientist and will surely decode this script. Goku nodded. But internally he understood that these symbols were ancient Scion battle totems, chronicling the themes of guardianship and combat. Even if Dr. Briefs were to study them, he would only be able to interpret a fraction of the information without revealing too many secrets of the Scions. Let us first seek the Dragon Balls. We can examine the murals upon our return. Goku gestured towards the depths of the temple. The radar for the Dragon Balls indicated a red that was alarmingly close, and any further delay might attract the attention of the Red Ribbon Army. The two companions recalled their primary objective and followed Goku deeper into the temple. At the end of the stone hall, they discovered a stone pedestal upon which rested a translucent crystal box. Inside lay the sixth Dragon Ball, emitting a soft yellow radiance that starkly contrasted with the ancient ambience of the murals. "It's the Dragon Ball," Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward. Just as she reached for the crystal box, Tai Si halted her, saying, "Wait, let us check for traps first." After inspecting the surroundings of the crystal box and confirming it was free of traps, she signaled Goku for assistance. He gently lifted the crystal box, avoiding brute force, and instead followed the pattern of the totemic designs from the mural, carefully twisting the lid. With a soft click, the box opened, and the brilliance of the sixth Dragon Ball intensified. Bulma delicately placed the Dragon Ball into a protective case, joining it with the other 5. The 6 Dragon Balls glimmered in an array of colors within the box, prompting her to exclaim, "This is truly wondrous. We have found 6, only 1 remains." Tai Si stowed away her portable terminal, gazing thoughtfully at the murals. "Once we locate the final Dragon Ball, we must return to study these murals. They may reveal the secrets of the ancient Scions and elucidate their reasons for coming to Earth." Goku nodded, his gaze returning to the murals. He recognized that the legacy of the ancient Scions was intertwined not only with the history of Earth, but also with his own identity. Perhaps in the future, he could take Bulma and Tai Si to the Scion homeland, allowing them to truly comprehend the lineage that had shaped him. "We should depart," Goku stated, handing the protective case to Bulma. "The submarine awaits us, and the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army must already be aware of our quest for the Dragon Balls. We must leave swiftly to find the last one." With the 6th Dragon Ball in hand, the trio retraced their steps back to the submarine. As Bulma passed by the mural, she couldn't help but glance back several times, secretly resolving to have her father decipher those symbols and unveil the ancient secrets of the Scions. The submarine gradually ascended from the underwater ruins towards the ocean's surface. Goku leaned against the porthole, gazing at the receding mural, his heart brimming with anticipation. After locating the final Dragon Ball, not only could they summon the Eternal Dragon, but they would also uncover more about the Scion legacy, ushering in a new chapter in the adventures shared with Bulma and Tais. Chapter 48. The 5th Dragon Ball acquired. The submarine's engine hummed steadily as it ascended towards the surface. Inside, Bulma delicately placed the 6th Dragon Ball into its protective case, only to retrieve it again, caressing the gleaming surface under the cabin lights. The faint warmth under her fingertips made her beam with delight. Who would have thought that the underwater ruins truly harbored a Dragon Ball? Moreover, she had witnessed the ancient Scion mural. This adventure was indeed worth its weight in gold. Tais, seated at the helm, adjusted their ascent speed, occasionally glancing at Goku. Since their time in the ruins, she had been intrigued by Goku's understanding of the Scions and his effortless handling of the sea monsters in the deep ocean. She sensed there was more to him than he had revealed. "Goku," Tais finally spoke, unable to contain her curiosity, "back in the deep sea. You held your breath for so long. Is it merely due to your physical condition? Even the healthiest child couldn't possibly remain submerged at 8,000 meters for that duration without gasping for air." Bulma immediately chimed in, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Exactly. I was just about to ask. You were underwater for at least 10 minutes, right? The last time I held my breath in the pool, I could only manage a minute. How are you so incredible?" Goku had anticipated their inquiries and had no intention of concealing his ability to breathe underwater any longer. Previously, he had used the act of holding his breath as a pretext to avoid revealing too much too suddenly. Having shared so many experiences together, exposing a small portion of his abilities would not only reassure them, but also lay the groundwork for disclosing his Scion identity in the future. Instead of answering directly, he stood up and walked over to the side hatch of the submarine, smiling at the two of them. "Watch closely," he said before pressing the hatch's switch. Slowly opening the side door, the frigid seawater surged in, splashing against the cabin floor, carrying with it the chill of the deep. Bulma gasped in alarm, instinctively moving to close the door. "Goku, what are you doing? The seawater will come in." Ties furrowed her brow, thinking he had mistakenly pressed the wrong button. Just as she reached for the switch to close it, she witnessed an even more astonishing act. Goku leaned halfway into the ocean, his mouth slightly ajar, displaying no signs of distress from the lack of oxygen, but rather appearing as if he were inhaling fresh air. "What are you doing?" Bulma's voice pitched in panic. "Get back inside. There's no air down there. You'll suffocate." Goku turned back, chuckling lightly, his tone relaxed. "I'm perfectly fine. I can breathe underwater." He lingered in the water for a few seconds, waving at them before retracting his body and pressing the switch to close the hatch. Inside, a profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the hum of the submarine's engine. Bulma and Tai stared wide-eyed at Goku, droplets of seawater still clinging to him, their faces a portrait of disbelief. "Can you breathe underwater?" Bulma exclaimed, grasping Goku's arm tightly, her fingers trembling with excitement. "It's impossible. Humans cannot breathe underwater. Have you used some secret device invented by my father?" Tais approached, scrutinizing Goku's face. His complexion was flushed, devoid of any pallor indicative of oxygen deprivation, and his breathing was steady, suggesting honesty. She recalled Goku's extraordinary strength displayed during their battles in the icy crevices of the snow-capped mountains and against the sandworms in the desert, and a vague suspicion began to form in her mind, though she refrained from voicing it. Wiping the seawater from his face, Goku smiled and explained. "It's not a device, it's something I was born with. Just as certain fish can breathe underwater, so can I." He omitted any mention of being a scion, stating only that it was innate, thus answering the question while leaving an air of mystery. "Born with it?" Bulma still found it hard to believe. Circling Goku as if searching for gills, she exclaimed, "But you don't have gills. How could you naturally breathe underwater?" "It's astonishing. There's more to it," Goku teased, his tone tinged with intrigue. "I have many secrets that you will gradually discover." He thought of his scion tail, which had yet to grow back, his latent transformation abilities, and his exceptional regenerative powers, secrets he wished to unveil slowly. He feared overwhelming them and preferred to let them gradually accept his uniqueness through their interactions. Tais, observing the mirth in Goku's eyes, felt her tension ease, a smile gracing her lips. "No matter how many secrets you possess, as long as you remain the Goku who protects us, that's what matters. But next time you decide to operate underwater, please inform us in advance to avoid startling us again." "Understood." Goku nodded, warmth flooding his heart. Tais was always so considerate, never prying into matters he wished to keep private, only showing concern for his safety. Bulma, no longer preoccupied with the mechanics of underwater breathing, clapped her hands in excitement. "Since you can breathe underwater, when we go to the beach, you can accompany me to dive for little fish. You can also help me find beautiful shells at the bottom of the sea." "Of course," Goku replied with a smile, his gaze resting on the 6 Dragon Balls within the protective case. Only one Dragon Ball remained, and according to his memories of the storyline, the final Dragon Ball lay hidden in the underground warehouse of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, heavily guarded by Black Commander's troops. Their next mission was to infiltrate the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters and retrieve the last Dragon Ball. By the way, Tais suddenly recalled, pulling out her portable terminal. The screen displayed an encrypted message she had just received. "My father just messaged me, saying that the Red Ribbon Army has been unusually active lately, as if they are secretly safeguarding something. It's highly likely that it's the last Dragon Ball. We need to devise a plan swiftly to infiltrate the headquarters and secure the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if they relocate it." Bulma's excitement was swiftly replaced by concern as she clutched the protective case tightly. The Red Ribbon Army must have numerous guards and weapons. How are we going to get in? Last time, you destroyed their tank battalion, so they will surely send stronger forces this time. Wukong remained remarkably composed, having long been aware of the layout of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. The 3rd subterranean level housed an arsenal, while the 5th contained the Dragon Balls. Though heavily guarded, the defenders lacked formidable strength, with only General White and Commander Black posing any real threat. However, they were insignificant adversaries to him now. "Do not worry," Wukong reassured Bulma with a confident pat on her shoulder. "I have a general understanding of the headquarters layout. We can disguise ourselves as researchers to infiltrate, evade the guards, Retrieve the Dragon Balls and depart immediately. He paused momentarily, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Commander Black's fortunate days are numbered. As the submarine finally surfaced, sunlight streamed through the portholes, casting a warm and radiant glow. In the distance, the quaint seaside town came into view, where fishermen busily attended to their daily tasks at the dock. Bulma gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls nestled within their protective case, then glanced at the unflappable Wukong and the composed ties. Her worries gradually dissipated. Regardless of the dangers that the Red Ribbon headquarters might present, with Wukong by her side, overcoming them seemed assured. "All right, let us devise our infiltration plan," she declared, her fists clenched, a renewed spark of determination igniting in her eyes. They must secure the final Dragon Ball and summon the Eternal Dragon. Wukong and Ties exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the resolve mirrored in the other's gaze. The submarine glided towards the dock, the surface of the sea shimmering with glistening reflections, as if laying a golden prelude to their imminent adventure. The gates of the Red Ribbon headquarters were poised to open for them, and the goal of uniting the 7 Dragon Balls drew ever closer. Chapter 49. Response from the Red Ribbon headquarters. As the submarine docked, the setting sun had painted the sea a vibrant shade of orange. Curious fishermen gathered around, whispering amongst themselves as they observed the silvery vessel, yet none dared approach, recalling Wukong's earlier confrontation with the sea monster. Although they had not witnessed the details, the violent swaying of the submarine and the subsequent calm of the ocean hinted at the extraordinary nature of these 3 young adventurers. "We should find a hotel to settle in, and later, we can devise our infiltration strategy," Tai suggested, stowing her portable terminal, which still contained the satellite map of the Red Ribbon headquarters, secretly obtained by Dr. Briefs. Father mentioned that the headquarters defense system has been upgraded recently, adding 3 layers of laser grids and infrared detectors. We must find a way to circumvent them. Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, followed the 2 towards the town's inn. Passing by a bakery, she could not resist stopping. "Let us buy some bread and juice. We've exhausted our snacks on the submarine, and we'll be hungry while planning tonight." Wukong smiled and nodded, though he wasn't particularly hungry. He understood Bulma and Ties needed to replenish their energy, so he accompanied them into the bakery. The proprietor was a kindly old woman who, upon seeing them, generously offered 2 freshly baked cream buns. "Children from afar, have something warm to eat. The sea breeze can be quite chilly this evening." "Thank you, Grandma," Bulma exclaimed, accepting the buns, taking a hearty bite, with cream smudging the corner of her mouth, resembling a mischievous kitten, which elicited a chuckle from Ties as she reached out to wipe it away. As the trio entered their hotel room, Ties's portable terminal emitted a series of urgent beeps, signaling an emergency message from Dr. Briefs, accompanied by an internal communication recording from the Red Ribbon headquarters. "What did Father say?" Bulma inquired, leaning in, still chewing on her bread. Taisi opened the message, her brow gradually furrowing. The Red Ribbon headquarters had received reports from the Violet and Undersea teams, confirming that we had acquired the 6th Dragon Ball. The Black Marshal had already ordered the final Dragon Ball to be relocated to the core warehouse on the 5th underground level, and had dispatched General White's elite forces to guard the headquarters, vowing to capture us and reclaim the Dragon Balls. She activated the audio recording, and the Black Marshal's irate voice erupted from the terminal, infused with suppressed fury. "A group of useless fools. A dozen tanks cannot catch a mere child. And the Undersea team hasn't even approached the ruins entrance. If you can't capture them, you will all feed the sandworms. White, you will personally guard the warehouse. If the Dragon Ball is lost, do not dare to come see me." After the recording concluded, the terminal displayed the latest defense map of the headquarters. The 1st to 3rd underground levels were reinforced with guards, each level housing at least 20 elite soldiers wielding modified laser guns. And 2 heavy mechas had been added at the entrance of the 5th underground warehouse, exuding a formidable presence. How terrifying. Bulma's complexion paled slightly as she clutched the protective case tightly. Who exactly is General White? Is he formidable? And those heavy mechas, can you handle them, Goku? Taisi also turned to Goku, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Although she knew Goku was strong, the Red Ribbon was genuinely serious this time, with elite troops, heavy mechas, and the unknown power of General White. The risk was greater than ever before. Yet Goku remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze laced with disdain. The Black Marshal is about to face disaster. Bulma was taken aback, perplexed. What does that mean? The Black Marshal has dispatched so many people. How could he be in trouble? Goku moved to the window, gazing at the dimming sea in the distance. His tone resolute. He believes that by deploying a few personnel and adding 2 mechas, he can safeguard the Dragon Balls. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that we have already deciphered his strategy. General White's combat capability is merely average, and the core weakness of the heavy mechas lies in their knee joints. A strike there will incapacitate them. As for those elite soldiers, he paused. Recalling the combat data of General White, in the original work, General White's strength was only 500, far below even that of a typical scion. And the seemingly formidable, yet easily defeated elite soldiers, the mirth in his eyes deepened. They are merely inconsequential cannon fodder, hardly worthy of concern. Tai C's eyes lit up as she swiftly took out a pen and paper, beginning to sketch the layout of the headquarters. You know General White's weaknesses? And the core locations of the mechas? Yes. Goku nodded, moving to the table and pointing at the layout of the 5th underground warehouse. General White prefers to wield his laser sword with his left hand. His vulnerability lies in his right ribcage. If we attack from the right side, he won't have time to defend. The knee joints of the mechas are made of ordinary alloy, which my fists can easily shatter, and moreover, the ventilation ducts lead directly to the 5th underground level. We can infiltrate through the ventilation system, avoiding most of the guards. As he spoke, he meticulously marked the entry points and routes of the ventilation ducts on the blueprint. Details extracted from his memory of the narrative. The ventilation system of the Red Ribbon headquarters had never been altered. The ducts were sufficiently wide for a person to pass through while evading all infrared detectors, making it the optimal route for infiltration. Bulma observed the clearly delineated path and annotations on the blueprint, her apprehensions gradually dissipating, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Goku, how do you know so much? It's as if you have been to the headquarters. She exclaimed. I once encountered a similar layout in ancient texts, Goku replied, cleverly using the reference to ancient literature to conceal his narrative memory while gaining their trust. Many large bases have comparable ventilation systems, and the design principles of mech share commonalities as well. The knee joints are the most susceptible to damage. Such knowledge is common sense. Ties continued in agreement, adding details to the blueprint. Indeed, to ensure agility, the armor on the knee joints of mechs is thinner than in other areas. If we find the right angle, it can indeed be easily compromised. The entrance to the ventilation ducts is located in the storage room on the west side of the headquarters. We can disguise ourselves as supply workers to infiltrate the headquarters. She looked up at Goku, her eyes filled with trust. Tomorrow morning, we will use the disguise capsules provided by my father to appear as Red Ribbon personnel and blend into the headquarters. Goku will handle the mechs and General White, while I will crack the warehouse's password lock. Bulma will use the radar to locate the Dragon Balls, aiming to retrieve them within 10 minutes, and then evacuate through the ventilation ducts. Sounds good. Bulma nodded vigorously, her earlier fear replaced by excitement. I will keep a close eye on the radar and ensure the Dragon Balls do not escape. Goku, observing the serious expressions of the two, pondered silently. General Black, do you truly believe that hiding the Dragon Balls in the core warehouse guarantees their safety? Tomorrow will mark your demise. The annihilation of the Red Ribbon begins with our infiltration of the headquarters. He picked up a piece of bread from the table, taking a hearty bite, his tone light. Do not worry, everything will go smoothly tomorrow. Once we acquire the final Dragon Ball, we shall summon Shenron and ensure that General Black and his Red Ribbon completely vanish from the earth. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the town's lights began to twinkle like stars scattered across the darkness. In the hotel room, the three gathered around the table, discussing the infiltration plan for the following day while enjoying their bread. Occasionally, Bulma's laughter and Tai's reminders punctuated the air, creating a relaxed yet resolute atmosphere. The dangers posed by the Red Ribbon headquarters appeared to them merely as the final hurdle before gathering all the Dragon Balls, while the end of General Black loomed ominously close. Chapter 50. The Volcano Dragon Ball under the illumination of the hotel room lights. Tai meticulously redrew the defense map of the Red Ribbon headquarters 3 times, clearly marking each guard position, laser grid node, and entry point of the ventilation ducts. Goku, standing beside her, supplemented the details, such as which sections of the ducts had maintenance access and where General White typically patrolled, prompting Bulma to exclaim in astonishment, Goku, it's as if you've actually been with the Red Ribbon. It's merely a guess, he replied, with a smile and a light-hearted demeanor. Wukong refrained from revealing his recollection of the plot and deftly redirected the conversation towards the Dragon Ball radar. "There's no need to rush to think about headquarters right now," he remarked. "Look at the signal for the final Dragon Ball. It's not located in the city, but rather in the volcanic region to the east." Ties and Bulma immediately leaned closer to the radar, observing the red that drifted away from the bustling West City area, landing in a territory marked as an active volcanic zone. Adjacent to this, a line of small text read, "Recent eruptive activity, danger level 3. "A volcano?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening as she instinctively clutched the protective case in her arms. How could the Dragon Ball be in such a perilous place? It's surrounded by magma. How can we possibly retrieve it? If the volcano erupts, we would be incinerated. Ties opened the information on the volcanic region, her brow furrowing in concern. This volcanic cluster comprises 3 active volcanoes, with the most recent activity recorded at the central Red Flame volcano. The radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is situated near the crater. My father mentioned that the eruption cycle of the Red Flame volcano is unpredictable and could erupt at any moment. We must be adequately prepared, she stated. Wukong, however, remained remarkably composed. He recalled the eruption patterns from the storyline. The volcano would erupt approximately 10 minutes after approaching the Dragon Ball. Moreover, the Dragon Ball was hidden amidst the crevices at the edge of the crater, shielded by a natural layer of heat-resistant rock, ensuring it would not be engulfed by lava. "As long as we act swiftly, we can acquire the Dragon Ball before the eruption," he reassured them. "Do not worry," Wukong continued, pointing to the schematic of the crater in that. "The Dragon Ball is located in the eastern crevice of the crater, where the rock layers will prevent the lava from reaching it. I also know when the volcano will erupt. Once we approach, we must secure the Dragon Ball and depart within 10 minutes. If we delay, we risk being trapped by ash and lava." "How do you know it's 10 minutes? Ties inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The information I found only stated that it could erupt at any time without specifying a duration." "It's a guess," Wukong replied, employing his usual excuse, yet deliberately speaking with conviction. "In the past, I have witnessed smaller volcanoes erupt. They typically exhibit slight tremors before erupting approximately 10 minutes later. This volcano should be similar." Though Ties remained somewhat skeptical, she chose to trust Wukong's confidence and promptly began preparing their gear. "I will pack heat-resistant suits and protective masks, along with some cooling agents, just in case we encounter lava. My father also provided a small aircraft to facilitate a swift retreat after we obtain the Dragon Ball." The following morning, the trio boarded a small plane dispatched by Dr. Briefs, swiftly arriving near the Red Flame volcano. Upon landing in a clearing at the volcano's base, they were greeted by a pungent scent of sulfur. In the distance, the volcano's crater emitted grayish-white plumes of smoke, while occasional streams of red magma tumbled from the crater's edge, resembling a serpent ablaze. "It's so hot," Bulma exclaimed as she disembarked, retreating a step from the heat wave. She hastily donned the heat-resistant suit that Ties had handed her. "We haven't even reached the crater yet, and it's this sweltering. How can we survive up there?" Wukong, however, did not don a heat-resistant suit. As a scion, his body could withstand high temperatures, rendering this heat no different from ordinary weather. He gazed toward the crater, his senses already faintly detecting the energy fluctuations of the Dragon Ball, alongside the subtle tremors emanating from the underground rock layers. The volcano was beginning to stir. The countdown was commencing. "We must ascend quickly. Time is of the essence." With a light step, Wukong led the way toward the volcano's mouth, unaffected by the heat wave. The tremors that had just occurred were signals of an impending eruption. We now had only 10 minutes. Tai Si and Bulma, not daring to waste a moment, hurriedly followed. Clad in heat-resistant gear, Tai Si clutched a portable detector, monitoring the flow of magma, while Bulma trailed closely behind Wukong, her radar screen displaying a red that was rapidly approaching, revealing the rocky crevices at the edge of the volcano. As they drew nearer to the volcano, the heat intensified, distorting the air and rendering the ground beneath their feet searingly hot. Even with heat-resistant boots, the oppressive temperature was palpable. Finally, on the eastern side of the volcano, Bulma's radar emitted a series of urgent beeps, the red that was just before them in the rocky crevice. Through the gap, a yellow Dragon Ball lay quietly, covered by a thin layer of volcanic ash, yet still emanating a gentle glow. "We found it," Bulma exclaimed with excitement, reaching out to grasp it, only to be halted by Wukong. "Wait, there's heat inside, let me," concerned that she might be burned by the intense heat within the crevice. Wukong plunged his hand into the scorching rocks, effortlessly retrieving the seventh Dragon Ball. Despite the volcanic ash clinging to its surface, the orb remained unscathed by the heat. Warm to the touch. We have it. The seventh Dragon Ball is ours. Bulma joyfully leaped up, snatching the orb and carefully placing it into a protective case. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered, glowing in red, yellow, blue, green, purple, orange, and white, like a small rainbow, captivatingly beautiful. Let's go? We have 3 minutes left. Wukong suddenly grasped both their hands, urgency in his tone as the tremors became more pronounced. The smoke from the volcano began to darken, and the sound of churning magma grew louder. An eruption was imminent. Tai Si promptly activated the small aircraft, and the trio ascended. Just as they took flight, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. The crimson flame volcano had exploded. Red magma shot into the sky like a fountain, while black volcanic ash obscured the sun. And the heat waves swiftly engulfed the spot they had just occupied, melting the rocks into pools of red liquid. That was close. Bulma gasped, looking back at the explosive scene, her heart racing. Thank goodness for your early warning, Wukong. Otherwise, we would have been buried by the magma. Tai Si also breathed a sigh of relief, piloting the craft away from danger. She glanced back at Wukong, her eyes filled with gratitude. Once again, we owe it to you. Not only did you find the Dragon Balls, but you also ensured our safe escape. Wukong gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls within the protective case, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Departing from West City, they had traversed deserts, snow-capped mountains, and the ocean depths, finally uniting all the Dragon Balls. Next, they would head to the open area near the Red Ribbon Army headquarters to summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill their wishes. He looked down at the protective case, contemplating. Black Commander, do you desire the Dragon Balls? Alas, it is too late. Once we summon the Eternal Dragon, your Red Ribbon Army shall be no more. The aircraft soared toward the headquarters, while the volcano continued to erupt behind them, the black ash gradually being dispersed by the wind. The 7 Dragon Balls within the protective case shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if gathering strength for the impending battle ahead. Collecting the Dragon Balls was merely the beginning. The true challenge awaited them at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 51. The Volcano Retrieval. The moment the 7th Dragon Ball was placed into the protective case, the Crimson Flame volcano erupted with a deafening roar. The plume of smoke from the crater surged upward, and the previously sluggish lava transformed into a gushing pillar of fire. The red molten rock cascaded down the mountainside like a waterfall, while the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Rocks began to crack, and debris mixed with sparks rained down. This is bad. The eruption has come early. Tai Si clutched the nearby rock tightly, her portable detector-S screen flashing wildly. The lava flow was exceeding their predictions. The spacecraft was still powering up. They had no time. Bulma's face turned pale with fear as she clutched the protective case tightly, her body swaying with the tremors, almost losing her balance. Goku, what do we do? The spacecraft takes 30 seconds to start up. The lava will catch up to us. Yet Goku remained remarkably calm. He sensed the lava's flow was faster than he remembered, but still within manageable limits. A swift glance around revealed a massive, protruding rock 20 meters to their right, which could temporarily shield them from the lava. With his speed, he could reach the safety zone at the base of the mountain in an instant, carrying both of them. Don't panic. Hold on to me. Goku grasped Bulma's wrist and reached for Tai Si, pulling them protectively in front of him. I'll take you down. Close your eyes and don't be afraid. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed the explosive power of a scion, his feet creating shallow craters in the ground as he shot towards the rock like an arrow. Bulma and Tai Si were enveloped by the roaring wind, the searing heat instantly trailing behind them. As the scenery raced past in a blur, even the thunderous sound of the erupting lava fading into obscurity. Bang! Just as they reached the rock, a hissing sound erupted behind them. The scalding lava surged over the spot where they had just stood, splattering onto the rock's surface and issuing forth dark plumes of smoke. Fortunately, the rock was thick enough to momentarily shield them from the molten flow. 30 seconds left. This rock won't hold for long. We must continue. Goku did not pause, seizing both of them once more as he dashed towards the safety zone at the mountain's base. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace just enough for them to keep up, yet he still moved like a gust of wind, with debris and sparks failing to touch their clothing. Bulma, I shut tightly, dared only to grip Goku's hand. She could feel the speed of the wind and hear the roar of the lava, yet she felt no impact. A mix of fear and awe surged within her. Goku's speed is extraordinary. Faster than my father's sports car. Tai-Si, however, struggled to keep her eyes open, observing the rapidly retreating landscape. Goku's steps were precisely calculated, avoiding every shattered rock and molten stream. As if he possessed foreknowledge of what was safe, proceeding without a hint of hesitation. Her conviction deepened that the secrets Goku held within him were far greater than merely underwater breathing and immense strength. Weavy arrived. Suddenly, Wukong's voice resonated, and the two felt an inexplicable lightness, finding themselves standing on a clearing at the foot of the mountain, several hundred meters away from the volcano. Only a few scattered ashes floated in the air, and they felt no trace of the scorching heat. Just as they steadied themselves, a more intense roar erupted from behind. The crimson flame volcano had completely erupted. A colossal pillar of fire shot into the sky, while dark volcanic ash obscured the sun. The lava flowed down the mountainside like a crimson river, quickly engulfing the very rock where they had sought refuge. The rock hissed in the molten lava, instantly transforming into liquid. That was close. Bulma collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as she gazed at the volcanic eruption in the distance, her heart racing. If we had been just a second slower, we would have been consumed by the lava. Wukong, you are truly remarkable to have brought us here so swiftly. Tai-Si also exhaled in relief, leaning against a nearby tree to steady her breathing. Your speed must have been at least 200 kilometers per hour. An ordinary human could never achieve such a feat, yet you merely ran faster. Wukong chuckled, interrupting her, offering no further explanation. Instead, he crouched down and opened the protective case, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls that lay quietly within. The radiant hues of red, yellow, blue, green, purple, orange, and white intertwined, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight as if imbued with life, gently flickering. Look, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Wukong exclaimed, redirecting their attention to the protective case. We can finally summon the Eternal Dragon. All we need now is to find an open space. Bulma's attention was instantly captivated by the Dragon Balls. She sprang up and approached the protective case, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They really are all here. I've never seen such beautiful Dragon Balls. I wonder if the Eternal Dragon will be majestic? What wish should I make? A spaceship or an endless supply of strawberry cake? Tai-Si leaned closer, her face reflecting a look of contentment as she gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls. Let us not get ahead of ourselves with wishes just yet. We need to locate a safe and open area. The Red Ribbon Army will surely be searching for us, and we cannot be disturbed while summoning the Eternal Dragon. She paused, turning to Wukong. After summoning the dragon, we must head to the Red Ribbon headquarters to deal with the Black Commander once and for all, or they will continue to trouble us. Wukong nodded, recalling that the summoning of the Eternal Dragon required an unobstructed location, and that the dragon would linger for a minute, providing ample time for them to voice their wishes. As for the Red Ribbon headquarters, with the 7 Dragon Balls now assembled, the Black Commander had lost his leverage, and vanquishing him would be but a mere formality. I know a place. Wukong pointed eastward, indicating an abandoned plain that was spacious and distanced from town, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Let us go there now to summon the Eternal Dragon. The trio gathered their belongings, with Bulma cradling the protective case filled with the 7 Dragon Balls, Tai-Si carrying portable equipment, and Wukong leading the way toward the abandoned plain. In the distance, the crimson flame volcano continued to erupt, the black volcanic ash gradually dispersed by the wind, while sunlight once again illuminated their figures. They had achieved their goal of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, and the moment to summon the Eternal Dragon was drawing near, simultaneously. The demise of the Red Ribbon Army was also approaching swiftly. Chapter 52, The Arrival of Android No. 8. The wind of the desolate plains carried the scent of withered grass, and the cracked earth beneath their feet bore witness to the barren landscape. Scattered rusted steel pipes lay in the distance, remnants of what was once a temporary training ground for the Red Ribbon Army, now forsaken due to volcanic activity, making it an ideal location to summon the Eternal Dragon, spacious, unobstructed, and far from prying eyes. Bulma knelt upon the ground, carefully extracting the 7 Dragon Balls from their protective case, arranging them in a circular formation according to their hues. The moment the Dragon Balls touched the earth, they emitted a soft glow, their 7 colors intertwining to form a faint luminous array on the ground. Even the surrounding winds seemed to soften in reverence. Could this truly summon the Eternal Dragon? Bulma anxiously rubbed her hands together, her gaze fixated on the Dragon Balls, her breath growing shallow. I had only encountered the legends of the eternal dragon within my father's ancient texts. I never imagined I would witness it today. Tai pulled out a portable camera, aiming it at the Dragon Balls. Father mentioned that a tremendous surge of energy would accompany the dragon's emergence. I must capture this moment for posterity. Goku, are you certain the Red Ribbon Army won't discover our summoning? Rest assured, Goku stood by the luminous array, sensing the atmosphere around them. Aside from a few passing birds in the distance, there were no human presences, nor any signals from the Red Ribbon Army. We are far from their headquarters. They won't find us. Moreover, the Eternal Dragon will only linger for a minute after it appears. We will make our wish and depart immediately. There will be no issues. Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from afar. Thud, 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 each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a colossal creature was approaching. Goku's senses immediately locked onto the target. A towering figure was advancing from the eastern side of the plain, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. Clad in heavy gray armor, with arms thicker than an average person's thighs. A silver mask obscured most of its face, revealing only gentle yet hesitant eyes. Is that a member of the Red Ribbon Army? Tai swiftly retracted his camera, retrieving a jamming device, his finger hovering over the activation button. Its size is immense. Could it be an android? Bulma, frightened, hurriedly hid behind Goku, clutching the protective case tightly. It looks so menacing. Is it here to seize the Dragon Balls? Goku, drive it away. However, Goku extended his hand to stop them, his tone calm. Do not engage. He is a good person. A good person? Bulma and Tai exchanged bewildered glances. The imposing figure before them, clad in armor, appeared to be a soldier of the Red Ribbon Army. How could he possibly be a good person? The approaching figure was indeed Android number 8. He was a secret creation of the Red Ribbon Army, endowed with immense strength and defense, yet programmed to retain human emotions. His innate kindness made him reluctant to harm the innocent. Under the threat from Commander Black to destroy his friends, he had been coerced into the desolate plains to seize the Dragon Balls, hesitating all the while, especially upon realizing that Goku and his companions were merely children. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Number 8 halted, his voice deep and gravelly, laden with clear hesitation. His arms slightly raised, yet he did not adopt an aggressive stance. Do not resist. I do not wish to harm you. You see, he is indeed here to take the Dragon Balls. Bulma shrank back further behind Goku, her fear palpable. Tai's grasp tightened around the disruptor, poised to deactivate the control system of Android 8, should it possess any electronic components. However, Goku intervened once more. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Android 8, and spoke with unwavering certainty. You do not wish to harm us, nor do you desire to serve the Red Ribbon Army, do you? You have come here under the threat of your friend's safety posed by the Black Commander. Android 8 froze momentarily, shock evident in his eyes beneath the mask. How do you know? He stammered. His reaction validated Goku's recollection from the original narrative, where Android 8 was coerced into carrying out missions due to the Black Commander's control over his friend. Ultimately, with Goku's assistance, he extricated himself from the Red Ribbon Army's grasp and became a formidable ally against the Black Commander. By revealing his predicament now, Goku aimed to avert conflict while winning over a powerful ally. I know you are a good person, Goku continued, his tone gentle. You do not wish to harm children, nor assist the Red Ribbon Army in their malevolence. The Dragon Balls are of utmost importance to us. We seek to use them to fulfill our wish of protecting our friends, aligning with your own aspirations. Slowly, Android 8 lowered his arm, the hesitation in his gaze transforming into inner turmoil. But the Black Commander said that if I do not return with the Dragon Balls, he will destroy my friends at the lab. I have no choice. You cannot trust the Red Ribbon Army. Tais interjected, unable to contain herself. The Black Commander will only exploit you. Even if you bring back the Dragon Balls, he will not spare your friends and will compel you to commit even greater atrocities. Bulma peeked out from behind Goku. Though still somewhat fearful, she summoned her courage to add, yes, the Red Ribbon Army are villains. They pursued us with tanks and helicopters, attempting to capture us. Do not let them deceive you. Android 8 fell silent, casting his gaze upon his hands that had once been wielded by the Red Ribbon Army to wreak havoc and harm the innocent. Yet deep within, he had always yearned to protect the weak rather than inflict harm upon them. The words of Goku and his companion struck like a stone cast into the depths of his controlled heart, further unsettling him. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Goku pressed on. If you are willing to assist us, we can infiltrate the Red Ribbon Army headquarters together, rescue your friends, and eliminate the Black Commander, ensuring he poses no further threat to anyone. Do you not cherish peace? Together, we can achieve that goal. Is that truly possible? Android 8 lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Can you defeat the Black Commander? Can you save my friends? Absolutely. Goku beamed, confidence radiating from his expression. The weapons and soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army are no match for us. Moreover, your strength is formidable. If we join forces, we will undoubtedly rescue your friends and restore peace to the Earth. Tai nodded in agreement. We possess the layout of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters and know the location where your friends are held. If you are willing to assist, we can devise a detailed plan that will both rescue your friends and secure the Dragon Balls, achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. Gazing at the 7 glowing Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, and then into the sincere eyes of Goku and his companions, Android 8 finally resolved himself. He lifted his head, determination shining through his eyes beneath the mask. All right, I shall assist you, but you must promise me that you will rescue my friends and ensure they come to no harm. We promise you. Wukong extended his hand, declaring, from this moment forth, we are allies. Number 8 hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended his massive palm, gently clasping Wukong's hand. Though his grip was robust, it was remarkably tender, as if he feared harming the child much smaller than himself. Observing their handshake, Bulma's trepidation dissipated, replaced by excitement as she approached them. Fantastic. We have gained another formidable ally. Number 8, your armor is so cool. What do you enjoy eating? I have some bread here. Would you like a piece? Number 8 was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm, a faint smile gracing his lips. I do not require food. I sustain myself on energy. However, I appreciate your kindness. Tai's pulled out a layout of the headquarters and handed it to Number 8. Take a look. This is the map of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Where is your friend being held? We can devise a rescue plan before considering summoning the dragon. After all, the Dragon Balls are already gathered. We can summon him whenever we wish. Number 8 received the map, his gaze swiftly scanning it, pointing to a room on the 4th underground level. Right here. The experimental subject detention area. My friend is a researcher at the Institute, imprisoned by the Black Commander, tasked with maintaining my energy system. Wukong leaned in to examine the map, contemplating to himself. The location matches my memory. There are not many guards on the 4th underground level. Rescuing him will be simple. He lifted his gaze to Number 8, his voice resolute. No problem. We shall rescue your friend first, then deal with the Black Commander, and finally summon the dragon. Beneath the setting sun, the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered softly, and the towering figure of Android 8 stood beside the trio. No longer a fearsome foe, but rather a comrade ready for battle. The wind swept across the desolate plains once more, no longer carrying the desolation of withered grass, but rather sounding a clarion call for their impending confrontation. The gates of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters were poised to be pushed open by their united might. The aspiration for peace drew ever closer. Chapter 53. Number 8 guides the search for the Dragon Balls. The afterglow of the abandoned plain stretched the shadows of the 5 figures. Wukong, Bulma, Tais. Alongside the towering Android 8, and Bulma, crouched beside him, curiously examining his armor. The scene unfolded in unexpected harmony. The 7 Dragon Balls continued to radiate their glow upon the ground, their light gently undulating with the evening breeze, as if in response to the forthcoming mission. The Black Commander had hidden the last Dragon Ball meticulously. Number 8 spoke suddenly, his tone more relaxed than before, pointing to the map in Tai's hands, his fingertip resting on the marked location of the 5th underground level. Here lies the core supply vault. It is no ordinary warehouse. The walls are forged from alloy, with 3 laser locks guarding the entrance, and General White himself stands watch, armed with a ray gun capable of temporarily suppressing my energy. At the mention of General White, Bulma instinctively recoiled. Is he the one said to be able to punch through steel plates? Is he stronger than the previous Colonel Violet? Number 8 nodded, his tone grave. General White is the strongest warrior under the Black Commander, boasting 3 times the combat power of Colonel Violet. I have faced him once before and nearly succumbed to his suppression. Tais immediately annotated the blueprint with General White and the ray gun, her brow furrowed. If the ray gun can suppress Number 8, we must find a way to destroy the weapon first. Otherwise, Number 8 will be in jeopardy. Wukong, you mentioned knowing General White's weakness. Where exactly is it? Wukong leaned closer to the blueprint. his fingertip resting on the side passage at the entrance of the core supply depot. General White tends to stand on the left side of the warehouse door, wielding a laser sword in his right hand and a ray gun in his left. He has an old injury on his right rib, sustained during a battle with a synthetic humanoid. The defense in that area is weaker than elsewhere. If we strike there, he will temporarily lose his ability to move. After speaking, he raised his gaze to number 8, his expression filled with confirmation. Moreover, the ventilation duct in the core supply depot is located in the upper left corner of the ceiling, with a diameter of approximately half a meter, just enough for a person to crawl through. Number 8 suddenly froze, then vigorously nodded, astonished. How did you know? That ventilation duct was added during repairs 6 months ago. Only I and a few core researchers are aware of its location. Not even General White knows. A knowing smile graced Wukong's lips as he nodded gently. The location is indeed correct. This detail is a crucial piece extracted from the narrative memory. In the original story, Wukong infiltrated the warehouse through this very duct, evading General White's frontal defenses. Number 8's words merely corroborate the accuracy of my recollections. So you already knew, Bulma exclaimed, her realization dawning as she clapped her hands. I thought you were merely guessing. I didn't expect you to even know the duct's location. It's as if you've spent time at the Red Ribbon headquarters. I just reviewed similar base documents before. Wukong continued to use the information as a pretext, concealing the secret of his prophetic insight. He shifted his focus to number 8. Do you know the password for the laser lock in the core supply depot? If we can crack it directly, we will save a great deal of time. Number 8 closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the code. After a moment, he opened them and recited a string of numbers. The password is the founding date of the Red Ribbon combined with the code name of Black Marshal, 870-31501. I memorized it while assisting a researcher with the system maintenance. It should not have been changed. Black Marshal is quite arrogant, believing no one could infiltrate the 5th underground level. Hence he rarely alters the core password. Tais immediately noted the password on the blueprint, her face lighting up with a relaxed smile. With the location of the ventilation duct and the password for the laser lock, the infiltration plan becomes significantly simpler. We will proceed in 2 steps. First, number 8 will feign executing a task to divert General White's attention. Second, Wukong will infiltrate the warehouse through the duct, using the password to unlock the laser lock and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Bulma and I will provide support from the supply room on the west side of headquarters. And once you succeed, we will head to the 4th underground level to rescue number 8's friends. I'm on board. Number 8 immediately agreed, his tone resolute. As long as we can rescue my friends, diverting General White will be easy. He has been eager for a rematch with me. I only need to intentionally reveal my presence, and he will certainly pursue me. Bulma, however, remained somewhat apprehensive. She tugged at Wukong's sleeve. Wukong, will you be in danger infiltrating the warehouse alone? What if General White is not diverted, or if the password is incorrect? Wukong gently patted her shoulder, his tone resolute. Rest assured, General White will undoubtedly pursue number 8, and the password is infallible. The Black Marshal's arrogance is his greatest flaw. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, I will find a solution. Have you forgotten how I overturned a tank with a single punch? Bulma recalled the moment when Wukong had flipped the tank, and her concerns gradually dissipated. She nodded vigorously. All right, we shall depart at dawn. I must keep a vigilant eye on the Dragon Balls tonight. We cannot allow the Red Ribbon Army to seize them first. As she spoke, she carefully stowed the 7 Dragon Balls back into their protective case, momentarily forgetting their presence on the ground. Fortunately, the light array provided a degree of concealment, preventing them from being spotted by distant onlookers. Number 8 watched Bulma's cautious demeanor with a soft smile gracing his lips. I will ensure your safety. When we infiltrate tomorrow, as long as I am present, the Red Ribbon soldiers will not approach you. The sun gradually descended, painting the sky in subtle hues of orange and red. The distant volcano had ceased its eruptions, leaving behind only wisps of smoke. The 5 of them, along with a small bug that occasionally approached to scavenge from number 8's armor, sat upon the plain, munching on the bread Bulma had brought, while meticulously refining their infiltration plan. Number 8 detailed the soldiers' shift changes at headquarters. Tai Si adjusted the frequency of the jamming device. Wukong confirmed the escape route, and Bulma was responsible for inspecting the seal of the Dragon Ball protective case, ensuring it would remain intact during their mission. Suddenly, number 8 recalled something and retrieved a small metallic badge from the compartment of his armor, handing it to Wukong. This is a temporary pass for the Red Ribbon Army, which I acquired discreetly. It grants access to most areas of headquarters. Bring it with you during the infiltration tomorrow. Ordinary soldiers will not question you. Wukong accepted the pass, which bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army along with the designation of access level, perfectly allowing entry to the outer perimeter of the underground 5th level. Coupled with the ventilation shaft, it was an impeccable asset. He glanced at the pass and then at number 8, contemplating, with number 8's assistance. Penetrating the headquarters would be smoother than he had remembered. The Black Marshal truly had nowhere to escape this time. As night deepened, the portable lamp brought by Tai Si illuminated the earnest faces of the 5 companions. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a gentle glow within their protective case, as if cheering for the imminent victory that awaited them. Tomorrow, the Red Ribbon Army headquarters would face its demise. Tomorrow, they would not only acquire the final Dragon Ball, but also rescue number 8's friend, fulfilling their dream of peace. Very well, we should rest now, Tai Si declared, folding away the blueprints. They needed to be invigorated for the early morning infiltration coinciding with the soldiers' shift change. Wukong, you and number 8 will keep watch. Bulma and I will rest for a while. Rest assured. Wukong and number 8 nodded in unison, exchanging smiles. One was a scion youth endowed with the memories of past narratives, while the other was an artificial human yearning for peace. In this moment, united by a common goal, they became the most trustworthy allies. On the desolate plain under the night sky, a gentle breeze whispered through, the light of the portable lamp flickered, and the aura of the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered within their protective case, all preparing for the decisive battle that lay ahead. The countdown to the fall of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters had begun. Chapter 54. Tai's analysis of weapons. The small aircraft glided smoothly beneath the clouds, heading towards the Red Ribbon headquarters. Inside the cabin, Tai was rapidly typing on a portable terminal, the screen densely populated with parameters of the Red Ribbon's weaponry. From the tank's main cannon to the helicopter's machine gun, and even General White's specialized ray gun, each data point was meticulously documented, accompanied by her hand-drawn diagrams of vulnerability analyses. The pace at which the Red Ribbon updated its arsenal exceeded my expectations. Furrowing her brow, Tai pointed to the parameters of the ray gun on the screen. General White's ray gun, with an energy output increased from 5,000 joules to 8,000 joules, was specifically designed to target androids. Number 8, you must avoid direct fire when you encounter this. It can temporarily sever your energy circuits. Number 8 leaned closer, examining the schematic of the ray gun on the screen, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand the principle behind this weapon. It releases high-frequency currents that disrupt the energy core. The last time I was hit, the energy transmission in my left arm was interrupted for 3 minutes, which was indeed quite challenging to manage. Bulma, cradling the Dragon Ball protective case, approached the screen with curiosity. Is there a way for us to counteract this? Perhaps using the disruptor invented by my father? Perhaps we could attempt it, Tai replied, retrieving the disruptor's parameters. I can adjust the disruptor's frequency to match that of the ray gun, which would reduce its energy output by 30. However, it cannot be completely shielded. The most prudent course of action remains for Goku to destroy the weapon first. All eyes turned to Goku, who was leaning against the porthole, gazing at the swiftly passing towns below. Upon hearing his name, he turned his head, his gaze falling upon the list of weapons on the screen. In addition to the existing armaments annotated by Tai, he noticed a line of faint text at the bottom of the list. Unnamed Energy Absorption Experimental Subject, Progress 15. This was precisely the embryonic experimental record of number 19. In the original narrative, the Red Ribbon began secretly developing energy absorption-based androids following the creation of Android 8, with number 19 being one of the outcomes. This android could absorb an opponent's energy through its palm and was later modified by Dr. Gero, becoming a significant threat in combat. The obscure record Tai had uncovered was indicative of this experimental phase. They have yet to disclose all their weaponry, Goku remarked, pointing at the faint text on the screen with certainty. The Red Ribbon is developing an energy absorption android, which is likely still in the embryonic stage. Codenamed approximately number 19. This android is capable of absorbing an opponent's energy through its palm, rendering it even more perilous than General White's ray gun. An energy absorption android? Number 19? Tai was taken aback, repeatedly magnifying the faint text, only able to discern the words related to energy absorption experiments, unable to locate the codename number 19. How do you know the codename is number 19? My research did not include this information. Bulma, equally intrigued, inquired, energy absorption? Is it akin to a sponge soaking up water, siphoning away another's strength? That sounds terrifying. Will we be unable to defeat it? On the 8th, his expression grew grave. As an artificial being, he was acutely aware of the threats posed by his kind. Should a humanoid capable of energy absorption come into existence, the ramifications would be dire. If such a creation were to materialize, the combat capabilities of the Red Ribbon Army would increase significantly, potentially endangering entire cities. Goku had already devised his explanation. He pointed at the progress bar on the screen, feigning a recollection. Previously, in the mountains, he had encountered an abandoned research notebook that referenced the Red Ribbon's humanoid project, numbered from 1 to 20, with the 19th model centered around energy absorption. However, the notes were incomplete, lacking specifics on the progress. Given the current context, it appeared to still be in its embryonic stage, warranting no immediate concern. This excuse not only aligned with the earlier settings of the ancient texts, but also concealed the secret of the narrative's foresight, allowing the others to believe. For Dr. Briefs had also mentioned the Red Ribbon's long-standing ambition to develop multiple generations of humanoids, that the existence of the 19th model was not out of place. Ties immediately supplemented the information regarding the 19th model's prototype on the terminal, explicitly marking it as a high threat, even in its nascent form. One could not afford to be complacent. I will send this information to my father, requesting his assistance in analyzing the principles of energy absorption to see if we can preemptively develop countermeasures. Goku, observing the somber expressions of the group, smiled to reassure them, stating that since the 19th model was still in its preliminary phase, its combat strength would undoubtedly be low. Furthermore, the Red Ribbon's focus was primarily on safeguarding the last Dragon Ball, leaving little energy to advance the experiment. Once we neutralize Black Commander and obliterate the experimental data, the 19th model will have no opportunity to come to fruition. His words alleviated the tension within the cabin. As 8 looked at Goku's confident demeanor, his own worries began to dissipate. From their encounter at the abandoned plains yesterday to the current discussion about the 19th model, this youth consistently provided an unexpected sense of reassurance, as if he could effortlessly tackle any looming danger. The aircraft gradually approached the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a towering black edifice standing at the city's edge, its structure adorned with surveillance cameras and a laser grid. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, and several armored vehicles were stationed at the entrance, creating a formidable barrier akin to a lurking beast. We're almost there. Ties adjusted the altitude of the aircraft, disguising it as a logistical transport vessel of the Red Ribbon Army. We'll land in the supply room on the west side of the headquarters, a blind spot for their surveillance. 8. You will disembark first, feigning a mission to divert General White. We will subsequently infiltrate by transforming into staff members using disguise capsules. 8 nodded, rising to adjust his armor, ensuring his identity as a Red Ribbon soldier would not raise suspicion. I will intentionally expose my presence at the entrance to the 5th underground level. General White will undoubtedly pursue me. You can then take advantage of the distraction to enter through the ventilation shaft, retrieve the Dragon Ball, and regroup in the detention area on the 4th underground level, where I will await your arrival. Goku also stood, accepting the disguise capsule from Ties. Upon activation, his attire instantly transformed into the gray uniform of Red Ribbon logistical personnel. Though slightly snug, it sufficed to pass as inconspicuous. Rest assured, I will promptly secure the Dragon Ball and will not delay in rescuing your friend. Bulma conducted a final inspection of the Dragon Ball protective case, ensuring that all 7 Dragon Balls were secure. She then activated a camouflage capsule, transforming into the white coat of a Red Ribbon researcher, and deliberately donned a pair of round glasses, feigning a serious demeanor. Do I resemble a researcher? She quipped. I shall keep watch for you and guarantee that we will not be discovered. Tai Si, observing her antics, could not suppress a laugh. You do resemble one. But do not be too tense. If you encounter any soldiers, simply state that you are here to inspect the warehouse equipment. I have memorized the password for you. The aircraft descended slowly at the entrance of the storage room on the western side of headquarters. As Tai Si had indicated, there were indeed no surveillance cameras. Only a dozing guard. Number 8 was the first to disembark, swiftly incapacitating the guard with a gentle strike. He then signaled the 3 individuals inside the capsule and turned towards the direction of the 5th underground level. His imposing figure soon blended into the shadows of the headquarters, like a stone cast into darkness, poised to create ripples. Let us proceed. Tai Si pressed the hidden button on the aircraft, causing it to shrink instantly into a capsule, which she stowed in her backpack. The three followed closely behind number 8, heads bowed, mimicking busy workers as they advanced towards the headquarters building. The guard at the entrance halted their progress, but Taisi promptly presented the temporary access pass provided by number 8, along with a pre-arranged explanation. We are here to inspect the warehouse equipment on the 5th underground level. General White has already informed us. The guard validated the access pass and confirmed via intercom. The signal had been jammed by Taisi's device, resulting in only static being heard. Ultimately, he allowed them to pass, as no one dared question a mission sanctioned by General White. Upon entering the headquarters building, the frigid metallic walls and the acrid scent of disinfectant assailed them. Occasionally, soldiers hurried down the corridor, oblivious to the presence of these three peculiar workers. Goku, bringing up the rear, scanned the experimental posters adorning the corridor walls. One poster, blurred and indistinct, bore the words Energy Absorption Experiment. He mused to himself, the prototype of number 19 is indeed here. Once we deal with Black Commander, I must ensure that all experimental data is destroyed. The four of them, with number 8 having already proceeded to the 5th underground level, made their way towards the elevator. All clues pointed towards an impending confrontation. The warehouse on the 5th underground level, General White's ray gun, the prototype of number 19, and the friends they were about to rescue. Goku clenched his fists, resolutely affirming within himself, the end of the red ribbon is today. Chapter 55. The 6th Dragon Ball acquired in the corridor of the 5th underground level of the Red Ribbon headquarters. The lights emitted a cold white glow, and the metallic floor reflected their silhouettes. Footsteps echoed sharply in the vast passageway. Number 8, adhering to the plan, deliberately slowed his pace at the entrance of the core supply vault. The heavy armor clashed with the ground, resonating with a thudding sound. This was a habitual gesture he had adopted during his encounters with General White. Sure enough, mere seconds later, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Number 8, you have indeed arrived. General White's voice rang with arrogance. Clad in a black combat suit, he wielded a laser sword in his right hand and brandished a ray gun specifically designed to target androids in his left. 2 elite soldiers flanked him, and he declared, Black Commander mentioned you would come to seize the Dragon Balls. It appears he was not mistaken. However, do not expect to leave here alive today. Number 8 deliberately assumed a defensive stance, his tone laced with indignation. I am merely following orders to retrieve the Dragon Balls. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. As he spoke, he subtly retreated towards the eastern corridor, which led to a branching path down to the 4th underground level, precisely the route intended to divert General White's attention. Following orders? General White scoffed, brandishing his laser sword that gleamed with a blinding crimson light. Cease your pretense. You have long since abandoned your allegiance to the Red Ribbon Army. Haven to you? Today, I shall rid the ranks of this traitor on behalf of the Black Marshal. With that, he charged forward with his soldiers towards number 8, completely oblivious to the ventilation shaft in the upper left corner of the ceiling, which was slowly opening. Within the shaft, Goku had already adjusted his stance. Clad in a gray logistics uniform, his body curled within the narrow passage. Taking advantage of the din created by the skirmish between number 8 and General White, he gently pushed open the vent cover. The warehouse below was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the faint blue glow of the laser lock at the entrance. He inhaled deeply, akin to a cat, and leapt down silently, landing without a sound. Goku, can you hear me? Tai's voice crackled through the portable communicator, accompanied by a slight electrical hum. The laser lock's code is 870-31501. I have disabled the warehouse surveillance for you. You have 5 minutes. General White will be distracted by number 8 for no more than 3 minutes. Received. Goku responded in a hushed tone, swiftly scanning the warehouse, which appeared more spacious than he remembered. Metal crates surrounded him, and at the center, within a transparent energy shield, lay the final Dragon Ball, its golden radiance casting a soft halo on the ground. He approached the laser lock, his fingers dancing over the keypad as he swiftly entered 870-31501. With the final digit pressed, the lock emitted a soft beep, and the blue laser grid vanished, allowing the warehouse door to creak open slightly. Just then, a quiet gasp from Bulma erupted through the communicator. Goku, soldiers are approaching. There are 30 seconds until they reach the warehouse door from the corridor on your right. Instantly, Goku concealed himself behind a nearby metal crate. Peering through the gaps, he observed 2 elite soldiers advancing towards the warehouse, laser guns in hand. Discussing amongst themselves, I I thought I heard something coming from the warehouse. Could it be a thief? Don't be ridiculous. We're on the 5th underground level. Aside from General White and number 8, no one can enter here. It must have been the ventilation ducts. As the two soldiers reached the warehouse entrance, just as they were about to push the door open, Goku suddenly sprang forth from behind the crate, his speed akin to a fleeting shadow. Before the soldiers could react, he swiftly subdued them by gripping their necks, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant, their bodies collapsing softly to the ground. He dragged them behind the crate, his movements efficient and precise, taking no more than 10 seconds. All done, Goku said into the communicator, his tone as carefree as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. On the other end, Bulma's voice emerged, relieved. You scared me. I thought you were about to be discovered. Goku, you are incredible. You took out those soldiers in no time. Without delay, Wukong swiftly approached the control button of the energy shield on the central platform. Following the method previously described by Tais, he pressed the button for 3 seconds. The energy shield emitted a faint crackling sound before gradually dissipating. The last Dragon Ball instantly radiated a bright glow, warm to the touch, its surface adorned with intricate patterns like the previous 6. At last, he had obtained it. Wukong tucked the Dragon Ball securely into his embrace. For this was the final one. The moment he gathered all 7, he could even sense a faint resonance among the Dragon Balls, as if they were responding to the imminent summoning of the Divine Dragon. Wukong, quickly retreat. Tais's voice suddenly grew urgent. General White seemed to have realized the deception and was hastening towards the warehouse. Only 1 minute remained. Number 8 is already waiting for you at the 4th underground levels junction. You must rendezvous swiftly. Wukong immediately turned and dashed towards the ventilation shaft. As he passed by a corner of the warehouse, he noticed a partially open metal cabinet containing several experimental blueprints. Upon closer inspection, he saw vague human outlines drawn on them, accompanied by the label Energy Absorption Device Experiment Number 19, along with a note stating, Energy Core Unstable, testing required after 3 months. Indeed, these were the preliminary experimental data for Number 19. Wukong's gaze hardened as he seized a nearby wrench and struck the metal cabinet with a resounding clang, deforming it and scattering the blueprints across the floor. He then crushed a nearby experimental data chip underfoot, ensuring that such perilous research would not be exploited again before he turned and climbed into the ventilation shaft. Just as he secured the grating of the vent, General White's furious voice echoed at the warehouse entrance. Where are they? Where's the Dragon Ball? Number 8, how dare you deceive me? Wukong crawled rapidly through the ventilation duct, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, envisioning General White fuming with rage. Having secured the final Dragon Ball, all that remained was to reunite with Number 8 and rescue his friends, thereby resolving the threat posed by the Black Marshal once and for all. The ventilation duct led directly to the junction on the 4th underground level. As Wukong pushed open the grating and leapt down, he found Number 8 waiting. His armor bore several shallow scratches, evidently a result of a skirmish with General White, yet his gaze remained resolute. Did you acquire the Dragon Ball? I did, Wukong replied, retrieving the last Dragon Ball from his possession. Its golden light illuminated both their faces. Now, let us rescue your friends, and afterward, we shall confront the Black Marshal. Number 8 nodded vigorously and turned towards the holding area for the experimental subjects. My friends are in the 3rd room ahead. There are not many guards, and I can handle them. As they approached the entrance to the holding area, they spotted Tais and Bulma hiding around the corner, waving at them. They had successfully infiltrated the 4th underground level's guards using disguised capsules, reaching the rendezvous point without incident. Wukong, are you all right? Did you get the Dragon Ball? Bulma rushed over, her eyes fixed on the Dragon Ball in Wukong's hand. Upon seeing it, she leaped with excitement. Wonderful. We finally have all 7. Let us summon the Divine Dragon at once. Tai Si grasped her companion's arm, her gaze alert as she peered down the corridor. Do not rush. General White and the Dark Marshal have undoubtedly discovered our presence. We must first rescue the friend of Number 8, and then retreat through the emergency exit on the western side of the headquarters. The abandoned plains, where we can summon the dragon, lie a safe 10 kilometers away from the headquarters, a sufficient distance to evade the pursuers of the Red Ribbon. Wukong nodded in agreement and turned to Number 8. We shall rescue your friend at once. Move swiftly, we cannot afford them any time to react. Number 8 pushed open the door to the detention area, revealing only a single guard dozing off. He approached quietly and struck the guard unconscious. Then opened the door to the 3rd room, where a bespectacled middle-aged man sat. Indeed, it was Number 8's friend, a researcher from the Institute. "Number 8, you have finally arrived," exclaimed the researcher, rising with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. "I thought the Dark Marshal would imprison me until death. We must leave immediately." Number 8 assisted the researcher to his feet, and the four of them rushed toward the emergency exit. The sound of chaotic footsteps and alarm bells echoed down the corridor as Red Ribbon soldiers scoured the area, but their speed paled in comparison to that of Wukong and Number 8. In no time, the quartet burst forth from the Red Ribbon headquarters, sprinting toward the abandoned plains. Behind them, the furious roar of the Dark Marshal could be faintly heard. "Pursue. I command you to pursue. Even if we have to turn the entire city upside down, we will reclaim the Dragon Balls." Wukong glanced back at the receding headquarters, then at the last Dragon Ball cradled in his arms, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Dark Marshal, you shall have no more chances." In the abandoned plains, the 7 Dragon Balls were on the verge of summoning the dragon, and soon, your Red Ribbon army would be utterly vanquished. Chapter 56. The underground Dragon Balls of the Red Ribbon headquarters. The 4 who escaped the Red Ribbon headquarters raced along the desolate roadway toward the direction of the Crimson Flame volcano. The researcher was shielded behind Number 8, while Bulma clutched a protective case filled with the 7 Dragon Balls. Tai Si, running alongside, monitored the signals of their pursuers on her portable terminal, with Wukong leading the charge, occasionally glancing back to check on their pace. 3 armored vehicles are in pursuit. Tai Si suddenly halted, pulling up the radar display on her terminal. The screen revealed 3 red dots rapidly closing in. It was General White's forces, moving with alarming speed. "If we continue for another 10 minutes, they will catch up." The researcher turned pale, gripping Number 8's armor tightly. "What should we do? If we are caught, the Dark Marshal will certainly execute us." Number 8 tightened his protective hold on the researcher, his gaze resolute as he looked to Wukong. "I will hold them off. You all take the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. I will find you after I deal with the pursuers." "Absolutely not." Wukong immediately shook his head, fully aware that General White's beam gun was specifically designed to counter Number 8. Facing them alone was far too perilous. He was no match for them and his allies. They could not allow him to take such a risk alone. He swiftly scanned their surroundings, his eyes landing on a dense thicket to the right, which concealed the entrance to an abandoned underground passage previously used by the Red Ribbon. In his memory of the narrative, this was an early supply transport route built by the Red Ribbon, leading directly to the vicinity of the Crimson Flame volcano while allowing them to evade their pursuers. "Follow me." With a swift motion, Wukong seized Bulma's wrist and dashed into the woods, where a forsaken underground passage lay hidden, capable of leading directly to the plains while evading armored vehicles. The group promptly followed suit, and after traversing a short distance through the underbrush, they indeed stumbled upon a metal manhole cover, shrouded in overgrown weeds. Wukong bent down to pry it open, and a wave of damp, musty air rushed forth. Within the passage, a faint glimmer of light was discernible, ample enough for 4 individuals to pass through. "Quickly, let's go," Wukong urged, leaping into the opening first, then extending his hand to pull Bulma, Ties, and the researcher into the tunnel, with Number 8 being the last to jump down, cleverly using the weeds to conceal the manhole cover and thoroughly obscure their entrance. The underground passage was lined with rusted tracks, and emergency lights flickered intermittently along the walls. The distant sound of dripping water echoed through the air. The researcher, panting and leaning against the wall, remarked, "This is an early supply route constructed by the Red Ribbon Army. I was involved in its construction. It leads directly to the plains at the base of the Crimson Flame volcano. However, we must navigate through the outer perimeter of the headquarters' 3rd underground level, which is currently patrolled by guards." "The 3rd underground level?" Ties immediately pulled out a map of the headquarters, her fingertip tracing the junction where the passage met the 3rd underground level. "There's a ventilation shaft here that can circumvent the main passage, but we must avoid the patrolling guards who change shifts every 5 minutes. We have only a 30-second window to make our move." Wukong leaned in to examine the schematic, already well acquainted with the guard distribution at the 3rd underground level. The soldiers stationed there primarily safeguard an abandoned weapons depot, their combat capabilities being relatively low. Yet they are equipped with infrared detectors. If detected, an alarm would ring throughout the headquarters, summoning more pursuers. "I know how to evade them," Wukong asserted, pointing to a small room adjacent to the ventilation shaft on the map. "That's the guard's break room, where there will be a 2-minute window during the shift change. We can slip through the ventilation shaft within that time frame and proceed along the passage straight to the planes. He paused for emphasis, then added, the infrared detectors are mounted on the left side of the ceiling, spaced 10 meters apart. We must stick to the right wall and disable all electronic devices to avoid detection. How do you know the positions of the detectors? Tais gazed at him, astonishment evident in her eyes. This was not the first time Wukong had revealed knowledge beyond the ordinary. I came across the passage design while researching. Wukong maintained his explanation, not delving further, and shifted his focus to number 8. You'll lead the way, using your armor to shield any potential light. The researcher will follow closely, while Tais and I will bring up the rear. Bulma, keep the Dragon Ball protective case close and silent. The group nodded in agreement, promptly arranging themselves as Wukong instructed. Number 8 took the lead, the weight of his armor effectively blocking the light from the emergency lamps. The researcher followed closely, attempting to minimize his silhouette. Bulma clutched the protective case tightly, treading lightly. Tais switched off her portable terminal, leaving only a faint indicator light, and Wukong brought up the rear, ever vigilant to the sounds of approaching guards. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating the passage, the faint murmur of guards' voices wafted toward them. Wukong signaled for the group to halt, pressing against the wall to listen, confirming that the guards were changing shifts, with playful banter emanating from the break room. While only one soldier patrolled outside. Now's our chance. Wukong gestured for silence to the group and was the first to ascend towards the ventilation shaft. The opening was more spacious than anticipated, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Once inside, he helped Bulma, the researcher, and Tai climb in after him. Number 8 cautiously lifted the vent cover, ensuring no one was outside before slowly making his way in and securing the grate once more. The ventilation duct was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by Tai's faint indicator light. They crawled along the pipe, the sound of guards changing shifts echoing below, occasionally interrupted by a soldier's cough, each noise causing Bulma to hold her breath in anxiety. Ahead lay the exit. Wukong suddenly halted, pointing at a loose grate in front of them. Through the gap, a glimmer of light could be seen at the end of the passage, leading towards the plains. He gently pushed the grate aside, leapt down to assess the safety of the area, then turned back to assist the others down one by one. As soon as they landed, a shrill alarm blared in the distance. General White had evidently discovered their escape through the underground passage and was dispatching troops to seal the entrance. Hurry, Wukong urged, pulling everyone along towards the beckoning light at the end of the tunnel. The moment they burst out of the passage, warm sunlight enveloped them, revealing the silhouette of the crimson flame volcano ahead. Not far off lay the desolate plains, the very site they had previously agreed upon to summon the dragon. We finally made it. Bulma collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, yet clutching the protective box tightly. The pursuer's Haven T followed us, right? Can we summon the dragon now? Tai activated the terminal, confirming that the signals of their pursuers were still at the tunnel's entrance. With a sigh of relief, she announced, they're blocked by debris at the tunnel mouth. They can't reach us for now. We have 15 minutes, ample time to summon the dragon. Wukong moved to the center of the plains, signaling Bulma to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Arrange the Dragon Balls in the order we discussed. Remember, once the dragon appears, we will have only a minute to make our wishes. First, we must wish to rescue everyone imprisoned by the Red Ribbon Army, and then wish for all their weapons to become ineffective. Bulma nodded eagerly, carefully extracting the 7 Dragon Balls from the protective case, arranging them in a circular formation according to the colors red, yellow, blue, green, purple, orange, and white. As soon as the Dragon Balls touched the ground, they erupted with dazzling light, the 7 hues intertwining to form a magnificent light array. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the clouds in the sky gradually parted, revealing a golden radiance. It's happening, Tai exclaimed, raising her portable camera, her hands trembling with excitement. The dragon was about to manifest. Just then, a furious roar from General White echoed from a distance. Don't even think about summoning the dragon. Stop right there. He and his soldiers had blasted open the tunnel entrance and were charging towards the plains. Wukong glanced back at the rapidly approaching pursuers, then at the forming light array on the ground, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. There's no time. No sooner had he spoken than the light array erupted, a colossal golden beam shooting skyward. A thunderous roar of a dragon resonated, and a magnificent emerald dragon adorned with antlers slowly emerged from the light column. Its enormous wings unfurled, nearly obscuring half the sky, as its golden eyes scanned the four on the ground. In a deep and commanding voice, it proclaimed, "State your wishes. Whatever desire you hold, I can grant one of them." Bulma and the researcher were rendered speechless, while Tai Si held her camera aloft, frozen in midair. Number 8's eyes widened in awe. The legendary Shenlong was even more majestic than they had imagined. Goku took a deep breath, gazing up at the dragon with unwavering resolve. "Our wish is to rescue all the innocents imprisoned by the Red Ribbon Army and to render all their weapons and combat equipment inoperative." The golden eyes of Shenlong flickered slightly as it nodded its immense head. "Wish received. It shall be realized forthwith." As soon as the words were spoken, two soft beams of light emanated from Shenlong's eyes. One shot toward the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, while the other expanded throughout the city, instantly teleporting the imprisoned researchers and innocents out of their cells. Simultaneously, the weapons and armored vehicles at the headquarters lost power, turning into heaps of scrap metal. In the distance, General White gazed at the suddenly lifeless armored vehicles, then at the colossal Shenlong in the sky, his face turning pale. He turned to flee, only to be intercepted by Number 8. Without the suppression of the ray guns, Number 8 easily subdued him, pinning him to the ground. After fulfilling the wish, Shenlong's enormous form gradually became transparent, and its voice resonated once more. "The wish has been fulfilled. The 7 Dragon Balls will scatter across the world and can only be gathered again after 1 year." With that, Shenlong transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a radiant glow, soaring off in different directions. Bulma looked at the empty ground, though the Dragon Balls had dispersed. Her smile was radiant with joy. "We did it. We saved everyone and rendered the Red Ribbon Army's weapons useless." The researcher, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply to Goku and Number 8, tears brimming in his eyes. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have escaped." Tai Si put away her camera and gazed at the cornered General White, a relaxed smile gracing her lips. "Now, it's time to deal with the Black Commander. Without weapons and soldiers, he's just an ordinary man." Goku nodded, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, contemplating. "Black Commander, your end is nigh." The 4 of them, along with the subdued General White, made their way toward the headquarters. This time, they were no longer the invaders needing to evade capture, but the guardians poised to end the reign of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 57. Tai Si disguises as a researcher in the open area outside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. General White was pinned to the ground by Number 8, unable to move. Scattered around were the parts of disabled armored vehicles, and several surviving soldiers cowered in the corners, too terrified even to raise their laser guns. The appearance of Shenlong had utterly shattered their psychological defenses. With their weapons rendered ineffective, no one dared to resist. "We will split into 2 teams." Goku crouched down, patting General White on the shoulder with a calm, yet undeniably powerful tone. "You will lead us to the core control room on the 5th underground level and shut down the headquarters defense system." He left the sentence unfinished, but intentionally released a faint aura of pressure. General White felt a shiver run down his spine and immediately nodded in surrender. "I will take you there. I know the location of the control room and can help you open the doors." Tai Si retrieved her portable terminal and accessed the latest layout map from headquarters. The previously marked area of dense guards on the 3rd underground level had undergone recent changes. General White divulged that the Black Marshal, fearing the Dragon Balls might be seized, had temporarily dispatched an additional 10 elite guards to the entrance of the armory on the 3rd floor, effectively blocking the main route to the control room. The main pathway was now obstructed. Furrowing her brow, Tai Si slid her fingertips across the screen. Their only option was to utilize the alternate passage. However, access to this corridor required a Researcher-S authorization card, which they did not possess. "I have a solution," Bulma suddenly recalled, rummaging through her backpack to produce a silver capsule. This was an upgraded version of the disguise capsule given to her by Dr. Brief before his departure. It not only altered its appearance, but could also generate temporary identity chips. Her father had informed her that this capsule could simulate any professional identity. By inputting the parameters of the Red Ribbon Researcher, they could create an access card. Tai Si's eyes lit up with excitement as she promptly took the capsule from Bulma. She entered the parameters on the terminal, and the moment she pressed the capsule, her gray logistics uniform transformed into a pristine white Researcher-S coat. A blue identity badge appeared on her chest, emblazoned with the words Red Ribbon Biological Researcher Lena, and the chip sensing area emitted a gentle green glow. appearing indistinguishable from the genuine article. Perfect, Tai Si exclaimed, adjusting her collar in front of a mirror and donning a pair of round glasses, instantly transforming from an infiltrator to a meticulous researcher. I will pretend to go to the third-floor armory to collect experimental samples, diverting the guards. You can then take the opportunity to enter through the alternate passage. Goku, you know the specific location of the alternate passage, right? Goku nodded, the route already familiar to him from his memories. The alternate passage was situated behind the sterilization room on the west side of the third floor, concealed by a hidden metal door with the code 7392, an early backup code from the Red Ribbon days that the Black Marshal had not altered. Once inside, proceed straight along the corridor, take a left at the third fork, and you will reach the back door of the control room, where there are no guards. Only an infrared sensor. I can handle that. How do you even know the backup code? General White exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This code was known only to long-standing employees at headquarters. How could this child possibly know it? Ignoring him, Goku turned to Tai Si with a warning. Once you enter, just state that you are there to collect energy sample number 37, and the guards will allow you to register. The computer at the registration desk can temporarily disable the surveillance on the third floor. Seize the chance to input the malfunction code, prompting the guards to check the equipment on the east side. We will have 2 minutes to pass through the alternate passage. These details were extracted from his recollections of the original narrative, where Red Ribbon researchers were required to register when collecting samples. And the computer at the registration desk had low-level access, making it easy to implant a malfunction code. This was indeed the optimal moment to evade the guards. Tai Si committed the malfunction code to memory and switched her terminal to silent mode, signaling to the others, I will enter first. You wait for my signal in the supply room on the west side of headquarters. Upon receiving the notice of the malfunction, proceed immediately through the entrance of the alternate passage. Having concluded her words, she adjusted her coat and strode confidently towards the entrance of the headquarters. The guard at the door, upon seeing her researcher identification badge, confirmed Lena's credentials via the intercom. Unbeknownst to him, Tai Si's disruptor had already manipulated the headquarters identity database and promptly granted her passage without further inquiry. The ease of her entry was unexpected. Bulma, concealed within a storage room, peered through the crack of the door and whispered excitedly, Sister Tai Si is so convincing. Even her gait resembles that of a researcher. Number 8 placed a firm hand on General White's shoulder, his tone grave. Once we enter, should you dare to play tricks, I shall break your arm without hesitation. General White nodded vigorously, too frightened to entertain any rebellious thoughts. After approximately 5 minutes, Goku's portable communicator abruptly received a message, malfunction. It was Tai Si's signal. He immediately stood up and announced to the group, let us move. The guards have been diverted. We shall take the alternate passage. The 4 of them, along with the apprehended General White, swiftly dashed into the headquarters, proceeding down the corridor towards the west. Indeed, the hallway was deserted. The guards had all been lured to the east by Tai Si's malfunction code, leaving only an old guard dozing at the entrance of the disinfection room. Goku quietly approached from behind, pressing his hand against the guard's neck, causing him to lose consciousness and slump to the ground. He pushed open the door to the disinfection room and pointed to a metal panel in the corner. The door to the alternate passage is right here, code 7392. Trembling, General White input the code, and with a click, the metal panel opened to reveal a narrow passageway, illuminated only by faint emergency lights, with a subtle scent of machine oil lingering in the air. Stay on the route as I remember it. Do not stray, Goku instructed, leading the way with precision as he deftly avoided the loose stone slabs on the floor of the passage. Beneath these slabs lay traps, and stepping incorrectly would trigger an alarm. However, he had long memorized the safe stones. Bulma followed closely behind, watching Goku expertly navigate the traps, and could not help but ask in a hushed tone, Goku, how do you know where the traps are? Have you really been here before? I once saw the design blueprints of the passage. They marked the trap locations. Goku casually fabricated an excuse, then pointed towards a fork in the path ahead. Take the third left at the next junction. Do not err. The first fork leads to a dead end, the second to the armory, and only the third will take us to the control room. General White trailed behind, increasingly astonished as he observed Goku accurately recounting the route. These paths were difficult for even him, a seasoned employee, to recall, yet this young boy navigated them as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Could it be that he truly possessed such intimate knowledge of the headquarters? After approximately 3 minutes, they finally arrived at a silver door, the rear entrance to the control room. Goku approached and inspected it, discovering a nearby infrared detector emitting a faint red light. Any movement would trigger an alarm. "Allow me," he said, taking a deep breath. His fingertips glowed with a soft white light as he released a gentle energy wave, effectively obscuring the infrared beam, causing the detector to instantly shift into sleep mode. Ceasing its red glow. "All set, let us proceed." As Wukong pushed open the door, darkness enveloped the control room, with only a few computer screens illuminating the space, displaying the parameters of the headquarters defense system. A staff member, clad in a black suit, was dozing off at a desk, evidently the soldier responsible for monitoring. Number 8 approached and pressed down on the soldier's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Tai Si entered through the main door, having just completed her disguise for sample collection, a hint of ease on her face. "I've lured the guards to the east side. They won't return for at least 10 minutes. Let's disable the defense system and capture the Black Marshal." General White was brought to the console, compelled to input commands. As he pressed the final button, the defense system parameters on the screen turned entirely red, indicating that it had been deactivated. All laser grids, surveillance, and alarm systems at the headquarters simultaneously failed. "Done," Tai Si exclaimed, shutting down the computer and signaling victory to the others. The headquarters now resembled a toothless tiger, allowing them to proceed directly to the command room on the top floor to apprehend the Black Marshal. Wukong approached the window, observing the subdued soldiers gathered in the open space, now under the watch of researchers, devoid of weapons and defense systems. The Red Ribbon Army had completely lost its capacity for resistance. He glanced up at the command room on the top floor, contemplating. "Black Marshal, your reign has come to an end. Let us go." Wukong led the way toward the stairwell, followed by Tai Si, Bulma, and Number 8, who was escorting General White. Occasionally, they encountered a few panicked soldiers in the stairwell. Upon seeing the subdued General White and the menacing Number 8, they fled in terror, not daring to intervene. The door to the command room on the top floor was firmly shut. From within came the furious shouts of the Black Marshal. "What is happening? Why has the defense system been disabled? Where's White? Get him in here." Wukong stepped forward and struck the door lock with a single punch, shattering it and causing the door to slowly swing open. The Black Marshal, seated behind a massive desk, turned pale upon seeing the 4 intruders rush in, reaching for the emergency button hidden beneath the table, only to be seized by Wukong, who grasped his wrist firmly. "Black Marshal, the game is over," Wukong declared, his tone icy, devoid of any warmth in his gaze. "You have imprisoned the innocent and manufactured weapons that threaten the world. Today marks your demise." The Black Marshal, confronted with Wukong's frigid stare and the resolute presence of Number 8 and Tai Si behind him, finally slumped into his chair. Despair etched across his face. He knew the Red Ribbon Army was utterly finished. Chapter 58. Infiltration of the headquarters. The emergency lights in the alternate passage flickered intermittently, casting elongated and shortened shadows of the 5 individuals. General White, held by Number 8 by the arm, walked in the center, his eyes occasionally darting toward the walls on either side of the corridor, an unsettling feeling creeping over him that surveillance cameras might activate at any moment, triggering alarms. As a veteran of the Red Ribbon Army, he understood better than anyone the density of monitoring within the headquarters, especially along routes leading to core areas, which had virtually no blind spots. Ahead, a left turn led into the main corridor on the 3rd floor, where 3 rotating cameras scanned the area every 10 seconds. Alongside 2 concealed vents in the ceiling, making it exceedingly difficult to evade detection. General White couldn't help but voice a warning, laced with a touch of hopefulness, curious to see how this child would navigate through the omnipresent surveillance. Yet, Wukong did not pause his steps. He merely raised his hand to signal the others to slow down. "Do not panic. I am well aware of the camera placements." He lifted his gaze to the corner at the end of the passageway, his eyes precisely landing on an inconspicuous black dot on the ceiling. At a 30-degree angle above the corner, there was a concealed camera, its lens directed towards the exit of the corridor. "We will keep close to the right wall. It won't capture us." Tai Si swiftly retrieved her portable terminal, displaying the monitoring layout of the 3 levels. Indeed, it indicated a hidden surveillance device at the corner, though its position was marked rather vaguely, lacking the precision of Wukong's assertion. Suppressing her curiosity, she followed Wukong as they moved along the right wall, striving to minimize their physical profiles. Upon reaching the corner, the concealed camera suddenly emitted a flash of red light, signaling its activation. Bulma gasped, instinctively wanting to retreat. But Wukong gently pressed down on her shoulder. Stay still. Its blind spot extends only 50 centimeters to the right. We are safe for now. His voice was low yet brimming with certainty. Moments later, the camera slowly pivoted to the left, prompting Wukong to wave his hand urgently. Hurry. It will return in 5 seconds. The group hastily navigated past the corner, only to encounter 3 silver rotating cameras lazily sweeping the ceiling of the main corridor, their lenses casting a chilling glow upon the ground. 3 rotating cameras encompassed the entire corridor. How could they possibly pass? Bulma watched the camera's sweeping motion, her anxiety causing her to stomp her foot quietly. The corridor was too narrow, devoid of any cover. If any camera captured them, alarms would blare instantly. General White smirked coldly, inwardly reveling. Let us see how you manage this. These cameras were personally deployed by Marshal Hay, with no blind spots whatsoever. Unless one possesses invisibility, evasion is impossible. However, Wukong remained unfazed, pointing to the leftmost camera. That camera's rotation axis has a slight malfunction. It freezes for 2 seconds every time it turns to the right. We will wait for it stutter, then dash along the left wall, evading the other 2 cameras' fields of view. How do you know it will stutter? Tai Si asked, astonished. The data she had reviewed indicated that the camera was functioning normally, with no mention of faults. I previously examined the maintenance records at headquarters. It mentioned that this camera's bearings were somewhat worn and had not yet been repaired. Wukong fabricated a convenient excuse, his gaze fixated on the leftmost camera. In truth, he had not reviewed the maintenance logs. Rather, it was a memory from the narrative that confirmed the camera's stutter was indeed the crucial breakthrough for their infiltration. Soon, the leftmost camera pivoted to the right, and just as Wukong had predicted, it hesitated momentarily, the lens freezing in place. Now, Wukong dashed forward, hugging the left wall as he sprinted swiftly, his figure perfectly landing within the other 2 cameras' blind spots. Tai Si, Bulma, and Unit 8 immediately followed suit, while General White was tugged along by Unit 8, stumbling through the corridor. The entire process lasted no more than 2 seconds. By the time they reached the safety door at the end of the corridor, the leftmost camera resumed its rotation, sweeping across the empty passageway without detecting any anomalies. General White was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in speechlessness. Having spent 5 years at headquarters, he was unaware of the camera's lagging issue. The child before him not only recognized it, but could also precisely gauge the timing of the delay, a feat that could not merely be attributed to reviewing documents. Don't just stand there. There are 2 concealed cameras at the ventilation shafts behind us. Wukong pushed open the vent, revealing a narrow passage leading toward the control room. Every 5 meters along the passage was a camera, its lens directed downward. By crouching and walking in the center of the corridor, they could evade the camera's line of sight, which only covered the sides, leaving a blind spot in the middle. The group followed him, bending as they entered the passage. Indeed, every 5 meters, there was a small black camera, its lens aimed at the ground. Bulma tread cautiously in the center, occasionally attempting to edge closer to the sides, only to be swiftly pulled back by Wukong. Don't get too close. The coverage of the left camera is 10 centimeters wider than the right, making it easier to be detected. Tais took out a jammer and quietly inquired, should I use the jammer to block them? It would be safer. No need, Wukong replied, shaking his head. The jammer would trigger the headquarters counter-jamming alarm, which would expose us. I have calculated the blind spots of these cameras. As long as we stick to the route, we will not be captured. Just as he finished speaking, the camera ahead suddenly flickered, a signal indicating it was transmitting footage. General White froze in fear, thinking they had been discovered, but Wukong remained calm as he advanced, and upon passing through the camera's range, no alarms were triggered. We've arrived, he announced, pointing to a back door of the control room, where only a fixed camera was directed at the entrance. We can enter through the maintenance hatch on the left. It won't capture us. Wukong indicated a square maintenance hatch at the end of the passage, marked with a no-entry sign. Number 8 approached and gently lifted the hatch cover, which was just large enough for a person to pass through. Wukong crawled in first, immediately glancing at the camera at the door, which was indeed fixed on the entrance, leaving the left maintenance hatch entirely within its blind spot. One by one, the group crawled into the storage room of the control room, which was filled with cardboard boxes, perfectly concealing their figures. Wukong peered through the crack of the storage room door and observed 2 soldiers dozing off in front of the monitors, which displayed footage from various areas of the headquarters. One screen depicted the main corridor they had just traversed, showing nothing out of the ordinary. "We're good. We haven't been detected." Wukong sighed with relief and signaled to the others. "Now we wait for Tai's signal. She will feign taking samples to lure the guards at the door away. And we will seize control of the control room and disable the defense system." Leaning against a box, Bulma softly remarked, "That was terrifying." Several times. "I thought we were going to be caught by the cameras." "Wukong, you are incredible. You know the position and blind spots of every camera even better than those from the Red Ribbon Army." General White sat on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He finally comprehended that the child before him was not merely fortunate, but rather possessed an intimate understanding of the headquarters layout, knowledge that extended from the positions of ventilation shafts to the blind spots of surveillance cameras, and even included awareness of equipment malfunctions. Facing such an adversary, victory for the Red Ribbon Army was utterly unattainable. Tais adjusted the researcher's coat, nodding at Wukong. "I will divert the guards now. Wait for my signal in the storage room. Emerge immediately upon receiving confirmation of safety." With that, she pushed open the door to the storage room, feigning nonchalance as she made her way toward the control room. The researcher's identification badge on her chest glimmered with a green light, and the guards at the entrance did not impede her, merely requiring her to register the information for sample collection. Wukong pressed against the door's seam, observing Tai's successful communication with the guards, his heart racing with determination. "Next, we disable the defense system and then seek out the Black Marshal." He glanced back at the others, his gaze resolute. The reign of the Red Ribbon Army was destined to meet its end today. Outside the storage room, the clock in the control room ticked away ominously, and Tai's voice faintly echoed. "It seems there is a malfunction with the equipment on the east side. You should check it swiftly, or it will affect the sample analysis." Soon, footsteps signaled the guard's departure. Confirmation had arrived. Wukong immediately pushed open the storage room door and waved to the others. "Let us go." To the control room. Chapter 59. Bulma hacks the computer. The control room was bathed in a frigid glow, its screens flickering ominously, casting shadows across Bulma's face. Sitting at the console, her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she summoned the computer's basic interface, which was awash with the Red Ribbon Army's encrypted codes. Characters scrolling rapidly like a tangled mass of yarn. "My father taught me how to crack such encryption systems. But the complexity of the Red Ribbon's codes exceeds anything I've encountered before by threefold." Bulma furrowed her brow. Retrieving a compact decoder from her backpack, a specialized emergency tool gifted by Dr. Briefs. "It will take 2 minutes. The decoder will weaken the encryption layer first, allowing me to manually adjust the core commands." Tais immediately approached the control room door, peering through the crack. The corridor lay silent. The guards who had been diverted were still inspecting the malfunctioning equipment on the east side. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, prompting her to retrieve a portable communicator. Switching it to environmental monitoring mode. "I will keep watch at the door. Alert me at the slightest disturbance." "Wukong, keep an eye on General White and ensure he doesn't attempt any tricks." General White was firmly pressed against the wall by Unit 8. Yet his gaze was fixated on the computer before Bulma, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood better than anyone that this computer concealed the ultimate defense set by the Black Marshal. Any attempt to modify core commands would trigger a virus program. Not only would this lock all operations, but it would also send an alert to all operational terminals at headquarters. Even if the defense system were disabled, it would summon additional soldiers. Wukong had already noticed General White's subtle maneuvers. He approached the console, his attention drawn to a discrete virus trigger indicator in the corner of the computer screen, a fleeting red square that would escape the notice of an ordinary person. Yet, he recalled from the narrative that this symbol was the pre-warning signal for the virus program. "Bulma, be careful." Suddenly, Wukong spoke, pointing towards a small red square in the corner of the screen, a trigger sign for the virus program. "Do not touch the system settings folder. It conceals traps." Bulma, startled, immediately halted her actions and followed Wukong's gaze. Indeed, the corner of the screen flickered with the red square, as fleeting as an illusion. She accessed the decoder's detection interface, which promptly displayed a warning: "Unknown virus program detected. Hidden path, system settings defense command." My heavens, there truly is a virus. Bulma gasped, patting her chest in fear. Had she clicked on the system settings, we would have been discovered. "Wukong, how did you see that?" The square flickered too swiftly for me to notice. General White's smirk froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. This virus program had been set by Black Marshal just last week. Only he and 2 other core personnel were aware of it. The child before him not only knew the camera's location, but also detected a virus program so deeply hidden. Who exactly was he? I've seen similar virus indicators in my father's laboratory before, Wukong casually offered as an excuse, pointing at the screen again. You can access the emergency channel folder. There's a temporary permission file inside. With that file, we can bypass the virus program and directly modify the defense command. Programmers often hide backup permissions in the emergency folder. It's a common practice among them. This detail was extracted from his recollections of the plot. The technicians of the Red Ribbon often left backdoors in the encrypted system for convenience, and the emergency channel folder was a frequently used hiding place, allowing them to evade traps set by higher-ups and swiftly gain access. Following Wukong's guidance, Bulma opened the emergency channel folder and, indeed, found a temporary permission file. She double-clicked the file, and a permission authentication window immediately popped up. The decoder automatically recognized the code, and moments later, it displayed authentication successful, significantly weakening the encryption layer. Excellent. Now we can modify the commands, Bulma exclaimed, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The defense commands on the screen were swiftly altered, disabling the laser net, shutting down the infrared detectors, and silencing the alarm system. Completed. As she pressed the final enter key, all screens on the console flickered simultaneously, transforming from red to green, indicating that the defense system had been entirely deactivated. Even the previously flickering surveillance screens gradually dimmed, rendering the entire Red Ribbon headquarters defense system utterly ineffective. We did it. Tai Si, hearing the commotion, immediately turned around, a relieved smile gracing her face. I just heard the footsteps of guards from the east side. They must have realized the defense system has shut down. However, it doesn't matter. Without weapons and alarms, they won't dare approach. Wukong walked to the window, observing the soldiers who had been closely monitored now standing obediently in the open space, some even beginning to pack their belongings, evidently aware that the Red Ribbon was finished. He turned to General White, his tone icy. Now, take us to the command room on the top floor to find Black Marshal. General White was utterly devoid of any will to resist, his head drooping in acquiescence. The command room is on the top floor. The Black Marshal should still be inside. There is an emergency escape route beneath his desk, but the entrance is secured by a code known only to him. No need to concern ourselves with the escape route. Wukong scoffed derisively. He could not flee. The crowd escorted General White up to the top floor. Occasionally, they encountered a few panicked soldiers in the stairwell, who, upon seeing the subdued General White and the imposing figure of number 8, turned and fled in terror, some even discarding their weapons and surrendering without a shred of defense, lacking the courage to fight back. Upon reaching the corridor on the top floor, they heard the Black Marshal's irate voice emanating from the command room. What is happening? Why has the defense system been deactivated? Where's White? Tell him to come here at once. If the Dragon Balls are lost, I will not spare you. Tai Si extracted a portable communicator and spoke softly into it. Researchers, we have taken control of the control room. Now, let us apprehend the Black Marshal. Keep a watchful eye on the soldiers outside. Do not let them scatter. Excited responses from the researchers echoed through the communicator, clearly anticipating this moment. Wukong stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the command room door, which crashed open under the force. The Black Marshal, startled, reached for the emergency button beneath his desk, but number 8 seized his wrist, pinning it firmly to the table, rendering him immobile. Black Marshal, you no longer need to seek General White. Wukong entered the command room, his gaze sweeping across the documents on the desk, which were filled with plans for the development of Red Ribbon weapons and a list of imprisoned innocents. It is time to settle the accounts for your misdeeds. The Black Marshal, upon meeting Wukong's icy gaze and glancing at Tai Si and Bulma behind him, finally slumped in despair, revealing a countenance of hopelessness. He understood that his end was nigh, and the reign of the Red Ribbon was unequivocally at its conclusion. Chapter 60. The appearance of General White. At the instant the surveillance screens in the control room went dark, General White suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Seizing the moment when number 8 was distracted by the view outside, he forcefully swung his arm, attempting to break free, while his right hand discreetly reached for the hidden communicator at his waist. This was the Black Marshal's last card, capable of directly contacting the emergency forces at headquarters. Even with the defense system down, as long as he sent a signal, an armed helicopter would arrive for assistance within 10 minutes. Don't move. Number 8 reacted swiftly. his left hand gripping General White's shoulder tightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. "Resist again, and I will break your arm." However, General White screamed like a madman. "You cannot win. The Black Marshal has a secret army. If I send out a signal, you will all perish here." His finger was already grazing the switch of the communicator. One more press would trigger a distress signal. Wukong, with remarkable speed, stepped forward and deftly pressed his fingertip against General White's wrist. A gentle yet irresistible force surged through, causing General White to feel a sudden numbness in his wrist, rendering his fingers powerless to press the communicator any longer. "Your little antics are too numerous." Wukong extracted the tiny communicator from General White's waist, crushed it effortlessly in his hand, rendering it into fragments. The Black Marshal's secret army? As we infiltrated, Tai Si had already utilized a disruptor to shield all external signals, ensuring that even if you emitted a signal, no one would respond. General White gazed at the shattered communicator, his complexion instantly paling, yet he stubbornly proclaimed, "Do not revel in your triumph. I am the mightiest general of the Red Ribbon Army. Even without weapons, I can vanquish you." With that, he abruptly lifted his right leg, launching a kick aimed at Goku's chest, a signature move known as the Steel Knee Crash, a technique that had previously shattered the ribs of android experiments, instilling him with confidence that it would incapacitate his foe. However, Goku merely sidestepped gently, effortlessly evading the onslaught. General White's knee collided with the control console behind him, producing a resounding crash as the console's casing was dented. He grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. "The mightiest general?" Goku remarked with a hint of derision upon witnessing his disheveled state. "Your combat power is merely 500. Inferior even to the sandworms I encountered previously. How dare you claim to be the strongest? How do you know my combat power?" General White's eyes widened in disbelief. The data concerning his combat strength was known only to Commander Black and the RD department, derived from the Red Ribbon Army's most advanced detectors. How could this child possibly be aware of it? Goku, of course, was cognizant that he had extracted this information from his narrative memory. In the original story, the Red Ribbon Army's detectors had recorded General White's strength as precisely 500. While this figure ranks high among ordinary individuals, it was inconsequential in the face of Scion power. "It was a guess," Goku replied without elaboration, raising his hand in a posture of attack. "If you resist again, I shall have no choice but to act. I do not wish to harm you, but I will not allow you to obstruct us." Observing the calm yet imposing gaze of Goku, General White suddenly felt deflated. He realized he was no match for this child. That last kick had been delivered with all his might, yet he had failed to even graze the opponent's attire. The force with which Goku had crushed the communicator far exceeded his expectations. "I concede," General White muttered, his head bowed, his voice laden with despair. "I will tell you anything you wish to know. Commander Black's secret forces are located at the abandoned factory in the western part of the city. His study contains a backup location for the Dragon Balls, and that is unnecessary," Goku interrupted. "We only need to apprehend Commander Black. The rest will be handled by the authorities." He turned to Tai Si, instructing, "Please contact the police in West City and have them take over the Red Ribbon headquarters to deal with these remnants and their weaponry." Tai Si promptly retrieved a portable communicator, dialing the emergency number for the police. Earlier, Dr. Briefs had already made arrangements with them. Once they secured the headquarters, the police would arrive immediately for support. The police assured they would arrive within 10 minutes, bringing a bomb disposal unit to manage the remaining armed personnel. Bulma sat before the control console, reopening a computer. The screen displayed the personnel distribution within the Red Ribbon headquarters. The command center on the top floor was occupied solely by Commander Black, while soldiers on other floors were retreating downstairs, some already surrendering. By the way, there are still a dozen researchers in the detention area on the 4th underground level. We must rescue them. I will go free them. Number 8 took the initiative to speak, recalling that his friend was still in the detention area. His tone was urgent. "General White, where is the key to the detention area?" General White pointed towards the drawer of the control console. "Inside lies the master key, capable of unlocking all the detention area doors." Stripped of any desire to resist, he merely yearned to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Clutching the key, Number 8 hastened towards the 4th underground level. Tai Si remained in the control room, vigilantly monitoring the headquarters to thwart any remaining soldiers who might resist. Bulma, having secured the Dragon Ball protective case, approached Goku. "Now only the Black Marshal remains. Let us capture him." Goku nodded in agreement. and together they ascended towards the top floor. In the stairwell, they occasionally encountered soldiers fleeing with their heads cradled in their arms. Upon seeing Goku and Bulma, they quickened their pace, none daring to obstruct them. They had long heard tales of the child capable of uprooting tanks with his bare hands. Now confronted with the real deal, they merely wished to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the duo. The door to the command room on the top floor was ajar, and inside, the frantic footsteps of the Black Marshal could be heard. Goku pushed open the door, discovering the Black Marshal crouched beneath the desk, clutching a black remote control, seemingly pressing a button. "Black Marshal, cease your hiding." Goku entered the command room, his tone calm. "Your soldiers have surrendered, and the secret forces cannot come. Your chances have dwindled." The Black Marshal abruptly emerged from beneath the desk, brandishing the remote control with a face twisted in madness. "No chance. You shall not fare better," he shouted. "This remote can detonate the underground bombs at headquarters. Should I press this button, the entire headquarters will be reduced to rubble. We shall perish together." Bulma turned pale with fear, instinctively retreating behind Goku. "He has gone mad. There are countless researchers and surrendering soldiers inside. Detonating it will harm many." Goku's gaze turned icy as he regarded the remote in the Black Marshal's hand. He recalled that indeed, the Red Ribbon headquarters harbored underground bombs, but triggering them required a code, not merely the press of a remote. Moreover, General White had discreetly removed the batteries long ago, fearing that the Black Marshal might detonate them in a fit of rage. It was nothing more than an empty shell. "Your remote is devoid of batteries." Goku pointed to the bottom of the device. General White had already removed the batteries to prevent any reckless outbursts. Furthermore, even if it had batteries, detonating the bombs requires a code. "Did you think I would grant you the time to input it?" The Black Marshal froze, glancing down at the remote, and indeed, the battery compartment was ajar, completely empty. He suddenly recalled that General White had mentioned the remote's batteries were dead yesterday. He had intended to replace them, but had never gotten around to it. This had been a deliberate ploy. "No." The Black Marshal let out a desperate howl, throwing the remote to the ground and stamping on it furiously. "I refuse to accept this. After years of cultivating the Red Ribbon, it is to be destroyed by a mere handful of children." Goku stepped forward, grasping the Black Marshal's arm and twisting gently. The Black Marshal instantly cried out in pain, his earlier bravado evaporating. "The Red Ribbon you nurtured has harmed countless innocents. You imprisoned researchers, developed dangerous weapons, and sought the Dragon Balls to fulfill your ambitions. Today's outcome is of your own making." Just then, the wail of police sirens echoed from below. The police of West City had arrived. Taisi entered the command room accompanied by several police officers, and upon seeing the subdued Black Marshal, she let out a sigh of relief. The police had taken control of the headquarters, all soldiers were apprehended, and the researchers had been rescued by number 8. Fortunately, no one was injured. As the police placed handcuffs on the Black Marshal and escorted him downstairs, he defiantly turned back and shouted, "I will return. The Red Ribbon Army will not end like this." Goku watched his retreating figure, gently shaking his head. The Red Ribbon Army had been entirely vanquished, and the Black Marshal would never have another chance to rise again. Turning to Bulma, he smiled and said, "Well, the matter of the Red Ribbon Army has been resolved. We can now summon the Eternal Dragon." Bulma, clutching the Dragon Ball protective case, beamed with joy. "Wonderful. We can finally make our wishes come true. Let us head to the abandoned plains. No one will disturb us there." The two followed the police out of the Red Ribbon headquarters, and the sky outside had cleared. Sunlight bathed the open space as researchers embraced their families, and the surrendered soldiers were gathered for supervision. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Goku looked up at the sky, contemplating. The Red Ribbon Army has been defeated. Next, we shall summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill our wishes to protect everyone. Chapter 61. The Death Ray of the Black Marshal. As the Black Marshal was being escorted out of the Red Ribbon headquarters by 2 police officers, his steps suddenly halted. His right hand, hanging by his side, stealthily moved towards a black button concealed within his sleeve. This was his deepest secret, an unknown Death Ray device even to General White, powered by the Red Ribbon Army's most advanced energy core, capable of emitting a dark red beam potent enough to penetrate alloy. It was his final resort for mutual destruction. "Move. Don't dawdle," urged the escorting officer, oblivious to the madness flickering in the Black Marshal's eyes. He glanced at Goku and Bulma, who stood by the police car. With Bulma holding the Dragon Ball protective case and a carefree smile gracing her face, clearly believing that all was over. Think you can capture me? Not so easily. The Black Marshal suddenly roared, forcefully pushing aside the officer beside him. A half-meter-long metallic tube sprang from his sleeve, aimed directly at Bulma. As he pressed the button, "Watch out." Tai Si was the first to react, pulling out a portable jammer to block the ray signal, but she was a moment too late. A dark red beam shot forth from the metallic tube with a piercing hiss, hurtling towards Bulma. Bulma froze in terror, nearly dropping the Dragon Ball protective case. Just as the beam was about to strike her, Goku dashed in front of her, his palm glowing faintly as the psion energy within him surged quietly, facing the oncoming death ray without flinching. "Goku!" Both Tai Si and Number 8 cried out in unison, while the escorting officers shut their eyes in fear, anticipating a gruesome scene. However, the anticipated impact did not occur. As the dark red beam struck Goku's palm, it suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, twisting violently yet unable to advance further. Goku's palm radiated a faint white light, firmly blocking the ray's energy. As the ripples of energy at the beam's edges dissipated like water absorbed by a sponge. This is impossible. The Black Marshal's eyes widened in disbelief. The death ray could penetrate a 10-centimeter thick alloy plate. Even the artificial being Number 8 required armor for defense. Yet this child before him managed to block it with merely his hand. Wukong observed the struggling beam of light within his palm, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. This energy is insufficient. He could distinctly sense that the energy intensity of this ray was merely 800. Weaker than General White's ray gun, incapable of breaching even his current basic defenses, let alone inflicting any harm. This figure was not a mere conjecture. The research department of the Red Ribbon Army had documented the experimental data of the death ray, revealing a peak energy value of only 800, hindered by a lack of core materials, which prevented any enhancement in power. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a toy-grade weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the white light in Wukong's palm suddenly intensified. With a gentle squeeze, the dark red beam was instantly crushed, disintegrating into motes of energy that dissipated into the air. A sizzling sound of electricity echoed from the metallic tube, evidently rendered completely inoperative due to energy overload. The Black Marshal gazed at the ruined death ray device, then at the seemingly relaxed Wukong, and finally succumbed to utter despair, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. His vacant gaze fixed upon the sky as he muttered to himself, "How could this be possible? My death ray." Number 8 swiftly approached, hoisting the Black Marshal from the ground to prevent any further tricks. "Stop struggling. You have exhausted all your trump cards. The Red Ribbon Army is finished." The escorting police also regained their senses, hastily advancing to reapply handcuffs on the Black Marshal and meticulously checking him for any concealed weapons. "Thanks to this young friend, we could have faced serious trouble today. You are truly remarkable." Wukong merely nodded lightly, turning to Bulma, who still clutched the protective case, her complexion somewhat pale, clearly shaken by the earlier events. "Are you all right?" He reached out to pat her shoulder, his tone noticeably softer. I'm fine," Bulma replied, taking a deep breath, gripping the protective case tightly. "That was terrifying. I thought I was going to get hit." "Wukong, you were incredible. You managed to block such a beam with your bare hands." Tais also approached, a look of fear still lingering on her face. The Black Marshal was utterly deranged to have concealed such a perilous weapon. "Fortunately, your quick response averted disaster." She retrieved her portable terminal, snapping several photos of the ruined death ray device. "I must send the parameters of this device to my father for analysis, to prevent the emergence of similar dangerous weapons in the future." In the distance, the police bomb disposal unit had taken control of all entrances to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Researchers were being reunited with their families, and surrendering soldiers were being herded into police vehicles, maintaining an orderly scene. The researchers previously rescued by Number 8 approached Wukong, bowing deeply. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might never have escaped." Wukong surveyed the scene before him, his heart filled with tranquility. The threat of the Red Ribbon Army had been entirely eradicated, without the Black Marshal, without the death ray, and devoid of those hazardous weapons. The city could finally return to peace. "It is time for us to depart." Wukong turned to Tai Si and Bulma with a smile, assuring them that the police would handle the remaining matters. "Let us head to the desolate plains to summon Shenron. We mustn't delay." Bulma immediately nodded, her eyes rekindled with excitement. "Yes, We still have wishes to make. I've already decided that for the first wish, I want all those harmed by the red ribbon to regain their health. For the second wish, she paused, glancing at Wukong and Tai Si. I wish for the three of us to remain friends forever. That sounds wonderful. Tai Si agreed with a smile. Number 8 joined them, his tone filled with anticipation. May I accompany you? I wish to witness the legendary Shenron and thank it for rescuing my friend. Of course. Wukong nodded, contemplating that having such important individuals by his side would lend greater significance to the summoning of Shenron. The four of them boarded the small aircraft dispatched by Dr. Briefs and soared toward the desolate plains. As the aircraft ascended through the clouds, the Red Ribbon headquarters gradually diminished in size below them, eventually becoming a mere speck. Wukong leaned against the window, gazing at the increasingly clear landscape of the desolate plains, his heart filled with anticipation. Soon, they would summon Shenron and realize all their cherished wishes. Inside the cabin, Bulma cradled the Dragon Ball protective case. Tai Si was adjusting a portable camera to record the moment Shenron appeared, and Number 8 gazed out at the scenery, wearing a long-lost smile. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and bright, as if laying a golden carpet for the wishes that awaited them. Chapter 62, Self-Destruct Sequence. Suddenly, the alarm at the Red Ribbon headquarters shattered the air, not the previous defensive sirens, but a more piercing beeping sound. Red warning lights flashed erratically in the corridor, and the electronic screens on the walls abruptly turned a blinding red, scrolling a chilling message. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown. 30 seconds. What is happening? The officers counting weapons were thrown into a panic, rushing toward the exits. A self-destruct sequence? Commander Black had even prepared this contingency. Bulma turned pale with fright, gripping Wukong's arm tightly. What should we do? We have only 30 seconds before it explodes. We must run. Tai Si quickly retrieved her portable terminal and scanned the headquarters structure. The self-destruct core is in the weaponry vault on the 3rd underground level. The explosion will cover the entire headquarters, including a 500-meter radius. We have only 20 seconds to escape to safety. Commander Black, restrained in a police vehicle, erupted into manic laughter upon hearing the alarms. Ha ha ha. You cannot escape. I set the self-destruct sequence long ago. If I lose consciousness for more than 5 minutes, it will activate automatically. The red ribbon ends here, and you shall perish with it. However, Wukong remained unperturbed. He recalled that the self-destruct sequence indeed had a 30-second buffer before the explosion, and more importantly, he knew that Number 8 would actively seek to rescue the researchers who had not yet evacuated. Earlier, while on the 4th underground level, Number 8 had confirmed that 3 elderly researchers, unable to move swiftly, had not made it out of the detention area and would still be within the headquarters. Number 8. Wukong suddenly shouted to him, his tone urgent yet resolute. There are 3 researchers on the 4th underground level who have not evacuated. You must save them. I took Bulma and Tais out, and we convened in the safety zone. Upon hearing this, Number 8 showed no hesitation. He was acutely aware of the agony of confinement and could not allow innocents to remain in the explosion zone. Leave it to me. He immediately turned and dashed toward the headquarters building, his towering figure appearing especially resolute under the red warning lights, the heavy armor clashing against the ground, producing a rapid thud of footsteps. Goku, are you out of your mind? Tais clutched Goku's arm. If Number 8 goes in, he won't make it out in time. We can still escape before the explosion if we run now. It will be too late if we wait. Trust him, Goku replied with firm conviction. He understood the speed and strength of Number 8 as an android. Number 8 could run at a speed of 20 meters per second, and with only 100 meters from the 4th underground level to the exit, plus the time to save the researchers, he could undoubtedly emerge before the explosion. He grasped Bulma and Tais and sprinted towards the distant abandoned plains. We must run first. Number 8 will catch up. Inside the police car, the Black Marshal's smile instantly froze upon hearing Goku's words. Number 8? That traitor. How dare he return to save anyone? Impossible. He will surely perish in the explosion. At that moment, in the underground 4th level detention area, 3 elderly researchers were leaning against the wall, struggling to move toward the exit. The oldest among them, already 70 years of age, found it difficult to walk. Hearing the self-destruct alarm, he trembled in fear, unable to run at all. It's over. We are going to be blown up here, one white-haired researcher sighed in despair, slowly sitting down against the wall. Just then, Number 8's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Quick, follow me. He rushed forward. supporting one researcher with one hand while cradling the remaining white-haired researcher in the other, turning to dash toward the exit. The weight of his armor did nothing to hinder his speed, and the debris in the corridor trembled slightly as he ran. 10 seconds. Tais stared at the countdown on the terminal, her voice trembling. She looked toward the headquarters building, anxious as number 8's figure had yet to appear. Goku was also calculating the time. 8 seconds. Number 8 should be nearing the exit. He halted, glanced back at the headquarters building, and quietly concentrated a surge of energy in his right hand, preparing to aid number 8's acceleration as he burst forth. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as the countdown reached 2 seconds, a tall figure suddenly dashed out from the headquarters entrance. It was number 8, cradling the white-haired researcher. He supported the other two with remarkable speed. Now, Goku exclaimed, swiftly waving his hand, sending a gentle flow of energy towards number 8, which perfectly cradled his form and aided in hastening his pace. Number 8 felt an invisible force propelling him, instantly propelling him 500 meters into the safety zone, landing securely beside Goku. 1 second. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as the headquarters building was engulfed in flames. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, debris and smoke scattering in all directions, the ground shaking violently. Even the distant police cars swayed from the tremors. The searing wave of heat rushed towards them, and Goku instinctively shielded Bulma and Tais behind him, while number 8 tightly protected the researcher in his arms, using his armor to shield against the flying debris. Moments later, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing what was once the Red Ribbon headquarters now reduced to a desolate ruin. Among the remnants, sparks flickered as the ground bore a massive crater, and the surrounding 500-meter radius lay flattened, leaving behind only charred earth. Bulma, seated on the ground, gasped for breath, her heart racing as she surveyed the devastation before her. If we had delayed for just a second longer, we would have been entombed beneath the rubble. Number 8, are you unharmed? How about the researchers? Number 8 gently set down the researcher in his arms and shook his head. I am fine, and the researchers are merely shaken. They have not sustained any injuries. The three elderly researchers bowed deeply to Goku and number 8, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. Thank you. Had it not been for you, we surely would not have survived today. Tais, retracting her portable terminal, gazed towards the ruins and sighed in relief. The Red Ribbon headquarters has been utterly obliterated, and the schemes of the Black Commander have been completely thwarted. She turned to Goku, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. How did you know number 8 would save the researchers before the explosion? What if he hadn't made it in time? I have faith in him. Goku replied with a smile. I can't reveal that I know the plot. Trust is the only explanation I can provide. Number 8 is a good soul. He would never forsake the innocent. Moreover, his speed is remarkable. He could surely accomplish it. Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced number 8's lips. Since his creation by the Red Ribbon, he had always been viewed as a mere weapon. It was the first time someone had placed such faith in him. Recognizing his inherent goodness, the Black Commander, seated in the police vehicle, stared at the ruins of the headquarters, the madness in his expression having evaporated, leaving only despair. The Red Ribbon he had dedicated his life to was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Goku approached the police vehicle, gazing at the Black Commander inside, his tone serene. Your ambition, your Red Ribbon, has come to an end. No longer will anyone suffer because of you. The police officer activated the vehicle, escorting the Black Commander towards the precinct. The last pillar of the Red Ribbon had also crumbled completely. Goku turned back to the group, glancing at the distant desolate plain, a smile curving his lips. Well, the matter of the Red Ribbon is thoroughly resolved. Now, we must attend to our most crucial task, retrieve the final Dragon Ball and summon the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 63. Full speed ahead. We must evacuate within 30 seconds. The ruins of the Red Ribbon headquarters continued to emit billowing black smoke, debris rolling down amidst the aftershocks. The ground split open, revealing gaping fissures, while searing heat waves mixed with the acrid scent of burnt metal assaulted their senses, distorting the very air around them. The Dragon Ball. It's still in the vault 5 levels underground. Bulma suddenly realized, gripping Goku's arm with a quavering voice. It was all so chaotic. I forgot to retrieve the final Dragon Ball. Could the vault have been destroyed? If the Dragon Ball is lost, all our efforts will have been in vain. Tais furrowed her brow, extracting her portable terminal to scan the structure beneath the ruins. The vault, located 5 levels underground, is cast from alloy, with a thickness of 1 meter. In theory, It should withstand the force of the explosion, but the aftershocks may cause the passage to collapse. It is far too perilous to enter now. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Wukong recalled that this vault was the ultimate storage area of the red satin ribbon. It was not only blast-resistant, but also equipped with a shockproof system. Even if the headquarters were reduced to ruins, the vault would remain unscathed. More crucially, he knew that the aftershocks would peak in 30 seconds, and the entire underground passage would collapse. He had to enter, retrieve the Dragon Ball, and emerge before that happened. There was no time for hesitation. Wukong bent down, wrapping one arm around Bulma's waist and grasping Tai's arm with the other, securely hoisting both onto his shoulders. The vault is intact, and I know the way. We must be out in 30 seconds. Hold on tight. Wukong, are you insane? Tai's exclaimed, reaching out to grasp a nearby rock for stability. The aftershocks were imminent. They would be buried inside. Trust me, Wukong declared, and with a sudden surge of energy, his scion's speed ignited, propelling him like a fleeting shadow through the debris, deftly avoiding falling stones and fissured ground as he raced towards the entrance he remembered. 5 levels below, the wind howled in his ears, and Bulma and Tai's could only perceive the scenery rushing backward. As he skillfully evaded the jolts caused by the impending tremors, maintaining a steady course. The underground entrance was blocked by rubble. Wukong freed one hand, channeling a faint aura of energy into his palm, and with a powerful shove, he thrust against the pile of stones. With a thunderous roar, the rubble was displaced, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one to slip through, shrouded in darkness, the only sound being the plink of water dripping from the rocky walls. Close your eyes, Wukong called out, as he maneuvered through the passage with the 2 women still on his shoulders, his speed unwavering. The air within was cold and stifling, small pebbles occasionally falling from above, yet he seemed to have an uncanny intuition, dodging each one with precision, leaving his garments untouched. Bulma clung tightly to Wukong's neck, burying her face in his shoulder, too frightened to gaze into the surrounding darkness. She found solace in the rhythm of his movements, her heart a mix of fear and warmth. Wukong, be careful, don't rush. We have no time to slow down. Wukong's voice was tinged with urgency. He felt the ground beneath them tremble slightly. The peak of the aftershock was approaching. The vault is just ahead. Turn left, 15 seconds. As they rounded the corner, the heavy metallic door of the underground vault came into view, firmly shut. The electronic lock had failed, but the mechanical lock remained intact. Wukong released his right hand, aiming his fingertip at the lock's core, and with a forceful twist, he snapped the alloy lock, the door creaking open. Inside the vault, the final Dragon Ball lay serenely on the central pedestal, its golden glow piercing through the dust-covered glass, shining brilliantly amidst the darkness, untouched by the explosion. The Dragon Ball is still here, Bulma exclaimed with delight, reaching out to seize it, only to be held back by Wukong. Don't touch it yet. The aftershocks are coming. We grab it and leave. He swiftly removed the glass cover, tucking the Dragon Ball into his embrace, and turned to dash back through the passage. Just as they burst out, a resounding crash echoed behind them. The underground passage collapsed instantaneously, the debris sealing the entrance, barely a second too late for them. 10 seconds left. We must escape the debris zone. Wukong accelerated even further, weaving through the rubble with the 2 women in tow. The ground beneath them cracked wider, and boulders the size of millstones plummeted behind him, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Tai Si clutched tightly to Wukong's garment, her heart racing as she beheld the collapsing ruins behind them. Wukong, a large boulder is about to fall on the left. Without a glance, Wukong's senses had already locked onto the impending danger. He swiftly veered to the right, and the boulder crashed down where they had just stood, creating a deep crater in the ground. With a precise understanding of the explosion's timing and the rhythm of the aftershocks, he carved a safe path through the debris, each step perfectly timed. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as Wukong, carrying both Bulma and Tai Si, leaped out of the wreckage into a safe zone. A final violent tremor shook the ground, causing the ruins to collapse once more, forming a vast pit, erasing any trace of their previous escape route. Wukong set down Bulma and Tai Si, all 3 of them gasping for breath, their clothes soaked in sweat. Bulma immediately grasped Wukong's hand, reaching for the Dragon Ball nestled in his embrace. Is the Dragon Ball all right? Rest assured, it is unscathed, Wukong replied, producing the Dragon Ball, its golden glow radiant beneath the sun, resonating with the energy of the 6 previously gathered Dragon Balls, slightly warm to the touch. Tai Si leaned against a nearby tree trunk, regaining her composure, her gaze at Wukong filled with awe. How did you know the location of the vault? It's as if you calculated the explosion's timing and the aftershocks with precision, as though you had rehearsed it beforehand. Wukong smiled, refraining from revealing that he remembered the plot. Instead, he offered a vague explanation. I noted the vault's location while studying the headquarters layout, and the explosion timing was derived from the self-destruct countdown. Just fortunate, really. Fortunate, indeed. Bulma exclaimed, cradling the final Dragon Ball, her eyes glistening with tears yet radiant with joy. You are incredible. Without you, we would not only have failed to secure the Dragon Balls, but could have been buried under the ruins. Wukong, thank you. In the distance, Number 8 approached with 3 veteran researchers, their smiles widening upon seeing the Dragon Balls. Did you acquire the Dragon Balls? Splendid. We can summon the Eternal Dragon now. Wukong nodded, gazing at the 7th Dragon Ball in his hand, and then at Bulma, Tai Si, and Number 8, filled with unwavering conviction that the dangers had passed. The moment to fulfill their wishes was near. Let us proceed to the abandoned plains, Wukong declared, stepping forward and carefully entrusting the Dragon Balls to Bulma for safekeeping. This time, we shall undoubtedly summon the Eternal Dragon. The 4 figures moved toward the abandoned plains, leaving the ruins behind them. Sunlight bathed them, dispelling all tension and fatigue. Bulma held the protective case containing the 7 Dragon Balls, her steps light. Tai Si adjusted her portable camera, preparing to capture the moment the Eternal Dragon appeared. Number 8 trailed behind, his eyes filled with anticipation. Wukong walked in the center, a relaxed smile on his face, the goal of gathering the Dragon Balls finally achieved. And their moment of wishes was about to unfold. Chapter 64. The fall of the Red Ribbon Army. The ruins of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters continued to tremble slightly in the aftershocks. Charred steel rebar protruding from the rubble, resembling the remnants of this nefarious empire's skeletal frame. The scorching waves of heat gradually dissipated, leaving only the acrid scent of charred remnants. Wukong gently set down Bulma and Tais, his fingertips still tinged with the vigor of their recent escape. Having narrowly eluded the final collapse just moments before, he couldn't help but silently commend himself for accurately timing the rhythm of the impending explosion's aftermath. Coughing lightly, Bulma steadied herself against a nearby crumbled wall, rubbing her sore lower back. Yet, her immediate concern was for Wukong, as she grasped his arm and inquired anxiously. The last Dragon Ball. The vault hasn't collapsed, has it? Will the Dragon Ball be buried? Tais, meanwhile, had pulled out her portable terminal, retrieving a structural scan of the ruins. She pointed to a blinking green area on the screen. The vault, located 5 levels underground, is constructed of alloy. The scan shows the structure remains intact, though the entrance is obstructed by debris. We must clear it quickly. Aftershocks could exacerbate the pile. At that moment, Number 8 approached, having just escorted the last trapped researcher to safety. His heavy armor was dust-laden, yet he stood firm. I will clear the debris. My strength is sufficient to avoid damaging the vault's entrance. Wukong nodded, watching as Number 8 moved to the side of the ruins. With a slight exertion of his arms, the joints of his armor emitted a faint clicking sound as he effortlessly shifted large boulders aside, revealing a dark passageway, the emergency exit to the 5th underground level. Be cautious. There may be residual debris inside. Wukong called to Number 8 before he himself ventured into the opening, while Tais activated her portable light, illuminating the corridor ahead. The passage was eerily silent, save for the sound of water droplets falling from the rock walls. It seemed the shockwave from the earlier explosion had not disturbed this place. After traversing approximately 50 meters, they encountered a tightly sealed alloy door. The electronic lock had failed, yet the mechanical lock remained steadfast. Wukong approached, aimed his fingertip at the keyhole, and with a gentle twist, the lock snapped audibly, allowing the door to creak open. The sight within the vault took everyone's breath away. At the center, a transparent display case housed the final yellow Dragon Ball, quietly resting and emanating a soft glow. Through the glass, intricate patterns on the Dragon Ball were visible, untouched by external forces. Although a few metal containers had toppled around the display, none had harmed it, indicating that the vault's protection exceeded all expectations. The Dragon Ball. It's truly here, Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward. With utmost care, she lifted the glass cover, cradling the last Dragon Ball in her hands. Tears streamed down her face unexpectedly. What a relief to finally find it. affirming that their previous adventures had not been in vain. Ties joined her, gazing at the Dragon Ball with a relieved smile. I was worried it might have been destroyed in the explosion, but it seems the Red Ribbon Vault proved quite reliable. Number 8 stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed on the wish-granting orb, filled with reverence. He had never imagined he would witness the fabled Dragon Ball with his own eyes, let alone partake in the quest to gather them. Wukong approached Bulma, observing the yellow Dragon Ball in her hands, then glancing at the protective case cradled in her arms, which already contained 6 Dragon Balls. With this final addition, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered together. He gently reached out and touched the surface of the Dragon Balls, feeling a warm sensation emanate from them. A faint resonance seemed to ripple between the orbs, causing the 6 Dragon Balls in their protective case to emit a soft glow. At last, they were gathered. Goku's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he reflected on their journey from West City, through the raging dust storms of the desert, the avalanches of snow-capped mountains, the ruins beneath the sea, and the explosive headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The perils and challenges they faced along the way felt vividly present, yet now, all their efforts had culminated in success. 7 Dragon Balls, each one accounted for. Bulma wiped her tears and placed the final Dragon Ball into the protective case. The 7 Dragon Balls formed a circle within the box, their radiant hues of red, yellow, blue, green, purple, orange, and white intertwining like a delicate little rainbow, irresistibly beautiful. Cradling the box, she looked up at Goku and Ties, her smile dazzling. Let's summon the Eternal Dragon at the abandoned plains right now. I can hardly wait to make my wish. Wait, Ties suddenly recalled something and pulled out her portable terminal to check. The police had just sent a message. The Black Marshal had been taken into custody, and the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army were also under control, leaving no loose ends. All weapons and experimental data from the headquarters had been destroyed. The Red Ribbon Army was utterly vanquished. That's wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, jumping with excitement. We no longer have to worry about them trying to seize the Dragon Balls. We can summon the Eternal Dragon in peace. Goku gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls in the protective case, tranquility filling his heart. The threat of the Red Ribbon Army had vanished entirely, without the Black Marshal's ambition. Without General White's ray guns, without the dangers of the Android Project, the world could finally return to genuine peace. Their gathering of the Dragon Balls was not solely for the fulfillment of personal wishes, but also to safeguard this precious tranquility. Let us proceed, Goku declared, turning towards the exit of the corridor. I remember the location of the abandoned plains. It is a suitable place where we will not be disturbed while summoning the Eternal Dragon. The group followed Goku out of the ruins, emerging into the bright sunlight. In the distance, the sound of police sirens faded away, while rescued researchers embraced their families, and surrendered soldiers were herded into police vehicles. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Number 8 surveyed the scene before him and suddenly spoke. After we summon the Eternal Dragon, may I accompany you? I wish to continue protecting you and see what this peaceful world is truly like. Of course. Bulma immediately nodded, grasping Number 8's arm. From now on, we shall be friends, traveling together and searching for Dragon Balls. How wonderful that will be. Ties chimed in with a smile. With you around, we will feel even safer. And you can help us carry things with your great strength. Goku turned back, looking at his companions and then at the protective case of Dragon Balls in Bulma's arms. A radiant smile gracing his lips. The Red Ribbon Army had been defeated, the Dragon Balls were gathered, and soon, it would be time to make their wishes. The 4 figures moved towards the abandoned plains, sunlight pouring down upon them, casting long shadows that resembled a string of closely linked stars. The ruins diminished behind them, while the path ahead was filled with hope and brightness. Chapter 65, Summoning the Eternal Dragon. The winds of the desolate plain have finally ceased, and the withered grass lies quietly under the sun. 7 Dragon Balls are arranged in a circular formation on the ground. Their red, yellow, blue, green, purple, orange, and white auras intertwining, as if a rainbow had been crushed upon the earth. Bulma kneels at the center, gently touching the yellow Dragon Ball with her fingertips. This is the last one retrieved from the Red Ribbon headquarters, its surface still dusted with remnants of rubble, yet she carefully polishes it until it gleams. Is it truly about to begin? She glances up at Goku, her voice tinged with anxiety, cradling the empty protective box in her arms. My father said the Eternal Dragon would heed the words of the first Wishmaker. Shall we speak together? Ties holds a portable camera, steadily aiming it at the array of Dragon Balls, though her hand trembles slightly. I've adjusted the slow motion settings. We must capture the Eternal Dragon clearly. Goku, you previously mentioned that when the Eternal Dragon appears, the heavens change. Is that true? Leaning against a nearby dead tree trunk, Goku's gaze rests upon the intertwining auras of the Dragon Balls. He recalls this moment, the awe of the Eternal Dragon's manifestation in the original tale, now more vivid than his memories. Do not panic. He smiles at the two. Once the auras ascend into the sky, the Eternal Dragon will emerge. Simply state your wishes together. Number 8 stands beside the researcher, his towering armor shimmering softly in the sunlight. He discreetly steps back, wary of casting a shadow over the Dragon Balls. I can merely observe. Your wishes shall undoubtedly come to fruition. No sooner had he spoken than the auras on the ground surged upward. 7 colorful beams shot towards the heavens, the once clear sky gradually darkening, clouds tinted gold and crimson. Distant echoes of a low dragon's roar resonating, not a fierce growl, but akin to ancient bells, causing the withered grass of the plain to tremble gently. It has come. Tai's voice quivers with excitement, as the camera screen reveals a colossal figure slowly materializing within the golden beam. Its emerald scales glisten, antlers branching like aged tree limbs, dragon whiskers trailing to the ground and swaying gently. As its enormous wings unfurl, they nearly obscure half the sky, golden eyes surveying the earth with a blend of tenderness and authority. The researcher's cane clatters to the ground as he stands agape. Unable to utter a word, the legendary Eternal Dragon truly exists. Bulma instinctively grasps Tai's hand, her fingertips icy, yet her eyes sparkle with delight. Tais, let us hasten to voice our wishes. Tais takes a deep breath and meets Bulma's gaze. Together, they shout towards the Eternal Dragon. Eternal Dragon, our wish is for all those harmed by the Red Ribbon to regain their health, and for everyone to live in peace and safety. Their words drift across the plain, carried by the wind towards the Eternal Dragon. The golden eyes of the dragon flicker slightly, its immense head nodding gently. Its deep voice rolling forth. This wish aligns with goodwill. It shall be realized forthwith. A warm golden light cascades from the Eternal Dragon's eyes, not blindingly bright, but akin to a sun-warmed quilt, enveloping everyone tenderly. In the distance, towards West City, the injured in the hospital suddenly awaken. The pain of their wounds vanished. Those imprisoned by the Red Ribbon push open doors to find their awaiting families. Even the soldiers previously struck by General White rise from the ground, moving their now pain-free arms. Bulma gazed towards the distant city, where the faint sounds of cheers resonated, and tears unexpectedly cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, she smiled as she wiped them away, exclaiming, "It's truly come to fruition." Taisi set down her camera, her eyes misting as she embraced Bulma, saying, "We need no longer worry about the Red Ribbon. Everyone is safe now." Goku, standing nearby, felt warmth in his heart as he observed the two. This was the scene he yearned to protect, devoid of casualties and regrets, significantly less parting than in the original narrative. He lifted his gaze towards the dragon, poised to speak. When he noticed the dragon's form beginning to fade, its golden eyes dimming gradually, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world, and the dragon's voice grew softer, awaiting a year to restore its energy before it could be summoned again. As the last words were uttered, the dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the sky, while the 7 Dragon Balls illuminated, soaring like little shooting stars towards the east, south, west, north, and center. The final red Dragon Ball circled above Bulma's head, as if bidding farewell. The glow over the plain gradually dissipated, the sky regained its azure hue, and the wind stirred, carrying the scent of dry grass, yet it felt more buoyant than before. Thus, the Dragon Balls had dispersed. Bulma gazed at the empty ground, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but soon smiled again, reassuring herself, "But that's all right. We still have each other, and we can seek them out again in a year." Number 8 approached Goku, his tone brimming with admiration. "You truly did it. You safeguarded everyone with the Dragon Balls. I once believed I was merely a weapon, but now I realize that strength can also be wielded to protect others." "You were never just a weapon," Goku replied, patting his arm. "You can join us in safeguarding more lives." The researcher picked up his cane and bowed deeply to the 4. "Thank you. Without you, I would never have escaped this life, and West City would have been devastated by the Red Ribbon. I must return to the Research Institute, should you ever need me. Do not hesitate to seek me out." Taisi stowed away her camera and glanced towards the sun. "It's getting dark. Shall we return to West City?" Father must be waiting for us, and we can indulge in his strawberry cake. Strawberry cake. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she seized Goku's hand, racing towards the direction of their spacecraft. Let us hurry. I've been craving it. Number 8 followed closely, observing the playful antics of the trio ahead, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. The wind carried their laughter far, settling upon the dry grass of the plain, reaching the distant city, and touching the hearts of all who regained peace due to their wishes. Goku glanced back at the direction where the Dragon Balls had vanished, pondering what new adventures await with the Dragon Balls in a year. But for now, he chose to relish this tranquility with his friends. He quickened his pace, catching up with the two ahead, as the sunlight elongated their shadows, intertwined closely, as if they would never part. Chapter 66. Reunion. After a year, golden particles gradually dissipated above the desolate plain, the last remnants of the dragon's essence merging with the wind, leaving behind 7 faintly colored trails, evidence of the Dragon Balls soaring into the distance. The red one headed towards the eastern mountains, the yellow descended into the southern desert, while the blue glided close to the ground towards the western ocean, resembling fragments of a rainbow scattered by the breeze. Bulma stood on tiptoe, gazing in the direction where the Dragon Balls had vanished, clutching the protective case that had cradled the orbs moments before. There was a hint of melancholy in her tone as she lamented, "They just flew away without even a proper farewell." In her earlier excitement, while making her wish, she hadn't fully appreciated the shimmering spheres, but now, in the calm of the moment, she felt a twinge of reluctance to part with them. Tai Si was engrossed in checking the footage on her portable camera, the screen displaying the image of the dragon unfurling its wings, its emerald scales shimmering delicately in the golden light. "Don't be sad," she said, looking up and patting Bulma's shoulder. "I've recorded the entire appearance of the dragon. Whenever we miss it, we can watch the footage. Moreover, didn't Goku just say that the Dragon Balls would return?" Standing nearby, Number 8 gazed at the barren ground, his voice filled with reverence. "So this is the legendary Dragon Balls, capable of summoning the dragon to fulfill wishes. How marvelous." He had only heard of the Dragon Ball project during his time with the Red Ribbon Army and never imagined witnessing such a spectacle. The old researcher leaned on his cane, bowing deeply in the direction the Dragon Balls had scattered, murmuring, "Thank you, dragon, thank you. Our tribe can finally restore peace." Having been imprisoned by the Red Ribbon Army for half a year, he was now on the verge of returning home, his eyes glistening with tears. Goku leaned against the door of the flying craft, observing the scene before him with an inner tranquility. He understood that this was not the conclusion of the Dragon Ball's journey. As he watched the orbs disperse, he recalled the narrative's premise. After the 7 Dragon Balls granted wishes, they would automatically scatter across the globe, requiring a year to regain their energy before they could be collected again. He couldn't reveal this secret, so he feigned a shared sense of loss, smiling as he reassured, "Don't feel too sad. Who knows? This time next year, we might find them again and make another wish." "Really?" Bulma's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer, clutching Goku's arm. "Then we must seek the Dragon Balls together next year. This time, I will create a more precise radar to ensure that the Red Ribbon scoundrels don't get ahead of us." "Absolutely," Goku nodded, secretly pondering the year ahead. When they would reunite, not only would they search for the Dragon Balls, but they might also encounter new companions, such as Krillin and Master Roshi. According to the storyline, the World Martial Arts Tournament would soon be commencing, marking the beginning of a new adventure. Tai Si stowed the camera in her backpack, beaming with enthusiasm. "Next year, when we search for the Dragon Balls, I want to join too. This time, I'll bring extra batteries to capture the scenery along the way and create a documentary of our Dragon Ball adventure." Number 8 hesitated for a moment before timidly inquiring, "Can I join you next year? I want to help carry things and see the dragon again." "Of course," Bulma readily agreed. "We're friends, and having more people makes the quest for the Dragon Balls even more exciting." The old researcher chimed in with a smile. "If you plan to search for the Dragon Balls near my hometown next year, I'd be delighted to guide you. There are many caves there. Perhaps one conceals a Dragon Ball." Goku observed the excitement radiating from his companions, his heart swelling with warmth. Unlike his solitary quest for the Dragon Balls in the original tale, he now had so many friends, turning the search into a joyous occasion. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sunlight was just right, and the breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. In the distance, the faint outline of a white castle could be seen in West City. "All right, night is approaching. We should return to West City." Wukong leaped onto the flying machine and opened the cabin door. His father was surely waiting for them, perhaps even preparing a strawberry cake. Strawberry cake. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately forgot her earlier disappointment and tugged at ties, urging her to hurry into the flying machine. Let us go, let us go. I've longed for my father's cake. Number 8 and the old researcher followed suit into the craft, the doors slowly closing behind them. The engine emitted a gentle roar as they ascended into the sky. Wukong settled into the co-pilot's seat, watching as the desolate plains below shrank into a mere green dot. He turned to gaze out the window. The direction where the Dragon Balls had scattered was now devoid of any traces. Yet, he understood clearly in his heart that a year from now, those sparkling orbs would once again await their quest. The flying machine soared towards West City, filled with the laughter of Bulma and Ties. While Number 8 listened intently to the old researcher recount tales of his homeland, everything felt so serene. Wukong leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and silently planned the days ahead. First, he would ensure Bulma and Ties had a few days of rest. Then he would commence preparations for the martial arts tournament. Once Master Roshi arrived, he could learn the Kamehameha technique. According to the narrative, the days ahead promised to be increasingly thrilling. He quietly opened his eyes, observing his cheerful companions, a smile creeping across his lips, the Dragon Balls of a year later, the adventures awaiting them, and the reunion a year hence were all truly exhilarating prospects. The flying machine traversed the clouds, sunlight pouring into the cabin, warm and bright, as though paving the way for their reunion a year from now. Chapter 67. The visit from Master Roshi. The morning sunlight bathed the courtyard of the brief's residence, where the dew still clung to the grass, refracting tiny beams of light. Wukong was throwing punches at the air, carefully controlling his strength to avoid shattering the flowerbed nearby. Ever since he accidentally broke the alloy cabinet with a single punch last time, he had become more mindful of his power control. Bulma was crouched nearby, fiddling with a silver device, occasionally glancing over at Wukong with a frown. Hey, don't practice your punches near my newly modified detector. The airwaves will disrupt the signal. She had just transformed the Dragon radar into an energy detector yesterday, hoping to monitor Wukong's true combat prowess. However, each time Wukong exerted himself, the screen was filled with static. Tai sat on a bench, notebook in hand, recording something. Upon hearing Bulma, she smiled and encouraged, Bulma, Wukong is preparing as well. Before she could finish, she suddenly looked up at the sky, exclaiming, what is that? Everyone followed her gaze to the distant sky, where a golden cloud was swiftly approaching, its edges glowing softly, resembling a fluffy cotton candy, yet flying steadily and swiftly. Number 8 had just stepped out with a watering can and, upon seeing the cloud, widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that the legendary Nimbus? The cloud that only those with pure hearts can ride. Nimbus? Bulma paused her work, furrowing her brows in recollection. Her father's documents had mentioned it as a mode of transport for a martial arts master. Could it be? Before she could finish her thought, the Nimbus had already arrived above the courtyard, gently descending. An elderly gentleman clad in a checkered shirt and adorned with round sunglasses descended from the clouds. Leaning on a cane, his white beard curling high. Despite his apparent age, he stood upright, his eyes gleaming with astuteness. Ah, this indeed is the brief's residence. Even grander than I had imagined. The old man removed his sunglasses, surveying the individuals in the courtyard until his gaze settled on Goku, his eyes brightening. You are the one who resolved the issue with the red ribbon and gathered the Dragon Balls, aren't you? Goku, is it? Bulma promptly rose, her tone laced with astonishment. You are Master Roshi? The legendary god of martial arts? She had heard her father speak of Master Roshi in her childhood. Revered as one of the mightiest martial artists of the present age, the founder of the Turtle School, yet rarely seen in public. Tai also set aside her notebook. Nodding respectfully, Master Roshi, it is an honor to meet you. I am Tai, and this is my sister Bulma, along with Goku and Number 8. Number 8 placed his kettle down and bowed deeply to Master Roshi. Greetings, Master. I am Number 8. It is a pleasure to meet you. Goku had already rushed to Master Roshi's side, his eyes sparkling with recognition of the elder's formidable prowess. He was well aware of Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave, the Mafuba, and his profound understanding of martial arts, all of which he yearned to learn. Without waiting for Master Roshi to speak, he bowed and greeted him enthusiastically. Master Roshi, I am Goku. I wish to learn the Kamehameha. The declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. Bulma hadn't anticipated Goku's directness, while Tai found it somewhat expected. Number 8 gazed at Goku with admiration, impressed by his bravery. Master Roshi, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter, patting Goku on the shoulder. You truly are forthright, young one. Do you understand what the Kamehameha entails? It is not merely a matter of waving your hands. It requires the concentration of your entire energy and the intent to protect others. The foundational training is far more arduous than you might imagine. I understand. Goku nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. I have already been learning to control my power and can gather energy. Moreover, I want to protect Bulma, Tai, and all the good people. I can endure any hardship in training. He recalled the times he had shielded Bulma and Tai, lifting boulders with his bare hands to fend off dust storms. Convinced that only by growing stronger could he better safeguard those around him. Master Roshi regarded Goku's earnest demeanor, his expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. Having lived for so many years and witnessed countless young individuals aspiring to learn martial arts, he had rarely encountered someone like Goku, whose eyes reflected no greed or ulterior motives, only a pure desire to grow stronger and protect others. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering for a moment. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, let it be clear, my training is not for the faint of heart. You will rise at dawn to run, bear stones while climbing mountains, and practice your energy control until late at night. Can you endure this? Absolutely, Goku replied without hesitation, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. I run every day now and can lift heavy cabinets. Carrying stones will be no problem. Bulma, unable to restrain herself, interjected, Hey, Master Roshi, are you really going to teach him? What if he trains so hard that he destroys my house? Though spoken lightly, there lies a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She too wishes to witness the extent of Goku's strength after mastering the Kamehameha technique. Taisi added with a smile. Goku is quite sensible. He will learn to control his power. Furthermore, with the guidance of a master, he will undoubtedly grow stronger and be able to protect us even better. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi chuckled once more, rest assured. My teachings to my disciple will commence with the principle of restraint. I shall not permit him to wreak havoc. By the way, Goku, a grand martial arts tournament is approaching, set to commence in a short while. If you can endure my training, you should certainly consider participating, for there will be formidable opponents there, a perfect opportunity to test your abilities. The mention of the grand tournament ignited a spark in Goku's eyes. He recalled the scenes from the original story of the first martial arts tournament, along with companions like Krillin and Yamcha. Excellent. I will train diligently and participate in the tournament. Master Roshi nodded, glancing at the sky. Well, I merely came to check on you, little rascal, and to ascertain your commitment. Tomorrow morning, I shall return with training equipment, so be prepared and do not be late. With that, he leaped onto the flying Nimbus, waving goodbye. Oh, I have a little disciple named Krillin, around your age. Perhaps you two will become acquainted during training. That lad is quite resilient. Krillin? Goku's heart stirred. He recognized this as an important character in the narrative and quickly exclaimed, Master, I eagerly await meeting Krillin. The flying Nimbus soared into the distance. Becoming a mere speck in the sky, Goku stood firm, excitedly pumping his fist, and turned to Bulma and Tai Si, proclaiming, This is wonderful. I can learn the Kamehameha technique and participate in the tournament. Bulma rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. Look at you all giddy. Just remember, after your training, you owe me help with the adjustments on the detector. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Tai Si nodded with a smile. I will assist you in recording your training data. Should you encounter any difficulties, we will be here to support you. Number 8 approached with a hearty grin. Goku, I can help you lift stones. I possess great strength. Goku gazed at his companions, warmth flooding his heart. With their support, he feared no hardship in training. He looked up at the sky, envisioning himself mastering the Kamehameha technique and fighting alongside Krillin at the tournament. I must perform well tomorrow. Goku clenched his fists, making a silent vow, fully aware that this was merely the beginning of his journey to strength, with greater challenges looming ahead, such as the Demon King Piccolo and the Saiyans. Yet, as long as he had his friends and skills to learn, he feared nothing. Chapter 68. Invitation to the martial arts tournament. The dew in the courtyard had yet to fully evaporate as Master Roshi sat on a bench, playfully toying with his sunglasses, his gaze resting on Goku's taut fists. Earlier, when Goku demonstrated his ability to gather energy, the faint white aura swirling around his fingertips, though delicate, was remarkably stable, surpassing that of many children his age and even numerous adult martial artists. Goku, Master Roshi suddenly broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Since you wish to learn martial arts from me, I must inform you of something. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be held in South City in 3 months. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma immediately leaned in, her energy detector still glowing. Is that the competition held every 3 years where you can win a champion's prize? My father sponsored it once, and I heard the champion can win 500,000. Tai Si also set down her notebook, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I read about it in the documents. It's the most prestigious martial arts event on Earth, and many reclusive masters participate, right? Master Roshi nodded, his mustache twitching. Indeed. Not only is there a prize, but more importantly, the opportunity to spar with formidable warriors from various regions is far more valuable to a martial artist than money. I initially planned to take my little disciple, Krillin, to participate. Now that you're here, it's perfect. We can all experience the world together. What do you say, Goku? Would you like to give it a try? Goku's eyes instantly lit up, his heart racing. He understood the significance of this martial arts tournament all too well. In the original story, it marked his first formal participation in a large-scale competition, his first encounter with Master Roshi as a true martial artist. And the moment he met Krillin. With Master Roshi extending the invitation, he hesitated not a moment and nodded eagerly. Of course. I want to go. To spar with the Master and compete against other strong warriors is simply wonderful. While he spoke of sparring with the Master, his mind was already calculating his opponents. Master Roshi would disguise himself as a competitor, Krillin would join, and perhaps even Yamcha. These were all future companions and worthy adversaries. Moreover, testing his abilities through this tournament would aptly prepare him for the eventual confrontation with King Piccolo. He hadn't forgotten that Piccolo would inevitably come knocking. You're not one to shy away, Master Roshi chuckled, patting Goku on the shoulder. But let me make one thing clear. The tournament is no joke. There are some fierce competitors, such as last year's runner-up, who is said to be able to break steel plates with his bare hands, along with some hidden martial artists skilled in poison or hidden weapons. You must be cautious. I'm not afraid. Goku clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. As long as I can grow stronger and protect Bulma, Tai Si, and the others, I'm willing to face any formidable opponent. He paused, feigning casualness as he added, Master, you'll be participating too, right? I want to have a proper match with you. Master Roshi's eyes flickered momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter. You bold lad. Challenging me before even mastering the basics? Very well. If you manage to pass my training, we shall face each other openly in the tournament. However, I will not hold back. Tai Si pulled out a pen and quickly began jotting down notes. I'll check the schedule for the Southern Martial Arts Tournament. We can book a hotel in advance, and I can help Goku prepare a training plan, including increasing combat practice and simulating real battle scenarios. Bulma also put away her detector, huffing, I won't let you lose too embarrassingly. I'll create a portable energy monitor to help you adjust your condition before the competition and analyze your opponent's strength. But if you dare get injured during the tournament, I'll switch your training meals to vegetable salads. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Got it. I'll be careful. I won't let you worry. Standing nearby, Number 8 held a freshly brewed cup of tea and handed it to Master Roshi. Master, Goku, may I come to the event to cheer you on? Although I am unable to compete, I can assist you by carrying items and protecting Miss Bulma and Miss Tais. Of course. Goku promptly nodded, feeling reassured by your presence. Master Roshi took a sip of tea, squinting contentedly. Quite good, quite good. Your little team is quite united. Goku, starting tomorrow, training will intensify. You shall rise at 4 in the morning, run 10 laps around West City, then climb the mountain while carrying a 50-kilogram stone, practice energy control in the morning, foundational techniques in the afternoon, and review combat skills in the evening. Can you endure this? Absolutely. Goku replied without hesitation, though mentally prepared. He understood that the fundamental training of the Turtle School, though tedious, is crucial for laying a solid foundation. Moreover, the 50-kilogram stone poses little challenge for him, providing a gradual build-up for future weight-bearing runs. Excellent. Master Roshi stood up, dusting off his trousers. I shall come to fetch you promptly at 4 tomorrow. Do not oversleep. By the way, that lad Krillin will also be in West City tomorrow. Let him train with you. You are of similar age and can spar together. Krillin? Goku felt a surge of joy, masking his excitement with curiosity. Is he the little disciple you mentioned, Master? Is he formidable? That lad, Master Roshi reminisced, a smile gracing his lips. He may be short, yet he is quick-witted and fast, albeit a tad timid at times. Training together will be beneficial. You lack technique. while he lacked strength, allowing for mutual growth. Goku nodded, already anticipating this development. Krillin's speed is indeed impressive, perfect for honing my reflexes. Besides, he will be an important ally in the future, so it is advantageous to know him sooner. Master Roshi imparted a few more training tips, such as avoiding impatience, maintaining a rhythmic breath, and leaving room during real combat. He then leapt onto the flying Nimbus, waving goodbye. See you tomorrow. Don't be late. The Nimbus swiftly vanished into the sky, and Goku stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance, filled with anticipation for the martial arts tournament in 3 months. The prospect of sparring with Master Roshi, meeting Krillin, and testing his own strength was not merely a competition for him. It represented a significant step on his journey to becoming stronger. What are you daydreaming about? Bulma poked his arm. Shouldn't you hurry to prepare your training gear? You need to rise early, so it is wise to sleep early tonight. Tais chimed in with a smile. I have already outlined tomorrow's training plan. I will drive alongside you during the laps, recording your time and heart rate. No slacking off, mind you. Goku snapped back to reality, smiling as he responded, Got it. I'll go pack now. He turned and dashed into the house, his steps light, already contemplating the training ahead, learning the Turtle School's Kamehameha, getting to know Krillin, and preparing for the martial arts tournament. Such days are simply brimming with promise. In the courtyard, Bulma and Tais exchanged glances as they watched Goku's retreating figure. Smiling at one another, Tais softly remarked, Goku appears particularly eager for the tournament. Perhaps he will indeed achieve remarkable results. Bulma scoffed lightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Naturally, he is someone I have chosen. How could he possibly lose? Nevertheless, I must prepare ample first aid supplies, just in case. As the sun gradually ascends, its warm rays cascade into the courtyard, bestowing a gentle glow in anticipation of the forthcoming training and martial arts competition. Chapter 69. Tai Si formulates the training plan in the early morning. The West City still held a hint of coolness. Yet the training area in the Breeze family's backyard had been meticulously arranged. The soft mats, which Tai Si had specifically arranged to be brought in yesterday, lay neatly on the ground, accompanied by a timer and a recording board. She held a substantial notebook, her fingertips gliding across the pages until they paused at the title of the foundational training phase. Wukong, Bulma, come over here, Tai Si called, her voice resonant and clear. I have devised a training plan based on Master Roshi's guidance while considering your individual circumstances. The first 2 weeks will focus on physical fitness and breath control. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Wukong immediately dashed over, peering at the notebook where a clear chart was laid out. From 6 to 8 in the morning, the schedule was divided into 3 segments: warm-up runs, basic strength training, and breath awareness, each marked with specific times and requirements. Notably, even the intensity of strength that Wukong needed to control was annotated, no more than 500 push-ups to avoid damaging the ground. Wow, sister, you are incredible, Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Training like this will definitely make me stronger. Bulma, standing nearby with her arms crossed, glanced at the entry for 200 meters of frog jumps and couldn't help but frown. 200 meters of frog jumps? Tai Si, are you mistaken? I am an inventor, not a martial artist. Despite her words, she discreetly swapped her high heels for flat athletic shoes. Having unearthed her workout attire from the depths of her wardrobe the previous night, clearly not intending to truly slack off, Tai Si chuckled, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. I've adjusted the intensity. Your workload is half of Wukong's. It's primarily to get your body moving. After all, when we attend the martial arts competition, you can't just hide in the audience, can you? She paused, glancing at Wukong. With you by her side, Bulma will surely be able to persevere. Wukong nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll train with you, and when we're tired, we'll take breaks. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her face away with a huff. Who needs your company? But since it's a training plan, I'll reluctantly participate. At exactly 8 o'clock, the training commenced. They began with a 3-kilometer warm-up run. Tai Si had deliberately chosen a smooth path in the outskirts of the West City, free from pedestrians. Wukong sprinted ahead, his steps light, yet intentionally slowed. Trailing half a step behind Bulma, he understood that Bulma's stamina did not match his own and feared that she might feel anxious if she fell behind. Bulma managed to keep pace initially, but after a kilometer, she began to pant, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Tai Si slowed her pace, running alongside her. Adjust your breathing. Inhale for 2 steps. Exhale for 2 steps. Avoid breathing through your mouth. It could cause cramps. I know, Bulma gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as she focused on Wukong's silhouette ahead. He could undoubtedly run faster, yet he consistently waited for her, and this thought warmed her heart, making her steps a little lighter. Once the warm-up run concluded, they returned to the training area to begin foundational strength training. As Wukong performed push-ups, he carefully controlled the force in his arms, each descent remarkably gentle, leaving the soft mat unblemished. Bulma, on the other hand, supported herself on a lower yoga mat, while Tai Si stood beside her, correcting her posture. Don't let your back sag. Engage your core, or the training will be futile. Breathless and exhausted, Bulma pushed through her 50th push-up, her arms trembling as she contemplated giving up. Just then, she heard Goku's encouraging voice. Bulma, keep going. You only have 10 more to do, and I'll do them with you. When she looked up, she saw Goku smiling at her, a bottle of water in hand, clearly having completed his own set beforehand, waiting for her. Gritting her teeth, Bulma mustered the strength to finish the final 10, collapsing onto the mat and gasping for air. Goku promptly offered her water, advising gently, take your time, don't choke. Tai sat beside them, diligently recording notes. Goku, your control during push-ups was excellent today. More stable than when you lifted the metal cabinet yesterday. Bulma, your core strength needs improvement. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a small tool for abdominal training. Next came the breath awareness exercise. Tais found a quiet spot under a tree and instructed the two to sit cross-legged. Close your eyes and try to sense the aura around you, such as the rustle of leaves in the wind, the heartbeat of distant birds, and Goku, try to feel Bulma's and my auras. Remember this sensation. It will help you quickly gauge your opponent's position in a real battle. With his eyes shut, Goku followed Tai's guidance. His scion instincts, combined with the perceptive nature of his traverser spirit, quickly allowed him to detect the surrounding auras. Tai's was steady and gentle, like warm water. Bulma's was slightly hurried yet vibrant. He could even faintly sense the aura of number 8 in the kitchen preparing snacks. I can feel it, Goku exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Sister's aura is on the left, Bulma's is on the right, and number 8's is over by the house. Tai's nodded, her eyes gleaming with pride. Very good. Tomorrow, we can increase the difficulty with blindfolded reaction training. Bulma frowned, feeling disheartened as she struggled to sense anything beyond the sound of the wind. Why can't I feel anything? Don't rush. Tai's reassured her with a gentle pat on the hand. You don't possess Goku's innate talent. Take your time. It's already impressive that you managed to focus today. Goku leaned closer, grinning. I can teach you. Just concentrate on your chest and breathe slowly, and you'll feel it. Skeptical yet willing, Bulma closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing as Goku suggested. After a while, she could indeed faintly detect two distinct auras, a warm one on her left, Goku, and a gentle one on her right, Tai's. Her eyes flew open in delight. I felt it. I really felt it. Tai smiled as she closed her notebook. All right, that concludes today's training. We'll begin promptly at 6 tomorrow morning, so remember to wear comfortable clothes. Glancing at the sky, she added, number 8 should have the snacks ready. Let us head back to eat. Goku sprang to his feet, pulling Bulma along. Let us go, let us go. I'm starving. As Bulma was tugged along, a smile crept onto her lips, and she discreetly glanced at his back. This ever-energetic fellow seemed to possess an enchanting ability to uplift everyone's spirits. Tais followed behind, observing their interaction with a tender smile in her eyes. She glanced down at the stage goals inscribed in her notebook, to enable Wukong to master basic breath control within 2 weeks, and to help Bulma acclimate to physical training. It appeared that progress was surpassing expectations. After all, laying a solid foundation was not solely for the martial arts tournament, but also for every battle that lay ahead. Tai Si understood that the Demon King Piccolo would inevitably arrive, and that scions were drawing closer from the far reaches of the universe. It was imperative to fortify their fundamentals now to ensure they possessed sufficient strength to protect those they cherished in the future. At that moment, under the sunlight, the three remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary foundational training would mark the inception of countless battles fought side by side. Chapter 70. Bulma and Tai Si accompany morning run as the morning sun crested over the skyscrapers of West City. The sound of light footsteps echoed along the forest path. Wukong ran at the center, flanked by Bulma and Tai Si, their breaths gradually synchronizing with their strides. Dewdrops along the roadside were dislodged by the breeze, splattering on their pant legs without drawing any attention. Ever since Tai Si devised the training regimen, Such morning runs had become a fixed part of their daily routine. Wukong, could you slow down a bit? Bulma brushed aside her pink bangs, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. After yesterday as frog jumps, her legs still ached. Despite her complaints, her pace did not falter, and she clutched a small metallic device in her hand. By the way, my father mentioned yesterday that he is enhancing the submarine he previously sent us to the seabed with an interstellar navigation module. If we wish to venture into space in the future, we might not even need to wait for a rocket launch. Wukong's eyes lit up, instinctively slowing his pace. An interstellar navigation module? Does it mean we could travel to other planets like a spaceship? He had long held on to the memory of Namek and the recollections of the Scion homeland from the memories of a traveler, though he had hesitated to voice it. Bulma's mention of it struck a chord of anticipation within him. Tai Si, with a smile, took over the conversation. Being in better physical condition than Bulma, she spoke with greater ease. The doctor wants to experiment, considering that Earth's technology has already advanced to detect surrounding planets. However, it remains in the developmental phase. If it becomes viable, you could train in space or seek out other formidable opponents, and we could accompany you. Accompany me? Wukong halted, turning to face the two, his eyes brimming with delight. He had always thought that perilous missions, like the one to Namek, were burdens he should bear alone to safeguard Bulma and Tai Si from harm. But hearing them express their desire to join him filled his heart with warmth. Reminiscent of the first time he savored a warm meal at the Brief's residence during his childhood, a sense of security and comfort. Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, averted her face with a huff. What are you looking at? I intend to gather data in space and see if there are any rare metals on other planets. Not just to accompany you. Yet, despite her words, the metallic device in her hand discreetly pointed towards Wukong, the screen illuminating a line of small text. Heart rate normal. Excitement level increased by 15. This was a rudimentary life monitoring device she had stayed up late to create, designed to keep track of Wukong's training condition at all times. Tais perceived his thoughts and playfully patted Goku's shoulder, saying, in truth, I, too, wish to explore the cosmos. While recording the data of your training, I found myself curious whether other planets harbor beings as formidable as you, or if there exist unique environments that could enhance your combat prowess. For instance, the doctor mentioned that certain planets possess gravitational forces many times that of Earth, potentially surpassing even the gravity chamber in efficacy. Goku nodded vigorously and adjusted his pace so that both could easily keep up with him. That sounds fantastic. If we truly venture into space, we can search for Dragon Balls together and witness the habitat of the Namekians. I've heard their skies are a vibrant green, adorned with luminescent flora. He refrained from discussing Frisia too extensively, fearing it might cause worry, and instead focused on the intriguing aspects. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. Green skies? Glowing plants? We must capture those moments. I can create a cosmic album to document the planets we visit. Oh, I should invent an automatic translator so we can communicate with any beings we encounter, avoiding the tedious gestures we resorted to in the desert tribe last time. Tais chimed in. I can prepare portable monitoring devices to record the environmental data of each planet, along with your energy fluctuations. Upon our return, we will be able to formulate a more precise training regimen. Should we face peril, I could also remotely disrupt the enemy's devices, just as we did with the Red Ribbon's helicopter. As the trio conversed while running, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Goku listened to Bulma's technological plans and Tais' training strategies, and suddenly a vivid image crystallized in his mind. Years hence, they would be aboard a spaceship crafted by Dr. Briefs, traversing the starlit expanse. Bulma would be in the cockpit calibrating instruments. Tais would be documenting data beside her, while he gazed out the window at the fleeting constellations. This was the future he desired, not only to grow stronger, but to share these adventures with those he cherished, to explore more places and witness more wonders. I will grow stronger, Goku declared suddenly, his voice imbued with an unwavering conviction. I will become powerful enough to protect you both, to safeguard Earth and the other planets within the universe. When the time comes, we will journey together through the cosmos, and whatever dangers we encounter, I shall confront them. Bulma paused momentarily, then smiled and gently patted his back. I know you're formidable, but don't push yourself too hard. If training becomes exhausting, just let me know, and I will prepare you an energy drink. Tais nodded softly in agreement. We believe in you, but you need not bear every burden alone. Whether in training or exploring the universe, we shall face it together. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, carrying the scent of fresh grass. The trio's footsteps synchronized once more as they sprinted toward the rising sun. Goku gazed at the profiles of his companions, silently resolving to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible, not only to confront the Scions and Frisia, but to fulfill the promise of exploring the vast universe alongside Bulma and Ties, creating cherished memories together. What he remained unaware of was that at this moment, Bulma's monitoring device displayed, in addition to heart rate and excitement levels, a discreet note: Cosmic Navigation Program, priority elevated to maximum. Likewise, a new page titled Cosmic Training Plan, to be refined, had also been added to Tice's notebook. The two girls had quietly incorporated this future commitment into their plans. Chapter 71. Ton-weight endurance run in the training area on the outskirts of West City. Several new items had emerged. Tice had requested the Capsule Company's workshop to hastily produce an alloy weight set the previous day. The dark silver wrist and leg guards collectively weighed up to a ton, causing the grass beneath them to indent slightly when stacked on the ground. Goku squatted nearby, tapping on the wrist guard, the metallic clink resonating crisply, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sister, does this really weigh a ton? It doesn't feel that heavy." Tice, holding a data pad while verifying the weight equipment's parameters, looked up and smiled. The workshop used high-density alloy. It's compact yet substantial, specifically designed to match your maximum capacity. She refrained from mentioning that this foundation was, in fact, a result of Goku's earlier suggestion to her about learning a technique that would raise his body temperature, necessitating an enhancement of his physical constitution. Hence, she had deliberately adjusted the training intensity. After hearing this, Goku swiftly donned the wrist and leg guards. The alloy felt slightly cool against his skin, yet it fit perfectly without any sense of restriction. He moved his arms and legs, jumping in place. The ground only trembled slightly. For an ordinary person, standing would be a challenge, let alone jumping. But for him, this weight was nearly negligible. "It feels fine," he exclaimed, gesturing to Tice. "How far are we running today? Is it still the previous 5 kilometers? Tice noted Goku's weight adaptation level as 100 and checked the heart rate monitor interface. The previous day, she had sewn miniature sensors into Goku's training suit, allowing her to capture his physical data in real time. "Today we will run 10 kilometers, she said, glancing toward the distant woodland path. "I've extended the route, which will include an uphill segment, perfectly testing your endurance under weight. And remember, if you feel fatigued, do let me know, don't push yourself." "Got it." Goku waved his hand and turned to dash down the path. Initially, he consciously slowed his pace to gauge the weight's pull, but after a few hundred meters, he discovered that the weight from the guards was nearly imperceptible. Guided by the essence of his Scion heritage, his potential had already begun to awaken. This weight was just enough to activate the deep-seated strength of his muscles, making his run even more stable than without the added burden. Tice followed behind with the data pad, unable to suppress her surprise at the screen's curves. His heart rate remained steady at 80 beats per minute, only 5 beats faster than when unburdened. His cadence was even, with each footfall's impact perfectly controlled, showing no signs of imbalance due to the weight. Even his energy fluctuations were more stable than the previous day, as if his body were actively adapting to this additional load. She noted on the data pad, under a 1-ton load, all indicators still surpassed the peak of basic training. It is recommended to attempt an increase to 15 tons next time. As Wukong ascended the slope, he intentionally quickened his pace. The wind rushed past his ears, carrying the fragrant scent of leaves. He could distinctly feel the muscles in his legs exerting themselves. Yet there was not a hint of soreness. This was the benefit of his prior training. He recalled from the original text that after mastering the King Kai fist, every usage would burden his body, sometimes even causing him to spit blood. Now, by training with added weight, he would endure less suffering when learning martial techniques in the future. "Wukong, wait!" Tice suddenly called out from behind. He halted and turned to see her approaching briskly, a look of surprise on her face. "Your pace while running uphill just now was faster than yesterday's unweighted run on flat ground. And there was no disturbance in your energy fluctuations. Is this weight too light for you?" Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It does seem a tad light. It felt like I had 2 small stones tied to my legs while running." After a moment's pause, recalling his purpose, he added, "But that's fine. I can gradually increase the weight. Once my body adapts, I won't fear practicing more difficult techniques." Though he did not explicitly mention that the more challenging technique was the King Kai fist, Tai Si had an inkling from their previous conversation with Master Rashi, who had mentioned that the King Kai fist required exceptional physical resilience. Wukong was evidently laying the groundwork. Tai Si nodded and switched the data tablet to recording mode. Then let us continue and complete the remaining distance. If you still find it too light, I shall ask the workshop to add more weight tomorrow. She watched Wukong's figure as he turned and resumed his run, unable to suppress her admiration for the boy's boundless potential. Despite his tender age, he effortlessly managed a ton of added weight. No wonder the doctor always remarked on the peculiarity of his cells. Upon completing the 10-kilometer course, a mere sheen of sweat adorned his forehead. He removed the weighted suit and tossed it aside, the metal hitting the ground with a dull thud, causing the grass to sink slightly. Tai Si approached, handing him a bottle of water. Take a sip and rest for a moment. I just reviewed the data. Your total energy expenditure was 30 less than expected. It appears this ton of weight truly posed no strain on you. Wukong accepted the water, tilting the bottle back and draining most of it before wiping his mouth. Then let us increase the weight next time. I want to strengthen my body quickly, so I can master new techniques more swiftly. He thought of the King Kai fist, aware that it was crucial for countering the impending threat of the Scions. By training diligently now, he would be better prepared when facing Vegeta and Nappa in the future. Tai Si secured the data tablet, smiling as she said, "All right, I'll inform the workshop tomorrow. But do not rush. A gradual approach ensures your body remains unharmed." She observed the light in Wukong's eyes and felt a sense of reassurance. Although the boy possessed strength far beyond his peers, he never sought to overreach. Instead, he understood the importance of building a solid foundation step by step. With such a mindset, he would be able to withstand any danger that lay ahead. As the setting sun elongated their shadows, Wukong sat on the grass, gazing toward the distant West City, quietly contemplating. The ton of weight was merely the beginning. Next, he needed to practice breath control and explosive power. Once he fortified his physical foundation, he would venture to King Kai's realm to learn the King Kai fist. By then, even if the Scions came, he would ensure the safety of Bulma, Tai Si, and the entire Earth. He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning pale. The memories of the traveler revealed a future fraught with peril, yet also offered him the opportunity for preparation. The burden of running with such weight is not merely a training exercise. It represents a resolute step taken by him to safeguard those of great importance and to avert potential tragedies. Chapter 72. Encountering Krillin on a serene morning before the turtle hermit's abode, the ocean breeze carried a salty, damp aroma. While the beach still bore the remnants of last night's high tide, Goku had just concluded his strenuous weighted run and was perched upon a rocky outcrop, wiping the perspiration from his brow. In the distance, he spotted a young boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his head gleaming bald, standing at the threshold of the turtle hermit's dwelling, peering curiously with hesitant steps, as if daunted to approach. The boy's distinctive bald head and bashful demeanor instantly evoked memories of Krillin in Goku's mind. "Krillin!" Goku exclaimed, leaping to his feet and bounding towards the boy with the lightness of a seagull skimming across the shore. He recalled that Krillin was one of the turtle hermit's later disciples and would become one of his closest companions, joining him in martial arts tournaments, seeking Dragon Balls, and confronting formidable foes, a bond that was destined to begin from their very first encounter. Startled by the sudden call, Krillin nearly dropped the small suitcase he was carrying. Turning around, he beheld a boy with black hair and bright eyes approaching him with a radiant smile. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he realized he was the one who had journeyed from the Shaolin Temple to seek the turtle hermit as his master. And this was the first time he encountered someone who initiated conversation in a foreign place. "Do you know me?" he stammered, gripping the handle of his suitcase tightly, his round eyes filled with confusion. "Of course," Goku replied as he reached Krillin, pausing to assess him with an amused grin. "My name is Goku, and I have come to study martial arts under Master Rashi as well. I know your name is Krillin. You are here to seek the master too, right?" He deliberately refrained from revealing that he already knew him, pretending it was merely a coincidence to avoid disclosing his secret of traversing time. Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are here to seek the master too? That's fantastic. I thought I was the only one." He relaxed somewhat, placing his suitcase down and scratching his bald head. "I came from the Shaolin Temple, hoping to learn powerful techniques from Master Rashi and to eventually participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Me too," Goku interjected enthusiastically, his voice brimming with anticipation. "I am aware that we will train under the master together, compete in tournaments, and become the best of friends." As the words escaped his lips, he reminisced about the first time they participated in the tournament together. Though Krillin had initially feared defeat, he fought valiantly. And they had once contended against formidable foes like the Red Ribbon Army and Frisia. This friendship was more precious than any martial art. The notion of being the best of friends caused Krillin's cheeks to flush, dispelling his earlier shyness. He gazed into Goku's sincere eyes, finding an unexpected warmth in the boy before him. Really? That would be wonderful. Back at the Shaolin Temple, everyone bullied me because of my small stature and baldness. Finally, someone is willing to be my friend. Who dares to bully you? I will stand up for you, Goku declared earnestly, thumping his chest. He understood that Krillin had struggled with self-esteem due to his height and baldness in his childhood, and he intended to provide him with the assurance he needed so that Krillin could grow more confident. With that, Goku bent down to lift Krillin's suitcase. Come, I will take you to find Master Roshi. He mentioned yesterday that a new disciple might be arriving. Krillin hurriedly followed, and the two walked side by side toward the Turtle Hermit's dwelling. On their journey, Krillin could not help but inquire, Goku, how have you become so formidable? I just saw you sprinting from the seaside, seemingly unfazed, while I am out of breath carrying my luggage over this short distance. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. I have been practicing weighted running lately. Once you get accustomed to it, it becomes effortless. In the future, we shall train together, and I can assist you in your practice. By the time the martial arts tournament arrives, we will both become incredibly strong. He refrained from mentioning his scion heritage, attributing his prowess solely to training, which not only aligned with the facade of an ordinary prodigy, but also served to encourage Krillin. Upon reaching the entrance of the Kame house, they spotted Master Roshi lounging in a floral shirt on a rocking chair, basking in the sun, with a glass of juice beside him. Master, Goku called out, waving his hand. Master Roshi opened his eyes, and, upon noticing Krillin beside Goku, his eyes lit up. So you must be Krillin? I received a letter from the Shaolin Temple yesterday, welcoming you. Krillin promptly bowed. Greetings, Master Roshi. My name is Krillin, and I wish to study martial arts under your guidance. Master Roshi smiled and nodded before glancing at Goku. Goku, it seems you have met your new junior disciple before me. You two appear to get along splendidly. Indeed, Goku interjected enthusiastically, pulling Krillin's arm. Master, Krillin and I have already agreed to train together and participate in the martial arts tournament as good partners. Krillin nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Observing the sincerity in the two children, Master Roshi burst into laughter. Excellent. Training together will surely provide greater motivation. From now on, you shall live together, encouraging one another to excel in the tournament. Goku and Krillin exchanged glances, both smiling. The sea breeze swept through once more, carrying the warmth of the sun. Goku looked at Krillin beside him, silently reflecting that this was his first true companion in this world. On their forthcoming adventures, he would no longer be accompanied solely by Bulma and Ties. Now, he had a friend with whom he could fight side by side and grow together. He understood that from this day forward, the tales associated with Krillin in his memory would commence anew, and this time, he would safeguard their friendship, ensuring that Krillin would not face the same perils as in the original narrative. Together, they would become stronger warriors, protecting those they cherished. Chapter 73. Master Roshi teaches the Kamehameha on the beach of Kame House in the early morning. The sea breeze whisked fine sand across the shore, while distant waves crashed rhythmically against the rocks. Master Roshi stood in the center with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the wide-eyed Goku and Krillin. They had agreed the previous day that today he would teach them the Kamehameha, and the two children had arrived at the beach before dawn, neglecting even their breakfast. The Kamehameha is not something that can simply be shouted into existence. Master Roshi cleared his throat and intentionally slowed his speech, pointing to his lower abdomen. First, you must learn to gather your energy, concentrating it into a single point within your body, much like accumulating strength to throw a stone. Then, release it with a powerful exhale. Remember, your mind must remain calm, your energy steady, and do not rush. Goku nodded, already feeling confident in his understanding. He recalled that in the original text, it took Wukong several days to learn the Kamehameha technique, and he had to rely on Master Roshi's allure to break through. However, with the memories of a time traveler, he understood that the key to gathering energy lay in the guidance of intention, coupled with the physical conditioning he had developed from running with heavy weights. His ability to control his energy was far superior to that of the original Wukong at the same stage. Yet, he chose not to reveal this. instead feigning ignorance as he mimicked Master Roshi's movements, raising his hand and inhaling. Krillin, in contrast, was becoming increasingly anxious. He attempted to stabilize his stance in the same manner as Master Roshi, his face reddening with effort, yet after a considerable amount of time, he could sense no energy at all. Grasping his bald head, he muttered, "Master, why can't I feel the energy? Am I just too foolish? Calm down." Master Roshi tapped his head. "You are only just beginning to explore martial arts. Energy is something you must learn to perceive gradually. Now, observe as I demonstrate." With that, Master Roshi spread his feet shoulder-width apart, placing his palms together in front of his chest, leaving a gap between them. Both Wukong and Krillin held their breaths, watching intently as a faint blue aura began to emanate from Master Roshi's palms. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate, and the fine sand on the beach was lifted by the currents, swirling gently around him. "Huh!" With a low shout, Master Roshi thrust his hands forward, sending a blue energy wave shooting from his palms. It swiftly traversed the surface of the sea, striking a distant rock with a resounding crash, shattering it into several pieces and sending water splashing high into the air. "Wow!" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "That's incredible." Wukong nodded in agreement. Yet internally, he was rapidly reviewing the details, focusing energy in the dantian, concentrating intention in the palms, ensuring the arms were straight during the push, and maintaining a steady flow of energy. These details aligned perfectly with his memories, even proving simpler than he had anticipated. After all, his scion body naturally possessed a heightened sensitivity to energy, and knowing the method in advance made the process remarkably efficient. "Now it's your turn, try gathering energy," Master Roshi instructed, lowering his hands and looking at the two boys. "Wukong, you go first." Taking a deep breath, Wukong steadied himself in a horse stance as Master Roshi suggested, bringing his palms together. He did not rush to push out the energy, but instead closed his eyes, sensing the energy within him like a flowing stream, guiding it towards his palms. Soon, he felt a warm sensation in his hands, accompanied by a faint blue glow flickering. "Interesting," Master Roshi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Most people struggle to even perceive energy during their first attempt, yet Wukong has managed to manifest an aura. His talent exceeds my expectations. Opening his eyes, Wukong mimicked Master Roshi's earlier gesture and gently pushed forward, releasing a slender blue energy wave. Although it was significantly weaker than Master Roshi's, it accurately struck a small stone on the beach, sending it flying several meters away. "Did it work?" Krillin gasped, unable to believe his eyes. "Wukong, you are amazing." Wukong scratched his head, smiling as he offered a modest excuse. "Perhaps it's because Sister Tai's practiced energy control with me before, so I have a slight sense of it." He refrained from mentioning his time traveler memories or scion prowess, attributing his success solely to prior training to avoid drawing too much attention. Master Roshi stroked his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Not bad, not bad. To produce an energy wave on your first try is a feat far surpassing that of my own students in the past." However, it was still not enough. He needed to practice a few more times to gather his energy more fully and to be more decisive when unleashing it. During the subsequent period, Krillin continued to struggle with his energy control, while Goku grew increasingly adept. On his second attempt to push the energy, the wave surged forth, thickening into a formidable force that shattered an empty wooden barrel by the seaside into splinters. By the third attempt, he had even mastered the ability to direct the energy, allowing the wave to graze the top of Krillin's head before striking the distant ocean waves, sending up a spray of water that conveniently avoided wetting Krillin's clothing. "Stop!" Master Roshi suddenly shouted, stepping in front of Goku, scrutinizing him closely. "Have you been secretly practicing similar techniques?" Goku felt a pang of anxiety and quickly shook his head. No, I just memorized the movements when you demonstrated earlier, and since I had practiced my breathing before, I learned it a bit faster." Master Roshi studied him for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. "Regardless, your talent is truly remarkable. Back in my day, it took me half a month to barely produce an energy wave with the Kamehameha technique, yet you've managed to grasp it so well in just one morning. If you consolidate your skills this afternoon, you'll be ready to use this technique in combat by tomorrow." Goku sighed in relief, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Master. I will practice diligently." Meanwhile, Krillin, observing Goku's repeated successes, felt a mix of envy and urgency. He approached and tugged at Goku's arm. "Goku, please teach me how to quickly locate my energy." "Don't rush," Goku advised as he squatted down to share his insights. Close your eyes and don't think of anything else. Just feel a warmth inside your abdomen. Then slowly draw that warmth into your hands, as if you were sipping hot soup, letting the warmth flow from your belly to your arms. Krillin followed the instructions, and after a while, he suddenly exclaimed in delight, "I got it. I can feel the warmth." Goku and Master Roshi both laughed heartily. As the sun climbed higher, the two figures on the beach, one earnestly instructing, the other diligently attempting, were enveloped in a lively breeze. Watching Krillin beside him, Goku recalled their shared memories of participating in martial arts tournaments and battling adversaries together. He quietly marveled at how much quicker he was learning the Kamehameha technique compared to his memories, feeling more prepared to face Piccolo and the Saiyans in the future. By evening, Goku had become proficient in executing the Kamehameha, his waves of energy rivaling even the initial form of Master Roshi. Observing Goku shatter a chunk of reef with a single strike, Master Roshi couldn't help but nod in approval. "Good lad. Mastering the Kamehameha in a single day, you're destined to become a formidable martial artist. Keep practicing. Who knows, you might even defeat me at the next tournament." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Master, I will certainly give it my all when we compete." He understood that learning the Kamehameha was merely the first step. Many challenges lay ahead, including the tournament, Piccolo, and the Saiyans. Yet, armed with this technique and supported by his friends, he felt confident that he could surpass his original journey, not only in strength, but also in protecting Bulma, Taiz, and all those dear to him. Chapter 74. Bulma and Taiz deliver training attire on the sun-drenched beach of Kame House. Goku was diligently practicing basic martial arts with Krillin. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking the faded orange GI he wore, an old garment from Taiz brought from West City. The sleeves were frayed, and the pants had shrunk considerably, a clear indication that they could barely keep pace with his recent growth spurts. "Goku, your outfit is nearly a rag," Krillin quipped, evading Goku's punches, unable to stifle his teasing. "At this rate, your pants will split right open during training." Scratching his head, Goku glanced down at his attire and chuckled. "It's fine. As long as it fits, I don't mind these things while training." As soon as the words left his lips, the familiar sound of an engine echoed from afar. A blue capsule-shaped spaceship approached gracefully, landing steadily on a nearby patch of sand. The hatch opened, and Bulma emerged, cradling a pink bag, with Taiz following closely behind, carrying a cooler, both women adorned with cheerful smiles. "Goku," Bulma called out, waving her hand as she hurried toward him, her pink hair shimmering in the sunlight. "We've brought you some wonderful things." Goku's eyes lit up, halting his movements, and rushed toward them. "Bulma, Sister Taiz, what brings you here?" He recalled their phone conversation from the day before when Bulma mentioned she was busy with the new developments at Capsule Corporation, leading him to believe he wouldn't see them for a few more days. Taiz, smiling, handed the cooler to Krillin. "Inside are the rice balls and juice I made. You and Krillin must be weary. Take a moment to replenish your energy." She then turned to Goku, her gaze falling upon his worn GI, shaking her head in exasperation. "I saw your outfit was too small during the last video call. I told Bulma, and she insisted on making you a new one." "What do you mean insisted?" Bulma shot her a look, stuffing the pink bag into Goku's hands, her voice imbued with a hint of pride. "I crafted this using the latest lightweight and durable fibers from Capsule Corporation. It's 3 times lighter than a regular GI, waterproof and scratch-resistant. Even if you unleash your Kamehameha, it won't tear." Curiosity piqued, Goku opened the bag to reveal a deep blue GI, trimmed with light golden edges, exuding a sense of sharpness and elegance. He pulled out the top, giving it a shake, and indeed found it to be feather-light, the fabric soft yet resilient, far more comfortable than his old attire. "Try it on," Bulma urged, nudging him toward the Kame House. "I made it according to your height and weight. It must fit perfectly. If it doesn't, I can alter it on the spot. I brought a portable sewing machine." Taiz chimed in from behind, smiling. "Bulma stayed up until midnight to finish it, even adding an elastic waistband so you can move freely without it pinching your stomach." Pushed into the small room of Kame House, Goku quickly changed into his new training outfit. As he stepped out, both Krillin and Master Roshi, who was lounging in the sun, were taken aback. The deep blue GI accentuated Goku's skin tone, while the light golden trim added a touch of vitality. His previously youthful face now radiated a newfound vigor, especially with the belt adjusted perfectly, enhancing his agility. "Wow, Wukong, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit," Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his applause. It's far more appealing than Master Roshi's floral shirt. What's that you say, you little rascal? Master Roshi sat up, feigning a glare at Krillin. Yet he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, that attire fits you well, and the fabric is quite nice. Much better than the tattered garment you wore before. Bulma, your craftsmanship is commendable. Bulma raised her chin with pride, of course. One should always consider the talent behind the creation. Turning to Wukong, she inquired, what do you think? Is there any discomfort? Wukong moved his arms and legs, jumped a bit, and even attempted a basic punch combination, a radiant smile spreading across his face. It's a perfect fit. Not constricting at all. I feel so much lighter than before. He looked down, feeling the fabric on his chest, then gazed at Bulma and Ties with eyes sparkling like stars. I'll wear this for training from now on. Thank you, Bulma. Thank you, Sister Ties. Seeing his joy, Bulma felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks and turned her face away, pretending to adjust her hair. What are you thanking me for? You train in those ragged clothes every day. Others might think we, the Briefs family, are treating you poorly. In truth, she had stumbled upon a video of Wukong training in his short, shabby outfit yesterday and felt a pang of sympathy for him, which prompted her to work through the night to create new clothing. Ties stepped forward to straighten Wukong's slightly askew collar and gently advised, be cautious during your training. If your clothes get dirty, remember to use the antibacterial spray I brought you. There's no need to wash them too often, lest they lose their shape. I know. Wukong nodded vigorously, then suddenly remembered something. He grabbed Krillin's arm. Krillin, look at my new outfit. After this, when we practice the Kamehameha, I'll see if it can withstand the energy waves. Absolutely, let's do it. Krillin agreed enthusiastically, his eyes filled with envy. He too wished to have such a splendid training outfit, but alas, Bulma had not made one for him. Observing them about to engage in their usual antics, Bulma shook her head in exasperation but did not intervene. Instead, she pulled a capsule from her pocket and handed it to Wukong. Inside are 2 more outfits, each in a different color. Wear them interchangeably. If that's not enough, just call me, and I'll make you more. Thank you, Bulma. Wukong accepted the capsule, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Ties glanced at the sky and said to Wukong, we need to return to West City. The doctor is waiting for us to report on the new material testing data. Train well here, and feel free to contact us if you need anything. Okay. Wukong nodded, escorting them to the spaceship and watching it ascend until it became a distant speck before turning back. Back on the beach, Wukong couldn't resist touching his new training outfit. A smile permanently etched on his face. Krillin leaned closer, poking at his sleeve. Wukong, this outfit is truly comfortable. When will Bulma make me one? Wukong pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, when Bulma comes next time, I'll ask her for you. But you must train diligently. She says only those who work hard deserve to wear her creations. Absolutely. I will train with all my might. Krillin declared, brimming with determination. The turtle hermit observed the 2 children with a smile, shaking his head gently, yet a warm feeling enveloped his heart. One child was gifted and diligent, while the other, though weaker, was resolute. Coupled with the care from Bulma and Ties, it appeared that this time, the World Martial Arts Tournament would be an event to behold. Unbeknownst to Goku, the turtle hermit's thoughts wandered elsewhere. He simply felt that this new training outfit was not only comfortable, but also instilled a sense of warmth within him. Bulma and Ties had gone out of their way to deliver these clothes from West City, and with such thoughtfulness, he was determined to train earnestly and achieve commendable results at the tournament, living up to their expectations. He clenched his fists, appreciating the lightness of the new attire, and once more assumed his training stance. The sunlight bathed the deep blue martial arts uniform, while the light golden trim shimmered, mirroring the hope within him, bright and resolute. Chapter 75. Ties analyzes energy. The morning sea breeze, imbued with a salty chill, swept across the training grounds of the Turtle Hermit's abode. Goku had just completed a round of Turtle School's Kamehameha practice, the back of his deep blue martial arts uniform damp with a light sheen of sweat, and his palms still tingled with the residual energy waves. As he bent to adjust his belt, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps behind him. Ties approached, carrying a silver-gray metallic box emblazoned with the Briefs Company logo. Goku, are you finished? Ties paused, placing the box on a nearby stone table. She pressed a few buttons on the surface, and the lid sprang open, revealing an array of neatly arranged instruments. A palm-sized display screen, several wires with probes, and a fist-sized energy sensing sphere. I borrowed a portable energy detector from the doctor yesterday to help record your current energy fluctuations and assess your training progress. Goku straightened up, intrigued as he leaned closer. An energy detector? Does it measure how much strength I have? He was aware of the Brief's family's advanced technology. Tais had previously used a similar device to record his data when he lifted a metal cabinet, although he had deliberately controlled his strength at that time. Exactly, Tais replied, picking up the energy sensing sphere and handing it to Goku. Just hold it in your hand and stand normally, no need to exert yourself. I'll first measure your baseline energy in a calm state. As Goku took the sensing sphere, the cold metallic sensation registered, prompting him to instinctively adjust his internal energy. The memories of a traveler warned him that this was not the moment to reveal his true power. In the original narrative, Goku's base combat power was only a few hundred as he prepared for the tournament. If he were to register a few thousand or more now, not only would Tais be astonished, but it could also attract unwanted attention from entities such as the still-recovering Piccolo or other hidden factions. The sensing sphere soon emitted a faint green light, and the connected display screen flashed a series of numbers. Base energy value, 890. Oh, that's an increase of over 200 from the last measurement, Tais remarked, her gaze fixed on the screen as she tapped to bring up previous records. When you lifted the metal cabinet last time, I measured your peak energy at around 1200. Now your baseline is nearing 900, indicating that the training in Kamehameha has greatly benefited you. Nearby, Krillin, having just finished his run, leaned in to observe the spectacle. Upon seeing the numbers on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim, 890? That's incredibly high. The last time I tested, I only scored 320. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. He scratched his bald head. Envy etched on his face. When will I possess even half of your energy? Wukong chuckled, downplaying his achievement. Perhaps it's because I've been practicing the Kamehameha daily. I've inadvertently improved, you see? I didn't exert myself intentionally. He deliberately spoke in a nonchalant manner, subtly relaxing his palm to ensure the sensing device would not detect the deeper levels of energy. In truth, had he exerted even a modicum of effort, his baseline would have easily surpassed 5,000, considering a Scion's physique coupled with the prior training from the Super Divine Water. His combat prowess had long exceeded that of his contemporaries in the original narrative. Tai, unsuspecting, picked up another probe wire and affixed it to Wukong's wrist. Let us measure the energy fluctuations when you unleash the Kamehameha, and see how high the peak can reach. Just perform it normally, no need to go all out. Wukong nodded, moving to the center of the training ground. Standing firm with his feet apart and his hands clasped before his chest, he deliberately slowed the accumulation of energy, allowing it to gradually converge into his palms. Unlike his usual practice of filling it instantly, as a soft blue aura illuminated his palms, he heard the beeping sound from the display screen behind him, followed by Tai's voice. The energy is rising. 1500, 1800, 2100. Peak reached. 2350. Wow. 2350. Krillin's eyes sparkled, even higher than last time. Wukong, if your Kamehameha strikes an enemy, it would surely secure an immediate victory. Tai switched off the device and recorded the data in her notebook, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Your progress is remarkable, and the energy fluctuations are stable, indicating your control over Ki is becoming increasingly proficient. However, be cautious not to rush your power enhancement. A solid foundation is essential to prevent chaotic energy flows. She recognized Wukong's exceptional talent, but couldn't help but offer her advice, for in her eyes, he was merely a gifted child in need of guidance. Wukong nodded obediently. I understand, Sister Tai. I will take my time. Yet, internally he chuckled. If only you knew my true combat strength, you would surely be astounded. This way is just right, allowing them to witness the fruits of my training without revealing too much. When the martial arts tournament arrives, I can adjust based on the circumstances, especially if I encounter Master Roshi or Piccolo. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the house, tea kettle in hand, glancing at the instruments on the stone table. He casually inquired, Young lady, are you measuring Wukong's energy again? How much can this lad manage now? In calm conditions, it's 890. The peak for the Kamehameha is 2350, a significant increase from before. Tai handed over her notebook. Look, doesn't this data rank him among the best of his peers? Master Roshi squinted at the figures, then glanced at Wukong standing nearby, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed impressive. But this boy is concealing quite a bit of strength, isn't he? Having lived for so many years, he had encountered numerous martial arts prodigies. While Wukong was gathering energy earlier, He distinctly sensed a deeper reservoir of power being suppressed. Yet, he chose not to reveal this. Young people have their own secrets. And Wukong's inherently kind nature meant that concealing some strength was not inherently negative. Wukong felt a pang of anxiety, yet feigned ignorance. Master, I'm not hiding any strength. I've really exerted myself. He intentionally furrowed his brow, adopting an expression of feigned injustice, prompting Krillin to burst into laughter. Master Roshi chose not to disclose the truth, taking a sip of tea and waving his hand dismissively. All right. If you haven't concealed anything, then so be it. However, the martial arts tournament is about to commence, and both of you should train diligently to avoid shedding tears from defeat. Understood. Goku and Krillin replied in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. Tai gathered her equipment and informed Goku, I will return to West City this afternoon to present the data to the doctor. I'll also bring you and Krillin some new training supplies. The doctor mentioned that the energy bars from last time suited you well, and he has since improved the formula. Thank you, Sister Tai, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had indeed found the previous energy bars quite satisfying, capable of sustaining him throughout an entire afternoon of training. As Tai departed with her box, Krillin leaned closer to Goku and whispered, Goku, what do you think our chances are in this martial arts tournament? I believe you can definitely clinch the championship. Goku chuckled and shook his head. I'm not certain, but it will undoubtedly be fascinating to engage with Master and other formidable opponents. What he did not express was his greater concern about whether Piccolo would appear. According to his memories, Piccolo was expected to show up during the latter stages of the tournament, which would serve as the true test. For now, concealing his strength was essential to face that challenge with composure. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the shadows on the training grounds grew shorter, and Goku and Krillin embarked on a new round of training. While guiding Krillin in adjusting his breathing, Goku contemplated. Their current strength was sufficient to handle the preliminary rounds of the tournament. When facing Master Roshi or Piccolo, it would be prudent to reveal just a bit of their true capabilities. The full extent of his power would remain undisclosed until truly necessary. He clenched his fists, sensing the suppressed energy within him, a gift from the convergence of a traveler's foresight and scion heritage, the foundation of his resolve to protect Bulma, Tai, and this world. Now was not the time to reveal it all. Chapter 76. The opening of the martial arts tournament. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was established on the plains outside West City. From a distance, the colorful tents resembled candies scattered across the verdant ground, with red banners stretching across the stands, adorned with the golden embossed characters proclaiming World Martial Arts Tournament. Fluttering in the breeze, the arena was already brimming with spectators, the sounds of vendors hawking snacks, the laughter and chatter of the audience, and the playful shouts of children mingled together, creating an atmosphere as festive as a celebration. As Goku followed Master Roshi and Krillin through the throngs of people, his deep blue martial arts uniform stood out vividly under the sunlight. Occasionally, he turned his head aside to avoid brushing against passing spectators, his eyes filled with curiosity. This was his first formal participation in the tournament, and although the memories of a traveler contained similar scenes, experiencing it firsthand felt refreshingly new. Wow, so many people! Krillin exclaimed, squeezing past two burly men, excitedly pointing toward the competition stage ahead. Look at that platform. It's much larger than the training grounds at Master Roshi's place. There must be many formidable opponents this time. Master Roshi stroked his beard, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. The World Martial Arts Tournament occurs every 3 years, attracting numerous skilled fighters each time. This year may hold unexpected surprises. His words hinted at something deeper, as his gaze inadvertently swept across the shadowy edges of the venue, where an elusive aura seemed to linger. Though he chose not to voice his suspicions, as Wukong followed Master Roshi's gaze, he beheld merely a handful of reporters wielding cameras, diligently capturing the moment. He averted his eyes, subtly clenching his fingers as the memories of a traveler whispered to him that the malevolent presence was no mere illusion. Piccolo had indeed arrived. According to the original timeline, Piccolo would reveal himself midway through the martial arts tournament, slaying the host before challenging the entire assembly. This time, however, Wukong was forewarned and knew he must be prepared, lest Piccolo wreak havoc upon the innocent as he had in the original narrative. Wukong, why are you daydreaming? Krillin nudged him. Hurry and register, or the line will grow even longer. Oh right. Wukong snapped back to reality and followed them toward the contestant registration area. A modest queue awaited him at the registration desk, where competitors stood, some with muscles as solid as iron, others brandishing peculiar weapons, and a few adorned in Taoist robes, exuding an ethereal aura. As he queued, Wukong discreetly attuned himself to the surrounding energies. Most competitors emitted ordinary auras, the strongest barely exceeding 1,000. They posed no threat to him. Yet, behind a grand tree on the western side of the venue, he sensed a familiar, malevolent energy, weak yet piercing, like a needle in his consciousness. It was Piccolo's presence. He had indeed arrived, albeit concealed. Next, Sun Wukong called the registration staff. Wukong stepped forward and received the number tag, 37, adorned with the symbol of the tournament. He affixed the tag to the collar of his martial arts uniform and, upon turning, caught sight of Bulma and Ties waving at him from the audience. Bulma, clad in a pink dress, held a sign emblazoned with words of encouragement, while Ties, standing beside her, peered through binoculars, smiling and nodding in his direction. Wukong waved back, feeling warmth spread within him. With their support, he felt emboldened to face both Piccolo and the challenges ahead. Wukong, what are you looking at? You seem so happy, Krillin remarked. Peering in the direction of Bulma and Ties, his eyebrows raised in mischief. So it's Bulma that has captured your attention. No wonder your face is flushed. Wukong blushed, hastily retorting, not at all. I was merely admiring their sign. After his exclamation, he swiftly made his way to the contestant lounge, eliciting hearty laughter from Krillin. Master Roshi trailed behind, observing Wukong's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. This boy, so clearly affected, yet so stubbornly reticent. Nevertheless, he refrained from further commentary. Contemplating inwardly, should a formidable opponent arise, he would need to lend Wukong a hand, particularly against that ominous energy he had sensed earlier. It was no trifling matter. In the contestant lounge, numerous competitors were already warming up. Some were stretching, others practicing punches, while a few engaged in tactical discussions with their comrades. Wukong found a quiet corner to sit, closing his eyes. On the surface, he appeared to be regulating his breath, but in truth, he was concentrating on pinpointing Piccolo's location. The malicious aura lingered on the western side of the venue, unmoving. It seemed Piccolo intended to strike at a critical moment in the competition. Piccolo, Wukong silently vowed, lightly tapping his knee, this time, I shall not allow you to prevail. You seek vengeance against me and aspire to dominate the world. I shall thwart you at every turn. He recalled the actions of Piccolo during the martial arts tournament in the original story, reflecting on the innocent lives extinguished by Piccolo's hand. His gaze instinctively grew cold, but he quickly regained his composure, ensuring that no one could perceive any anomaly, especially now, as Piccolo might be observing him in secret. Goku, look at that guy. Krillin suddenly leaned in, pointing to a man in a black martial arts uniform not far away. He just shattered that stone with a single punch. How impressive. Goku opened his eyes and glanced at the man. The energy he exuded was roughly around 1,500, indeed stronger than the average contestant, yet still far inferior to Piccolo. He smiled lightly and replied, not bad, just be cautious during the match. Krillin nodded, then pointed in another direction. And that woman over there, I heard she uses poison needles. We should be careful of her too. Understood, Goku acknowledged. But his thoughts lingered on Piccolo. Piccolo's combat prowess surpassed that of every participant present, and he wielded the deadly technique known as the special beam cannon. It was imperative to devise a counter-strategy. He touched the Senzu beans in his pocket, given to him by Ties before her departure, who had mentioned they could save his life in critical moments. Now, it seemed their utility might indeed be required. Before long, the voice of the host resonated throughout the venue, amplified for all to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed contestants, welcome to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The competition is about to commence, so all participants please prepare and enter in the order of your number plates. The audience erupted with fervent cheers, and Bulma along with Ties stood up, enthusiastically waving at Goku. Rising to his feet, Goku gestured back at them before following the other contestants toward the waiting area near the competition stage. As he passed a large tree on the west side of the venue, Goku deliberately slowed his pace, catching a glimpse of the area behind the tree, which was devoid of any presence. However, he noticed several peculiar leaves on the ground, not from this tree, but from a plant native to the deep mountains where Piccolo often resided. Indeed, he had been here. Goku confirmed in his mind, continuing forward without hesitation. He was acutely aware that Piccolo was secretly observing him, The forthcoming matches required not only victory, but also vigilance against any sudden assault from Piccolo. Contestant number 37. Son Goku, prepare. You're up next. A staff member called out. Goku took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and prepared for the competition that was about to begin. Knowing Piccolo would soon arrive, he was ready. Chapter 77. Preliminaries. Annihilating the opponent. The arena for the martial arts tournament preliminaries was divided into 4 zones, with a canvas-covered platform surrounded by red rope nets. Judges stood at the center of each platform, holding yellow flags to signify their decisions. The cheers from the audience were even more fervent than during the opening ceremony, with many spectators crowding at the edges of the platform, eagerly on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the thrilling confrontations. Goku stood beside platform number 3, gripping the number 37 plate. His gaze fixed on his opponent across the way, a robust man clad in a gray martial arts uniform, his arms bulging with muscles as he flexed his wrists, his expression dripping with disdain. As he scrutinized Goku, he intentionally puffed out his chest and taunted, "Kid, given your age, it would be wise to concede now, lest you find yourself flat on the ground later, losing face." The surrounding spectators erupted in cheers, and someone shouted in jest, "That's Iron Fist Yamamoto." During the last martial arts tournament preliminaries, a single punch sent the opponent flying out of the ring. Some spectators turned to Goku, whispering amongst themselves, "Can this child truly hold his own? He appears so frail and weak. One can only hope he isn't reduced to tears." Goku scratched his head, refraining from disputing the fact that he had never heard of this Iron Fist Yamamoto in the memories of his past life. Sensing the opponent's energy was merely around 300, even weaker than Krillin, it was clear that he could finish him off effortlessly. However, he knew he must not appear too relaxed. He had to feign a diligent effort, lest he attract undue attention. If he were to be scrutinized by the observant Piccolo, revealing his true strength prematurely would be detrimental. The match commenced. The referee raised his flag and brought it down forcefully. Yamamoto charged forward almost instantaneously, his right fist slicing through the air towards Goku's chest, shouting, "Take my punch." Evidently, he did not regard Goku as a worthy opponent, intent on a swift victory to showcase his prowess before the audience. Goku was well aware of this, stepping back lightly to evade Yamamoto's blow. He deliberately slowed his reaction time. Had he acted at his usual speed, he could have effortlessly dodged without moving, but that would be too conspicuous. Yamamoto's punch missed, and he paused momentarily before sneering, "You're quite nimble at dodging, but how long can you keep it up?" With that, he swung his left fist at Goku's cheek, accelerating his attack slightly. This time, Goku chose not to evade but rather raised his arm, gently blocking Yamamoto's punch with his forearm. He intentionally moderated his strength, allowing his arm to tremble slightly without deflecting the opponent's fist as he typically would. Yamamoto felt as though his fist had struck cotton, the force dissipating significantly. Furrowing his brow, he exerted more power. "What are you trying to prove, you brat?" The spectators began to sense something amiss, murmuring among themselves, "What is happening? Has Yamamoto's punch lost its strength?" Others remarked, "That child looks weak, yet he can withstand Iron Fist." Goku, unwilling to prolong the encounter, seized the moment while Yamamoto exerted himself. He suddenly raised his hand, gently pressing his palm against Yamamoto's chest, employing less than 10% of his strength, just enough to disrupt Yamamoto's balance without causing injury. Yamamoto felt a gentle yet irresistible force at his chest, causing him to stagger backward, his feet faltering as he retreated to the edge of the ring. With a slip, he fell off the platform with a thud. The referee hurried over, crouching beside Yamamoto, asking, "Can you continue the match?" Yamamoto propped himself up, touching his chest, feeling no pain, only confusion. He could not comprehend how he had lost. That blow had felt so light. How could he possibly have lost his footing? He looked up at Goku on the ring, his eyes filled with bewilderment and a hint of indignation. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Ignoring his complaints, the referee raised his flag, pointing towards Goku, announcing loudly, "Number 37, Son Goku, is the victor." A wave of cheers erupted from the audience, Bulma rising excitedly, waving her sign and exclaiming, "Goku is amazing." Tais clapped joyfully, her eyes glimmering with pride. She knew Goku was strong, but she had not anticipated he would win so effortlessly without revealing too much of his potential. Krillin squeezed to the edge of the ring, leaning towards Goku and whispering, "Goku, you are truly incredible. That last move was too easy. I thought you'd have to exchange a few more blows." Wukong leapt down from the arena, casting a sidelong glance at Krillin while whispering, "Do keep your voice down. If you appear too formidable, you may attract unwanted attention." As he spoke, his peripheral vision swept across the venue, noting that Piccolo's aura remained stationed in the western sector, unmoving, suggesting that Piccolo was still observing and had no intention of intervening. At that moment, Master Roshi sauntered over, stroking his beard with a half-smile directed at Wukong. "Young lad, you were holding back just now, weren't you? With your prowess, there was no need for evasion. You could have secured victory outright." Wukong felt a jolt of surprise internally, yet feigned ignorance outwardly. "Master, I assure you I did not. I exerted myself fully. My arms are quite sore from blocking his punches." He deliberately rubbed his arms, adopting an exaggeratedly fatigued demeanor. Master Roshi chose not to expose him, merely chuckling. "Is that so? Well, do prepare diligently for the next bout. Your subsequent opponents may prove even more formidable." He understood that Wukong possessed his own strategies, and, given the boy's inherently kind nature, concealing some strength was not necessarily detrimental. It might even be to prevent scaring others. Wukong nodded and followed Master Roshi toward the resting area. Along the way, he observed the ongoing matches on other platforms. Some competitors were locked in fierce contests, while others, like himself, emerged victorious with apparent ease. His mind was abuzz with calculations. The forthcoming preliminaries likely wouldn't present a significant challenge, so he resolved to conserve his energy, aiming for an early advancement without drawing too much attention, saving his full effort for when he faced Piccolo. Before long, the next preliminary match commenced, and Wukong's opponent was a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform, wielding a short staff, suggestive of a practitioner of staff techniques. As the match began, the young man charged at Wukong with agility, his staff techniques displaying notable finesse as he swept toward Wukong's legs and then struck at his shoulder. Wukong deliberately slowed his movements, evading while occasionally deflecting the staff with his hands. When the young man's tempo slowed, Wukong seized the opportunity to deftly grasp one end of the staff and pull it aside. The young man, caught off guard, lost his grip, tumbling forward, and Wukong swiftly hooked his ankle with his foot, causing the young man to crash onto the arena floor. Number 37, Sun Wukong, victorious, the referee proclaimed once more. This time, the audience erupted in even louder cheers, some beginning to remember Wukong's name. "That boy named Sun Wukong is quite impressive," others remarked, "though he appears young. His agility is remarkable. He might just make it to the finals." Wukong descended from the platform, returning the staff to the young man with a smile. "Your staff techniques are commendable. Keep up the good work next time." The young man accepted the staff, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his head. "Thank you. You are far more skilled than I." Krillin sidled up, his face alight with admiration. "Wukong, you truly excel at playing it cool. That last move was effortlessly executed, yet you were so polite." Wukong patted Krillin's shoulder, responding, "In competition, it's best to keep things light. There's no need to pressure others too harshly." Yet in his heart, he mused, the more discreet he remained, the more unexpected he could be when Piccolo finally appeared, allowing him to protect everyone more effectively. Bulma and Tais also approached, Tais offering Wukong a bottle of water. "You performed admirably just now. I trust you weren't injured?" Wukong took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip, shaking his head. "It's fine. The opponent isn't formidable, and there's no need to sustain injuries." Bulma smiled and said, "I knew you would definitely advance. There's another preliminary match soon. If you win, you'll enter the main competition. I'll cheer for you then." Wukong nodded, glancing towards the west side of the venue where Piccolo's aura remained stable, devoid of any movement. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead. The current preliminaries were merely a warm-up. He clenched his fists, silently chanting, "Piccolo, I await you. But before that, I must advance discreetly, concealing my true strength from you." Chapter 78. Krillin versus his opponent. The cheers from the preliminary matches had not entirely subsided when the referee approached the third arena with a number card, announcing loudly, "Next up, number 42 Krillin versus number 51 Rock." Krillin immediately leaped from the edge of the audience, his blue martial arts uniform still speckled with remnants of snacks from earlier as he cheered for Wukong. He ran to the edge of the arena and gazed up at his opponent, momentarily taken aback. The man named Rock stood an imposing 2 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as a door and arms thicker than Krillin's waist, resembling a small mountain on the platform. Looking down at Krillin, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Are you sure you want to fight me, little guy? Don't cry for your mother when I touch you. The audience erupted in laughter, some pounding their tables exclaiming, Rock is a powerhouse. Last time, he tossed his opponent right out of the ring. Others shouted at Krillin, just concede. Fighting him is asking for a beating. Krillin clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He had not trained under Master Roshi for long, although he had learned numerous techniques. Facing such a towering opponent left him uncertain. He glanced back at Wukong and Master Roshi, his eyes pleading for assistance. Master Roshi, stroking his beard, spoke calmly, Krillin, don't panic. No matter how tall the opponent, weaknesses exist. Observe carefully. Standing beside Master Roshi, Wukong had already discerned Rock's vulnerabilities. Although he had not encountered this formidable rock in the memories of a traveler, he recognized a common flaw among such towering adversaries, a high center of gravity and unstable lower body. Often, to maintain upper body strength, they neglected leg training. By targeting the lower body, one could easily unbalance them. As Rock entered the arena, Wukong had particularly sensed his aura and noted that the energy fluctuations in his legs were markedly weaker than those in his upper body, reinforcing his understanding of this weakness. The match commenced. The referee waved the flag. True to form, Rock wasted no time. Charging towards Krillin with large strides, his right fist raised, aimed directly at Krillin's head. The wind from his punch causing Krillin's hair to flutter. Krillin quickly dove aside, barely evading the punch, which struck the arena floor, creating a small dent in the canvas. Nice dodge, Rock scoffed, sweeping his left leg in an attempt to trip Krillin. Reacting swiftly, Krillin leaped back, avoiding the strike, yet a cold sweat trickled down his back. The range of Rock's attacks was overwhelming. He had no opportunity to close the distance. Seeing 2 consecutive misses, Rock grew impatient. Alternating his fists in a relentless barrage towards Krillin, the punches raining down like droplets, leaving Krillin no choice but to continuously evade, with no chance to counterattack. The cheers from the audience grew increasingly fervent, all rallying behind Krillin, while some derided Tien. All you do is dodge. Why not fight back? Bulma, feeling anxious, grasped Tien's arm and exclaimed, why isn't Krillin counterattacking? At this rate, he'll wear himself out. Tien, furrowing her brow, focused intently on the arena and remarked, Rock seems to be a bit sluggish on his feet. If only Krillin could maneuver behind him. Upon overhearing Tien's observation, Goku seized the moment to shout, Krillin, don't just evade. Strike at his lower limbs. He has no strength in his legs. Gasping for breath while evading, Krillin was struck by Goku's words. He had also noticed Rock's cumbersome leg movements, but had hesitated to launch an attack. Spotting an opening, as Rock swung his fist once more, Krillin did not retreat, but instead surged forward, darting to the side of Rock's leg. With his right fist clenched, he struck fiercely at the outer side of Rock's knee. Ugh! Rock suddenly cried out in pain, his knee buckling as he nearly collapsed. He had not anticipated Krillin's sudden assault on his lower body and felt a sharp ache radiate through his leg, rendering him unsteady. Now's your chance, Goku shouted again. Krillin, realizing the opportunity, swiftly circled to the other side of Rock's leg and delivered another punch to his calf. This time, Rock could no longer maintain his balance. His body lurched forward, and as he attempted to brace himself with his hands, Krillin seized the moment, wrapping his arms around Rock's waist and forcefully pushing him. Rock's massive form toppled forward with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. The referee hurried over, crouching beside Rock and inquiring, Can you continue the match? Struggling to rise, Rock grimaced in pain from his knee and calf, realizing he lacked the strength to stand. He could only shake his head in frustration, admitting, I lost. The referee raised his flag, pointing at Krillin, and announced loudly, Competitor number 42, Krillin, is the victor. The audience fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into even more deafening cheers. Those who had previously mocked Krillin now exclaimed, Well done. Who would have thought such a small fighter could be so formidable? Bulma, exhilarated, leaped up, waving her sign and shouting, Krillin is amazing. Tien also smiled and applauded, casting a look of approval at Goku. She had recognized Rock's weakness as well, but Goku had been quicker to point it out and accurately guided Krillin to attack. It seemed Goku's observational skills surpassed her expectations. Krillin jumped off the stage and rushed to Goku's side, excitedly patting his shoulder. Goku, you're incredible. If you hadn't reminded me to target his lower body, I definitely wouldn't have won. How did you know he was weak there? Goku scratched his head, chuckling. I noticed when he walked, he lifted his legs high and moved slowly, so I figured he might lack strength in his lower body. I didn't expect it to be true. He deliberately refrained from mentioning that his judgment was based on his experience as a time traveler, to avoid revealing his identity. Master Roshi approached, patting Krillin on the head. Well done, Krillin. You listened to advice and seized the opportunity. You've made great progress. Turning to Goku, he added with a twinkle in his eye. And you, Goku, are quite impressive. Your observations are remarkably keen, even sharper than this old man. With a chuckle, Wukong refrained from responding, his gaze subtly sweeping over the western side of the venue. Throughout the match, he had remained attuned to the surrounding energies. Piccolo's presence was still unchanged, indicating that he was patiently observing and had no intention of making a move just yet. Krillin, brimming with excitement, continued to share his thoughts on the recent match with Wukong, while Bulma and Taiz approached, offering Krillin a bottle of water. With a smile, Bulma exclaimed, Krillin, that was an incredible match. I thought you were going to lose. Krillin accepted the water, sheepishly scratching his head. It was all thanks to Wukong's reminders. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have managed. As they conversed, the referee called out the number for the next match. Glancing at the announcement and realizing it was not his turn, Wukong guided Krillin to the resting area. In a hushed tone, he advised, Krillin, the upcoming matches may present stronger opponents. Stay calm, regardless of who you face. Observe carefully before making your move. You will undoubtedly prevail. Krillin nodded, his fist clenched with determination. Yes, I will. With you by my side, I'm not afraid. Wukong smiled, yet his thoughts lingered on the potential challenges ahead. He believed the matches would proceed without significant issues, but the true threat remained Piccolo. He needed to maintain a low profile until Piccolo revealed himself, at which point he would unleash his true power, ensuring the safety of those around him and preventing Piccolo from inflicting harm on the innocent, as had occurred in the original narrative. Chapter 79. Bulma and Taiz bring energy drinks after Krillin's victory. The resting area buzzed with excitement. Master Roshi was surrounded by a group of spectators eager to learn martial arts techniques, while Krillin politely greeted passing competitors, his face still aglow with exhilaration. Leaning against the railing, Wukong had just finished a bottle of ordinary mineral water. Given his current physique, he didn't require any additional energy replenishment. Even a full day of matches would not tire him. He remained silent, waiting for the announcement of the next match. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Bulma and Taiz appeared, carrying a white insulated bag. Bulma's pink hair was styled into a bun, and she waved two small flags emblazoned with messages of encouragement for Wukong. Taiz cradled the insulated bag, her lips curving into a gentle smile, and their presence drew the attention of many nearby. Wukong, Krillin, Bulma shouted, waving the flags as she hurried over to Wukong. Krillin, you were amazing in that match. And Wukong, your guidance was superb. I knew you both could win. Taiz also paused, opening the insulated bag to reveal 2 bottles of orange drink, which she offered to Wukong and Krillin. This is an energy drink that Bulma and I prepared this morning, enriched with honey and fruit juice to replenish your stamina. You both should have some after your match. Wukong observed the portable bottles, typically used by Bulma, adorned with a small sticker depicting a cartoon version of himself alongside the words "Keep it up." It was evident that they had gone out of their way to prepare this for him. He understood that, given his Scion constitution, such a common energy drink would have little effect, but seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he had no reason to decline. Thank you both. Wukong replied with a smile, feeling the warmth of the bottle, freshly removed from the insulated bag. He twisted off the cap and deliberately tilted his head back to take a generous sip, smacking his lips in feigned delight. Wow, this is delicious. Far better than ordinary juice. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled, and she proudly placed her hands on her hips. Of course, this is a formula that Taiz and I have researched for quite some time, enriched with mangoes and bananas for a rapid energy boost, specifically crafted for your competition. Taiz chuckled and turned to Krillin, saying, Krillin, you should have some too. We'll be counting on you in the next match. Krillin had already been eyeing the drink and quickly accepted the other bottle that Taiz offered, eagerly unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. Delicious. Much better than the taste of the senzu beans Master Roshi gives us. Hey, you brat. Master Roshi, overhearing Krillin's comment from a distance, feigned anger and shot him a glare. Senzu beans can instantly restore stamina. Can this drink compare? Laughter erupted among the group, with Bulma covering her mouth in amusement. Master Roshi, while our beverage may not be as potent as the senzu beans, it certainly excels in flavor. Moreover, it is crafted by our own hands. The sentiment is what truly matters. Tai's nodded in agreement, her gaze settling on Goku as she softly remarked, Goku, the next match should be starting soon. If you feel weary, be sure to drink more, don't push yourself. I know. Goku replied, taking another sip of the drink, secretly amused that he felt invigorated. He could easily handle not just the upcoming match, but even 10 consecutive ones. However, putting on a show for them to ease their concerns was also quite pleasant. He noticed the flicker of worry in Tai's eyes, likely stemming from her concern that his earlier coaching of Krillin, combined with his own 2 matches, might have drained his energy, prompting her to prepare the drink for him. Nearby competitors observed this interaction, whispering among themselves, are those 2 girls their friends? How thoughtful of them to prepare energy drinks. Another remarked enviously, if someone made me such a delicious drink, I'm sure I could win the match. After finishing half the beverage, Krillin wiped his mouth and addressed Bulma and Tai's. Thank you for the drink. I feel completely revitalized. I'm certain I will win the next match. Bulma smiled and patted Krillin on the shoulder. Go for it. We will be cheering you on from below. Tai's retrieved a tissue from her cooler and handed it to Krillin. Don't drink too quickly. Be careful not to choke. Goku watched the trio interact, feeling a warm sense of belonging. Since arriving in this world, although endowed with formidable power, the most precious treasure remained the companionship of these individuals. Bulma's vivacity, Tai's gentleness, Krillin's enthusiasm, and Master Roshi's teachings all made him feel that even though he was far from his original world, he had discovered a new home. He quietly sensed the atmosphere around him. Piccolo's presence remained in the western spectator area, unmoving and devoid of malice. It seemed Piccolo was patiently observing, not intending to strike prematurely. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Piccolo did not suddenly attack, he could smoothly advance to the next round and face Master Roshi in the finals before confronting Piccolo's challenge. Goku, the next match is about to begin. The referee is calling your number. Tai suddenly reminded him, pointing towards the referee not far away. As Wukong raised his gaze, he indeed saw the referee holding up a number plate, calling out, Number 37, Son Wukong, prepare to enter the arena. He quickly finished the remaining drink and handed the empty bottle to Bulma, exclaiming, I'm up. Don't worry, I'm sure I can win. Go for it, Wukong. Bulma waved her flag, her voice ringing clear and bright. Taisi nodded, her eyes brimming with trust. We believe in you. With a smile, Wukong turned and strode towards the stage. After a few steps, he glanced back at Bulma and Taisi, who stood fixed in place, their eyes following him intently. Krillin waved from the side, while Master Roshi stroked his beard, offering encouragement with his gaze. In his heart, Wukong silently vowed, for these people, I must protect this world and not allow Piccolo to destroy it. Upon reaching the edge of the stage, Wukong took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, ready to face the next match. Although his opponent was likely not formidable, he intended to reserve his strength and conceal his true abilities. For the real battle awaited him ahead. Chapter 80, The Battle of the Eight Strong. The Fishman Warrior. The tournament progressed swiftly. Krillin had just finished his second energy drink in the resting area when the referee approached the central stage with a loudspeaker, announcing, Next up is the first match of the quarterfinals. Number 37, Son Wukong versus number 68, Rock Fish. As the words echoed, a wave of excitement surged through the audience. A nearly 2-meter-tall green figure emerged from the contestant passageway. His skin was covered in fine scales, with sharp black claws on his fingers and toes, and gill-like folds on the sides of his face. He swaggered with exaggerated movements, his eyes filled with disdain. This was the Fishman Warrior, Rock Fish, who had effortlessly sent his opponent flying out of the ring during the preliminaries with just 3 moves, even splashing water to flaunt his hydrokinesis. Many spectators remembered this formidable amphibious character. That Fishman again. Bulma tightened her grip on Taisi's hand, having heard that he had injured his opponent's arms in the preliminaries. Is Wukong in danger? Taisi, however, shook her head, her gaze fixed on Wukong, who had just risen. Wukong could overturn a tank with a red sash in one punch. This Fishman shouldn't pose a challenge. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Wukong walking towards the stage, his steps light as if he were taking a stroll, completely dismissing his opponent. Rock Fish, spotting Wukong, grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Little guy, I hear you had a rather easy time in the preliminaries? What a pity, you've encountered me. I can tear apart jellyfish in water and snap trees on land. With your spindly limbs, you won't withstand even a single blow. Standing opposite the stage, Wukong tilted his head to observe Rockfish, quietly sensing his energy fluctuations. He found them to be quite weak, only marginally stronger than the previous opponent, Iron Mountain Rock, falling short of even 500. Forget using the King's fist. Even his ordinary punches would suffice for victory. Ruffling his hair, he earnestly suggested, if you concede now, you won't have to get hurt. Concede? Rockfish let out a hearty laugh, stepping forward with such force that the canvas of the stage buckled beneath him. I, Rockfish, have never known how to write the word concede. As the match commenced, I would first rend your garments asunder, then cast you from the arena, allowing you to comprehend the consequences of provoking a creature of the sea. The audience erupted in cheers, with some brandishing banners proclaiming the inevitable victory of the fierce fish warrior, Rockfish. Master Roshi, stroking his beard, remarked to Krillin, Goku, that boy, still delights in persuading his opponents to concede, yet this fish man truly lacks prowess. Krillin vigorously nodded in agreement. I concur. When Goku was instructing me on how to combat that hulking brute earlier, he hardly exerted any effort. The match commenced. The referee finally lowered the flag. Rockfish sprang into action almost instantaneously, propelling himself forward with the force of a released arrow, his claws slicing through the air towards Goku's shoulder, exclaiming, I shall tear your shoulder apart first. The audience collectively held their breath. Bulma instinctively closed her eyes, while Tais remained fixated on the stage, confident in Goku's ability to evade. Indeed, just as the claws neared Goku's attire, he deftly sidestepped, his movement so swift it appeared to leave an afterimage. Rockfish's claws grasped at nothingness, nearly causing him to tumble off the platform. Stabilizing himself, he turned back in astonishment. How could you evade me? You are simply too slow, Goku replied, remaining poised and unchanged in stance. Moreover, your claws lack any real strength. Even if they were to make contact, they would not rend my clothing. Infuriated, Rockfish raised his left hand, conjuring a sphere of water, a technique he had employed during the preliminary rounds, capable of being hurled as a projectile or concealing shards of ice within. Do you believe evasion will suffice? Witness my water projectile attack, he declared, launching the water sphere towards Goku. The sphere arced through the air, its velocity significantly surpassing that of his previous claw strike, prompting gasps from the audience. Surely he cannot evade this. Yet, Goku remained unmoved until the water sphere was mere inches from his chest, at which point he raised his right hand and delivered a gentle slap to the sphere. With a resounding pop, the sphere shattered into droplets, splattering upon the ground without so much as dampening Goku's attire. Impossible. Rockfish was utterly flustered, unable to fathom that his most esteemed technique had been so effortlessly neutralized by Goku. Drawing a deep breath, he felt a shimmering layer of water enveloping him, enhancing both his speed and strength, albeit for a fleeting moment. This time, let us see how you evade. Rockfish charged once more, his claws aimed at Goku's chest and neck, moving nearly twice as fast as before. Goku, now slightly more earnest, not due to Rockfish's newfound vigor, but rather a desire to conserve time, watched as Rockfish approached. Lowering his body slightly, he suddenly unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Rockfish's abdomen. Ugh! Rockfish emitted a muffled groan, his body freezing instantly, claws halting mere centimeters from Goku. His eyes widened in shock, froth escaping his mouth, clearly knocked unconscious by the impact. Goku retracted his fist and gently nudged Rockfish's body. The Lockfish lay motionless on the arena floor, resembling a heap of mud. A brief silence enveloped the venue, only to be shattered moments later by thunderous applause. The referee hurried over, crouched beside the Lockfish to assess the situation, then raised Goku's hand and declared loudly, Number 37, Son Wukong, is the victor. Goku flashed a smile towards the audience before descending from the stage, heading in the direction of Bulma and Tais. Goku, you were incredible, Bulma exclaimed as she rushed over, handing him a bottle of water. That fishman was so fierce. I thought you might be caught. Tais chimed in with a grin. I knew you would be fine. His speed and strength were far too lacking. Goku accepted the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip, nonchalantly stating, his combat power was far too low. It wasn't even a challenge. I didn't even need to use my full strength. Master Roshi approached and patted Goku on the shoulder. Well done, showing restraint. However, your next opponent won't be so weak. You must take it a bit more seriously. Goku nodded, aware that the forthcoming match was the semi-finals against King Chai Ba. a martial artist who, in the original story, was bested by a single punch from a younger Goku. Although slightly stronger than the Lockfish, he was not formidable enough to pose a real threat. Goku mused to himself, King Chai-Ba probably need to go all out. One punch should suffice. At that moment, the referee began announcing the competitors for the next quarterfinal match. Goku, along with Bulma and Tais, returned to the resting area, preparing to watch the next contest while also readying himself for the semifinals. Although his opponent was not particularly strong, he still wished to maintain a low profile to avoid revealing his true capabilities too soon, especially with Piccolo observing from the stands. Chapter 81, Semifinals. King Chai-Ba. The afternoon sun during the martial arts tournament was quite intense, and the area beneath the sunshade surrounding the arena was packed with spectators, even the aisles overflowing with people. The interest in the semifinals had doubled compared to earlier rounds, particularly for the match between the Dark Horse Goku and the seasoned veteran King Chai-Ba, with nearly everyone debating who would emerge victorious. King Chai-Ba was renowned in the martial arts community for his formidable prowess. It was said that he had trained for 20 years in the Iron Head technique, capable of breaking steel plates with his bare hands. During the quarterfinals, he had even injured his opponent with a single whirlwind kick, resulting in a fractured collarbone and a forfeiture. At that moment, he donned a black martial arts uniform, with a red belt cinched at his waist, as he ascended the arena with measured steps, prompting the audience to erupt in chants of King Chai-Ba will surely win. Many older spectators held up photographs of him from his younger days, clearly loyal fans. Goku, your opponent this time is King Chai-Ba. Bulma grasped Tais' arm, her voice tinged with urgency. I just checked his background. He has won the Regional Martial Arts Championship 3 times. Don't take him lightly. However, Tais gazed at Goku's back, gently shaking her head. Have you forgotten? Goku easily defeated General White, who wielded a red satin belt. No matter how strong King Chai-Ba is, he is merely the pinnacle of ordinary humanity and cannot harm Goku. Master Roshi stroked his beard in agreement. Indeed, King Chai-Ba's skills are solid, but he relies too heavily on traditional techniques. Against someone like Goku, who plays outside the conventional rules, he stands no chance. Krillin nodded vigorously. I concur. Goku barely broke a sweat against that fishman. As they conversed, Goku had already positioned himself in the center of the arena. Chai-Ba Wang scrutinized the boy before him, his brow tightly furrowed. The child appeared to be merely in his teens and was not particularly robust in stature. However, his journey through the preliminary rounds to the quarterfinals had been marked by a series of decisive victories, leaving Chai-Ba Wang perplexed about the boy's true capabilities. He spoke in a grave tone. Young man, I understand that your recent victories may have inflated your ego, but martial arts cannot be mastered through speed alone. I have trained in hard techniques for 20 years. If you concede now, I can ensure you exit with dignity, sparing you from the pain of being defeated and left in tears. Wukong scratched his head and regarded Chai-Ba Wang earnestly. 20 years of training? That's impressive. However, you still cannot defeat me. Why not concede to avoid the pain? Arrogant. Chai-Ba Wang seethed with indignation, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. I shall see what abilities you possess, daring to utter such bold words. The audience erupted with enthusiasm, whistles echoing towards Wukong, while others brandished signs advocating for Chai-Ba Wang, clearly doubting the capabilities of this youthful contender. As the referee observed both competitors poised for action, he raised his flag and proclaimed loudly, First match of the semifinals, Wukong versus Chai-Ba Wang. Let the contest commence. As the flag fell, Chai-Ba Wang sprang into action. Unlike Rockfish, who charged directly, he propelled himself sideways, his feet barely grazing the ground. His right hand slicing through the air towards Wukong's shoulder, executing his signature move, the stone-splitting palm, reputed to cleave granite in two. He intentionally withheld his full strength, seeking to gauge Wukong's reaction. Wukong remained stationary until the gust from the palm nearly brushed against his shoulder, at which point he deftly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Chai-Ba Wang's palm barely grazed Wukong's martial attire, leaving him astonished at the boy's remarkable reflexes. Before Chai-Ba Wang could retract his hand, Wukong advanced a step. His right hand clenched lightly into a fist, targeting Chai-Ba Wang's chest. The blow appeared feeble, lacking speed, and Chai-Ba Wang believed he could easily deflect it. He swiftly raised his left arm to block, scoffing, such a weak punch, but before he could finish, a tremendous force surged through his chest, akin to being struck by a speeding truck. His body lost all control, his feet lifted off the ground, and he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding thud, Chai Ba-Wang crashed onto the grassy area outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but the intense pain in his chest rendered him incapable of even moving a finger. He lay gasping for breath, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how that seemingly light punch could possess such immense power. The audience fell into stunned silence. Those who had just cheered for Chai Ba-Wang stood frozen, even forgetting to lower their signs. After a few moments, someone whispered, "Is this how he wins? With just one punch?" The referee was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rushed to Chai Ba-Wang's side, assessing his condition. Although his breathing was steady, he was clearly unable to rise, having lost the ability to continue fighting. The referee stood, raised Wukong's hand, and announced loudly, "Wukong is the victor. He advances to the finals." Wukong smiled at the audience as he descended from the platform, making his way toward Bulma and the others. "Wukong, you are truly remarkable." Bulma rushed over immediately, handing him a bottle of ice water. "I was just worried that you might be struck by the stone-splitting palm of King Chiba. Yet you triumphed with a single punch." Tai Si also smiled as she offered a towel. "I told you there was nothing to worry about. King Chiba's strength pales in comparison to yours." Master Roshi patted Goku on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. "Well done. Your punch may seem ordinary, yet it concealed a clever technique. You not only won the match, but also refrained from harming King Chiba. This is the true essence of martial arts." Goku accepted the towel and wiped his sweat, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I was just afraid of hurting him, so I only used a little force. I didn't expect him to be so weak, just as I remembered." "Remembered?" Krillin asked curiously. "Goku, have you encountered King Chiba before?" Goku quickly realized he had let something slip and laughed awkwardly. No, I just thought he didn't look very strong. Haha." Although Krillin was somewhat puzzled, he didn't press further, as Goku always had many strange intuitions. Goku discreetly glanced towards the audience section on the west side, where he sensed a familiar presence. Piccolo was still there, and during the match, he felt Piccolo's gaze fixed on him, devoid of malice but scrutinizing. Goku mused, "Piccolo must have already discerned that I am stronger than an ordinary human, but he hasn't realized I am a scion. This works perfectly. After the finals, I shall settle things with him properly." At that moment, the referee began announcing the participants for the next round of the semifinals. Goku, Bulma, and the others walked to the resting area, preparing to watch the upcoming match while eagerly anticipating the final showdown. He knew that his opponent in the finals would be Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan, and that match would indeed require him to be serious. Chapter 82. The final battle against Master Roshi. As the bell for the finals of the martial arts tournament rang, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Almost everyone in the audience stood up, and even the referee adjusted his attire multiple times, clearly eager for this duel between the mysterious young martial artist and the seasoned master. Jackie Chan emerged from the contestants' tunnel, clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform, a conical hat atop his head, and a false beard adorning his chin. He walked with a straight posture, resembling a reclusive sage. Unbeknownst to everyone, this was actually Master Roshi in disguise, who had deliberately concealed his identity to personally assess Goku's growth during this period and to see if the boy had become arrogant or complacent. "Is that really Jackie Chan?" Bulma grasped Tai Si's hand tightly, her eyes fixed on the stage. "I heard he was the runner-up in last year's tournament, exceptionally strong. Can Goku defeat him?" Tai Si, however, observed Jackie Chan's retreating figure and chuckled softly. "Don't you think he bears a striking resemblance to someone you know? Moreover, look at his posture. It's somewhat akin to Master Roshi's." Bulma paused, scrutinizing closely, and suddenly her eyes widened. He does look a bit like him. Could it be?" While they were conversing, Goku had already stepped onto the stage. He gazed at Jackie Chan before him, suppressing a smile. In his memories from before his journey, he had long recognized this as Master Roshi's disguise and could even vaguely see a few strands of white hair peeking out from beneath the hat. He feigned ignorance, scratching his head, and remarked, "Uncle, you look incredibly formidable. If I lose, please don't mock me." Jackie Chan cleared his throat and deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "Youngster, martial arts is a contest of strength, not mere words. Once the match begins, I shall show no mercy." Laughter erupted from the audience, many finding the boy's naivety amusing for daring to speak to Jackie in such a manner. However, Master Roshi chuckled inwardly, thinking, "This lad certainly knows how to put on a show. Soon he'll realize my true prowess. As the referee observed both competitors readying themselves, he raised the flag and announced loudly, "The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku versus Jackie Chan, begin." The moment the flag fell, Jackie was the first to move. Unlike his previous opponents who charged straight at him, he lightly stepped forward, his body swirling like a gust of wind as he circled behind Goku. With his right hand forming a palm, he gently tapped Goku's back, a fundamental technique of softboxing designed to test his opponent's reflexes without causing harm. Goku understood that Master Roshi was testing him. He purposely slowed his reaction time, only turning sharply when Jackie's hand nearly made contact, his right hand blocking Jackie's wrist, smiling as he said, "Uncle, you're so fast." Jackie's eyes lit up. The boy's reflexes were far quicker than he had anticipated. He did not relent, swiftly launching his left hand towards Goku's chest, the move twice as fast as before. Goku continued to deliberately restrain his speed, leaning back just enough to evade the strike, while his left foot subtly hooked to trip Jackie. Yet, Jackie, seasoned in combat, had anticipated this move, springing upwards with a light push off the ground, his right foot aimed at Goku's shoulder. Cheers erupted from the audience. Many were captivated by Jackie's technique. Even Bulma clenched her fists in tension, urging, "Goku, dodge it." Goku gracefully sidestepped, simultaneously grasping Jackie's ankle, gently pulling him, skillfully controlling the force to neither topple Jackie nor fail to demonstrate his ability to counter. Jackie executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully, increasingly astonished. This boy possessed greater strength and reflexes than when he had last taught him the Kamehameha technique, and he demonstrated restraint, evidence that his teachings had not been in vain. The two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds. Goku consistently employed basic punches and kicks, occasionally utilizing the rudimentary form of the Kamehameha, deliberately suppressing his energy to allow Jackie to evade with ease. Jackie reciprocated with various foundational techniques, intentionally leaving openings for Goku to exploit, creating the illusion of a balanced contest. From the audience, Krillin was dazzled, exclaiming, "Wow, Goku is amazing," holding his own against Jackie Chan. Master Roshi, seated in the resting area, stroked his beard, chuckling to himself. Only he knew that Goku was deliberately playing along, and had he truly fought, the boy would have emerged victorious long ago. After several more exchanges, Jackie felt it was time to create an opportunity, feigning a slip, stumbling forward, exposing his chest to Goku. Understanding this was a signal from Master Roshi to let him win, Goku pretended not to perceive it, shouting, "Uncle, watch out," and then gently pushing Jackie's chest with his right hand. Jackie Chan fell backward with a thud onto the ring, deliberately remaining on the ground for a prolonged moment. The referee hurried over, crouching beside Jackie, and inquired loudly, "Jackie, can you continue the match?" Jackie coughed twice, slowly sitting up, and shook his head. "I concede. This young lad is more formidable than I am." The referee immediately raised Goku's hand, proclaiming loudly, "The finals are over. Goku is the champion of this martial arts tournament." The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with Bulma and Taiz embracing in excitement, while Krillin jumped up, exclaiming, "Goku has won. Goku is the champion." Goku smiled and bowed to Jackie, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, for going easy on me. I still have much to learn." Jackie patted his shoulder, lowering his voice, "Kid, do not become complacent. Your potential is vast, and you must continue to strive." With that, he stood up, removing his hat and false beard, revealing the true identity of Master Roshi. A hush fell over the crowd, only to be followed by an even louder cheer. This mysterious Jackie was indeed Master Roshi. Many in the audience excitedly called out "Master," and even the referee hastily bowed in respect. Goku chuckled inwardly, recognizing that Master Roshi had always enjoyed surprising others. He looked at Master Roshi earnestly and said, "Master, thank you for testing me. I will not disappoint you." Master Roshi smiled and nodded. "Good lad. I knew I was right about you." As they descended from the ring, Bulma and Taiz immediately surrounded them. Bulma, brimming with excitement, handed Goku the trophy. "Goku, you were incredible. You actually defeated Master Roshi." Taiz, however, smiled and remarked, "I think the master let you win, didn't he? You clearly held back during the match." Goku scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. He knew he could not fool Taiz. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the west side of the audience. Goku looked up to see a figure clad in black robes rising slowly, his eyes filled with malice, none other than King Piccolo. Goku's expression turned icy. He has finally arrived. It is time to settle the score. Chapter 83. Master Roshi's acknowledgement of victory. The audience's gasps surged like a wave. Those who had just lamented Jackie Chan's loss were instantly invigorated. Many seasoned martial arts enthusiasts stood up, applauding in excitement. As no one had anticipated that this reclusive martial arts master would personally compete and disguise his identity to give the youth a chance. On the ring, Master Roshi removed his false beard, revealing his white hair and wrinkled visage, yet showing no signs of frailty. He gazed at Goku with pride, patting his shoulder. "Young man, you performed admirably. You did not merely focus on winning but also demonstrated restraint, which is the essence of martial arts." Goku promptly stood upright, his hands clasped before him. Bowing deeply, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Without your teaching of the Kamehameha and the training during this time, I would not have been able to win against you." His words were not mere flattery. In his memories before traversing to this realm, Master Roshi was the mentor who ignited Goku's journey in martial arts. And now, through this match, the master had subtly imparted lessons of humility and restraint. Wukong understood that had he truly exerted his full strength moments ago, he would have likely sent the disguised Master Roshi flying. Yet, rather than expressing anger, Master Roshi took this opportunity to remind him that power is not for ostentation, but for protection. With a hearty laugh, Master Roshi affectionately ruffled Wukong's hair, saying, "My dear child, you are quite earnest. You have not only mastered the Kamehameha technique I taught you, but you also possess the finesse to control its intensity, surpassing my other disciples of yours. However, remember that winning the martial arts tournament is inconsequential. When you encounter stronger foes in the future, you must remain vigilant." "I understand." Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination. "No matter how formidable the adversary, I will protect those around me and refrain from misusing my power." This declaration pleased Master Roshi immensely, and he stroked his beard in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. With such a conviction, I am at ease. You possess not only great talent, but also a kind heart. You will undoubtedly become an extraordinary martial arts master." While they conversed, Bulma and Ties rushed through the crowd, with Krillin trailing behind, proudly clutching the champion trophy he had just received. "Master Roshi, you deceived us by entering the competition," Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, feigning anger yet brimming with admiration. "When you were battling Wukong, I thought he was about to lose. I had no idea you were deliberately holding back." Ties chimed in, smiling as she offered a bottle of water. "Master, your techniques were exquisite. They not only tested Wukong's strength, but also preserved his dignity. Truly thoughtful of you." Master Roshi accepted the water, taking a sip, his gaze towards Ties reflecting increased appreciation. "You are quite observant, young lady, much more so than that girl Bulma. Wukong is fortunate to have friends like you too." Krillin sidled up to Wukong, excitedly raising the trophy. "Wukong, you were incredible. To defeat even Master Roshi makes you my idol." Wukong scratched his head, feeling bashful as he accepted the trophy. "Actually, Master, let me win. I still have much to learn. Do not belittle your achievement." Master Roshi interjected with a serious tone. "Your reflexes and control of power have already surpassed those of an ordinary martial artist. Defeating me is not mere luck, it is a testament to your skill. Remember, a true champion is not measured by how many opponents they can conquer, but by how many they can protect." Wukong felt a jolt within him. Those words resonated like a clarion call to his heart. He recalled instances from the original narrative where his relentless pursuit of strength led him to overlook the feelings of those around him. But now, with Bulma and Ties by his side, and Master Roshi's guidance, he vowed never to repeat those mistakes. "I understand, Master." Wukong bowed deeply, his tone earnest. "From now on, I will wield my power to protect everyone and ensure I do not disappoint you." Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction and turned to the audience, raising his voice slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's finals were, in truth, a test for Wukong. This child possesses not only formidable strength, but also exemplary character. I believe he will one day become a hero who safeguards the earth." The audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers and shouts reverberating, causing the arena to tremble with excitement. Many people waved at Goku, calling him the champion hero, while others held up signs cheering for him, creating a scene even more lively than during the competition itself. Goku looked at the spectacle before him, feeling a warm glow in his heart. This was the world he yearned to protect, a world filled with friends, family, and countless kind-hearted individuals. He discreetly glanced towards the audience in the west. where Piccolo's figure was no longer visible, yet he could sense Piccolo's presence lingering nearby, as if observing him from the shadows. Master, Goku leaned closer to Master Roshi. Speaking in a hushed tone, there was someone in a long black robe earlier. Their aura felt quite dangerous. Did you notice? Master Roshi's smile faded slightly as he nodded, stating, I sensed it too. That energy is malevolent, unlike any human on Earth. If you encounter him in the future, you must exercise caution. He may be stronger than you realize. Goku understood. Master Roshi had indeed detected Piccolo's presence. He clenched his fists, resolute. No matter how powerful Piccolo might be, he would protect the Earth and those dear to him. At that moment, a staff member approached, holding the championship prize and medal, smiling as he addressed Goku. Congratulations, Goku. You have won the championship. Here are your prize money and medal. Goku accepted the prize money and, without a second thought, handed it to Master Roshi, saying, Master, please take this. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have won the competition. Master Roshi was taken aback for a moment, but then laughed heartily, pushing the prize money back. Silly boy, this is rightfully yours. I shall not take it. Use it to buy gifts for Bulma and Tais, or save it for later. That would be far better than giving it to me. Goku looked at the prize money in his hands, then glanced at Bulma and Tais. An idea forming in his mind. He decided to purchase the new type of capsule Bulma had long desired, an astronomical telescope for Tais, and treat Krillin to a grand meal. Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Master. Goku smiled, tucking the prize money away, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the sun began to set, the audience of the martial arts tournament gradually dispersed. Bulma and Tais helped Goku carry the trophy and medal, while Krillin followed closely behind, chattering excitedly about the details of the competition. Master Roshi walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at the young ones, his face radiating pride. Goku walked in the middle, surrounded by friends, feeling an immense sense of security. He understood that tranquil days would not last long. Piccolo would soon take action, but he was prepared. With friends by his side and guidance from his master, he was confident he could defeat Piccolo and safeguard the hard-won peace. We will always stand by you. No matter what dangers lie ahead, Tai seemed to read his thoughts, speaking softly. Bulma nodded in agreement, gripping his hand tightly. Indeed, we have the dragon radar and the weapons invented by my father. They will surely assist you. Goku looked at the two of them, nodding vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Chapter 84. The arrival of Demon King Piccolo before the cheers of the martial arts tournament could fade. The sky over West City suddenly darkened. The once clear afternoon quickly turned ominous as dark clouds gathered like ink stains, while the wind whipped up dust, causing the audience's awnings to rustle violently. The previously vibrant atmosphere froze in an instant. What is happening? The weather forecast didn't predict any storms. Klin grasped his hat, gazing upward in confusion, only to discover that the dark clouds bore no trace of lightning, but rather an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a colossal stone were pressing upon his chest. Bulma instinctively edged closer to Goku, tightening her grip on his sleeve. Goku, why do I feel so uneasy? This wind is so cold. Tai-Si also furrowed her brow, her hand resting on the communicator at her waist, an emergency device she had prepared in advance. Yet, the screen displayed only erratic waves of interference. Something was amiss. This was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a pressure fluctuation induced by an energy field. Goku remained silent, slowly raising his gaze, his eyes piercing through the thick clouds. He could distinctly sense a familiar, yet foreign aura rapidly approaching, cold, sinister, imbued with a desire for annihilation, reminiscent of the Demon King Piccolo from his memories before his journey. Finally, he has arrived, Goku silently mused, his previously cheerful demeanor turning icy. His aura subtly retracting as energy coalesced at his fingertips without alarming anyone. He had been prepared. From the moment the martial arts tournament commenced, he had sensed this lurking presence, knowing Piccolo would inevitably make his move, though he had not anticipated it would occur at the conclusion of the contest. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated from the clouds, not thunder, but the tremor of a heavy object striking the ground. The crowd turned towards the source of the noise, witnessing a purple figure plummet from the clouds, crashing heavily onto the tournament stage. The stone slabs of the arena instantly fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading as debris flew, causing the spectators in the front row to scream and retreat in terror. As the dust settled, the figure of the Demon King Piccolo emerged, clad in a black robe, his green skin glimmering ominously in the dim light. veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze filled with ferocity. Having steadied himself, he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of purple energy towards the nearby judge's stand. Watch out! Goku thought to intervene, but he was a moment too late. With a resounding bang, the judge's stand exploded into fragments. The judge who had been tidying the trophies vanished in a flash of fire, unable even to scream. That bastard! Klin seethed, clenching his fists, eager to charge forward but was restrained by Master Roshi. The elder's expression turned grave as he fixated on Piccolo, his voice trembling. Demon King Piccolo, I never imagined you would truly be resurrected. He had witnessed Piccolo's terror in his youth, fully aware of this monster's capacity for destruction. Although Goku had triumphed in the tournament, facing Piccolo may not guarantee victory. Upon hearing Master Roshi's voice, Piccolo slowly turned his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, someone remembers my name. Indeed, I have not only returned, but shall reclaim dominion over this world. The tournament was quite lively, wasn't it? Perfect. Let me assess just how weak the champions of this world truly are. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately settling on Goku, the young boy in orange training garb, whose aura piqued his interest. You are the one who won the match earlier? You seem somewhat intriguing. Why not become my subordinate? I can ensure your survival. Goku offered no response, merely stepping forward to shield Bulma and Tai Si behind him. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, the atmospheric pressure around him dropping. Piccolo, you shall not harm the innocent. The referee from earlier did not provoke you. What gives you the right to kill him? What gives you the right? Piccolo seemed to have heard a jest, bursting into laughter, declaring, simply because I am Piccolo, the Demon King. Everything in this world belongs to me. I may slay whomever I choose. If you know what is good for you, obey. If you are obstinate, I shall first take your life, and then eradicate everyone else here. Bulma, hiding behind Goku, spoke with a trembling yet resolute voice. Goku, do not fear him. We still possess the Dragon Ball radar. As long as we locate the Dragon Balls, we can defeat him. Tai Si also regained her composure, discreetly pressing the emergency button on her communicator. She had previously deployed drones in West City. Although they might not harm Piccolo, they could buy them some time. Goku, I have activated the drones. Let us retreat and devise another plan. Goku gently shook his head, understanding that retreat was not an option now. Piccolo had just been revived, and his power had not fully returned. Allowing him to escape now would only complicate matters in the future. Moreover, with so many innocents present, if they fled, Piccolo would undoubtedly engage in a massacre. He could not permit such a calamity to occur. You all retreat to a safe place, Goku instructed Bulma and Tai Si, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Leave this to me. I anticipated his arrival and am prepared. Goku, Bulma began to speak, but was interrupted by Tai Si, who understood Goku's unwavering resolve. She nodded. We will wait for you outside the arena. You must be careful. With that, Tai Si took Bulma by the hand, along with Krillin and Master Roshi, and gradually retreated. Piccolo did not hinder them. He deemed these individuals insignificant, believing he could deal with them after vanquishing Goku. In the center of the arena, only Goku and Piccolo stood in confrontation. The clouds loomed lower, and the winds intensified, whipping up dust that obscured vision, yet could not diminish the palpable tension between the two. Piccolo fixed his gaze on Goku, suddenly sensing a shift in the young warrior's aura. What had once seemed like an ordinary martial arts enthusiast now resembled a sword sheathed in its scabbard, though undrawn, emanating a chilling sharpness. Interesting, Piccolo mused, dismissing his earlier scorn. It appears you are no ordinary brat. It's no wonder you dare to challenge me. Let me see just how much strength you truly possess. Goku remained silent, merely clenching his fists. He recognized that this battle was inevitable, and victory was the only option. He not only sought to protect those around him, but also to shatter the tragic narrative of Piccolo's domination over the world. Piccolo, Goku finally spoke, his voice icy. I will not allow you to leave here today. You wish to rule the world? You must first pass through me. Piccolo's eyes blazed with fury as purple energy coalesced in his hands. Very well. Let us see if this little brat can withstand my assault. Thus, a battle that would determine the fate of the Earth was about to commence. Chapter 85. Piccolo kills the host. The smoke from the explosive energy waves had yet to dissipate completely, leaving behind a charred pit on the arena floor and a pungent scent of gunpowder. The host, who had just been counting the competition prizes, vanished completely in the blaze, leaving behind not even a single coherent cry for help. Only his fallen microphone rolled to Goku's feet, emitting a crackling electric noise, as if it were silently accusing the chaos. Panic erupted in the audience, with those in the front rows screaming and pushing back, while those in the rear desperately fled towards the exits. The once orderly stands were instantly thrown into disarray. A child was knocked down by the crowd, their cries merging with the startled gasps of adults, transforming the martial arts event into a chaotic whirlpool. Bulma's face turned pale as she clutched Taiza's arm tightly, her voice trembling. How could he just kill him? That man was merely an ordinary person. She had witnessed the cruelty of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet she had never seen someone like Piccolo so decisively strike down a defenseless individual, as if extinguishing not a life, but merely crushing an ant. Taiz clenched her fists, her fingertips turning white. The drone she had prepared ascended into the sky, its camera focused on the arena. But she had not anticipated Piccolo would announce his presence in such a manner. She observed Goku's silhouette, acutely sensing the shift in his aura. It was no longer the gentleness he had shown Master Roshi, nor the calmness he exhibited against Piccolo, but rather a seething rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Krillin's face flushed with anger, ready to charge forward, yet Master Roshi held him back with a firm grip. Do not act impulsively. Master Roshi's voice was significantly graver than usual, filled with seriousness. You are no match for him. You would only be sending yourself to your demise. But Master, Krillin pleaded, his eyes reddening with urgency. He has killed an innocent person. Are we just going to stand by? Master Roshi did not respond, his gaze fixed on Goku. He understood that the only one capable of halting Piccolo now was the young man who had just triumphed in the martial arts tournament. Goku slowly bent down to retrieve the microphone from the ground. The metallic casing still bore the heat of the recent flames, and his knuckles turned white from the force with which he gripped it. His fingertips even trembled slightly, not from fear, but from anger. In the memories before his journey here, he understood that King Piccolo was ruthless and would stop at nothing to conquer the world. Yet, those were merely facts, words from books, images on screens. It was only at this moment, witnessing an unrelated ordinary person obliterated for merely being in the way, that he truly felt the weight of such malevolence. The piercing pain of his heart constricted. Piccolo. Goku's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, cutting through the chaos surrounding them. He raised his head, the icy demeanor in his eyes replaced by fury, and his once contained aura erupted, creating an invisible pressure that stilled the swirling dust around him. Piccolo, toying with the purple energy at his fingertips, raised an eyebrow in disdain upon hearing Goku's voice. What? Are you feeling sorry for your kind? An inferior human, nothing more. If he is dead, so be it. Why should it matter to you? He is not an inferior human. He is an innocent person. Goku took a step forward, the stone slab of the arena sinking slightly beneath his weight. He did not provoke you, nor obstruct your path. He was merely doing his job. You should not have killed him. Should not. Piccolo laughed as though he had heard the greatest joke. His laughter was filled with brutality. You little imp. Who do you think you are to come and instruct me on how to act? In this world, I can eliminate whomever I desire. Do not speak of a mere host. Even the inhabitants of this city, should I wish for their absence, would not survive the day. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the energy at his fingertips coalesced once more, this time radiating an even brighter light, evidently aimed at the chaotic audience. Stop! Goku suddenly accelerated, dashing to Piccolo's side and striking at his wrist. Taken aback by Goku's swiftness, Piccolo hastily retracted his energy and stepped back, his gaze now tinged with caution. Oh? You possess some skill. It seems your victory in the martial arts tournament was not merely by chance. I do not care what you intend to do or whom you wish to dominate. Goku's fists were clenched tightly, even a trace of blood seeping between his fingers. But if you harm any innocent souls, I will not let you go unpunished. His words were resolute, the determination in his eyes causing Piccolo to squint. The aura surrounding this young man was peculiar. It embodied the innate combat instinct of a scion, yet bore a softness, an empathy for the ordinary and a reverence for life that Piccolo found laughable as weaknesses, yet felt a hint of threat from. Spare me? Piccolo scoffed as the purple energy around him began to expand, casting a shadow over the entire arena. Worry about yourself, little boy. I shall show you how foolish it is to oppose me. Goku uttered no further words, adopting a battle stance. His feet were shoulder-width apart, hands slightly raised, palms directed at Piccolo, his aura intensifying, not to showcase his strength, but to protect those ordinary individuals fleeing behind him, to prevent the tragedy of moments prior from repeating. Bulma watched Goku on the stage, her heart a mixture of worry and pride. She recognized Goku's strength, yet was acutely aware of Piccolo's terror. Yet from Goku's silhouette, she discerned something far more significant than sheer power, a steadfast commitment to justice, a guardian of the innocent. Taiz adjusted the drone's angle, focusing the lens on Goku's profile. She could see the taut line of his jaw, the fury in his eyes, yet also the unwavering resolve deep within. She quietly pressed the communicator, softly advising through Goku's earpiece, "Goku, be careful. I will monitor his energy fluctuations with the drone." Goku did not turn back, but gave a slight nod. He understood that this battle was not solely for himself, but to protect those he cherished, to safeguard this world he had come to regard as home. Piccolo observed Goku's stance, the disdain in his gaze gradually replaced by gravity. He sensed that within this youth lay a terrifying power, surpassing any adversary he had encountered since his resurrection. Very well. Piccolo licked his lips as the purple energy coalesced into a sphere in his hand. "Let me witness, little boy, just how much strength you truly possess." Thus, a confrontation centered on the themes of protection and destruction began to unfold. Chapter 86. The first battle against Piccolo. As the purple energy sphere in Piccolo's palm erupted, the air within the arena felt ignited, a scorching wave of energy rippling outward, sending debris soaring and causing the distant audience's canopy to tremble ominously. "Take this, you brat," Piccolo bellowed, thrusting his arm forward. The energy sphere transformed into a violet beam, hurtling directly toward Goku's face. This was his signature attack, the preliminary form of his demon flash, not executed at full power, yet potent enough to shatter thick steel plates, leaving ordinary fighters with no chance to react. Bulma instinctively covered her mouth, her heart racing. "Goku, be careful." She clutched Tai's wrist tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes fixed on the figures in the arena, fearful of missing a single detail. Tai's drone hovered above, its screen displaying Piccolo's energy metrics, the red numbers continuously climbing. She rapidly typed on her keyboard, calling into Goku's earpiece. "Piccolo's energy level is still rising. He is not using full power, but this attack is extremely fast." However, just as her warning echoed, Goku did not hastily evade. Instead, he appeared prepared, effortlessly sidestepping to the left, his feet not shifting an inch. The violet beam, capable of demolishing steel, grazed his shoulder, exploding against a support pillar behind him, sending shards of stone and wood flying, severing the pillar in two. "What?" Piccolo's pupils constricted, his arrogance momentarily frozen. Though this attack was not lethal, its speed was akin to lightning. Ordinary fighters would scarcely have time to react. Yet Goku had seemingly anticipated the trajectory of the assault, evading it with ease. Goku stood upright, brushing off the dust from his shoulder, his expression devoid of concern. "Is this your technique?" "Too slow." Enraged, Piccolo lunged forward, his green arms suddenly elongating, wrapping around Goku's waist like a vine. This was the hallmark ability of the Namekian race, having ensnared countless opponents in the original tale, rendering them immobile. This time, there's no escape. Piccolo sneered, his arm extending faster than the previous energy blast, closing in on Goku's form. Krillin, frantic from the sidelines, shouted, "Goku, get away. His arm will ensnare you." Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had clearly witnessed Goku retreat a half-step before Piccolo's arm extended, his movements as calm as a leisurely stroll. Indeed, Piccolo's grasp missed entirely, his fingertips merely brushing against Goku's attire. Before Piccolo could retract his arm, Goku suddenly raised his hand, a faint golden energy coalescing at his fingertip, gently tapping Piccolo's arm. "Ugh," Piccolo grunted, feeling a sharp sting in his arm, akin to being pricked by a heated needle. The strength in his outstretched limb dissipated instantly, retracting sharply. He looked down at his arm, noticing faint burn marks beneath his green skin, a mix of shock and fury washing over him. "How did you know I would extend my arm?" Goku offered no response, merely lifting his hand slowly, palm facing Piccolo. "Now it's my turn." As the words left his mouth, Piccolo was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, not from the energy emanating from Goku's palm, but from an acute fear of being outmaneuvered. Instinctively, he rolled to the right just in time, narrowly escaping as a golden energy blast struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a crater half a meter deep. "How could you possibly know I would dodge to the right?" Piccolo pushed himself off the ground, his breath quickening for the first time. He realized he was completely at Goku's mercy, every movement seemingly anticipated in advance. This sensation was far more disheartening than the prospect of defeat. Goku stepped forward, the golden aura surrounding him flowing with deliberate control, sufficient to conceal his full power, yet potent enough to keep Piccolo subdued. "I am well aware of your techniques," he stated. Gazing steadily at Piccolo, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Whether it be your energy blasts, your extended arm strikes, or even the devastating special beam cannon you intend to unleash next, I know them all." The mention of the special beam cannon caused Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically. This was his ultimate technique, one he had never revealed before anyone. How could Goku possibly know? He sharply raised his head, fixing Goku with an intense stare. "Who are you? How do you know my techniques?" "Who I am is irrelevant," Goku replied, shaking his head before suddenly accelerating, appearing before Piccolo in the blink of an eye. Before Piccolo could react, Goku's fist brushed against his cheek, the force of the wind stinging his skin. "What matters is that you cannot defeat me today." Though that punch did not land, it shattered Piccolo's pride completely. He staggered backward. Disbelief etched across his face as Goku's speed, strength, and uncanny ability to predict his moves surpassed all his expectations. He had thought that upon his resurrection, no one on earth could stand in his way, yet this youth loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. "Impossible!" Piccolo roared, his purple energy surging wildly, sending debris from the arena swirling into a miniature tornado. "I am the Demon King Piccolo. How could I possibly lose to a mere child like you?" With his hands pressed together, purple energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming a slender beam, precisely the special beam cannon Goku had previously mentioned. This time, he summoned 70% of his power, vowing to obliterate Goku into fragments. "Goku, get out of the way. This attack is extraordinarily powerful," Master Roshi shouted from the sidelines. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the beam, far exceeding the potency of the earlier attack, Bulma shut her eyes in fright, and Ties clenched her fists, while the drone screen showed Piccolo's energy levels soaring into the red danger zone. Yet Goku stood unmoving, merely observing Piccolo with a gentle shake of his head. "I told you, I am aware of all your techniques." Just as Piccolo prepared to unleash the special beam cannon, Goku suddenly sidestepped to the left and delivered a swift punch to Piccolo's wrist. Piccolo felt a jolt in his wrist, the gathered energy instantly thrown into disarray. The beam veered off course, skimming over Goku's head before crashing into a distant mountainside. A resounding explosion ensued, leaving a massive gaping hole in the rock as debris cascaded downwards. As Piccolo gazed at his chaotic energy and then at the composed Goku, he finally grasped a despairing truth. Goku was not merely fortunate. He genuinely possessed the ability to anticipate every one of Piccolo's moves. All of Piccolo's attacks appeared to unfold in slow motion before Goku, devoid of any threat. "What manner of creature are you?" For the first time, a tremor laced Piccolo's voice as he beheld the golden aura swirling around Goku, suddenly realizing that the youth before him was far more formidable than himself, the Demon King. Goku retracted his fist, the golden aura gradually subsiding. "I am not a monster. I am merely someone who wishes to protect everyone." He regarded Piccolo, his eyes devoid of the previous anger, replaced by tranquility. "If you cease your actions and depart from here, I can spare you." Grinding his teeth, Piccolo fixed his gaze on Goku, reluctant to concede. He was the Demon King, destined to rule the world. How could he possibly lose to a mere boy? Yet, he was acutely aware that continuing the fight would only lead to a more devastating defeat. In their earlier encounters, Goku had clearly been holding back. Should Goku decide to get serious, Piccolo would stand no chance of retaliation. "I will not surrender." Piccolo suddenly roared, once more gathering his energy. He resolved to go all in, launching an attack with all his might, refusing to leave in such a pitiable state, even if it meant mutual destruction. Goku observed Piccolo's frantic demeanor and sighed softly. "It seems you will not heed my advice." His golden aura surged once more, even more potent than before, the pressure palpable even to Master Roshi in the distance. "Goku is getting serious," Master Roshi muttered, his eyes filled with a mix of pride and astonishment. The boy was growing at an astonishing rate. Bulma opened her eyes, gazing at the radiant Goku on the stage, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She knew Goku was destined to win. On Tai's drone screen, Goku's energy level stabilized at an exceedingly high value, exhibiting no signs of turmoil. She smiled and nodded. "Goku, go for it." On the arena, as Piccolo prepared to unleash his full power, Goku readied himself for the counterattack. A true domination was about to commence. Chapter 87. Piccolo's astonishment at the power level. The debris on the arena continued to tumble down as Piccolo's green hand pressed against the ground, his knuckles turning white from exertion. The seemingly casual energy point from Goku had not only interrupted his assault, but also imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure that far exceeded his expectations. That energy resembled a volcano hidden beneath the ocean's depths, seemingly tranquil, yet capable of unleashing cataclysmic power in an instant. How is this possible? Piccolo lifted his gaze, disbelief flooding his green eyes. You are merely a child raised on Earth. How can you possess such strength? Having lived for centuries and encountered countless formidable beings, not even the gods of yore had ever instilled such a sense of suffocation in him. Goku's power was not only immense, but also bore an air of control, as though every ounce of energy was meticulously orchestrated, neither squandered nor ineffective, and capable of exerting dominance at critical moments. Goku stood firm, the golden aura flowing languidly around him, not deliberately released, yet rendering the surrounding air heavy with intensity. Observing Piccolo's astonishment, a cold smile crept onto Goku's lips. A child raised on Earth. Your understanding of me is far too superficial. Suddenly, Piccolo sprang to his feet, the sinews beneath his green skin bulging with disbelief. He could not fathom that this youth could possess such formidable strength. There must be some hidden trick. Drawing a deep breath, he clasped his hands before his chest, and green energy began to coalesce in his palms. This energy was far more potent than the previous magical flash. Even the debris on the arena was drawn into suspension in midair. I refuse to believe it. Piccolo roared, thrusting his hands forward. Receive this attack. Demon Convergence Light Cannon. A concentrated beam of green light shot forth from his palms, its speed tripling from before, the surrounding space warping minutely, clearly indicating he was exerting his utmost effort. This was his trump card, a technique he had once used to severely injure the god of Earth. He was convinced that Goku could not easily evade it. Goku, be careful. This move is exceedingly more powerful. Bulma screamed from the sidelines, her hand tightly gripping Tai's as her palm grew clammy with sweat. On Tai's drone screen, Piccolo's energy levels surged to their peak, the red alarm lights flashing frantically. Tai's rapidly typed on her keyboard, calling into Goku's earpiece. Piccolo's energy has surpassed 8,000. This technique has tremendous penetrating power. You cannot withstand it head-on. Yet, instead of dodging, Goku raised his right hand, palm facing the incoming green beam, as golden energy began to gather into a small orb in his palm. Just as the green beam was about to strike him, Goku gently pushed forth the orb of light. Boom! At the moment of collision between the golden orb and the green beam, a blinding light erupted from the arena, the shockwave sending surrounding debris flying and causing the distant audience seats to shift back by half a meter. As dust swirled in the air, everyone held their breath, uncertain of what lay within. Goku. Bulma stood up anxiously, wanting to rush forward, but was restrained by Master Roshi. Do not rush, he said, his eyes filled with awe. Look. As the dust began to settle, the sight on the arena left everyone astounded. Goku remained steadfast, the golden orb not only blocking the green beam, but also slowly advancing forward. Cracks began to appear at the tip of the green beam, clearly unable to withstand the pressure. Piccolo's face turned ashen. He could feel his demon convergence light cannon being gradually suppressed. Goku's strength loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how much energy he poured into it, he could not shift it even a fraction. Impossible. This cannot be. Piccolo's voice trembled with disbelief. How can your power be so immense? Who are you? Goku slowly retracted his right hand, the golden orb dissipating, causing the green beam to collapse into a myriad of sparkling points. He gazed at Piccolo's despondent expression, his tone icy. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you believe I am the same as in the original story. Original story? Piccolo was taken aback, unable to comprehend the term. Yet he could sense the mockery in Goku's tone, as if Goku was privy to all his schemes, aware of his limitations, even foreseeing his next moves. This feeling of being seen through was far more disheartening than defeat itself. Goku took a step forward, releasing a faint golden aura, which caused the arena floor to crack instantly, forming a web-like pattern. Did you think I would need the turtle hermit's Mafuba or rely on my companions to defeat you, as depicted in the original narrative? The gaze in his eyes reflected the unique understanding of a time traveler. You are mistaken. From the very beginning, I have been distinctly different from the reckless Goku. Piccolo's body trembled, although he could not comprehend the original context or the meaning behind that Goku. He grasped the essence of Goku's words. This young man is stronger than any adversary he has ever known, and his strength is not merely substantial. All of his prior plans and confidence had become a farce in the face of such overwhelming power. What manner of monster are you? Piccolo stepped back, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time, not a fear of death, but a fear of the unknown power before him. He suddenly felt that the youth before him was not human, but rather some divine being concealed within the earth. Goku observed Piccolo's fear, retracting his golden aura, his tone regaining composure. I am not a monster. I am merely someone who wishes to prevent tragedy from recurring. He recalled the devastation brought by Piccolo in the original tale, the innocent lives lost at his hands. If you cease your actions now and depart from Earth, I can spare your life. However, should you remain obstinate, I will not hesitate to ensure your complete annihilation. Piccolo clenched his fists, green nails digging deeply into his palms as blood trickled through his fingers. He was unwilling to accept that he, the great demon King Piccolo, destined to conquer the world, could be bested by a mere boy. Yet he recognized that continuing this battle would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. Goku's power was not only formidable, but also seemed to possess a foresight, as if every movement he made was anticipated, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. I will not concede. Piccolo suddenly lifted his head, green energy surging around him once more. No matter how strong you are, I will give it a try. He charged at Goku, his green arms extending as he concentrated energy into his palms, intending to combine both melee and ranged attacks. That was his final struggle. Goku regarded the advancing Piccolo and shook his head gently, stubborn to the core. He sidestepped Piccolo's elongated arm and struck his back with a swift palm. Golden energy surged into Piccolo's body, causing him to feel an excruciating pain in his back as his internal energy spiraled into chaos, forcing him to stumble forward, nearly collapsing. Cough! Piccolo spat out a stream of green blood, turning to face Goku, his eyes filled with despair. He finally comprehended that the chasm between him and Goku could not be bridged by mere effort. This boy had stood at an unreachable height from the very beginning. Goku gazed at Piccolo's desolation, refraining from further action. Do you wish to continue? Piccolo fell silent, observing his trembling hands and glancing at the anxious Bulma and Tai in the distance. He suddenly realized that he might truly be unable to defeat this boy. Nevertheless, he was the great demon King Piccolo. Even in defeat, he could not allow himself to appear so pitiful. I will remember you. Piccolo gritted his teeth, green energy coalescing beneath his feet. This time, I concede, but I shall return. When we meet again, I will undoubtedly defeat you. As soon as the words left his lips, an explosion of energy surged beneath Piccolo's feet, propelling his form into the distance until he vanished beyond the horizon. Goku watched the direction in which Piccolo had fled, choosing not to pursue him, for he understood that Piccolo would return, seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself and potentially grow even stronger. Yet, Goku was unperturbed. He was not the same as the Goku from the original tale. He possessed ample strength and wisdom to confront all challenges that lay ahead. Goku, are you all right? Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she rushed forward, clutching Goku's arm and examining him for injuries. That last attack was incredibly dangerous. Tai approached, holding a detection device, and with a reassuring smile, she added, Don't worry, Bulma. Goku's energy levels are stable, he's perfectly fine. As for Piccolo, however, he will likely require a lengthy recovery. Goku, observing the concern emanating from the two women beside him, felt the icy demeanor melt away, replaced by warmth. I'm fine, really. No need to worry. Master Roshi also approached, gazing at Goku with admiration. Goku, my boy, you never cease to amaze me. Was that last move something you developed on your own? Goku nodded, refraining from elaborating, as he could not divulge the secret of being a time traveler to Master Roshi, opting instead to explain through his cultivation. At that moment, distant sirens pierced the air, signaling the arrival of the police. Goku sighed softly as he surveyed the chaotic martial arts tournament scene. It appears this tournament cannot continue. Bulma linked her arm with Goku's, smiling brightly. That's all right. You are already the champion. Let's head home. I'll make your favorite pork rice. Tai nodded in agreement. Yes, let us go home. That battle must have drained quite a bit of energy. We should replenish. Goku looked at the tender expressions of the two women, feeling warmth envelop his heart. This was the life he wished to protect: friends, a beloved, and those in need of his safeguarding. He gently nodded. All right, let us go home. As the three figures gradually receded into the setting sun, they left behind the tumultuous tournament scene, accompanied by the distant police sirens. Goku knew this was merely the beginning. Piccolo would certainly return, and the Scions would descend as well, with even greater challenges awaiting him in the future. Yet, he was unafraid. For he was no longer the solitary Goku from the original narrative. He had Bulma, Tai, and friends by his side. With his strength, he would fiercely protect this hard-earned happiness. Chapter 88. Bulma and Tai shout, "Be careful." Piccolo's green arms still flailed in the air. The energy disturbed by Goku's earlier actions yet to fully settle. Undeterred, he abruptly bent his knees and propelled himself from the ground, soaring towards Goku like an arrow released from its bow. The green energy sphere coalescing in his palm glimmered coldly in the sunlight, clearly intending to launch a surprise attack during Goku's moment of dialogue. "Goku, watch out for his ambush." Bulma's warning sliced through the noise of the arena, compelling her to rise from her seat in the audience. Her pink hair swayed with excitement as she gripped her skirt tightly, knuckles turning white. The speed of Piccolo's earlier assault was so rapid that even she, lacking combat experience, sensed the looming danger, let alone Goku, who was all too aware of Piccolo's ruthlessness. Tai's drone circled above Goku, the incessant flashing red warning light on the screen never ceasing, as she rapidly tapped on her handheld tablet. Attempting to mitigate Piccolo's velocity with the drone's interference waves, she urgently warned through her earpiece, "Piccolo's energy levels have surged to 6,000. His target is your flank, the only gap exposed during your previous evasion." Her voice trembled imperceptibly, despite her awareness of Goku's superior strength over Piccolo. Each sight of Piccolo's desperate demeanor ignited a flicker of concern within her. After all, Goku, regardless of his might, remained a cherished individual for both her and Bulma, and any misstep was intolerable. Goku focused intently on Piccolo's movements, Tai's analysis ringing clear in his earpiece, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Bulma, frantic and fidgeting in the audience. He sensed that Piccolo's strike was swifter than before, his energy more concentrated, evidently a desperate gambit. Yet to Goku, Piccolo's actions appeared to unfold in slow motion, each detail, from the crouch to the push-off, to the gathering of the energy sphere, perfectly aligned with the patterns etched in his memory. Just as Piccolo's palm was about to make contact with Goku's side, Goku abruptly halted his counterattack, slowly turning to face his opponent. Rather than looking at the oncoming Piccolo, his gaze shifted towards the audience, where Bulma stood on tiptoe, her pink skirt fluttering gently in the breeze, her face a portrait of anxiety. Tai knelt nearby, the glow from her tablet casting an anxious light upon her features, a blend of worry and unwavering trust in her eyes. Witnessing their expressions brought a subtle lift to Goku's taut lips, and the golden aura enveloping him softened. He directed his voice towards the audience, clear yet subdued, carried by the arena's breeze to their ears. "Do not worry, I will prevail." A mere 6 words, devoid of extravagant promises, yet they served as a balm, instantly soothing Bulma and Tai's trepidation. Bulma paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. In her haste, she had forgotten that Goku never engaged in battles without confidence. She gradually settled down, her fingers still gripping the hem of her skirt, but her anxious gaze transformed into one of hopeful anticipation. Tai exhaled in relief, her fingers tapping on the tablet, slowing as a gentle smile graced her lips. She had known Goku would not let them fret. On the other side, Piccolo, incensed by Goku's apparent disregard, turning his back mid-battle and addressing the audience, was consumed by rage. This was an affront to him. With a furious roar, the energy sphere in his palm expanded violently, its speed increasing further, preparing to strike Goku's back. "Goku, he's coming." Bulma could not help but shout, her voice tinged with a note of panic. Tai hastily called into her earpiece, "Piccolo's energy sphere is overloaded. Its power will be double that of before." Yet Goku seemed oblivious, remaining turned away from Piccolo until the searing heat of the energy sphere neared his back. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. Golden energy coalesced within his palm, devoid of ostentatious brilliance, emanating a profound sense of gravity. Without even glancing back, he gently pushed his hand backward, the golden energy forming a barrier that deftly intercepted Piccolo's verdant energy sphere. Boom! The sound of two energies colliding reverberated throughout the arena. As the green energy sphere struck an impenetrable barrier, instantly deforming against the golden shield before exploding with a resounding bang, scattering myriad luminous particles across the sky. Piccolo staggered backward, rattled by the shockwave of the explosion. Disbelief etched upon his green visage as he grappled with the realization that his all-out assault had been effortlessly thwarted by Goku, who stood with his back turned. How could it be so effortless? Goku slowly turned to face Piccolo, his eyes regaining their prior tranquility, but now laced with a hint of subtle mockery. A sneak attack? Such tactics are futile against me. Piccolo clenched his fists, his green nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. He gazed at Goku, suddenly perceiving the youth before him as an insurmountable mountain. No matter the technique employed, no matter the effort expended, he could not budge Goku in the slightest. Who exactly are you? Piccolo's voice trembled with despair. You are not of this earth, are you? Goku offered no reply, merely stepping forward. A golden aura surged around him once more, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly, debris lifting and floating in the air. Now, you have one final opportunity. Goku's voice turned icy. Leave Earth, or vanish entirely. Piccolo, observing the resolute gaze in Goku's eyes, realized he was devoid of options. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated the green energy beneath him. Though reluctant, he understood that persisting in battle would only lead to a more devastating defeat. I will remember you. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with defiance. When we meet again, I will surely defeat you. As the words left his lips, the energy beneath him erupted, propelling his form away into the distance, quickly vanishing at the edge of the arena. Goku watched the direction of Piccolo's retreat, choosing not to pursue him. Knowing that Piccolo would return, seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself, and perhaps even grow stronger. Yet he felt no fear, for he possessed ample strength and individuals worth protecting. He would be ready to embrace every challenge that lay ahead. Goku, are you all right? Bulma's voice rang out once more, this time devoid of urgency, filled instead with genuine concern. She hurried down from the stands, rushing toward Goku, her pink skirt creating a graceful arc in the air. Taiz also stowed away her tablet and drone, following closely behind Bulma, a reassuring smile gracing her face. As Goku beheld the two approaching him, the golden aura around him gradually dissipated, the coldness in his gaze replaced by warmth. He stepped forward, smiling at them. I told you I would win. Bulma reached Goku, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Once satisfied he bore no injuries, she exhaled in relief and patted his arm. You scared me to death. Turning your back in the midst of battle. What if Piccolo had truly succeeded in his sneak attack? Indeed, Taiz chimed in as she approached, shaking her head in exasperation. I thought you were deliberately inviting a hit. Goku scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I know Piccolo's moves, he cannot harm me. Besides, I didn't want to worry you. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Taiz paused momentarily, their cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. The twilight sun cast its warm glow upon the arena, elongating the shadows of the three figures. In the distance, the wail of police sirens grew increasingly closer, as the chaotic scene gradually came under control. Yet, for Goku, none of this mattered, as long as Bulma and Taiz were safe, and he could protect this precious warmth. It was enough. Master Roshi approached slowly, observing the interaction among the trio, a gentle smile of contentment forming at the corners of his mouth. He patted Goku on the shoulder and remarked, Goku, my boy, you are truly becoming more sensible. Goku nodded in response, a smile gracing his lips, though he remained silent. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The threat posed by Piccolo had not yet dissipated, and greater challenges loomed on the horizon. However, he was no longer alone. He had Bulma, Taiz, and friends by his side. He would wield his strength to safeguard this hard-won happiness. Chapter 89. Taiz deploys the smoke bomb. Piccolo's gaze fixated on Goku's retreating figure as he comforted Bulma, his green eyes swirling with resentment. He had come to dominate the earth as a formidable demon king, yet he found himself rendered powerless by a mere boy, unable even to launch a surprise attack without it being effortlessly thwarted. This humiliation tightened his chest, and he unconsciously concentrated green energy in his palm, unwilling to retreat in disgrace despite knowing his chances of victory were slim. Piccolo had not yet given up. In the audience, Taiz's tablet screen locked onto Piccolo's energy fluctuations. She observed the green energy rapidly expanding in Piccolo's palm, her heart leaping in alarm. Although Goku had appeared composed when he turned, Piccolo was an experienced powerhouse. And if he seized the opportunity amidst the smoke or in a blind spot, even a glancing blow could disrupt Goku's rhythm. With swift movements, her fingertips danced across the tablet's surface as she retrieved a silver circular device from her bag, her pre-prepared tactical smoke bomb. Equipped with a compressed smoke agent capable of enveloping a 20-meter diameter area in mere seconds. Not only would it obscure vision, but it would also interfere with energy detection. Originally intended for evading the Red Ribbon Army's pursuers, now proving fortuitously useful. Goku, be cautious of his ambush. Tais did not shout aloud, but instead whispered into her earpiece, raising her arm to launch the silver smoke bomb, which arced gracefully through the air and landed precisely between Goku and Piccolo. Bang! The moment the smoke bomb struck the ground, it erupted, unleashing a dense gray-white fog that swiftly enveloped the center of the arena like a vast net. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, while Bulma instinctively grasped the railing beside her, rising on her toes to glimpse the unfolding situation, only to be met with swirling smoke that obscured even the shadows of the two combatants. Tais, what have you done? Bulma turned to Tais, her voice laced with concern, fearing that the smoke might inadvertently provide Piccolo with an advantage. Tais remained focused on the smoke-filled area, her fingers still manipulating the tablet. The energy points displayed on the screen clearly indicated Goku and Piccolo's positions. Do not worry, my smoke bomb will interfere with energy detection, preventing Piccolo from pinpointing Goku's exact location. However, Goku can sense him. She had discreetly outfitted Goku's training suit with a miniature locator, ensuring that even amidst the thick fog, they could synchronize Piccolo's movements through the earpiece. This was her secret contingency plan, kept hidden from Goku, intended to assist him at a crucial moment. Amidst the thick fog, Piccolo, as Tai Si had anticipated, momentarily froze before a cold smirk crept across his lips. He believed this to be Goku's cunning strategy. Attempting to conceal himself within the mist, little did he realize that his energy fluctuations had already been monitored by Tai Si. Holding his breath, he strained to catch any movement from Goku, simultaneously dividing the energy sphere in his palm into dozens of slender energy rays, poised for indiscriminate attack to compel Goku to reveal himself. Humph! Hiding in the fog is hardly an impressive feat. With a low growl, Piccolo swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of green rays that shot like a deluge into the mist, each impact on the ground creating small craters and sending shards flying. Yet, as his assault concluded, a light chuckle echoed from behind him. Piccolo, your tactics are rather cliché. Piccolo's body stiffened, and he whirled around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a golden silhouette. Almost immediately, a gentle force pushed against his back. Goku had not exerted his full strength, but had merely nudged him, causing Piccolo to stagger forward, nearly colliding with the railing at the edge of the fog. How did you know I was here? Piccolo asked incredulously, only able to discern Goku's vague outline amidst the haze, yet unmistakably sensing his calm presence. Leaning against the railing at the fog's edge, Goku crossed his arms, a golden aura swirling around him, radiant even in the mist. Akin to a beacon, I am aware of your every move. He had sensed Piccolo's intentions long before Tai Si deployed the smoke bomb, predicting her actions as she always appeared composed yet meticulously prepared for every detail. Realizing she wished to assist, he decided to indulge Piccolo in a bit of play, honoring Tai Si's good intentions. Incensed by Goku's tone, Piccolo ceased his concealment, forming a seal with his hands as green energy coalesced into a massive sphere before him, even larger than the previous Mekankasapo. If I cannot escape, then I shall obliterate this fog, he roared, thrusting the energy sphere forward, its green brilliance illuminating the mist. So much so that even the spectators outside could behold its blinding light. Be careful, Bulma could not help but exclaim, while Tai Si furrowed her brow, rapidly maneuvering her fingers on the tablet to activate the secondary interference feature of the smoke bomb. Yet, Goku merely waved his hand, signaling Tai Si to refrain from any unnecessary actions. Watching the approaching green energy sphere, he gradually straightened his posture, his golden aura surging dramatically as he raised his right hand, condensing a golden energy wave in his palm, not exerting full force, just enough to neutralize Piccolo's assault. With a resounding clash, the golden energy wave collided with the green sphere, the shockwave dispersing the fog and exposing the central arena to the spectators once more. Piccolo's green energy sphere was gradually being suppressed by the golden wave, his face flushed with exertion as he continued to channel energy, helplessly witnessing his own attack being pushed back towards him. How is this possible? Your energy is still so abundant. Despair tinged Piccolo's voice. He was nearing exhaustion, while Goku appeared to be effortlessly toying with him. With a light chuckle, Wukong exerted a subtle force with his right hand, instantly shattering the green energy sphere with a wave of golden energy. The residual shockwave grazed Piccolo's shoulder, striking the ground behind him and creating a shallow crater. I merely said I would play with you for a moment. Wukong retracted his energy, observing the disheveled Piccolo with a tone devoid of mockery, imbued instead with a serene sense of control. Now, do you still wish to continue? Piccolo surveyed the golden aura enveloping Wukong, then glanced at Bulma, who appeared at ease on the sidelines, and Tai Si, who was putting away her tablet. He finally recognized the futility of his situation. Drawing a deep breath, the green energy around him gradually dissipated, and the resentment in his gaze was supplanted by resignation. I concede, he uttered through clenched teeth, his voice heavy with humiliation yet tinged with inevitability, for he understood that further conflict would only exacerbate his predicament. Wukong nodded, refraining from delivering a final blow. He remembered that Piccolo would play a significant role in the future, and sparing him would be advantageous for their encounters with the Scions ahead. As the dense fog cleared entirely, the arena returned to tranquility. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Bulma rushed down the steps, hurrying to Wukong's side, her gaze scanning him up and down. Are you all right? I was nearly worried sick in that smoke. Tai Si followed closely, putting her tablet away and allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. It seems my smoke bomb proved quite beneficial. Wukong regarded the two women beside him, the golden aura gradually retracting, his eyes radiating warmth. Not only was it beneficial, but it was immensely helpful. He cherished the thought that Tai Si had deployed the smoke bomb to protect him, a sentiment he held dear. Piccolo observed the interaction among the trio, his expression complex. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering another word, turning away and leaping into the air, vanishing at the edge of the arena. He needed a place to recuperate, biding his time for the next opportunity to exact revenge. Master Roshi ambled over, patting Wukong on the shoulder, expressing with a hint of admiration, "Wukong, not only are you powerful, but you also show concern for your companions. You are maturing remarkably." Wukong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. It's all thanks to Tai Si and Bulma. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the arena, casting long shadows of the three figures. Though the martial arts tournament had been interrupted by Piccolo's appearance, Wukong understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited him in the future. Yet, with Bulma and Tai Si by his side, he felt confident in facing whatever lay ahead. Chapter 90. Piccolo unleashes the special beam cannon as the smoke finally cleared. Piccolo's chest rose and fell violently. Wukong's earlier teasing within the fog felt like a thorn embedded in his heart. The mighty Piccolo, the Demon King, could not even graze the edge of his opponent's attire, instead being toyed with like prey. Beneath his green skin, veins pulsated, and he fixed his gaze on Wukong, the last vestige of hesitation replaced by fierce determination. I can no longer delay. Piccolo silently roared within, swiftly forming seals with his hands in front of his chest, his fingertips radiating a blinding green light. This was his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, requiring the convergence of all his energy to deliver a lethal strike aimed at his opponent's weaknesses. Once, he had grievously injured Wukong with this very move. Now, cornered and desperate, he could only gamble that it would prove effective once more. In the audience, Master Roshi suddenly rose to his feet, a grave expression crossing his murky eyes. Piccolo was about to unleash his full power. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the magic-piercing light cannon. It was no ordinary energy attack, but rather a piercing technique that compressed energy to its utmost limits. Once struck, even the strongest would suffer severe injuries. Bulma's heart leapt to her throat as she instinctively grasped Tai Si's arm, her knuckles turning white. Tai Si, Goku's voice began to tremble before he could finish his sentence. She couldn't comprehend the principle behind the technique, yet the increasingly terrifying energy emanating from Piccolo filled her with an instinctive sense of dread. On Tai Si's tablet screen, Piccolo's energy level skyrocketed from 6000 to 8000 and continued to rise. She frantically tapped on the screen, attempting to analyze the trajectory of the attack, only to discover the energy was far too concentrated to predict its direction. Goku, Piccolo's energy is highly unstable. He is preparing a powerful move. She urgently warned through her earpiece, her palms slick with sweat. Goku stood at the center of the arena, observing Piccolo's movements as a knowing smile crept across his lips. He was well aware that this was the magic piercing light cannon. In his memories, this was Piccolo's most prized technique, swift and powerful, one that had once posed considerable challenges for the original Goku. However, to him now, the speed of the attack seemed dreadfully slow, allowing him to discern every detail of energy accumulation with clarity. Here it comes, Goku. Magic piercing light cannon. Piccolo's roar reverberated throughout the arena as he thrust his hands forward. A slender yet piercing green beam shot forth from his fingertips, accompanied by a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, targeting Goku's chest, an exposed flaw he had previously observed during Goku's evasive maneuvers. The beam carved through the air, leaving a green afterimage in its wake, scorching the arena floor and sending shivers of icy dread through the distant spectators. Bulma, terrified, shut her eyes, while Tai Si held her breath, oblivious to the tablet slipping from her grasp. In the instant the green beam was about to strike Goku, he moved. He neither teleported nor used an energy barrier. Instead, he simply took a leisurely step to the side, an action so slow it resembled a casual stroll, yet it allowed him to precisely evade the magic-piercing light cannon's assault. The green beam grazed the edge of his clothing, striking the arena's barrier behind him with a thunderous explosion, instantly melting it into a pool of molten iron amidst a cloud of smoke. How is this possible? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his green pupils filled with astonishment. He had aimed squarely at Goku's chest, and the speed of the magic-piercing light cannon was already beyond the naked eye. How could Goku so effortlessly evade it? Goku turned around, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and observed Piccolo's shocked expression, speaking in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Piccolo, that speed is far too slow. He was not mocking. He was merely stating a fact, merging the memories of a traveler with Goku's innate instincts. He had surpassed the moment Piccolo began to gather energy. He anticipated the direction of the attack, its speed, and could even calculate the trajectory of the beam. To him, the magic-piercing light cannon unfolded like a slow-motion replay, posing no threat whatsoever. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Piccolo frantically shook his head and began to rapidly form seals, preparing to unleash the magic-piercing light cannon once more. However, that recent strike had already drained the majority of his energy. The verdant glow at his fingertips had dimmed considerably, and the speed of his energy accumulation had slowed significantly. Piccolo, cease your futile efforts, Goku declared, taking a few steps forward as golden energy flowed gently around him. I am well aware of your techniques. His words were not mere bravado. Every gesture of Piccolo, from his hand seals to the movement of energy, even the location of his intended attack, lay within Goku's foresight. In the audience, Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Upon witnessing Goku's unscathed form, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had almost feared losing him, a terror that left her trembling. Tais also exhaled in relief. Retrieving the fallen tablet, the screen still displayed Piccolo's surging energy, though it was now rapidly diminishing. Master Roshi, feeling reassured, settled back into his seat, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This lad has indeed exceeded my expectations. He had initially considered intervening at a critical moment, but it was now evident that Goku's prowess far surpassed his estimations. As Piccolo observed Goku advancing, he felt the intensifying golden aura for the first time engulf him in despair. His hands, once steady in gathering energy, began to tremble. The green luminescence at his fingertips faded until it vanished entirely. He understood that his defeat stemmed not from a lack of power, but from Goku's relentless anticipation, leaving him no chance for resistance. Who exactly are you? Piccolo's voice was hoarse as he locked eyes with Goku, attempting to unearth the truth within them. You are neither of this earth nor an ordinary scion. What manner of creature are you? Goku offered no reply, merely pausing as the golden aura gradually withdrew. He recognized that Piccolo had exhausted his fighting capability, and it was time to address matters concerning Master Roshi. He had noticed earlier that Master Roshi was secretly preparing the Mafuba technique, evidently intending to seal Piccolo while he was weakened. Piccolo, you are devoid of strength now. Goku's tone settled into calmness, but I shall not take your life. He remembered that Piccolo would eventually become Gohan's mentor, sacrificing himself to protect Earth. Eliminating him now would only disrupt the narrative to come. Piccolo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Goku showing him mercy. However, Before he could fully process this, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the edge of the arena. Master Roshi, clutching a specially crafted jar, rushed towards them, a look of determination etched upon his face. Goku, step aside. I must seal him. Master Roshi's voice shattered the tranquility of the arena. Goku sighed inwardly, recognizing that the inevitable had arrived. He wished to intervene. Yet it was too late. Master Roshi's Mafuba technique was already coalescing, the jar aimed squarely at Piccolo. Chapter 91. Master Roshi's Mafuba. As Master Roshi's footsteps echoed at the arena's edge, Goku's heart plummeted. He was all too aware of the purpose of that bronze jar. It was the vessel for the Mafuba, specifically designed to seal away formidable malevolent forces. Yet, he also recalled the heavy toll this technique exacted on its caster, potentially draining their strength or even jeopardizing their very essence. More crucially, he knew Piccolo would not be able to be contained this time. Master Roshi, do not employ that technique. Goku urgently turned, his voice laced with an uncommon sense of urgency. He wished to rush forward to intervene, but Master Roshi had already positioned himself behind Piccolo, his aged hands swiftly forming seals, the tips of his fingers emanating a faint blue energy glow, a harbinger of the Mafuba's activation. Just as Piccolo emerged from the shock of narrowly dodging the Makin Kakusei, he felt an intense pull from behind. Turning his head, he beheld Master Roshi, eyes wide and mouth reciting an esoteric incantation. The bronze urn aimed directly at him, its opening swirling with a pitch-black vortex, seemingly intent on devouring his very soul. Old man, how dare you? Piccolo roared, attempting to break free, only to find his body ensnared as if by invisible chains, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he was inexorably drawn closer to the urn. He could sense his energy rapidly dissipating. The force of the pull was far greater than he had anticipated. Master Roshi was expending every ounce of his strength this time. In the audience, Bulma covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Though she was unaware of the precise toll of the Mafuba, the tension etched on Master Roshi's face and the tremors of his body hinted at the grave injury this technique would inflict upon him. Ties, can Goku intervene? Ties' fingers flew across the tablet, revealing a drastic decline in Master Roshi's energy levels, plummeting from an initial 1300 to 800 and still descending. She shook her head, her voice hoarse. There's no time. The Mafuba has already commenced. If interrupted, Master Roshi will face a backlash. She understood the principle behind the technique. Once the energy circuit was established, it would either succeed in sealing or the caster would bear the full brunt of the energy's impact. There was no third option. Goku stood frozen, his feet feeling as heavy as lead. He recognized Taiza's insight. Should he charge in now, Master Roshi might suffer severe injuries or even perish. Yet, watching Piccolo being inexorably drawn towards the urn, he recalled the future where Piccolo would become Gohan's mentor, sacrificing himself to protect Gohan during the Saiyan invasion. If he were to be sealed now, the entire narrative would spiral into chaos. Damn it! Goku clenched his fists, his golden aura subtly swirling around him. Yet he hesitated to act. He could only watch helplessly as Master Roshi's incantation quickened, the pale blue energy threads forming a colossal vortex that enveloped Piccolo entirely. Mafuba! Master Roshi bellowed, thrusting his hands forward, causing the urn's pull to surge dramatically. Piccolo's body was completely lifted off the ground, the energy threads beneath his green skin spreading like a spider's web. He let out a defiant roar, yet found himself utterly powerless to resist. Just as Piccolo's form was on the brink of being consumed by the urn, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His tail suddenly ensnared the edge of the arena's railing. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he channeled every ounce of energy remaining within him into his tail. With a resounding crack, the railing shattered, the immense recoil propelling him backward, narrowly escaping the urn's grasp. Master Roshi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing backward like a kite severed from its string. The energy of the Mafuba, now without a target, rebounded entirely upon him, causing his energy to plummet from 800 to 300 in an instant, his complexion paling to that of parchment. Goku, quick as a flash, teleported to Master Roshi's side, steadying him. Grandpa Roshi. Master Roshi leaned against Goku, offering a faint smile as he gestured toward the disheveled Piccolo struggling to rise in the distance, his voice hoarse. I couldn't seal him. I'm no longer of use. Piccolo clasped his chest, observing Master Roshi's condition with a complex gaze. He had indeed believed he was on the brink of being sealed away, the terror of near death lingering in his mind. Yet, He refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Goku before turning and leaping, vanishing at the edge of the arena. He recognized that he was no match for Goku at this moment, and remaining would only lead to further humiliation. Goku watched the direction in which Piccolo had disappeared, letting out a soft sigh laden with regret. What a pity. His lament was not for Piccolo's escape, but for Master Roshi, who had exerted himself to the utmost only to be left gravely injured. Even more regrettable was the realization that Master Roshi's strength might never return to its former glory. Bulma and Ties rushed over. With Bulma squatting down to retrieve a first aid kit from her bag, her hands flustered as she tended to the wound at Master Roshi's mouth. Master Roshi, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Meanwhile, Ties activated her tablet, quickly scanning Master Roshi's condition, her brow furrowing deeper. Excessive energy expenditure with minor internal disturbances. He needs to rest for a while. She looked up at Goku. We must get him to the hospital promptly. Goku nodded, carefully lifting Master Roshi as though he were handling fragile glass. He could feel the lightness of Master Roshi's body and sensed his faint breath, a wave of guilt washing over him. If only he had anticipated Master Roshi's actions sooner. If only he had moved more swiftly, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Goku, do not blame yourself, Master Roshi murmured, patting his arm gently. At my age, I am content with what I have done for Earth. Piccolo's escape matters not. The future rests with you young ones. Goku gazed down at Master Roshi, his eyes slightly moist. He understood that Master Roshi was trying to comfort him, and he recognized that many challenges lay ahead. He must grow stronger to protect those around him and avoid such regrets in the future. Yes, Goku nodded firmly, cradling Master Roshi as he turned to exit the arena, with Bulma and Ties following closely behind, one holding the first aid kit, the other the tablet, hurrying along. The last rays of the setting sun cast long shadows over their figures. The audience within the arena continued to murmur. Some expressed concern over Piccolo's escape, while others lamented Master Roshi's severe injuries. Yet, Goku alone understood that this was merely the beginning. Piccolo would not relent. He would undoubtedly seek the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Thus, Goku needed to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible and ascend Kirin Tower to obtain the ultra-divine water, preparing himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Master Roshi, rest assured, I will become stronger and ensure your suffering was not in vain, Goku silently vowed, tightening his embrace around Master Roshi. The sound of the ambulance's siren gradually faded, and Bulma and Ties stood by the roadside, watching the taillights vanish around the corner before turning back to the now desolate arena. The setting sun bathed the arena's barriers in hues of orange-red, while the ground bore the scorched marks of the magic beam cannon and the faint blue energy patterns left by the magic sealing wave, silent reminders of the recent peril. In the center of the arena stood Wukong, his back turned towards them, his silhouette remarkably upright in the twilight. He did not glance back. His hands hung naturally at his sides, yet a subtle golden aura began to emanate from him, a deliberate restraint of his energy now gradually breaking free. Like a slumbering lion awakening, exuding an unsettling sense of pressure. Bulma halted her steps, her voice barely a whisper. She could sense the seriousness within that golden aura, a stark contrast to the ease he exhibited during his battle with Piccolo, now replaced by a weighty resolve that instinctively made her hold her breath. Tai Si raised her tablet, the energy fluctuation graph instantly shattering its previous peak, soaring from the intentionally maintained 5000 to 8000 and continuing to rise steadily. Her fingers trembled slightly. It was her first glimpse of Wukong unleashing his energy without reservation, surpassing even the training data. Infused with a sharpness that felt beyond his current stage. Klin rushed over, panting. He had just calmed the frightened audience, and upon witnessing the golden light surrounding Wukong, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wukong, what are you doing? He recalled Wukong's earlier battles against Piccolo, where he had held back numerous times despite having the power to severely hurt his opponent. Now, however, this energy clearly indicated he was prepared to be serious. Wukong slowly turned around, the golden aura swirling at his hair tips, his previously gentle gaze now resolute, devoid of playfulness, leaving only an undeniable seriousness. Klin, you saw what happened to Master Roshi. His voice was calm, but carried an irrefutable strength. Piccolo will not let this go. He will certainly seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself. When we meet again, his power will only have increased. He vividly recalled that in the original tale, Piccolo, after being defeated, sought out Dandy to use the Dragon Balls for resurrection, absorbing the strength of his allies to transform into a more formidable second form. His earlier restraint had been an attempt to preserve the narrative of this world and to avoid prematurely revealing his Super Saiyan powers, yet now, with Master Roshi gravely injured, he realized that such restraint would only endanger those around him. I had always thought to avoid causing too much destruction, to refrain from revealing too early. But what has been the result? Wukong raised his hand, the golden energy coalescing into a small sphere of light in his palm, growing ever brighter. Master Roshi exerted all his strength to seal Piccolo, yet I failed to act decisively due to my own reservations. This is my fault. The sphere danced lightly in his hand, the surrounding air seeming to ignite, debris at the arena's edge swirling in the updraft. Bulma, observing his profile, stepped forward and gently grasped his other hand. It was warm, yet subtly tense. She understood that Wukong was burdened by guilt. "Wukong, this is not your fault," she said softly yet firmly. "You have protected us countless times, and Master Roshi would not want you to feel guilty about this." She turned her gaze towards Tais, who nodded in understanding and handed over the tablet. The screen displayed the tracking trajectory of Piccolo's lingering energy, moving eastward towards the vicinity of Corinta, the direction of Dandy's village. Goku observed the path on the tablet, the orb of light in his palm slowly dissipating, yet the golden aura surrounding him remained, like a delicate veil, poised to unleash its full power. "I know where Piccolo intends to go. He seeks Dandy," he mused, his expression sharpening. "However, before that, I must first enhance my own strength. I cannot afford to harbor regrets due to insufficient power as I did this time." He recalled the ultra-divine water atop Corinta, a treasure capable of unlocking hidden potential. Although consuming it would entail immense suffering, it promised a temporary surge in combat prowess, precisely what he needed to confront the resurrected and more formidable Piccolo. Previously hesitant about partaking in it early, he now realized that time for indecision had elapsed. "It's time to get serious," Goku murmured, a statement directed not only to those around him, but also to himself. He resolved to no longer conceal his potential, nor be constrained by the narrative's framework. From this moment forth, he would summon his true strength to protect those dear to him, even if it meant deviating from the original path to preserve their bond. The golden energy surged dramatically, resembling a blossoming golden lotus, instantly engulfing the entire arena. Krillin instinctively stepped back, nearly losing his balance from the force of the energy. Bulma and Tais were also caught in the whirlwind, their hair tousled. Yet they steadfastly held onto Goku's hand. They sensed that this aura bore no malevolence, only a resolute determination. Goku was indeed serious now. Taking a deep breath, Goku gradually reined in the golden aura, drawing it back into himself, leaving behind a faint golden luminescence that enveloped him like a protective film. He looked at Bulma and Tais, his gaze softening yet imbued with newfound determination. "Bulma, Tais, please take good care of Master Roshi while I make my way to Corinta." "Corinta?" Tais paused momentarily before realizing. "You intend to seek the ultra-divine water?" She had encountered references to Corinta and the ultra-divine water while researching ancient Saiyan lore, understanding that it could unlock potential but accompanied great peril. Goku nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, only the ultra-divine water can grant me sufficient strength in a short span to face the revived Piccolo." He then turned to Krillin. "Krillin, you should train with me as well. When Piccolo returns, we will need more allies by our side." Krillin nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with resolve. "Absolutely. I will train with you." He had always felt inadequate, reliant on Goku for protection, but now, with Goku's seriousness, he was determined not to lag behind. As the sun gradually set, casting elongated shadows across the arena, Goku stood at the center, flanked by Bulma, Tais, and Krillin, their figures united. The previous levity had dissipated, and with no concerns about the narrative, Goku relinquished all constraints from that moment onward, preparing to defend the peace of this world in his own way, for the sake of those he cherished and for all that he held dear. It was time to be serious. Chapter 93. The ominous prelude in the heart of the arena. A golden aura coalesced into a tangible mist of light, rising and falling slowly in rhythm with Goku's breath. The wind suddenly turned tempestuous, ripping the colorful banners at the edge of the arena into tatters, while the distant treetops bent into arcs, and even the ground trembled slightly, as if in dread of the explosive force that had just erupted. Goku's hand, which hung loosely at his side, gradually clenched, his knuckles turning white. He could distinctly feel the energy within him boiling. as if something were striving to break free from its confines, an untapped potential slumbering within his Scion bloodline. In that moment, as he relinquished all reservations and resolved to engage earnestly in battle, it finally began to awaken, once merely glimmering with golden light. Several strands of his hair now stood erect, the tips tinged with a deeper shade of gold, resembling metal forged by sunlight, shimmering with a blinding brilliance beneath the setting sun. "What is this?" Krillin gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps. He had witnessed Goku's aura during training, but had never encountered such a manifestation of transformation. The erect golden strands and the increasingly dense golden light around him filled him with an inexplicable reverence, rendering him unable to gaze directly at the spectacle. Bulma tightly grasped Taiza's wrist, her knuckles white from the pressure. Her gaze was fixated on Goku's hair, her voice trembling slightly. "Taiz, look at Goku's hair. It's changing." Though not a warrior, she could sense an overwhelming terror emanating from that golden aura, a pressure so potent it felt capable of tearing the very fabric of existence, causing her heart to race. Taiz's device had long since blacked out from energy overload, and she had no time to reboot it. Her eyes glued to the radiant golden light surrounding Goku. The energy fluctuations contained within that golden aura surpassed all her previous comprehension. It was no longer quantifiable by mere numbers, but embodied a lifelike power, writhing and expanding, accompanied by a faint, resonant hum. It was potential. He was transcending his own limits. Taiza's voice wavered, for it was the first time she had witnessed someone consciously triggering such a level of potential awakening amidst battle, especially at such a tender age. Standing opposite in the arena, Piccolo's green skin revealed pronounced veins. He had initially been gathering energy, planning to counterattack during Goku's moment of explosive release. But the instant the golden hair stood on end, every hair on his body bristled in instinctual fear. It was the tremor of prey facing a predator. The despair of the weak confronted by absolute power. "No, this is impossible," Piccolo roared, his voice laced with incredulous panic. He had lived for centuries, encountered countless formidable foes, and even his own father had never exhibited such power. The golden aura possessed not only overwhelming combat prowess, but also a quality he had never perceived before, an essence belonging to the legendary Super Saiyan, a force he had only glimpsed in ancient texts, referred to as the universe's nightmare. Instinctively, he unleashed his energy, attempting to resist the suffocating pressure. But the moment the green energy left his body, it was instantaneously consumed by the golden mist, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. It was as though a droplet of water had plunged into boiling oil, vanishing without a trace. Bick found himself involuntarily retreating, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground beneath him. He could sense his energy dissipating rapidly, not due to an attack, but rather being suppressed by that golden aura, rendering his powers inert. "This is impossible," Bick cried out once more, this time infused with a tinge of despair. He had always believed himself to be the mightiest on Earth. Even if Goku surpassed him, it was only by a narrow margin. Yet now, this power had transcended the realm of strength, becoming an incomprehensible force beyond his understanding. "You are but a lowly scion. How could you possibly awaken such power?" He glared at Goku, his eyes brimming with resentment and fear, beginning to question his very perceptions. Goku slowly lifted his head. The golden mist surrounding him formed a faint barrier, while his upright golden hair swayed gently with the flow of energy. He felt his own strength continuing to rise. Yet the soul of the uncontrolled traveler within him kept him lucid, reminding him that now was not the time for a complete transformation. Observing Bick's panic, Goku's gaze remained unwavering, imbued with a calm seriousness. "Bick, power is not dictated by what should or should not be. If you wish to dominate the world and harm the innocent, then I must possess the strength to thwart you." He stepped forward, and in an instant, the golden aura surged, causing the ground at the center of the arena to crack in a web-like pattern. Bick's body froze abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering his breath labored. He could distinctly feel that should Goku so desire, he could obliterate him in the next moment, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Who are you?" Bick's voice trembled, no longer regarding Goku as a formidable foe, but as a monstrous aberration, one that should not exist in this era. He began to doubt whether Goku was perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient scion. For how else could he wield such legendary power? Goku offered no reply, merely raising his right hand, where golden energy coalesced into a small orb of light. The sphere grew increasingly luminous, warping the surrounding air, even attracting light to form a miniature vortex. Now, you have two choices. Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Either leave now and never return to human cities, or remain and face my complete defeat. Bick gazed at the golden orb, then at the seriousness in Goku's eyes, and the last flicker of defiance within him extinguished. He realized he had no chance of victory, not even the right to resist. The terror instilled by that golden aura had etched itself deeply into his soul, erasing any semblance of courage to fight back. I will remember you, Goku. Bick gritted his teeth, his voice laden with resentment. This time I concede. But next time, his words were cut short by Goku's icy gaze. There will be no next time, Bick. Should you dare harm the innocent again, I will not hold back. Bick's body jolted, casting one last glance at Goku before turning to leap away, transforming into a fleeting green shadow, disappearing into the distant woods. He did not dare to glance back, for he was acutely aware that even the slightest hesitation on his part would allow that golden force to swiftly overtake him, utterly shattering him in an instant. The golden mist gradually receded, and Goku's golden hair fell back into place, though the tips still retained a faint glimmer of gold. He gazed in the direction where Piccolo had vanished, letting out a soft sigh. The prelude to Super Saiyan had already manifested. Next, he needed to hasten to Korin Tower and fully awaken this latent potential with the super divine water. In order to confront the impending resurrection of Piccolo and the greater threats that lay ahead, Goku, Bulma, and Tais rushed towards him. Bulma seizing his arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you all right? That power just now was terrifying. Goku smiled and shook his head, his breath having returned to a steady rhythm, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound determination. I'm fine. That was merely the potential within me. Let us first check on Master Roshi, and then I'll head to Korin Tower. Krillin also approached, patting Goku on the shoulder, his face brimming with admiration. Goku, you were incredible just now. Piccolo was nearly in tears. Goku chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge awaited him, and he was prepared. Chapter 94. The Turtle School's Kamehameha strikes. Piccolo golden energy coalesced in Goku's palm, forming a blinding sphere of light. As he thrust his arms forward, the sphere instantaneously elongated into a broad, golden beam, its surface crackling with tiny arcs of electricity, emitting a buzzing hum. Suddenly, the wind stilled, and even the distant chirping of cicadas ceased. The arena was enveloped in the resounding roar of the golden beam, as if it were the sole sound in existence. Piccolo's pupils dilated sharply as green energy surged wildly before him, coalescing into a translucent energy shield. He knew he could not withstand this force, yet as a former tyrant of Earth, he refused to submit without a fight. I will not be defeated so easily, he bellowed, pressing his hands forward in an attempt to reinforce the shield, green veins bulging on his forehead, clearly straining to their limits. It is too late. Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. He exerted force with his arms, and the golden beam surged explosively, akin to a liberated golden dragon, crashing fiercely against Piccolo's green shield. There was no earth-shattering collision, only the sharp sound of the shield being instantaneously torn apart. The green energy shattering like glass and dissipating into countless specks of light in the air as the golden beam struck Piccolo's chest unimpeded. Ugh! Piccolo emitted a pained grunt, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. Green blood erupted from the corners of his mouth as he shattered the barrier at the edge of the arena and smashed through 3 enormous boulders, finally carving a deep trench into the ground dozens of meters away before coming to rest beneath a gnarled tree, utterly motionless. His chest had caved in, and beneath his green skin, his bones were starkly visible, indicating he had sustained grave injuries. Goku gently lowered his arms, the golden aura gradually receding until only faint wisps of gold lingered around him. He gazed at Piccolo, who was struggling to rise in the distance, his eyes devoid of any pity. Piccolo's recent act of murdering the host had crossed a line for him. Had it not been for the necessity of using him to draw out subsequent events and the future of Gohan, he would have shown no mercy. Goku. Bulma was the first to react, hastening over to his side, examining him from head to toe. Are you all right? That move was incredibly powerful. Her voice trembled slightly. At the moment the golden beam erupted, she feared the entire arena would be obliterated. Tais also stowed away her tablet and approached Goku, her eyes wide with amazement. The energy fluctuation peaked at over 15,000. That's already the level of a fully grown Saiyan. And you're so young. She had initially believed it would take years for Goku's potential to fully manifest, yet he demonstrated such terrifying combat prowess with just one serious effort. Krillin scratched his head as he joined Goku, glancing at the motionless Piccolo on the ground. Goku, that move was rather ruthless, don't you think? Piccolo, he deserves it. Goku interrupted Krillin, his tone resolute. He killed the host and seeks to dominate the world. Such a person cannot be shown too much mercy. He paused, stepping toward Piccolo, his voice rising enough for Piccolo to hear. Piccolo, I know you can still get up. Now, with your injuries, crawl back to your lair. Piccolo, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head, his green eyes filled with defiance and rage. He wished to retort, but could only cough up more green blood, lacking even the strength to speak. He felt the aftermath of the Kamehameha had severely injured his insides. If he did not leave soon, he might truly be killed by Goku here. Remember my words, Goku's voice continued, laced with a warning. Do not attempt to harm the innocent again, nor plot against Earth. Otherwise, when we meet next, I will not hold back. Piccolo glared at Goku, his teeth grinding, yet he could only slowly push himself up, taking faltering steps deeper into the woods. His silhouette elongated against the setting sun, appearing particularly ragged but also imbued with a hint of stubbornness. He did not look back, for he knew this defeat was merely temporary. Once he obtained the Dragon Balls and resurrected himself, he would return for vengeance. Goku watched as Piccolo vanished into the depths of the forest, finally exhaling in relief. He understood that Piccolo would seek Dandy to revive himself and would return stronger. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. Only a formidable opponent could expedite his growth and prepare him for the Saiyans who would arrive in a year. All right, we should check on Master Roshi, Goku declared, turning to Bulma and Ties with a smile, his earlier seriousness dissipating as he resumed his usual demeanor. After the failure of the Mafuba, he seemed to have fainted, and they needed to hurry him to the hospital. Bulma nodded, retrieving her phone to contact the medical team. I've contacted them. They should arrive shortly. Ties observed Goku's smile, feeling a sudden sense of relief. The serious Goku, while powerful, seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. Now, as he returned to his usual self, she felt reassured. This was the Goku she knew. She smiled and quickened her pace to follow Goku. Let us go see Master Roshi, she said. Krillin nodded in agreement, trailing behind them, secretly resolving to train harder in the future, so that Goku would not have to shoulder so much alone. The sun gradually descended, casting golden rays upon the arena, where the cracks in the ground and stains of blood were tinted with a warm hue. Goku led the way, with Bulma and Ties by his side, while Krillin brought up the rear. The four figures slowly vanished at the exit of the arena. They all understood that this was merely the beginning, with countless challenges awaiting them in the future. However, as long as they were together, no obstacle was insurmountable. Chapter 95, Piccolo's Retreat. The twilight cast elongated shadows across the forest. Piccolo leaned against a gnarled tree, struggling to stand upright. Green blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground, creating a dark stain amidst the fallen leaves. Each breath tugged at the wound in his chest, eliciting muffled groans of pain. He glanced back towards the arena, where Goku and his companions stood in the distance, illuminated by the golden glow, resembling an impenetrable barrier that represented the insurmountable power gap he faced at that moment. Damn it, Piccolo gritted his teeth, his nails digging deeply into the tree trunk, causing fragments of bark to cascade down. He had contemplated a counterattack, even if it meant perishing in the attempt. But the excruciating pain in his chest and the nearly depleted energy within him made it clear that such a notion was futile. The previous Kamehameha had not only injured his organs, but also depleted a significant portion of his energy. Now, he could barely contend with an ordinary Earth warrior. He cast one last resentful glance toward Goku before turning away, staggering into the depths of the forest. His green figure flickered among the trees, soon vanishing behind the dense foliage, leaving behind a trail of intermittent blood as evidence of his passage. Meanwhile, at the arena, Krillin watched the direction Piccolo had vanished, furrowing his brow. Goku, are we really just going to let him go? What if he seeks revenge? The ruthless manner in which Piccolo had killed the announcer earlier still haunted him, and he was deeply unsettled by the thought of releasing a tiger back into the wild. Bulma nodded in agreement, her face betraying concern. Indeed, Goku, he is incredibly strong. If he finds allies or engages in covert sabotage, we could be caught off guard. Should I ask my father to deploy drones to track his location? She instinctively reached for the communicator in her pocket, ready to contact Dr. Briefs. Ties remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the bloodstains Piccolo had left behind, her brow slightly furrowed. She pulled out her tablet and quickly accessed a nearby topographical map. Her fingers gliding across the screen. Based on the amount of blood, he is severely injured and should be unable to act for a while. However, his recovery abilities are formidable. If he finds a suitable place to recuperate, he could regain strength in no time. Goku shook his head, interrupting their discussion. He gazed towards the forest where Piccolo had disappeared, his expression calm and devoid of worry, instead tinged with a subtle anticipation. No need to pursue him, nor to track him. He spoke softly, his voice laced with a resolute conviction. What he yearned for most was not revenge, but the revival of his own strength. Revival? Krillin paused, gazing at Goku with a hint of confusion. How could he be resurrected? Did he possess some secret weapon? Goku refrained from providing a direct answer, instead pondering internally. Of course, Piccolo wouldn't have a secret weapon. Yet he was aware of the existence of Namek and knew that Din possessed the Dragon Balls capable of granting life anew. In the original tale, Piccolo had regained his strength after being defeated by locating Din and using the Namekian Dragon Balls, ultimately emerging even more powerful. Now, having narrowly escaped with grave injuries, he would inevitably tread the same path to seek the Namekian Dragon Balls. He required time to recuperate. Goku lifted his gaze, smiling gently at Bulma and Krillin. Deliberately concealing the matter of the Namekian Dragon Balls, he could not divulge too much as a harbinger of fate and could only offer vague reassurances that, for the time being, he would not trouble them again. What he needed most was a place to heal, not to turn back toward death. Tai glanced at Goku, her eyes reflecting a trace of doubt. She recognized that Goku harbored many secrets. During his recent battle with Piccolo, Goku's foresight of his opponent's moves and his mastery over the rhythm of combat were not indicative of an ordinary youth. However, she did not press further, merely nodding and putting away her tablet. Since you say so, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. The immediate priority is to get Master Roshi to the hospital. He fainted after using the Mafuba, having exhausted himself greatly. Upon mentioning Master Roshi, Goku immediately snapped back to reality. He turned towards the center of the arena, where Master Roshi lay, his complexion pale and breath faint. Yes, we must save Master Roshi first. He rushed over, carefully lifting the old master while attempting to avoid any contact with the elder's wounds. Bulma had already coordinated with the medical team, speaking into her communicator. Where are you? At the entrance of the West City Martial Arts Tournament. Hurry. After ending the call, she approached Goku, glancing at Master Roshi's ashen face, softly reassuring him. Do not worry. The medical team has brought the latest treatment equipment. They will surely heal Master Roshi. Tai also approached, retrieving a bottle of nutrient solution from her backpack and handing it to Goku. Give Master Roshi a bit of this to replenish his energy. It will help him endure until the medical team arrives. Goku accepted the nutrient solution and cautiously administered it to Master Roshi. Observing that the elder's complexion had slightly improved, he breathed a sigh of relief, yet internally mused. Piccolo, go ahead and seek the Dragon Balls for your resurrection. When you return, I shall be stronger. I require you as my adversary to expedite my breakthrough and prepare for the impending threat of the Seance in a year's time. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, casting shadows as twilight enveloped the sky. In the distance, the sound of an approaching ambulance siren grew louder. Goku cradled Master Roshi, with Bulma and Tai following closely, while Krillin brought up the rear. Together, their silhouettes appeared resolute against the dimming arena. Although Piccolo had temporarily retreated, Goku understood that this was merely a fleeting calm. It would not be long before a rejuvenated Piccolo re-emerged, and at that moment, their conflict would undoubtedly intensify beyond its current fervor. Yet he was not afraid. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation, for he understood that each confrontation with a formidable opponent was an opportunity for his own growth, as well as a necessary path to safeguard Bulma, ties, in this world. Chapter 96. Healing Master Roshi. Goku cradled Master Roshi, treading lightly, fearful that even the slightest pressure might exacerbate the old man's injuries. Master Roshi's cheeks were devoid of color, his white beard drooping, and his once robust breaths had become faint and hurried. The shallow rise and fall of his chest caused Krillin, who stood nearby, to feel a heaviness in his heart as he noticed the old man's condition. He could not help but reach out, his fingers brushing against Master Roshi's icy hand, sending a chill through him. Master Roshi is not going to be okay, is he? Krillin's voice trembled, recalling the immense backlash from the failed Mafuba technique that he had witnessed, which had even forced Piccolo back several paces, let alone the frail Master Roshi. Bulma bit her lip, her fingers dancing swiftly over her communicator. As the screen illuminated, she immediately dialed Dr. Brief's number, her tone laced with urgency. Dad, quickly send the medical team with the latest life support equipment to the West City Martial Arts Arena. Master Roshi is in trouble. On the other end, Dr. Brief's steady voice resonated, embodying calm amidst the crisis. Don't panic, Bulma. The medical team finished calibrating the equipment 5 minutes ago and will depart immediately. They will arrive at the arena in 10 minutes. Tell Goku not to move the patient until the team arrives. They will stabilize his condition with professional equipment. Got it. Bulma hung up and hurried to Goku's side, crouching beside Master Roshi. Dad said the medical team will be here in 10 minutes with the most advanced life support machines. They can stabilize Master Roshi's energy loss. Tais had already retrieved a portable medical kit from her backpack, containing emergency medications specially prepared by the Capsule Corporation, intended for unforeseen events during their quest. She carefully opened the medication packaging and looked up at Goku. Should we administer an emergency dose to Master Roshi? It could temporarily alleviate the symptoms of energy exhaustion. Goku nodded gently, his gaze fixed on Master Roshi's face, exuding a calm certainty that was reassuring. Yes, but don't use too much. He has merely suffered a backlash from the Mafuba technique, and his life is not in danger. Once the medical team's equipment arrives, they can stabilize him completely. Can he really be saved? Krillin still felt uneasy. Having trained under Master Roshi for a time, the old man was not just a teacher to him, but a family member. The intensity of the backlash had led him to fear the worst. Rest assured, Krillin. Goku interrupted, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Master Roshi has endured far more perilous situations. He is not so easily defeated. This is merely a consequence of overexerting himself with the Mafuba. As long as we replenish his energy and restore his bodily functions, he will recover in no time. Goku was acutely aware that in the original narrative, although Master Roshi had been weakened after using the Mafuba against Piccolo, he had not faced life-threatening danger, merely a need for recuperation. This knowledge bolstered his confidence in the old man's recovery. He could not reveal his foresight of future events, but he could reassure those around him based on his understanding of Master Roshi's strength. Tais has already administered the emergency serum into Master Roshi's veins. The chilling liquid coursed through his bloodstream, and his brow twitched slightly. His previously feeble breaths appeared to ease a touch, and a faint hue returned to his complexion. It's working. Tais's eyes sparkled with hope as she stowed away her medical kit and retrieved an energy monitor from her backpack. This device had been specifically prepared for Goku's training and was now perfectly suited to monitor Master Roshi's energy fluctuations. Although the green lines on the screen remained steady, they no longer hovered near zero. The rate of energy depletion had slowed, and they could last another 10 minutes without issue. Bulma stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the venue, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothing. She held confidence in her company's medical equipment. Yet the thought of Master Roshi's consistent care for everyone filled her with unease. If only she had insisted her father bring the medical pod earlier. It could simulate the optimal healing environment for the human body, far superior to the emergency equipment. There's no need to rush. This is sufficient for now. Goku gently reassured her. He was aware that among the equipment the medical team had brought was a mini medical pod. Dr. Briefs had long since incorporated this portable healing apparatus into their emergency provisions. Once they arrived, Master Roshi would be able to receive immediate treatment, and he would awaken in just a few days. As they conversed, the distant sound of helicopter blades echoed, and 3 helicopters emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo approached the venue. The wind generated by the whirling rotors sent dry leaves swirling into the air. Bulma instantly waved her arms, exclaiming, "They've arrived." The medical team's helicopters. The lead helicopter landed steadily in the open space of the venue. As the doors swung open, medical personnel clad in white uniforms swiftly emerged, carrying stretchers and various instruments. The foremost doctor, the head of the Capsule Corporation's medical department, immediately approached Goku upon seeing Master Roshi in his arms. "Mr. Goku, please place Master Roshi onto the stretcher. We have brought a life support pod that can stabilize his bodily functions immediately." Goku carefully laid Master Roshi onto the stretcher, and the medical staff promptly sprang into action. Some placed an oxygen mask over Master Roshi's face, while others affixed a mini-life monitor to his chest. Another team member pushed forward a half-human-height transparent pod. The very mini medical pod that Bulma had mentioned, filled with a pale blue restorative liquid that emitted a soft glow. First, we will place Master Roshi into the medical pod. The restorative liquid will quickly replenish his lost energy and repair any damaged organs. The medical director explained as he coordinated the efforts. Dr. Briefs has already transmitted relevant data regarding the backlash from the sealing wave. Although the energy damage appears severe, it has not affected any core organs. With continuous restoration for 72 hours, he should regain consciousness. Upon hearing that recovery was possible, Krillin finally exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders sagging as he wiped away the moisture at the corner of his eye. That's wonderful, as long as he can recover. Bulma, too, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she watched the medical personnel carefully lift Master Roshi into the medical pod. The transparent door closed slowly, and the pale blue restorative liquid enveloped Master Roshi's form as the vital signs on the screen began to rise gradually. She turned to Goku, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. I am so fortunate to have you. I was nearly overwhelmed just now. I only knew that Master Roshi had a solid foundation. Goku smiled faintly, offering no further explanation as his gaze fell upon the medical chamber. He understood that this was but a temporary parting. Once Master Roshi awoke, they would once again witness the elderly man perusing magazines and occasionally teasing Krillin. The medical director, having reviewed the data, addressed the group. We must transport Master Roshi back to the Capsule Corporation's medical center, where more comprehensive restoration equipment is available. If anyone wishes to visit, you may do so tomorrow. I will go with you. Krillin exclaimed immediately, eager to remain by Master Roshi's side until the elder regained consciousness. Bulma nodded in agreement. I will accompany you as well, to monitor my father's treatment progress. Goku, you and Tais will stay here to handle the matters of the arena. We will join you at the medical center shortly, Goku stated, needing to verify whether Piccolo's retreat aligned with his memories and prepare for their journey to Korin Tower. Tais concurred. I will accompany Goku and take the opportunity to record the energy fluctuations from the arena to prevent any complications later. As the medical staff transported the medical chamber back to the helicopter, Krillin climbed into the passenger seat, while Bulma stood on the ground, watching the helicopter ascend before turning to Goku and Tais. I will head to the company first. Once you conclude your affairs, please come promptly. I will inform you of any news at the earliest opportunity. All right, Goku responded, observing Bulma's figure disappear at the entrance of the venue before turning to Tais. Let us inspect Piccolo's retreat route to ensure he has not left any further hazards, and then we shall prepare for the super divine water at Korin Tower. Tais retrieved her tablet, pulling up the map she had just recorded, her fingers gliding across the screen. Piccolo's blood trail extends into the eastern mountains. Given his recovery rate, he will likely exit West City in about 3 days. It would be futile to pursue him now. We should first address the matters at hand before heading to Korin Tower. Goku nodded, his gaze directed towards the eastern mountains, silently contemplating. Master Roshi is safe now. Next, it is his turn to augment his strength. Piccolo would seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself, and he must acquire the power of the super divine water before that. Chapter 97. Tais analyzes Piccolo. The corridor of the Capsule Corporation's medical center still bore the faint scent of disinfectant. Bulma leaned against the wall, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the entrance of the intensive care unit, where Master Roshi remained in the life support chamber, the green data on the screen slowly stabilizing. Krillin crouched beside a bench in the corridor, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the surface, his mind consumed by the lingering image of Piccolo's green silhouette during his retreat, leaving him feeling unsettled. Tais, meanwhile, pulled out her tablet from her backpack, her fingertips swiftly navigating the screen, displaying all of Piccolo's battle data from the martial arts tournament, from the energy fluctuations at his entrance to the power of his special beam cannon, and finally the extent of damage sustained from Goku's Kamehameha, each item meticulously annotated for clarity. From the data, it appears that Piccolo's base combat power hovers around 8,000, which can momentarily surge to 12,000 when he unleashes the Light of Death cannon. However, after being struck by Goku's Kamehameha, he has lost nearly 70 of his energy. She raised her head to glance at Goku, her tone exuding a professional calmness. Based on the recovery rate of Namekians, He would require at least a week to regain his peak state. Yet, he would not wait patiently for her to recover, would he? Krillin suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with concern. He is so eager to defeat us that he will undoubtedly seek a way to recover swiftly, perhaps even enlist assistance. Tai nodded, her fingertips dancing across the screen to open a new document containing the information she had previously gathered about Namekians, most of which was sourced from Dr. Brief's cosmic database. Namekians possess unique recovery abilities, but with the aid of companions or external energy sources, their recovery rate can increase by more than threefold. Moreover, as a warrior-type Namekian, Piccolo likely knows some energy replenishment methods that we are unaware of. Bulma leaned in, observing the image of Piccolo on the tablet, her brow furrowing. Will he attempt to seize the Dragon Balls? We have previously collected the Dragon Balls, and if he discovers they can grant wishes, he will surely wish to restore his power. He will not seek the Dragon Balls of Earth. Goku interjected suddenly, his voice steady yet resolute, interrupting Bulma's conjecture. Leaning against the opposite wall of the corridor, his gaze drifted towards the sky outside the window, as if reminiscing or already knowing the answer. The Dragon Balls of Earth require a year to regain their energy after each wish. Having just been used, even if Piccolo were to find them, he would be unable to make a wish immediately. Then where will he go? Krillin pressed on, his unease unabated. We cannot simply wait for him to come to us. Can we? Goku turned his attention to Tai's tablet, his gaze settling on the Namekian label on the screen, and spoke slowly. He will seek out a Namekian named Dandy. Dandy? Tai paused momentarily, quickly searching the database for the name, but only found sparse records, mostly of the younger generation of Namekians possessing unique healing abilities. Lacking any detailed information, she looked up at Goku, her eyes filled with curiosity. How do you know this name? The database has scant information about him, merely stating he excels in healing, with no mention of his capability to aid others in restoring energy. Goku was aware that he could not reveal his knowledge of the storyline, and had to concoct a plausible excuse. I once heard Master Roshi mention that he visited Namek in his youth and met a small Namekian named Dandy. He said that this child could not only heal wounds, but could also harness the energy from the Tree of Life on Namek to help his kin swiftly replenish their lost strength. As a Namekian, Piccolo would certainly be aware of the Tree of Life and know that Dandy could assist him. He understood well that in the original narrative, after being defeated, Piccolo regained his strength with Dandy's help and even fused with the energies of other Namekians, becoming even stronger than before. Now, by mentioning Dandy's name in advance, he ensures that neither his identity as a time traveler is revealed nor do those around him find themselves unprepared when Piccolo suddenly becomes formidable. Tai-Si immediately created a new document for Dandy on her tablet, meticulously recording the information provided by Goku, while also accessing the star chart of Namek, marking the areas where the Tree of Life might exist. If Dandy could indeed assist Piccolo in a swift recovery, it was imperative that they locate him beforehand, or at the very least ascertain his whereabouts. Otherwise, once Piccolo regained his strength, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Her fingers glided over the star chart, her expression growing solemn. However, with Namek being several 100,000 light-years away from Earth and lacking a faster-than-light spacecraft, immediate travel was simply unattainable. Bulma furrowed her brow. Although she could create advanced equipment, the faster-than-light spacecraft required a unique energy core that the Capsule Corporation was still in the process of developing, with a prototype at least 6 months away from completion. Even if they knew Dandy was on Namek, they could not prevent Piccolo's resurgence, and must instead prepare for his eventual return. She turned to Goku, her tone laced with a hint of reliance. Goku, is there a way for you to grow stronger before he comes back? Last time you managed to subdue him, but if he becomes even more powerful upon recovery, we may not stand a chance. Don't worry, I have a plan, Goku replied with a smile, confidence shining in his eyes. Tomorrow, I will head to Korin Tower, where there is the ultra-divine water that can enhance my strength. Once I drink it, my power will at least double, and even if Piccolo recovers, he won't be my match. He had long since devised a plan to undergo the trials of the ultra-divine water, which, while perilous, posed little threat to a Scion's physique. Moreover, he knew the proper way to consume the ultra-divine water, unlike in the original tale where he nearly lost his life. By revealing this now, he not only reassured Bulma and Krillin, but also laid the groundwork for the upcoming narrative involving his journey to Korin Tower. Upon hearing about the ultra-divine water, Tai-Si immediately searched the database for relevant information and quickly found sporadic accounts. The mysterious liquid at the peak of Corinne Tower was said to awaken latent human potential, albeit with significant side effects, as many who attempted to harness its energy had perished from the overwhelming shock. She looked up at Goku, concern evident in her gaze. "Are you certain you want to drink it? It's far too dangerous." "I can handle it," Goku assured, thumping his chest with a tone of Saiyan confidence. "My body is not like that of an ordinary person. I've endured tons of weight during training. And the energy shock from the ultra-divine water is nothing to me. Plus, Master Corinne will guide me, so there's no risk of mishap." Krillin, observing the determination in Goku's eyes, felt his own worries dissipate. He rose and patted Goku on the shoulder, saying, "Just be careful. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to call on me. I may not be as strong as you, but I can help provide cover." Bulma nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with concern. "I'll have my father prepare the best climbing gear for you tomorrow, along with some emergency potions, just in case anything goes awry." Tai Si then compiled the information regarding Dandy and the ultra-divine water into a new document and sent it to Dr. Briefs, noting, "It is advisable to prioritize the development of faster-than-light spacecraft, as we may need to journey to Namek in the future." She tucked away her tablet and turned her gaze towards Goku, her tone imbued with a tacit trust. "Then let us divide our tasks. You shall ascend to Corinne Tower to enhance your strength, while Bulma, Krillin, and I remain on Earth. We will monitor the situation with Master Roshi and gather more information about Piccolo and Dandy. Should there be any news, we will contact you immediately." Goku nodded, a sigh of relief escaping him, for not only had they successfully unveiled Dandy's storyline, but they had also laid the groundwork for his journey to Corinne Tower. As long as he could acquire the super divine water as planned, he would be well prepared to face Piccolo's next challenge. He glanced at the door to the intensive care unit, silently thinking, "Master Roshi, please recover swiftly. Upon my return from Corinne Tower, we shall train together again." The atmosphere in the corridor gradually shifted from worry to determination, as everyone embraced a clear objective. Outside, the sky began to brighten with the pale light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day, and a fresh preparation was about to commence. Chapter 98. Journey to Corinne Tower. As the morning sun crested over the rooftops of West City, several figures stood on the Capsule Corporation's helipad. Bulma held a silver backpack tightly, stuffing in the last bottle of emergency nutritional supplements, while Tais handed a compact communicator to Goku, her fingertips carrying a subtle warmth. "This communicator can transmit signals across mountain ranges, allowing us to stay informed, no matter where you climb," Tais urged, her gaze resting on Goku, laced with concern. Last night, she had delved deeper into information regarding Corinne Tower, which was said to pierce the clouds, home to a mysterious sage. Yet no one had elucidated the true agony of the super divine water. "If it becomes unbearable, don't push yourself. We will devise alternative means to augment your strength." Goku accepted the communicator and clipped it to his waist, smiling as he patted the backpack. "Rest assured, I am well aware. The pain from the super divine water is but temporary. As long as I can bolster my strength, when Piccolo returns, I shall protect you, Krillin, and the unconscious Master Roshi." He understood that in the original narrative, Goku had nearly succumbed to the effects of the super divine water due to the interference from the four-star dragon's power within him. Now, however, he possessed a purely Saiyan physique and was forewarned of the pain threshold associated with the super divine water. By focusing his mind to channel his energy, he could minimize the suffering, posing no threat to his life. This knowledge filled him with courage, even a sense of anticipation, as the power boost from the super divine water was crucial for countering Piccolo. Krillin stood nearby, holding a freshly baked meat bun, which he handed to Goku. "Take this to eat on your journey. Climbing will surely drain your energy. Master Roshi once mentioned a cat sage at Corinne Tower. If you encounter him, please send my regards." He scratched his head, his eyes brimming with trust. "When you return, we shall train together. I too wish to grow stronger and not always rely on your protection. Of course, upon my return, I shall teach you some new techniques." Goku accepted the meat bun, taking a hearty bite as the familiar aroma of wheat mingled with savory juices filled his mouth. This was prepared by Bulma's kitchen, tailored to his preferred flavor. He devoured the bun in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and slung the backpack over his shoulder. "I shall take my leave now. Please look after Master Roshi in my absence." Bulma nodded and stepped forward, adjusting the straps of his backpack. Inside were gravity-adjusting shoes, which could lighten his burden if he felt sluggish while climbing, along with 3 compressed sleeping bags, just in case he needed to spend the night on the mountain. There's no need to stay overnight. I can reach the summit today, Goku interjected confidently, aware that despite the towering height of Korin Tower, his current physical condition would allow him to ascend without any tools in half a day. This certainty momentarily stunned Bulma, but she quickly smiled and patted his arm. All right, we'll wait at home for your good news. Remember to eat on time. Don't just focus on climbing. Goku acknowledged her with a nod and turned to dash eastward. The mountains east of West City undulated, with the central tower piercing the clouds. From a distance, the tower gleamed a faint bluish gray, seemingly sprouting from the mountainside, its peak hidden within the clouds, where sunlight could scarcely penetrate. He ran swiftly, leaving a series of shallow depressions in the grass beneath his feet, the wind rushing past his ears, carrying the moisture of the forest. Before long, he arrived at the foot of Korin Tower. Looking up, the tower appeared even more majestic than from afar. The stone walls bore no footholds for climbing, save for the occasional vine swaying gently in the breeze. Nearby, a few passing climbers noticed Goku standing at the base and assumed he too was there to take on the challenge. One middle-aged man in a hat approached, shaking his head with a smile. Young man, don't waste your effort. No one has managed to ascend Korin Tower in decades. I've heard of someone who climbed for 3 days and nights, only to collapse from exhaustion and break his leg. Goku turned back and smiled, offering no explanation, merely stretching his wrists and ankles. The Scion's body was already accustomed to high-intensity exercise. This vertical climb was no different from his usual weight training. He took a deep breath, gently pushed off the ground with both feet, and shot upwards like an arrow, gliding alongside the tower. The climbers stood in stunned silence, their trekking poles clattering to the ground. They had never witnessed anyone scale a tower in such a manner, without ropes or handholds. Relying solely on the strength of their feet and hands, each leap spanning several meters, until he became a mere black dot against the tower. Goku paid no mind to the astonishment of those below. His focus remained on controlling his strength. Each push-off utilized only 30% of his power, ensuring the integrity of the tower was preserved, while his fingertips deftly avoided loose stones. These measures had been meticulously planned, as Korin Tower was the abode of the Korin sage, and he would not allow his recklessness to cause any damage. After approximately an hour, the wind grew cooler. The clouds began to envelop him, and his vision blurred. Goku retrieved a pair of goggles from his backpack and donned them, continuing his ascent. He knew that in another half hour, he would reach the summit. In the original narrative, Goku took 4 hours to climb Korin Tower. Yet his current physical prowess surpassed that of his former self by more than double. The wind intensified, ruffling his hair, while a thin layer of frost appeared on the stone wall, making it slippery underfoot. Goku decided to retract his feet entirely, using only his hands to grip the stone. Moving upwards like a gecko, his fingertips easily sank into the wall, leaving him unconcerned about slipping. Almost there, he silently recited to himself, raising his gaze to discern a verdant platform faintly visible above the clouds. That was the pinnacle of Korin Tower. Taking a deep breath, he exerted himself and leaped upward, landing steadily on the grassy summit. Just as he steadied himself, a series of crisp meows reached his ears. A cat, adorned in a red martial arts uniform and donning sunglasses, was seated upon a stone, leisurely sipping from a gourd in its paws. Upon noticing Wukong, the cat's eyes brightened momentarily as it set down the gourd and spoke. Oh, at last, a young one has managed to ascend. You were swifter than I anticipated. Wukong recognized this as Master Karen and stepped forward, bowing slightly. Master Karen, my name is Wukong. I have come to request the super divine water from you. I need to enhance my power to confront the impending foes. Master Karen raised an eyebrow and circled around Wukong, gently tapping his arm with a paw. Are you aware of the effects of the super divine water? Do you comprehend the agony that follows its consumption? Many who manage to climb here are deterred by merely witnessing the water. I am aware, Wukong nodded, his gaze resolute. The super divine water could awaken the latent powers within a person, yet the process would subject them to excruciating pain, potentially even leading to their demise if they could not endure it. However, I can withstand it. My physique is unlike that of an ordinary person, and I must grow stronger. An enemy named Piccolo will soon regain his strength, and I cannot allow him to harm my friends. He refrained from disclosing his identity as a time traveler, attributing his knowledge instead to an understanding of his own constitution. This way, he neither revealed his secret nor failed to earn Master Karen's trust. Master Karen observed the determination in his eyes, smiled. and turned towards a stone platform at the center of the tower's peak. It seems you are indeed prepared. The super divine water lies over there. But before you drink it, I must warn you, once consumed, there is no turning back. You must rely solely on your own strength to endure. I will not assist you. Wukong followed Master Karen's indication to see a transparent jade bottle upon the stone platform, containing a black liquid. The surface of the super divine water shimmered faintly, appearing calm while concealing the energy capable of tearing the body apart. He approached the platform, grasping the jade bottle. Its icy coolness reinforced his conviction. This was the key to amplifying his combat prowess. Turning to Master Karen, he flashed a smile. Thank you, Master Karen. I am ready. I can endure this pain. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a long shadow behind Wukong. He tightened his grip on the jade bottle, applying slight pressure with his fingertips, causing the black liquid within to gently sway, as if awaiting awakening. Wukong knew that consuming this vial would herald a transformative metamorphosis, preparing him thoroughly for the imminent battle against Piccolo. Chapter 99. Master Karen's Reception. Master Karen lifted the jade bottle from the stone platform, his fingertips caressing its surface. A glimmer of curiosity hidden behind his sunglasses. The suffering induced by the super divine water was beyond the realm of ordinary training. He languidly shook the bottle, watching the black liquid swirl within. There had been those who, after drinking it, suffered ruptured blood vessels throughout their bodies, and even I could not save them. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Stepping forward, Wukong reached out to take the jade bottle, the chill of its surface penetrating through his fingertips. He could faintly sense the tumultuous energy contained within, a force potent enough to rend the flesh of an ordinary person, yet also the key to unlocking the latent potential of a scion. I am certain, he assured himself, his tone devoid of any hesitation. I am not an ordinary person. My body can withstand it. He was acutely aware that, in the original narrative, Wukong succumbed to near-fatal agony upon consuming the super divine water due to the residual negative energy from the four-star dragon within him. However, now, his soul was perfectly fused with his scion form, free from any external interference, and with prior knowledge of the energy properties of the super divine water. He believed that by focusing his mind, he could minimize the pain. Master Karen observed the resoluteness in his gaze, nodded gently, and retreated to a nearby stone bench. Taking a sip from his gourd, "All right, go ahead and drink. Remember, once you begin, you must rely solely on yourself. I shall not intervene." Wukong inhaled deeply, unscrewed the cap of the jade bottle, and a bitter aroma immediately wafted into the air, reminiscent of scorched earth mixed with frost. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and down the super divine water in one swift motion. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, erupting within him instantaneously, akin to countless searing needles piercing through his organs and limbs. Wukong couldn't suppress a muffled groan, his knees buckling slightly as his hands instinctively clenched. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, channeling the energy within him according to his premeditated approach. The scion blood coursing through his veins was inherently attuned to high-intensity energy, and as the ferocious power of the super divine water made contact with his cells, they enveloped it proactively, preventing the destructive effects that would afflict an ordinary person. Master Karen set down his gourd, leaning slightly forward, a flicker of astonishment gleaming behind his sunglasses. He had witnessed many individuals consume the super divine water. Even the most gifted martial artists would typically collapse in agony, losing consciousness within moments. Yet, before him stood Wukong. Though his complexion had paled and cold sweat beaded on his forehead, he maintained his stance, actively controlling the energy within his body, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Wukong could distinctly perceive the energy of the super divine water being absorbed by his body. The tumultuous energy flowed between his cells, as if cleansing every corner of his being, gradually awakening the potential hidden deep within. His combat power surged rapidly, soaring from the initial 8,000 to swiftly surpass 10,000, then climbing towards 15,000. This was more than double the speed of enhancement depicted in the original story. Much easier than he had remembered, Wukong mused. The excruciating torment described in the original text was now contained within a realm of intense soreness, akin to the discomfort of 3 days and nights of weighted training. Though unpleasant, it was entirely bearable. He understood that this was due to his prior mastery of the guiding technique, preventing the energy from rampaging within him. Suddenly, a wave of even more formidable energy surged from his dantian, as if awakened by the power of the super divine water. Wukong's heart soared with joy. This was the unique combat energy of the Scions, typically concealed deep within, only to be unleashed in moments of peril or under special stimuli. Now thoroughly activated by the super divine water, two streams of energy intertwined within him, forming an even more potent current. Boom! A golden wave of energy radiated from Goku, flattening the surrounding grass against the ground and causing the clouds to retreat slightly. His hair fluttered gently, his gaze sharpened, and his internal combat power finally stabilized at a staggering 20,000, far surpassing the current strength of Piccolo. Even should Piccolo seek the assistance of Dandy for restoration, he would be no match for Goku. Goku slowly opened his eyes, flexed his wrists, and felt the surging power within him, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. He clenched his fist and made a light swing, producing a whoosh in the air, his strength now more than twice what it had been before. "I did it," he murmured, his voice brimming with delight. Master Korin rose to his feet and approached Goku, circling him and gently tapping his arm with a claw. "I never expected you to pull through, and you can even actively guide your energy. Who exactly are you?" Goku chuckled, concealing his identity as a traveler, and vaguely replied, "I am merely a martial artist seeking strength. I must grow stronger to protect my friends." He understood that while Master Korin was curious, he would not press further. Much like in the original story, where matters were often left unsaid, Master Korin refrained from pursuing the subject and instead pointed eastward. "Your friends seem quite worried about you. Your communicator rang several times just now." It was then that Goku recalled the communicator at his waist. He hastily retrieved it and saw 3 missed calls from Bulma. He pressed the redial button, and soon Bulma's voice, tinged with urgency, came through. "Goku, how are you? Did you reach the top? Have you met Master Korin?" "I'm fine, Bulma," Goku replied, his voice laced with mirth. "I've met Master Korin and even consumed the super divine water. My strength has significantly increased." There was a brief pause on the other end before Tai's voice, filled with relief, followed. "That's good to hear. We were worried you might encounter danger. Krillin was just saying he would come looking for you. Now he can rest easy. Tell him not to worry, I'll be back soon." Goku glanced at Master Korin and added, "By the way, Master Korin mentioned that Piccolo might recover faster than we anticipated. Keep an eye on the Dragon Balls and ensure he doesn't find them too easily." This insight stemmed from his perception of Master Korin's ability to sense the energy fluctuations on Earth, indicating that he had likely detected Piccolo's pursuit of the Dragon Balls. By forewarning Bulma and the others, they could be better prepared. After ending the call, Goku turned to Master Korin and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master Korin. If it weren't for your willingness to provide me with the super divine water, I wouldn't have been able to become this strong." Master Korin waved a claw dismissively and settled back onto the stone bench, taking a sip from his gourd. "It is your own prowess that has brought you to this point. If it were someone else, even the super divine water would be of no use. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Piccolo. Should he make any moves, I will inform you." Goku nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. With Master Korin keeping watch over Piccolo, he could return to reunite with Bulma and the others, preparing to face Piccolo's impending vengeance. He cast a glance towards the direction of the mountain's base, where the sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the rooftops of West City. As if beckoning him to return, "I shall take my leave now, Master Korin. I will visit you again when the opportunity arises." With a wave of his hand, Wukong turned and sprinted down the mountainside. His speed exceeded that of his ascent. With a gentle push off the tower, he leaped several meters, swiftly vanishing beneath the clouds. He was aware that Bulma and Tais were surely preparing his favorite dishes, eagerly awaiting his return. Master Korin observed the direction in which Wukong had disappeared. A gentle smile gracing his lips, and a flicker of anticipation glimmered behind his sunglasses. This young man might indeed alter the fate of Earth. Chapter 100. Bulma and Tai's visit with food at the foot of Korin Tower. Bulma stood on tiptoe, peering towards the end of the mountain path, her fingers subconsciously gripping the handle of a thermos lunchbox. Tai stood beside her, cradling a cup of hot milk, her gaze fixed intently on the dew-kissed stone steps. Since they had received Wukong's communication, the two had hurried from West City, even dragging Krillin along to assist with the driving. Fearful that Wukong might tire after consuming the super divine water. "Why hasn't he come down yet?" Bulma murmured, her tone laced with undeniable concern. He had promised to return promptly. Could he have lost his way on the mountain? Surely not, Tais reassured her. gently patting her shoulder while her eyes remained glued to the mountain path. Wukong has an excellent sense of direction, and having just grown stronger, he is eager to return and put our minds at ease. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but retrieve a pair of binoculars from her bag, scanning the mountain for any sign of movement. Krillin, seated in the driver's seat of the capsule car, poked his head out with a grin. Don't worry. Wukong is incredibly capable. He can handle anything that comes his way. Besides, isn't Master Korin up there? He will certainly assist him. No sooner had he spoken than a golden figure burst forth from the end of the mountain path. Wukong's speed was astonishing, his feet pounding against the stone steps. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the clearing. As he halted, a light sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, his hair slightly disheveled from the run. Yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his aura was significantly more potent than before his ascent. Wukong. Bulma dashed forward, reaching out to touch his arm. Are you all right? Is anything amiss? Was the super divine water difficult to consume? Tais quickly followed suit, offering him the warm milk. Drink this first. You might catch a chill after coming down. Wukong accepted the milk, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, effectively washing away the lingering bitterness of the super divine water. His gaze fell upon the lunchbox in Bulma's hands, his eyes lighting up instantly, a grin spreading across his face. I'm fine. The super divine water was not difficult to drink at all, and I feel incredibly powerful. He flexed his arm, showcasing the surge of strength within him. Even with strength, you must not neglect your hunger. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, but softened her tone as she handed over the lunchbox. This morning, I had the kitchen prepare your favorite roasted meat and egg fried rice, with those delicious dried plums you love. Eat it while it's hot. As Wukong took the bento box, his fingers barely grazed the lid before he eagerly lifted it, revealing golden fried rice adorned with vibrant green scallions. Beside it lay 2 substantial pieces of sizzling, oily beef, accompanied by a few plump, red dried plums, from which an enticing aroma wafted into the air. He swallowed hard, grabbed a spoon, and began devouring the rice with lightning speed, mumbling, so fragrant, much more delicious than the sins of beans from Master Korin. Tais couldn't help but chuckle at his voraciousness. She pulled out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. Slow down, no one is competing with you. We brought plenty, and if that's not enough, Krillin can help carry more. Krillin, unloading 2 larger thermal boxes from the vehicle, chimed in with a smile. That's right, Wukong. Bulma was so concerned you wouldn't have enough to eat that she packed 3 big boxes, along with Tais's vegetable salad for a vitamin boost. With his mouth full of rice, Wukong mumbled in agreement, yet his spoon continued its relentless pace. The delicate softness of the fried rice, the rich juiciness of the grilled meat, and the sweet and sour notes of the dried plums combined to create a flavor he cherished. Ever since being adopted by the Briefs family, Bulma and Tais had always strived to prepare his favorite dishes. Whether after training or during travels, he could always expect a bento brimming with food. This taste brought him more comfort than any Senza bean or energy supplement ever could. Take your time, don't choke, Bulma remarked, her initial worry dissipating, replaced by a warm smile. She settled onto a nearby rock beside Wukong and propped her chin on her hand, asking, by the way, is the ultra-divine water truly as formidable as the legends say? How much stronger are you now? Wukong swallowed his mouth full, patted his belly, and beamed with satisfaction. A lot stronger. Even if Piccolo came looking for me now, I could easily defeat him. Master Korin even said that if Piccolo dares to seek the Dragon Balls, he'll keep an eye on him, so we needn't worry too much. Hearing this, Tais sighed in relief. That's good. I was worried you might need to rest after drinking the ultra-divine water, but it seems you can handle unexpected situations now. No need for rest. I feel full of energy, Wukong exclaimed, suddenly standing up and gracefully leaping onto a nearby tree, only to land back down effortlessly, moving as nimbly as a monkey. Look, I can jump this high now, and I'm much faster than before. Bulma, observing his exuberance, couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. We know you've grown stronger, but stop showing off and finish your remaining food. We still need to head back to West City and inform the doctor, lest he worry. Wukong obediently returned to his spot on the rock, took a hefty bite of the remaining grilled meat, a bit of grease smudging the corner of his mouth. Yet his smile was radiant. Your cooking is the best, no matter if we're in the mountains or elsewhere. I've never tasted anything this delicious. Her cheeks slightly flushed by his compliment. Bulma felt warmth spread within her, while Tais couldn't suppress her gentle smile. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the trio. Krillin, seated nearby, watched this scene unfold and smiled as he picked up his own bento. Such moments brought more solace than any battle ever could. Before long, Wukong polished off the 3 large boxes of food, leaving even the bento container spotless. He gently caressed his round belly and let out a satisfied burp, proclaiming, "I'm full. Let us return. We must inform Master Karin about the ultra-divine water to put his mind at ease." Bulma tidied up the lunchbox and nodded. "All right, Krillin, let us depart." Krillin acknowledged her and started the capsule vehicle. As Goku boarded, he cast a lingering glance toward the peak of Korin Tower, where a faint glimmer seemed to bid him farewell, as if Master Karin were waving goodbye. He smiled and waved back, secretly pondering that once they dealt with Piccolo, he would certainly return to visit Master Karin, perhaps bringing Bulma and Ties with some delightful treats. The capsule vehicle gradually departed from the clearing, heading towards West City. Inside, Bulma and Ties were incessantly inquiring about the details of the mountain, while Goku responded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery outside, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. With them by his side, familiar food, and a burgeoning power, he felt a sense of happiness that surpassed all else. Chapter 101. The ultra-divine water breakthrough in the training grounds on the outskirts of West City. The morning mist lingered, and dew clung to the grass blades, cascading gently to the ground as the wind blew. Goku stood barefoot in the open space, his palms slowly coalescing a soft golden energy. Unlike before, this energy did not surge uncontrollably like a wild flame. It was enveloped by an invisible barrier, remaining steady in his palm, not even stirring the surrounding weeds. Such rapid progress, Ties remarked from a short distance away, holding a silver-gray device that she had modified from the energy monitoring equipment left by the red satin ribbon. The screen displayed a vibrant green energy waveform. Previously, with the same intensity, the energy fluctuations could shatter stones 10 meters away. Now, the fluctuation range had contracted to within half a meter, and the foundational energy was significantly more stable. The screen's reading settled at 1800, labeled as the foundational energy fluctuation value. This was more than double Goku's peak of 800 before consuming the ultra-divine water. Bulma leaned closer to examine, her finger tapping the screen. So, this means even without a full exertion, his foundational energy is stronger than before when he was straining? Indeed, Ties adjusted the instrument's dial, revealing another curve on the screen. If he channels his energy to the fullest, the peak can exceed 2300, and the energy flow is far smoother than before. The ultra-divine water must have cleared the energy blockages within him, akin to unblocking a clogged pipe. Goku released the energy from his palm and approached the two, bending down to pick up a fist-sized piece of azure stone. With a gentle pinch of his fingertip, the stone instantly crumbled into fine sand, yet it did not scatter. It simply fell slowly through his fingers without even brushing against the training wristband on his arm. "I can feel it too," he smiled, opening his hand to reveal a faint residual glow of energy. In the past, attempting to harness energy often felt like something was lodged in his chest. Now, he could summon it effortlessly and control its force, avoiding accidental breakage. Bulma retrieved the dragon radar from her bag, and on the screen, 3 blinking red dots were slowly moving southward, their trajectories overlapping. Piccolo must have found the 3rd Dragon Ball. At this pace, he will gather all 7 within 4 days at most. She lifted her gaze towards Goku, a hint of concern lacing her tone. "Are you truly capable of suppressing him with your current energy? The last time you drove him away, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Who knows what new schemes he might devise?" "Do not worry," Goku reassured, taking the radar and tracing the red dot on the screen with his fingertip, his expression turning earnest. Master Karin mentioned that Piccolo's energy source is linked to the Namekians. While his regenerative abilities are formidable, his explosive power does not rival mine. Furthermore, I can now perceive surrounding energy more swiftly. As soon as he approaches the city, I will sense it immediately. Last time he devastated half of the martial arts arena. I will not allow him to harm innocents again. As he spoke, he suddenly leapt into the air, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his body drifting like a feather to the base of a great oak tree 10 meters away. Upon turning back, he held a pristine oak leaf in his hand, the dew still glistening on its tip. Throughout this process, the energy readings on the device fluctuated only to 500, devoid of the previous wild energy leakage. Tai's gaze fell upon the steady line on the instrument, and she could not help but nod. This state of low consumption and high energy is perfectly suited to counter Piccolo's war of attrition. He excels in prolonging battles with his regeneration. If you can swiftly shift your energy state and interrupt him during his regeneration, you will gain the upper hand. She retrieved a folded piece of paper from her pocket, unfolding it to reveal a detailed training plan. For the next 3 days, we will focus on rapid energy switching and sustained output. In the mornings, we will practice energy control through fundamental movements. In the afternoons, we will simulate combat. And in the evenings, I will assist him in analyzing Piccolo's tactics. Bulma immediately chimed in, pulling out a stack of materials from her bag. Here are the recordings of Piccolo's last battle that I compiled. His special beam cannon requires charging, and we can specifically practice evading and countering his regeneration speed. Goku took the training plan and scrutinized it line by line, his finger tracing the movements on the paper. Is this how the rapid switch works? He inquired, gathering a fist-sized energy ball in his palm, only to retract it within half a second. The readings on the device plummeted from 1800 to 500, then surged back to 1800, the waveforms remaining perfectly stable. Precisely. Tai's eyes brightened. Piccolo requires energy concentration during his regeneration. If you can unleash your energy the moment he begins to charge, you can disrupt his recovery. The last time he lost an arm, he was able to regenerate. This time, we must not give him the chance to gather energy. Suddenly, Bulma clapped her hands, as if recalling something. Oh, the doctor mentioned this morning that Master Roshi has awakened and inquired about you. He wants to see how you look after drinking the super divine water and wishes to teach you new Kamehameha techniques. Upon hearing that Master Roshi was awake, Goku promptly folded the training plan and tucked it away, grabbing the two of them as they hurried towards the capsule vehicle. Then let us return swiftly. I want Master Roshi to see that I can now control my energy properly and will no longer shatter his teacups. As the morning mist gradually lifted, sunlight poured through the gaps of the oak tree, illuminating the training grounds, leaving only the fine sand remnants of the rock Goku had just crushed, along with the instrument screen frozen at 1800. This was not merely a cold combat power. It represented the tangible strength he wielded to protect West City, as well as Bulma and Tai. In the distant southern forest, Piccolo clutched a recently discovered Dragon Ball, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the star patterns on its surface. He sensed a familiar, yet more potent energy emanating from the north, causing his brow to furrow and a flicker of unease to rise within him. Unbeknownst to him, this energy, which instilled apprehension, had long surpassed his expectations and awaited his inevitable entrapment. Chapter 102. Tai's develops weaponry within the subterranean laboratory of the Briefs family. The sound of metal clashing occasionally echoed. Tai's crouched before her workbench, wielding a silver-gray long gun, its muzzle shimmering with a faint blue energy aura. Beside her lay a palm-sized circular device adorned with intricate circuitry. At last, it was calibrated. Tai straightened, wiping the sweat from her brow, and handed the long gun to Goku, who approached. This is the Regeneration Inhibition Ray gun, capable of emitting high-frequency energy waves that temporarily disrupt cellular regeneration. It has been specifically designed to counteract Piccolo's abilities. After analyzing his battle data, we discovered that his cellular activity surges during regeneration. This gun can precisely suppress that frequency. Goku accepted the weapon, noting its surprising lightness. Far less weighty than he had anticipated. Aiming at a nearby metallic target, he pulled the trigger, releasing a slender blue beam that immediately created a small indentation on the surface. Remarkably, the surrounding metal remained cool and unscathed, rather than warping from heat as it typically would. This energy wave doesn't damage the surroundings? He asked, astonished, recalling the chaos wrought by the Red Ribbon's weaponry. Certainly, Bulma interjected, turning from a nearby display screen while holding a data report. I optimized the energy constraint module to ensure the ray only affects the target's regenerating cells without any dispersion. The circular device beside her served as an emergency energy shield, capable of withstanding attacks with energy peaks below 1500. Even during Piccolo's full power surge, it could provide a brief respite for you. Tai's picked up the shield and pressed a button on its side, causing a transparent blue barrier to unfurl, enveloping half of the workbench. She pointed at the fluctuating values on the shield. As you can see, its tolerance level is now at 1600. I also added an automatic recharging feature. As long as there's an energy source, it can recharge. If you encounter danger outside, Bulma can remotely replenish the shield's energy. Goku set down the ray gun and reached out to touch the shield, feeling a faint elasticity beneath his fingertips without being repelled. He recalled the energy tests from the previous day, realizing his base energy had stabilized at 1800, surging above 2300 during full power. With Piccolo's revival, his peak energy was a mere 1500, rendering these devices seemingly unnecessary. However, seeing the anticipation in Tai's eyes, he smiled and tucked the shield into his pocket. This shield is quite impressive. It will allow you to rest easy. I'm aware you may not need it. Tai's replied, sitting at the edge of the workbench and picking up her calibration notes, her tone laced with a mix of resignation and gratitude. I observed your training yesterday. You can control your energy fluctuations with precision. Piccolo could hardly pose a threat to you. Yet, I still wish to create these in case you need to protect others or face unexpected situations. These items can at least help alleviate some of the pressure. Bulma approached and gently patted Tai's shoulder. Sister, you worry too much. Goku is incredibly strong now. Even if Piccolo brings reinforcements, we need not fear. However, this ray gun could certainly be useful for Krillin and the others. He mentioned wanting to practice some ranged attacks, and this is just perfect. Tai's eyes lit up. Oh right. She immediately picked up the ray gun to adjust its parameters. I can create a few more lightweight versions, lowering the energy output so that Krillin and Gohan can use them. This way, when they encounter enemies next time, they will have a better chance of defending themselves. Goku watched Tai busily engrossed in her work, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. He understood that Tai had always regarded him as her younger brother, protecting him since he first arrived at the Brief's home, helping him avoid trouble, training alongside him, recording data, and now developing weapons for him. Each act radiated her thoughtfulness. He approached the workbench and handed her a screwdriver. Thank you, sister. Regardless of whether it will be useful, I truly appreciate it. Taking the screwdriver, Tai smiled. There's no need to be so polite with your sister. She continued, by the way, the doctor mentioned that the Dragon radar has detected new activity. The 3 Dragon Balls in the south are moving faster. Piccolo must have found a new Dragon Ball. I suspect he will gather them in a couple of days. Goku nodded, moving to the display screen to observe the blinking red dots. I sensed energy fluctuations in the south last night that were quite similar to Piccolo's presence. Once he gathers the Dragon Balls to resurrect, I will stop him. I won't allow him to wreak havoc on the city again. Shall I accompany you? Bulma asked, picking up the Dragon radar from the table and pulling up a more detailed map. I can use the radar to pinpoint Piccolo's location and help you analyze his movement patterns to prevent him from ambushing innocent people. No, you all should stay at home. Goku replied, shaking his head with determination. Piccolo's target is me. He will not harm you. Furthermore, I can sense energy quickly now. As soon as he approaches West City, I will know and will be able to resolve this swiftly. Tai set down her tools and stepped beside Goku, looking at him earnestly. But you must be careful. Piccolo can use magic. He even employed a cloning technique before. Don't let him deceive you. If you find yourself in trouble, contact us immediately. I still have some backup weapons that are not yet calibrated, which could help restrain him. Understood. Goku chuckled, raising his hand in a gesture of assurance. I won't overestimate my abilities. You can trust me. Once we deal with Piccolo, we'll visit Grandpa Turtle Hermit. He mentioned he wants to teach me some new Kamehameha techniques. The atmosphere in the laboratory gradually relaxed. Tai continued adjusting the ray gun, preparing lightweight versions for Krillin and the others, while Bulma modified the parameters of the Dragon radar to enhance its accuracy. Goku sat nearby, observing the duo as they busied themselves, occasionally lending a hand. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory skylight, casting a warm and stable glow upon the 3 of them. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, Piccolo clutched the 4th Dragon Ball, his eyes gleaming with vengeful intent, unaware that he was about to confront a power far beyond his expectations. Chapter 103. Piccolo's quest for the Dragon Balls. The afternoon sun bathed West City in a warm glow. As Goku practiced his energy precision strikes against an ancient oak tree on the training grounds, the pale golden energy he concentrated in his palm merely left a shallow dent in the trunk, neither shattering the bark nor disturbing the squirrel nestled within its hollow. The energy readings on the device's screen remained stable at 800, a deliberate result of his self-restraint. You're becoming increasingly proficient, remarked Thais, seated in a nearby folding chair, her monitoring device recording the fluctuations in energy. You can now accurately control the intensity of your energy output, even confining the fluctuation range to within half a meter. Should Piccolo attempt to launch a surprise attack using energy interference, you would detect it immediately. Bulma lay sprawled on the picnic mat, toying with the Dragon Ball radar. The screen, once displaying 7 scattered red dots, now showed them converging towards the southern mountains at an astonishing pace. 6 of the dots had already overlapped, leaving only the last one moving sluggishly. How strange. Why are all the Dragon Balls heading in the same direction? She pondered, furrowing her brow as she magnified the radar map. Is someone deliberately collecting them? Goku ceased his energy concentration and sat beside the picnic mat, his gaze drawn to the radar screen. Just then, he squinted, instinctively tightening his fingers as a familiar and malevolent energy slowly ascended from the southern mountains, diffusing through the air like ink swirling in water. It's Piccolo. Goku's voice was calm, yet underscored with unwavering conviction. He is gathering the Dragon Balls. That energy fluctuation was the resonance produced when the Dragon Balls congregate, combined with his own aura. There's no mistaking it. Tais immediately straightened in her chair, switching her monitoring device to aura tracking mode. A faint purple ripple appeared on the screen, emanating persistently from the south. There is indeed an energy response. The intensity is approximately 1200, somewhat weaker than during the last martial arts tournament, suggesting he is yet to fully recover and is relying on the Dragon Balls for energy replenishment. Wait, Goku shook his head, placing his hand on his chest. I can sense that beneath that aura lies a greater force, as if he is gathering strength. He must be collecting the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and wish for the restoration of his youth and power. After all, I severely injured him last time. He surely desires a complete recovery. Bulma suddenly sat upright, her radar screen indicating that the last red had finally converged with the other 6. A notification flashing in the corner that the Dragon Balls had been gathered. Oh no, he has collected the Dragon Balls. Her voice was tinged with urgency as she gripped the radar. Should we rush over now to stop him? What if he succeeds in his wish and becomes stronger? There's no need for haste, Goku reassured her, placing a hand on her shoulder to urge her to sit. Summoning Shenron requires time, and once he appears, he will linger for a while. There's ample opportunity for me to reach him. If we go now, we might inadvertently alert him and prompt him to make his wish prematurely. He turned to Tais. Sister, do you still have the energy shield you created earlier? Equip Bulma with it. I will confront Piccolo while you two stay at home and refrain from wandering. Tais immediately retrieved a small, circular device from her backpack and handed it to Bulma. This is a mini energy shield. Pressing this button will activate it, capable of withstanding energy attacks below 1500. It should be sufficient for your protection. Goku, be cautious. After his resurrection, Piccolo will undoubtedly be more cunning. Do not let his magic deceive you. I understand. Goku accepted the water bottle handed to him by Tais and took a sip. The last time I fought him, I discerned his techniques. His special beam cannon requires charging, and the energy fluctuations of his clone technique differ from his true form. I can distinguish them. Furthermore, my base energy level is 1800, and when I unleash my full power, it exceeds 2300. Even if he wishes to become stronger, he will not be my match. Bulma still felt a tinge of worry, gripping Goku's wrist. You must return quickly. I will monitor your location with the radar, if danger arises. I will promptly have the doctor dispatch a capsule aircraft for your support. All right. Goku nodded with a smile, ruffling her hair. I will be back shortly. Once I have dealt with Piccolo, we shall visit Master Roshi. Didn't he mention teaching me a new Kamehameha technique? He stood, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, his gaze fixed on the southern sky. The aura belonging to Piccolo was growing increasingly intense, intertwined with the divine energy unique to Shenron. Evidently, Piccolo had begun summoning the dragon. Goku inhaled deeply, lightly pushing off the ground with his feet, his body shooting into the sky like a released arrow, controlling his energy fluctuations to remain under 1000, ensuring both speed and discretion. Tais gazed after Goku's receding figure. On her monitoring device's screen, the green dot representing Goku was swiftly moving southward. His speed has significantly improved, and his energy control is more stable. He should be fine. Bulma clutched the mini shield tightly, her eyes fixed on Goku's dot on the radar screen. I hope he returns safely. I want to visit Namek with him. The doctor said the sky there is pink, which must be beautiful. Meanwhile, in the deep mountains to the south, Piccolo stood in an open valley. 7 Dragon Balls encircling him, golden light radiating from them, coalescing into a beam shooting towards the heavens. The outline of Shenron gradually became distinct within the light, and a sinister grin spread across Piccolo's face as he clenched his fists. He sensed Goku's energy approaching rapidly but remained indifferent, as long as his wish was granted. He would regain his peak power, perhaps even become stronger. At that moment, he would utterly defeat Goku and reign over the world. As Goku soared through the air, he could distinctly feel Shinran's energy drawing near, while Piccolo's aura grew increasingly arrogant. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he began to gather energy in his palm. This time, he would not allow Piccolo an escape. He was determined to obliterate his ambitions once and for all. Chapter 104. Piccolo's desire for world domination. In the secluded valley of the southern mountains, the golden afterglow of the Dragon Balls lingered in the air. Piccolo hovered in midair, enveloped in a deep purple energy that coiled around him like a dark mist. The dragon had just fulfilled his wish, not only healing the wounds inflicted by the Kamehameha during the martial arts tournament, but also elevating his power to a new level. The rubble on the ground crumbled silently into dust under the weight of his aura. At last, I have returned. Piccolo spread his arms wide, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Goku, last time you narrowly bested me. This time, I shall see if you can withstand my onslaught. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave towards a nearby mountainside. With a thunderous roar, the cliff face was instantly blasted into a bottomless pit, debris and smoke soaring into the sky. From this day forth, I shall rule this world. Piccolo's voice, resonating with raw energy, echoed throughout the valley. All who oppose me will be reduced to dust, just like this mountainside. Your proclamation comes too soon. A calm yet penetrating voice suddenly rang out. Before Piccolo could react, a golden silhouette materialized 10 meters in front of him. Goku stood with his hands tucked into the pockets of his training outfit, the grass beneath him undisturbed, as he had meticulously controlled his energy to avoid disturbing the surrounding air. Piccolo's pupils constricted in shock. He had been utterly focused on sensing the surrounding energy and had failed to notice Goku's approach. How is this possible? His purple aura surged violently. How can your speed be so astonishing? You were not this powerful last time. It is the super divine water, Goku replied nonchalantly. Glancing at the 7 Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, now reverted to their ordinary stone forms, indicating that the dragon had departed. It has cleared the energy blockages within me. My speed and strength now far surpass what they were. He slightly raised his hand, gathering a sphere of pale golden energy that remained perfectly still, devoid of any fluctuation. Piccolo, relinquish your ambitions. You cannot defeat me. Relinquish? Piccolo erupted into a maniacal laugh, brimming with disdain. I have awaited this day for far too long to consider such a notion. Do you think this meager power can intimidate me? He crossed his arms rapidly over his chest, purple energy coalescing at his fingertips, forming a slender beam. The signature technique, the Demon Flash Cannon. Behold, you managed to evade this attack last time. You may not be so fortunate this time. Piccolo's gaze hardened. I shall pierce through your body with this technique, ensuring your complete obliteration. Goku remained motionless, merely squinting slightly. He could distinctly sense the flow of Piccolo's energy. The Demon Flash Cannon required 0.5 seconds of charging time, and its trajectory was linear. Evading it would be exceedingly simple for him now. Piccolo, you remain unchanged, relying solely on such charge-dependent techniques. He shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. You possess such remarkable talent, yet you insist on pursuing world domination. Have you forgotten the innocents you harmed when you last ravaged the city? Innocents? Piccolo scoffed. This world is one of survival of the fittest. The weak must be ruled by the strong. The energy beam at his fingertips thickened slightly. Enough of the idle chatter. Prepare yourself. Just as Piccolo was about to unleash his special beam cannon, Goku suddenly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Goku reappeared behind him, gently placing his palm on Piccolo's shoulder. A gentle yet irresistible force surged forth, causing a tumult within Piccolo's energy. The special beam cannon became erratic, veering off course and soaring into the sky, exploding into a burst of purple sparks among the clouds. As Piccolo attempted to pivot and strike back, he found himself immobilized, as if pinned to the spot. Goku's hand, though not applying force, precisely suppressed his energy core. Piccolo, I do not wish to harm you. Goku's voice resonated from behind. However, should you persist in your intent to harm innocent lives, I shall not hesitate to act. He withdrew his hand and took a couple of steps back. The last time I spared your life, it was with the hope that you would reform, yet you remain obstinately unyielding. Piccolo turned to face him. Astonishment and resentment etched in his eyes. He had not anticipated being deprived of the opportunity to retaliate. Goku's speed and control of energy surpassed all his expectations. Impossible. I have indeed grown stronger. How can I still be unable to defeat you? He clenched his fists in frustration, the purple energy within his palms flickering wildly. Your strength has improved, but your mindset and tactics have not evolved in the slightest. Goku observed him seriously. Piccolo, abandon your ambition to dominate the world. Would it not be better to join us in protecting the Earth? Look at Krillin and Gohan. They are tirelessly striving to safeguard our planet. Why can't you do the same? Protect the Earth? Piccolo faltered, taken aback by Goku's words, then shook his head defiantly. I refuse to collaborate with you Earthlings. Yet, the energy surrounding him subtly diminished. Goku's words had evidently struck a chord. Understanding that Piccolo would not change his mind immediately, Goku did not press further, merely stating, I shall not prevent your departure, but if you dare to wreak havoc upon the city and harm the innocent again, I will personally defeat you. And I will not hold back. Meanwhile, in a laboratory in West City, Bulma was intently monitoring the radar screen, where 2 points of light representing Goku and Piccolo were closely aligned, their energy levels stable without significant fluctuations. Wonderful. Goku hasn't attacked immediately. She exhaled in relief and turned to Tai, noting that while Piccolo's energy readings were high, Goku's energy remained steady, indicating that Goku could manage the situation. Tai set down her monitoring device, smiling and nodding. Goku's control over his energy has improved remarkably. When he suppressed Piccolo just now, the energy fluctuations barely exceeded 1500. Clearly, he wasn't using his full strength. She picked up the intercom, switching to Goku's frequency. Goku, do you require assistance? I can dispatch drones to help monitor Piccolo's movements. Hearing Tai's voice over the intercom, Goku responded with a smile. No need, sister. Piccolo poses no real threat at the moment. I can handle it. Stay at home and don't worry. He ended the call and turned to the still-dazed Piccolo. You may leave, but do not let me witness you causing further destruction to the Earth. Piccolo gritted his teeth, ultimately turning away and soaring into the distance. He recognized that he was not a match for Goku at this moment. Staying would only lead to self-degradation. Yet, within him, a seed had been sown. Perhaps Goku was right. It was indeed time for a change. Goku watched Piccolo's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. He understood that Piccolo would not surrender easily. But at least this time, he had averted a catastrophe. He took out his communicator and addressed Bulma and Tais. Piccolo has left. I'm heading back now. Let us visit Master Roshi tomorrow. In the valley, only scattered Dragon Balls and debris remained, sunlight filtering through the leaves, restoring tranquility. Yet Goku knew this peace was temporary. Piccolo's ambition had not been extinguished, and a true confrontation awaited them in the future. Chapter 105, Second Stage Piccolo vs. Goku. The air in the valley suddenly turned chaotic as the purple energy enveloping Piccolo erupted violently. Debris was sent flying several meters into the air. The humiliation of being subdued by Goku intertwined with his obsession to dominate the world, igniting a surge of hidden power within him. His body rapidly expanded within the cocoon of energy, deep purple patterns emerging on his once smooth skin. His forehead's antennae sharpened, and his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. His aura swelling to more than 3 times its previous intensity. This is my true form. Piccolo's voice became hoarse and resonant. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand against the ground, a pillar of purple energy instantly piercing through the valley, splitting the earth open with a deep chasm. Goku, I was careless before. Now, witness the true might of the Demon King. In the West City laboratory, Tai scrutinized the fluctuating readings on the monitor, her brow arching. Piccolo's energy has surged past 8,000, more than 3 times what it was before. He's in his second stage. She turned to Bulma, adding, Yet Goku's energy remains stable around 15,000, showing no signs of fluctuation, as if he anticipated this. Bulma relaxed her grip on the radar, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. After drinking the ultra-divine water, Goku's combat power has significantly increased. Piccolo's enhancement is simply insufficient. In the valley, Piccolo launched the first attack. He propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Goku like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in purple energy, whistling through the air as it aimed for Goku's face. The speed of this punch was nearly double that of before. An ordinary person would have no time to react. Yet Goku merely leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the blow, which instead smashed into the rocks behind him, reducing them to dust. Faster, but still too slow. Goku remarked, his tone as calm as if engaged in casual conversation. Piccolo, is brute force all you rely on? Infuriated, Piccolo turned and delivered a sweeping kick, the purple energy condensing into a blade at his toes, attempting to cleave Goku in half. Goku leaped into the air, executing a flip before landing behind Piccolo. He raised his hand and lightly pushed Piccolo's back. This seemingly casual gesture was imbued with an irresistible force, causing Piccolo to stagger forward several steps before regaining his balance. Impossible, Piccolo exclaimed, turning back with disbelief in his eyes. I've grown stronger. Why can't I touch you? He quickly formed hand signs, purple energy coalescing into a massive sphere before him. Take this. Upgraded demon cannon. The luminous sphere, accompanied by a piercing hum, hurtled towards Wukong, scorching the air along its path and leaving a charred mark upon the ground. Wukong remained motionless until the sphere approached him, at which point he slowly raised his right hand, gathering a gentle, golden energy in his palm. He gently pushed forward, and the golden energy collided with the purple sphere. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, the golden energy enveloped the purple sphere like flowing water, instantaneously consuming it before dissipating into the air. How could this be possible? Piccolo was utterly bewildered. His ultimate light cannon was a last resort. Its power quadrupled after an upgrade, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Wukong. Just how strong is your energy? Strong enough to easily defeat you. Wukong took 2 steps forward, subtly releasing his aura, which enveloped him in a faint golden glow, causing the surrounding debris to levitate. Piccolo, I shall offer you one more chance. Relinquish your ambition to dominate the world, or I shall not hold back any longer. Hold back? Piccolo erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes filled with madness. I do not require your restraint. Today, either you will perish, or I shall. He spread his arms wide, purple energy surging from every part of his body to form a colossal energy shield that enveloped the entire valley. I shall obliterate this place, burying you along with it. The energy shield began to contract, causing the temperature in the valley to soar, rocks to melt, and trees to be reduced to ashes. Wukong furrowed his brow, unwilling to devastate the environment or allow the energy to reach the distant village. He inhaled deeply, and the golden energy surged, transforming the faint glow into a dazzling brilliance, his hair slightly rising as his aura broke through to 20,000. Since you refuse to heed my warning, I have no choice but to defeat you. In an instant, Wukong appeared before Piccolo, his fist enveloped in golden energy, striking Piccolo squarely in the chest. Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock as he spat blood, his body hurtling backwards like a severed kite, crashing into the valley's rock face, which then collapsed, burying him beneath the rubble. The purple energy shield vanished instantly, and the chaotic energy in the valley subsided. Wukong approached the pile of debris, waving his hand to push the stones aside with golden energy, revealing the gravely injured Piccolo, who had reverted from his second form back to his original state. A distinct fist mark on his chest, his aura so faint it was nearly imperceptible. You have lost. Wukong looked at Piccolo, his tone devoid of triumph, only calmness. I told you, you have grown stronger, but I am even stronger. Piccolo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Why? Why are you always stronger than me? I have given it my all. Wukong crouched down to meet his gaze. Because your power is meant for domination, while my strength is for protection. He rose to his feet. I will not kill you, but should you dare harm the innocent again, you will not be so fortunate next time. With that, Wukong took out his communicator and spoke to Bulma and Tais. I have defeated Piccolo. I am returning now. Please prepare some food. I am a bit hungry. In the West City laboratory, Bulma and Tais simultaneously chuckled at this statement. Tais turned off the monitoring device, saying, I told you. Wukong hardly broke a sweat. Bulma picked up the phone and called the kitchen. Prepare 50 servings of Goku's favorite rice and make some roasted meat. In the valley, Piccolo watched Goku's departing figure, his fists tightly clenched, a complex mix of emotions flashing in his eyes, a blend of reluctance and a hint of reverence. He understood that he had truly lost this time, and quite miserably at that. Yet, he did not relent. He quietly resolved within himself, the next time they meet, he must surpass Goku and reclaim the dignity that rightfully belonged to the Demon King. Chapter 106. Urban Battlefield. As Piccolo staggered towards the industrial area in the west of the city, Goku's aura remained fixed upon him, not to extinguish his existence, but out of fear that this newly awakened second-tier form of the Demon King might spiral out of control and endanger the civilians. The skyscrapers of West City loomed in the distance, and should a battle encroach upon the residential areas, the consequences would be dire. Such chaos was precisely what Goku sought to prevent, in stark contrast to the disorder depicted in the original narrative. Goku, Piccolo's energy moved towards the industrial zone, where several abandoned factories stood, yet 3 residential buildings still surrounded them. Bulma's voice crackled through the intercom, the red dot on the radar screen swiftly approaching the cluster of buildings. I have contacted the local police to evacuate the residents, but it will take at least 10 minutes. Tai's voice followed closely. I have synchronized the data from the energy monitor with you. Piccolo's energy fluctuations are highly unstable, and he may unleash widespread destructive abilities. I am preparing to remotely activate the temporary energy shield we developed earlier, which will cover the residential area, but it can only last for 5 minutes. Goku exerted force beneath his feet, enveloped in golden energy, and instantaneously teleported in front of Piccolo. As he landed, he deliberately conjured a translucent golden barrier on the ground, completely isolating the industrial area from the residential buildings. Piccolo, if you wish to fight, do so here. Do not involve the houses behind you. Piccolo halted, purple energy swirling in his palm, and sneered at the golden barrier. Are you still concerned for these mortals? How laughable. When I ruled the world, I had no such qualms. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave towards the abandoned warehouse beyond the barrier, which was still 100 meters away from the residential buildings. However, should the energy wave explode, debris could still endanger the evacuating civilians. Reacting swiftly, Goku positioned himself in front of the barrier, gathering faint golden energy in his palm, and with a gentle push, redirected Piccolo's energy wave skyward. The sound of an explosion echoed in the clouds, barely stirring the dust on the ground. I told you, we fight here. Goku's tone had grown somber, the glow of the golden barrier intensifying. Whether you seek revenge or wish to dominate the world, do not involve the innocent. Innocent? Piccolo charged at Goku, his fist imbued with purple energy aimed at his face. When Master Roshi and the others sealed me, did they consider the innocents? Do you think that by protecting these people, they will be grateful? They are nothing but a bunch of cowardly mortals. Goku evaded the punch, simultaneously grasping Piccolo's wrist, redirecting his force downward. Piccolo's punch struck the concrete of the industrial area, creating a half-meter deep crater instead of the gaping chasm depicted in the original story. Perhaps they are weak, but they have never harmed you. With a swift motion, Goku flung Piccolo towards the adjacent abandoned factory. And I protect them, not for gratitude. The iron roof of the factory was breached, creating a significant hole, as dust swirled in the air. Piccolo's furious roar echoed. Stop pretending. You merely wish to prove your superiority over me. He burst forth from the factory, hands forming seals before him, as purple energy coalesced into a colossal sphere of light. Taste this. Wide-area magic convergence cannon. This energy sphere was 3 times larger than before. If it detonated, the entire industrial zone would be razed to the ground, potentially shattering the windows of distant residential buildings. Goku's pupils narrowed as he immediately maximized his golden energy, drawing circles with his hands to manifest a rotating golden energy shield. Ties, how much longer can the barrier hold for the residential buildings? 2 more minutes. Evacuations are 90 complete. Only a few elderly residents remain. Ties' voice was tinged with urgency. I'm adjusting the equipment to see if we can enhance your energy shield. Piccolo's energy sphere hurtled toward them, accompanied by a piercing whistle, colliding with the golden energy shield. The ground trembled slightly at the moment of impact, yet the energy shield steadfastly absorbed the shock, with not a trace of energy leaking through. Impossible. How can your energy be so precisely controlled? Piccolo's eyes widened. He had never witnessed anyone compressing energy to such an extent, both efficient and perfectly defensive. Because I understand the consequences of losing control and the number of people who could be harmed. Goku slowly advanced the energy shield, pushing Piccolo's sphere back incrementally. You don't truly wish to harm the innocent, do you? Before your sealing, you never actively killed mortals. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, the brilliance of his energy sphere dimming slightly. Just then, Bulma's voice crackled through the intercom. Goku, the residents have all been evacuated. You can lower Ties' barrier now. Upon hearing this, Goku suddenly increased his energy output, forcing Piccolo's sphere back towards him. Piccolo hastily retracted his energy, narrowly avoiding injury from his own attack. He gazed at Goku, his expression a complex mix of reluctance, confusion, and an unrecognized wavering. Goku lowered the energy shield, allowing the golden barrier to dissipate. Now we can engage properly, but do refrain from damaging the buildings. He gestured towards the residential structures in the distance, where onlookers were still watching. Let them not think that we, the powerful, are mere destroyers. Piccolo remained silent for several seconds before snorting dismissively. Don't think this will persuade me. I will still seek revenge. Yet, his attacks had become considerably restrained. In their subsequent exchanges, every punch and kick deftly avoided the surrounding factory, leaving only shallow imprints on the ground. On a distant hillside, Bulma set down her radar, observing the energy fluctuations of the two fighters stabilizing on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Fortunately, Goku can contain the destruction. Otherwise, West City would be under repair for ages. Tai switched off the monitoring device and handed Bulma a water bottle. He never intended to fight like in the original story. Did you see how skillfully he redirected the energy wave just now? He's become more adept. She glanced towards the battlefield, contemplating that perhaps Piccolo had also been influenced by him. That earlier wide-area magic convergence cannon was intentionally slowed down by Piccolo, or else Goku wouldn't have managed to deflect it so easily. On the battlefield, Goku evaded Piccolo's sweeping kick and seized the opportunity to strike his back with the palm. With a staggering gait, Piccolo advanced a few steps, refraining from further attacks, merely panting heavily. Today, I concede defeat, but I shall not relinquish my resolve. Goku nodded, opting not to deliver a final blow. I shall await the next encounter. However, remember to choose a more secluded battleground for our future clash. He retrieved a walkie-talkie, addressing Bulma and Tais. All is well here. You may approach. Beneath the setting sun, within the ruins of the industrial district, the devastation was not as pronounced as depicted in the original narrative. Only a few shallow craters and a damaged factory roof remained. Goku observed Piccolo's departing silhouette, feeling a sense of relief. This time, he had successfully evaded the chaos of an urban battlefield, granting Piccolo a deeper understanding of guardianship. Chapter 107. Bulma tracks with radar at the temporary command center outside the West Capital Industrial Zone. Bulma intently monitored the modified Dragon Ball radar on her wrist, where a red dot pulsed in sync with Piccolo's movements, accompanied by a golden light that marked the protagonist. The 2 points remained entangled within the confines of the industrial area, showing no deviation from the predetermined safe zone. Piccolo's pace was diminishing, and the fluctuations in energy were increasingly erratic. Bulma's fingers glided across the radar screen, magnifying a localized area. He had attempted to flee towards the northern residential district, but was intercepted by Goku. Nearby, Tai scrutinized a portable energy monitor, where 2 distinct curves were displayed. The purple curve representing Piccolo oscillated wildly, exhibiting evident turbulence, while the golden curve symbolizing the protagonist remained consistently stable, resembling a straight line, only slightly elevating during blocks or counterattacks. Goku's energy control was remarkably precise. During the previous counter, he had only released 30 units of energy, effectively pushing Piccolo back towards the derelict factory zone. Tais accessed the data report, her brow relaxing slightly as she noted Piccolo's energy peak declining from 800 to 7500, while Goku maintained a formidable 15,000, exhibiting no signs of strain. Despite the statistical advantage, Bulma couldn't suppress her clenched fists. Yet I remain anxious about Piccolo's sudden release of a widespread energy wave. What if Goku fails to block it? She gazed towards the industrial zone, where, despite the 100-meter distance, she could only glimpse fleeting flashes of gold and purple light atop the factory roofs. The faint sounds of energy collisions reached her ears, quickening her heartbeat. Tais gently patted her shoulder, offering a cup of warm water. Rest assured, Goku's perception is more acute than our instruments. Have you forgotten? During the avalanche on the snowy mountains, he discerned the safe route 10 minutes in advance. I am certain he can sense our concerns and will not allow himself to be endangered. Nevertheless, Tais's gaze remained fixed on the monitor. She had intentionally integrated an emotional wave detection function into the device, enabling her to indirectly gauge the protagonist's state through energy frequencies. At this moment, beside the golden curve on the screen, a green ripple indicating reassurance pulsed gently. Simultaneously, within the abandoned factory of the industrial zone, the protagonist sidestepped an energy blast from Piccolo. The purple energy sphere struck a concrete pillar, creating a crater the size of a fist, rather than shattering the entire column as it had previously. The protagonist observed the slight tremor in Piccolo's arms, his mind already deciphering the situation. After the recent exertion, Piccolo's stamina and energy were nearing their limits. You can't hold on much longer. Standing firm, the protagonist allowed his golden aura to diminish slightly. Continuing the fight would only lead to further disarray. Piccolo clenched his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to gather purple energy in his palm. Even if I lose, I shall not succumb so easily. He lunged towards the protagonist, oblivious to the steel rebar beneath his feet, remnants of the factory's collapse. The protagonist had deliberately avoided this area earlier, but in his current state of panic, Piccolo misstepped, losing his balance. With quick reflexes, the protagonist grasped Piccolo's wrist, gently pulling him back into steadiness. Don't be so hasty. Piccolo was taken aback, gazing into the protagonist's eyes devoid of hostility, causing the energy in his palm to dissipate involuntarily. Just then, the protagonist's walkie-talkie crackled to life with Bulma's anxious voice. Goku. Piccolo's energy fluctuations have suddenly decreased. Is something wrong? Are you all right? The protagonist held the walkie-talkie, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had sensed Bulma and Tai's emotions long before, their concealed tension palpable even from several kilometers away. I'm fine. Piccolo is merely fatigued. He deliberately slowed his speech, imbuing his voice with a steadiness that would assuage their worries. There is no need for concern. The battle will conclude shortly, and there will be no unforeseen events. At the command center, Bulma relaxed her tense shoulders upon hearing his words, pressing her hand to her chest and exhaling deeply. That is a relief. I saw Piccolo's red dot on the radar stop moving, and I feared you were injured. Tai's leaned closer, observing the suddenly steadier golden curve on the monitor, adding with a smile, Look, Goku's energy frequency has stabilized, even carrying a soothing resonance. He must have sensed our worry and spoke to reassure us. She adjusted the equipment, syncing Piccolo's energy data to the protagonist's walkie-talkie. I've sent you Piccolo's energy data. His current combat power is only 6,800. If you wish to conclude this, you can triumph at any moment. The protagonist received the data, committing it to memory with a swift glance. He released Piccolo's wrist and stepped back, acknowledging defeat now could preserve some dignity. Piccolo regarded the protagonist, then glanced towards the distant command center, where he sensed the familiar auras of Bulma and Tai's, aware of their support. Realizing that he had needed the protagonist's assistance merely to stand, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have lost, but I maintain my stance. Next time we meet, I shall surely prevail over you. The protagonist nodded. I shall await that day. He picked up the walkie-talkie, addressing Bulma and Tai's. The battle has ended. Piccolo has conceded. There is no need for you to come here. I will escort him away and return shortly. Great. We'll await your return at the command center. I've brought you jerky and water. Bulma's voice brimmed with joy, her earlier anxiety vanishing. Tai's also took the walkie-talkie, her tone filled with reassurance. Please be safe. We look forward to your return. After hanging up, the protagonist turned to Piccolo. I will take you to the outskirts. Stay away from the city. Piccolo offered no rebuttal, merely nodding in agreement. Two individuals emerged side by side from the abandoned factory, as the golden rays of the setting sun cast elongated shadows upon them. What was destined to be a fierce battle concluded in such a tranquil manner, devoid of urban destruction and innocent casualties, precisely as the protagonist had hoped. Within the command center, Bulma retracted the radar and began organizing the supplies they had brought. Tai's, on the other hand, powered down the monitoring device and archived the data. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a reassuring smile. With the protagonist present, it seemed that no matter the magnitude of the crisis, it could swiftly be transformed into a trivial matter. Chapter 108. Tai's deploys the shield at the temporary evacuation point on the outskirts of the Western City Industrial Zone. Dozens of citizens huddled beneath makeshift tents, their gazes anxiously directed toward the industrial area, where flashes of golden and purple energy intermittently illuminated the sky. The occasional sound of energy collisions caused many to instinctively grasp the hands of those beside them. That purple light was terrifying. It won't explode here, will it? A mother, cradling her child, spoke with a quiver in her voice, while the frightened child clung tightly to her neck. Nearby, an elderly man sighed. I hope that young man with golden hair prevails. Otherwise, we are in for a dire fate. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened with a pale blue light. The crowd looked up to witness a semi-transparent blue barrier gently descending from above, enveloping the entire evacuation point and surrounding residential areas like a colossal dome. Upon its landing, the barrier rippled softly, gently dispersing the dust and debris that floated in from afar. "What is this?" someone asked, reaching out to touch the barrier. A warm sensation enveloped their fingertips, yet the delicate blue light remained impenetrable. In the command center, Thais fixed her gaze on the screen of her portable device, her fingers deftly gliding over the control panel. The display illustrated the coverage area and energy intensity of the blue barrier. A faint smile graced her lips. It perfectly encompassed the entire residential area and evacuation point, and its energy strength could withstand a full-force strike from Piccolo. There was no cause for concern. Bulma leaned in closer, her eyes widening in astonishment as she observed the blue barrier on the screen. "When did you upgrade the temporary energy shield? Wasn't it said that it could only last 5 minutes? I realized that the previous barrier was insufficient during the avalanche situation in the snowy mountains." Thais explained while adjusting the energy output. "I subsequently added a solar energy auxiliary module and optimized the energy circulation system. It can now sustain itself for half an hour. Ample time for Goku to conclude the battle." She paused, her gaze filled with certainty. "I had anticipated that Piccolo, being the Demon King, might cause energy fluctuations during the fight that could endanger the civilians. Hence, I brought the equipment in advance." Bulma observed Thais' focused profile, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. She knew that beneath Thais' gentle demeanor lay meticulous attention to detail. Just as she had prepared warm clothing and energy supplies for Goku's previous visit to Korin Tower, this instance was no different. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated factory of the industrial zone, Piccolo found himself forced back by a powerful elbow strike from the protagonist. Enraged and humiliated, he raised his hand and unleashed a violet energy wave towards the vacant space behind him, a mere few hundred meters from the residential area. Under ordinary circumstances, the residual force of such an energy wave could shatter the glass of nearby buildings and potentially harm the citizens in the process of evacuation. Just as the protagonist was about to intervene, he suddenly sensed a gentle blue energy unfurling from the side. As the violet energy wave approached the residential area, it collided with the blue barrier. A soft hum resonated as the energy wave was instantaneously absorbed by the barrier, leaving not a single ripple to escape its confines. The protagonist paused momentarily before realizing that this was Thais' energy barrier. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the evacuation point. Although Thais was not visible, he could distinctly perceive the familiar energy fluctuations emanating from the barrier, along with a soothing emotion radiating from her presence. It appeared that she had allies as well. Beck, observing the blue barrier, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that it could withstand his energy wave. That woman possessed considerable skill. The protagonist shifted his gaze, his golden aura slightly retracting. She merely wished to protect the innocent. He regarded Beck with a more somber tone, indicating that he no longer had the opportunity to endanger the citizens and should thus focus on the battle at hand. Meanwhile, at the evacuation point, the mother who had been clutching her child exhaled a sigh of relief as she watched the violet energy dissipate beyond the barrier. The child loosened his grip on her clothing, gazing curiously at the blue shield. "Mom, this light shield is amazing, like magic." "It's not magic. It's a technology invented by that sister over there." A staff member in a white coat approached with a smile, pointing towards the command center. "That pink-haired sister has prepared this protective shield for us. We are quite safe." The citizens followed his gesture and saw Thais focused on her equipment while Bulma assisted her by handing over documents. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd, their initial fear gradually replaced by a sense of reassurance. So they were already prepared. How wonderful! With such advanced technology and formidable warriors, we are surely safe. Once this matter concludes, we must express our gratitude to them. In the command center, Thais seemed to sense the citizens' emotions, her smile widening. After adjusting the final parameter, she informed Bulma, "The barrier is stable, and the energy output is normal. Even if Beck unleashes several more extensive energy waves, the people inside will remain unharmed." Bulma nodded, glancing towards the industrial area just in time to see the protagonist's golden figure swiftly evade Beck's attack and land a punch to his chest. She remarked with a smile, "Goku should be finishing up soon. With your barrier in place, he can concentrate on the fight without worrying about protecting the citizens." "Indeed," Thais replied, switching off the equipment's backup and picking up the intercom. "Goku, the barrier has been deployed, covering both the residential area and the evacuation point. You can fight without fear of endangering the citizens. The intercom crackled with the protagonist's clear voice, tinged with a hint of amusement. Understood? Thanks, sister. I'll wrap things up quickly over here. Tai Si set down the intercom, exchanging a glance with Bulma, both finding solace in each other's eyes. They are aware that with the protagonist fighting on the front lines and the preemptively prepared energy barriers safeguarding the citizens, this battle will undoubtedly conclude in the safest manner possible. Chapter 109. Super Kamehameha above the abandoned factory in the industrial district of West City. Violet energy gathers at a visibly rapid pace. Piccolo kneels on the ground, his hands forming a cross, and the third eye on his forehead illuminates with a strange glow. The purple energy spirals up his arms, coalescing in his palms into a slender yet highly penetrating beam of light, his signature move, the special beam cannon. Even if I lose, I will make you pay the price. Piccolo's voice resonates with gritted anger, the brilliance of the violet energy beam intensifying, warping the air around it as if it were being scorched. This technique can pierce through mountains. I shall see how you intend to block it. The protagonist stands 10 meters opposite him, a golden aura enveloping him. Having undergone the super divine water breakthrough, his mastery over energy has reached an unparalleled level of control. Sensing the destructive power contained within the special beam cannon, he remains unfazed, merely raising his hand towards Piccolo, where a faint blue energy begins to coalesce. I have warned you not to involve the innocent, yet you refuse to listen. In the command center, Bulma fixates on the radar screen, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her garment. Piccolo's energy peak has suddenly surged to 9,000. It's his ultimate move. Can Goku withstand it? On Taiza's energy monitor, Piccolo's purple curve spikes to its zenith, while the golden curve representing the protagonist remains steady, only slightly rising as energy accumulates in his palms. Goku's energy has not yet fully released, having only mobilized 40. Taiz quickly analyzes the data, his gaze never straying from the direction of the industrial district. He is controlling the energy, attempting to prevent the aftermath of the collision from wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Look, his energy field is tilting towards the sky, avoiding the factories and residential areas below. As soon as he finishes speaking, a tremendous explosion erupts from the industrial district. Piccolo's special beam cannon has been unleashed. The violet beam streaks through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtling towards the protagonist. As it travels, the debris on the ground is swept into the air by the energy's aftermath. Fortunately, the protagonist had previously utilized a golden energy field to shield against the residual energy, preventing the debris from striking the distant barrier. Take this. Piccolo roars, fully channeling his special beam cannon. The violet beam's penetrating power intensifying to the point of nearly tearing the air apart. The protagonist's gaze sharpens. The faint blue energy in his palm surges dramatically. Yet instead of releasing it as he usually would, he allows it to spiral and coalesce in his palm, compressing into a thicker, brighter blue beam. This is his improved version of the Kamehameha, a synthesis of the super divine water breakthrough's power, with an energy density tripled from before, yet more concentrated, minimizing unnecessary destruction. Kamehameha. The protagonist calls out, as the blue beam erupts from his palm, exuding a steady, overwhelming presence, colliding head-on with Piccolo's violet special beam cannon. At the moment of impact, there is no anticipated violent explosion, only a brief yet dazzling flash of white light. The blue Kamehameha flows forth like a steady giant serpent, firmly suppressing the violet special beam cannon, as the tip of the violet beam is gradually consumed by the blue energy, inching backward. Impossible. As Piccolo widened his eyes, the third eye on his forehead throbbed intensely. He exerted every ounce of energy he could muster, yet the retreating speed of the magic beam cannon accelerated with each moment. How could your energy be so dense? You clearly shouldn't be that much stronger than me. It's not that you aren't strong enough. It's that you lack control. The protagonist's voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable force, as the glow of the blue Kamehameha intensified. Your energy is too scattered. It may appear destructive, but in reality, most of it is wasted in the air. I, however, channel my energy precisely where it is needed. No sooner had he spoken than the blue Kamehameha surged forth, swiftly engulfing the remaining purple magic beam cannon. It halted a meter before Piccolo, refraining from launching further attacks. Yet the residual waves of blue energy forced Piccolo to stagger back, ultimately crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It is over. The protagonist retracted the Kamehameha, his golden aura receding in tandem. He gazed at the incapacitated Piccolo, his tone devoid of any emotion. You have lost. Lying on the ground, Piccolo stared at his trembling hands, realizing that the effort to wield the magic beam cannon had nearly depleted his energy, leaving him with no strength to rise. He looked up at the protagonist, his eyes filled with resentment yet tinged with helplessness. Why, despite my revival and newfound strength, can I still not defeat you? In the command center, Bulma watched the energy curve of Piccolo on the radar plummet to 3,000, letting out a long sigh of relief as her tense shoulders finally relaxed. Though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. We won, Goku, we won. Tais turned off the energy monitor and smiled as she handed over a cup of warm water. I told you he would be fine. You see, the energy collision earlier didn't even trigger our barriers. He controlled the destruction impeccably. She glanced toward the industrial area, where she could faintly make out the protagonist's golden silhouette. Next, we need to address the aftermath. In the industrial area, the protagonist approached Piccolo, refraining from further violence. Piccolo regarded him and suddenly scoffed. If you intend to kill me, then do it. Spare me the pretense. I will not kill you. The protagonist crouched down, meeting Piccolo's gaze. You still have things to do, such as waiting for your son to find you. Piccolo was taken aback, clearly puzzled by the reference to his son. Yet before he could inquire further, the protagonist stood up and produced a walkie-talkie. Bulma, Tais, the battle has concluded. Please come and handle the situation. Bulma's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, a mixture of tears and excitement. Goku, are you okay? We're on our way. The protagonist hung up the device, gazing at the distant sunset as it gradually illuminated the horizon. He felt a sense of relief. The battle with Piccolo had concluded in the most tranquil manner, devoid of the widespread destruction seen in the original tale, with no innocent bystanders harmed. More importantly, he had fulfilled his promise to Bulma and Tais, returning safely. Piccolo, lying on the ground, watched the protagonist's retreating figure, filled with bewilderment towards this golden-haired youth, whose power vastly surpassed his own and who possessed knowledge beyond his comprehension. He sensed that his defeat was not unjust, and that this young man might indeed alter the course of many events in the future. Chapter 110. Defeating Piccolo on the cement floor of the abandoned factory, Piccolo struggled to rise with trembling arms, but his knees buckled, and he fell heavily once more. Purple blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, staining the martial arts uniform on his chest. The third eye on his forehead had lost its former brilliance, now only reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. His ultimate attack, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon, had been effortlessly shattered, failing to even graze the opponent's garment. The protagonist gradually approached him. His golden aura completely retracted, leaving no trace of battle upon him. He lowered his gaze upon the disheveled Bic, his tone devoid of triumphant arrogance. Instead imbued with a serene understanding. There is no need to try any longer. You can scarcely stand, let alone continue fighting. Bic lifted his head, his eyes brimming with defiance. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I, the great Demon King Bic, will never bow to you, even in death. He anticipated that his adversary would annihilate him, much like the legendary martial arts champion of yore. Yet after a few seconds of waiting, the expected assault did not come. The protagonist crouched down, a faint golden energy coalescing at his fingertips, gently touching Bic's wounds, not as an attack, but to soothe his bleeding with gentle energy. I shall not slay you. These words left Bic momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why? You possess the ability to eliminate me completely. Are you not afraid I might seek vengeance in the future? In his understanding, the strong never show mercy to their foes, especially not to a demon king like him, who had threatened the world. There was no reason to leave a survivor. Revenge? The protagonist chuckled lightly, his gaze settling on Bic's abdomen, where lay a secret even Bic was unaware of, a yet-to-hatch egg, the future Piccolo. You will have no opportunity for vengeance. However, someone will come in your stead. Bic's pupils constricted. What do you mean? He instinctively felt his abdomen but sensed nothing amiss, only finding the opponent's words perplexing. Your son will come for revenge. The protagonist's voice was soft, yet it resonated within Bic's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of realization. He will inherit your power, as well as your hatred for me. In 10 years, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, you shall meet again. Son, Bic was utterly bewildered. He had never sired offspring, and was unaware that Namekians could reproduce in such a manner. I have no son. You are deceiving me. I speak the truth. The protagonist rose, taking 2 steps back to grant Bick some space. You cannot sense it now, but within you lies an egg, an unconscious legacy you have left behind. Once you recover, you will understand. He chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that some truths must be uncovered by Bick himself. Forcing an explanation would only disrupt the narrative's flow. His role was merely to preserve this crucial foreshadowing. At that moment, a voice called from outside the factory. Bulma, are you all right? We're coming in. Shortly after, 2 figures rushed in, Bulma holding a radar in her hands. Upon seeing the protagonist, she hurried over, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you unharmed? That energy collision was terrifying. I thought you hadn't finished your sentence. Noticing Bick on the ground, she instinctively took a step back, eyeing him warily. Is he still alive? Ties followed closely behind, wielding an energy monitor. After scanning Bick, she shook her head at the protagonist. His energy is down to 2,000. He poses no threat, though he has lost quite a bit of blood. She approached the protagonist, offering a bottle of compressed energy liquid. First, replenish your energy. Although you managed well, it still took a toll. The protagonist accepted the energy liquid, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip before turning to the still-dazed Piccolo on the ground. You may leave now. Piccolo snapped back to reality, incredulous. You're really letting me go? Go. The protagonist replied, his tone leaving no room for debate, yet his gaze bore a hint of caution. Remember my words. 10 years from now, at the martial arts tournament, your son will come. I will show him that true power lies not in destruction, but in protection. Piccolo stared at the protagonist for a few moments, as if searching for any sign of deceit on his face, but all he found was tranquility. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself off the ground, using the last of his strength to stagger toward the exit. As he reached the doorway, he paused, not looking back, but leaving behind a hoarse promise. I will remember. Watching Piccolo's figure disappear outside, Bulma finally exhaled, her curiosity piqued. Goku, why did you let him go? He asked the great Demon King. Keeping him around is bound to be a risk. Ties also turned her gaze to the protagonist, her eyes filled with curiosity. She understood that he always had his reasons, yet she hadn't expected him to release Piccolo. The protagonist turned to face them, a slight smile gracing his lips. Because he is still of use. I want to elaborate, but 10 years hence, an important martial arts tournament will occur, and Piccolo's son will be pivotal. We cannot eliminate him now. Bulma blinked, partially comprehending, though she still didn't grasp the significance of the son. However, seeing the protagonist as confidence, she refrained from further questioning. She had long since grown accustomed to his foresight. He always seemed to possess knowledge that others lacked, and his predictions consistently proved accurate. Ties contemplated Piccolo's departure, then glanced at the monitoring device in her hand. Earlier, she had sensed a faint life signal emanating from Piccolo's abdomen, mistaking it for energy disruption. Now, with the protagonist's words, realization dawned upon her. So, he has offspring. You knew all along. The protagonist nodded. Indeed, this is his destiny, and the key to the future. He does not wish to alter this fate. Piccolo's son will become the guardian of Earth, standing alongside Goku against the Scions and Frieza. If we were to kill Piccolo now, the subsequent narrative would completely deviate. My aim is to preserve the essential plot while ensuring a smoother progression. Bulma stepped forward, linking her arm with the protagonist's, smiling brightly. Regardless, I'm just glad you're safe. Let us return quickly. Krillin and Master Roshi are waiting for our report. Ties also stowed away the monitoring device, agreeing, yes. I've already notified the medical team to manage the evidence of the battle here. We want to allow ordinary people to discover what transpired. The protagonist looked at the two beside him, warmth flooding his heart. With them by his side, no matter how formidable the adversary, he felt a sense of security. He nodded and, together with them, walked toward the exit. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows of the factory, casting a glow on their figures, as though heralding a future filled with tranquility and hope. At this moment, in the distant mountain woods, Piccolo leaned against a great tree, clutching his abdomen. The words of the protagonist echoed repeatedly in his mind. Your son will come for revenge. Instinctively, he touched his belly, though he felt nothing. An inexplicable determination surged within him, and he clenched his fists. Regardless of the truth behind those words, he would not relent. One day, he would reclaim the dignity he lost today. Chapter 111. Piccolo's last words. Piccolo supported himself against the iron door of the factory, stumbling as he made his way to the entrance. The morning sun bathed his purple skin, revealing his disheveled state. He halted, not looking back, yet suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "If what you say is true, I have a son." The protagonist stood still, observing his silhouette, calmly awaiting what would follow. He understood that Piccolo's turmoil stemmed partly from doubt about his son, and partly from his own unwillingness to accept his fate. "Let him come to me," he stated. "No, let him come to you." Piccolo's voice faltered, as if he were adjusting his breath or affirming his resolve. "I, Piccolo the Demon King's descendant, shall not be defeated by anyone. If he truly inherits my power, let him reclaim what I have lost today." This could be considered Piccolo's last testament, not a farewell to death, but a promise to the future, a hope for the yet unseen descendant, and a declaration of war against the protagonist. Bulma furrowed her brow and tugged at the protagonist's sleeve. What does he mean by that? Does he truly believe in the son you mentioned? To her, Piccolo had always been a solitary figure, seemingly incapable of siring offspring, let alone sending them for revenge. Tais, holding an energy scanner, swiped her finger across the screen and suddenly exclaimed, "Look here. When we scanned Piccolo earlier, I thought it was just energy disarray, but now I see a very faint life signal in his abdomen. The frequency matches that of Namekian life waves and is enveloped in energy, almost like an unhatched egg." Her words widened Bulma's eyes. "An egg? Piccolo hatched from an egg?" The protagonist nodded, his gaze fixed on Piccolo's retreating form. The reproductive method of Namekians is quite unique. In times of crisis, they unconsciously leave behind offspring. Piccolo himself has not yet realized it, but that signal is unmistakably his child. Piccolo seemed to have overheard their conversation, his shoulders slightly moving, yet he did not turn around. He merely scoffed. "No matter what that is, if there truly exists someone capable of inheriting my power, I await his proof. I also look forward to seeing whether you will be defeated by him." With that, he resumed his departure, leaning against the wall and vanishing around the corner, leaving only his proud silhouette behind. The protagonist watched him disappear, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded gently. "I await." These two words were light, yet laden with certainty. He knew that 10 years hence, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, the boy known as Dend would arrive as promised, transitioning from revenge to becoming Earth's protector. Together, they would stand against the Scionts, against Frisia, evolving into trusted allies. The promise made now was merely the prologue to a future bond. "You truly are waiting?" Bulma asked, bewildered. What if his son is weak? Or if he never hatches at all? That won't happen. The protagonist turned to her, his gaze imbued with a profound understanding of the future. That child would inherit Piccolo's talents and his innate goodness. Although Piccolo spoke of vengeance, his essence remained untainted, and so too would be his offspring. Tai Si retracted the monitoring device, nodding in agreement. From the energy signals, the life force of that egg appears remarkably stable. As long as Piccolo does not deliberately suppress it upon recovery, it will not be long before it hatches. Moreover, the signal strength is gradually increasing. The potential for future power is promising. She paused, looking at the protagonist. "You have long been aware of this, haven't you? That is why you allowed Piccolo to leave and made this pact with him." The protagonist did not deny it. He simply smiled, saying, "Some experiences must be undertaken by them alone. What we can do is leave a chance for the future." He understood that forcibly breaking the egg within Piccolo or retaining him would disrupt Den's growth trajectory. Each character is bound by their destiny. His role was not to alter fate, but to guide it towards a more favorable course. As the sun ascended higher, illuminating the abandoned factory and dispelling the remnants of battle, Bulma glanced at her watch and clapped her hands. "All right, enough about Piccolo. Krillin and Master Roshi are waiting for us at Capsule Corporation to report our safety. If we delay any longer, they will surely worry." Tai Si concurred. The medical team has arrived and will tend to the traces of battle in the factory, ensuring that ordinary people remain oblivious to any anomalies. "It is time for us to return." The protagonist nodded and followed them outside. As they passed through the center of the factory, he instinctively glanced at the ground, where remnants of Piccolo's special beam cannon and his own super Kamehameha lingered. Silently, he thought, "Piccolo, await your destiny. In 10 years, your son will return bearing your will, and we shall face new challenges together." Upon reaching the street, the Capsule Corporation's hover vehicle was parked at the roadside. Krillin poked his head out of the window, waving and shouting, "Goku, Bulma, Tai Si, are you all right?" That energy surge earlier was terrifying. The protagonist smiled and waved back, his heart serene. Piccolo's last words had become a covenant, and the future's narrative was unfolding as it should. He, alongside Bulma, Tai Si, and their companions, would embrace every challenge ahead. Chapter 112, Celebration of World Peace. The living room of Capsule Corporation was suffused with the rich aroma of delectable cuisine. The long wooden table was laden with golden, crispy fried chicken, steaming with warmth, tender meat soaked in gravy resting beside potatoes, and most notably, a bowl of fluffy white rice piled high in the center. Evidently prepared especially for Goku. Krillin took a generous sip of chilled cola, shaking his head in disbelief. At last, we have dealt with Piccolo. When I saw that energy explosion outside the factory, I thought we were done for. But Goku, you handled it effortlessly. Master Roshi reclined on the sofa, leisurely fanning himself with sunglasses in hand, his gray beard twitching. That kid Goku is making astounding progress. In my day, I had to use the evil containment wave to confront Piccolo's predecessor. Now he can effortlessly deflect the special beam cannon. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Tai Si approached, carrying a platter of sliced fruit and gently placing it on the table. Her gaze instinctively swept over to Goku, who sat by the window, diligently smoothing out the crumpled collar of Gohan's training uniform, his fingertips moving with gentle precision. The setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon his profile and illuminating his dark hair. Tai Si quickly averted her eyes, her voice softening as she remarked, "Fortunately, Goku managed to control it this time. Only a small portion of the outer wall of the factory was damaged, and the citizens were promptly evacuated, so there were no casualties." Of course, came Bulma's voice from the kitchen, where she donned an apron and wielded a spatula. With a bright smile, she leaned out, exclaiming, "Goku assured me long ago that he would not allow innocent people to be caught in the crossfire." After speaking, she handed the spatula to her robotic assistant, wiped her hands dry, and approached Goku. "Goku, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Goku looked up at her, noticing the rare tension in her slightly reddened ears and the way she gripped her clothing. Without further inquiry, he nodded and followed Bulma out of the living room, ascending the stairs to the balcony on the second floor. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of roses from the courtyard, and Bulma leaned against the intricately carved railing, her fingers absently tracing its edge, her usual boldness tempered by a hint of youthful shyness. "Goku, do you remember?" Bulma began, her tone softer than usual. "When we first sought the Dragon Balls together, caught in a sandstorm in the desert, you shielded me and my sister with your body, enduring scratches from the sand. And in the pirate's treasure cave, even though you could have disarmed the traps in an instant, you deliberately slowed down to give me time to decipher the code." She rambled on about their adventures, recalling details she thought she had forgotten, yet they resurfaced vividly in her mind. Goku listened quietly, nodding occasionally in acknowledgement. He remembered those moments and how Bulma would rush to him after each danger, offering water or checking for injuries. "I used to think that seeking the Dragon Balls was merely for wish fulfillment, and that adventure was just for fun," Bulma said, taking a deep breath before lifting her gaze to meet Goku's eyes, her pink hair swaying in the breeze. "But later, I realized that what I truly cherished was the feeling of always having you by my side. Goku, I like you." The last 5 words came out softly and swiftly, yet they resonated in Goku's heart like a small stone cast into a pond. He observed Bulma's flushed cheeks and the uncontainable anticipation in her eyes. Just as he prepared to respond, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the balcony door, Tai Si, who held 2 glasses of orange juice. Upon noticing the pair, her steps faltered momentarily. Tai Si quickly composed herself, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she approached with light footsteps, placing the glasses on the small round table. "You've been chatting for quite a while. Everyone downstairs is waiting for dinner. I brought you something to drink." She lingered only briefly, nodding at Goku with her voice still warm. "Wrap up your conversation soon. I've already sliced the cake." Goku watched Tai Si as she turned to leave, her footsteps delicate, her skirt brushing against the stair railing without a sound. He understands that Tai Si's feelings for him have always been concealed within these subtle details. She silently records his training data, prepares the gravity chamber in advance for his journey to the King of Worlds, and discreetly places medical supplies at his doorstep after his battles. "Goku?" Bulma, noticing his dazed gaze fixed on the doorway, tugged at his sleeve with a hint of anxiety. "Do you think this is too sudden?" Goku shifted his focus, meeting Bulma's gaze with a serious tone. "It's not sudden. I am aware of your feelings." He paused, recalling the faint blush on Tai Si's ears when she turned away moments ago, and added, "I care about you as well, and about Tai Si." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, as she had long been aware of her sister's affections for Goku, even if neither had explicitly acknowledged it. She playfully nudged Goku's arm. "All right, I know you're popular. Let us go downstairs and have some cake. Tai Si has saved the largest piece for you. If we don't hurry, Krillin will snatch it." When they returned to the living room, they indeed found Krillin on tiptoe, trying to reach the cake box on the refrigerator while Gohan tugged at his shirt, saying, "Uncle Krillin." Sister Tai Si said to wait for brother Goku to return before eating. Tai Si sat at the dining table, lightly tracing her fork across an empty plate. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up with an expression devoid of any unusualness, simply smiling as she pushed a slice of cake drizzled with chocolate sauce toward Goku. "Hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it sits too long." Goku picked up the fork and took a bite of the cake, the sweet flavor blooming in his mouth. He glanced at Bulma, who was animatedly recounting the adventure they had just experienced with Gohan, then looked across at Tai Si, who quietly sipped her juice, her gaze occasionally resting on him, accompanied by a gentle smile. The setting sun outside gradually descended, illuminating the living room with warm light that reflected the smiles of everyone present. Suddenly, Goku felt a profound sense of contentment. This celebration of peace with those he cherished was perhaps what he wished to protect most since arriving in this world. Chapter 113. Goku responds to Bulma upon returning to the living room. The atmosphere was markedly different from before. Krillin held a bottle of cola suspended in midair, his eyes fixed intently on Goku and Bulma. Master Roshi lowered his sunglasses, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Gohan, clutching a slice of cake, looked at the two with innocent bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. "Hey, are you two done chatting?" Krillin was the first to break the silence, placing the cola bottle on the table and leaning in to bump Goku's arm. "What were you whispering about on the balcony?" Bulma's face is all red. Bulma shot him a glare, ready to retort, but Goku spoke first. He scratched his head, fingers unconsciously grazing the hem of his training outfit, a habit that surfaced when he felt nervous, a blend of his own instinct and the awkwardness of the soul he carried. "Krillin, stop it." Goku's voice was steady, lacking the usual playful tone, imbued instead with a touch of seriousness. "I have something to discuss with Bulma and Tai Si." The moment those words left his lips, the living room fell into a hushed silence. Tai Si, who had been tidying the fruit platter, paused at the sound of her name, her fingers faltering momentarily. She tightened her grip on the fork, too timid to lift her gaze. Bulma was equally stunned for a moment, her heartbeat quickening as she subtly tugged at Goku's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As Wukong turned around, his gaze first fell upon Bulma. The remnants of the sunset cascaded through the window, illuminating her pink hair, causing her eyes to shimmer like stars. In the depths of his memories, he vividly recalled the first time he encountered her, as an infant cradled in her arms, being nourished at the age of 5. When she squatted on the ground, teaching him to recognize the map of West City, and during their quest for the Dragon Balls. When she selflessly offered him the only water they had. These fragmented images constituted the warmest fragments of the traveler's soul, preventing him from being as oblivious as the original Wukong. "Bulma," Wukong's voice softened further, "I understand what you said." He paused, recalling her reddened eyes on the balcony moments before, and added, "From the first time we searched for the Dragon Balls, you have always supported me, creating my training outfits, helping me crack the computer when I was battling the Red Ribbon Army, and even secretly slipping me the radar when Piccolo arrived, assuring me not to worry about you." These details, nearly forgotten by Bulma herself, now surged forth as Wukong recounted them, causing her eyes to well with emotion. She bit her lip and nodded, wanting to speak, yet was gently restrained by Wukong's hand on her shoulder. Wukong's gaze gradually shifted towards Tai's. Finally lifting her head, Tai's exhibited a subtle evasion in her eyes, though her ears betrayed her with a faint blush. In the traveler's recollections, Tai's figure was equally vivid, quietly tucking him in during late nights, meticulously recording data during training, always the first to offer a medical kit after battles, and even secretly slipping her favorite rice balls into his backpack before he ascended Korin Tower. Instinctively, Wukong took a step closer, his voice imbued with an unintentional tenderness. "Ties, you two. You often claim to be the older sister, yet whenever danger looms, you shield Bulma and me, just like during the last avalanche in the mountains, when you trembled with fear yet insisted on giving me the cold weather gear. Or when Piccolo attacked, you swiftly ushered Gohan to safety." Ties loosened her grip on the fruit plate, her gaze softening, and a faint smile graced her lips. She wished to convey that she merely acted as any sister would, but Wukong's next words interrupted her. Wukong looked at both women, one hand gently resting on Bulma's shoulder while the other reached out to Tai's, his voice resolute and sincere. I may not have fully comprehended this before, but I recognize how significant you both are to me. Bulma, I cherish you. Tai's, I care for you, not merely as a sister, but with the same affection I hold for Bulma. Once his final declaration was spoken, the living room fell silent for a few seconds, only to erupt with Krillin's exuberant cheer. Wow, Wukong, you did it. You finally wised up. Master Roshi chuckled, slapping the table, his sunglasses nearly slipping off. I thought it would take you a decade to realize this. Gohan, cradling a cake, tilted his head and asked, Wukong brother, does this mean you'll live with Bulma's sister and Tai's sister from now on? Just like mommy and daddy? The question rendered Bulma's face even more crimson. She lightly punched Wukong but did not withdraw her hand from his. Tai's approached as well, hesitating for a moment before gently grasping Wukong's outstretched hand. Her palm was warm, marked by the calluses of years spent holding instruments, yet it instantly reassured Wukong's heart. Your words suggest as if we had never shared a life together. Tai's voice was soft, yet laced with mirth. However, we shall continue to share our lives henceforth. Bulma nodded in agreement, observing the intertwined hands of Goku and Tai-C, devoid of any jealousy, and instead remarked with a smile, you certainly have good taste. But remember, no slacking off during training. You must also protect me and my sister, as well as Gohan. Goku nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with warmth. The essence of his soul as a traveler allowed him to comprehend their sentiments, and instinctively, he yearned to dedicate his life to safeguarding this warmth. He gazed at the faces before him, Krillin, teasing and laughing, Master Roshi, wearing a look of contentment, the innocent and endearing Gohan, and Bulma and Tai-C, who held his hand. In that moment, he realized that the sense of accomplishment from vanquishing Piccolo paled in comparison to the profound happiness he felt at that instant. All right, Goku exclaimed with a smile, raising his other hand. I will train even harder from now on, to protect everyone and embark on more adventures with you all. Let us not think about adventures just yet. Bulma interjected, guiding him to sit down as she pushed the largest slice of chocolate cake towards him. First, enjoy the cake before it cools down and loses its flavor. Tai-C also took a seat, offering Goku a fork and serving Bulma a piece of fruit. Take your time, no one is competing with you. Laughter filled the living room once more as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows of everyone in the warm glow of the lights. Goku took a hearty bite of the cake, its sweet richness spreading in his mouth. Yet the joy in his heart surpassed even the cake itself. He understood that this tranquility would not last long. The science detector would soon arrive. However, in that moment, he wished to savor the time spent with those he cherished, for he knew that with their presence, he would fear nothing in the adventures that lay ahead. Chapter 114. The tenderness of Tai-C. The laughter in the living room had not yet faded. Krillin was engrossed in recounting the details of his recent battle with Piccolo to Gohan. Master Roshi leaned back on the sofa, toying with the commemorative badge from the martial arts tournament, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Bulma sat beside Goku, gently tidying the cake frosting from his training outfit, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his arm, causing her ears to redden. Tai-C, not wishing to intrude on the merriment, carried the empty cake platter into the kitchen. As she opened the dishwasher, her peripheral vision caught Goku in the living room, attentively listening to Bulma, occasionally nodding, the warmth of his smile surpassing even the sunset outside. She withdrew her gaze, her fingertips gently gliding along the edge of the platter, recalling the words she had overheard on the balcony. Her heart softened as if bathed in warm water. Once she had tidied up the dishes, the occupants of the living room began to disperse. Master Roshi, supported by Krillin, returned to rest, while Gohan, clutching the toy Bulma had given him, bounced off to his guest room. Bulma stretched and yawned. I'm utterly exhausted today. I'm off to take a shower. Goku, remember to change out of your training clothes later, as I'll wash them together tomorrow. Understood, Goku replied, nodding as he watched Bulma ascend the stairs. Turning around, he found Tai-C standing at the kitchen door, holding a cup of warm milk. Just heated. You've consumed quite a bit of cake. Drink some milk to aid your digestion, Tai-C offered, her voice gentle, a stark contrast to the serious demeanor she exhibited during training sessions. Goku took the cup, his fingertips brushing against her hand, still imbued with the coolness of just-washed dishes. He sipped, the lukewarm milk gliding down his throat, eliciting a contented squint. "Thank you, Ties. You always remember that I prefer it warm." Ties smiled faintly, moving to the center of the living room to retrieve the cushion that Gohan had knocked over, gently dusting it off. Though she did not turn around, it was as if she sensed Goku's gaze upon her, and she began to speak slowly. "Earlier on the balcony, I actually overheard your conversation with Bulma." Goku paused, holding the cup, remaining silent as he listened intently. He understood that Ties was not probing for details. She had always possessed this innate ability to comprehend his thoughts, as well as Bulma's, never allowing anyone to feel awkward. "When we used to search for the Dragon Balls together, I often pondered," Ties continued, turning to face him, the cushion still cradled in her arms, the fading sunlight catching the tips of her hair, casting a warmth that contrasted with her usual demeanor as a skilled drone operator and weapons analyst. "If only you could remain safe, not always rushing to the forefront, not shouldering the burden of adversaries like Piccolo, and sparing me and Bulma the constant anxiety." Goku gazed at her, suddenly reminded of the avalanche on the snowy mountain, when Ties, though her lips turned purple from the cold, had offered him her only thermal suit, of the underwater ruins when facing a sea monster. She had instinctively activated the submarine's defense system, calling out for Goku to be cautious, of the recent encounter with Piccolo when she had shielded Gohan with her own body, clutching the emergency Senzu beans she had prepared for him. These nuances, which Ties had never mentioned, were etched in Goku's memory, the soul of a traveler sharpening his sensitivity to such tenderness, and a primal instinct within him urged him to safeguard this gentleness. "I know you are strong, and I understand your desire to protect everyone." Ties took a couple of steps closer, her gaze devoid of expectation or demand, filled only with genuine concern. "But for me and Bulma, whether you triumph over Piccolo or become the strongest, none of that matters. As long as you return safely, as long as you are well, that is enough." Goku set down the cup of milk, wishing to assure her that he would be cautious, that he would strive not to incite their worries. But Ties gently interrupted him. "I understand," she smiled, reaching out to adjust his crooked collar, her movements as natural as if she had performed them countless times before. "You are Goku. Upon witnessing someone in pain or sensing danger to Earth, you could never stand idly by. I merely wish to convey that whatever your endeavors may be, Bulma and I will always stand behind you. I will assist you in analyzing enemy data, prepare the finest equipment for you, and Bulma will construct the most exceptional training chamber and cook your favorite rice." She paused, her fingertips lightly grazing Goku's shoulder, where remnants of the earlier battle with Piccolo lingered, still visible despite their healing. "We do not require you to make promises or guarantees. As long as you return safe after every battle, that is all we ask." Goku looked into her gentle eyes, feeling a sudden warmth envelop his heart. He had always believed that traversing into this world necessitated strength, a transformation of the narrative, and the protection of all. Yet, he overlooked the most precious aspect, those around him who understood him, cherished him, and awaited his safe return. He extended his hand, gently embracing Ties, his movements tender, as if afraid to shatter a precious gem. "I understand now, Ties. I will be more cautious and return safely." Ties paused for a moment before softly reciprocating the embrace. A cushion still nestled between them, yielding and warm. She said nothing, merely patting his back gently, reminiscent of the times when he had first arrived at the Brief's household, plagued by nightmares, and she had comforted him to sleep. Suddenly, Bulma's voice rang from upstairs. "Goku, Ties, what are you doing down there? Is the milk finished? Come up now." Ties released her hold, playfully winking at Goku. "Let us go. We shouldn't keep Bulma waiting." Goku nodded and followed her upstairs. The corridor was bathed in warm light, casting their closely knit shadows. He felt that this unspoken understanding, this tenderness woven into the minutiae, was far more grounding than any sense of achievement from defeating Piccolo. He realized that, in the future, more scions would arrive, stronger adversaries would emerge, and countless battles awaited him. Yet, as long as Ties and Bulma were by his side, as long as he could hear their reassurance that his safety was all that mattered, he feared nothing. Chapter 115. The arrival of the alien probe. The mornings at Capsule Corporation were always imbued with a faint aroma of coffee. Bulma sat at the dining table, adjusting the parameters of the newly developed gravity chamber on her tablet, her fingertips dancing swiftly across the screen. Ties was arranging freshly toasted bread on the table, its golden edges still exuding warmth. Goten, clutching a dinosaur plushie, nestled beside Goku, animatedly recounting his dream from the previous night, where they battled monsters together. Goku bit into the toast, a half-eaten sausage in hand, unable to suppress a smile at Goten's chatter. In the memories of the traveler, the world was still unaware of the Scion threat at this juncture, yet he knew peace would not endure for long. At that moment, his hand, resting on his lap, suddenly stilled, his ears twitching slightly, as if capturing some distant signal. Goku? What's wrong? Tais noticed his unusual demeanor, her hand holding the milk frozen in midair. Is the toast burnt? Goku shook his head, setting down his food, and gazed out the window. The sky retained its usual azure hue, white clouds lazily drifting by, devoid of any anomalies. However, the Scion blood within him stirred restlessly, the innate sensitivity to the presence of his kind allowing him to distinctly sense a foreign energy approaching at an alarming speed. There's a strange energy. Goku's voice grew somber, his gaze fixed toward the edge of the sky. It comes from the universe, and it's moving swiftly. Bulma, upon hearing this, immediately set her tablet aside and rushed to the window, following his line of sight. From the universe? Is it Frisia's people? Before she could finish her sentence, a silver point of light suddenly streaked across the distant sky, growing larger, accompanied by a piercing sound as it hurtled toward West City. Be careful. With a swift motion, Wukong embraced Gohan, simultaneously wrapping an arm around Bulma and Tais. They retreated to a corner of the living room just as a blinding silver light crashed onto the open ground outside Capsule Corporation, sending a cloud of dust into the air and causing the ground to tremble. At that moment, Krillin arrived on his flying Nimbus, only to be jolted by the shockwave as he reached the entrance. Steadying himself, he called out, Wukong, what is happening? What was that just now? Wukong set Gohan down and instructed Tais to lead him to a safe location upstairs, while he, along with Bulma and Krillin, approached the impact site. As the dust gradually settled, a metallic object the size of a basketball became visible. Its surface gleamed silver gray, adorned with intricate patterns, and a faint red light pulsed at its apex, slowly rotating as if scanning the surrounding environment. A detector? Bulma crouched down, carefully examining it. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the metallic surface, Wukong intervened. Do not touch it. His gaze was fixed on the red light atop the detector, which was scanning for energy, specifically his own. As soon as he spoke, the detector abruptly turned toward him, the red light intensifying and emitting a series of beeping sounds, seemingly attempting to confirm his identity. Wukong could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the detector, reminiscent of the energy from the Scion spacecraft lodged in his memory. Clenching his fist, he felt his own energy surge slightly. The detector, sensing a potential threat, halted its scanning process, and the red light began to flicker, as if preparing to send a signal into the cosmos. It cannot be allowed to transmit. Wukong raised his hand, focusing a small amount of energy at his fingertip, and with a gentle flick, a pale blue energy struck the detector, pinning it firmly to the ground. The device struggled to function, yet was restrained by the energy, and eventually, the red light faded, rendering it completely inert. Krillin approached, scratching his head in confusion. Wukong, what exactly is this? Is it truly an alien detector? What do they want with you? Bending down, Wukong picked up the detector, effortlessly deforming its metallic shell with a squeeze. He could sense that the core of the device was damaged beyond the capacity to send signals. Yet the residual energy from the cosmos confirmed his suspicions. The Scions were indeed coming. It is a Scion detector, Wukong stated, raising his head to meet Bulma and Krillin's gaze, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. They are my kin, a warrior race in the universe. Their arrival on Earth is likely not a trivial matter. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. Scions, the same race you mentioned before, the one that can annihilate planets? How many of them are coming? The exact number remains unknown, but at least two. Wukong recalled the events from his memories, Vegeta and Nappa, the formidable foes that had once pushed the original Wukong to the brink. Their power far exceeded that of Piccolo. We must commence training at once. Otherwise, when they arrive, Earth will be in grave danger. In the distance, Tais led Gohan down, holding a portable analyzer in her hand. She had just recorded the energy data from the detector upstairs. Goku was correct. The energy frequency of this detector was entirely different from the extraterrestrial technology one had previously studied. Moreover, its scanning range was extensive, evidently searching for a specific target. Namely you, Goku. Goku nodded, handing the deformed detector to Bulma. You and Tai should examine it, and see if you can decipher its core. Perhaps we can glean more information about the Psiots. He turned to Krillin, notify Master Roshi and Piccolo, and let everyone prepare. We must intensify our training in the time to come. Krillin nodded vigorously. I'll go right away. By the way, should we have Gohan train as well? He performed admirably against Piccolo last time. Goku glanced at Gohan, who was watching him with wide, expectant eyes. He ruffled Gohan's hair and smiled. Gohan is still young. He should first learn some basic defensive techniques from Sister Ties. The real battles will be my responsibility. As the sun gradually set, Bulma and Ties took the remnants of the detector back to the laboratory, while Krillin rode the flying Nimbus to inform the others. Goku stood in the open space, gazing towards the cosmos, feeling the Scion blood within him stirring restlessly. He understood that the tranquil days were drawing to a close. A battle for the survival of Earth was inching closer. Yet this time, he would not be passive as in the original tale. With Bulma's technology, Ties' analysis, and the support of Krillin and Piccolo, along with his own unparalleled combat strength, he was determined to safeguard the Earth and those around him. Science, you say? Goku clenched his fists, energy flowing steadily within him. I await your arrival. Chapter 116. The Detector's Reluctance in the Capsule Corporation's Open Space. The silver detector remained pinned to the ground by Goku's energy, its shell's red light flickering ever dimmer, as if trembling. Krillin leaned closer to observe, stretching his neck. But just as his finger was about to touch the metallic case, an invisible wave of energy repelled him, causing him to jump back in alarm. Wow, this thing has defense. Krillin rubbed his sore fingers, looking at Goku. Wait, it wasn't this formidable just now. Why can't I even touch it now? Goku stood a short distance away, hands in his pockets, a faint smile gracing his lips. He could distinctly sense that the energy core within the detector was rapidly contracting. Its functions for scanning and communication had come to a complete halt, for it sensed a power far beyond its capacity to withstand, a primal fear inherent to the Psiots. Even a mere machine was immobilized by the intimidation of such superior strength. It is not that it possesses defense. Rather, my energy has subdued it. Goku stepped forward, and as he approached, the red light atop the detector flickered violently, as if issuing a warning. Then, with a beep, the red light extinguished entirely, leaving only the metallic shell glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Bulma approached with the portable analyzer, its screen displaying real-time data from the detector. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, strange. The energy readings have suddenly dropped to zero, and the scanning module has completely ceased operation, as if it has been paralyzed by fear. Tai-Si leaned in to examine the screen, her fingertips gliding across it to retrieve the detector's previous scanning records. Moments ago, it had been fervently scanning Goku's energy, with the data soaring, but now the abrupt cessation seemed to indicate that it had sensed Goku's true power and triggered some sort of self-preservation mechanism to halt all functions. A self-preservation mechanism? Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Can a detector even feel fear? When it comes to detectors designed for Psiots, sensing an insurmountable power would either prompt an immediate transmission or lead to complete dormancy to prevent the leakage of information upon destruction. Goku's voice broke through as he crouched down, lightly tapping above the detector. A faint aura enveloped it, but unfortunately for the device, it had encountered him, and he was determined to prevent any news of formidable beings on Earth from being transmitted. No sooner had he spoken than the encased detector began to tremble slightly, as if attempting to break free from its constraints. Goku raised an eyebrow and intensified his aura slightly. The detector's vibrations ceased immediately, its outer shell even caving in slightly as if gripped by an invisible hand. See, it wants to escape. Goku stood up, smiling at Bulma and Tai-Si. Knowing fear is beneficial. At least it gives us a bit more time to prepare. If it had successfully transmitted earlier, Psions might have arrived sooner or brought more reinforcements. Bulma's eyes lit up, and she quickly stowed the analyzer, grasping Tai-Si's hand. Then let us dismantle it quickly. There must be coordinates and plans from the Psions inside, and perhaps we can even find a way to disrupt their communications. Tai-Si nodded, pulling a compact toolkit from her pocket. I've been prepared for this. But we need to remove Goku's aura first. Otherwise, the tools won't reach the detector. Upon hearing this, Goku relaxed his fingers, and the aura enveloping the detector dissipated in an instant. Without the pressure of the aura, the detector remained utterly still, as if it had surrendered completely, its core having determined that the beings before it were insurmountable, rendering any resistance futile. It seems it truly is afraid. Krillin chuckled at the motionless detector. I've only heard tales of the Psions' might, I never imagined their detectors would be so timid. Goku laughed as well, gazing towards the sky. This is merely the beginning. If their detectors are this cautious, one can only imagine the pride of their true forms. They would never permit the existence of inferior warriors stronger than themselves. So their intent in coming to Earth must be one of destruction. Bulma and Tai Si had already begun to dismantle the detector, the sound of tools clinking against the metal shell resonating crisply. As she worked, Bulma reassured, "Don't worry, once we decrypt its core program, we will uncover the Scion ship routes and arrival times. With that knowledge, we can set up a counter-strategy to intercept them." Tai Si added, "I can also create a disruptor based on the detector's energy frequency. Even if there are other detectors, they won't be able to transmit any messages." As Wukong observed the two individuals engrossed in their tasks, he also glanced at Krillin, who was eagerly poised nearby, and felt a sense of reassurance. The memories of a traveler imparted knowledge of the dangers that lay ahead, yet the unwavering support of those around him alleviated his solitude in facing such trials. He understood that as long as they trained and prepared together, even the likes of Vegeta and Nappa would find little advantage. "Krillin, you should head to Master Roshi shortly and inform everyone about the situation with the detector. Encourage them to commence training without delay, especially Piccolo. His power enhancement is crucial for us," Wukong instructed. "Absolutely. I'll go right away and ensure the message is conveyed," Krillin responded promptly, leaping onto his flying Nimbus and soaring towards Master Roshi's abode. On the open ground, Bulma and Tais had already dismantled the casing of the detector, revealing the intricate circuitry and chips within. Holding a chip no larger than a fingernail, Bulma excitedly addressed Wukong, "Look, this is the information storage chip. Once we crack it, we'll uncover all the messages contained within." Wukong approached, casting a glance at the chip, and with a smile remarked, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll leave the rest to you. I must focus on my training to enhance my power. I cannot afford to be looked down upon by the Scions." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the gravity chamber. The sunlight cascaded upon him, casting a long shadow, his steps resolute and composed. He recognized that the detector's retreat was merely temporary. The true challenges still lay ahead. Yet, he was prepared to grow stronger. For the protection of Earth and those dear to him. Chapter 117. Deciphering the detector remnants within the Capsule Corporation's subterranean laboratory. Blue holographic projections danced in the air. The remnants of the Scion detector lay scattered across the disassembly table, and Bulma knelt before it, holding a silver chip smaller than a fingernail, her brow slightly furrowed. "This encryption is quite troublesome. It certainly lives up to the Scion reputation," she mused, her fingers deftly gliding over the floating virtual keyboard. The code on the screen refreshed repeatedly, occasionally flashing red warning boxes, which she swiftly dismantled. "Do you really think you can stump me, Bulma? Not a chance." Tais stood beside her, clutching a data recorder, her gaze fixated on the schematic of the detector's internal structure displayed on the holographic screen. "The core chip should contain the most crucial information. I just scanned and detected cosmic coordinates and energy response records, albeit locked behind multiple layers of encryption." Krillin peered through the glass door of the laboratory, craning his neck to see inside, occasionally rising on his toes. "So how is it? Have you cracked it yet? What does it say?" Wukong leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, his gaze resting on the disassembled parts before him. He had long anticipated the presence of information regarding the impending Scion threat within the detector, yet he awaited Bulma and Tais to unveil the data themselves. It was only by witnessing the information with their own eyes that they would truly grasp the gravity of the forthcoming crisis. Almost there, the final layer of encryption is about to be breached. Bulma's voice suddenly rose as her fingertips struck the virtual keyboard with fervor, executing the final command. The red warning box on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by a stream of pulsating green code. Subsequently, a cosmic star map unfurled gradually, marked by a bright red coordinate point, accompanied by a line of flickering numbers. Tai Si leaned in closer, her finger pressing on the star map, magnifying the coordinate point to reveal the distance from Earth and the estimated arrival time. The coordinates were located at the galaxy's edge, with a full year remaining until arrival. Her voice faltered, her gaze shifting to the adjacent energy response data, her pupils constricting abruptly as the recorder in her hand clattered to the floor. "Tai Si, what's wrong?" Bulma noticed her unusual demeanor, following her gaze, her expression shifting in an instant. The energy response bar on the screen clearly displayed two peaks of exceptionally high energy readings, each surpassing the previous power level of Piccolo, annotated with the designation of Science. Tai Si retrieved the recorder, her voice trembling with disbelief. 1 year from now, 2 Scions will arrive on Earth. Their energy readings are significantly stronger than Piccolo's. 2. Krillin burst through the door, rushing to the screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. That many? Can we defeat them? Goku approached, his gaze fixed on the coordinates of the star map, speaking calmly. These 2 Scions, one named Vegeta and the other Nappa, are elite warriors of their kind. They are coming to Earth likely to eliminate inferior warriors, such as myself, and may even destroy the planet. Vegeta? Nappa? Bulma echoed these names, her fingers gliding across the screen to access more data. The scanner had recorded their battle history, revealing that they had obliterated over a dozen planets. This was utterly terrifying. Tai Si took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, picking up the recorder from the ground to quickly document the data. Although their energy readings are high, we still have a year to prepare. Goku, you mentioned you could train us, right? If we all enhance our power together, we might stand a chance against them. Indeed. Bulma nodded instantly, her resolve rekindled. I can modify the gravity chamber to allow everyone to train in a high-intensity environment, and I can also create energy shields and disruptors. Even if we cannot defeat them, we could buy some time. Krillin rubbed his hands together, though still a tad anxious. He found courage in Goku's composed demeanor. I'll train hard too. After practicing with Piccolo for so long, I've grown significantly stronger and will surely be of help. Goku surveyed the faces of his companions, warmth swelling within him. Having traversed into this world, he was no longer alone. With Bulma's intellect, Tai Si's calmness, Krillin's enthusiasm, and the support of Master Roshi and Piccolo, these individuals were his reasons to protect Earth. A year's time was ample. Goku advanced to the screen, his finger resting on the energy readings of the 2 Scions. Although they were formidable, with targeted training, especially for Piccolo, whose potential was immense, they could become a crucial force in the impending battle. By the way, Bulma suddenly recalled something and turned to retrieve a small metallic device from the drawer. I previously created an energy detector capable of monitoring our combat power fluctuations in real time. It will be quite useful for our upcoming training sessions. Tais, could you assist me in enhancing it to analyze battle data and provide training suggestions for everyone? Tais accepted the device and nodded. No problem. I can have it ready by tomorrow. Additionally, I can design some portable energy disruptors. If the Scions possess any other detectors, we will be able to prevent them from transmitting information. The atmosphere in the laboratory gradually shifted from initial surprise to one of vigorous determination. The holographic screen displayed a star map and fluctuating energy data, no longer evoking fear, but instead serving as a focal point for their collective efforts. Krillin glanced at the screen and then at Goku, unable to contain his curiosity. Goku, can you defeat them with your current power level? Goku smiled, refraining from a direct answer, instead clenching his fist as a subtle surge of energy coursed through him. In a year, you will find out. But for now, we need to gather Master Roshi and Piccolo so we can prepare together. Bulma turned off the holographic screen and neatly stored the disassembled chips. I'll contact Master Roshi right away and ask him to inform everyone to assemble at Capsule Corporation tomorrow to formulate our training plan. Tais also organized her recording device and said to Goku, tomorrow, I will draft the design for the disruptor and adjust the parameters of the gravity chamber to maximize our training efficiency. Goku nodded, his gaze drifting towards the night sky beyond the laboratory window. The impending arrival of the Scions in a year marked Earth's first significant crisis. Yet he understood that as long as they united and prepared diligently, they could safeguard their home. Let's go. We need to inform Gohan of this news so he can begin adapting to the training as well. Goku turned and walked towards the laboratory exit, with Bulma and Tais swiftly following, while Krillin hurried to catch up. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually fading away, filled with resolve as they commenced preparations for the battle a year hence. Chapter 118, one called Vegeta, one called Nappa. The holographic screen in the Capsule Corporation laboratory remained aglow, the crimson coordinates on the star map still prominently visible. Tais was engrossed with the data recorder, meticulously verifying the remnants of energy fragments that had just decoded information about the 2 Scions, leaving no room for carelessness. As her fingertips glided across the screen, she even moderated her breathing. The energy fragments contained only coordinates and timestamps, alongside vague annotations of high-level Scions, lacking names or specific power levels. She looked up at Goku, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Goku, do you know more? Leaning against the edge of the workbench, Goku absent-mindedly tapped the surface with his fingers. Upon hearing Tai's question, he raised his gaze to the coordinates on the screen and slowly nodded. Yes, these two scions are named Nappa and Vegeta. Vegeta? Nappa? Krillin abruptly straightened, moving closer to Goku, his eyes wide with astonishment. Those names sound formidable. Just how powerful are they? Bulma also ceased her operations, her brow furrowing even deeper. The detector did not reveal specific combat power, only indicating that the energy response far exceeded that of Piccolo. Can you estimate their approximate battle power? You mentioned before that combat power can be calculated based on energy responses, correct? Goku did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the holographic screen, his fingertip tracing the energy response curve where two sharp peaks loomed, significantly higher than Piccolo's previously recorded energy peak. He slid his finger to bring up the battle data from Piccolo's previous encounter with him, during which Tai's had recorded that Piccolo's peak battle power was approximately 3,200. Next to the two new peaks, he annotated the figures. According to the detector's energy frequency conversion, Nappa's normal battle power was around 4,000. If he were to take things seriously, it might rise even higher. Vegeta was even stronger. As an elite Saiyan warrior, his normal battle power could reach 18,000. And he could further enhance it through transformation. 4,000? 18,000. Krillin's voice rose sharply as he clumsily grabbed the nearby energy detector, staring at the displayed figure of his own battle power, approximately 1,200. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed, I'm only at 1,200 now. Nappa is nearly 3 times my power. And Vegeta is even more formidable. How can we possibly contend? Bulma leaned in to examine the detector as well. Her normal battle power was merely around 50. Even with her developed weaponry, it was utterly insufficient. Her complexion paled slightly. An 18,000 battle power is far greater than Piccolo's before, even if we combine our strengths. We cannot possibly defeat Vegeta, can we? Tai's quickly regained her composure, her recorder diligently documenting Goku's reported battle power data and annotating the comparison. Piccolo's peak was 3,200. Goku's current normal power was approximately 5,000. Having not fully revealed his breakthrough after the Super Divine Water, Krillin was at 1,200 and Master Roshi around 1,300. Calculating this, it appeared that only Goku could barely contend with Nappa, while no one could stand against Vegeta. Do not worry, Goku reassured the anxious group, his tone calming. He swiped across the screen to enlarge the text indicating their arrival in a year. We have a year to train. As long as everyone focuses on targeted enhancements, our battle power will undoubtedly increase. Krillin, you have trained with me before and made rapid progress. By strengthening your fundamentals and control, surpassing 2,000 in a year is entirely possible. Piccolo possesses immense potential. If he is willing to set aside his prejudices and train with us, breaking through 6,000 or even higher is conceivable. Master Roshi, with his vast experience, can also elevate his battle power if he is willing to transcend his own limitations. Can we truly succeed? Krillin questioned, still uncertain, scratching his head. 18,000. Even if I surpassed 2,000, I would still only be a fraction of Vegeta. Of course we can, Goku said, patting Krillin on the shoulder with a steadfast gaze. Battle power is not static. When I first arrived in West City, my normal power was merely a few hundred, and now look, I have reached 5,000. While Vegeta is formidable, he possesses a flaw. His arrogance leads him to underestimate others. If we can seize the opportunity, we may very well have a chance. Tai set down her recorder and approached the screen, bringing up a new chart. I can devise tailored training plans based on each person's foundational battle power. Wukong, regarding the gravity chamber you mentioned earlier, I could modify it to start with 10 times the gravity and gradually increase the intensity. This approach would expedite the enhancement of physical strength and elevate combat capabilities. Krillin could focus on speed and concentration, perhaps refining a swifter Kamehameha or improving evasion techniques. As for Piccolo, with his expertise in energy blasts and regeneration, he might benefit from practicing combined techniques, such as synchronizing with you to unleash a formidable attack. Bulma, invigorated once more, deftly glided her fingers across the virtual keyboard, proclaiming, I can develop more advanced energy shields and jammers. While we may not be able to defeat them outright, these devices could buy us time or disrupt their combat awareness, akin to how we interfered with the detection earlier. This might lead Vegeta and Nappa to misjudge our true strength. Observing the rekindled determination in his companions, Krillin clenched his fists and tucked the energy detector into his pocket, declaring, "All right, from today onward, I will train with you all. Even if I cannot match Vegeta, I must at least be able to surpass those lesser foes and not hold everyone back." As Wukong regarded the fervent expressions of his friends, a smile crept onto his lips. His gaze returned to the screen displaying Vegeta's name. He understood that Vegeta was not merely an adversary, but also a future rival who could catalyze his growth. The encounter a year hence would not only signify a crisis, but also present an opportunity for breakthrough. Suddenly, Wukong recalled something and added, "Vegeta has a detector by his side, allowing him to monitor our combat power in real time. So, we must be cautious to conceal our true strength during training to prevent him from sensing it prematurely. Ties, could you devise a counter-detection device?" "Absolutely." Ties nodded eagerly, a spark of excitement glimmering in her eyes. "I have previously studied the frequencies of detectors. By creating a signal jammer, we can obstruct his detection. Consequently, even if our power increases, he will remain oblivious." The atmosphere in the laboratory transformed from tense to invigorating as the holographic display of Vegeta, Nappa, and their corresponding power levels ceased to evoke fear and instead became the aspiration driving everyone forward. Bulma began revising the design of the gravity chamber. Ties refined the training regimen, while Krillin practiced his punches and kicks nearby, envisioning his future self a year from now. Leaning against the doorway, Wukong surveyed the scene before him, feeling a sense of reassurance knowing he was not alone in this endeavor. Even when facing Vegeta and Nappa, he would no longer be fighting a solitary battle. He gazed out at the sky, silently contemplating, "Vegeta, Nappa, 1 year from now, we shall meet again on Earth." Chapter 119. Training together in the outdoor training ground of the Capsule Corporation, where the morning dew had yet to dissipate, Krillin unleashed his 30th punch against a wooden post. Although the punch carried a faint aura, it left only shallow marks on the post. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to see Piccolo seated cross-legged on a nearby rock, enveloped in a soft green aura, clearly regulating his energy. Meanwhile, Wukong stood at the center of the training area, flexing his wrists, his gaze sweeping over the two as if assessing their conditions. "All right, let us pause for a moment." Wukong raised his hand, signaling Krillin to stop. He approached and pointed at the impressions left on the wooden post, saying, "Krillin, your punch possesses sufficient force, but your energy is not properly concentrated. You must focus it at the tip of your fist rather than allowing it to disperse throughout your arm. Only then can you unleash your full potential." As he spoke, he casually threw a punch, not exerting his full strength, yet leaving a deep indentation of half a finger's depth on the wooden post, the force causing it to tremble slightly. Krillin's eyes brightened. He immediately mimicked Goku's stance, taking a deep breath and channeling his energy into his fist. When he struck again, the mark on the post was indeed considerably deeper. "Yes, precisely like that." Goku nodded with a smile before turning to Piccolo. "Piccolo, your regenerative abilities are formidable, but in battle, relying solely on recovery is insufficient. Scions fight fiercely. If your core is compromised, regeneration won't suffice. You might consider practicing the technique of creating duplicates. It can both confuse your opponent and diffuse their attacks." Piccolo opened his eyes, a glimmer of acknowledgement flashing in his light green pupils. He did not rebut Goku, since being defeated by him last time. He had recognized Goku's superiority. Moreover, Goku's words were indeed sensible. Rising to his feet, he formed hand seals, and suddenly his energy split into 3 distinct streams. In an instant, 2 identical duplicates appeared in the arena, their energy signatures indistinguishable from his own. Goku raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. "Very good, but the energy of your duplicates is too evenly distributed. If you encounter an opponent capable of sensing energy, they may easily discern the flaw. Try retaining 70% of your energy in your main body, while each duplicate holds 30%. This way, you can confound your enemies while ensuring your main body possesses sufficient strength for a counterattack." Following Goku's guidance, Piccolo adjusted his energy, and indeed, the energy of his duplicates diminished slightly. However, without careful perception, it was nearly impossible to distinguish the main body from the duplicates. He attempted to have his duplicates launch an attack, and both simultaneously fired energy blasts. Although their power was not as formidable as that of the main body, they formed a pincer assault. "Excellent," Goku applauded. "Next, we will practice sparring. Krillin, come with me to work on dodging and counterattacking. Piccolo, you continue refining your duplicates in conjunction with energy blasts, and we shall engage in combat later." Krillin eagerly responded, assuming a fighting stance. Goku did not use his full power, attacking at a speed slightly slower than that of a regular Saiyan, leaving his punches with room for Krillin to react. Initially, Krillin was frequently struck, struggling to evade, but after half an hour of practice, he gradually began to keep pace, even managing to exploit openings to deliver a few counterattacks. "Well done, Krillin. Your combat prowess is rising swiftly," Goku exclaimed, leaping back and raising his hand to signal a pause. At that moment, Tais approached, carrying a silver box. The screen on the box displayed the combat power statistics of both fighters. "Krillin, your peak combat power just reached 1350, an increase of 150 since this morning. Piccolo, your main body's combat power during duplication remains steady at 3500, an improvement of 300 from before." "Really?" Krillin leaned closer to the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I've increased so much in such a short time?" Tai smiled and nodded, opening the box to reveal several bottles of orange liquid. These are energy supplements concocted by Bulma, containing ginseng and extracts from Namekian plants. They can rapidly restore stamina and help stabilize your energy. Drink a bottle after your practice. Goku took a bottle, twisted the cap, and took a sip. The refreshing flavor, tinged with a hint of sweetness, indeed facilitated a smoother flow of energy within him. Piccolo approached hesitantly, but ultimately accepted a bottle. Though he disliked owing favors, he deemed it unnecessary to refuse something that could enhance his training efficiency. Before long, Bulma approached, pushing a small robot that bore several sets of black training suits hanging from its arms. "These are my improved gravity training suits," she announced. "The base weight is 50 kilograms, and the gravity multiplier can be adjusted via a wristband, reaching up to 10 times. She tossed the suits to the three of them. "Goku, you mentioned wanting to practice the Kaioken technique. Wearing this will enhance your physical strength. Krillin and Piccolo, start with a 1 times gravity setting to acclimate, and gradually increase it. Do not overexert yourselves at once." Goku picked up a training suit and donned it, noting its lightweight yet remarkably resilient material. Once clad, he felt a uniform pressure that did not impede his movements. "This is far superior to the weighted clothing I used before," he exclaimed, promptly adjusting the wristband to a 2 times gravity setting. As he moved, he felt it was just right for muscle training without hindering his sparring. Krillin and Piccolo also dressed in the training suits, initially setting their gravity to 1 times. Upon wearing it, Krillin shook himself and laughed. "I never imagined such a lightweight outfit could bear 50 kilograms of weight. Bulma, you are truly impressive." With hands on her hips, Bulma beamed with pride, "Of course. This is crafted from materials I developed in conjunction with the Scion detector, combining lightness with durability. Even energy blasts won't tear it." She continued, "By the way, Tais has installed energy monitors around the training area to record your combat data in real time. We will analyze it together tonight and adjust tomorrow's training plan." The ensuing training sessions were more targeted. Goku, wearing the 2 times gravity suit, deliberately increased his speed while sparring with Krillin, forcing him to concentrate fully. When facing Piccolo, he utilized the multi-form technique in conjunction with energy blasts, while countering with the basic Kamehameha technique, allowing Piccolo to practice defense amidst attacks. During a break, Tais approached holding a record board, pointing at the data. "Goku, your base combat power remains stable at 5000. Even in the 2 times gravity suit, your form is intact. Piccolo's precision with his energy blasts has improved. Just now, 3 of them nearly struck the same target simultaneously. Krillin's evasion speed has significantly increased. He reacted 0.3 seconds faster to dodge your attacks compared to this morning." Goku nodded, turning to Krillin and Piccolo. "At this rate, Krillin's combat power should exceed 2000 in a year, and Piccolo could surpass 6000. When facing Nappa, he should at least be able to hold his own, unlike before when he was completely defenseless." Piccolo, gripping a bottle of energy supplements, fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "Goku, why are you so concerned about our combat power? Your strength is already sufficient to contend with Nappa. Even if we hold you back, you can manage, right?" Goku paused, taken aback, then smiled, "Because the fight against the Scions isn't solely my burden. Earth belongs to us all, and there may be even stronger foes in the future. Like Frisia, only by growing stronger together can we truly safeguard our planet." He added, "Besides, training alongside you allows me to progress more swiftly." Piccolo regarded Goku's earnest gaze and refrained from further comment, simply tightening his grip on the bottle. He had always perceived Goku as merely a fervent fighter, yet he was surprised to find such depth in his consideration for the future. Krillin patted Piccolo on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Piccolo, stop overthinking it. Training with Goku is bound to be beneficial. Once we grow stronger, even the Scions won't intimidate us." As the sun dipped below the horizon, their training finally came to an end. Exhausted, Krillin collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while Piccolo, though also sweating, maintained his standing posture, regulating his breath. Goku, merely glistening with a light sheen of sweat, was busy assisting Bulma in packing away the training equipment. Tais handed a neatly organized data pad to Bulma, stating, "Tomorrow, we can increase Krillin's gravity to 0, 5 times, and Piccolo can attempt 3 times. As for Goku, should we also try 3 times?" Goku pondered for a moment before nodding. "Sure, but let's start with 2, 5 times to acclimate. After all, the Kaioken puts a significant strain on the body, so we shouldn't push too hard right away." Bulma accepted the data pad and noted the training schedule for the following day. "All right. We shall commence training at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will prepare energy supplements and new training outfits in advance." On their way home, Krillin excitedly recounted the achievements of today's training, while Piccolo walked behind, occasionally chiming in with a response. Goku glanced at his companions and then thought of Bulma and Tais following at a distance. He felt a sense of reassurance having such partners to strive alongside, believing that even when faced with Vegeta and Nappa a year from now, victory was within their grasp. He gazed up at the setting sun, silently contemplating, "Vegeta, Nappa, when we meet again in a year, we certainly won't be as weak as you presume." Chapter 120. Journey to King Kai's planet. The setting sun cast elongated shadows over the training ground, where Krillin sat on the grass, a blade of grass between his teeth, gazing at the evening glow with a sigh. "At this rate, I might only reach a power level of 2,000 in a year, but Nappa has 4,000. And Vegeta even boasts 18,000. It's simply insufficient for a fight." Piccolo sat cross-legged nearby, a faint green aura swirling around his fingertips. Upon hearing Krillin's lament, he opened his eyes. "Merely relying on basic training isn't sufficient. We must seek more specialized methods of enhancement." He turned his gaze toward Goku, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Ever since Goku had defeated him, Piccolo sensed that Goku possessed knowledge of unique ways to grow stronger that others did not. Having just finished the energy drink Tais had handed him, Goku set the bottle down and stood up, brushing off the grass from his pants. "I know of a place where we can learn stronger techniques to combat Vegeta." At this, everyone turned to him. Bulma quickly approached, frowning. "Where is this place? Is it dangerous? You've never mentioned it before." Tais also set down her clipboard, concern evident in her eyes. "Is it a secret realm, like Korin Tower? What equipment do we need to prepare?" Goku nodded, then shook his head. "It's not a secret realm, it's King Kai's planet. That is where King Kai resides in the universe. He teaches 2 exceptionally powerful techniques. One is the Kaioken, which can significantly enhance one's power for a short duration. The other is the Spirit Bomb, which gathers energy from those around to form a formidable energy sphere, perfect for dealing with a powerful opponent like Vegeta." He paused, adding, "I have sensed the energy of the universe before. King Kai's planet is located at the edge of the Milky Way. It's not too far. And as long as we can pinpoint the energy signature, we can reach it." "King Kai? Kaioken? Spirit Bomb?" Krillin sat up straight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "That sounds incredible. Goku, how do you know all this?" Wukong scratched his head, chuckling lightly. "Previously, while at Korin Tower, Master Karin mentioned that the King of the World is a martial arts master in the universe, and I made a mental note of it. Now, when facing the Scions, these 2 techniques will come in handy. The King of the World Fist will allow me to temporarily match Vegeta's power level, while the Spirit Bomb serves as a trump card. Even if I cannot win, I can use it to restrain him." He refrained from mentioning that he knew this due to the memories of a traveler and instead offered a plausible excuse, as Master Karin indeed possessed considerable knowledge of cosmic mysteries, making his statement unlikely to raise suspicion. Bulma, still concerned, grasped Wukong's arm. "Isn't there a danger in going to the edge of the universe? What if we encounter alien monsters? How about I modify a spaceship for you, equipping it with an energy shield for added safety?" "There's no need for such trouble." Wukong waved his hand, a faint golden aura emanating from his body. "I can now locate King Kai's planet through my energy signature, and with my flight technique, I can fly faster than any spaceship. Moreover, I can evade danger in a timely manner." He turned to Bulma and Tais, his expression earnest. "However, I must trouble you to keep an eye on Krillin and Piccolo's training while I'm away. If anything unusual occurs, such as the reappearance of the detector, please contact me immediately. Tais nodded and retrieved a small silver bracelet from her backpack, handing it to Wukong. This is an energy locator I made, capable of recording Earth's energy. When you wish to return, simply sense the bracelet, and it will guide you back. It also contains 3 days' worth of energy capsules to quickly replenish your stamina, so you need not worry about hunger during long flights. Wukong accepted the bracelet. Placing it on his wrist, the cool metal against his skin provided a sense of reassurance. Thank you, Tais. You are truly thoughtful. Piccolo stood up and approached Wukong, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. Once you master the King of the World Fist and the Spirit Bomb, will you teach us? He did not wish to owe Wukong a favor, but understood that only through collective strength could Earth be genuinely safe. Wukong grinned widely. Of course. Once I have learned, I will return to teach you all, and together we shall confront the Scions. Krillin leaped up, patting Wukong's shoulder. You must hurry back then. I'm eager to learn the Spirit Bomb. It sounds incredibly cool. Bulma observed the scene before her, her worries easing a bit. She pulled a small capsule from her pocket and pressed it into Wukong's hand. This is an emergency shelter capsule. It contains a small space pod. If you encounter danger, toss it out, and it will provide you with some protection for a while. She paused, her voice softening. You must return safely. Don't make Tais and me worry. Wukong tightened his grip on the capsule, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, I will return safely, bringing the King of the World Fist and the Spirit Bomb, and drive away Vegeta and Nappa. As the sun fully dipped below the horizon, a soft starlight twinkled at the edge of the sky. Wukong took one last glance at everyone, inhaled deeply, and with a sudden burst, his aura exploded outward, enveloping him in a golden radiance. He waved goodbye to the group, and with a gentle push off the ground, his body surged into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, quickly transforming into a tiny point of light as he soared towards the edge of the galaxy. Bulma and Tais stood still, gazing into the direction where Goku had vanished, enveloped in silence. Krillin scratched his head and murmured, Goku will surely learn some formidable techniques. We must strive harder and not hold him back. Piccolo looked towards the sky, the energy waves at his fingertips shimmering momentarily, as he silently contemplated, Goku, do not let me down. Meanwhile, Goku was traversing the atmosphere, the wind howling in his ears. He glanced at the locator on his wrist, then touched the capsule in his pocket, a smile gracing his lips. He understood that King Kai might delight in sharing corny jokes, and that mastering the Kaioken technique would be arduous. Yet, for the sake of protecting Bulma, Tais, and all the inhabitants of Earth, these challenges were trivial. Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, he silently repeated, his gaze resolute. I must learn them and return to safeguard everyone. The golden figure streaked through the night sky, heading towards King Kai's planet, with his beloved home behind him and the promise of strength ahead. Chapter 121. Farewell from Bulma and Tais. The lawn of Capsule Corporation glistened with dew under the gentle golden sunlight that had just crested the distant skyscrapers, casting a soft halo upon Goku's training uniform. Bulma clutched a bulging backpack tightly, her fingertips turning pale, while Tais stood beside her, inspecting the energy locator on Goku's wrist. The green dot on the screen flickered steadily, indicating a stable signal. This contains 3 days' worth of compressed nutrients, along with my newly crafted emergency medical capsules that can be activated by crushing them, whether for injuries or energy depletion, Bulma explained as she handed the backpack to Goku, her voice softer than usual. She then produced a small red button from her pocket and pressed it into Goku's palm. This is an emergency beacon. Should you press it, my father and I can locate your position and send a ship to retrieve you, even at the edge of the universe. Goku accepted the backpack and button, weighing them in his hands. The backpack, though not heavy, was filled to the brim. He noticed the redness in Bulma's eyes and, as he gently tousled her hair with a smile, reassured her, don't worry, I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to learn some techniques, and will return swiftly. Tais raised her hand and patted Goku on the shoulder, the metallic strap of the locator clinking softly. I've adjusted the locator to sync with Earth's time. If you wish to know about home, pressing the button on the side will enable you to receive my messages. Additionally, I've stored Krillin and Piccolo's training plans in there. I'll ensure they don't slack off while you're away. She paused, her expression earnest. If you encounter any insurmountable trouble, don't hesitate to use the emergency beacon. We won't let you face danger alone. Goku nodded, tucking the red button into the inner pocket of his training suit. slinging the backpack over his shoulder and adjusting the strap. I understand. And please, don't worry too much. King Kai is quite an intriguing fellow. Perhaps I'll even learn some fun techniques to teach you when I return. He spoke deliberately in a relaxed manner, hoping to ease the tension between them. However, Bulma could not help but step forward and gently embrace his arm. Promise me you'll return safely. You can't end up like last time when you fought Piccolo and got all those injuries. I promise, Goku replied, clasping her hand, the warmth of his fingertips radiating through her. Once I master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, I'll take you to see the nebulae in the universe. Haven't you always wanted to see them? Bulma's eyes sparkled momentarily before she shyly turned her face away, wiping the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Who would want to see nebulae with you? I'm just worried about you. Tais observed their interaction with a gentle smile, stepping forward to present a small silver box. Inside are energy crystals. They can recharge the locator and communicator. Keep them on you, just in case. Goku accepted the box and stowed it in the side pocket of his backpack. He then looked at both of them and took a deep breath. Well, I'm off. You two take care of yourselves and don't tire yourselves too much. Bulma nodded vigorously, and Tais echoed her agreement, both their gazes fixed intently on Goku. Reluctant to look away, Goku took a step back, a faint golden aura enveloping him, causing the dew on the lawn to dance in the sunlight, refracting tiny shards of light. He cast one last glance at Bulma and Tais, waving his hand. I will return safely. Wait for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed off the ground lightly, his body lifting like a feather, the aura intensifying and elevating him higher. Bulma and Tais looked up, watching the familiar figure shrink until it became a mere speck in the sky, flying toward the edge of the Milky Way. He'll be fine, right? Bulma murmured, a hint of uncertainty lacing her voice. Tais wrapped an arm around her shoulder, her gaze following the direction in which Goku had vanished, her tone resolute. He promised us, and he will keep that promise. Moreover, Goku is stronger than we think. No matter what he encounters, he'll find a way to resolve it. In truth, Tais felt a twinge of concern herself. The edge of the universe was fraught with uncertainty. Yet she understood the importance of appearing unwavering in front of Bulma. They must be Goku's strongest support, ensuring he had no worries. Meanwhile, Goku soared above the clouds, the howling wind roaring in his ears. He glanced at the locator on his wrist. The green dot on the screen still flickered, indicating Earth's direction. He touched the red button in his inner pocket. Recalling the redness in Bulma's eyes and Tai's earnest gaze, which only strengthened his smile. Wait for me. I will return shortly, he silently vowed, quickening his pace as his golden figure streaked across the sky, heading toward the Kaioshin realm. With those he aimed to protect behind him and the path to greater strength ahead. Chapter 122. Tais prepares the gravity room in the laboratory on the third underground level of Capsule Corporation. The low hum of machinery echoed persistently. The blue holographic screen flickered with dense parameters, and Tais stood before the control panel, her fingertips swiftly gliding over the virtual keys. Her gaze fixed intently on the progress bar of the gravity coefficient calibration. Adjust the safety threshold upward by 5 in the event of gravitational overload. The emergency buffer system must activate within 0.1 seconds. As Tai Si spoke, she lifted her hand to adjust the slider on the right side of the screen, causing the safety redundancy, originally displaying 80, to instantly leap to 85. The adjacent metallic chamber gradually unfurled, its interior exuding a cold, silvery sheen. This was the gravity training chamber she had prepared for Wukong, which was notably larger than the standard training pod. The inner walls were embedded with dozens of gravity generators, capable of precisely controlling gravitational shifts from 10 to 100 times. Wukong stood beside the chamber, reaching out to touch the wall. He felt a chilling sensation at his fingertips and could faintly detect the weak energy fluctuations emanating from within. Observing Tai Si's focused profile as she calibrated the settings, he couldn't help but admire her attention to detail. Indeed, Tai Si was meticulous, considering even the emergency system so thoroughly. Training in this gravity chamber would undoubtedly enhance his foundational combat strength at an accelerated pace. Earlier, you mentioned your desire to acclimatize to a high-gravity environment in preparation for the Kaioken technique. I referenced an old gravity device from my father's laboratory and made some improvements. Finally finishing the last parameter, Tai Si wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her brow, turning to Wukong. This chamber's gravitational coefficient can begin at 10 times and gradually increase, reaching a maximum of 100 times. Additionally, It is equipped with an energy monitoring device that displays your physical load in real time. Should it exceed the safe threshold, the weight will automatically decrease, alleviating concerns about injury. As she spoke, she pressed the green button on the console, and the interior of the chamber suddenly illuminated with a soft white glow. The current gravity on the screen instantly adjusting to 10 times. Tai Si nodded towards Wukong. Would you like to give it a try? Start with 10 times to see if you feel any discomfort. Wukong nodded and stepped into the chamber. The moment he entered, an invisible pressure enveloped him from all directions. His legs sank slightly under the weight. The tenfold gravity felt more balanced than the burdens he had experienced during his training at Karen Tower, distributing evenly across his entire body rather than just pressing down on his limbs. This was just enough to activate his psion cells without inducing excessive fatigue. He took a few slow steps within the chamber and threw a few punches. The force of his strikes was slightly tempered by the gravitational pressure. Yet he could distinctly feel the stretching and exertion of his muscles with each movement. It felt stable, with no sense of stalling. Wukong paused his actions and called out to Tai Si outside the chamber, stating that 10 times was perfect for warming up. If adjusted to 50 times, it should serve well for practicing speed and explosiveness. Hearing this, Tai Si smiled and pressed another button on the console. Let us not rush into higher multiples just yet. Once you return from the Kaioshin realm, I will set the gravity limit to 100 times. At that point, combined with the Kaioken training, your foundational combat strength could potentially double. She paused, adding, by the way, I've also installed an energy supply interface within the chamber. If you find your stamina waning during training, you can directly connect a nutrient solution for rapid recovery without wasting time exiting the session. As Wukong gazed upon the concealed supply interface on the cabin wall, he felt an increasing appreciation for the utility of this gravity chamber. He had previously contemplated that while the Kaioken technique could temporarily augment his power, it imposed a significant strain on his body. Should his foundational strength not be sufficiently solid, the risk of injury when employing a high multiplier of the Kaioken was considerable. Now, with the advent of this adjustable gravity chamber, he could gradually enhance his base strength while simultaneously acclimating himself to high loads during training. Once he mastered the Kaioken, he would be able to swiftly grasp the nuances of multiplier transitions, bypassing the repetitive adjustments depicted in the original narrative. This gravity chamber was indeed a fortuitous addition. Stepping out of the chamber, Wukong flexed his wrist, a smile of anticipation illuminating his face. Upon returning from the realm of the Kaioshin, he would utilize it to hone his speed and strength, striving to elevate the Kaioken multiplier further, thereby ensuring greater assurance in confronting Vegeta. Tai Si, observing the spark in his eyes, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, focus on mastering your techniques. I shall regularly maintain the equipment here, and upon your return, you will be able to use it immediately. By the way, I have synchronized your training data to the terminal, so if you find time in the Kaioshin realm, you may remotely review your previous training records and adjust your subsequent training plans. Wukong felt a warmth in his heart at her words, but refrained from elaborating. Merely nodding emphatically, his mind was wholly consumed with thoughts of enhancing his combat prowess, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, along with this gravity chamber for supplementary training. When the time came for the Scions to arrive, he aimed not only to protect Bulma and Tai Si, but also to minimize the injuries sustained by Krillin and Piccolo. The mechanical sounds in the laboratory gradually subsided, the parameters on the holographic screen stabilizing in standby mode. The silver-gray gravity pod stood silently in the corner, as if awaiting the commencement of countless high-intensity training sessions. Wukong gazed at the chamber, then glanced at Tai Si, who was still organizing data, and silently resolved. This time, in the Kaioshin realm, he must earnestly learn the techniques, not to disappoint Tai Si's efforts, nor the expectations of those around him. Chapter 123. Training on Planet Ko. The pink clouds floated like cotton candy in the sky of Planet Ko, the ground beneath shimmering in delicate golden hues, and the air imbued with a refreshing essence unlike that of Earth. Upon landing, Wukong spotted a diminutive figure with blue skin and sunglasses, fanning himself with a palm leaf. Humming an off-key melody before a small house adorned with the Ko insignia, it was the North Ko. Well, if it isn't the little scion who has traveled from afar, exclaimed the Ko, setting aside his fan and donning a teasing smile. I hear you wish to learn my Kaioken, but before I teach you, let me test your knowledge. Do you know why the clouds on Planet Ko are pink? Because they are fond of you. Ha. The pun's impact caused Wukong's lips to twitch. Yet he managed a cooperative smile, recalling that the KO had a penchant for corny jokes. Failing to engage could lead to an endless barrage of them. Indeed, KO-sama, I have come to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, Wukong replied, his expression turning earnest. In a year, 2 scions will arrive on Earth, and I need stronger techniques to protect everyone. The KO raised an eyebrow, abandoning his playful demeanor as he circled Wukong. Protecting everyone? That is a commendable rationale. However, the Kaioken is not a technique that can be learned casually. It can temporarily amplify one's power several-fold, yet it places an immense strain on the body. If one's foundation is not sufficiently solid, the consequences can range from injury to catastrophic bodily failure. Are you certain you can endure this? I am certain. Goku nodded, a faint aura radiating around him. I have been engaged in high-intensity training, performing tonnage-weighted runs and adapting to tenfold gravity, all to solidify my foundation in preparation for the demands of the Kaioken. The KO sensed the stability within Goku's aura, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. This young boy's foundation is far more robust than he had anticipated, even more stable than that of certain warriors who had come to learn before him. Very well. I shall test you first. The KO pointed toward the distant mountains. Do you see that mountain? Run 1,000 laps around KO's planet. Then return to practice the fundamental movements with me. Should you falter along the way, return and train for several more years before attempting again. Goku followed the direction indicated by the KO, realizing that the expanse of KO's planet was even greater than he remembered. Completing 1,000 laps would take at least several minutes. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. He bowed slightly and said, "Understood," before transforming into a golden blur, racing off. The aura buoyed his body, his steps light, yet powerful, each footfall precisely landing on the points of propulsion on the ground. The prior gravity training had granted him an extraordinary mastery over his body, and as he completed the 1,000 laps, he felt not fatigue but an increasing sense of ease, even managing to regulate his breathing and maintain the stability of his aura. When Goku finally returned, the KO's fan hung suspended in midair, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Your speed is astonishing. I thought you would need at least half a day, yet you returned in less than half an hour? Goku wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his brow and smiled. It was manageable. I used my aura to support my body, so it didn't feel strenuous. The KO set down his fan and scrutinized Goku anew, a newfound seriousness in his gaze. It appears you indeed possess the foundation necessary for mastering the Kaioken. I shall now teach you its essence, which lies in the precise control of your internal energy, allowing it to condense and erupt within a short span, thereby enhancing your combat prowess. But remember, as you unleash this energy, you must maintain the integrity of your aura pathways. Should they become chaotic, it could backfire and harm you. As he spoke, he raised his hand, a blue energy shimmering in his palm. First, focus on concentrating your energy in your dantian, then gradually extend it to your limbs. Feel the flow of your aura, and attempt to compress it. There is no need for haste. Take your time. Goku closed his eyes, following the KO's instructions to gather his energy in the dantian. The previous breakthrough with the super divine water had heightened his sensitivity to aura beyond that of ordinary beings, and with his prior understanding of the Kaioken's principles, he quickly discerned the trajectory of energy flowing within him. He gently attempted to compress the aura, experiencing a slight discomfort in his dantian, but he swiftly steadied it with his will. This was simpler than he had imagined. Evidently, his foundational training had not been in vain. Excellent. Now try to release the compressed energy into your fist and deliver your first punch using a double Kaioken. The KO's voice rang out beside him. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his right fist, and the compressed energy surged toward his hand, a faint red glow enveloping him. Double Kaioken. He struck toward the open ground, the force of his punch slicing through the air, creating a shallow trench in the earth. The KO's eyes widened in disbelief, his fan falling to the ground with a thud. 22 times. You succeeded on your first attempt? The individuals I previously instructed required a minimum of 3 days to master the double technique. Your progress is astonishingly swift. Wukong retracted his fist, sensing the steady flow of energy within him, and chuckled inwardly. Indeed, having prior memory and foundation makes a significant difference, allowing him to advance far more rapidly than in the original narrative. Perhaps my familiarity with energy control aids me, he modestly suggested, Lord of the King. May I attempt the threefold technique? The king picked up his fan and took a deep breath. You may, but be forewarned. The burden of threefold is substantially greater than that of two. If it becomes overwhelming, cease immediately. Wukong nodded, concentrating his energy once more, this time intensifying the compression. The sensation of pressure coursing through him became more pronounced, yet he maintained his composure. Threefold King Fist, he exclaimed, his body enveloped in a deeper crimson aura. As he unleashed his punch, a gust of energy propelled distant pebbles into the air, and the shallow trench beneath him deepened markedly. Have you succeeded? The king's sunglasses slipped down, revealing his astonishment. Your learning speed is utterly extraordinary. At this rate, within a week you shall master the tenfold King Fist. Wukong retracted his energy, flexing his wrist. The flow within him remained steady, devoid of any disturbance. I feel fine. As long as I manage the compression effectively, there should be no issue. The king gazed at Wukong and suddenly burst into laughter. You clever lad. I knew I had not misjudged you. Once you master the tenfold King Fist, I shall teach you the Spirit Bomb technique, which far surpasses the King Fist. It should suffice against the seance you mentioned. Wukong's eyes sparkled. Really? Then I shall hasten my mastery of the tenfold King Fist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky of King Kai's planet was bathed in a warm orange hue. Wukong practiced the King Fist repeatedly in the open space, progressing from twofold to threefold, then to fourfold. Each breakthrough felt less daunting than the last. The king, seated nearby, fanned himself while reflecting, this young man is a genius. If nurtured properly, he may one day surpass the god of destruction. Wukong paused, gazing at the evening clouds, his thoughts drifting to Bulma and Tais, who awaited his mastery of the King Fist and Spirit Bomb so that he could protect them. Clenching his fist, he resolved, keep pushing, Wukong. You must grow stronger swiftly. Chapter 124. The king cautions about the strength of the seance on the training grounds of King Kai's planet. The blue energy waves gradually dissipated from the ground. Wukong had just completed a round of sevenfold King Fist training. Sweat trickled down his cheeks onto the golden surface, yet he felt no fatigue, only exhilaration. The king approached, fanning himself, his usual jovial demeanor replaced with a solemn expression. Wukong, pause for a moment. I have something important to discuss. The king's voice carried a weightier tone than usual as he gestured to a nearby stone bench for a conversation. Wukong wiped his brow and settled beside the bench, surmising that the king's words would pertain to the two scions expected to arrive on Earth. Indeed, after taking his seat, the king produced a small device from his robe. The screen displayed unfamiliar text alongside accompanying numbers. This is a signal from a scion spaceship that I intercepted earlier. The king of the worlds pointed at the numbers on the screen, revealing that one of the two scions is named Vegeta, possessing a base combat power of 18,000, while the other, Nappa, boasts a power of 12,000. Do you grasp the implications of this? Goku nodded, acknowledging, it means they are significantly stronger than the previous Piccolo. Ordinary techniques will be ineffective against them. Not just significantly stronger, the king of the worlds interjected, his fan pausing mid-air. The scions are notoriously fierce warriors, reveling in the destruction of planets, growing stronger with each battle. Particularly Vegeta, rumored to be the prince of the scions, has undergone brutal training from a young age, employing ruthlessly effective tactics. I have witnessed numerous planets obliterated by scions, leaving not a trace behind. After a brief pause, the king added, what complicates matters further is their ability to transform. Upon gazing at the moon, they metamorphose into gigantic apes, amplifying their combat power tenfold. An 18,000 power level becomes 180,000. Even with your sevenfold Kaioken, your power would barely reach 150,000. If you were to confront the giant ape form of Vegeta, victory would not be assured. He expected Goku to display concern, yet to his surprise, Goku laughed. Rest assured, my lord, I am aware of their strength, but I am stronger. The king was taken aback, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose. How can you be so unconcerned? An 180,000 power level is no trivial matter. One misstep could jeopardize not only the Earth, but your own life as well. I'm not unconcerned. I have confidence, Goku replied, extending his hand, a faint golden aura shimmering from his palm. You see, I can now stabilize the sevenfold Kaioken without disrupting my energy flow. And I am even experimenting with the eightfold. By the time I return, I might be able to maintain the tenfold Kaioken. With the tenfold, my power would reach 210,000, surpassing even Vegeta's giant ape form. He paused, recalling his preparations. Moreover, I am aware of their transformation into giant apes, and I have devised a countermeasure. By destroying the moon, they will be unable to transform, reducing Vegeta's power back to a mere 18,000, which I could suppress with the threefold Kaioken. The king observed Goku's stable energy waves and recalled the rapid progression Goku had made in training, advancing from the twofold to the sevenfold Kaioken in just 3 days, flawlessly controlling his energy each time, a feat unprecedented among all the warriors he had trained. He couldn't help but reassess Goku, suddenly noticing that his gaze contained not only the youthful vigor typical of his age, but also an extraordinary composure, as if he had already weathered countless battles and held unwavering confidence in victory. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the Science," the king of the worlds inquired with curiosity. "How do you know they require the moon to transform, and how are you aware of Vegeta's temperament?" Goku felt a stir of caution, realizing he must not reveal his identity as a time traveler. He sought an excuse. The earlier alien probe, after being deciphered by ties, revealed not only their impending arrival, but also some information regarding the Science, including their transformation conditions and habits. Additionally, during my previous encounters with Piccolo, I studied similar transformations and could deduce their weaknesses. This rationale is quite reasonable, and the King Kai did not inquire further, though he furrowed his brow. Even if you are aware of their weaknesses, one must not be complacent. Scions are adept at surpassing their limits during battle. What if Vegeta suddenly increases his power while fighting you? Then I shall surpass him even quicker, Goku replied with a light-hearted tone. Yet it was imbued with an undeniable resolve. In these past few days, I have not only been practicing the Kaioken technique, but have also been contemplating how to fuse the Kamehameha with the Kaioken. If I can unleash a Kaioken-infused Kamehameha, even if Vegeta were to unexpectedly amplify his strength, I would have a countermeasure. Furthermore, I have allies. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others have been training diligently this past year. When the time comes, we will face him together. No matter how formidable Vegeta may be, he will not emerge unscathed. Observing Goku's unwavering confidence, King Kai felt his own concerns begin to dissipate. He sighed and waved his fan. "Very well, you are far more reliable than I had anticipated. However, I must caution you that Vegeta is prouder and more unpredictable than you might think. If he becomes desperate in defeat, he may resort to self-destructive measures. You must exercise caution." "I understand," Goku nodded, a glint of sharp determination in his eyes. "But I shall not grant him that opportunity. My objective is not merely to defeat him, but to convey that Earth is not a playground for their destruction, and my companions are not to be harmed at will." As the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows of the two figures, King Kai watched Goku rise to continue his training, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this young man truly could perform miracles, not only to safeguard Earth, but also to alter the Scion's notorious reputation in the cosmos. Standing in the center of the training ground, Goku concentrated once more, the azure energy of the Kaioken enveloping the golden Kamehameha, shimmering brilliantly beneath the sunset. He possessed unwavering confidence that when the Scions arrived, he would be able to declare, "I am stronger." Chapter 125. Interlude of Training. The winds of King Kai's planet carried a subtle scent of fresh grass, while pink clouds leisurely drifted across the sky. Goku sat upon a stone bench outside the training ground, the lingering, tingling sensation of energy concentration still present at his fingertips. Having just completed the foundational techniques for the spirit bomb under King Kai's tutelage, he had yet to fully master the art of gathering cosmic energy. However, he could at least conjure a small orb of pale blue energy in his palm. He raised his hand to disperse the energy, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the distant sea of clouds. The layers of pink clouds resembled the sky after a rain in West City, albeit devoid of the unique blend of metallic scents from the Capsule Corporation's laboratories and Bulma's perfumes. "What are you pondering? Why have you paused in your training?" King Kai approached, fanning himself, a plate of purple fruits in hand. "Is the spirit bomb too challenging?" "No worries. This technique is inherently more complex than the Kaioken. Take your time." Goku accepted the fruit handed to him by King Kai and took a bite, the sweet and tart flavor blossoming in his mouth. Yet, it could not overshadow the slight emptiness he felt within. No matter how delightful this fruit may be, it paled in comparison to the strawberry cake Bulma would occasionally whip up on a whim. Nor could it rival the warm honey water ties offered him after each training session. He recalled the day they set off for King Kai's planet, when Bulma stood on the Capsule Corporation's landing pad, playfully threatening, "If you get hurt, I'll change your training outfit to pink." Yet, Her eyes betrayed a hint of redness. Tai Si silently handed him a portable energy monitor, whispering that she had adjusted the frequency for any emergencies. At that moment, he responded with a smile, but deep down, he understood that this year of training was not solely to combat the Psiots. It was also to ensure he could return safely and not disappoint those two who worried for him. Lost in thought again, King Kai gently tapped Goku's head with a fan. Are you thinking about Earth? Goku snapped back to reality, stuffing the remaining fruit into his mouth and mumbling, yeah? I was thinking about the weather in West City. I wonder if Bulma is once again forgetting to eat in her lab, and whether Tai Si will remind her. Upon uttering these words, he himself was taken aback. The old Goku might have only thought of food and battles, but he was different now. With the memories of a traveler, he recalled Bulma toiling late into the night to develop the Dragon Radar and the earnest profile of Tai Si as she diligently recorded his training data. Those mundane moments weighed heavier on his heart than the pink clouds of King Kai's realm. He reminisced about the last time he sought the Dragon Balls and encountered an avalanche in the snowy mountains, using his body to shield Bulma and Tai Si. Bulma had clutched his clothing in fear, while Tai Si quietly brushed the snow off him afterward. He remembered how Tai Si stayed up several nights preparing the gravity chamber. Her eyes reddened, yet insisting that just a few more adjustments were needed. He recalled Bulma, blushing as she confessed her feelings during a peace celebration, with Tai Si beside her, subtly giving him a thumbs up for encouragement. These vivid recollections flashed through his mind like scenes from a film, causing the corners of Goku's mouth to curve upwards even as he clenched his fingers in determination. He longed to return to West City, to push open the doors of the Capsule Corporation and be greeted by the aroma of Bulma's cooking, to see Tai Si seated on the couch, reviewing training reports. To return, you must train diligently. King Kai pierced through his thoughts, setting aside his usual teasing tone, his voice softening. Every extra moment you practice increases your chances of protecting them upon your return. If you allow homesickness to distract you, you may find yourself unable to defeat the Psiots. And then you truly won't be able to go back. Goku suddenly lifted his head, the confusion in his eyes replaced by resolve. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, gathering a brighter azure orb of energy in his palm. I understand, he murmured softly, an unrecognized tenderness in his tone. I will train earnestly. When I return, I will ensure they no longer need to worry. The wind rustled once more, scattering the pink clouds and revealing a brighter sky behind them. Goku gazed at that expanse, silently urging, Bulma, Tai Si, please wait for me. Once I master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, once I can securely protect Earth, I will come back. Then, I will accompany you to watch the evening glow in West City and savor your meals, just like before. He inhaled deeply, turning towards the training grounds. With each repetition of the Kaioken and each familiarization with the Spirit Bomb, he edged closer to the day of his return. This longing is not a burden, but rather the most potent motivation that sustains his growth. In Chapter 126, Breakthrough in Combat Power, on the training grounds of King Kai's planet, golden waves of energy cascaded and expanded, causing even the floating pink clouds to retreat in disarray. Goku stood firmly on the ground, his feet planted resolutely, arms crossed before him, as a soft blue aura of King Kai's fist surged forth from his being, more intense and stable than when training at 7 times the power. He was currently striving for a tenfold enhancement of the King Kai's fist. Steady the energy flow, do not falter. Goku gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his face, splashing onto the ground and creating tiny droplets. The burden of the tenfold King Kai's fist was heavier than he had anticipated. The energy within him surged like a torrential river against his meridians, and any misstep could result in a backlash. Yet he did not waver. The previous transformation brought about by the super divine water, coupled with the foundational training of recent days, had fortified his meridians far beyond those of his original self, enabling him to withstand this immense pressure. Huh! Goku shouted suddenly, the energy waves around him swelling dramatically, a hint of golden light intermingling with the soft blue hue. The ground beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and small stones were lifted into the air by the force of his aura. King Kai rushed over, eyes glued to the screen of the detector, his sunglasses slipping down to the tip of his nose. Is this a combat power of 20,000 in its normal state? King Kai's voice trembled as the numbers on the detector continued to rise, reaching an astonishing 200,000 with the tenfold King Kai's fist. To put this into perspective, in the original story, when Goku first trained in the King Kai realm, His base combat power was a mere 160,000, and it was only at 10 times the King Kai's fist that he reached 160,000. However, the present Goku, thanks to meticulous training and the breakthrough from the super divine water, had achieved a base power of 200,000, with his tenfold King Kai's fist surpassing even Vegeta's normal state of 180,000 and his great ape form. Gradually, Goku retracted his aura, allowing the waves to dissipate, and the pink clouds floated back overhead. He flexed his wrists, feeling the steady flow of energy within, a confident smile gracing his lips. Finally stabilized, the tenfold King Kai's fist is proceeding even more smoothly than I anticipated. Smoothly? Is that what you call it? King Kai approached Goku hastily, thrusting the detector into his view. Do you comprehend what a power level of 200,000 signifies? There are few renowned warriors in the universe who can attain such a figure. That scion named Vegeta has a normal power of only 180,000, and even in his great ape form, he merely reaches 180,000. Your tenfold King Kai's fist would obliterate him. Goku took the detector, gazing at the 200,000 displayed on the screen, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He was acutely aware that in the original narrative, during his first confrontation with Vegeta, he barely managed to suppress the great ape form using the eightfold King Kai's fist, ultimately relying on Krillin's spirit bomb for assistance. But now, the circumstances were vastly different. His base combat power exceeded that of the original Goku's eightfold King Kai's fist, and with the tenfold enhancement, he could effortlessly overpower Vegeta's maximum potential. Vegeta, this time, you are truly in for a rough time, Goku mused silently to himself. He could envision the moment when Vegeta, accompanied by Nappa, descended upon Earth and beheld his battle power of 200,000. The astonishment etched upon that proud visage would be nothing short of remarkable. The self-proclaimed prince of the Scions, who looked down upon lower-class warriors, would never anticipate being utterly surpassed by one he deemed inferior. Meanwhile, King Kai, lingering nearby, lamented in a stream of admiration. I have trained many warriors, yet I have never encountered one who has progressed so swiftly. How long have you been here? Your power has multiplied several times over. If the other Kais were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly envy me to death. Goku chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage. He understood that this remarkable growth was not solely due to King Kai's guidance, but also because he possessed the memories of a time traveler, enabling him to circumvent the pitfalls that plagued the original narrative. He had consumed the super divine water earlier, commenced weighted training sooner, and mastered the control of Ki with remarkable precocity. These preparatory steps had allowed his power to far exceed that of his contemporaries in the original tale, thus increasing his odds against Vegeta. King Kai, Goku addressed him, his gaze resolute. I wish to attempt the gathering of the spirit bomb once more. With my power surpassing its previous limits, the potency of the spirit bomb should also see a significant enhancement. King Kai paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Very well. However, to gather the spirit bomb, we must locate a more expansive area. Let us see just how formidable a spirit bomb you can conjure with a battle power of 200,000. The two made their way to the edge of King Kai's planet. Goku seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to sense the surrounding cosmic energy. Under his guidance, strands of golden energy converged from all directions, gradually forming a small orb of light before him. With his enhanced power, his ability to perceive and attract energy had accelerated significantly, causing the orb to expand at a visibly rapid pace. As Goku felt the force contained within the spirit bomb, his conviction solidified. Vegeta, Nappa, the day you arrive on Earth will be the day of your downfall. I shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon the planet as depicted in the original tale, nor will I allow Bulma and Ties to worry. The golden spirit bomb shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, illuminating Goku's confident countenance. In this moment, he was acutely aware that he had surpassed the strength of his original counterparts. Confronting the Scions was no longer a matter of mere survival, but rather a guaranteed victory. The tragedy of Vegeta was sealed the moment he transcended the King Kai fist tenfold. Chapter 127. The Scion spaceship approaches suddenly. The pink clouds of King Kai's planet were disturbed by a surge of unfamiliar energy waves. The detector in King Kai's hand emitted a rapid beeping sound, and a red warning flashed across the screen, specifically adjusted to track the Scion spaceship upon Goku's prior suggestion. Goku, this is dire, King Kai exclaimed, his tone more urgent than usual. The Scion spaceship has entered the solar system. At this rate, it will reach Earth in no more than 2 hours. Goku stood at the edge of the training ground, a small orb of the spirit bomb coalescing in his palm. Upon hearing King Kai's words, he immediately dissipated the energy. 2 hours, you say? Goku mused, stroking his chin as he calculated swiftly. Returning to Earth from King Kai's planet via instant transmission would be too rapid, and I have yet to fully master long-distance interstellar teleportation. However, using the backup spaceship that King Kai prepared, I will be able to arrive just in time before its landing. The timing is perfect. It appears that the practice of the spirit bomb must be set aside for the time being. Goku gazed at King Kai, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. King Kai, I kindly ask for your assistance in activating the backup spaceship. I must return immediately. King Kai nodded, hastening towards the docking area while cautioning, do be careful. That Vegeta's scouter can detect power levels. Upon your return, do not reveal the full extent of your abilities with the Kaioken tenfold, lest he act out of desperation. And as for his great ape form, Goku interrupted, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have devised a strategy. If I destroy the moon, he will be unable to transform into the great ape. Moreover, even if he does, I am more than equipped to handle it. Observing Goku's assured demeanor, King Kai's concerns alleviated significantly. He recognized that, after this period of training, Goku's power had far surpassed that of the original timeline, rendering him more than capable of confronting Vegeta and Nappa. The hatch of the backup spaceship opened slowly, the silvery hull gleaming in the sunlight of King Kai's realm. Goku stepped aboard and glanced back at King Kai. King Kai, once I have dealt with the Scions, I shall return to continue my training on the spirit bomb. Go on, go on. King Kai waved his hand, fanning vigorously. Remember to protect Earth. Do not allow those Scions to destroy your homeland. The spaceship's engine roared with a low rumble, propelling itself through King Kai's planet towards Earth. Goku settled into the pilot's seat, his fingers lightly tapping on the control panel, his gaze drifting through the viewport towards the distant blue planet, the direction of West City, where Bulma and Ties were located. He recalled the customized energy bracelet Bulma had given him before his departure, claiming it could monitor his energy signature in real time. If danger arose, she and Ties would be alerted immediately. He also remembered the honey biscuits Ties had secretly placed in his backpack, adorned with a cheerful little smiley face on the packaging. These fragments of warmth surged through his heart like a gentle current, solidifying his resolve to return safely and not disappoint the two who cared for him. Suddenly, the spaceship's radar emitted a warning. The Scion vessel was drawing closer. Now within Earth's satellite orbit, Goku took a deep breath and accelerated the spaceship to its maximum speed. He could sense that Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were already prepared on Earth. Ties was likely utilizing her developed devices to interfere with the Scion scouters, while Bulma anxiously monitored the screens in the Capsule Corporation control room. Hold on, I'm on my way, Goku silently reassured himself, pressing the acceleration button on the control panel. The spaceship's exterior glowing faintly red due to the high velocity. After more than half an hour, the spaceship finally breached Earth's atmosphere, the outlines of the city becoming increasingly distinct. That was the outskirts of West City, and the landing site of the Scion ship lay not far off in the plains. On the ground, Goku could already spot Krillin and Piccolo, with Ties standing beside a modified off-road vehicle, holding a palm-sized disruptor, her brow furrowed in concentration. As Wukong maneuvered the spacecraft to land amidst the trees not far from the plane, he sensed the gradual opening of the Scion spaceship's door. The auras of Vegeta and Nappa surged forth like two dark flames, enveloping the entire plane in an instant. Just in time, Wukong brushed off the dust from his attire, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could see Vegeta, holding a detector, his brow slightly furrowed. Evidently, Ties' jamming device had caused discrepancies in the readings, rendering him unaware of Wukong's presence for the moment. Wukong chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he adjusted his own energy, suppressing his usual battle power to around 5,000. He intended to observe the actions of Vegeta and Nappa, while also granting Krillin and Piccolo an opportunity to showcase their training achievements. After all, everyone had been diligently training during this period, and it would not do for him to steal all the glory alone. Leaning against a tree trunk, he directed his gaze towards the plain where Nappa was impatiently kicking stones, while Vegeta scrutinized the values on the detector, clearly disdainful of Earth's low power levels. Wukong chuckled inwardly. Soon, you shall witness what true power entails. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Wukong as he clenched his fists, the energy within his palms subtly surging. The 2-hour journey had been neither too long nor too short, just perfectly timed. It was now time for Vegeta and Nappa to understand that Earth was not a place for them to run rampant. Chapter 128. The emergence of soul resonance. As Wukong stepped out of the spaceship, the grass beneath his feet still glistened with morning dew. In the distance, the auras of Vegeta and Nappa blazed like two scorching flames, penetrating Wukong's perception. He lifted his hand to wipe the dust from his face, preparing to stealthily approach Krillin and the others from behind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his temple, not the pain of an attack, but a dull ache surging from the depths of his soul, as if something were tugging at him. Wukong could not suppress a muffled groan. Pressing his hand against his temple, fingertips clearly sensing the throbbing of the blood vessels beneath his skin. This pain arrived without warning, more bizarre than the soul refinement experienced when consuming the super divine water, akin to another consciousness gently colliding within his mind. In a blur, fragments flashed before him: golden hair, the howling of the wind, and the taut muscles of an arm during a punch. These were not his memories, yet they felt eerily familiar. Images belonging to the original owner of this body, glimpses of Wukong's primal soul. Leaning against the spacecraft's exterior, Wukong closed his eyes, concentrating on the state of his being. The soul that had traversed dimensions manifested as a stable blue orb of light, while deep within, a faint golden point flickered. This was the essence of Wukong's original soul, dormant since his arrival, akin to slumber. However, now, this golden point was gently pulsating, slowly drawing closer to the blue orb. With each tremor, his headache intensified. Could it be due to Vegeta and Nappa? A thought suddenly flashed through Wukong's mind. The auras of his Saiyan kin, the impending battle, and the palpable tension in the air awakened the primal battle instincts within Wukong's original soul. After all, within the essence of Wukong's soul lies the Saiyan's instinctual thirst for battle, intertwined with an unwavering dedication to protect his companions. Now, sensing a threat from his kin, this instinct has finally awakened. He attempts to relax his mind, ceasing to resist the tremor of the golden light, instead harmonizing his breath with the rhythm of that resonance. The headache alleviates slightly, and fragments of memory become clearer. Images of Wukong as a child wielding the Rui stick on Baozi Mountain, and the first time he encountered Bulma, with the shimmering Dragon Ball radar in her hand. These warm recollections gradually overlap with the scenes he experienced after his traversal, the morning in West City, the cake handed to him by Bulma, and the notebook in which Tai's recorded training data. It dawns on him that this is a resonance of souls. Wukong realizes that the memories of his traversed soul, coupled with his desire to protect his companions, interact with his original soul, which carries the instinct for combat and primal memories. Previously, these two aspects merely coexisted, but now, stimulated by external forces, they begin to interact, a sign not of conflict, but of fusion, like two droplets of water gradually drawing nearer, ultimately merging into one. In the distance, he hears the impatient roar of Nappa, along with Krillin's shouts. Evidently, Nappa has already begun to act. Wukong takes a deep breath, suppressing the lingering pain at his temples. When he opens his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickers in his gaze before swiftly fading. He senses that his original soul is still gently trembling, but now it no longer clashes. Rather, it seems to have found a rhythm, synchronizing with the ebb and flow of his soul, as though two beings are breathing in unison, ready to confront the impending battle together. Wukong, he softly murmurs the name, imbued with a sense of relief. He had previously feared a conflict of souls, but now he understands that they were never strangers vying for the same body. They are destined to merge into a more complete Wukong, united by their common goals and shared companions. He embodies the wisdom and foresight of a traveler, alongside the purity and combat instinct of the original Wukong. He brushes off the remnants of grass from his attire, flexes his wrists, and senses the synchronized ebb and flow of the two souls within him, a resolute smile gracing his lips. Although the headache has not entirely dissipated, it no longer hampers his actions. Instead, it reinforces his confidence for the forthcoming battle. With the combat instincts of his original soul enhancing him, he will only grow stronger in the face of Vegeta and Nappa. Just wait, Vegeta, Nappa. Wukong declares as he strides toward the open plains, the wind rushing past his ears, carrying the tremors of the distant battle. And together, we shall safeguard this place. The golden lights in his mind seem to resonate with his thoughts, their frequency quickening without inflicting pain, transforming instead into a warm force that spreads through his limbs, a prelude to the fusion of souls, quietly unfolding in this tense moment of the Scion's arrival. Chapter 129. The arrival of Vegeta and Nappa. The wind across the plains suddenly stilled, not a natural calm, but an oppressive silence, stifled by a weighty presence that dared not stir. Just as Wukong suppressed the residual ache in his temples, he witnessed a gray silhouette tearing through the distant sky. The Scion spacecraft plummeted like a falling meteor, accompanied by a piercing sound as it crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sun, tinting the daylight a muted ochre. They have arrived. Wukong narrowed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tightening. He concealed himself in the shadows of the forest, sensing with acute awareness the two distinct auras emanating from the spaceship, like a finely woven net. One was as volatile as a volcano poised to erupt, that was Nappa. The other was as frigid as the depths of space, exuding an air of haughty superiority that belonged to Vegeta. These two auras were identical to those etched in his memory. Even the rhythm of Nappa's impatience was unmistakably precise. With a loud clang, the spaceship's hatch swung open, the metallic friction resonating painfully in the ears. Nappa was the first to leap down. When his toes touched the ground, the earth trembled slightly, debris cascading from his boots. This brute sported his iconic buzz cut, and his muscular arms were wrapped in bandages from old wounds. As he steadied himself, he irritably scanned his surroundings. A detector hanging from his neck, the red dot on the screen flashing rapidly, indicating the positions of Krillin and Piccolo. TCH. The combat power on this wretched planet is indeed pitiful. Nappa's voice was gruff, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Vegeta, stop wasting time. Find the Dragon Balls quickly. Destroy this planet, and let us be done with it. Vegeta followed suit, stepping out of the spacecraft. He was slightly taller than Nappa, his deep blue battle suit accentuating his imposing stature. He absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the edge of the detector, his gaze filled with disdain. What is the rush? We need to ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls first. However, he abruptly paused. The screen of the detector flickered, as if interrupted by some unseen force. It was peculiar. The readings were unstable. Wukong chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that it must be Tais disrupting their devices from a distance. Before their departure, Tais had mentioned her intention to blind these Scion's eyes, and it seemed she had indeed succeeded. Yet, Nappa was evidently unconcerned with the detector's anomalies. His gaze swept over a nearby small town, his eyes igniting with a desire for destruction. What does it matter? These earthlings are hardly worthy of our attention. Let us kill a few to warm up. No sooner had he spoken than Nappa lunged forward, the ground cracking beneath him. He propelled himself toward the town like a cannonball. Trees were snapped in half along his path, dust trailing behind him, precisely as Wukong had anticipated. Nappa was always like this. As soon as he sensed weakness, he couldn't resist striking first, lacking the patience to adhere to any plan. Indeed, he acted first. Wukong exhaled gently, his body tensing slightly, yet he refrained from rushing out immediately. He knew that Krillin and Piccolo were nearby, and their training during this time had not been in vain. They were more than capable of handling Nappa's initial assault. More importantly, he wanted to observe his friend's growth. After all, the threats they would face in the future were numerous, and he could not always rely solely on himself. From a distance, the startled cries of the town's residents echoed, followed by Piccolo's furious roar. Nappa, how dare you wreak havoc here? Krillin's aura sharpened instantly, clearly having engaged with Nappa. Wukong could sense Piccolo's energy waves slicing through the air, along with Krillin's swift movements, both significantly stronger than he recalled, able to withstand Nappa's onslaught for a while. Piccolo's energy had indeed surged, and Krillin's speed had increased. Wukong nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. He remained still, merely extending his range of perception to ensure that Vegeta would not intervene. He knew Vegeta's character all too well. Unless Nappa was genuinely in peril, he would merely stand aside and relish the superiority of a highborn scion. As anticipated, Vegeta leaned against the spaceship, arms crossed, coldly observing the struggle between Nappa and Krillin. And Piccolo, not even furrowing his brow. The detector continued to flicker intermittently. He clicked his tongue in impatience, but did not repair it, for in his eyes, Such interference was insufficient to disrupt the plans for cleansing the lower-tier planet. Goku cautiously peeked out from the woods, his gaze fixed on Nappa. Nappa swung his fist toward Piccolo, the force of his blow sending stones flying from the ground. Yet Piccolo deftly dodged and retaliated with an energy wave. Meanwhile, Krillin circled behind Nappa, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack, but was thwarted by Nappa's tail swiping him aside. Although the maneuver was clumsy, he emerged unscathed. They could endure a while longer. Goku assessed the situation in his mind and retreated back into the shadows. Now was not the time for him to act. He needed to wait for Krillin and Piccolo to unleash the fruits of their training, for Nappa to completely lose his patience and reveal a flaw. Just as he recalled from the plot in his memory, each step was anticipated within his foresight. The wind began to stir once more, but this time it carried the tumult of battle, the roar of Nappa, and the counterattacks of Krillin and Piccolo. Goku closed his eyes, sensing the outcome of a battle whose conclusion he already knew, the energy at his fingertips subtly coalescing as he awaited a signal. A cue for him to enter the fray. Chapter 130. Nappa destroys the city when Nappa's fist struck the outer wall of a residential building. Concrete fragments rained down like hail, and the screams instantly engulfed the streets of the small town. He resembled a rampaging behemoth. Each step sent tremors through the ground, and he casually hurled a car into the distance, the cacophony of metal clashing mingling with the cries of the citizens. This was not a battle, it was sheer devastation. A Saiyan-esque contempt for a lower civilization. Goku clenched his fists in the woods, his brow furrowed in distress. He could acutely sense the terror of the citizens. Witnessing children trembling in their mother's arms, hearing the piercing sounds of steel twisting as buildings collapsed. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed in to intervene, but at this moment, his attention was drawn to two figures not far away. Piccolo had spread his arms wide, green energy gathering in his palms, while Krillin crouched low, his breath subdued, clearly searching for a chance to strike. Just a little longer, Goku told himself. Over the past year, he had trained alongside Krillin and Piccolo tirelessly. Piccolo had significantly improved his control over energy, no longer unleashing cataclysmic force with every attack. Krillin's speed had also increased remarkably, allowing him to evade 30% of Goku's strength in their training. Now was the time to test the results of their efforts. If they could not withstand even the initial onslaught from Nappa, they would be at an even greater disadvantage against Frieza and the androids in the future. Nappa, how dare you harm the innocent? Piccolo's roar sliced through the air, a beam of green energy shooting directly toward Nappa's back. As if possessing a pair of eyes on his back, Nappa abruptly pivoted, his hand striking out to disperse the energy wave, causing the ground to crack open in a shallow trench. Oomph, green-skin monster, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Nappa bared his teeth in a sinister grin, propelling himself towards Piccolo, his fist imbued with force aimed at Piccolo's face. Anticipating the assault, Piccolo sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick towards Nappa's knee. His movements nearly double the speed of his training sessions. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin maneuvered behind Nappa, hands clasped together to gather a ki blast. Take this. The azure energy orb struck Nappa in the lower back, eliciting a grunt of pain as he turned to glare at Krillin, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You little runt, seeking death. Krillin, get out of the way. Piccolo shouted, swiftly unleashing an energy whip that coiled around Krillin's waist, pulling him to safety. Nappa's fist grazed Krillin's clothing as it smashed into the ground, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater. Goku observed intently, a slight smile gracing his lips. Piccolo's reaction time had notably improved, adeptly protecting Krillin as well. Clearly, their recent training had borne fruit. Krillin, unfazed, quickly steadied his breath upon landing, repositioning himself to flank Nappa in search of another strike. Indeed, much more composed than before, Goku mused inwardly. He could sense Piccolo's energy output was more stable. Devoid of unnecessary waste, Krillin's movements were now strategically calculated, no longer relying solely on reckless speed. However, Nappa, being a Saiyan, possessed a foundational combat prowess far superior to theirs, and if the battle continued, they would inevitably find themselves in peril. As anticipated, Nappa soon grew impatient. He unleashed a surge of energy, golden lightning crackling around him, delivering a punch that sent Piccolo staggering back, followed by a kick that sent Krillin hurtling through the air. Krillin slammed against a broken wall, coughing up blood, while Piccolo clutched his chest, his breath ragged. Is this all you've got? Nappa scoffed, striding toward the fallen Krillin. It seems the warriors of this planet are rather underwhelming. Goku's expression darkened. His fingertips began to gather energy. If he did not intervene, Krillin would be in grave danger. Just then, Piccolo leaped into action, green energy coalescing in his palm into a massive sphere. Naba, taste this. The special beam cannon? Goku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Piccolo had remarkably shortened the charging time for this technique. Previously requiring extensive aim, he was now able to condense it in a fraction of the time. Naba, caught off guard by Piccolo's sudden display of power, narrowed his eyes and raised his hands defensively. The instant the sphere detonated, a shock wave erupted, sending debris soaring and enveloping the street in a cloud of dust. Did it work? Krillin, propping himself against the broken wall, anxiously stared into the haze. However, Goku furrowed his brow. He could still sense Naba's energy, and it had not diminished significantly. As the dust settled, Naba stood unharmed, save for a few scratches on his battle suit. Interesting, Naba flexed his wrist. But that is all there is. He charged at Piccolo again, his speed even greater than before. Goku inhaled deeply, preparing to intervene. This time, he could not afford to wait any longer. Just as he was about to spring into action, Krillin suddenly shouted, "Piccolo, let's use the combination we practiced." Piccolo nodded, swiftly retreating while unleashing several energy waves to disrupt Nappa's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin maneuvered behind Nappa, forming two energy spheres with his hands and hurling them at the back of Nappa's head. Although Nappa evaded the spheres, his movement was slightly delayed, resulting in Piccolo's energy wave grazing his shoulder, eliciting an enraged roar from him. Goku paused, retreating back into the shadows, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he realized they had retained their training synergy and were able to apply it in combat. It seemed their growth during this period had surpassed his expectations. He decided to allow them to continue their skirmish a little longer. As long as Nappa refrained from employing lethal moves, they could endure further. His gaze fell upon Vegeta in the distance, who remained leaning against the spaceship. The scanner's screen flickering, his face adorned with a look of disdain, clearly underestimating Krillin and Piccolo. Goku understood that Vegeta's inaction represented their finest opportunity. He aimed to facilitate Krillin and Piccolo's breakthroughs in battle, to help them comprehend that even when faced with formidable opponents, skill and cooperation could create openings. This was true growth and the most essential capability for confronting stronger adversaries in the future. The battle on the street raged on, with Piccolo and Krillin's coordination becoming increasingly harmonious. Although still at a disadvantage, they were no longer as passive as they had been at the outset. Goku stood in the shadows, arms crossed, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he awaited the moment they would force Nappa to unleash more of his power, and also, the instant they would surpass their own limits. Chapter 131. Krillin and Piccolo's interception. As Nappa's foot shattered a concrete slab, Piccolo's green energy wave skimmed his ankle, exploding against the ground and showering him with debris. This time, Piccolo refrained from unleashing his full power immediately. Instead, he deliberately controlled his energy output, accelerating the wave's speed to nearly half of what it had been in training, clearly to avoid harming the nearby civilians who had yet to evacuate. "Oh, so you've learned to evade?" Nappa sneered, turning to deliver a powerful punch towards Piccolo, the force capable of toppling cars. Piccolo, having anticipated this, sidestepped while conjuring three slender energy blades at his fingertips, targeting Nappa's joints, a technique he had learned during sparring with Goku, specifically aimed at exploiting the Scion's movement vulnerabilities. Goku observed keenly from the trees, his fingers gently tapping his knee. Piccolo's energy control was far more precise than he remembered. Previously, he relied solely on broad attacks, yet now he was capable of targeting joints. Meanwhile, Krillin seized the moment as Nappa dodged the energy blades, suddenly darting from behind him. Palms pressed together to form a blue energy sphere. However, he did not throw it immediately. Instead, he intentionally slowed his motion, waiting for Nappa to turn before abruptly pressing the sphere into the ground. The resulting explosion enveloped Nappa in smoke, obscuring his vision, while Krillin, using the cover, circled to Nappa's side and delivered a kick to his waist. That was a clever move. Using smoke to create confusion, Goku thought, a slight smile forming on his lips. In his memories, at this stage, Krillin would only have dodged against Nappa, lacking the courage to counterattack. Yet now, not only did he dare to strike, but he also demonstrated tactical coordination, clearly indicating that the past year of training had not been in vain. Naba staggered back a couple of steps, unleashing a furious roar as golden waves of energy erupted from his body, attempting to send Krillin flying. However, Piccolo immediately rushed forward, placing both hands firmly on Naba's shoulders, channeling green energy through his fingertips into Naba's body, trying to disrupt his energy flow. Krillin now? Piccolo urged. Understanding the cue, Krillin quickly gathered a larger energy sphere, aiming for Naba's back. Take this. The energy sphere whistled through the air as it hurtled toward Naba, attempting to evade. Naba found himself firmly restrained by Piccolo's grip and braced for the impact. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated, causing Naba to grunt as the blast tore a gash in his battle suit, blood seeping through. With a surge of strength, he violently shook off Piccolo, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. You two have truly angered me. Goku's expression darkened slightly as he sensed Naba's energy beginning to swell. If the battle continued, Naba would soon become serious. Yet, he refrained from rushing in, choosing instead to observe. After being thrown aside, Piccolo remained composed, swiftly adjusting his stance and gathering energy once more. Krillin, undeterred, circled to Naba's other side, preparing to continue his interference. Goku mused to himself that they were holding up better than in his memories. As in the original story, Krillin and Piccolo would have succumbed within 10 minutes against Naba. Yet now it had been nearly 20 minutes, and they were still coordinating effectively, even managing to wound Naba, a clear sign of progress. Not far off, Vegeta leaned against the spaceship, his brow slightly furrowed. The screen of the scouter around his neck flickered erratically due to Tai's interference. But he could sense without needing to look that the two Earthlings were stronger than he had anticipated, particularly the one with green skin, who had managed to injure Naba. Quite intriguing indeed. However, he dismissed the notion with a scoff, crossing his arms and waiting for Naba to dispose of these nuisances. Goku, sensing Vegeta's thoughts, chuckled inwardly. Vegeta had no idea that the troubles he perceived were far stronger than in the original narrative. Yet, Goku understood that Krillin and Piccolo had reached their limits, and with Naba now serious, prolonging the fight would only lead to their injury. Indeed, Naba took a deep breath, gathering his hands to form a threefold larger red energy sphere than before. Die! He shouted, the energy sphere hurtling toward Krillin and Piccolo with a deafening whoosh, scorching the ground beneath it. Piccolo and Krillin's faces paled as they realized they could not evade the vast radius of the energy sphere. Just then, Goku's voice echoed through the chaos. That's enough, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden figure flashed past, and Krillin and Piccolo felt themselves being pulled aside by an unseen force. Goku stood before them, facing Naba's energy sphere with his back turned, effortlessly raising a hand. What? Naba's pupils dilated in shock at the sudden appearance of Goku. Ignoring Naba, Goku turned to Krillin and Piccolo, smiling and nodding. Well done. You're even stronger than I expected. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and satisfaction at their progress, which had not gone unnoticed by Goku. Wukong turned his head back, gazing at Naba, the ease in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a sharp intent to kill. Now, it is our turn. Chapter 132. Tai sees interference detector on a distant hillside. Tai Si crouched behind a rock, her fingertips swiftly gliding across the screen of a portable jammer. The display flickered with a plethora of codes, while a red interference wave icon expanded in concentric circles towards Vegeta's direction. This device, which she had meticulously calibrated over 3 months, was specifically designed to disrupt the frequencies of psion detectors, capable of disorienting their data or even rendering them temporarily ineffective. Increase the interference strength by 10, Tai Si murmured, biting her lower lip, her gaze fixed intently on the signal bars on the screen. Through the radar positioning shared by Bulma, she was able to distinctly pinpoint the detector affixed to Vegeta's neck. At that moment, the signal from the detector fluctuated erratically, akin to a kite with a severed string, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The previously stable power level readings on the screen now morphed into a chaotic jumble. Meanwhile, Vegeta leaned against the hull of his spaceship, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He glanced down at the detector around his neck, where the numbers flashed wildly, jumping from 1500 to 800, then plummeting to 0, ultimately descending into utter darkness, leaving behind only a few erratic electrical patterns. What is happening? Vegeta muttered, tapping the detector in an attempt to restore its normal function, yet the screen remained a disarray. He could vaguely sense Wukong's formidable energy, But without the data from the detector to substantiate it, uncertainty gnawed at him, a torment for one accustomed to relying on data to gauge his opponents. Is this the technology of Earthlings? Vegeta's gaze turned icy. He recalled previous instances when the detector had exhibited fluctuations, attributing them to signal interference, dismissing them at the time. However, it now appeared that someone was deliberately targeting his detector. He surveyed the surroundings, seeking the source of the interference. Yet all he could see were the ruins left in Naba's wake, with no sign of life. Damnable technology. Vegeta cursed under his breath, his fingers clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He held a deep disdain for such underhanded tactics, believing that true strength should speak for itself rather than relying on hidden tricks. Yet he did not immediately pursue the source of the interference. His priority lay in assessing Wukong's power. At that moment, Wukong stood before Naba, his energy gradually surging. Vegeta could feel Wukong's aura intensifying, each fluctuation heightening his anxiety. He abandoned the notion of repairing the detector, redirecting his focus to Wukong, arms crossed, his expression brimming with vigilance. Even without the detector, he could discern from Wukong's aura that his power undoubtedly surpassed Naba's, possibly nearing Vegeta's own. On the hillside, Taisi observed the detector's signal completely fail on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. She knew that without the detector, Vegeta was akin to a man deprived of sight, unable to accurately gauge Wukong's strength, a most favorable development for the impending battle. She ceased further interference, shutting down the jammer to avoid revealing her position to Vegeta. Bulma, the interference was successful. Vegeta's detector is rendered useless. Tais whispered into the communicator, a hint of pride lacing her tone. From the other end, Bulma's voice resonated. Well done, Tais. This gives Goku a significant advantage. Tais tucked away the device and cautiously peered from behind the rocks, gazing at the distant battlefield. She could see the figures of Goku and Nappa locked in confrontation, as well as Vegeta standing beside the spaceship, his gaze fixated on Goku, showing no intention of departing. It seemed Vegeta had no plans to pursue the source of interference. Tais mused to herself, soon realizing that for Vegeta, combat and strength were paramount. As for the Earthlings disrupting the detector, they were merely inconsequential players in his eyes. Once he dealt with Goku and Nappa, he could easily settle accounts with these Earthlings later. Indeed, Vegeta was entirely focused on Goku, attuned to the fluctuations in his energy, silently calculating Goku's power level. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Goku's aura, far surpassing any Earthling he had encountered previously, even stronger than Bardock from years past. What on earth was the matter with this low-class warrior? Vegeta's mind brimmed with questions. In his understanding, the power of low-class scions should barely reach a few thousand. Yet Goku's aura had evidently transcended that threshold, potentially reaching over 10,000. He began to ponder whether Goku had undergone some exceptional training or experienced a remarkable stroke of luck, similar to his own journey. However, these doubts were swiftly quelled. Regardless of how Goku had grown stronger, he remained merely an adversary that needed to be vanquished. Vegeta adjusted his breathing, concentrating all his attention on Goku. Eager to witness a spectacle, he was determined to discern just how much power this Earthling, who had caused him to lose his detector, truly possessed, and whether he could defeat Nappa. From afar, Goku seemed to sense Vegeta's gaze, glancing up briefly with a smile gracing his lips. Vegeta scoffed, offering no response. Yet his vigilance intensified. Observing this exchange, Tais let out a quiet sigh of relief. She understood that the forthcoming battle hinged entirely on Goku. Gathering her equipment, she prepared to withdraw. Her mission was accomplished, and all that remained was to await the outcome of the battle from a safe distance. Chapter 133. Piccolo's injury. Nappa's fist, imbued with the force to tear through the air, suddenly veered towards Krillin. He recognized Krillin as the weak link in their coordination, deliberately feigning an opening for Piccolo, anticipating that Piccolo would rush to assist. True to form, Piccolo could not resist. As he saw Krillin on the brink of being struck by Nappa's fist, he instinctively charged forward, shielding Krillin with his own back. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Piccolo's body was sent hurtling like a broken kite, crashing violently against a crumbling wall, which instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. Piccolo! Krillin's exclamation sliced through the air. He wanted to rush to Piccolo's aid, but was staggered back several steps by the force of Nappa's energy wave. Piccolo lay on the ground, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his back torn open by the impact, revealing a gaping wound that exposed bone. He struggled to rise, his arms trembling as they pressed against the ground, green energy flickering faintly in his palms. He had not yet surrendered. He still wished to thwart Nappa. From a distance, Goku observed clearly, his previously relaxed body instantly tensing up, the energy within him beginning to rise uncontrollably. He sensed that Piccolo's energy was rapidly waning. The wound inflicted upon him had not merely damaged his flesh, but had also shaken his internal organs. Just moments ago, he had felt proud of Piccolo and Krillin's progress. But now he understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Nappa was already striking with lethal intent. If this continued, both Piccolo and Krillin would be in grave danger. Enough! Goku's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder across the battlefield. Nappa, poised to deliver a final blow to Piccolo, halted abruptly, turning to face Goku, impatience flickering in his eyes. So you finally decided to show yourself? Was it amusing to hide and watch the spectacle? Goku disregarded Nappa's taunts, stepping forward from the trees. His pace was unhurried, yet it carried an intangible weight of pressure. The air around him thickened with energy, and fragments of stone on the ground were lifted, gently suspended in the atmosphere. His gaze settled on Piccolo, brow furrowed. Piccolo, don't force yourself any longer. Leave the rest to me. Piccolo looked up at Goku, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, but more so a sense of relief. He recognized that he could no longer endure. Continuing the fight would only hinder Goku. He nodded slowly, lowering his arms as the green energy gradually dissipated, leaning against a crumbling wall, gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin rushed to Piccolo's side, producing a senzu bean and handing it to him. Piccolo, eat this quickly. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted the bean and swallowed it whole. He needed to regain his strength promptly, ensuring he wouldn't impede Goku any longer. Not far away, Vegeta observed the scene with increasing gravity. Although he lacked a scouter, he could distinctly sense the shift in Goku's energy. It was intensifying, even instilling within him a slight sense of pressure. He had initially presumed that Goku would merely match Nappa, yet it was now clear that he had underestimated this low-class scion. It's my turn, Goku declared once more, this time directing his gaze at Nappa. The earlier ease in his expression replaced with a fierce determination. He flexed his wrists, the joints emitting a subtle crack, as his energy began to coalesce. A golden radiance slowly enveloping him. Feeling the mounting pressure emanating from Goku, Nappa's expression finally shifted. He had previously dismissed Goku as merely another Earthling, akin to Piccolo and Krillin, but now he recognized his grave error. Goku's energy surpassed that of any Earthling he had encountered, even rivaling some Saiyan warriors. Humph, what a charade! Nappa retorted defiantly, though his body involuntarily tightened as he conjured a red energy sphere in his hands. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. Goku remained still, quietly observing Nappa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe you still have a chance? As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Before Nappa could react, he felt an immense force collide with his chest, propelling him through the air effortlessly. In this strike, Goku did not even resort to the King Kai fist, relying solely on his fundamental combat prowess. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He finally comprehended that Goku's strength far exceeded what he had previously observed. His earlier display had merely been a deliberate probe into Piccolo and Krillin's growth. Now that Piccolo was injured, Goku was ready to engage earnestly. Intriguing, Vegeta murmured to himself, folding his arms, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He had at last found an opponent worthy of his serious attention. Chapter 134. The appearance that shocks the Science. Goku stepped forward, his aura transforming from erratic fluctuations into a solid golden radiance that spread outward along the ground. Wherever he passed, debris was lifted and suspended in midair, unmoving. The previously ravaged terrain, marred by Nappa, was now fissured under the pressure of Goku's energy, as if it were on the verge of being crushed. Nappa's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he retreated a half step, gathering energy before him. Yet the crimson glow at his fingertips flickered under the assault of Goku's aura. Failing to stabilize, he could distinctly sense that Goku's energy was not a chaotic explosion, but rather a calm, deep sea-like steadiness, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dominance that was simply beyond his capacity to contend with. Who are you? Nappa's voice trembled slightly, betraying his fear. He had initially assumed Goku to be an ordinary Earth warrior, perhaps slightly stronger than Krillin, but it was evident that he had been gravely mistaken. Goku offered no reply. his gaze sweeping over Nappa before settling on Vegeta in the distance. That glance caused Vegeta's heart to constrict sharply. Vegeta had discarded his earlier nonchalance. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Lacking a scouter, he relied on his innate Saiyan royal instincts, which granted him a far keener perception of energy than Nappa possessed. At this moment, he could clearly discern the flow of energy surrounding Goku. It was not the chaotic energy typical of low-class Saiyans, but rather a finely honed essence, each strand perfectly coalesced, the totality far exceeding his estimations. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils narrowed suddenly, fixating on Goku as if attempting to penetrate his very being. A number reverberated in his mind, an estimation of Goku's power level based on his perception, soaring beyond 15,000, possibly nearing 20,000. This figure was unfathomable to him. Within the Saiyan hierarchy, the upper limit for low-class warriors was merely 5,000, and even those who underwent rigorous training rarely surpassed 10,000. Yet, Goku had not only breached this threshold, but had also approached the caliber of royal elites, utterly upending Vegeta's understanding of low-class Saiyans. He is merely a low-class warrior. Vegeta muttered softly, his tone devoid of anger, only pure astonishment. He cared not for how Goku had grown stronger or why he was on Earth. His singular focus lay on that power level. The notion that a low-class warrior could possess the strength to pose a threat to him was something he had never contemplated. Seemingly aware of Vegeta's scrutiny, Goku's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not deliberately release a more potent aura. He merely maintained his current state. Yet that was sufficient to render the atmosphere around them palpably tense. Nappa stood frozen, finding it difficult even to twitch a finger. Beads of cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, the previous bravado vanished without a trace. Vegeta, just how formidable is this kid's power? Nappa could not suppress his plea for assistance from Vegeta, his voice laced with panic. He fervently hoped Vegeta would tell him that Goku's strength was merely an illusion, a figment of his imagination. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Nappa, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Goku, his mind incessantly reaffirming the energy he sensed. He could feel Goku's aura slowly intensifying. Although the increase was marginal, it exuded a steady, oppressive force, as if it were boundless. This power is impossible, Vegeta spoke again, his tone lower than before, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. He would rather believe that his perception was flawed than accept that a lowly Saiyan could possess such terrifying might. Yet the truth lay before him. Goku's aura was undeniable, and the pressure it exerted was equally inescapable. At last, Goku withdrew his gaze and turned back to Nappa, his aura subtly fluctuating. That very fluctuation caused Nappa to collapse to his knees, hands bracing against the ground, gasping for breath, veins throbbing on his forehead. Now, we shall address the matters between us. Goku's voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible force. He no longer concerned himself with Vegeta's reaction. For him, the priority was to confront Nappa, while Vegeta's astonishment was merely a prelude to the impending battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained rooted in place, his pupils still constricted. He observed Goku's silhouette, a sense of uncertainty creeping into his heart for the first time. Perhaps this lowly Saiyan could indeed shatter all the rules he held dear. However, that uncertainty was swiftly supplanted by an even more intense fighting spirit. He cared not for Goku's origins. What mattered was strength. As long as Goku possessed sufficient power, he was a worthy adversary. Chapter 135. The battle with Nappa. Nappa glared at Goku, his teeth gritting audibly. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Goku. Yet, the pride of a Saiyan forbade him from conceding defeat, especially before Vegeta. He could not afford to display even a hint of fear. You insufferable earthling, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to be arrogant. Nappa roared, crossing his arms over his chest as crimson energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, forming a sphere the size of a basketball. The air around the energy sphere was scorched and distorted, debris from the ground being hurled into the air, crashing against the fragmented walls. Is this your full power? Goku's voice remained calm. He did not even assume a defensive stance, merely observing the energy sphere in Nappa's hands. In his perception, while Nappa's energy was ferocious, it was chaotic and unfocused, incapable of harming him. Die! Nappa bellowed, thrusting the energy sphere forward. The crimson orb, accompanied by a piercing whoosh, hurtled toward Goku, carving a deep trench in the ground along its path, a billowing cloud of smoke trailing behind. Vegeta stood at a distance, his gaze fixated on Goku. silently contemplating the potential outcome had he been in Goku's place. This energy sphere would merely inflict a minor bruise upon him. But what would be the consequence for Goku? He anticipated Goku's reaction, eager to uncover the extent of his hidden prowess. Just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Goku, his figure abruptly vanished. What? Naba's pupils dilated as he swiftly turned his head to scan the surroundings, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of Goku's shadow. In his senses, it felt as if Goku's aura had suddenly evaporated, leaving him devoid of a target. Behind you. Goku's voice resonated unexpectedly behind Naba. Naba froze, unable to pivot in time before he felt a tremendous force grasping the back of his neck. In an instant, he was lifted and slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, dust swirling, and a massive crater formed where he fell. Naba lay within the pit, blood spilling from his mouth, an agonizing pain radiating from his back, rendering even a finger's movement a daunting task. He struggled to rise, but found himself pinned down by Goku's foot pressing against his back, immobilizing him completely. Is this all you are capable of? Goku looked down at Naba, devoid of mockery, only a serene calmness reflected in his eyes. Naba's strength was pathetically inadequate, hardly warranting Goku's earnest attention. Naba gritted his teeth, unwilling to yield, and roared, "I am a Saiyan warrior. How dare you treat me this way? Lord Vegeta will not let you off easily." Vegeta? Goku raised his gaze toward the distant Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whether he would spare me depends on his own capabilities. Vegeta's expression darkened further. He could acutely sense that Goku's speed and power had escalated once more, not merely an explosive surge of energy, but a precise mastery of strength. He began to doubt whether his previous estimations of power had been too conservative. It seems I must resort to that technique, Goku murmured to himself, feeling Naba still struggling beneath him. Although he no longer posed a threat, Goku wished to conserve time. He lifted his foot, releasing Naba, and slowly clenched his right fist. At that moment, a transformation enveloped Goku's aura. The previously stable golden halo surged dramatically, becoming richer and even tinged with a faint red hue. The air around him felt as though it were being compressed, emitting a low hum, while the edges of the crater began to fracture, spreading outward. What is this power? Naba, lying on the ground, gazed up at Goku, terror flooding his eyes. He could feel Goku's aura escalating at a rapid pace, growing stronger with each passing second, the oppressive force rendering him nearly breathless. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his hands instinctively clenching. In his perception, Goku's power was soaring at an observable rate, rapidly climbing from nearly 20,000 to surpass 25,000, then 30,000, and still rising. Impossible. How could he suddenly amplify his strength so dramatically in battle? Vegeta was engulfed in astonishment. He had never witnessed any Saiyan achieve such a feat, not even among the royal lineage. Goku, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, allowed a confident smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. This is the Kaioken, a technique cultivated on King Kai's planet that can exponentially enhance one's combat power in a short span. Although it imposes a significant strain on the body, against Nappa, a single fold of the Kaioken suffices. Nappa, I shall say this one last time. Surrender. Goku's voice carried an irrefutable strength. You are not my match. Nappa, however, refused to concede defeat. Struggling to rise, he once again concentrated energy in his hands. Despite the energy fluctuations being considerably weaker than before, he remained resolute, determined to fight to the bitter end. Even if I perish, I will take you down with me. Since you refuse to heed my warning, I am left with no choice but to act. Goku shook his head, lightly pushing off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. His speed had increased several-fold, leaving only a golden afterimage in the air, rendering his movements almost imperceptible. Before Nappa could react, a sharp pain surged through his chest. Looking down, he saw Goku's fist deeply embedded in his torso. Golden energy pouring from Goku's hand into his body, swiftly annihilating his internal organs. Nappa coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a distant crumbling wall, which collapsed instantaneously, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. Goku slowly withdrew his fist, the crimson aura surrounding him gradually fading, returning to its original golden hue. He gazed towards the direction where Nappa was buried and calmly remarked, I told you, one punch is enough. In the distance, Vegeta stood rooted, his pupils still constricted. He had distinctly sensed that at the moment Goku struck, his battle power surged to 30,000, surpassing his expectations and nearing his usual combat strength. Just how many hidden cards does Goku possess? A sense of urgency began to stir within Vegeta. He had initially believed he could easily defeat Goku, but it now appeared that he would need to unleash his true power to contend with him. Chapter 136. Triple Kaioken. Suddenly, the pile of rubble shifted as Nappa emerged, bloodied and battered. His left arm was grotesquely twisted, several ribs shattered, and each breath elicited searing pain. Yet, his eyes burned with a frenzied refusal to succumb. As a Scion warrior, he could not allow himself to fall in such a disgraceful manner. I have not lost yet, Nappa bellowed, laboriously gathering energy in his right hand. A crimson orb of energy flickered in his palm, yet it wobbled uncontrollably due to his excruciating pain, lacking even the stability to hold form. His gaze was fixed on Goku, his teeth clenched until his gums bled. I will destroy you and this planet together. Goku furrowed his brow. He could sense that Nappa's energy had dwindled to its limits. Standing was a feat sustained only by sheer will. Yet, this stubborn tenacity began to irritate him. You possess no fighting power. Further struggle is futile. Enough with the chatter. Nappa suddenly thrust the energy orb from his palm. The orb wobbled erratically as it flew towards Goku, its speed reduced to less than half of its former might, barely slicing through the air. Vegeta, observing from afar, furrowed his brow deeply. He could clearly sense that Nappa's energy was nearing depletion. At this level of attack, he wouldn't even graze Goku's clothing. Yet, he did not impede his curiosity to witness how Goku would conclude this battle. He was even more eager to comprehend the true extent of Goku's limits. Goku gazed at the approaching orb of energy and let out a soft sigh. He had initially believed that Nappa would possess at least a modicum of self-awareness, but he had not anticipated such stubbornness. Thus, he was left with no choice but to employ a greater force, compelling Nappa to relinquish any thoughts of resistance entirely. It appeared that he could not allow Nappa to remain oblivious to the vast disparity between them. Goku murmured softly to himself as his aura shifted once more. The once golden halo was instantly enveloped in a rich crimson hue, the energy fluctuations intensifying several-fold. Cracks in the ground swiftly radiated from his center, and the surrounding debris was shattered into fine dust by the force of his energy. Was this the Kaioken? Vegeta's pupils dilated, and his hands instinctively clenched tightly. Previously, he had sensed Goku utilizing a Kaioken at double strength, reaching a battle power of 30,000. Yet now, Goku's aura continued to surge to 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 90,000. He could endure the strain of a threefold Kaioken. Vegeta was filled with astonishment. Although he had long been aware of the Kaioken technique, he had never dared to try it due to its immense strain on the body. Yet, Goku not only employed it, but did so at triple strength, seemingly unfazed by the exertion, utterly shattering Vegeta's understanding of the technique. Nappa, witnessing the explosive surge of Goku's aura, turned pale as a ghost. He could sense that Goku's battle power had reached an insurmountable height, the pressure bearing down on him like an immense mountain, rendering him breathless. He yearned to retreat, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, utterly immobile. Goku did not grant Nappa a moment to react. With a gentle push against the ground, his body transformed into a deep crimson blur, appearing instantaneously before Nappa. Nappa barely comprehended Goku's movement before he felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, akin to being struck by a meteor. With a gasp, Nappa spat forth a copious amount of blood, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string. He traced a long arc through the air before crashing against a distant broken wall, which crumbled upon impact, burying him beneath a deeper pile of rubble. This time, he remained motionless, his energy rapidly diminishing, having lost all combat capability. Goku slowly retracted his fist as the deep crimson aura gradually faded, returning to its previous golden glow. He directed his gaze towards the site where Nappa lay buried, his tone devoid of any emotion. I told you, you are not worthy of my seriousness. In the distance, Vegeta observed this scene, his astonishment lingering long after. The threefold Kaioken, with a battle power of 90,000, far exceeded his typical level of strength, even nearing his transformed state as a great ape. He had initially believed that Goku could at best match him, but it now seemed he would need to summon his full might to contend with Goku. Just how many more surprises did this Goku possess? Vegeta mused quietly, his eyes now reflecting not only shock, but also a burgeoning fervor for battle. He was indifferent to Nappa's fate or the survival of Earth. All that mattered to him was strength. If Goku possessed enough power, he would be the finest adversary. Krillin and Piccolo stood nearby, equally astounded by Goku's overwhelming prowess. Clint opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He recalled how, when Goku first departed from King Kai's planet, his power level was merely over 10,000. He never anticipated that in such a short span, Goku would ascend to such formidable heights. Piccolo nodded in agreement, his gaze reflecting a hint of approval. It seemed that with Goku around, Earth's future would be significantly more secure. Goku, unfazed by the reactions of those around him, turned his attention toward the distant Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. With Nappa defeated, it was now time to confront the true adversary of this battle. He could sense that Vegeta's energy had begun to waver, evidently provoked by Goku's recent display of power. "Vegeta," Goku called out, his voice resonating clearly in Vegeta's ears. "Nappa has already lost. Now, it is our turn." Vegeta inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment as his expression sharpened. He regarded Goku intently, slowly articulating, "Very well. I shall see just how formidable this low-class warrior truly is." Chapter 137. Nappa's desire to self-destruct from the rubble emerged heavy, labored breaths. Nappa's fingers raked deep grooves into the earth. The agonizing pain of fractured ribs made each breath feel like swallowing blades. His left arm hung limply by his side, yet the crimson flames of madness burned fiercely in his eyes. He had been defeated, utterly vanquished, but as a Saiyan warrior, he could never allow himself to be discarded like refuse. Even in death, he would take Goku down with him. Coughing violently, Nappa expelled a mouthful of bloodied spittle, his right hand discreetly pressing against his chest. Within the Saiyan body lay a final trump card. By detonating the energy core within, he could unleash an explosion capable of obliterating half a city. He sensed Goku standing not far away, and if he ignited this energy, even if he could not kill Goku, he would ensure that this Earthling who had humiliated him would pay dearly. "Do you think victory means it's over?" Nappa's voice rasped like a worn-out bellows. He slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Goku as a faint red glow began to emanate from his chest. The energy within him was rapidly coalescing. He did not care if it tore his insides apart. He was determined to drag Goku down to hell with him. Goku's brow arched slightly. He could distinctly sense the shift in Nappa's energy, not a combat energy, but a chaotic, ferocious force expanding rapidly. A destructive energy he recognized all too well. This was the self-destruct technique employed by Saiyans in their most desperate moments. Planning to self-destruct? Goku's voice carried an imperceptible note of mockery. "Do you really think this will take me down with you?" Vegeta, observing from a distance, felt his expression darken instantaneously. He saw through Nappa's intentions at a glance, his eyes filled with disdain. To him, self-destruction was the most cowardly and humiliating act. A true Saiyan warrior, even in defeat, should face death with dignity rather than resort to such a desperate measure to evade failure. "Pathetic," Vegeta muttered under his breath, arms crossed, watching coldly. He was eager to witness how Goku would deal with this useless subordinate and, more importantly, whether Goku could indeed prevent the self-destruction with ease. Ignoring Goku's derision, Nappa felt the red glow intensify in his chest. The surrounding air began to warp, and the debris beneath him was lifted by the energy waves. His body trembled incessantly from the rapid accumulation of energy, yet a manic smile crept upon his lips. "Wait, Goku. I will make you understand the consequences of offending a Saiyan." Goku shook his head, impatience flickering in his eyes. He had initially believed that Nappa possessed at least a modicum of a warrior's dignity, only to be disillusioned by such despicable tactics. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to hold back any longer. In an instant, Goku vanished from sight, appearing before Nappa in the next heartbeat. Nappa's pupils constricted in shock. Before he could accelerate to unleash his energy, he felt a foot firmly pressing against his chest. Ack! A tremendous force surged through him, and Nappa felt as if his very organs were being crushed. The energy he had just gathered became chaotic, the red light at his chest flickering ominously. On the verge of dissipating, he struggled desperately, yet found himself pinned to the ground by Goku, unable to move even a finger. Self-destruction? Goku cast a disdainful glance at Nappa, his tone dripping with contempt. "Do you think this is bravery? It is merely the cowardice of one who cannot face defeat. Spare yourself the embarrassment. Let me go?" Nappa roared, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down his cheeks. "I am a Saiyan warrior. Even if I die, I will not be a coward as you claim. A Scion warrior? Goku scoffed, intensifying the pressure beneath his foot. A true Scion warrior acknowledges the disparity in strength and contemplates how to grow stronger, rather than dragging others down with him in defeat. You, in your pathetic state, are unworthy of the title. You are nothing but a useless wretch. No, I am not worthless. Nappa's voice dwindled, the red light in his chest extinguished completely. The energy within him unraveled under Goku's suppression, leaving him devoid of even the slightest will to resist. As he gazed into Goku's indifferent eyes, he suddenly realized that before Goku, he was akin to an ant, lacking even the qualification for self-destruction. Krillin and Piccolo, standing nearby, exhaled in relief. They had been concerned that Nappa might genuinely self-destruct, but were astonished at how swiftly Goku had intervened, and with such ease. Piccolo reflected on Goku's remarkable growth over the years, truly astonishing, capable of effortlessly suppressing even a Scion's self-destruction. Vegeta observed the scene, his disdain deepening. He had long recognized Nappa as a useless individual, and it appeared he was even more inept than he had imagined. To be so easily thwarted in self-destruction, such a subordinate was not worth mourning. Goku lifted his foot, gazing at Nappa, who lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of mud. In a calm tone, he declared, "I will not kill you, for you are not worth my effort. But remember this, should you dare to return to Earth, I will show you what true despair is." Nappa lay there, silent, tears trickling down his face. He understood that he had lost utterly, not only in strength but in the dignity of a warrior. In Goku's presence, his once proud identity as a Scion had become utterly worthless. Goku turned around, looking once more at the distant Vegeta, a fierce smile gracing his lips. "Vegeta, having dealt with your useless subordinate, it is now our turn." Vegeta retracted his disdainful gaze, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He regarded Goku, slowly clenching his fists. "Goku, you are indeed stronger than I anticipated. However, do not presume that this will enable you to triumph over me. I shall demonstrate to you that the prowess of the Scion royal lineage is beyond the reach of a lowly warrior like yourself." Chapter 138. Vegeta slays Nappa. Nappa lay among the rubble, the searing pain in his chest robbing him of the strength to lift his head. Forced to watch as Vegeta approached him step by step. The aura of the Scion royal family was chillingly oppressive, nearly suffocating him. He understood Vegeta's intent, yet lacked even the strength to plead for mercy. "Lord Vegeta," Nappa's voice was as faint as a whisper, imbued with a final glimmer of hope. He thought that even in defeat, his life might be spared, for they were both Scions, warriors of the same faction. Vegeta halted, looking down upon Nappa from his elevated stance, his golden eyes devoid of warmth, radiating pure contempt. In his view, Nappa had utterly lost his worth. Not only had he failed to vanquish the Earthlings, but he had also been reduced to a state of utter helplessness, even contemplating the disgraceful act of self-detonation. Such a liability was better discarded than retained. "You are of no further use." Vegeta's voice was eerily calm, devoid of anger or regret, filled only with indifference toward the useless. The Scions had no need for weaklings, especially those who would hinder their progress. Nappa's pupils constricted sharply, finally grasping Vegeta's intent. He yearned to struggle, to rise and flee, yet his body had long been ravaged by the power of the Kyokin ×3, rendering his attempts futile as he writhed helplessly, emitting desperate whimpers. "Vegeta, have you lost your mind? He is your comrade," Krillin exclaimed, watching in stunned disbelief, unable to contain his outburst. Even as an enemy, he had not anticipated that Vegeta would turn against one of his own. The coldness of his demeanor sending chills down Krillin's spine. Piccolo furrowed his brow, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. He had long been aware of the Scion's reverence for strength, but he had not anticipated such ruthless abandonment of a comrade in arms. Goku stood rooted in place, observing Vegeta's actions, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood Vegeta all too well. In the eyes of this Scion prince, only strength and victory mattered. Any factor that might impede his progress would be eradicated without hesitation. Nappa was precisely such a factor, a defeated weakling, incapable of assisting, and likely to become a liability in the forthcoming battle. How could Vegeta possibly retain him? "Are you so afraid he will hold you back that you would resort to violence?" Goku's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Vegeta's ears. "Vegeta, you remain as ruthlessly cold as ever." Vegeta did not look back. His right hand gradually rose, gathering a sphere of purple energy in his palm. The orb was small, yet exuded a heart-stopping aura, a force potent enough to obliterate Nappa entirely. "Comrade," Vegeta scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "In the realm of the Scions, only the strong were worthy of such a title. A weakling like him, who could not even defeat an Earthling, was utterly unworthy to fight alongside me, let alone bear the name Scion." As the words fell, Vegeta unhesitatingly propelled the energy sphere from his palm. The violet orb of energy struck Nappa's chest like a bolt of lightning. A piercing scream escaped Nappa's lips as his body was instantaneously engulfed by the energy sphere. The purple radiance flashed, sending debris soaring into the air, leaving only a charred crater in its wake. Nappa's essence had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta retracted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. He turned to Goku, his golden eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. The earlier irritation from Nappa's defeat now supplanted by a fervent desire for a worthy opponent. With the troublesome burden removed, Vegeta flexed his wrist, the joints cracking audibly. "Goku, we can begin now. I shall demonstrate the true might of the Scion royal lineage." Krillin and Piccolo observed Vegeta's cold demeanor with a sense of trepidation. They felt the intensity of Vegeta's aura, now more potent and perilous than before. With Nappa's removal, he harbored no reservations and was prepared to unleash his full strength. Goku retracted his earlier smirk, his gaze sharpening. He sensed that Vegeta's energy had indeed surged, and rather than destabilizing him, Nappa's demise had ignited his competitive spirit. Just as I wished, Goku clenched his fists, the golden aura around him flaring back to life. "I too wish to witness the extent of your prowess, Prince of Scions." The tension in the air reached a fever pitch as the two strongest Scions stood in opposition, the surrounding temperature seemingly dropping. A decisive battle for the fate of Earth was on the verge of commencement. Chapter 139. Goku vs. Vegeta. The smoke had yet to dissipate, the scorched rubble glimmering coldly upon the ground. Vegeta slowly raised his arms, his aura surging dramatically, deep violet energy waves radiating outward like a tidal wave, tossing the surrounding debris into the air while distorting the very air into ripples. This was his unreserved combat power, at least threefold stronger than when he had faced Nappa. "Are you finally serious?" Goku stood firm, absorbing Vegeta's energy without a hint of fear. Rather, his anticipation grew. He could distinctly sense the unique arrogance and ruthlessness inherent in the Royal Scion's aura. Every wisp of energy was akin to a sharp blade, poised to shred its adversary. Krillin and Piccolo withdrew to a distance, their expressions grave. Vegeta's current aura far surpassed their understanding, inducing a sensation of suffocation. This was the true strength of the Scion Prince. His previous engagement with Nappa had merely been a warm-up. "Goku, be careful. His energy is terrifying," Krillin exclaimed, his palms slick with cold sweat. Piccolo remained silent, fixated on the two figures in the arena. He could sense that Goku's energy was also subtly shifting. No longer the stable golden hue it once was, but now imbued with a faint, indistinct fluctuation, as if another force within him was awakening, gradually merging with his own energy. Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk as purple energy coalesced into a sphere within his palm, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. "Goku, you are indeed stronger than I anticipated, but do not presume that this will secure your victory. The power of the Scion royal lineage is beyond the comprehension of a lowly warrior like you. Today, I shall make you understand what true despair is." As his words hung in the air, Vegeta propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a purple blur that instantaneously closed the distance to Goku. His fist charged with energy aimed directly at Goku's face. The speed was such that even Krillin could only catch a glimpse of a hazy streak, too stunned to react. In the critical moment before Vegeta's fist connected, Goku's body reacted instinctively, not through deliberate evasion but as if guided by an innate reflex. He slightly turned his body, his shoulder brushing past Vegeta's fist, feeling the searing rush of air generated by the strike. Vegeta's pupils narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. His previous attack had been meticulously calculated to anticipate all of Goku's possible evasive maneuvers, yet Goku's response had surpassed his expectations. It was not a thought-out dodge. It felt as though Goku's body had long been trained to react in such a manner. Goku was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at his hands. The evasive action he had just executed was beyond his own conscious awareness. A sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness spread within him, akin to a long-dormant memory being awakened. His mind flashed with a myriad of indistinct combat images, battles against Piccolo, fierce encounters with Frieza, and an unquenchable thirst for the purity of combat. What is this feeling? Goku's heart surged with emotion as the consciousness of the traveler within him resonated with his intrinsic soul. He could perceive the primal combat instincts of the original Goku awakening. The techniques etched into his essence and the ability to anticipate moves gradually merging with his actions. This transformation rendered his body increasingly agile, sharpening his perception of battle. Focus! Vegeta's voice snapped Goku back to reality. Observing that his attack had failed, Vegeta swiftly turned, his right leg sweeping towards Goku with a surge of purple energy. Aimed squarely at Goku's midsection. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly fracture Goku's ribs. However, this time, Goku's reaction was swifter. Without a moment's thought, his body instinctively leapt backward, while his right hand unconsciously gathered golden energy, gently pushing against the side of Vegeta's leg. The collision of golden and purple energy erupted with a dull thud, nullifying Vegeta's assault and forcing him to stagger backward 2 paces. How is this possible? Vegeta's astonishment deepened. He sensed that Goku's counterattack displayed no superfluous movements, precisely exploiting the flaw in his assault. Such mastery over the rhythm of battle was not characteristic of a mere lowly warrior. Rather, it resembled a seasoned veteran, with combat ingrained in his very being. As Goku landed, he shook his right hand, the familiar sensation intensifying. He gazed at his palm, as if envisioning the marks left by the original Goku, honed through countless battles. Those instinctive reactions and precise anticipations were gradually becoming an integral part of him through the resonance of their souls. So this is it. This is Goku's innate combat instinct? Within the depths of his mind, Wukong murmured softly, his gaze gradually sharpening. In previous battles, he had relied largely on the perceptions of a traveler and the application of the King's fist. However, now the combat memories of his primal soul had been awakened. 2 powers intertwined within him, elevating his understanding of combat to an entirely new echelon. Vegeta observed Wukong's transformation, his arrogance slowly giving way to vigilance. He sensed that Wukong's energy had not diminished. Instead, it had become increasingly refined. Imbued with a wildness he had never encountered before, a pure desire for battle that could only blossom after enduring countless life-and-death confrontations. It appears I have underestimated you. Vegeta inhaled deeply, his purple energy surging once more, this time infused with a hint of madness. Yet, this was precisely what made it exhilarating. Wukong, unleash all your power and reveal just how formidable you truly are. Wukong clenched his fists, golden energy swirling around him, perfectly merging with the combat instincts awakened by the resonance of his soul. He gazed at Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips, one that belonged to a warrior, void of any trepidation, filled only with respect for strength and a yearning for battle. Very well, Vegeta. For the first time, Wukong's voice resonated with the distinctive clarity and resolve of his primal self. I shall demonstrate that whether one is a lowly warrior or of royal blood, all stand equal before absolute power. As the words left his lips, both warriors propelled themselves off the ground, their golden and purple energies clashing in the air, producing a deafening roar. The ultimate confrontation between Wukong and Vegeta had officially commenced, and under the influence of their soul resonance, Wukong's combat instincts were just beginning to awaken. Chapter 140. Quintuple King's fist. The purple and golden energies collided repeatedly in midair, each clash erupting in a storm of debris, the ground carved into deep ravines by their energies. Vegeta's fists, infused with royal ferocity, aimed squarely at Wukong's vital points. Yet, Wukong's form became increasingly agile. The combat instincts awakened by the soul resonance allowed him to anticipate Vegeta's movements. Even those feints that Vegeta deliberately concealed could not escape his perception. How is this possible? Your reaction speed is astounding. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his purple energy surging once again as his right leg swept towards Wukong's side with a whoosh. He exerted 70% of his strength. Even if Wukong could predict it, there should be no way to evade. However, Wukong merely bent his knees slightly, his body floating back half a meter like a willow fluff, perfectly dodging the attack, while simultaneously condensing golden energy in his right hand, which he gently slapped against Vegeta's knee. What appeared to be a soft strike carried immense force. Vegeta felt a wave of numbness in his knee. His movements momentarily hindered. Your attacks are far too slow. Wukong's voice was calm, yet it pierced Vegeta's heart like a thorn. He could feel that each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized by Wukong. This sense of powerlessness was something he had never experienced since becoming the Prince of the Saiyans. From a distance, Krillin and Piccolo watched in trepidation. They could distinctly sense that Goku's aura had not diminished. Rather, it was gradually intensifying, and the magnitude of this enhancement was increasingly significant. It was the essence of the Kaioken, yet far more potent than when he had previously confronted that foe. Was Goku about to employ an even higher multiplier of the Kaioken? Krillin swallowed hard, his hands clenched tightly. The previous threefold increase had already been formidable. If he were to elevate it further, Vegeta would be utterly unable to withstand it. Piccolo nodded, his expression grave. The power within him resonated, as if he could flawlessly manage the burden of the Kaioken. This level of control had surpassed that of a mere low-class warrior. Vegeta too sensed something amiss. The golden aura surrounding Goku no longer radiated a stable glow. Instead, it began to shimmer with a faint red hue. The energy fluctuations surged like waves, each layer of amplification causing his heart to race with trepidation. This was a signal of an exponential rise in power, the very disparity he dreaded to confront. What are you doing? Vegeta's voice quivered ever so slightly with an uncharacteristic hint of panic. He leapt back, creating distance, as purple energy coalesced before him into a protective shield. Did he think to exploit the Kaioken? Such a notion was utterly delusional. A low-class warrior could not sustain a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. Goku offered no rebuttal. He merely closed his eyes slowly. Deep within his soul, the primal desire for battle harmonized perfectly with the Traverser's mastery of the Kaioken, igniting his aura like a blazing fire, surging wildly. He could vividly sense the energy of the five-fold Kaioken circulating within him, flowing unimpeded, as though this power had always belonged to him. Five-fold Kaioken. Goku's eyes snapped open, his golden aura surging five-fold in an instant, enveloped entirely in a radiant red light, forming a column of brilliance that shot skyward. The air around him crackled as the energy compressed, the ground fracturing beneath him, debris suspended in midair, pulverized by the tempest of energy. This power. Vegeta's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. He could feel that Goku's combat prowess had far exceeded his comprehension. This was not the kind of strength one would expect from a low-class warrior, but rather several times greater than that of the Saiyan Prince himself. Before Vegeta could react, Goku's figure had already vanished from sight. The speed conferred by the five-fold Kaioken surpassed Vegeta's predictions. He merely glimpsed a golden blur racing past, with scarcely a moment to raise his defenses before a searing pain struck his chest. Goh! Vegeta was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into a distant cliffside, where boulders tumbled down with a thunderous roar, burying him beneath the rubble. Blood erupted from his lips, staining the front of his battle attire, and the energy within him spiraled into chaos, leaving him devoid of the strength even to maintain his shield. Vegeta. Krillin instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Piccolo. Don't go over there. Piccolo shook his head, his gaze complex as he regarded Goku. This is a battle among Saiyans. Our interference would only complicate matters. Besides, Vegeta has not yet been defeated. The rubble shifted, and Vegeta struggled to emerge, blood continuing to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head and stared intently at Goku. Within his golden pupils, there was no wrath, only astonishment and resentment at the disparity in their powers. He had long believed that a lowly warrior could never surpass the royal bloodline, yet Goku's recent strike had completely shattered that conviction. Goku slowly approached Vegeta, the aura of the five-fold Kaioken gradually subsiding, the crimson light fading, leaving only a stable golden halo. He regarded the disheveled Vegeta, devoid of mockery, only imbued with respect for strength. You are formidable, but not enough. Vegeta braced himself against the ground, struggling to rise. The excruciating pain in his chest made each breath feel like a knife's edge. He fixed his gaze upon Goku, silent for a few moments, before suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse yet strikingly clear. You are not a lowly warrior. This declaration struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. For Vegeta, acknowledging the strength of a lowly warrior was more painful than death itself. However, He had to concede that Goku's five-fold Kaioken had utterly crushed the royal dignity he once held dear. Goku regarded Vegeta and nodded gently. He understood the significance of those words for Vegeta and knew that this battle was far from over. Vegeta would never concede so easily. He would undoubtedly unveil an even stronger trump card. Indeed, Vegeta took a deep breath, the purple aura once again beginning to coalesce, but this time, it bore an undertone of madness. He looked up at the sky, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You are indeed powerful. But you have forgotten that a Scion's true strength does not stem from the Kaioken, but from this. As his words fell, Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing red, fixated on the moon above. Goku's heart sank as he instantly comprehended Vegeta's intent. This was the precursor to a Scion's transformation into a great ape. Chapter 141. Vegeta transforms into a great ape. Vegeta's eyes were locked onto the full moon in the night sky. Crimson light spilling from his pupils as if absorbing the moon's energy. His chest wound continued to bleed, yet at this moment, he seemed entirely oblivious to the pain. His purple aura surged violently, and his body began to change visibly. His muscles swelled uncontrollably, black fur erupting from beneath his skin, enveloping his limbs and torso. His once upright form gradually hunched over, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "What is that?" Krillin exclaimed, stepping back in fright, his voice trembling. He had never witnessed such a transformation. Vegeta resembled the legendary great ape, every inch of muscle brimming with the power to rend the earth asunder. Even the air around them felt stifled by this immense force. Piccolo's expression darkened. He finally grasped Vegeta's intent. It was the Scion transformation, triggered by the moon reflecting the blood's waves, enabling them to become great apes, amplifying their power tenfold. Goku stopped him. Yet Goku remained unmoved. The golden aura around him flowing steadily, his eyes devoid of panic. He had anticipated Vegeta's transformation into a great ape from the very beginning, keeping a watchful eye on the moon as part of his preparation, the only means to counter the great ape form. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Vegeta's transformation was finally complete. He transformed into a towering black giant ape, standing several dozen meters tall, with scarlet eyes fixated on Goku. With a mighty swing of his enormous hand, he obliterated the nearby hill, sending fragments raining down like a tempest. "Goku, we're in trouble now," Krillin exclaimed. Hastily erecting a shield with his energy to block the flying debris, his strength amplified tenfold. "We can't withstand this." Piccolo also concentrated his energy, crossing his arms over his chest, bracing himself for the giant ape's assault. Yet deep down, he understood that with Vegeta's tenfold power, he was no match. Their sole hope rested on Goku. The black giant ape lowered its head, its crimson eyes filled with arrogance and cruelty. Vegeta's voice echoed from the ape's mouth, imbued with a metallic resonance. "Goku, do you see? This is the true power of the Scion royal lineage. In this ape form, my strength is 10 times what it was before. That paltry Kaioken you just unleashed is utterly insignificant before me." The giant ape lifted its right foot and stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Both Krillin and Piccolo found themselves swaying uncontrollably. "Now it's my turn to strike back." The giant ape's arm swung toward Goku, its colossal hand accompanied by a howling wind, as if it intended to reduce Goku to mere pulp. The speed was several times greater than before, and even Krillin could only catch a glimpse of a blurred shadow, unable to react in time. Just as the giant ape's hand was about to hit Goku, he suddenly moved, not to evade, but to leap upward with great force. Golden energy rapidly coalesced between his hands, forming a dazzling energy wave. "Goku? What is he doing? Is he not going to dodge?" Krillin stood frozen, perplexed by Goku's decision to gather the energy wave at such a moment. Did he intend to withstand the giant ape's attack head-on? However, Piccolo quickly realized. Following Goku's gaze to the full moon in the night sky, he aims to destroy the moon. Only by obliterating it can Vegeta's giant ape form be undone. Vegeta sensed something amiss. A flicker of panic crossed the giant ape's eyes as he abruptly retracted his arm, attempting to thwart Goku, but it was too late. Goku's energy wave had already been fully formed, its golden radiance illuminating the entire night sky, aimed directly at the full moon. "Vegeta, your giant ape form is indeed formidable. But alas, you have forgotten one crucial detail. To maintain the giant ape form, one must have the moonlit blood's waves. Therefore, This moon must be destroyed. As the words echoed across the battlefield, Goku thrust his hands forward with great force, propelling the long-gathered golden energy wave like a shooting star, trailing a lengthy tail as it surged toward the full moon. The speed of the energy wave was astonishing, striking the moon in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the night sky as the moment the energy wave collided with the moon, it shattered like glass, golden light spilling forth from the fissures. And then the entire moon erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering countless fragments throughout the cosmos. The night sky darkened instantly, leaving only the faint glimmer of stars. No. The black giant ape let out a reluctant roar, and bereft of the moon's blood waves, its giant ape form began to rapidly dissipate. The inflated form gradually diminished, the black hair slowly receding, and the muscles reverting to their original shape, ultimately transforming back into Vegeta's appearance. However, at this moment, his complexion was pale, and the wound on his chest, exacerbated by the recent transformation and emotional turmoil, began to seep blood profusely, while his battle power significantly plummeted due to the reversion in form. Vegeta staggered back 2 steps, his gaze fixed intently on Goku, filled with resentment and fury. The meticulously planned counterattack he had devised was effortlessly thwarted by Goku's single utterance. Goku not only anticipated his transformation into a great ape, but had also prepared to obliterate the moon in advance. This sense of being entirely outmaneuvered was more unbearable than the defeat itself. Goku slowly descended to the ground, his golden aura gradually retracting. He observed the disheveled Vegeta, devoid of mockery, exuding a calmness that signified complete dominance. Vegeta, without the great ape form, what more can you offer? Krillin and Piccolo exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by the great ape had been overwhelming, and with Vegeta's return to his original state, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Did you already know he would transform into a great ape? Krillin approached, astonishment etched on his face. Goku nodded affirmatively. Yes. The great ape form is one of the Scion's trump cards. I was prepared. Vegeta leaned against a nearby rock, struggling to steady himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the anger in his eyes slowly transformed into an obsessive determination. He glared at Goku, gritting his teeth. Even without the great ape form, I will not lose. Goku, I will make you understand that the power of the Scion royal lineage is beyond your comparison, even without external aid. Goku regarded Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, I await your challenge. However, in the upcoming battle, I shall not hold back. You had best prepare yourself. The night sky, bereft of the moon, intensified the atmosphere of the battlefield. Although Vegeta had lost his great ape form, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Meanwhile, Goku was finally poised to unleash his true strength, ready to embrace the final phase of their decisive confrontation. Chapter 142. Energy wave destroys the moon. The fragments of the full moon still twinkled in the night sky, akin to scattered silver. Yet the atmosphere on the battlefield grew even more somber than before. As the moonlight vanished, Vegeta's body swiftly contracted, the black hair receded like a receding tide, and the inflated muscles restored to their original contours, leaving only the wound on his chest, which continued to bleed profusely, and the rage in his eyes that threatened to overflow. Breathing heavily, Vegeta leaned against a nearby rock, each inhalation pulling at his wound, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, he did not wipe it away. His gaze locked onto Goku, his crimson pupils filled with indignation. The great ape form he had meticulously prepared for was so easily dismantled by Goku. This was far more difficult to accept than outright defeat. Krillin observed Vegeta's condition and quietly sighed in relief, though he dared not lower his guard. Thank goodness Goku destroyed the moon, otherwise, we would have stood no chance against that attack. His words bore the weight of apprehension. The wind pressure from the great ape's swipe had made breathing difficult, and the consequences of being struck would have been unthinkable. Piccolo, however, shook his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Vegeta. Do not let your guard down. Although he has reverted, his fighting spirit is even stronger now. As the Scions face insurmountable odds, their ferocity intensifies. Surrender is not an option. Indeed, just as Piccolo's words faded, Vegeta abruptly straightened, even as the wound on his chest continued to bleed. The violet aura surrounding him began to coalesce anew, albeit less frenzied than in his great ape form, now imbued with a steely resolve. Goku. Vegeta's voice, hoarse yet imbued with undeniable obstinacy, rang out. Do you truly believe that by obliterating the moon and vanquishing the great ape form, you have achieved victory? He advanced 2 steps, each footfall crunching on the debris, a visceral release of his pent-up fury. You merely relied on clever tricks. Without the moon, you would stand no chance against my great ape form. Goku remained steadfast, his golden aura flowing steadily around him, his gaze tranquil as he regarded Vegeta without retort or derision. He understood Vegeta's current mindset as the prince of the Saiyans. He could not bear the thought of being bested by a lower-class warrior, nor could he accept that his trump card had been so easily dismantled. Thus, he sought refuge in cunning to mask the disparity in their true strengths. Vegeta, Goku began slowly, his voice low yet resonant in the ears of all present. Do you genuinely believe that my triumph over you hinges on the destruction of the moon? He extended his hand, a small orb of golden energy forming in his palm. What you witnessed earlier was merely a quintuple Kaioken. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Even if you do not transform into a great ape, the gap in our powers has long been established. You lie? Vegeta roared, his purple aura surging violently, sending debris flying. I am the prince of the Saiyans. My lineage is more noble than yours, my strength superior. You are nothing but a fortunate lower-class warrior who has merely grasped the Kaioken technique. Without it, you are unworthy even to carry my shoes. His words dripped with extreme arrogance, laced with an unacknowledged fear. He preferred to believe that Goku's success lay in the Kaioken and the moon's destruction rather than face the bitter truth of his own inferiority. This was the last vestige of dignity he clung to as royalty, a boundary he steadfastly maintained in the face of defeat. Observing Vegeta's agitated demeanor, Goku gently shook his head. He recognized that words would be futile. Only absolute power could awaken Vegeta to the reality of their situation. Since he refused to believe, I shall demonstrate the true extent of our disparity. The golden orb in Goku's palm began to swell, enveloped by the red energy of the Kaioken, radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. What you witnessed was the quintuple Kaioken. Now, I shall reveal to you the power of the decuple Kaioken. Decuple Kaioken? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his earlier rage freezing into disbelief. He understood the principle behind the Kaioken. With each multiplier, the strain on the body doubled. The quintuple Kaioken was already the threshold for many warriors. The decuple Kaioken was beyond the capacity of any lower-class warrior to endure. Impossible. Vegeta instinctively retreated a step, his voice trembling. The burden of the Kaioken is immense. At 10 times, your body will burst apart. You are deceiving me. He could not fathom that Goku could wield such a high multiplier of the Kaioken, a revelation that suggested Goku's physical prowess had far surpassed his comprehension. Wukong offered no explanation, merely raising the luminous sphere in his palm, its golden radiance illuminating the entire battlefield, rendering even the stars in the night sky dull and lifeless. The energy of the tenfold Kaioken began to radiate, causing the ground beneath him to crack, while the air was compressed, emitting a hissing sound. Even Kuririn and Piccolo were compelled to retreat several steps to withstand this overwhelming pressure. Vegeta, Wukong's gaze sharpened, the golden light reflecting in his eyes like a blazing flame. I do not deceive you. Next, I shall unleash the Kamehameha powered by the tenfold Kaioken. Should you withstand it, then you may claim victory. As Vegeta observed the increasingly bright sphere in Wukong's hand, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. He could distinctly sense that the energy contained within that sphere was a full magnitude greater than the previous fivefold Kaioken. If struck, it would undoubtedly spell his demise. Yet, as the Prince of the Saiyans, a born warrior, he would never concede defeat, even in the face of inevitable loss. For him, pride outweighed life itself. Humph. Do not presume that your tenfold Kaioken can triumph over me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his purple aura surging once more, coalescing into a formidable energy shield before him. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Even if it costs me everything, I shall not be vanquished by a lowly warrior such as you. His voice resonated with resolve, yet the slight tremor in his form betrayed his anxiety. Wukong regarded him with a gentle sigh, aware that this battle was nearing its conclusion. Very well, are you prepared? Wukong inhaled deeply, drawing the luminous sphere back, the golden energy coursing along his arm, as the red aura of the Kaioken enveloped him like flames. Tenfold Kaioken Kamehameha. With Wukong's roar, a colossal wave of golden energy erupted from his palm, surging forth with cataclysmic force towards Vegeta. The ground was gouged in the wake of the energy wave. The air ignited, radiating a blinding light. As Vegeta beheld the approaching energy wave, despair filled his eyes, yet he gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy into the shield. I will not lose. Absolutely not. However, the disparity in power could not be bridged. The golden energy wave collided with the purple shield, holding for a mere second before shattering like glass. The wave surged unimpeded towards Vegeta, bringing an end to this fervent clash of wills. Chapter 143. Tenfold Kaioken Kamehameha, the Golden Energy Wave. Infused with the essence of the red Kaioken, surged towards Vegeta like a torrent of molten lava, fracturing the ground beneath and vaporizing debris, warping the very air around it. In his eyes, only the blinding golden light remained, as he summoned every last ounce of strength to compress the purple shield to its utmost limit. Crossing his arms defensively before him, his knuckles whitening from exertion. This was his final stand, the last flicker of dignity for the Prince of the Saiyans. Hold it back for me, Vegeta bellowed, veins protruding on his forehead, the surface of the purple shield sprouting myriad cracks. He could acutely perceive the force of the energy wave crashing against the shield like a tsunami, each tremor sending jolts through his arms, his insides feeling as if they might shatter. In the distance, Krillin felt his heart seize as he instinctively grasped Piccolo's arm. Isn't Goku's power simply terrifying? Can Vegeta withstand it? Piccolo gazed intently at the battlefield, his brow furrowed. He cannot endure it. The might of the Kaioken times 10 has surpassed Vegeta's limits. He is merely enduring at this point. As soon as he spoke, a golden wave of energy crashed violently against a purple energy shield. The sound of a sharp crack echoed through the air as the shield shattered, allowing the energy wave to strike Vegeta's body unimpeded. Ugh! A piercing scream reverberated across the battlefield as Vegeta was hurled through the air like a marionette cut from its strings, leaving a streak of blood in his wake before crashing heavily into a distant cliff. The rocks crumbled with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the air and completely burying Vegeta beneath the debris. The residual energy wave surged forth, exploding upon impact with the cliff and creating a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters. At the bottom, the energy simmered like lava, emitting a searing heat. Goku gradually lowered his arms, the burden of the Kaioken times 10 causing his chest to rise and fall slightly as the golden aura began to recede. He cast his gaze toward the direction where Vegeta lay buried, his expression calm. This battle, which had been fated from the outset, was finally reaching its conclusion. Is Vegeta all right? Krillin hesitated, wanting to move forward but was halted by Piccolo. Wait a moment, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. The vitality of a Saiyan is formidable. He is not dead yet, but he is certainly gravely injured. Indeed, mere seconds later, the pile of rubble began to shift. A massive stone was slowly pushed aside, revealing a bloodied Vegeta crawling out. His battle suit lay in tatters, his body riddled with deep wounds that exposed bone, and his left arm was grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Each step he took was unsteady, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and pooling on the ground in dark stains. Yet, Vegeta did not succumb. He lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on Goku, devoid of anger or resentment, only an eerie calm that reflected his acceptance of the chasm in their strengths. Goku regarded him silently, understanding that what Vegeta required in this moment was neither mockery nor consolation, but rather the respect due to a formidable opponent. Staggering, Vegeta made his way to within 10 meters of Goku before finally collapsing to one knee, his right hand bracing against the ground to prevent his fall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper. Was that last move the Kaioken times 10? Indeed, Goku nodded. Your endurance to this point is commendable. Commendable? Vegeta chuckled bitterly, a grimace of pain crossing his face as he inadvertently aggravated his wounds. In light of your power, my strength is utterly insignificant. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Goku. The pride that once defined his crimson pupils now replaced by an acknowledgement of the disparity in their abilities. I have lost. Those three simple words, spoken by Vegeta, floated through the air like a gentle breeze, leaving Krillin and Piccolo momentarily stunned. The Vegeta they knew was a proud Saiyan prince, one who would never concede defeat so readily, always finding excuses even in loss. Yet at this moment, he accepted the reality of being inferior to Goku with remarkable composure. Goku looked at him and nodded gently. It is good that you acknowledge it, but I will not remain the victor forever. Vegeta suddenly spoke. His eyes rekindled with a flicker of flame, a yearning for greater power. This time, my strength was insufficient, but next time, I shall surpass you, he declared, struggling to rise, yet collapsing once more from exhaustion. Goku refrained from offering assistance, silently observing him, knowing that for a warrior like Vegeta, pity was the greatest insult. Vegeta gasped for breath and retrieved a small capsule from his pocket, pressing a button. A flash of white light enveloped the space, revealing a diminutive spacecraft beside him. He leaned against the ship's door, laboriously climbing inside, and glanced back at Goku. Goku, remember, when we meet again, I will surely defeat you. The ship's engine roared to life with a deep rumble. Goku watched as the vessel ascended slowly into the sky, neither hindering nor pursuing it. He needed a formidable adversary, one who could continually inspire his growth, and Vegeta was the perfect candidate. As the spacecraft gradually vanished into the horizon, Krillin exhaled in relief and approached Goku. Goku, why didn't you pursue him? Letting him go will surely invite trouble in the future. Goku smiled softly, gazing in the direction of Vegeta's departure. No need to chase him. Keeping him around fuels my determination to grow stronger, and when he returns, he will only be more formidable. Piccolo regarded Goku with newfound respect. You have a rather open-minded perspective. However, Vegeta has suffered a complete defeat this time. He is unlikely to return to Earth anytime soon. Goku nodded, turning his attention to the ravaged battlefield, recalling the look in Vegeta's eyes when he conceded. A smile graced his lips. Although the clash between the Saiyans had concluded, their rivalry was merely beginning. Chapter 144, Vegeta's escape. In the spaceship, Vegeta leaned against the spacecraft's door, each movement sending sharp pangs through his wounds. Cold sweat trickling down his cheek and staining his tattered battle suit. He glanced back at Goku. The crimson in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by an unwavering resolve. Even in this moment of disgraceful flight, he held fast to his earlier vow. Goku, wait for me. Vegeta's voice was hoarse yet resolute. When we meet again, I shall repay today's humiliation tenfold. With that, he boarded the ship and slammed the door shut. The vessel's internal repair systems activated automatically, enveloping Vegeta in a soothing azure light to alleviate his injuries. Yet he remained vigilant, his fingers deftly tapping the control panel to set the escape route. His sole desire was to depart Earth swiftly, to find a sanctuary for recuperation, and to train relentlessly to surpass Goku. The engine of the ship emitted a low rumble, violet flames erupting from its base as it ascended slowly. Krillin watched the spacecraft soar higher, unable to contain his anxiety as he tugged at Goku's arm. Goku, are you really letting him go? P.S. A Scion. If we let him escape, he will undoubtedly return with even stronger allies for revenge. Piccolo frowned as well. While he acknowledged Vegeta's combat prowess, allowing such an enemy to leave did pose a significant risk. Krillin is correct. Vegeta harbors great ambition, and allowing him to remain at large is a constant threat. Yet Goku stood firm, his gaze following the diminishing spacecraft, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to Krillin and Piccolo, shaking his head. No need to pursue him. Why not? Krillin asked, his anxiety growing. Aren't you afraid he will return even stronger next time? Afraid? Goku chuckled, a golden aura flickering softly around him. It is precisely because he will become stronger that I choose to let him go. He paused, gazing into the distant sky, his eyes filled with a fervent desire to grow stronger. Over the years, I have been searching for an opponent who can compel me to fight with all my might. Piccolo, Tien, Master Roshi, they are all formidable, yet none have truly pushed me beyond my limits. But Vegeta is different. He is a Scion, born for battle, given time. He will grow even stronger. There was a hint of anticipation in Goku's voice. Keeping him around is like giving myself a target. I must continually strive to become stronger to ensure that when we meet again, I will not be surpassed by him. Krillin was taken aback. He had never considered that Goku would think this way. In his eyes, an enemy should be dealt with completely. Yet Goku viewed Vegeta as a source of motivation for his own growth. Piccolo observed Goku, his expression revealing newfound understanding. He suddenly comprehended that Goku's repeated breakthroughs stemmed from his pure desire for strength, and that formidable opponents served as catalysts for that desire. Do you mean to make him your sharpening stone? Piccolo inquired. Essentially, Goku nodded. If I were to kill Vegeta, I might never find another opponent this strong. Without adversaries, I would become complacent and incapable of further growth. He raised his gaze toward the direction of the vanished spaceship, his tone resolute. Keeping him as a rival will not only keep me vigilant, but also compel me to surpass my limits. Isn't that splendid? Krillin scratched his head, contemplating the idea. It seemed to hold some truth. Each time Goku encountered a stronger foe, he emerged even more powerful, from the previous King Piccolo to Vegeta in the present. Without these formidable adversaries, Goku might have stagnated long ago. But what if he returns with many other Saiyans? Krillin still harbored concerns. Then we shall defeat them too. Goku replied nonchalantly, as if he could handle any number of enemies. As long as I am stronger than them, there is nothing to fear. The spaceship vanished entirely into the horizon, blending into the vast expanse of stars. Inside the control room, Vegeta watched the image of Earth shrink on the screen. His fists clenched tightly. He glanced at his injured left arm, his expression filled with both frustration and exhilaration. Finally, he had encountered an opponent worthy of his full effort. The thrill of meeting his match ignited the Saiyan blood within him. I will not be defeated, Goku, Vegeta murmured to himself. Once my injuries heal, I will scour the universe for a way to grow stronger. The next time we meet, I will surpass you and show you who the true Saiyan warrior is. Back on Earth, Goku withdrew his gaze, turning to the ravaged battlefield. While Krillin and Piccolo continued to discuss the threat posed by Vegeta, he found himself eagerly anticipating their next encounter. He sensed that Vegeta's presence would make his journey toward strength all the more exhilarating. All right, enough about Vegeta. Wukong gently patted Krillin on the shoulder, emphasizing that the foremost priority was to heal everyone's wounds and then resume training. As Krillin gazed into Wukong's eyes, filled with fervor, his worries dissipated. He understood that regardless of how formidable Vegeta might return, Wukong would undoubtedly grow even stronger, safeguarding the Earth and everyone on it. Piccolo observed Wukong's retreating figure, sighing softly, yet a faint smile graced his lips. He suddenly felt that having such a restless companion was not a misfortune. At the very least, the future would not be mundane. Chapter 145. Tai Si's locator device. Once Vegeta's spacecraft vanished beyond the horizon, Tai Si retrieved a palm-sized silver device from her backpack, her fingertips rapidly tapping the miniature buttons on its surface. The device's screen illuminated with a soft blue glow, projecting a slender wave of signals that flickered delicately in the air. During Vegeta's departure, I took advantage of his focus on Wukong and stealthily affixed a signal transmitter to the exterior of his spacecraft, Tai Si explained as she adjusted the device, her tone imbued with confidence in her technical prowess. This is my enhanced ultra-long-range locator. It can lock onto signals even across star systems. Unless he dismantles the spacecraft, he cannot escape. Krillin leaned in for a closer look, pointing at the small red dot pulsating on the screen. Is that Vegeta's spacecraft? Such a tiny dot. Can it really determine his whereabouts? Not yet, Tai Si replied. The signal has just synchronized and requires a few minutes to calibrate the interstellar coordinates. As she pressed the final button, the red dot on the screen began to shift slowly, and a series of intricate coordinate data emerged beside it. However, we will soon be able to track his trajectory. Wukong stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the screen. Without waiting for Tai Si to delve deeper into her analysis, he spoke calmly. There's no need to wait. He will head to Namek. Namek? Piccolo furrowed his brow, recalling some vague association with the planet, but unable to pinpoint its significance. What is that place? Why would Vegeta go there? It is another planet that possesses Dragon Balls. Wukong elucidated, his voice steady yet resolute. Vegeta is currently gravely injured and has been defeated by me. He must be harboring a strong desire to grow stronger. Knowing that the Dragon Balls on Earth have been exhausted, previously used to resurrect Tien and others, and cannot be summoned again in the near future, he will undoubtedly seek the Dragon Balls on Namek, which can grant any wish. For him, this represents the best chance to restore his power and even surpass me. Upon hearing this, Tai Si swiftly operated the locator, pulling up an interstellar map. The screen soon displayed a miniature rendition of the Milky Way, with a green planet marked as Namek, its coordinates gradually aligning with the trajectory of Vegeta's spacecraft. He is indeed heading towards Namek, Tai Si exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Yet she quickly grasped Wukong's insight into their adversary's intentions, as if he possessed an innate foresight. The signal calibration is complete. His spacecraft is traveling towards Namek at maximum speed. At this rate, it should arrive in approximately a week. Krillin scratched his head, still puzzled. But how do we know the location of Namek? Even if we do, what purpose does it serve? Vegeta seeks the Dragon Balls to grow stronger. We have no need to follow him, do we? No, we must go. Wukong's tone grew serious, for besides Vegeta, there existed an even more formidable adversary who would be heading to Namek, Frieza. Frieza? Piccolo's pupils contracted. He had heard this name in fragmented conversations among the Saiyans, aware that it belonged to a cosmic tyrant capable of effortlessly obliterating planets. Are you implying that Frieza also seeks the Dragon Balls on Namek? Indeed, Wukong affirmed, his gaze heavy with concern. Frieza has long coveted immortality, and the Dragon Balls of Namek are among his targets. If he were to locate them first, not only would Vegeta face death at his hands, but the Namekians would also suffer, and Earth could be in peril in the future. Ties put away the locator, placing it into a waterproof, shock-resistant metal case before handing it to Wukong. I have configured the locator. It can synchronize Vegeta's location in real time and detect any high-energy signatures nearby, such as Frieza's forces. What shall we do next? Should we prepare to head to Namek immediately? Wukong accepted the metal case, tucking it into his cloak as he gazed upon the devastated city, recalling the wounded Piccolo, Krillin, and others in need of aid. He shook his head slowly. We must first tend to everyone's injuries before preparing the spaceship. However, we need to reach Namek before Frieza, so the ship must be exceptionally fast. Exceeding light speed is a fundamental requirement. An FTL spaceship? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is such a thing even possible? It is. Ties interjected confidently. My father, Dr. Briefs, has previously researched FTL engines. He simply never had the opportunity to construct one. Given sufficient materials and time, we can build a faster-than-Vegeta spaceship, with completion possible within a week. Wukong nodded, satisfied with this efficiency. Excellent. Then I entrust the construction to you and the doctor. While we build the ship, let us also transport the injured to Capsule Corp for treatment. By the time everyone has recovered, the ship should be nearly ready. Piccolo regarded Wukong and suddenly grasped his intention. He sought not only to thwart Frieza, but also to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect comrades slain by the Saiyans, namely Tenshinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha. This ambition bore far greater significance than merely pursuing Vegeta. I will assist in healing the others, Piccolo offered, utilizing his Namekian abilities to swiftly mend wounds. But Wukong, Frieza's power far surpasses that of Vegeta. Can we truly contend with him on Namek? Wukong smiled, a golden aura shimmering around him, his eyes alight with determination. Even if we cannot defeat him, we will fight. Moreover, we have time to train before we arrive. By then, I shall grow stronger. Ties watched Wukong's retreating figure, then glanced down at the locator in her hands, noting that Vegeta's ship continued its steady course toward Namek. She understood that a new adventure was on the horizon, one in which they would confront one of the universe's most terrifying foes. Fear not, Ties declared firmly, gripping the locator. Leave the spaceship to us. You focus solely on training to grow stronger. No matter how formidable Frieza may be, we will not allow him to prevail. Wukong turned back, smiling at Ties before looking at Krillin and Piccolo. Then let us divide our tasks and swiftly prepare for Namek, as well as for Frieza, who awaits us. Chapter 146. Healing the masses. The battlefield, ravaged by the Saiyan invasion, lay in utter disarray. The cracked ground bore the scorched marks of energy collisions, while the air was thick with dust and faint remnants of energy waves. Goku carefully assisted Piccolo, Krillin, and others to a relatively flat patch of ground at the edge of the battlefield, far from the collapsing rocks and the core area of energy blasts, making it an ideal temporary treatment location. Piccolo's left arm maintained a twisted position from the battle, deep purple blood seeping from the wound and staining his tattered combat uniform. Leaning against a rock, his breath came in short gasps. Despite the Namekian's formidable self-healing abilities, the internal injuries sustained from absorbing Nappa's energy wave required time to mend. Krillin sat nearby, a shallow abrasion marking his forehead, more a testament to his exhaustion than any physical injury. He gazed at Goku, relief evident in his eyes. When you were fighting Vegeta, I was genuinely worried you wouldn't hold up. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to defeat. Goku replied with a reassuring smile. He crouched down, his fingertips gathering a soft white energy, which he gently placed over Piccolo's left arm. The soothing energy gradually penetrated Piccolo's wound, aiding in the accelerated repair of his damaged bones and muscles. Your injury is lighter than I anticipated. You should recover swiftly. With his eyes closed, Piccolo felt the warmth emanating from his arm and softly inquired, did Vegeta truly let him go? Yes, keeping him alive serves a purpose, Goku responded, offering no further explanation. His attention shifted to the distant bodies of Tien and Kaiatsu, still lying on the far side of the battlefield. As he recognized that time was of the essence for treating the living, just as he intended to retrieve the senzu beans set aside, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Goku. A familiar female voice, tinged with a hint of tears, pierced through the chaos. Bulma and Tais hurriedly emerged from the haze, clutching a silver medical capsule. Dust clung to Bulma's pink jacket, her hair slightly disheveled, a clear sign she had rushed from Capsule Corp upon hearing news of the battle's conclusion. Tais held a small locator in one hand and gripped the medical box tightly with the other, her eyes filled with urgency. As they reached Goku, relief washed over them upon seeing he bore no significant injuries aside from a few torn patches in his battle attire. Unable to contain her emotions, Bulma threw herself into Goku's embrace, her shoulders trembling. "I'm so glad you're all right." When Tais detected those intense energy fluctuations, "I feared the worst." Her words were cut short by tears cascading down her cheeks. Tais leaned in closer, gently grasping Goku's sleeve. Her voice laced with apprehension. "We were watching the screens at the company, and when you unleashed the Kaioken ×10, we nearly lost our minds. Thankfully, you emerged victorious." Goku extended a hand, tenderly patting Bulma's back before ruffling Tais' hair, his tone soothing. "There's no need to worry. I promised I'd return safely." Krillin, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. All right. This isn't the moment for tears. Piccolo still needs treatment." Realizing her lapse in composure, Bulma quickly withdrew from Goku's embrace, wiped her tears, and opened the medical capsule in her hands. "I almost forgot the important stuff. Inside are the rapid repair agents developed by my father, along with a bone stabilizer. They should be helpful for Piccolo's injuries." Tais retracted the locator and retrieved a small scanner from the medical kit, directing it towards Piccolo's left arm. "Let us first scan the injury to ascertain if there are any concealed damages, for the chaos of the battle may have left fragments within." Goku rose, yielding space for them. Bulma adeptly operated the spray nozzle of the healing agent, a soft azure liquid evenly enveloping Piccolo's wound, instantaneously forming a transparent protective membrane. Meanwhile, Tais adjusted the parameters of the stabilizer according to the scanner's data, carefully securing Piccolo's left arm. All done. The healing agent will expedite cellular regeneration while the stabilizer will aid in realigning your bones. It should be removable within half a day. Bulma stored the equipment, exhaling in relief, grateful that her father had prepared these medical devices in advance, or else they would have faced considerable trouble today. Piccolo moved his uninjured right arm, feeling a soothing coolness emanating from the wound, and nodded in gratitude towards Bulma. "Thank you." Krillin approached, pointing to the abrasion on his forehead. "What about me? Is there a deluxe bandage available?" Tais chuckled as she tossed him a small medical capsule. "Press it against the wound, and it will be healed in 3 seconds. Spare us the theatrics. Your injury is hardly significant." Krillin caught the capsule, exaggeratedly bowing. "Understood. Thank you, Miss Tais." As Goku observed the bustling yet tender scene before him, a warmth blossomed within his heart. The tension and fatigue from his earlier battle with Vegeta seemed to evaporate in that moment. He glanced at Bulma and Tais, who were quietly conferring regarding the subsequent medical arrangements, sunlight filtering through the dust and casting a gentle halo around them. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something, looking up at Goku. "Father mentioned that if your injuries were severe, he has prepared an energy replenishment chamber. Would you like to return and use it now?" "No need," Goku replied, shaking his head as he gestured towards the distant remains of Tien and Kaiatsu, his expression turning somber. "First, we must secure their bodies, and then we need to prepare to head to Namek. Only there can we find the Dragon Balls to resurrect them." Bulma and Tais exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. Tais packed away the medical kit, nodding. "The locator has locked onto Vegeta's trajectory. It indeed leads to Namek. We shall return to inform Father about constructing a superluminal spacecraft while you manage the aftermath here." "Agreed," Goku responded, adding, "Exercise caution on your journey. Contact us immediately should any situation arise." Bulma approached Goku, gently embracing him. "Do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest. We shall return swiftly." Tais waved farewell as they turned towards Capsule Corporation, their figures swiftly vanishing into the haze. Goku watched their departing silhouettes before turning to Piccolo and Krillin, inhaling deeply. "All right. Let us first gather Tien and Kaiatsu's remains, and then proceed to Capsule Corporation. There is much work ahead of us." Krillin and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Rising to their feet, the sunlight gradually dispersed the battlefield's smoke, the outlines of the distant city becoming faintly visible. Despite the recent turmoil, the seeds of hope had quietly begun to sprout in the hearts of all present. Chapter 147. Goku's recovery. The medical pod of the Capsule Corporation emanated a gentle azure glow. Within its transparent walls, Goku lay in tranquil repose. He had exchanged his tattered battle attire for a light, white medical gown. The internal injuries sustained from his fierce confrontation with Vegeta were gradually being soothed by the restorative energies released by the pod. The physiological data displayed on the screen fluctuated continuously, with his heart rate stabilizing within the normal range and the energy wave patterns transforming from chaotic to smooth. The repair rate of damaged cells had reached a complete 100. As the restoration program concluded, his bodily functions returned to their optimal state. The electronic voice of the medical pod resonated, and the doors slowly ascended. Goku's eyelashes fluttered as he gradually opened his eyes. After a brief moment of acclimatization to the external light, he supported himself on the edge of the pod, feeling no trace of the fatigue typically associated with severe injuries. Rather, he radiated a refreshing vigor. He flexed his wrist, and a wisp of golden energy coalesced at his fingertips. This energy felt more refined than ever before, adorned with a faint luminescence, flowing effortlessly as if it were an intrinsic part of him. "Goku, you're awake," Bulma exclaimed, hastening toward him with a cup of warm water, which she presented before him. "How do you feel? Is anything amiss?" Goku accepted the cup, and the moment his fingertips made contact with its surface, a vague yet vivid memory flashed through his mind. Sunlight bathing the grassy expanse of Mount Pozu. A young version of himself training with his grandfather, Son Gohan, as he struggled to concentrate a feeble energy within his tiny fists. His grandfather, smiling, encouraged him to focus the energy in his dantian and not to rush. Shaking his head to dispel the sudden recollection, Goku smiled back at Bulma. "I'm fine. I feel even more at ease than before my injuries. The energy within me flows more smoothly now." At that moment, Tais approached, her gaze fixated on the residual energy swirling at Goku's fingertips, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "Your energy fluctuations are different now. They are steadier and purer, almost reminiscent of your original essence." Goku cast a glance at his hand, fully aware that this was a sign of intensified soul fusion. Ever since the battle with Vegeta awakened the primal combat instincts within his original soul, he could distinctly feel the intertwining of his essence with that of Goku's original spirit, merging like two strands of light, entwining into one. He rose to his feet and casually threw a punch. In that instant, the instinctual fighting habits of Goku surfaced in his mind. His left shoulder dipped slightly as he struck, energy coalescing at the tip of his fist. And even the angle of his punch mirrored Goku's perfectly. This was not a mere imitation, it was an instinctive response. As if he had performed these movements countless times before. "It's the soul merging," Goku murmured softly, a hint of understanding in his tone. During his clash with Vegeta, Goku's combat instincts had been activated, and now his original soul was actively converging toward him, flooding his mind with memories and fighting techniques. Bulma leaned in closer, noticing the occasional flicker of sharpness in Goku's eyes, the essence of Goku's original soul, a gaze that appeared only when Goku was intensely focused on battle, now subtly merging into his own. Goku moved toward the window, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky. At this moment, his perception became extraordinarily acute. Several kilometers away, he could distinctly sense Klin's energy during his training, even detecting the slight chaos in Klin's aura due to physical exhaustion. In the backyard of Capsule Corporation, the stable energy emanating from Piccolo during his meditation was also laid bare, to the extent that he could vaguely perceive the unique regenerative energy flowing within the Namekian. This heightened sense was akin to that of Goku, he mused internally. Although his previous perception range was vast, it had never been this intricate. Now, he could ascertain each individual's condition through their energy, much like Goku did. Klin's aura was tinged with fatigue, likely a result of his efforts in managing the aftermath of the battlefield, while Piccolo's energy was steady, clearly focused on restoring his inner strength. He raised his hand and grasped at the air. Naturally, a sphere of energy began to coalesce in his palm, its size, density, and even the direction of its rotation mirroring the preparatory movements Goku employed before executing the Kaioken. The techniques for harnessing energy surfaced in his mind, concentrated in the dantian, and when released, let it surge through the meridians to the limbs. ensuring the energy does not dissipate too swiftly. He gazed at the energy sphere in his palm, whispering softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as he felt himself merging with Goku's original soul. At that moment, he would no longer be merely fighting in Goku's body. Instead, he would truly become one with Goku, possessing both his narrative comprehension and strategy, along with Goku's instinctive combat prowess and Saiyan fervor, an amalgamation that eliminated any sense of disconnection. Taiz approached him and gently inquired, "What will you become after the fusion is complete?" Goku turned to her, a familiar smile gracing his lips, one that embodied his own warmth while also carrying Goku's characteristic exuberance. "I will still be me, but I will also be Goku. When the time comes, we shall confront Frieza on Namek, and victory will be far more attainable." Bulma patted his arm, her tone resolute. "Regardless of the circumstances, we will stand by you. Dad has already begun constructing the spaceship, and I reviewed the designs for the superluminal engine just yesterday. We will certainly arrive on Namek before Frieza." Goku nodded, his conviction growing ever stronger. The intensification of the soul fusion not only healed him completely, but also granted him a latent enhancement of power. Once the fusion was finalized, he was confident he would surpass the feats of Goku as depicted in the original narrative when facing Frieza. He lifted his gaze to the sky, as if envisioning Vegeta piloting a ship toward Namek, and he could sense the impending storm awaiting them on that distant world. "Frieza, await my arrival," he silently vowed. "When my original soul merges completely with Goku's, it shall herald your doom." At this moment, within him, the intertwining of his memories and Goku's original recollections was quietly unfolding. Like two rivers entwined, flowing towards the same destination, the moment of fusion drawing ever closer. Chapter 148. Mention of Namek in the living room of Capsule Corporation. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shadows of several figures upon the floor. Klin was lost in thought, staring out the window, clutching the broken energy sphere ring from their recent battle. The remains of Tien and Chaozu had been properly taken care of, yet the mere thought of never seeing them again plunged his emotions into a profound melancholy. Piccolo sat on the nearby sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze harboring unspoken worries about his homeland, Namek. Goku approached, carrying a cup of water, and upon observing Krillin's demeanor, he perceived the thoughts weighing on his friend's mind. He settled beside Krillin and offered him the cup, saying, "Do not be too disheartened. We still have the chance to see them again." Krillin took the cup, momentarily taken aback, and looked up at Goku, questioning, "Chance? How is that possible? The Dragon Balls on Earth have already been used, and there is no way to summon the Eternal Dragon again in the near future. The Dragon Balls on Earth may be exhausted, but those on Namek are still viable," Goku replied with a calm yet assured tone, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the living room. Bulma, who had been organizing the spaceship blueprints, and Taiz, who was adjusting the locator, paused their activities at the mention of Namek, turning their gazes towards Goku. Piccolo suddenly lifted his head, astonishment evident in his eyes. "You know about Namek?" As a Namekian, his memories of his homeland were hazy. He only recognized it as a distant planet and was surprised that Goku would bring it up. Goku nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group as he elaborated. "Namek is Piccolo's homeland, where Dragon Balls exist, and they possess greater power than those on Earth. The Earth's Dragon Balls can only revive one individual at a time and cannot resurrect the same person twice, whereas the Dragon Balls of Namek can revive multiple people at once, without any limitations on the number of times." "Really?" Krillin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he nearly spilled the water in his hands. "So, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu, and everyone else who fell to the Saiyans, can be brought back?" "Indeed," Goku affirmed, his tone imbued with hope. "As long as we can locate the Dragon Balls on Namek and summon the Eternal Dragon there, we can bring back all our fallen comrades." Bulma set aside her blueprints and approached Goku, her expression earnest. "You mentioned that Vegeta is heading to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, didn't you? He aims to grow stronger with them, while we seek to resurrect our friends. Thus, we must reach the Dragon Balls before he and Frieza do?" "Exactly," Goku nodded, recalling Taiz's earlier locator device. He added, "Taiz's device indicates that Vegeta's ship is en route to Namek. At his ship's speed, he will arrive in approximately a week. Frieza is undoubtedly also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls on Namek, seeking immortality. He will not let this opportunity slip away. Therefore, our ship must be faster. We need to reach there before them to secure the Dragon Balls and protect the Namekians." Ties approached with the locator in hand, the screen still displaying the slow-moving coordinates of Vegeta's ship. She pointed at the screen and said, "I have calculated that Vegeta's ship can reach a maximum speed of sublight. If our ship can achieve faster than light speed, we could arrive at Namek in about 3 days, approximately 4 days ahead of him, which would give us ample time to collect the Dragon Balls." Piccolo gazed at Goku, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. He had not anticipated that Goku not only possessed knowledge of Namek, but also had an intimate understanding of the Dragon Balls there, even discerning Frieza's motives. However, he did not inquire further, simply stating in a somber tone, "The Namekians possess gentle dispositions and do not initiate hostility. If Frieza's forces were to confront them, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. We must safeguard them. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only be activated by the Namekians." Goku added, recalling from the original narrative that the activation of the Namekian Dragon Balls requires the Grand Elder or an individual he endorses to utter the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. Therefore, upon our arrival on Namek, we must locate the Grand Elder and collaborate with him. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately picked up a pen and swiftly annotated the design blueprint. "My father and I have already developed a preliminary plan for the superluminal engine. As long as we have sufficient materials, we can construct the spaceship within 3 days. However, do we know the location of Namek? Ties, can you calculate the precise coordinates of Namek based on Vegeta's trajectory?" Ties nodded promptly. "No problem. I will analyze Vegeta's course using the locator's data in conjunction with the interstellar map, and I should be able to determine Namek's exact coordinates. I will have results for you by tonight at the latest." Goku observed the flurry of activity among the group and felt a sense of relief. Previously, their spirits had been low due to their defeat in battle and the loss of comrades, but now, with the objective of reviving their fallen friends, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit, which was precisely what he desired. Krillin rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Let us get ready quickly. I can hardly wait to see Tien and Chaozu again. I must tell them that we defeated Vegeta and that we will go to Namek to rescue them." Piccolo rose and addressed Goku. "I will also assist. Namek is my homeland, and it is my duty to protect its people. Moreover, my presence will facilitate communication with the Namekians." Goku smiled and nodded. "It is wonderful to have your support. Once the spaceship is completed, we shall journey to Namek together. Locate the Dragon Balls, revive our comrades, and thwart Frieza's nefarious schemes. This time, we shall surely prevail." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the group. The living room was no longer shrouded in gloom, but instead filled with resolute conviction and hope for the future. Everyone understood that the journey to Namek would not be an easy one. They would encounter Frieza's army and face unknown dangers. However, the prospect of reviving their comrades and protecting both Earth and Namek rendered all challenges worthwhile. Bulma gazed at the blueprint in her hands, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Rest assured, the superluminal spaceship is in capable hands with my father and me. We will not disappoint you." Ties raised the locator, smiling. "We will calculate the coordinates of Namek tonight, and then we can navigate directly there without any detours." As Goku looked at his companions, warmth surged within him. The intensifying bond of their souls allowed him to feel the depth of his concern for his friends, further solidifying his resolve to protect them. He knew that the journey to Namek would present a new challenge, but he was prepared. "So it is decided." Goku stood up, his tone resolute. "We shall divide our tasks and swiftly prepare everything for our voyage to Namek to revive everyone." Chapter 149, Dr. Briefs constructs a spaceship within the underground laboratory of Capsule Corporation. Mechanical arms swung with precise rhythm, assembling silvery alloy components into the nascent form of a spaceship. A faint metallic chill permeated the air, while the screen wall was adorned with intricate designs of the spacecraft. From the structural framework to the energy core, every parameter was meticulously annotated, and blue luminescence danced across the schematics, casting a gentle glow upon Dr. Brief's goggles. "Father, here is the optimized blueprint for the engine's cooling system," Bulma said, approaching with a tablet in hand and presenting the screen before the doctor. The diagram depicted a circular network of cooling pipes encircling the core engine, its lines more compact than before, evidently refined through numerous adjustments. Dr. Briefs adjusted his goggles, his fingertips gliding over the screen as he nodded in approval. "Indeed, this will prevent the engine from overheating during prolonged journeys. However, the current design can only achieve sublight speeds, and reaching Namek will take at least 5 days. 5 days is far too long. Goku's voice resonated from the other side of the lab. He stood before a small model of a spacecraft, gently tapping the propulsion section. This model was a prototype created by the doctor, now serving as a reference for the new vessel. Tai's locator indicated that Vegeta's ship would arrive at Namek in 1 week, while Frisia's army was undoubtedly en route. If we travel at sublight speeds, by the time we arrive, Frisia may very well have obtained the Dragon Balls, she warned, approaching with the locator. The screen flickered with 2 red dots. One marked Vegeta's ship, steadily advancing towards Namek at sublight speed. The other indicated the probable trajectory of Frisia's forces, which, based on the flagship's velocity, could reach Namek in no more than 4 days. We must outpace them, otherwise it will be too late, Dr. Briefs remarked, furrowing his brow as he approached the control console to retrieve the energy core parameters. To exceed the speed of light, we would need an antimatter propulsion system. But the stability of such a system is notoriously difficult to maintain. Should the energy become unbalanced, the ship might be torn apart by temporal distortions, posing a tremendous risk. I am aware of the risks, yet we have no alternative, Goku replied, standing resolutely beside the doctor. Frisia would obliterate an entire planet for the Dragon Balls. If he were to locate the Dragon Balls on Namek first, not only would our plans to revive our comrades be thwarted, but the Namekians would also be in peril. Furthermore, Vegeta is bound to clash with Frisia upon his arrival. Given his current strength, he stands no chance against Frisia and could very well be silenced. We would lose a key player in our efforts to counter Frisia. He paused, recalling his previous encounter with Vegeta, and added, Frisia's first form boasts a combat power of 530,000, while Vegeta is at most 30,000. He is utterly outmatched. We must reach Namek before Frisia, locate the Dragon Balls, and prepare defenses for the Namekians. Dr. Briefs fell silent for a moment, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, revealing a concealed design blueprint. The propulsion system depicted was considerably larger than the current model, with the core marked as an antimatter core. In truth, I had previously designed an antimatter propulsion system, yet I had hesitated to deploy it. To proceed, the outer shell of the propulsion system would require reinforcement with a new type of star steel alloy, capable of withstanding the pressures of space-time distortion. Fortunately, the company warehouse was well stocked with this material. Let us utilize this, exclaimed Wukong, his eyes alight with determination. As long as we could get ahead of Frisia, no challenge would be insurmountable. Moreover, it would be ideal to incorporate a gravity training chamber aboard the spacecraft, allowing us to optimize our training en route, thus better preparing us for the confrontation on Namek. The gravity training chamber is not an issue, Bulma interjected promptly, adding new design specifications on her tablet. I can compress the training chamber into capsule size, enabling it to be stored within the spacecraft's storage compartment, expanding only when needed, thereby conserving space. Additionally, I can also install an energy monitoring device on the ship to track the movements of Vegeta and Frisia in real time. Tais nodded in agreement. I can optimize the locator's signal. Even deep within the cosmos, we will be able to accurately pinpoint the location of Namek, ensuring we do not stray off course. Dr. Briefs observed the collaborative spirit of those around him, a smile gracing his features. He pressed the red button on the main control panel, causing the mechanical arm in the center of the laboratory to accelerate its movements. The previously scattered alloy components began to assemble rapidly, the outline of the ship becoming increasingly distinct. Very well, we shall construct a faster-than-light spacecraft. The core components of the antimatter propulsion system are now in production, and the star steel alloy will be dispatched from the warehouse shortly, with an estimated completion time of 3 days for the entire assembly and debugging of the ship. 3 days? That's swiftly. Kellen's voice suddenly resonated from the doorway of the laboratory. Having just finished his rehabilitation training, he could hardly contain his eagerness to check on the ship's progress. So we can set off for Namek in 3 days? Indeed, Wukong replied with a smile, patting Kellen's shoulder. We will journey together, locate the Dragon Balls, resurrect Tenshinhan and Chaozu, and then thoroughly teach Frisia a lesson. Kellen nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation, the earlier despondency replaced by hopeful visions of the future. In the laboratory, the mechanical arm continued its relentless operation, the ship's completion percentage steadily climbing on the screen. Bulma was calibrating the navigation system. Tais was optimizing the locator. Dr. Briefs was checking the parameters of the antimatter core, while Wukong stood before the nascent form of the spacecraft, silently devising a training regimen for the journey ahead. He understood that the expedition to Namek was merely the beginning. The formidable Frieza awaited, likely an even stronger adversary than Vegeta. Yet, as long as they could arrive before Frieza and prepare thoroughly, he felt confident in safeguarding his companions, securing the Dragon Balls, and ultimately vanquishing Frieza, thereby neutralizing this cosmic threat. Frieza, this time we shall not allow you to succeed, Wukong thought, gazing at the coordinates of Namek displayed on the screen, silently vowing. We will arrive before you. Await our arrival. Chapter 150. Preparing to depart for Namek upon the landing pad of Capsule Corporation, a silvery, superluminal spacecraft gleamed with a metallic luster, its sleek contours accentuated by the faint blue energy aura lingering on the antimatter propulsion system's exterior from its final adjustments. Dr. Briefs was crouched beneath the vessel, clutching a wrench as he meticulously inspected the engine wiring. Meanwhile, Bulma and Ties were at the cabin entrance, organizing supplies, neatly stowing away compressed capsules, some containing medical repair agents, others emergency energy food, along with a specially modified signal booster by Ties, ensuring that contact with Earth would be maintained even in the depths of space. Goku, this is the emergency communicator. Even if the ship's signal is lost, this device can still connect to Dad's satellite, Ties said, handing over a palm-sized black apparatus, adorned with a red signal indicator and a locator. Vegeta's spacecraft coordinates were continuously updating. He had already surpassed Jupiter's orbit, arriving half a day ahead of our expectations. Goku accepted the communicator, casually fastening it to his waist, his gaze drifting toward the ship's propulsion system. Dr. Briefs had previously mentioned that this antimatter engine could propel the craft to 3 times the speed of light, allowing them to reach Namek in just 3 days, nearly 4 days faster than Vegeta's subliminal vessel. He instinctively placed a hand on his chest, where he could still feel the lingering heat from his fierce battle with Vegeta. Now, however, his focus had shifted from Vegeta to the name that instilled fear throughout the universe, Frieza. Frieza, Goku silently contemplated, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware of Frieza's cruelty, recognizing that to the tyrant, the Namekians were no more than insects. He understood that Frieza would obliterate an entire planet for the sake of the Dragon Balls. Yet this time, he vowed not to allow Frieza to prevail. He would protect the Namekians and the Dragon Balls while personally defeating Frieza to eradicate this looming threat. After all, following his fusion of souls, Goku's intrinsic yearning for strength had subtly intertwined with his very essence. And Frieza represented the formidable opponent capable of pushing him to his limits. What are you pondering? It's time to board. Bulma's voice snapped him back to reality. She held a silver control panel displaying the spacecraft's energy reserves. Dad said the energy is fully charged, and we can depart at any moment. Krillin and Piccolo are waiting for you to say goodbye. Goku looked up to see Krillin and Piccolo standing at the edge of the landing pad. Krillin was holding a Ki Blast ring, which Goku had previously repaired for him. Piccolo carried a dark bag containing his usual combat gear. Upon noticing Goku's gaze, Krillin waved and rushed over. Goku, be careful when you reach Namek. Frieza is far more formidable than Vegeta. If you find yourself overwhelmed, don't push it. We can devise another plan. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Goku assured, patting Krillin's shoulder with a confident smile. And we have the superluminal ship, allowing us to arrive before Frieza. Once we locate the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder, we can prepare in advance. When we return, we'll use Namek's Dragon Balls to resurrect Tien and Kairatsu, and then we can all train together. Vic approached, gazing at Goku with a complex expression that conveyed both concern for his homeland and acknowledgement of Goku's strength. The Grand Elder of Namek resides in a village in the east, where the most formidable Namekian warriors stand guard. If you encounter Frieza's men, avoid direct confrontation. Seek out the Grand Elder first. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek require the Grand Elder's activation. Do not summon them carelessly as you would on Earth. I understand. Goku nodded, for he had knowledge of the narrative embedded within his memory. You all must remain vigilant on Earth. Should any situation arise, feel free to contact us via the communicator. At that moment, Dr. Briefs emerged from the bottom of the spacecraft, brushing off the dust from his hands. All is well with the ship. I have tested the stability of the thrusters 3 times, and the gravity training chamber has been installed. You may take advantage of your journey to train. Remember, if you encounter an asteroid belt in space, the ship will automatically evade it. Manual operation is unnecessary. Thank you. Doctor, Goku bowed respectfully before turning to board the ship. Bulma and Ties followed closely, with Ties conducting a final check of the supplies to ensure nothing was overlooked. The ship's hatch gradually closed, the engine emitted a low hum, and a soft blue energy burst forth from the thrusters as the vessel ascended slowly into the sky. Goku stood in the cockpit, watching as the Earth diminished in size, eventually becoming a mere blue dot. His hands instinctively clenched, and the name echoed in his mind. Frieza, I have awaited you for a long time. This time, I shall not allow you to act with impunity. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the cosmos, Vegeta's spacecraft soared at sublight speed. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down the contours of his muscles, dripping onto the floor with a faint sound. Golden energy enveloped him, and the numbers on the power level detector fluctuated, gradually rising from 28,000 to 30,000, inching closer to 32,000. Not enough, Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful punch against the wall of the gravity chamber, creating an immediate dent. Goku's power has surpassed mine. Frieza's is even more unfathomable. If I cannot locate the Dragon Balls of Namek, I shall never surpass them. He raised his hand to deactivate the gravity chamber, restoring normal conditions. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, his gaze fell upon the screen displaying the coordinates of Namek, along with a small red, his prior marker left on planet Vegeta, where his final dignity lay concealed. Vegeta's eyes sharpened at the thought of the Dragon Balls. Once I obtain them, I can wish to become a Super Saiyan. At that point, neither Goku nor Frieza will be my match. He harbored no concern for the fate of the Namekians, nor for whether Frieza would strike against their planet. His singular ambition was the Dragon Balls and the pursuit of strength. As for Goku, he was merely a stepping stone on his path to supremacy. Once he secured the Dragon Balls, Goku would be the first to face his wrath. The spacecraft continued its journey towards Namek, as Vegeta re-entered the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity to 10 times its normal level, enveloped once more in a golden aura. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the cosmos, Goku's faster-than-light spacecraft traversed the asteroid belt, racing towards Namek. Two Saiyans with divergent objectives were headed for the same planet, where a battle pivotal to the Dragon Balls and survival was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 151, Goku, Bulma, and Tai's journey to Namek on the Capsule Corporation's landing pad. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the silver-hued faster-than-light spacecraft was poised for departure. Dr. Brief stood beside the ship's ladder, clutching a palm-sized silver communicator, meticulously checking the stability of the blue signal indicator, which flickered steadily, ensuring it could penetrate cosmic dust and maintain contact with the spacecraft at all times. This was a quantum communicator, capable of receiving signals even at the edge of the universe. The doctor handed the communicator to Bulma, his tone laced with caution. I have reinforced the ship's energy core 3 times, and the antimatter propulsion system's stabilization valve conducts automatic checks every 2 hours. If a red alert is triggered, initiate the backup energy immediately. I can assist with repairs remotely from Earth. Bulma accepted the communicator, stowing it in her toolkit, and playfully patted her father's shoulder. Dad, don't worry. With Ties and me aboard, the spacecraft will encounter no issues. Besides, Goku is with us. If danger arises, he is more dependable than the backup energy. Goku stood at the top of the ladder, assisting Ties in loading the final supply crate into the cabin. Hearing Bulma's words, he leaned out, smiling and waving. Doctor, we will contact you the moment we arrive on Namek. If we find the Dragon Balls, you'll be the first to hear the good news. Ties also leaned out, holding a locator in her hand, the screen displaying Vegeta's spacecraft coordinates slowly drifting westward towards Namek. Doctor, I have calibrated the signal enhancement module of the locator. It can track Vegeta's movements in real time. If he arrives at Namek first, we will know his position in advance. Dr. Briefs nodded, his gaze sweeping over the trio before settling on Goku. Goku, Namek is not like Earth. Frieza's minions are merciless. You must exercise utmost caution. If you find yourselves overmatched, do not hesitate to retreat. The ship's emergency escape pod can return to Earth at sublight speed, and I will have a medical bay prepared here. I understand, Goku replied earnestly as he descended the ladder to stand before the doctor. I will protect Bulma and Ties, as well as the Namekians. I won't allow Frieza to prevail. His tone bore no hint of hesitation. The guardian instinct within Goku's original soul had intertwined seamlessly with his own convictions after their fusion. Bulma glanced at her wristwatch, urging, it's time to depart. If we delay any longer, Vegeta may arrive at Namek ahead of us. She was the first to board the spacecraft, adeptly taking her seat in the cockpit. Her fingers dancing over the control panel as the energy indicator lights illuminated instantly, casting a soft blue glow over the entire cockpit. Ties closely followed. Securing the locator on the auxiliary screen of the cockpit and calling up the star map of Namek, the course was already plotted, departing from Earth, traversing the orbit of Mars before initiating hyperspace travel, with an estimated arrival on Namek in 3 days. The journey would take them through a small asteroid belt, which the ship would navigate automatically without the need for manual intervention. Goku was the last to board the ship. He turned to wave at the doctor standing on the tarmac, saying, "Doctor, we're off. Earth is in your hands now." Dr. Briefs waved back, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance, yet predominantly filled with trust. "Go ahead, keep in touch." The ship's gangway slowly retracted, the engines emitted a deep hum, and a pale blue energy burst forth from the thrusters, stirring a gentle breeze that swept the fallen leaves on the tarmac away into the distance. The vessel ascended gradually, passing through the Capsule Corporation's protective shield, soaring towards the sky, and swiftly breaking through the atmosphere, leaving behind the blue silhouette of Earth. Inside the cockpit, Bulma adjusted the autopilot mode, leaning back in her seat as she gazed out at the starry expanse. Countless stars sparkled like fragments of diamond embedded in a dark tapestry, occasionally interrupted by a meteor streaking across, leaving a fleeting glow in its wake. It was her first time traveling so far in a hyperspace ship of her own making, and she felt a tinge of nervousness. She murmured softly, unconsciously rubbing the zipper of her tool bag. Ties placed the locator on the control panel, smiling as she said, "What's there to be nervous about? We'll be 4 days faster than Vegeta and a day ahead of Frieza. Once we reach Namek, we'll locate the Grand Elder first, obtain the method to activate the Dragon Balls, and then gather them. By the time Frieza arrives, we will be well prepared." Goku moved to the window, observing the stars whizzing by. He could distinctly feel his energy flowing smoothly within him, aided by the low gravity of space, as if the very air offered less resistance than it did on Earth. "I plan to activate the gravity training chamber on the ship." He turned to the two. "Vegeta must be training fiercely on his ship. I can't afford to fall behind, or it would be troublesome if I can't match Frieza. I've already calibrated the gravity training chamber." Bulma pointed towards the rear of the cabin. "It can be adjusted from 10 times Earth's gravity to 100. If you can adapt to 100 times, your combat power will surely increase by the time we reach Namek." Ties took out a notebook, beginning to log navigational data. "I will periodically monitor the ship's energy consumption and external environment. If you feel unwell during training, just call for us. Oh, and I brought compressed food, your favorites, jerky and rice balls. You can eat when you're tired from training." Goku's eyes lit up as he hurried to the supply box. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with his beloved food. "Wonderful. With these, I'll have even more motivation during training." He grabbed a piece of jerky and began to chew contentedly. After the soul fusion, he not only inherited Goku's combat instincts, but also his passion for food. Bulma watched him devour the food, shaking her head in exasperation, yet unable to suppress a smile. "Slow down. No one's competing with you. We'll be on the ship for 3 days. There's enough food for you." She accessed the surveillance footage of the spaceship, revealing that the indicator light of the gravity training chamber was in standby mode. Once the vessel entered stable faster-than-light travel, training could commence. For now, it was essential to acclimatize to the universe's low gravity. At that moment, Tai Si suddenly pointed at the locator and remarked, "Vegeta's ship has accelerated. He appears to be in a hurry." However, even with his increased speed, he would still be traveling at sublight velocity, arriving at Namek no more than half a day earlier than anticipated. "We are still faster than him." Goku swallowed the jerky in his mouth, approached the locator, and gazed at the blinking red dot on the screen, his expression sharpening. He must be eager to find the Dragon Balls to enhance his power, wishing to surpass me and confront Frieza. However, even if he reaches Namek first, he won't find the Grand Elder. Without the Grand Elder, his acquisition of the Dragon Balls will be futile. Bulma reclined against the back of her chair, observing the exchange between the two, her anxiety gradually dissipating. She understood that their journey to Namek was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet with Goku's presence, Tai Si's composure, and her technical expertise, they would surely achieve their goal of locating the Dragon Balls, resurrecting their companions, and thwarting Frieza. Suddenly, the spaceship trembled slightly, and a line of green text appeared on the cockpit screen. entered faster-than-light corridor, estimated arrival at Namek in 72 hours. Tai Si stood up and addressed Goku. The faster-than-light travel has stabilized. You may proceed to the gravity training chamber. Shall I set the gravity to 50 times Earth's gravity for adaptation? No. Set it directly to 100 times. Goku replied, flexing his wrist with unwavering confidence. I was able to adapt to 80 times gravity on Earth, in space. I should easily manage 100. Bulma raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Don't overexert yourself. If it becomes unbearable, lower it. Training is meant for gaining strength, not for injury. Goku nodded and walked toward the gravity training chamber. Upon reaching the door, he turned back, smiling at Bulma and Tai Si. Don't worry, I'll train diligently. By the time we reach Namek, I will ensure your safety and defeat Frieza. The door of the chamber closed slowly, leaving Bulma and Tai Si in the cockpit. Tai Si watched as Goku began to assume a stance on the surveillance screen and softly remarked, he seems to be increasingly resembling the true Goku, both in his combat determination and his concern for his companions. Bulma nodded, her gaze drifting to the starry sky outside, and quietly said, whether he is the original Goku or the one he is now, he is still our ally. Our duty is to assist him in achieving his goal and return safely together. The cockpit fell silent, with only the low hum of the spaceship's engine and the faint beeping of the locator breaking the stillness. On the screen, Vegeta's ship continued to move slowly, while Frieza's potential trajectory was marked as a dashed line. Their ship, imbued with the faith and hope of the three, raced through the faster-than-light corridor towards Namek. Dr. Briefs stood on the tarmac, watching the direction in which the ship had vanished, tightly gripping a spare communicator. He was aware that his daughter and her companions were venturing into danger, yet he held steadfast belief that they would return safely, bringing with them the Dragon Balls of Namek in the hope of resurrecting their comrades back to Earth. Chapter 152. Cosmic Navigation. Within the gravity training chamber of the superluminal spacecraft, a pale blue gravitational field enveloped Goku's figure. His feet were positioned shoulder-width apart, arms naturally resting at his sides, as a faint layer of golden energy coalesced at his fingertips, as the gravitational force gradually increased from 50 times to 80 times. The energy surrounding him fluctuated slightly while maintaining a steady rhythm. At 80 times the gravity, his heart rate was 120 and his energy depletion rate was 5, which was even lower than during his training on Earth. Outside the training chamber, Tais held a data recorder, her pen gliding swiftly across the paper. At this pace, reaching 100 times should pose no challenge. Bulma approached with a cup of warm water, leaning closer to the screen to glance at the data, unable to suppress a laugh. This guy is truly a monster. He would gasp for breath under 80 times gravity on Earth, yet here in space, he seems more at ease. Could the low-gravity environment of space actually aid him in adapting to higher gravity? It seemed that the energy flow in the cosmos was more unimpeded, Tais mused, setting down the recorder to observe Goku in the training chamber. His energy harmonized better with his surroundings, alleviating some of the pressures exerted by gravity. Look, even the sweat on his forehead is less than last time. No sooner had she spoken than the gravity reading within the training chamber leapt to 90 times. Goku's body sank slightly, his knees bent just under half an inch before stabilizing instantly. The golden energy surrounding him thickened, enveloping him like a delicate veil. He slowly lifted his right hand, palm facing the chamber's metallic wall, and a concentrated energy sphere gently impacted the wall, leaving only a faint white mark, clearly not using his full strength, merely testing his body's adaptation to the gravity. Stabilized even at 90 times. Bulma raised an eyebrow and pressed the communicator button. Hey, Goku, how about we go straight for 100 times? If it gets too much, just let us know. Don't push yourself. From the communicator came Goku's relaxed voice, tinged with amusement. No need to take it slow, just set it to 100 times. I feel great right now. Exchanging glances with Tais, Bulma reached out and adjusted the gravity, setting to a staggering 100 times. The air within the training chamber seemed to grow heavy, the metallic floor creaking softly, yet Goku's figure merely swayed momentarily, his energy erupting forth, filling the chamber with a radiant golden light. He gradually lifted his left leg, toes gently touching the ground before descending slowly, each movement as steady as walking on level ground. He then commenced basic punching and kicking exercises, jabs, hooks, side kicks, and spinning kicks, each executed with precision and fluidity, showing no signs of the high gravity's impact. In fact, during the spinning kick, he deliberately slowed down, savoring the gravitational pull on his muscles while adjusting the flow of his energy. He truly had adapted with ease. Tai's eyes widened, nearly dropping the recorder in her hands. Under 100 times gravity, his precision remained astonishingly high. His combat power had undoubtedly increased by at least 1,000 points compared to his training on Earth. Bulma turned off the communicator, reclining in her chair with a hint of pride in her tone. Just look at who created this gravity training chamber. Its stability far surpasses that of Earth. But this guy's talent is genuinely remarkable. If it were Vegeta, he would probably still be gritting his teeth under 90 times. At this moment, on the opposite side of the universe, within Vegeta's spaceship, the scene in the gravity training chamber portrayed a starkly different reality. Bathed in a dark, crimson gravitational field, Vegeta stood bare-chested, his bronzed muscles glistening with beads of sweat, each droplet falling to the floor like a leaden weight. His fists were clenched, veins bulging on his arms, while the battle power detector's screen flickered between 32,000 and 33,000, each rise accompanied by his low, muffled grunts. 85 times gravity is still insufficient, he thought, gritting his teeth as he slammed a fist into the ground, sending a resonant vibration through the air, causing a small crack to form in the floor. Kakarot must be training under even greater gravity. I cannot allow myself to be outdone. He reached for the control panel of the training chamber and pressed a button, instantly increasing the gravity to 90 times. The immense pressure bore down on him, forcing his knees to buckle as he knelt on one leg, his hands bracing against the floor to prevent a fall. The detector's reading plummeted to 30,000, but with sheer determination, it gradually began to rise again. Gasping for breath, sweat streamed down his cheeks, pooling at his neck, leaving no time to wipe it away. His mind was fixated on a singular thought: to grow stronger, to surpass Kakarot, to acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, and to become a Super Saiyan. Slowly, he stood upright, crossing his arms over his chest, commencing to gather his energy. A soft lavender aura swirled around him, igniting tiny sparks upon contact with the dark red gravity field. With each increment of energy he amassed, the detector's value climbed, eventually stabilizing at 33,000. 90 times can still be endured. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, aware that Kakarot had likely acclimated to a higher gravity. He had to push himself further. Once more, he adjusted the gravity setting to 95 times. This time, the overwhelming pressure forced him to the ground, his hands gripping the floor, knuckles whitening from exertion. The detector's reading plummeted to 28,000, and his body began to tremble slightly, muscles screaming in agony. Yet he refused to relent, biting down hard on his teeth, emitting a low, guttural roar as he gradually concentrated his energy. I will not be defeated by Kakarot. Meanwhile, aboard Kakarot's spaceship, the training under 100 times gravity continued unabated. Kakarot had begun executing more complex maneuvers, swiftly dodging, throwing rapid punches, leaping, and kicking, even attempting the initial stance of the Kamehameha technique. His golden aura coalesced in his palms, though not fully unleashed. It was enough to raise the temperature of the air within the training chamber. That should suffice, he thought, having trained for 2 hours. Time for a break. Bulma glanced at the clock and pressed the pause button on the training chamber, instantly normalizing the gravity. Kakarot exhaled deeply, the energy around him dissipating as he wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead and stepped out of the chamber. I feel great. 100 times gravity is more manageable than I anticipated. Perhaps I shall attempt 120 next time. Are you never satisfied? Bulma teased, handing him a glass of warm water. Take a moment to rest. I've prepared some meat rice balls. You can resume training after you eat. Tai Si approached with a data recorder in hand, smiling as she remarked, your combat power is now approximately 45,000, significantly surpassing Vegeta's current 33,000. By the time we reach Namek, we need not fear even Frisia's subordinates. Goku accepted the rice ball, taking a hearty bite and squinting his eyes in satisfaction. Vegeta is surely training hard. I cannot afford to fall behind. Once we arrive on Namek, I will prove to him that even with the Dragon Balls, he remains no match for me. Meanwhile, aboard Vegeta's spaceship, the training under 95 times Earth's gravity continued unabated. He finally stood once more, the readout on the scanner returning to 31,000. Though he had yet to regain his peak, he had already surpassed his previous limitations. Gazing at the numbers on the scanner, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Goku, just wait. When we reach Namek, I will surpass you. The two vessels raced through the vastness of space towards a common destination. One steadily improved with ease, while the other broke through its limits through sheer determination. Their aspirations differed, yet both exerted every effort to enhance their strength for the forthcoming battle on Namek. In the cockpit of the faster-than-light spacecraft, a star map illuminated the central screen. The green dot representing Namek had shifted from a distant point to a nearby presence, with a countdown indicating their arrival in 12 hours. Tai Si sat in the co-pilot's seat, her fingers gliding over the touchscreen of the locator. The red dot representing Vegeta's ship was steadily veering westward, drawing ever closer to Namek's trajectory. Vegeta's ship had increased its speed slightly. Tai Si looked up at Goku, the locator still pulsating with signal waves. At this rate, he should enter Namek's atmosphere in about 6 hours, arriving ahead of us. Goku stood by the viewport, his gaze fixed on the swiftly passing nebulae. He softly closed his eyes, focusing on a faint aura. This newfound ability, a result of their soul fusion, allowed him to perceive the presence of his kindred spirits more clearly. Soon, a familiar yet restless aura surged through the cosmic energy currents. Though faint, it was unmistakably clear. His power had grown considerably since departing Earth. Goku opened his eyes, his tone resolute. He must have been training in the ship. His combat strength is likely nearing 40. 000. Bulma emerged from the supply compartment, an energy bar in hand. Upon overhearing their conversation, she frowned. If he arrives 6 hours early, might he encounter the Namekians first and seize the Dragon Balls? After all, he knows nothing of their world. If he recklessly attacks the Namekians, it could complicate our efforts to gather the Dragon Balls later. Tai Si pulled up a simplified map of Namek, marking in red the village of the Grand Elder and several valleys where Dragon Balls might be hidden. Rest assured, I have researched Namek thoroughly. The Dragon Balls are concealed near the Grand Elder's domain, and guidance from the Namekians is essential to locate them. Even if Vegeta arrives first, he won't know where to find the Grand Elder. At most, he will wander aimlessly, unable to locate the Dragon Balls. As Wukong approached the locator, he gazed at the crimson dot on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Vegeta was eager to locate the Dragon Balls, and upon reaching Namek, he would undoubtedly target the more powerful Namekians first, as he was accustomed to utilizing his scouter to identify his objectives. However, the Grand Elder was surrounded by formidable guards, making it no simple task to seize his goal. Just then, the locator emitted a series of beeps, indicating that Vegeta's signal momentarily paused before swiftly resuming its movement. Tai Si quickly checked the data. He must have detected the gravitational field of Namek and was adjusting his spacecraft's trajectory in preparation for landing. It seemed my calculations were accurate. He would indeed arrive in approximately 6 hours. Wukong closed his eyes again, this time expanding his range of perception in an attempt to sense the energy on Namek. Soon, several gentle yet potent energies entered his awareness. Those belonged to the Namekians. Among them, one energy was particularly rich, likely that of the Grand Elder. The atmosphere on Namek was serene, devoid of any signs of conflict, indicating that Frisia's forces had yet to arrive. Vegeta was the first extraterrestrial intruder. Bulma let out a sigh of relief as she nibbled on an energy biscuit. Fortunately, Frisia hasn't arrived yet. If he were to cross paths with Vegeta, he would certainly be outmatched, and we would have to rescue him, which would be quite troublesome. Rescue him? Wukong raised an eyebrow. If he truly encounters Frisia's men, as long as he isn't killed, I won't come to his aid. A little hardship might do him good. It would temper his incessant pride and his belief that he is the strongest in the universe. Tai Si couldn't help but chuckle. Are you intentionally letting him suffer? She teased. Yet, it is true. Vegeta is too obsessed with becoming stronger, fixated solely on the Dragon Balls and surpassing you. Without some lessons in humility, he will never learn to temper his arrogance. Wukong shrugged and strolled to the viewport, observing the increasingly vivid green dot of Namek. We have 12 hours until arrival. During this time, I'll engage in some gravity training to enhance my combat prowess. After all, Frisia's first form possesses a battle power of 530,000. Although my power currently surpasses Vegeta's, I still lag far behind Frisia, and I must seize this opportunity to grow stronger. Bulma nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Tai Si and I will organize the data on Namek and compile a list of potential scenarios to better prepare ourselves. By the way, the energy in the gravity training chamber is still abundant, so feel free to train without reservation. Wukong acknowledged her, then turned toward the gravity training chamber. As he passed the locator, he glanced once more at the crimson dot on the screen. Vegeta's spaceship had entered the gravitational range of Namek and was decelerating. Wait for it, Vegeta. This time, Namek will not readily yield the Dragon Balls to you, he silently vowed before stepping into the training chamber. The door slowly closing behind him. In the cockpit, Tai Si continued to adjust the locator, ensuring it could track Vegeta's movements in real time, while also compiling the information on Namek into a document stored on a portable terminal. Bulma, look, these are the coordinates of the village where the Grand Elder resides. After we arrive on Namek, we can go directly there to seek his guidance on the Dragon Ball's locations. It will undoubtedly be quicker than following Vegeta. Bulma leaned in for a closer look at the terminal screen, smiling as she remarked, "You are so meticulous. Everything is organized so clearly." As the time approached, we would locate the Grand Elder, acquire the Dragon Balls, while Vegeta aimlessly wandered about. The thought alone elicited a chuckle. The two of us busily organized our materials, simultaneously engaging in discussions regarding our plans upon arrival at Namek. Occasionally, we glanced at the locator, observing that Vegeta's spacecraft was drawing ever closer, while our own vessel sped towards Namek at faster-than-light speeds. Within the cosmos, aboard Vegeta's ship, he fixated on the screen displaying images of Namek. With a power level detector resting against his ear, the screen revealed the gravitational and atmospheric data of Namek. "At last, we have arrived," he murmured, his eyes brimming with urgency. "The Dragon Balls are here. Once I obtain them, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan, surpassing Goku and Frieza." He meticulously adjusted the landing protocols of his ship, targeting the area with the most concentrated energy readings on Namek, then approached the entrance of the gravity training chamber. He cast one last glance at the power level displayed on the screen. 39,800. Not sufficient, yet it should suffice against the Namekians, he mused, clenching his fists and stepping into the training chamber, determined to push his power level beyond 40,000 before landing. Meanwhile, aboard Goku's vessel, the indicator lights of the gravity training chamber illuminated once more, enveloping Goku in a soft blue gravitational field. His power steadily increased with each rigorous training session. Two spacecraft, one poised for descent and the other close behind, hurtled towards Namek. A contest revolving around the Dragon Balls was poised to commence on this verdant planet. Chapter 154. Arrival at Namek. As the faster-than-light spacecraft breached Namek's atmosphere, the view beyond the window transformed from the vastness of space to a vibrant expanse of green. Below lay undulating plains, blanketed in a soft, pale green foliage, with peculiar grayish-white rocks rising sporadically, entwined with translucent vines. Further afield, circular dwellings dotted the landscape, resembling mushrooms sprouting directly from the ground, exuding an aura of primal tranquility. "Wow, this is Namek," Bulma exclaimed, leaning against the window, her eyes sparkling. It was even more beautiful than depicted in the data. The air seemed imbued with a green essence. Tais activated her portable terminal, and the screen immediately displayed the fundamental data of Namek, gravity at 0.8 times that of Earth, an atmosphere predominantly composed of oxygen and nitrogen, with trace amounts of harmless minerals. The temperature hovered around a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. Goku, standing beside the controls, had already sensed the gentle, pure essence emanating from below, devoid of any malevolence, pure and clean, akin to morning dew. The energy of the Namekians felt serene, lacking any formidable fighters. They were likely ordinary inhabitants. He turned to his companions and said, "Frieza's energy isn't here yet. Vegeta's presence is to the north, at a considerable distance. We should be safe for now." The spacecraft descended gradually, selecting a spacious patch of grassland for landing. The landing gear made only a soft, muffled sound upon contact with the ground. The hatch opened, and the three stepped down from the vessel, their feet sinking into the soft green grass, where the gravity felt lighter than on Earth, making each step feel as if they might float away. "It truly feels so light." Tais couldn't resist leaping slightly, her skirt lifting gently. "Training here, will it be easier than on Earth?" "Indeed, it seems likely. However, our current focus lies in locating the Namekians and the Dragon Balls." Goku surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon a nearby circular dwelling where a figure with green skin was bent over, tending to the plants at the entrance. Upon hearing a noise, the figure turned around. At last, Goku and his companions were able to discern the appearance of the Namekian. His skin shimmered with a subtle sheen of green. Devoid of hair, save for 3 slender black antennae that gently swayed with his movements, he possessed an average build, clad in a light brown coarse robe. Secured at the waist with a piece of hemp rope, his face bore no discernible expression, yet his large eyes, with deep brown pupils, radiated warmth. Upon seeing them, the Namekian appeared taken aback for a moment. His antennae stiffened slightly, and he instinctively took a half-step back, evidently wary as this was his first encounter with extraterrestrial visitors. Bulma promptly produced a translator she had prepared in advance, activating it with the press of a button. The device emitted a soft hum. "Greetings, we hail from Earth," harboring no ill intentions, and wish to engage in conversation. The translator rendered the words into the Namekian language, the tone gentle. Upon hearing this, the Namekian relaxed his antennae somewhat, the wariness in his eyes diminishing, yet he remained stationary, responding in his native tongue. The translator swiftly conveyed his words. "Earthlings? What brings you to Namek?" Goku stepped forward, his tone earnest. "We are here to assist you." He paused, observing the Namekian's puzzled expression, and continued. "A being named Frisia will soon arrive on Namek. He seeks your Dragon Balls and intends to harm your kin. We are aware of this and have come to help you protect the Dragon Balls and safeguard Namek." "Frisia?" The Namekian echoed the name, his antennae quivering slightly, fear creeping into his gaze. "We have heard of this name. He is a tyrant in the universe, having destroyed many planets. Can you truly aid us?" "Indeed," Goku affirmed with a nod, his conviction unwavering. "I am Goku, and these are Bulma and Tais." He continued, "We possess the capability to confront Frisia's minions. If you are willing to place your trust in us, we shall do our utmost to protect you." He refrained from mentioning his own quest for the Dragon Balls, not out of deceit, but rather to avoid giving the Namekian the impression that they were driven by self-interest. After all, securing trust was paramount. At that moment, Tais put away her device and approached Bulma, adding, "We have also brought medical supplies and food. If you require them, we are more than willing to provide assistance. We genuinely mean no harm and simply wish to prevent you from suffering at Frisia's hands." The Namekian regarded their sincere expressions, glancing at the spacecraft resting on the grass, which bore no visible signs of weaponry, and noted that the trio's attire resembled that of travelers rather than warriors. He fell silent for a few seconds before gesturing for them to follow. "Come with me. I shall take you to meet the village chief. This matter requires his decision." "Splendid." Bulma exhaled in relief, winking at Goku. "Thank goodness you spoke so directly. Otherwise, he might still be doubting us." Goku chuckled softly. "The Namekian appears quite benevolent. As long as we genuinely assist them, they will undoubtedly place their trust in us." 3 individuals followed the Namekian towards the circular dwelling, observing along the way an increasing number of Namekians engaged in cultivating peculiar purple plants in the fields, while others scurried between the houses, clutching woven items. Upon noticing the newcomers, they paused their activities, regarding them with curiosity, yet devoid of malice. The Namekians sustained themselves through the cultivation of Namekian beans, and the guide eagerly introduced this sustenance, explaining that a single bean could provide sufficient energy for an entire day. "We are not a warring people. We coexist harmoniously." Until the ominous news of Frisia reached us. "Fear not," Goku reassured, patting his shoulder. "With us around, Frisia shall not harm you. By the way, regarding your Dragon Balls, aren't they safeguarded by the Grand Elder?" He knew that the Dragon Balls of Namek were crafted by the Grand Elder and dispersed among various villages. Thus, he deliberately broached the subject to gauge their reaction. The Namekian appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. "How do you know?" "The Dragon Balls are our treasures, capable of granting wishes, entrusted to the elders of each village. The Grand Elder resides in the village furthest to the east. He is our leader." "We have come to seek the Grand Elder," Bulma interjected promptly. "We require the Dragon Ball's assistance, but our primary concern is to protect them from Frisia's grasp." The Namekian did not inquire further, merely quickened his pace, and soon they arrived at the village center, where stood a circular structure twice the size of the others. At its entrance stood 2 slightly taller Namekians, their thicker antennae suggesting a role as guardians. "The village chief is within," the guide announced, halting before them. "I shall inform him. Please wait here." Goku and his companions nodded, remaining in place. Taking the opportunity, Tais produced her terminal, swiftly documenting the physical characteristics of the Namekians and the layout of the village. Bulma checked the power levels of the translator to ensure smooth communication. Goku, meanwhile, sensed the energy of the Namekians within the village, all emanating gentle auras, the strongest barely reaching a few hundred. Clearly, they were ordinary inhabitants, incapable of contending with Frisia's minions. It was imperative to locate the Grand Elder swiftly and secure leads on the Dragon Balls, Goku pondered. Aware that Vegeta had already arrived on this planet, undoubtedly in search of the Dragon Balls as well. They needed to act faster than him and prepare before Frisia's arrival. Before long, the guiding Namekian re-emerged from the Grand House. Addressing them, "The village chief requests your presence." The trio followed him into the expansive interior, adorned with tapestries woven from colorful vines. At the center stood a round stone table, beside which sat an elderly Namekian, his hair grayed and antennae slightly drooping. Clearly the village chief. His energy resonated with a deeper richness, a testament to the passage of time. "Welcome, friends from Earth," the chief began, the translator synchronously conveying his words. "I have already been informed of your intent to assist us against Frisia." Goku approached the stone table earnestly, declaring, "Indeed, we are aware of Frisia's terrifying nature and his desire for the Dragon Balls. We have come here not only to protect you, but also to prevent Frisia from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Should he acquire them and fulfill his wishes, more planets would suffer." The village chief regarded Wukong with a scrutinizing gaze, tinged with a hint of hope. "Can you truly stand against Frisia? We have heard tales of his formidable strength." Without hesitation, Wukong replied, "Though Frisia is indeed powerful, we shall exert every effort. If you are willing to trust us and reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, we can prepare ourselves in advance, ready to vanquish him upon his arrival." The village chief fell silent for a few moments before slowly nodding. "Very well, we place our faith in you. Ever since the news of Frisia reached us, fear has gripped our hearts. With your assistance, we feel a sense of relief. I will disclose the location of the Dragon Balls safeguarded by our village and will reach out to the elders of neighboring villages, urging their cooperation. If it means safeguarding Namek, we are willing to part with the Dragon Balls." Wukong, Bulma, and Tai's exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces. They understood that the first step towards reaching Namek had been successfully accomplished. Next, they would gather the Dragon Balls and await Frisia's impending arrival, heralding the commencement of the battle to protect Namek. Chapter 155. The onslaught of Dodoria before the stone dwelling of the Namekian village. Wukong was engaged in a discussion with the village chief regarding the distribution of the Dragon Balls. The chief had just produced a hand-drawn map, indicating a mark in the eastern valley where a Dragon Ball was being guarded by the village elder. Suddenly, Wukong's brow furrowed, and he pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a surge of tension coursing through him. "What is it?" Bulma noticed his unusual demeanor and quickly stowed away her translator, her voice laced with concern. "There is an unpleasant energy approaching rapidly." Wukong opened his eyes, casting his gaze skyward, sensing malice emanating from a powerful presence, likely one of Frisia's subordinates. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing sound of engines echoed from the distant sky. A silver spaceship, trailing black smoke like a comet, hurtled towards the village. The craft landed with little regard, crashing into the grassy ground and stirring up a cloud of green dust. The circular hatch hissed open, and a corpulent figure emerged at a leisurely pace. The individual possessed purple skin, a bald head, and a face marred by a multitude of wrinkles. Clad in the distinctive battle attire of Frisia's army, with an energy detector hanging from his waist, he surveyed the Namekians in the village before fixing his gaze upon Wukong and his companions, the detector emitting a series of beeps, revealing Wukong's battle power to be 45,000. "Oh, we have extraterrestrial visitors?" The figure grinned, exposing yellowed teeth, his voice coarse like sandpaper. "I am Dodoria, a subordinate of Lord Frisia. Who are you, and what brings you to this wretched planet?" The village chief stepped protectively in front of Wukong and his friends, his voice trembling yet resolute. "We are Namekians, and they are our friends. You cannot wreak havoc here." "Friends?" Dodoria scoffed, raising his foot to kick a nearby stone bench, which shattered instantly into dust. "Friends of the Namekians? I suspect you are merely here to seize the Dragon Balls. Who dares to take what Lord Frisia desires? Surrender the Dragon Balls if you know what's good for you, or I shall reduce your pitiful village to rubble." A young Namekian could no longer contain himself and rushed forward. "The Dragon Balls are our treasures. We will never surrender them to invaders." "Invaders?" Dodoria's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy towards the young Namekian. The Namekian hardly had time to react. And just as he was about to be struck, Goku suddenly teleported in front of him, summoning a key shield. With a resounding crash, the energy wave collided with the shield, dissipating into nothingness. You dare to obstruct my attack? Dodoria squinted, and the scanner emitted a sound once more. This time the reading skyrocketing to 50,000. Goku had intentionally released a fraction of his energy. Not bad, but still insufficient before me. With that, he charged towards Goku, his massive hand descending towards Goku's head with a speed that belied its appearance. Bulma and Tais held their breath, and the village chief clenched his fists in anxiety. Yet, Goku merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike, while Dodoria's hand struck empty air, creating a large crater in the ground. Quick reflexes, are we? Dodoria paused momentarily. Then his anger surged anew. Clearly, some demonstration of my might is in order. He gathered energy in both hands, a violet orb glowing ominously in his palms. Taste my energy blast. The orb shot towards Goku at incredible speed. Goku remained stationary, and just as the orb neared him, he raised his hand, fingers clawed, and seized the orb. The purple energy writhed desperately in his grasp, yet it could not escape. Without even glancing at it, Goku tossed the orb away, where it detonated with a thunderous boom, creating a massive pit and sending dirt and debris flying. Dodoria was utterly stunned, the scanner beeping incessantly, readings now soaring to 60,000. How? How is this possible? How did your power suddenly escalate? The flesh around his face twitched, the earlier arrogance evaporating, replaced by a flicker of fear. Goku approached him slowly, each step resonating like a drumbeat against Dodoria's heart. Is this the caliber of Frisia's subordinates? Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. I shall reiterate. Leave this place and cease your pursuit of the Namekian and the Dragon Balls. Leave. Dodoria swallowed hard, but regained his bravado. Do you think you've won? I am a servant of Lord Frisia. If you dare to lay a finger on me, Lord Frisia will not let you off lightly. As he spoke, he gathered energy anew, this time doubling the power of his previous wave. I will kill you. The energy wave hurtled towards Goku, prompting gasps from the Namekians in the village. Goku simply shook his head, a hint of impatience in his eyes. I have stated before, I need not strike you twice to obliterate you. Before his words faded, Goku vanished from sight. Dodoria, caught off guard, suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen, as if struck by a heavy hammer. He looked down to find Goku's fist deeply embedded in his midsection, violet blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He attempted to gather energy for a counterattack, only to discover that all his strength had been instantly sapped away. The power scanner fell to the ground with a clatter. The screen now completely dark. Goku withdrew his fist, and Dodoria's immense body crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, gasping for breath, clearly having lost all combat capability. The entire village was enveloped in silence, as the Namekians gazed in astonishment and gratitude at Goku's retreating figure. Bulma sighed with relief, patting her chest. You scared me. Thankfully, you reacted swiftly. But you are truly remarkable. You knocked him down with a single punch. Taisi crouched down, picking up Dodoria's scouter to examine the data. She looked up at Goku and said, Dodoria's power level is approximately 22,000. He is not weak among Frisia's subordinates. Yet he is certainly insufficient to contend with you. Goku glanced at the incapacitated Dodoria, furrowing his brow. He anticipated that Dodoria would soon beg for mercy and divulge information about Frisia, which is why he had previously held back his lethal force. He was still alive. Goku turned to the village chief. Now, it is time to inquire about Frisia's whereabouts. The village chief approached Goku and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Goku. If it weren't for you, we would surely have suffered greatly. Other Namekians gathered around, bowing in gratitude towards Goku. Goku smiled. No need for thanks, it is my duty. The most pressing matter now is to ascertain when Frisia will arrive and how many men he brings. This knowledge will enable us to prepare adequately. He walked over to Dodoria and kicked his body. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. I have questions for you. Dodoria slowly opened his eyes, filled with terror as he looked at Goku. He struggled to rise, but collapsed again due to the agonizing pain in his abdomen. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I can provide you with information about Lord Frisia. Just spare my life. Goku had anticipated this plea, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Very well. Then tell me where Frisia is currently and when he will arrive on Namek. Dodoria nodded hastily, his voice trembling. Lord Frisia is still aboard his spaceship, and he will arrive at Namek in about 3 days. He has brought many subordinates, and Lord Zarbon's power level far exceeds mine at 28,000. You cannot defeat him. Upon hearing this, Goku's understanding aligned with his memories. Frieza would indeed arrive in 3 days, along with Zarbon. It seemed that the upcoming challenges would not only involve seeking the Dragon Balls, but also preparing to confront Zarbon and Frieza. Chapter 156. Dodoria's plea for mercy. Dodoria lay prostrate on the ground, purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the verdant grass beneath him. He lifted his head, his corpulent face a mask of fear. The once arrogant glint in his eyes had been replaced by desperation, his voice trembling. Master, I was wrong. I should not have come to Namek to stir trouble, nor should I have provoked you. I beg you, spare my life. I shall never dare again. As he spoke, he struggled to kneel before Goku, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground with a thud, causing it to redden and swell. If you wish to know about Lord Frieza, I will tell you everything. Lord Frieza is currently aboard a spaceship 3 days away from Namek, accompanied by over 50 subordinates. Lord Zarbon's power level exceeds mine at 28,000, and he can transform. I also know that Lord Frieza seeks the Dragon Balls for immortality. He has long planned to conquer Namek. Bulma gazed at Dodoria, who appeared utterly disheveled, and couldn't help but furrow her brow. Just moments ago, he was so brazen, yet now he seemed so timid. But could his words be true? Can Sabo really transform? Tai squatted nearby, swiftly documenting the information Dodoria disclosed on her portable terminal, nodding as she wrote. It must be true. He is clearly terrified and would not dare to lie. The fact that Sabo can transform is significant and should be noted. Caution is warranted should we encounter him in the future. Goku lowered his gaze to Dodoria, his expression tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. What you have said, I have long been aware of. He paused, observing the sudden rigidity in Dodoria's expression, and continued, I ask you, does Frieza know the precise location of the Dragon Balls on Namek? Has he dispatched anyone else to Namek? Dodoria hastily shook his head, the flesh on his face jiggling in response. I do not know. Lord Frieza is only aware that there are Dragon Balls on Namek, but not their exact locations. That is why he sent Sabo and me to investigate, to find the Elder and coerce him into revealing the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. No one else has come aside from Sabo and me, I swear. Goku remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. You may leave. Upon uttering these words, everyone stood in stunned silence. Bulma was the first to react, hurriedly grasping Goku's arm. Goku, are you out of your mind? Letting him go? He is Frieza's subordinate. Allowing him to return is tantamount to alerting Frieza. He will undoubtedly arrive ahead of time, bringing more reinforcements. The village chief rushed forward as well. Mr. Goku, you cannot let him go. He knows the location of our village. If he returns to inform Frieza, we are all in jeopardy. Dodoria could scarcely believe his ears. He lifted his head, looking at Goku with confusion. You truly intend to let me go? Goku observed the concerned expressions on Bulma and the village chief's faces, explaining, by allowing him to leave, we compel him to inform Frieza. He pointed at Dodoria, his tone imbued with significance, indicating to Frieza that there are individuals on Namek capable of defeating his subordinates, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Furthermore, even if we were to detain him, Frieza would arrive in 3 days regardless. He would still come searching. It is preferable to let him return and notify Frieza of my existence, thereby disrupting his plans. He paused momentarily before adding, moreover, the information he possesses is limited. Even if he informs Frieza, it merely allows Frieza to prepare a bit more. Yet no matter what preparations Frieza undertakes, I will ultimately prevail against him. Tai contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Goku is correct. Allowing Dodoria to return could also provide us insight into Frieza's movements. Once he returns, Frieza will surely take action, granting us the opportunity to prepare in advance. Additionally, given Dodoria's cowardice, he may even exaggerate Goku's strength upon his return, instilling even greater trepidation in Frieza. Though Bulma remained somewhat anxious after hearing their arguments, she ultimately grasped Goku's intentions and ceased her opposition. Very well. But you must warn him not to return seeking trouble. Goku turned his gaze toward Dodoria, his eyes sharpening suddenly. An aura of pressure enveloping Dodoria. I am permitting you to leave, so that you may inform Frieza. However, remember this. Do not entertain any thoughts of the Namekians or Dragon Balls, nor should you contemplate revenge. Should you set foot on Namek once more, I shall not hesitate to end your life, providing you no opportunity to plead for mercy. Dodoria felt the weight of Goku's imposing presence, trembling in fear as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I understand. I shall never return nor harbor any intentions towards Namek again. I will inform Lord Frisia of your formidable power," urging him not to provoke you. As he spoke, he struggled to rise from the ground, neglecting the dirt and blood that adorned him, stumbling towards his spaceship. Upon reaching the vessel's entrance, he glanced back at Goku, and seeing no sign of remorse from him, he hurriedly entered the ship and initiated the engine. The spacecraft ascended swiftly, trailing a plume of black smoke as it vanished into the depths of the cosmos. Watching Dodoria's ship disappear, the village elder let out a sigh of relief and remarked to Goku, "Mr. Goku, your foresight is commendable. However, once Frisia becomes aware of your existence, will he not come to Namek prematurely?" Goku shook his head. "No, his ship's speed is constant. Even if Dodoria returns to relay the message, it will take him 3 days to arrive. We have time. During these 3 days, we can seek out more Dragon Balls and prepare ourselves." He then turned to Bulma and Tais, saying, "The elder mentioned a Dragon Ball located in the Eastern Valley. Let us head there now. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, we shall visit other villages to collect as many as possible before Frisia arrives." Bulma nodded, retrieving her translator to address the elder. "Thank you for informing us of the Dragon Ball's location. Once we obtain it, we will safeguard Namek and prevent Frisia from harming you." The elder smiled. "No need for thanks. You are our benefactors. I have already contacted the elders of other villages, and they will assist you in the search for the Dragon Balls. Should you require help, do not hesitate to reach out." The trio expressed their gratitude to the elder and proceeded towards the Eastern Valley. Along the way, Tais produced her portable terminal, informing Goku, "I recorded the intelligence Dodoria provided. Sabo possesses a combat power of 28,000 and can transform. His power will surely increase upon transformation, so we must exercise caution. Additionally, we are aware that Frisia's first form has a combat power of 530,000, necessitating our preparation." Goku nodded, "I am aware. We need not worry excessively about Sabo's transformation. Even in that state, he will not be my match. Our primary focus is to locate the Dragon Balls while keeping an eye on Vegeta's movements. I sensed earlier that he remains to the north, likely still in search of Dragon Balls, so he will not approach us for the time being." As Bulma walked, she admired the scenic beauty surrounding them, exclaiming, "The landscapes of Namek are truly breathtaking. Without Frisia and Vegeta, this place would surely be peaceful. Once we have dealt with Frisia, we must explore this area thoroughly." Tais replied with a smile, "Indeed. At that time, we could ask the elder to guide us to other regions of Namek, such as the residence of the Grand Elder. I have heard there are many peculiar plants there." As Wukong observed the exuberance of his companions, he chuckled, "No problem. Once we have dealt with Frisia, we shall linger on Namek for a few days and explore its wonders. However, our immediate task is to locate the Dragon Balls in the Eastern Valley." The trio bantered cheerfully as they made their way toward the Eastern Valley. The sun cast its warm rays upon them, elongating their shadows and leaving a gentle imprint on the verdant grass beneath their feet. Unbeknownst to them, in a northern region, Vegeta had already discovered a Dragon Ball and was hastening toward the next village. A contest surrounding the Dragon Balls had only just begun. Chapter 157. Bulma translates languages inside the stone dwelling of a Namekian village. Sunlight streamed through the circular window, spilling onto the green fabric laid on the ground, creating a mosaic of shimmering spots. The village elder sat at the head of a stone table, cradling a bowl of a translucent liquid reputed to be a nourishing elixir unique to Namek, and offered it to Wukong and his companions, his antennae swaying gently in a gesture of courtesy. "We owe our gratitude to Mr. Wukong. Otherwise, our village would have been in peril," the elder spoke warmly. Bulma promptly raised her wrist-mounted translator, which illuminated the screen, converting the Namekian language into Earth's tongue. "We are immensely grateful for your willingness to assist us against Frisia. Please, let us know how we may be of service to you." Bulma adjusted the sensitivity of the translator with a smile, responding, "Thank you so much. Our primary interest lies in gaining a deeper understanding of Namek and the precise locations of the Dragon Balls. After all, only by locating the Dragon Balls can we safeguard them from Frisia's grasp." The translator's voice rang clear, and upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement. "There are 7 villages on Namek, each overseen by an elder, and the Dragon Balls are entrusted to these 7 guardians," the elder elucidated, producing a map woven from plant fibers from beneath the stone table and unfurling it before them. The map featured 7 small circles marked in white paint, representing the villages, alongside rudimentary depictions of mountains, valleys, and rivers. The Grand Elder resides in the northernmost village. He is the guardian of Namek and the creator of the Dragon Balls. Tai Si promptly extracted a portable terminal from her backpack, her fingertips gliding swiftly across the screen as she accessed the Namekian information dossier. While attentively listening to the Elder's discourse, she cross-referenced the map and diligently recorded the details. Number of villages, 7. Guardians of the Dragon Balls, elders of each village. Location of the Grand Elder, Northern Village. Whenever she encountered uncertain information, she would look up to inquire, Elder, is the distance between each village considerable? If we were to seek the Dragon Balls in other villages, how long might it take? Bulma translated the question into Namekian, and the Elder responded with a smile. If traveling on foot, it would take approximately half a day to reach the neighboring village. However, if you possess a spaceship, the journey would be swift. Alas, the villages to the west and south were recently visited by Frisia's minions. To protect the Dragon Balls, the Elders have temporarily relocated them. Only the 2 adjacent villages to the east still have their Dragon Balls in their original positions. Relocated? Wukong furrowed his brow, and Bulma swiftly translated his query. The village chief sighed, his antennae drooping slightly. Frisia's subordinates are quite cunning. They utilize detectors to locate energy signatures. The Elders are left with no option but to conceal the Dragon Balls in areas with weak energy fluctuations. However, rest assured, once the situation calms down, they will retrieve the Dragon Balls. Tai Si promptly added to the terminal, the Dragon Balls from the western and southern villages have been relocated. The ones from the eastern and northern villages remain in their original positions, with the danger zones marked in red for easier reference later. She glanced at Goku, her eyes conveying confirmation. So, we can ascertain that the only Dragon Balls whose locations we currently know are from the 2 eastern villages? Goku did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to the map, his gaze falling upon a curving line adjacent to the marked location of the first eastern village, beside which was a small triangular symbol. Village Chief, what does this triangle represent? He inquired, pointing at the symbol. Bulma quickly translated, and the village chief offered an explanation after a brief glance. That signifies the Eastern Valley. The Dragon Ball from our village is concealed within a cave in that valley, personally guarded by our village elder. Goku murmured Eastern Valley to himself, recalling the storyline from the original narrative where they indeed found the first Dragon Ball in that very valley. The cave was hidden and adorned with luminescent flora, perfectly masking the energy fluctuations of the Dragon Ball. He raised his finger, indicating the triangular symbol on the map, his tone resolute. We should head here to search for the Dragon Ball in the Eastern Valley, correct? The village chief paused for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed the Eastern Valley. How did you know about that, Mr. Goku? Bulma, intrigued, turned her gaze towards him. Goku smiled, refraining from mentioning his memories, simply stating, I sensed a faint, unique energy emanating from the Eastern Valley, which must be the aura of the Dragon Ball. Coupled with your indication of the location, it became clear. This explanation was reasonable, leaving the village chief and Bulma without doubt. Tai Si promptly circled the location of the Eastern Valley on the terminal, labeling it as Target 1, Eastern Valley Cave, Dragon Ball number 1, and then continued to inquire, what about the neighboring second Eastern Village? Where's the Dragon Ball located there? After we find the one here, we can proceed directly to the second Eastern Village. After Bulma translated, the village chief contemplated before responding. The Dragon Ball from the second Eastern Village is hidden beneath the crystalline lake at the back of their village. The crystals there interfere with energy detection, making it challenging for Frisia's subordinates to locate it. I am well acquainted with the elder of the second Eastern Village. I can write you a letter of introduction, and he will assist you upon your arrival. With that, he retrieved a thin, silvery leaf from a drawer in the stone table. This was the writing leaf from Namek, and with a special ink, the writings would remain vivid. Tai Si quickly recorded Target 2, Second Eastern Village Crystal Lake, Dragon Ball number 2, requiring a letter of introduction, then handed the terminal to Goku and Bulma for review. All the information has been noted. Our current plan is to first search for the Dragon Ball in the Eastern Valley, then proceed to the second Eastern Village for the next one. This approach maximizes efficiency while allowing us to avoid the danger zones in the west and south. Bulma, glancing at the clear records on the terminal, nodded in satisfaction. Tai Si, your notes are incredibly thorough. With you around, we need not worry about forgetting anything. She then turned to the village chief, using the translator to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. With this information, our quest for the Dragon Balls will proceed with greater ease. By the way, do you have any news regarding Vegeta? He too is in search of the Dragon Balls, and we are concerned he might uncover others before us. Upon mentioning Vegeta, the village chief's antennae tensed slightly. We have heard of this scion. He appeared near the northern village a few days ago and injured several Namekians. However, he did not find the Dragon Balls in the northern village and headed westward, presumably still in pursuit of the Dragon Balls from other villages. After hearing this, Goku felt reassured that Vegeta was still in the west, far from the Eastern Valley, providing them ample time to gather the 2 Dragon Balls located there first. He rose and expressed his gratitude to the village chief. Thank you for sharing such valuable information. We shall now set forth to the Eastern Valley, and once we locate the Dragon Balls, we will promptly return to inform you. The chief also stood, handing Goku a letter of introduction. Take care on your journey. There are some luminescent grasses in the Eastern Valley that glow at night, making them easy to spot. Should you encounter any danger, signal towards the village, and we will do our utmost to assist. Goku accepted the letter with care, tucking it securely into his bosom. Tai stored away the terminal, and Bulma checked the translator's battery, confirming it was in good condition. The trio bid farewell to the village and exited the stone dwelling. Outside, on the verdant grass, a few Namekian children curiously surrounded Goku's spaceship, waving cheerfully as they saw the 3 emerge. Goku waved back, then turned to Bulma and Tais. There's no need for the spaceship. The Eastern Valley isn't far. Walking will allow us to familiarize ourselves with the Namekian environment and sense the surrounding energies, minimizing the risk of unexpected encounters. Bulma nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Besides, walking isn't tiring, and we can admire the scenery of Namek. I noticed some beautiful purple flowers over there. Tais opened her terminal and pulled up a map. According to the village chief, the Eastern Valley is approximately in this direction. If we follow this path, we should reach it in about an hour. Goku gazed in the direction Tais indicated, noting a winding trail that meandered through the green foliage, leading to an area of grayish-white rocks, likely the entrance to the Eastern Valley. He inhaled deeply, the air infused with a faint botanical fragrance. Solidifying his sense of direction, let us proceed. We shall secure the Dragon Balls from the Eastern Valley. The 3 continued along the path, Bulma occasionally pausing to capture photographs. While Tais documented the characteristics of Namekian flora, Goku led the way, attuned to the surrounding energies. There was no danger, only the tranquil essence of nature, mingled with a faint, distinct aura belonging to the Dragon Balls, growing ever clearer in the direction of the Eastern Valley. Chapter 158. Collecting 2 Dragon Balls at the entrance of the Eastern Valley. Layers of grayish-white rocks formed a natural barrier. Goku walked ahead, his fingertips occasionally brushing against the surface of the rocks. These Namekian stones exuded a subtle warmth, covered with a delicate layer of green moss, damp to the touch. Ahead lay the depths of the valley. Wukong halted his steps, straining to listen as a faint buzzing sound echoed through the valley. It was not the rustling of the wind, but rather the energy fluctuations emitted by the bioluminescent grass, indicating the presence of a Dragon Ball within. I can sense its aura. Bulma immediately leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Where is it? Where is it? I've never seen a Dragon Ball from Namek before. Is it similar to the ones on Earth? Taisi activated her portable terminal, retrieving previously recorded characteristics of the Dragon Balls. According to the village chief, the Dragon Balls of Namek are orange, adorned with black star patterns, and exhibit more stable energy fluctuations than those on Earth. The trio ventured deeper through the crevices of the rocks, the further they went. The dimmer the light became until they turned a corner, where suddenly, a vibrant illumination greeted them. Clusters of bioluminescent grass sprouted from the rock fissures, their pale blue glow resembling stars scattered across the darkness, illuminating a stone cave about half their height. At the entrance of the cave stood a diminutive Namekian, clad in a brown robe akin to that of the village chief. Upon seeing Wukong and his companions, he immediately raised his antennae in a defensive posture. Who are you? What brings you here? Bulma swiftly brandished her translator, smiling as she explained. We are friends of the village chief from the Eastern Settlement, here to assist in safeguarding the Dragon Balls. The chief mentioned that you are the guardians of the Dragon Balls, correct? The Namekian paused, scrutinizing Wukong and his companions, then glanced at the translator in Bulma's hand. His tone softened slightly. Friends of the village chief? Do you have proof? Wukong retrieved a letter of introduction pinned by the village chief. The silver leaf bore a faint botanical fragrance, inscribed with the Namekian script detailing their commission. The Namekian took the leaf, examining it carefully, and after confirming its authenticity, he stepped aside. "Follow me. The Dragon Ball is within the cave." The cave was modest in size, carpeted with soft green hay, and at its center, upon a stone pedestal, lay an orange orb the size of a fist, resting quietly. The orb shimmered with a gentle luminescence, prominently featuring a black star etched upon its surface. Indeed, a one-star Dragon Ball. "Wow, this is the Dragon Ball from Namek," Bulma exclaimed. Eagerly approaching it and gently touching the orb, it was slightly larger than the Earth Dragon Balls, with an exquisitely smooth texture. Tai Si promptly scanned the Dragon Ball with her terminal, and a series of data appeared on the screen. Energy intensity, 18,000 units. Stability, 98. Confirmed as the one-star Dragon Ball from Namek. Wukong stepped forward, gently lifting the Dragon Ball into his hands. It felt warm, and a gentle energy flowed through his fingertips. Identical to the aura of the Dragon Balls he remembered. Indeed, this was it. He handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. "You hold on to it for now. We shall proceed to the eastern village to find the second one." Bulma quickly retrieved a specially designed box from her backpack, lined with fabric to prevent energy interference, specifically for storing Dragon Balls. "Rest assured, I will keep it safe." As they departed from the eastern valley, twilight began to envelop the landscape, and the glow of the bioluminescent grass intensified, creating a luminous blue path that guided them back to the main route. Tai Si glanced at the map on her terminal. "The eastern village is approximately 2 hours away from here. Let us quicken our pace and strive to obtain the second Dragon Ball before nightfall." Wukong nodded, grasping the wrists of Bulma and Tai's, and with a surge of energy, their steps became light and swift. The verdant grass beneath their feet receded rapidly, while the evening breeze carried the fragrant essence of the flora brushing against their faces. Unable to contain her joy, Bulma called out, "Wukong, slow down. I want to see the glow grass again. We can return after we acquire the second Dragon Ball." Wukong replied, his voice laced with mirth, though his pace did not waver. He sensed that Vegeta's energy was still lingering in the west, seemingly in search of a village, progressing at a noticeably slower rate than theirs. "We must hasten. We cannot allow Vegeta to get ahead." Indeed, 2 hours later, they arrived punctually at East Village 2. Unlike the eastern settlement, the houses of East Village 2 were nestled beside a serene lake, its waters crystal clear. The setting sun cast its golden hue upon the lake's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, which was precisely what the village chief had described as the Crystal Lake. The elder of East Village 2 awaited them at the entrance, appearing more seasoned than the chief of the eastern village, with faint markings adorning his antennae. Upon seeing Wukong and his companions, he approached with alacrity. "The chief has already informed me through telepathy. You must be the friends here to safeguard the Dragon Balls, correct?" "Indeed, we appreciate your assistance," Wukong replied, presenting the introduction letter from the chief of the eastern village. The elder did not even glance at it, instead smiling and waving his hand dismissively. "No need to check. The chief's telepathic abilities are infallible. Follow me. The Dragon Ball lies at the bottom of the Crystal Lake." By the lakeside, the elder pointed towards the depths of the water. The lakebed is laden with crystals that can interfere with energy detection, preventing Frisia's subordinates from locating this place. However, the water is somewhat deep. "Do you require assistance?" "No need. I can manage," Wukong replied, shedding his outer garment and handing it to Tai's before leaping gracefully into the lake like a fish. The water was cool, but to Wukong, it was merely a trifle. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy of the Dragon Ball, and soon pinpointed its location at the center of the lakebed. An orange Dragon Ball lay among the crystals, adorned with 2 black stars. It was the 2-star Dragon Ball. Wukong swam over, retrieved the Dragon Ball, and turned to ascend toward the surface. In just a few moments, he emerged from the water, raising the 2-star Dragon Ball triumphantly and exclaiming, "I've got it." Bulma and Tai's rushed over, with Tai's handing him a towel, while Bulma gazed at the Dragon Ball with exhilaration. "That's wonderful. Now we have 2. Tai's noted on her terminal. Collected. 1-star Dragon Ball, 2-star Dragon Ball, progress, 27. The elder observed them with a satisfied nod. "You are truly remarkable. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. As night has fallen, perhaps it would be best to rest in the village for the night and set off in the morning?" Wukong shook his head, wiping the droplets of water from his face. "No, We must continue our search for the other Dragon Balls. Thank you for your assistance. We shall return to visit you in the future. As they departed East Village 2, night had enveloped the land, and the Machik's starry sky appeared exceptionally clear, with countless stars twinkling like diamonds above. Wukong walked at the center, flanked by Bulma and Tais, the Dragon Ball box in their hands emanating a gentle glow. Suddenly, Wukong came to a halt, closing his eyes to sense Vegeta's energy. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Vegeta is still lingering near the village in the west. It seems he has yet to locate the first Dragon Ball. Bulma inquired with astonishment. Are we faster than him now? Indeed, Goku affirmed, nodding with confidence. We already possess 2 Dragon Balls, while he has none. It appears that this time, we have outpaced him. Tai glanced at the records on the terminal, smiling as she remarked, at this rate, we shall soon gather even more Dragon Balls. However, the subsequent village has already relocated the Dragon Balls, which may pose a slight challenge. No matter, Goku replied, gazing steadfastly at the night sky. As long as we search together, we will certainly find all the Dragon Balls before Frieza and Vegeta. Let us return to the eastern village first and devise our next plan tomorrow. The silhouettes of the trio gradually receded into the night, the Dragon Ball box in their hands emitting a glow akin to 2 tiny stars, illuminating their path forward. Meanwhile, in a village to the west, Vegeta stood amidst the ruins, clutching an energy detector, his expression dark. The detector revealed no energy signatures from any Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had already taken the lead, acquiring 2 Dragon Balls. Chapter 159, The Conflict Between Vegeta and Sabo Beside the Ruins of the Western Village. The verdant vegetation lay trampled and askew, with several stone houses bearing the charred marks of violence. It was evident that Sabo had previously visited this location and had resorted to forceful interrogation regarding the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta stood at the center of the ruins, his right hand gripping the energy detector, its screen flickering with red dots directed at Sabo, who was not far off. His gaze was icy, and a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. Sabo, I advise you to surrender the Dragon Balls. Frieza has yet to arrive, and you are no match for me. Leaning against a fractured rock, Sabo crossed his arms, his blue skin glistening under the sunlight. He regarded Vegeta with an unmistakable air of arrogance. Vegeta, you are merely a defeated scion, and you dare demand the Dragon Balls from me? I discovered this Dragon Ball, and it rightfully belongs to Lord Frieza. At his feet lay a silver box, quietly resting, containing the 3-star Dragon Ball, still bearing the energy signature of the Namekian Elder. The detector emitted 2 beeps, displaying Sabo's combat power, 26,000. Vegeta scoffed, his aura radiating a soft blue hue. 26,000. You dare to act brazenly before me? It seems you have forgotten that I have trained on Earth. My current power far exceeds yours. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta charged forward, his fist slicing through the air with ferocity, aimed directly at Sabo's face. Sabo's pupils constricted as he swiftly sidestepped, the punch obliterating the rocket struck into dust. You dare to lay hands on me. Sabo's tone turned ominous, his own aura flaring. It appears that without a lesson, you will not comprehend who is truly Frieza's foremost warrior. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists and kicks sending debris flying and shattering the surrounding rocks, while the green grass was swept skyward in the tumultuous energy waves. Each of Vegeta's strikes was imbued with intent, his objective not merely to defeat Sabo, but to seize the Dragon Ball box at his feet. The detector remained locked onto the box, and with the right opportunity, he could snatch the Dragon Balls in an instant. Not far away, on a hillside, Goku, Bulma, and Tai crouched behind a rock, observing the battle unfold. Bulma lowered her voice, her anxiety palpable as she asked, Goku, how did they end up fighting? How could Sabo, one of Frieza's subordinates, compete with Vegeta for the Dragon Balls? Tai, clutching a portable terminal, swiftly recorded the combat power data of the two. Sabo's power stood at 26,000, while Vegeta's hovered around 32,000, giving Vegeta a temporary advantage. However, it seemed Sabo was not exerting his full strength. He appeared to be concealing something. Goku observed Sabo on the battlefield with a calm demeanor, yet he had already discerned the latter's hidden tactics. Sabo was biding his time. Goku spoke slowly, his tone imbued with certainty, acknowledging that he could not surpass Vegeta at present, thus feigning weakness, waiting for Vegeta to lower his guard before transforming. Transform. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Sabo can transform too. Is it akin to Dodoria's transformation? Not quite, Goku replied, shaking his head as he recalled Sabo's transformation from memory. Unlike a mere increase in power, Sabo's transformation would alter his form entirely, doubling his strength or more. His deliberate concealment of this ability was intended to catch Vegeta off guard. Just then, on the battlefield, Vegeta seized an opening and delivered a swift kick to Sabo's abdomen. Sabo grunted in pain, stumbling backward until he collided with a nearby Dragon Ball box. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he reached out to seize it. However, just as his fingers grazed the box, Sabo suddenly sneered, "Vegeta, do you truly believe you have won?" A radiant white light enveloped Sabo's body as his blue skin began to undulate, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. His form gradually expanded, muscles bulging, skin roughening, and sharp bone spikes protruding from his back, rendering him a formidable figure. This is bad. Sabo is about to transform. Bulma grasped Goku's arm with trepidation. While Tai Si ceased her recording, her attention riveted on Sabo's metamorphosis. Goku nodded, his voice steady yet laced with gravity. Here it comes. After his transformation, Sabo's power will exceed 50,000. Vegeta is in peril. On the battlefield, Sabo's transformation culminated. He gazed at Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with derision. Now you understand my true strength, don't you? This is my authentic form. The numbers on his power detector fluctuated wildly before settling at 53,000, surpassing Vegeta's own power. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly as he fixed his gaze on Sabo's new form, gritting his teeth in disbelief. You can still transform? Just how many hidden cards has Frieza given you? Nevertheless, his focus remained unwaveringly on the Dragon Ball box. As long as he could secure the Dragon Balls, he could devise a way to turn the tide, even in a moment of disadvantage. Observing Vegeta's relentless determination, Sabo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Since you desire the Dragon Balls so fervently, I shall first defeat you, and then deliver both you and the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza. With that, he lunged forward, his speed exponentially increased. His fist charged with formidable energy aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, yet the force of the energy wave grazed his shoulder, ripping his clothing and drawing blood. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. He understood that the current Sabo was no foe to be trifled with. On the hillside, Bulma gazed at the injured Vegeta and could not help but inquire, "Goku, should we intervene?" Although Vegeta despised such assistance, the prospect of being defeated by Sabo meant that the Dragon Balls would fall into Frieza's hands. Goku shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. "Let us wait a little longer. Vegeta has yet to unleash his full potential, and I need to observe Sabo's true strength post-transformation to prepare for our eventual confrontation with Frieza." He paused before adding, "Rest assured, I won't allow Vegeta to perish. He still holds value." Tais watched Goku's calm demeanor and silently nodded, continuing to record Sabo's combat data on her terminal. Indeed, Sabo has become remarkably powerful after his transformation, boasting a battle power of 53,000, far superior to Dodoria. Vegeta, with a battle power of 32,000, stands little chance. He is likely to sustain further injuries. Goku remained silent, his focus unwavering on the two combatants in the fray. He understood that the moment of Sabo overwhelming Vegeta was imminent, and he needed to be prepared to act, not to assist Vegeta, but to preserve his life, ensuring he could serve as a pawn against Frieza. On the battlefield, Sabo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, while Vegeta's defenses faltered, his wounds multiplying. Nevertheless, he clung to the hope of seizing the Dragon Balls. Even the slightest chance compelled him to fight with all his might. For him, the Dragon Balls represented not only a means to fulfill his wishes, but also the hope of surpassing Goku, proving himself as the strongest Saiyan. Chapter 160. Sabo's transformation and Vegeta's severe injury. As Sabo completed his transformation, the very atmosphere of the battlefield became oppressive. He fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, energy coalescing at his fingertips in a pale violet hue, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "Vegeta, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now, kneel and beg for mercy." Vegeta clutched his shoulder, which bore the marks of the shockwave, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he maintained an upright posture. His scouter blared frantically, the number 53,000, piercing his vision like a needle. This was a level of power he had never encountered, yet his innate pride forbade him from retreating. You think I will beg for mercy? Zabo, you lack the qualifications. Before he could finish his declaration, Zabo vanished from sight. Vegeta's pupils constricted, relying on his scion instincts. He attempted to evade, but was a moment too late. Zabo's knee collided brutally with his abdomen, the intense pain bending him double as he coughed up blood. Too slow. Zabo's voice echoed in his ears, and in the next instant, his fist crashed into Vegeta's back. Vegeta was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a massive rock, which shattered upon impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Vegeta! Bulma gasped in horror from the hillside, gripping the nearby rock tightly, her knuckles turning white. Ties furrowed her brow, watching Vegeta's battle power plummet on her terminal. 32,00028. 000. He was nearing his limit. Goku's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, his fingers slightly clenched. He was waiting for the moment Zabo revealed his intent to kill. Vegeta could not die, at least not now. He needed this proud scion to become a pivotal piece in the future struggle against Frieza. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta struggled to rise. Blood continually trickling from the corner of his mouth, his battle attire tattered beyond recognition. He gazed up at Zabo, his eyes devoid of fear, only filled with unwillingness and fury. I cannot lose. I have yet to obtain the Dragon Balls. Zabo approached Vegeta with deliberate steps. The grass beneath him pressed flat against the ground by his immense aura. Dragon Balls. You cannot even preserve your own life, yet you still yearn for the Dragon Balls. He raised his hand, a pale purple energy coalescing into a luminous sphere in his palm. Lord Frieza has no need for worthless debris. Today, I shall rid him of you, a disgraceful scion. The energy sphere swelled larger, distorting the air around it. Vegeta fixated on the sphere, yet his injuries rendered him too weak to raise a hand in defense. He knew that a single strike would mean his certain demise. Now, a voice suddenly echoed, and in the next moment, Goku materialized between Vegeta and Zabo. The onlookers barely comprehended his movement, only perceiving a flicker before Goku stood firmly in place. He extended his right hand, palm facing Zabo's energy sphere, as a soft golden aura gathered in his palm, forming an invisible barrier. What? Zabo's pupils constricted. He felt his energy sphere being effortlessly countered. He increased his output, the pale purple sphere expanding exponentially, yet Goku's barrier remained unyielding, not even a ripple betraying its stability. Who are you? Zabo demanded, his voice laced with shock and suspicion. He had never encountered this black-haired youth, yet the aura radiating from him instilled an unprecedented sense of dread, one that surpassed even that of Lord Frieza. Goku did not respond to Zabo, merely turned his head to regard Vegeta behind him. Vegeta, taken aback, stared at the suddenly materialized Goku with a mixture of confusion and wariness. Who was this boy? Why was he saving him? Do not kill him. Goku finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. He still holds value. I wish to challenge him later. A challenge? Zabo paused, then erupted into laughter. You wish to challenge a near-dead waste? Do you even know who I am? I am the foremost warrior under Lord Frieza. To impede me is to seek your own demise. Zabo suddenly intensified his energy output, the sphere in his palm doubling in size. The pale purple energy scorching the surrounding air. Yet Goku's barrier remained steadfast. He did not even furrow his brow, merely observing Zabo with a dispassionate gaze. Your energy is far too weak. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku's palm erupted with the soft golden aura, unleashing a powerful wave that surged towards Zabo. Taken by surprise, Zabo was forcefully hurled away, the energy sphere dissipating instantly. He crashed to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Just how formidable is your power? Ignoring Zabo, Goku turned to face Vegeta. Vegeta instinctively recoiled, fists clenched, unwilling to show weakness before a stranger despite his injuries. Why did you save me? I told you, I wished to keep you as a rival. Wukong smiled gently, bending down to pick up a celestial bean from the ground. It was a precious item he had brought from Master Roshi before his departure, specifically intended for emergencies. He extended the bean to Vegeta, assuring him, "Eat this, and your injuries will heal." Vegeta gazed at the green bean, his eyes filled with skepticism. He had never encountered such a thing before, yet he could sense a gentle energy emanating from it. Fear not. It is not poison. Wukong discerned his apprehension. If you wish to avoid owing me a favor, simply defeat me next time. Vegeta hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the celestial bean, placing it in his mouth. As the being dissolved instantly, a wave of soothing energy surged throughout his body, erasing the agonizing pain and rapidly restoring his strength. Astonished, he stared at his hands, marveling at the miraculous effect of such a small being. On the hillside, Bulma and Tai sighed in relief. Bulma patted her chest, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Vegeta is all right." Wukong was incredible. I could hardly see his movements. Meanwhile, Tai's diligently recorded Wukong's combat power data on her terminal, where a series of blurred numbers appeared. Combat power undetectable, far exceeding 53,000. Sabo, having risen from the ground, observed the recovering Vegeta and the serene Wukong with trepidation. He realized he was no match for the young warrior. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. Gritting his teeth, he turned to flee, believing that as long as he could return to Lord Frieza, he could exact his revenge. Thinking of leaving? Wukong's voice resonated once more, a faint golden aura coalescing beneath his feet. "You just attempted to kill Vegeta. Do you truly think you can escape now?" Chapter 161. Sabo astonished by the hero's strength. As Sabo's foot barely stepped forward, an invisible pressure pinned him in place. He glanced down in panic at his wrist detector, where the numbers flickered erratically, jumping from 53,000 before the screen ultimately went black, devoid of any sound. "How is this possible?" Sabo's voice trembled, his fingers clutching the malfunctioning device, knuckles turning white. "My detector cannot measure your power? This is impossible. Even Lord Frieza's device can detect powers of up to 100,000. Who are you?" Wukong stood firm, a soft golden aura swirling around him like a delicate veil. Observing Sabo's frantic demeanor, his gaze remained calm and unperturbed. "The inability of your detector to register my power indicates that your equipment is outdated." "Outdated?" Sabo seemed provoked, suddenly erupting into a maniacal laugh, albeit one laced with terror. "I am a warrior under Lord Frieza. How dare you claim that Lord Frieza's equipment is inferior? You seek death." Before he could finish, Sabo raised his hand sharply, conjuring a purple energy sphere twice the size of the previous one, his full-force attack after transforming. The energy radiated with such intensity that it caused the surrounding rocks to tremble, and the ground fissured with fine cracks. "Die! Experience the might of my death explosion." The purple energy sphere, accompanied by a piercing sound as it cut through the air, hurtled towards Wukong, scorching and distorting the atmosphere in its wake. On the hillside, Bulma anxiously covered her mouth, while Tai's terminal began to flash red, displaying the energy intensity, 85,000 units. Danger level, extreme. "Wukong, be careful." Bulma couldn't help but shout. Wukong, however, did not even flutter his eyelids. Just as the violet energy sphere was about to strike him, he suddenly raised his hand, and a soft golden aura surged from his palm. There were no elaborate moves. He merely pushed forward gently, and the golden energy took on the form of an indomitable shield, precisely colliding with the purple energy sphere. Boom! The tremendous sound of their clash reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. The golden radiance instantly engulfed the violet energy, obliterating it like a tidal wave. The residual shock waves spread out, lifting debris into the air, yet dissipated silently upon encountering the layer of energy surrounding Wukong. Sabo's pupils constricted sharply, leaving him frozen in place, his once arrogant expression now replaced entirely by fear. "How is this possible? My full-strength attack was effortlessly thwarted by you. Just how much combat power do you possess? 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps over 50,000? Combat power?" Wukong gently shook his head, stepping forward with a simple stride that brought him instantaneously before Sabo, his speed so swift that it left an afterimage. Sabo barely registered his motion before he felt an invisible force tightening around his throat. "You have harmed far too many Namekians." Wukong's voice resonated coldly in Sabo's ear, devoid of warmth. The elder from the eastern village, the villagers from the western slope, and even Vegeta, whom you grievously injured moments ago, regardless of his scion lineage. You have no right to strike him down. Sabo's face flushed crimson as he desperately clawed at the air before his throat, yet grasped nothing. He could distinctly sense the suffocating pressure emanating from Wukong, as if any slight exertion from him would snap his neck. "Lord Frieza will not spare you." Sabo managed to force out a few words, his eyes filled with defiance and menace. "If you kill me, Lord Frieza will come personally. His combat power is 530,000. You cannot possibly defeat him." 530,000. A faint smile graced Wukong's lips, his gaze unwavering and unafraid. I am aware. However, by that time, you will have no opportunity to witness it. As the words left his lips, Wukong released his grip, simultaneously condensing a golden energy wave in his right hand, not for the purpose of attack, but to strike precisely at Sabo's dantian. Sabo felt a searing pain in his abdomen as his energy dissipated like a flood released from a dam, leaving him unsteady and staggering backward. You have ruined my energy? Sabo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair. But I am a warrior of Lord Frisia. I cannot perish here. Wukong slowly approached him, looking down with resolute authority. You are not worthy to exist on this planet. Just as Sabo was about to plead for mercy, Wukong abruptly raised his hand, and a golden energy wave shot forth from his fingertips, accurately striking Sabo's body. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a fleeting glimmer as Sabo's form gradually disintegrated within the light, leaving not even a trace of ash, merely a shallow indentation on the ground. The battlefield fell into an immediate silence, save for the whispering whine through the rocks and the distant chirping of insects in the Namekian jungle. On the hillside, Bulma exhaled deeply, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "How splendid! It is finally resolved." Wukong was incredible just now. He effortlessly blocked Sabo's full-force attack. Tai Si gazed at the terminal, where the persistent red alert of undetectable combat power flickered. Her brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing, a smile gracing her lips. Goku's power has likely surpassed our wildest imaginations. Sabo's strength of 53,000 is utterly trivial in comparison. In the heart of the battlefield, Vegeta slowly straightened his posture. The wounds that had been mended by the Sins of Beans had completely healed, and he had recovered a significant portion of his stamina. His gaze was fixed upon Goku's retreating figure, his right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white as the image of Goku effortlessly dispatching Sabo was seared into his memory. His own scouter had also gone dark moments ago. At the instant Goku unleashed his energy, the device had briefly displayed 999 before failing entirely, mirroring Sabo's experience. How formidable can this individual truly be? Vegeta's voice was low, his eyes brimming with wariness and resentment. Stronger than me, stronger than Sabo, perhaps even surpassing every warrior I have encountered before. Who is he? Why has he appeared on Namek? Goku seemed to sense Vegeta's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment of mutual recognition, Vegeta instinctively tightened his fist, his body tensed and ready for confrontation. He was uncertain whether Goku would turn against him, especially since he had just competed with Sabo for the Dragon Balls, leaving their positions rather awkward. However, Goku merely nodded in acknowledgement before continuing toward the hillside, where Bulma and Tai Si waved at him, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight. As Vegeta observed Goku's silhouette, his vigilance did not wane. Instead, it intensified. He understood that this unexpectedly emerging dark-haired youth had become the greatest obstacle on his path to surpassing his limits. Yet simultaneously, he recognized that he was now the only hope Vegeta had to combat Frisia. Just wait, Vegeta murmured to himself, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. I shall surpass you. I will. Chapter 162. Vegeta's vigilance. The lingering warmth of Sabo's dissipating presence hung in the air as Vegeta clutched the now inert scouter, his knuckles pale from exertion. He remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Goku's retreating form. The effortless annihilation of Sabo by Goku's golden energy wave felt like a thorn embedded in his heart, instilling both trepidation and frustration. As Goku turned, he met Vegeta's watchful eyes, devoid of gratitude and instead filled with scrutiny and suspicion, as if the savior before him were an adversary poised to strike. Goku couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. As expected of Vegeta, even after being rescued, he would never relinquish his pride and vigilance. Who exactly are you? Vegeta was the first to speak, his voice low and tinged with barely perceptible tension. Why did you save me? And why did you eliminate Sabo? He subtly stepped back, bracing himself for a potential confrontation. In his view, an ally whose strength was uncertain posed a greater threat than a clearly defined enemy, especially one capable of dispatching Sabo with such ease. At that moment, Bulma and Tai Si came running down the hillside, Tai Si clutching a portable terminal, the screen still displaying the energy readings just prior to Sabo's demise. Goku, are you alright? Bulma hurried to Goku's side, examining him from head to toe. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she sighed in relief and turned her gaze towards Vegeta, her tone laced with caution. Vegeta, are you alright now? It was thanks to Goku just now. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Bulma, choosing not to respond. To him, human gratitude held no significance. His primary concern lay with Goku's intentions. Tais then crouched down, picking up the shattered remnants of the device left by Sabo. After scanning it, a message appeared, device damaged. Irreparable. She looked up at Goku, stating, Sabo's device was rendered inoperable just like Vegeta's. Clearly, your power exceeds our detection capabilities. Ignoring the terminal's data, Goku's gaze returned to Vegeta, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. I am Goku. I saved you because you still hold value. I killed Sabo because he should not have harmed that Namekian. Moreover, we now share a common enemy. A common enemy? Vegeta frowned, his vigilance intensifying. Are you referring to Frieza? Who else? Goku shrugged, his tone candid. Sabo was merely Frieza's subordinate. With his demise, Frieza will soon personally arrive on Namek. Do you believe you can defeat Frieza with your current strength? Those words struck a nerve with Vegeta. He clenched his fists, his nails almost embedding into his palms. Frieza's power level was 530,000, a figure he had heard since childhood, representing a chasm he had never been able to cross. Just moments ago, Sabo's power level of 53,000 had nearly claimed his life. One could only imagine the threat posed by Frieza's immense strength. Even if I cannot win, it is none of your concern, Vegeta retorted stubbornly, though the conviction in his tone was noticeably lacking. My affairs do not require your involvement. But you need the Dragon Balls, do you not? Goku saw through his thoughts, his voice tinged with jest. You wish to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill your desire, grow stronger, and ultimately defeat Frieza. However, Frieza also seeks the Dragon Balls. When he arrives, do you truly think you will have the opportunity to claim them? Vegeta fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging Goku's truth. Frieza had many more warriors like Sabo at his disposal, perhaps even stronger fighters. Alone, he faced the grim reality that obtaining the Dragon Balls was a distant dream, and merely surviving was in jeopardy. Bulma, overhearing the exchange, interjected, Vegeta, Goku is right. Frieza is our mutual adversary. If you two collaborate, your chances of victory will significantly increase. You stand no chance against Frieza alone. Tais nodded in agreement, pulling up information from her terminal. According to the data I previously gathered, Frieza's ship is not far from Namek. It will arrive within a day at most. We currently possess only 2 Dragon Balls and need to find the remaining 5. There is no time for internal conflict. Vegeta's gaze shifted among Goku, Bulma, and Tais before settling back on Goku. He scrutinized Goku's eyes, searching for a hint of deceit or ulterior motives, but found only composure and sincerity. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, by collaborating, he could leverage Goku's strength against Frieza and still have a chance at the Dragon Balls. Whereas refusing to cooperate would likely lead to his demise at Frieza's hands, leaving him with no opportunity for vengeance. For Vegeta, self-interest would always take precedence. Pride is undoubtedly significant, yet the ultimate aspiration remains survival and the pursuit of strength. How do you wish to collaborate? Vegeta finally relented, his tone still aloof, though the vigilance in his gaze had softened somewhat. I will not heed your commands. Goku chuckled, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Quite simply, a temporary alliance. We shall seek the Dragon Balls together. Once Frieza arrives, we will unite to confront him. As for the Dragon Balls, after we deal with Frieza, we can discuss which one you desire or what wish you intend to make, provided you refrain from any underhanded tactics. I have no interest in such antics. Vegeta snorted coldly, his gaze shifting towards the Dragon Ball box left by Sabo. Amidst the earlier chaos, he had not forgotten to keep an eye on that box. However, the Dragon Ball in Sabo's possession now rightfully belongs to me, does it not? Certainly. Goku readily agreed, pointing to the box containing the 3-star Dragon Ball. You may take it. We already possess the 1-star and 2-star. Henceforth, let us efficiently divide the search for the remaining 4. Vegeta was taken aback by Goku's straightforwardness. He had anticipated a dispute, given that the Dragon Balls were coveted by all. Approaching the box, he opened it to find the orange 3-star Dragon Ball resting quietly within. Its energy fluctuations stable. He tucked the box into his cloak, and, looking up at Goku, his eyes still bore a hint of defiance. Yet there was also a flicker of acknowledgement. Very well, I agree to cooperate. But should you dare to snatch the Dragon Balls from me after Frieza's defeat, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Fear not, I have no interest in the wishes tied to the Dragon Balls. Goku shook his head lightly, his tone relaxed. I merely wish to prevent Frisia from ravaging Namek and, in the process, find a worthy adversary for a sparring match. He gazed at Vegeta, an air of anticipation in his eyes. After we deal with Frisia, I look forward to a proper bout with you. Vegeta's pupils constricted momentarily, and then a proud smirk graced his lips. Excellent. I shall surpass you, and you will know who the strongest scion truly is. Bulma observed the two reaching in accord and sighed in relief, smiling as she proclaimed, Splendid. This will significantly expedite our search for the Dragon Balls. Ties, please quickly pinpoint the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls. We must organize ourselves to locate them all before Frisia arrives. Ties nodded, promptly operating the terminal. The screen displayed a map of Namek, with several red dots marking the potential locations of the Dragon Balls, according to the elders of Namek. The remaining 4 Dragon Balls are situated near the villages of South 1, South 2, North 1, and North 2. We can form 2 groups. One will head south, and the other will venture north. Goku proactively suggested, I will accompany Vegeta to the north. The northern villages are closer to where Frisia's ship will land, allowing us to respond swiftly in case of danger. You all head south, stay safe, and contact us if anything arises. Though Bulma felt a twinge of worry, she recognized that this division of labor was the most rational. She retrieved 2 communicators from her backpack and handed them to Goku and Vegeta. These are modified communicators capable of cross-regional communication. Should you encounter any of Frisia's minions, be sure to inform us. Vegeta accepted the communicator, slipping it into his pocket without a word. As for him, securing the Dragon Balls and opposing Frisia were the only matters of consequence. Wukong took the communicator, smiling as he reassured Bulma and Ties, do not worry. We shall be fine. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, we will regroup to summon the Eternal Dragon. Sunlight filtered through the lush jungles of Namek, casting a gentle glow upon the 4 companions. A temporary alliance had been forged, although Vegeta remained ever vigilant towards Wukong. Consumed by thoughts of personal gain and surpassing his rival, they stood united against Frisia. Wukong understood that this was merely the initial step in their struggle against Frisia, with the true challenges still ahead. Chapter 163. Ties relays intelligence on Frisia within a makeshift base nestled in the Eastern Valley. The damp stone walls bore the luminescent moss unique to Namek, the faint green light illuminating the cramped space in a hazy glow. Wukong leaned against the stone wall, idly toying with a recently acquired 2-star Dragon Ball, while Vegeta sat in the corner, meticulously inspecting the 3-star Dragon Ball case, as if fearing this solitary trophy might vanish into thin air. Bulma was adjusting the communicator with a portable device, and Ties was intently focused on the terminal screen, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, her brow slightly furrowed. Everyone, gather around. I have crucial intelligence, Ties suddenly announced, her voice shattering the tranquility of the base. A stream of red data danced across her terminal screen, set against the backdrop of a star map of Namek's outer space, where a flashing red dot was swiftly approaching the planet, Frisia's flagship. Both Wukong and Vegeta lifted their gazes simultaneously, while Bulma set aside the communicator and hurried to Ties' side. What is it? Have you located other Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired eagerly, her eyes drawn to the screen, though the dense flow of data left her somewhat bewildered. Ties enlarged the silhouette of the spaceship on the screen, the cold metallic lines of the flagship starkly prominent against the star map. It is not about the Dragon Balls. It concerns Frisia's movements. I just intercepted a communication signal from his flagship using the tracking program previously embedded in the Sabo detector, and I have monitored the ship's trajectory and energy fluctuations. She tapped her finger, and a striking line of data appeared, estimated arrival time, in 6 hours. At this pace, Frisia's ship has already entered Namek's gravitational field and will land shortly. 6 hours? That's alarmingly swift, Bulma exclaimed, instinctively gripping Wukong's arm. We still have 4 Dragon Balls left to find. We simply one team make it in time. Vegeta's expression turned grave. He leaned closer to the screen, fixated on the number 6 hours, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Frisia is indeed quick. How many warriors does he bring? What is their combat power? The enemy's strength is of utmost importance. If Frisia has brought too many formidable opponents, finding the Dragon Balls may become irrelevant. Survival itself could be at stake. Ties' fingers navigated to another data column, her expression growing more serious. According to energy monitoring, there are at least 3 warriors aboard the flagship, each possessing a combat power exceeding 30, similar to the previous Sabo. However, the most critical factor remains Frisia's own combat power. She inhaled deeply, pressed the confirmation key, and a colossal number materialized in the center of the screen, the red font glaring like a warning bell. Frisia, first form combat power 530,000 units. 530,000. Vegeta abruptly took a step back, his face displaying shock for the first time. The pride and composure he had moments ago vanished in an instant. Are you serious? A battle power of 530,000 at the first transformation? What would happen when he transforms further? He dared not contemplate further. His own full power barely exceeded 30,000, rendering him insignificant in comparison, akin to an ant before a giant. Bulma's complexion paled as well. Although she was not well versed in combat power metrics, she understood the terrifying magnitude of 530,000. Previously, a power level of 53,000 from Cybermen had almost defeated Vegeta. A Frisia with a power of 530,000 was simply beyond their capability to confront. Goku, what are we going to do? A power level of 530,000 is insurmountable. Yet Goku appeared remarkably calm. He gazed at the screen displaying the figure of 530,000. His expression unwavering, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He placed a reassuring hand on Bulma's shoulder, softly comforting her. Do not fret. While a power level of 530,000 is formidable, it is not insurmountable. We still have time. Let us first devise a strategy. Ties added, I intercepted a communication. Frisia's intentions are clear. He seeks the Dragon Balls of Namek. It seems he is aware of their secrets and plans to gather them to wish for immortality. Furthermore, his landing site appears to be the abandoned mining area to the north, which is not too far from our current position, approximately a 2-hour journey. The abandoned mining area. Vegeta pondered, his eyes darting as he calculated. If Frisia were to head to the mine, they might seize the opportunity to locate the remaining Dragon Balls first. Upon acquiring them, they could either wish for enhanced power or hastily evacuate Namek to avoid Frisia's wrath. For him, survival and strength took precedence. Engaging Frisia directly was evidently imprudent. No, we cannot prioritize the Dragon Balls, Goku countered, discerning Vegeta's thoughts. Once Frisia lands at the mine, he will undoubtedly send out forces to scour the surrounding villages, endangering the Namekians. We must first secure the area near the mine, protect the villagers, and monitor Frisia's movements. As for the Dragon Balls, we can split into 2 groups, one to safeguard the villagers, the other to continue the search for the Dragon Balls. This way, we optimize our efficiency. Protect the villagers? Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do those Namekians have to do with us? Our objective is the Dragon Balls. There is no need to risk ourselves for their sake. To him, only his own interests and strength mattered. The lives of others were of no consequence. The Namekians are the guardians of the Dragon Balls and our friends, Goku replied firmly, his gaze resolute. The elder from the eastern village aided us in finding the Dragon Balls and provided us with valuable intelligence. We cannot stand idly by while Frisia harms them. Moreover, if Frisia kills too many Namekians, even if we obtain the Dragon Balls, there will be no one left to summon the Eternal Dragon. Ties nodded in agreement. Goku is correct. The Namekians possess more knowledge about the Dragon Balls than we do, and their technological prowess could assist us in an emergency evacuation. Protecting them serves our interests as well. Though Bulma was frightened, she supported Goku's decision. I agree. We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. Ties, can you locate the remaining 4 Dragon Balls? We shall divide into 2 groups. One will head towards the mining area, while the other seeks the Dragon Balls. Ensuring neither task is hindered, Tai Si summoned the map of Namek, marking 4 luminous green points. The remaining 4 Dragon Balls are located in the southern village, by the western waterfall, at the northern edge of the mining area, and near the central shrine. Among these, the one at the northern edge is closest to Frisia's landing site, posing potential danger, while the other 3 appear relatively safe. Vegeta scrutinized the illuminated points on the map, weighing his options before finally declaring, I will venture to the northern edge of the mining area to search for the Dragon Ball and observe Frisia's movements. You shall seek the remaining 3 in the south. Be swift and do not waste time. Though he spoke of searching for the Dragon Balls, his true intention was to closely assess Frisia's strength, hoping to identify any vulnerabilities that might present an opportunity for counteraction. Goku refrained from exposing his intentions, merely nodding in agreement. Very well. However, Exercise caution. Do not act impulsively. If you encounter Frisia's forces, do not engage recklessly. Contact us immediately. He handed Vegeta a communicator, which boasted a stronger signal capable of covering the entirety of Namek, allowing for timely updates should any situation arise. Vegeta accepted the communicator, tucking it away without further ado, and promptly made his way toward the cave exit, his pace quickening as he yearned to reach the northern mining area, ascertain Frisia's capabilities, and secure the Dragon Ball. Watching Vegeta's departing figure, Bulma expressed her concern. Goku, is it too perilous to let Vegeta go alone? If he encounters Frisia's men, he is bound to engage them. Do not worry, he is not that foolish, Goku reassured her with a smile. Though proud, Vegeta valued his life and would not recklessly gamble with it. We must act swiftly as well, striving to locate the 3 Dragon Balls before Frieza arrives, and then we shall regroup with Vegeta at the mining area. Taisi stowed away her terminal, transmitting the map to each person's portable device. I have marked the locations of the Dragon Balls and the safest routes. The southern village is quite hospitable. The Namekians will assist us. We shall depart now. We should be able to retrieve the 3 Dragon Balls in approximately 4 hours. So time is still on our side. Goku nodded, picking up the 4-star Dragon Ball, one of the 2 previously collected, and placing it into his backpack. Let us not squander any more time. Frieza approaches, and we must prepare ourselves. The 3 stepped out of the cave, the twilight sun of Namek casting a gentle lavender hue across the sky, while the distant jungle resonated with the melodious chirping of insects. Beneath this seemingly tranquil Fade lay the undercurrents of an impending crisis. Frisia's power level of 530,000 loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. Yet in this moment, they stood resolute, determined to confront the arduous battle ahead to protect the Namekians, thwart Frisia's ambitions, and safeguard one another. Chapter 164. As in memory, the bioluminescent moss cast a gentle green glow upon the stone walls of the base, while the red digits of Frisia's power level still flickered on Tai Si's terminal screen. Bulma's grip on Goku's arm remained tense, the air thick with lingering apprehension towards Frisia. Goku gazed at the information displayed on the screen, nodding slowly, his tone calm as though affirming a truth long known, just as in memory. Frisia's initial form indeed possesses a formidable power level of 530,000. His descent into the desolate mining area, accompanied by several warriors, aligns perfectly with the information I had previously acquired. You knew about this beforehand? Bulma paused momentarily, releasing her grip on Goku, her gaze filled with perplexity. How could you possibly know such things? Have you visited Namek before? Or encountered Frisia? Despite having known Goku for quite some time, she had never heard him mention Frisia, let alone be aware of his power level and movements. Tais also lifted her head, her terminal still displaying the trajectory of Frisia's flagship. Goku, when you speak of memories, are you referring to what the Elder from Namek informed you? Yet, the Elder had only indicated that Frisia was searching for the Dragon Balls, without divulging specific power levels or landing locations. During her earlier communication with the Elder, he had merely emphasized the need to protect the Dragon Balls and remain vigilant against Frisia's brutality, without revealing such intricate details. Goku understood the necessity of concealing the secret of his time travel and could only offer a vague explanation. Sort of, during my travels through the cosmos, I inadvertently intercepted some fragmentary intelligence regarding Frisia, coupled with the Elder's cautionary words, which allowed me to piece together this information. Unexpectedly, it aligns perfectly with the current situation. He deliberately avoided delving into specifics, ensuring neither of the 2 became suspicious while maintaining the facade of being informed. Though Bulma remained somewhat puzzled, she chose not to press further, recognizing that Goku occasionally possessed peculiar intuitions. She recalled how his instincts had previously helped them evade danger while searching for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps this instance was similar. She then shifted her focus to a more pressing concern. What shall we do next? Frisia will arrive in 6 hours, and we still need to locate 3 Dragon Balls. There's simply isn't enough time. Tais brought up a map, indicating 3 green points to the south. The 3 Dragon Balls are located near South Village 3, West Waterfall, and the Central Temple. The distances are not too great. I estimate that if we set out now using Bulma's spacecraft, we could likely secure 2 within 3 hours, with the last one requiring an additional hour. However, this would leave us no time to rendezvous with Vegeta at the mining area, nor to establish defenses in advance. We don't need to find all 3, Goku replied. shaking his head as he pointed to the Dragon Ball at the central temple on the map. The Namekian guarding that one possesses considerable strength, and Frisia won't be able to obtain it easily. We can set that aside for now. Our primary focus should be on the two at South Village 3 and West Waterfall, as they are relatively distant from the mining area, thus safer and more time-efficient to retrieve. Once we have those two, we can ambush near the mining area, wait for Frisia's arrival, and observe his movements before devising a plan. Ambush. Bulma expressed her concern, but Frisia possesses a power level of 530,000. Even if we set up an ambush, we wouldn't stand a chance against him, would we? Though we may not be able to confront him now, it does not imply that we lack opportunities. Goku asserted with unwavering determination and confidence. While Frisia is indeed powerful, he has a notable flaw: his arrogance. He perceives himself as the strongest in the universe, often disregarding others. Initially, he will likely send his subordinates to act while he remains concealed within his spaceship, orchestrating from a distance. We can first deal with his minions to diminish his strength while simultaneously observing his combat style, thus discovering a means to counter him. These words are not mere conjecture. They stem from his profound understanding of Frisia's character, characterized by arrogance, underestimation of opponents, and a penchant for toying with adversaries. It is precisely this trait that affords his foes opportunities for counterattacks. Tai Si also comprehended Goku's line of thought and nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Frisia's warriors possess combat powers exceeding 30,000, our combined strength should suffice to confront them. Moreover, Goku, your ability to effortlessly eliminate Zabo assures us that dealing with those warriors will pose no challenge. Let us first address his subordinates, which will not only mitigate the threat, but also buy us time to seek the Dragon Balls. Goku turned to Bulma, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I shall ensure your safety. When we search for the Dragon Balls, I will scout the situation first, and only allow you to proceed once it is confirmed safe. I will handle any encounters with Frisia's minions. Your task is merely to gather the Dragon Balls. As Bulma gazed into Goku's confident eyes, her apprehensions gradually dissipated. Each time danger arose, Goku always devised a solution, and she believed this time would be no exception. She nodded, picking up the key to the spacecraft set aside. All right, let us depart at once. The spacecraft is at the cave's entrance. We shall head to the South Third Village, the closest location where we can swiftly locate the Dragon Balls. Tai Si stored her terminal, saving the map onto a portable device. I have marked the route to the South Third Village. The Namekians are quite friendly, and we can request their assistance in guiding us to the Dragon Balls locations, thereby saving precious time. Goku nodded, carefully stowing the previously collected 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls into his backpack. Let us go. We cannot afford to waste a moment. Frisia approaches swiftly, and we must seize every minute. The trio exited their stronghold, the Namekian sunset casting a warm glow as the sky transitioned from pale lavender to deep violet. From the distant jungle, the unique, sonorous chants of the Namekians echoed, imbued with tranquility yet concealing the impending tempest. Bulma activated the spacecraft, a soft blue energy shield enveloping the three of them as it ascended gently towards the South Third Village. Goku perched at the edge of the craft, observing the swiftly passing jungle below, mentally recalling the storyline. Upon Frisia's arrival at the mining area, he would first dispatch Dodoria and Shui to scour the village while he awaited news aboard his ship. While Dodoria's combat prowess was comparable to Zabo's, his reckless nature made him easier to handle. Shui, though somewhat weaker, was cunning and required careful navigation. Everything unfolded as he remembered. Goku silently affirmed, "This time, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat. I will protect Bulma, Tai Si, and the Namekians, and unequivocally thwart Frisia's ambitions." As the spacecraft accelerated, the outline of the South Third Village gradually emerged in the distance, heralding the onset of a covert conflict with Frisia's forces. Chapter 165. Frisia's arrival on Namek. Adjacent to the Namekian settlement in South Third Village, the pale blue spacecraft had just landed. Bulma was eagerly verifying the flashing green dot on the Dragon Ball radar against the 4-star Dragon Ball she had just acquired, exclaiming with excitement, "I found it. This is the 4th Dragon Ball. We now possess 4. Tai Si leaned closer, her terminal scanning the Dragon Balls before displaying a message indicating stable energy levels with no anomalies. She smiled and nodded. "Wonderful. If we can locate the remaining 2, we will summon Shenron." However, her expression suddenly darkened as a line of red warnings flashed across the terminal screen. indicating abnormal energy fluctuations originating from the north with immense intensity. As soon as she spoke, the ground began to tremble violently. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a colossal object crashing onto the planet's surface, causing rocks beneath their feet to crumble, while the surrounding Namekian jungle swayed wildly, vines lashing about like whips. In the distance, the lake churned with towering waves, and even the sky appeared distorted by the tremors. The Namekians in the settlement shrieked in panic, rushing into underground caverns. Their faces etched with fear, having never experienced such terrifying energy fluctuations. Bulma struggled to maintain her balance, grasping the spacecraft for support, her complexion paling. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Goku's gaze sharpened instantly as he looked toward the north, where the sky was shrouded in a thick black shadow. Even from a great distance, he could distinctly sense a cold, domineering energy, a presence carrying the scent of destruction, as suffocating as dark clouds. It was the very essence he had awaited for so long. This is not an earthquake. Goku's voice was calm, yet tinged with unmistakable conviction as he spoke slowly, as if confirming his thoughts while responding to an inner anticipation. It has finally arrived. Finally arrived? Bulma was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the implication, her voice trembling. You mean Frisia? Taisi's terminal had already locked onto the energy source, revealing the outline of a massive black flagship swiftly descending upon the abandoned mining area in the north. The energy fluctuations surrounding the flagship formed visible shockwaves, causing the terminal to vibrate violently. Indeed, it is Frisia's flagship. He has landed, and the energy fluctuations match precisely with those previously detected. Moreover, it seems he has already unleashed his energy to intimidate the surrounding area. Intimidate. Goku's lips curled into a faint smile. Knowing Frisia well, he relished in using power to intimidate others, showcasing his dominance. Goku was all too aware of Frisia's arrogance. This cosmic tyrant never bothered to conceal his might. Each time he descended upon another planet, he would first suppress all living beings with his energy, reveling in their fear. At that moment, the communicator crackled with static, and Vegeta's voice emerged, filled with suppressed anger and resentment. Damn it! Frisia is here. His energy is overwhelming. I can feel it even at the edge of the mining area. This power is beyond my capacity to contend with. Goku pressed the communicator, his tone steady. Vegeta, do not act rashly. Stay put and do not reveal your position. Frisia has just landed. He will likely send his subordinates to search first. Observe the situation and avoid direct confrontation. Observe? Vegeta's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet could not mask a hint of helplessness. I can't even approach the mining area. His energy is like a barrier, suffocating me. Goku, how are things on your end? Can you come to assist? Though proud, he understood that only Goku could rival Frisia at this moment. Self-interest always outweighed pride. I will head over immediately. With resolute determination, Wukong turned to Bulma and Tais, instructing them to take the Dragon Balls to the West Waterfall, where the hidden cave of the Namekians provided relative safety. He would venture to the mining area to assess Frisia's movements and, after neutralizing his subordinates, reunite with them. But it's far too dangerous for you to go alone, Bulma exclaimed, grasping Wukong's arm, her eyes brimming with concern. Frisia possesses a battle power of 530,000, along with numerous minions. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand such overwhelming numbers. Tais nodded in agreement and swiftly pulled up a map of the area surrounding the mine. I have marked several concealed observation points. You can circumvent through the eastern canyon, where the rocks provide cover, making it difficult to be detected. Additionally, I will send you the battle power data of Frisia's underlings. Be cautious to avoid any warriors exceeding 50,000 in strength. Wukong gently patted Bulma's hand, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, I am well aware of my limits. Although Frisia is formidable, he will not engage personally at the outset. I will first deal with his subordinates to weaken his strength and, in the process, uncover his hidden cards. Your protection of yourselves and the Dragon Balls is the greatest assistance you can provide me. He accepted the portable map that Tais handed him, stowing it in his backpack. A glance at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession revealed its soft glow under the sunlight. It symbolized their hope in the battle against Frisia. Taking a deep breath, he turned and sprinted north, his steps light yet resolute, soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. The tremors of the ground persisted, and the sky to the north grew increasingly dark. The black flagship loomed like a slumbering beast over the abandoned mine. the surrounding atmosphere thickening with an oppressive chill that was suffocating. The Namekians, huddled in their caves, peered fearfully towards the flagship, their eyes reflecting both terror and despair. They understood that the legendary demon, responsible for the destruction of countless planets, had finally arrived at their homeland. Bulma clutched the 4-star Dragon Ball tightly, gazing in the direction Wukong had disappeared, silently wishing for his safety. Tais retracted her terminal and patted her shoulder. "Do not fret. Wukong is stronger than we can imagine. He will manage just fine. Let us hasten to the West Waterfall and secure the Dragon Balls until his return." The two ascended into their flying vessel, heading towards the West Waterfall. As they navigated through the swaying jungle, the tremors behind them gradually subsided. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from the north acted like an invisible thread, tugging at the hearts of all. At that moment, within the abandoned mining area, the doors of the black flagship creaked open, revealing a slender figure exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Frieza, clad in his signature purple battle attire, appeared gaunt yet wore an arrogant smile. He raised his hand and, with a mere flick, reduced the surrounding rocks to dust. His voice, cold yet melodious, carried a tone of annihilation. "The Dragon Balls are somewhere on this planet. Find them. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall face merciless slaughter." The warriors behind him echoed his command, their voices reverberating through the mining area, carrying on the wind to Wukong, who was en route. He halted, gazing intently towards the mine, his expression sharpening. Clenching his fists, the energy around him began to swirl, imbued with a sense of anticipation and resolve. The showdown with Frieza was finally about to commence. Chapter 166. Frieza easily defeats Vegeta amidst the rubble of the abandoned quarry. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Concealed behind a massive obsidian rock, he fixed his gaze upon the black flagship of Frieza, whose energy enveloped the entire quarry like an invisible net, instilling a chilling sense of oppression that made it difficult for him to breathe. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He had intended to seize the Dragon Ball located at the edge of the quarry while Frieza's subordinates were distracted in their search, but as he approached, he was locked onto by a frigid gaze. "Vegeta, it's been a while." Frieza's voice slithered through the air like a serpent's tongue, laced with casual arrogance. Emanating from beneath the flagship, he hovered in midair, his purple battle suit glinting coldly under the sunset of Namek, his slender form radiating an aura capable of annihilation, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble slightly in his presence. Vegeta abruptly turned, unleashing a surge of energy, golden lightning entwining his body as he summoned his utmost strength. Yet, despite this, he felt his power flickering like a candle flame before Frieza. "Frieza," he growled through clenched teeth, his voice brimming with resentment. "Do you think you can hold me back with this meager strength? This meager strength?" Frieza chuckled derisively, his eyes glinting with mockery. "It appears you have yet to comprehend your predicament. When you chose to betray me, you should have anticipated this outcome." He raised his hand, a faint purple energy gathering at his fingertips. "Let me assess your battle power. It must be around 30,000, perhaps. Such a level is insufficient even against my subordinates. And yet you dare to boast before me?" As soon as the words left his lips, the energy at Frieza's fingertips shot forth, transforming into a violet beam hurtling toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he rolled to the side, the beam grazing his shoulder and crashing into the obsidian behind him with a thunderous explosion, reducing the boulder to dust and debris. Just as he regained his footing, an overwhelming force struck him from behind, akin to being crushed by a heavy hammer, sending him careening uncontrollably into another rock, blood spilling from his mouth. Coughing, Vegeta clutched his chest, struggling to rise as pain coursed through his body like shattered bones. He looked up at Frieza, who remained suspended in place, his expression still adorned with that arrogant smirk. "What's wrong? Is this all you can manage?" Frieza approached slowly, the pressure of his energy intensifying. "I had expected more from you, the Scion Prince, but it seems you are merely an inconsequential wretch." He placed his foot upon Vegeta's chest, pinning him to the ground. "Are you searching for the Dragon Balls as well? Hoping to wish for greater strength to defeat me?" The agony in Vegeta's chest caused his vision to blur. Yet he did not plead for mercy. Instead, he glared at Frieza, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "I will surpass you. I will. Surpass me?" Frieza erupted with laughter, the pressure of his foot increasing further. "With your current capabilities? Even if granted 100 years, you could never reach even a fraction of my power. Today, I shall put an end to you, traitor. He raised his hand, gathering an even larger sphere of energy, the pale purple light intensifying, sufficient to obliterate Vegeta entirely. Hiding behind a nearby rock, Goku observed everything with keen eyes. He sensed Vegeta's waning energy and glanced at Frieza's indifferent demeanor, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Vegeta's pride compelled him to provoke, while Frieza's arrogance led him to hold back, merely toying with his opponent. Vegeta remained as impulsive as ever. Goku chuckled inwardly, finding solace in the fact that Frieza was currently unleashing less than 30% of his energy, providing him the perfect opportunity to gauge Frieza's true strength. He could distinctly perceive the terrifying power lurking within Frieza, whose first form boasted a battle power of 530,000, significantly surpassing Vegeta. Yet, at this moment, it posed no real threat to him. As Frieza prepared to unleash his energy towards Vegeta, Goku gently clenched his fist, his aura beginning to coalesce, not to strike just yet, but to await the opportune moment. He understood that the time was not ripe. He needed to wait until Frieza let down his guard, or until Vegeta was utterly incapable of resistance, ensuring that when he made his move, it would catch Frieza off guard. Vegeta watched the increasingly radiant energy in Frieza's palm, feeling no fear, only an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He despised not Frieza's might, but his own frailty. If only he could grow stronger, if only he could acquire the Dragon Balls sooner, if only he could transcend the limits of a Saiyan. Alas, there were no ifs. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, yet the anticipated attack never came. To his surprise, Frieza suddenly withdrew his energy, his stance relaxing somewhat. He gazed at Vegeta with a hint of amusement. Never mind. Killing you now would be too merciful. I want you to witness me gather the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, and then slowly torment you, so you can comprehend the consequences of betraying me. He turned away, instructing his subordinates to take Vegeta back and confine him in the spaceship's cage, ensuring he did not perish. Two warriors advanced, hoisting the battered Vegeta and dragging him towards the flagship. Vegeta made no effort to resist, his gaze fixed on Frieza's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with unyielding resentment. He loathed his own inadequacy, despising the fact that he lacked even the right to resist. From his hidden vantage point, Goku watched as Vegeta was taken away, then turned his attention to Frieza's back as he ventured deeper into the mine. His smile deepened. Rising slowly, he brushed off the dust from his attire, his aura elevating, emanating a subtle yet oppressive presence. It is my turn to take the stage, Goku mused, a smirk forming. Frieza, do you believe you control everything? Soon, you shall witness what true power encompasses. With a lightened step, he followed, maintaining a safe distance, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. When Frieza found the Dragon Balls in the mine, that would be his moment to reveal himself. The wind swept through the mine, swirling up dust. Frieza's aura remained cold and domineering, yet in Goku's eyes, it transformed from a threat into a stepping stone for his own validation. He could envision Frieza's shock upon seeing him, anticipate the ensuing overwhelming battle, and vividly imagine Vegeta's complex expression as he witnessed it all from his cage. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and the confrontation with Frieza was merely the prologue to a grander narrative. Chapter 167. Wukong and Frieza deep within the cavern of the mining area. A pale green Dragon Ball nestled within a crevice of the rock wall emanated a gentle luminescence. Frieza hovered midair, his fingertips caressing the Dragon Ball, a smug smile gracing his face. The warriors behind him stood at attention, their reverence palpable, none daring to disrupt the pleasure of this cosmic sovereign. At last, I have found one. Frieza toyed with the Dragon Ball, his tone nonchalant. It appeared that the treasure trove of the Namekians was rather underwhelming. Once I gather all 7, I shall wish for eternal life, and the entire universe will forever bow at my feet. He turned his gaze toward the battered Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, restrained by 2 of his warriors, bound by energy locks, yet still glaring defiantly at Frieza, his eyes brimming with resentment. Vegeta, observe the disparity. Frieza chuckled lightly. The things you strive for with all your might, I can obtain with a mere flick of my wrist. Science, merely my past playthings. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yearning to unleash his fury but stifled by the energy locks, forced to watch as Frieza reveled in his triumph, the hatred within him almost overflowing. He loathed Frieza's cruelty, but more so his own impotence. At that moment, a calm voice emanated from the entrance of the cave, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Frisia, what skill is there in bullying one who has lost the ability to resist? Frisia abruptly turned, spotting Wukong standing at the cave's entrance. His orange martial arts gi strikingly vivid against the dimness of the cavern, his aura stable and refined, neither ostentatious nor to be underestimated. The warriors immediately grew alert, raising their hands to gather energy blasts in their palms, aimed at Wukong. Oh, another scion has arrived? Frisia raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with disdain. I remember you. We encountered one another on planet Vegeta. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Wukong? Back then, your combat power was barely 1,000. What brings you here to court death now? Perceiving Wukong's energy, Frisia furrowed his brow. This aura was significantly stronger than Vegeta's, yet still only around 50,000, not worthy of concern. Wukong paid the warriors no heed, stepping steadily into the cavern. His focus fixed on Frisia. I am not here to seek death, but to thwart you. Release the Dragon Ball and depart from Namek. I can spare your life. Spare my life? Frisia erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Do you realize whom you are addressing? I am the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. It is I who grants mercy. No one dares to impose conditions upon me. With a wave of his hand, a pale purple energy blast hurtled toward Wukong's face. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. This was Frisia's signature swift kill technique, fast and concentrated, leaving ordinary warriors no time to react. Yet Wukong merely sidestepped gently, the energy blast grazing his shoulder before slamming into the rock wall behind him, creating a large crater and sending debris flying. He dodged? Frisia's smile dimmed slightly, intrigued. It seems you've made considerable progress in these years. However, it is still insufficient. In an instant, he appeared before Wukong, his fist imbued with fierce momentum, aimed at Wukong's chest. This was his favored close combat maneuver, swift, precise, and deadly, having claimed the lives of many warriors. Wukong had anticipated this. He was well aware of Frisia's combat habits in his first form, favoring surprise attacks aimed at the chest and abdomen. As he swiftly turned his wrist, he precisely seized Frisia's fist, applying subtle pressure with his fingertips to halt Frisia's movements. Your speed is too slow, Goku remarked calmly, his gaze devoid of any tremor. And I am well acquainted with your techniques. Frisia's pupils constricted sharply. He strained to break free, only to find Goku's grip unyielding, like iron pincers. How could you possibly know my moves? A flicker of anxiety stirred within him for the first time. His combat techniques were never shared with outsiders. How could this scion be so informed? Curious to know? Defeat me first, Goku replied, releasing his hold and deftly sidestepping another of Frisia's assaults. In one fluid motion, he struck Frisia's back with a resounding palm. Frisia felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. As he regained his footing, a wave of tingling pain coursed through his back. Damn it! Frisia was utterly incensed, his aura erupting violently as pale purple energy rippled outward, causing rocks within the cave to tremble and fall. He raised his hand, unleashing dozens of death beams that shot forth from his fingertips, enveloping Goku and blocking every potential escape route. This was the area of attack of his first form, known as Death Scatter, designed specifically to combat agile opponents. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, felt his heart constrict. He was all too aware of the move's devastating power. Many Saiyan comrades had perished under its onslaught. Goku surely wouldn't evade it. Yet, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Goku moved with such agility, seemingly foreseeing the trajectory of the beams, dodging each one with precision, and even advancing steadily amidst the onslaught, closing the distance to Frisia in mere seconds. I told you, I know all your moves. Goku's voice resonated in Frisia's ear as he delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen. Ugh! Frisia groaned, his body curling inwards, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared incredulously at Goku. This scion not only evaded his attacks but countered them? His power was supposedly only around 50,000. How could he possess such strength? Impossible. Your power level is merely 50,000. How could you possibly defeat me? Frisia exclaimed, clutching his abdomen and retreating a few steps, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. You must be employing some underhanded tactics. Goku shook his head, his energy gradually rising, surging from 50,000 to 100,000, then to 200,000, ultimately stabilizing around 500,000, matching Frisia's power in his first form. I haven't cheated. I simply wasn't using my full strength before, he stated, his tone remaining composed. Frisia, this is all you are in your first form. 500,000 power level. Frisia was thoroughly panicked. He had never anticipated this scion could possess such formidable strength or accurately predict all his techniques. Who are you? How do you know my moves? I am Goku, a scion who wishes to protect planet Namek, Goku declared, stepping closer to Frisia, his presence growing ever more formidable. As for your techniques, they are of no concern to you. Just know that today, you cannot defeat me, nor will you obtain the Dragon Balls. Vegeta watched in utter astonishment. Goku's power level had reached 500,000. He was effortlessly overpowering Frisia. He had previously believed Goku was only slightly stronger than himself. Yet the disparity was far greater than he had imagined. The bitterness within deepened, yet simultaneously, a faint glimmer of hope flickered. Could this Goku truly vanquish Frisia? Frisia, sensing the encroaching Goku and the mounting pressure, realized that victory in his first form was unattainable. He inhaled deeply, his gaze turning frigid. Very well. You have successfully provoked my ire. Since you yearn for death, I shall unleash a more formidable transformation to obliterate you completely. Goku halted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, is it time for a transformation? Perfect. I, too, am curious to witness the true extent of your so-called power. He had already anticipated Frisia's metamorphosis and was well prepared. This overwhelming clash was merely beginning. Chapter 168. Frisia's astonishment at your power level. The energy fluctuations within the cavern intensified, as pale purple energy waves collided with golden forces, causing debris from the rocky walls to cascade down, and the Dragon Balls nestled in their grooves trembled slightly. Frisia clutched his injured abdomen, staggering back a couple of steps, the blood at the corner of his mouth starkly visible. It was the first time in his long existence that he had been suppressed in his first form, and by an opponent he had always deemed inferior, the Scion. Impossible. This cannot be. Frisia's voice quivered, not from fear, but from disbelief. How could a mere Scion possess such power? Just a few years ago on planet Vegeta, your power level was below 1,000. How have you become so formidable? His golden eyes were filled with confusion and rage as he fixed his gaze on Goku. In his mind, Scions were the most insignificant of warrior races, with only Vegeta possessing any potential worth mentioning. Yet, this Scion named Goku not only surpassed Vegeta in strength, but was capable of suppressing his first form entirely, shattering Frisia's preconceived notions of Scions. Goku stood resolutely, golden energy swirling steadily around him, his expression calm as he regarded Frisia, devoid of arrogance. Your strength is not measured by mere words. What you should be concerned about now is whether you can withstand my next attack, rather than indulging in these futile inquiries. Futile inquiries? Frisia laughed in rage, his aura surging violently, pale purple energy forming an invisible barrier that sent debris flying. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. There are answers I demand to know. Speak. Have you employed some forbidden technique? Or discovered a treasure that enhances your power? He could not fathom that a Scion could attain such heights through sheer will alone. In his understanding, the utmost a Scion could achieve was through the brink of death. Yet even then, it was inconceivable to leap from 1,000 to over 500,000. This surpassed the limits of their race. Nearby, bound by energy restraints, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he observed Goku's silhouette. He could distinctly sense Goku's power steadily escalating, nearing 600,000, far surpassing Frisia's first form of 530,000. Previously, when Frisia had effortlessly defeated him, he had believed the tyrant invincible. But witnessing Goku now dominate Frisia, a blend of disbelief and astonishment filled him. How much power had this Goku truly concealed? Once more, Goku took a step forward, his golden energy surging instantaneously, distorting Frisia's barrier ever so slightly. I shall not answer your inquiries. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must first defeat me. However, in your current state, you lack the privilege of my explanation. No sooner had he spoken than Goku's form flickered, appearing before Frisia in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Frisia hastily raised his hand to block, and with a resounding thud, he felt an immense force reverberate through his arm, propelling him uncontrollably backward until he crashed against the rocky wall, creating a sizable crater in the hardened stone. Coughing, Frisia spat out blood, struggling to rise from the pit, his arm trembling slightly. The strength of that punch exceeded his expectations, He felt as though his bones might shatter. "You fool! Do you think this is enough to overcome me?" Frisia bellowed, channeling massive amounts of energy into both hands, a pale purple orb growing ever larger in his palms. "I shall make you aware of the might of the Cosmic Emperor. Death's Sphere." He forcefully propelled the orb forward, the pale purple mass radiating a sense of annihilation as it hurtled towards Goku, scorching the air in its wake. This was the most formidable technique he could unleash in his initial form, capable of obliterating a small mountain, and he was convinced Goku would not evade it. Vegeta's heart raced, recalling the devastating power of such an attack. His own father had fallen to a similar move, and he believed Goku would surely not escape this time. Yet Goku merely shook his head gently, tilting his body slightly, appearing slow but deftly sidestepping the Death Sphere. The orb grazed his shoulder, colliding with the cavern's far wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left a massive hole, allowing sunlight to pour in and illuminate the dust within the cave. "I had forewarned you. I am well acquainted with your techniques, and your speed is simply too sluggish." Goku's voice emerged from the smoke of the explosion, calm as ever. "Frisia, in your current state, you resemble not a cosmic emperor, but rather a temperamental child." Frisia, gazing at the unscathed Goku, was utterly flustered. His every move had been anticipated, his speed rendered inadequate, and his power suppressed. If this continued, he would indeed be vanquished by this scion, an outcome he could not bear. "Who exactly are you?" Frisia shrieked, his energy becoming increasingly unstable, a hint of deep purple swirling within the pale hue. "You are no ordinary scion. What is your true origin?" Goku offered no reply, instead slowly raising his right hand, golden energy coalescing in his palm to form a diminutive sphere. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that today, I intend to subdue you, ensuring you never dare to tread upon Namek again." "Subdue me?" Frisia paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter, his voice laced with madness. "You, a mere scion, think to subdue me? Know this, I possess even greater forms. I will demonstrate to you the consequences of provoking the Cosmic Emperor." He took a deep breath, and his body began to transform. His bones cracked audibly, his form gradually expanding, the pale purple skin becoming increasingly resilient. The energy surrounding him surged rapidly, escalating from 530,000 to 1,000,000, then 1,500,000. Goku sensed Frisia's swiftly rising power, his gaze unwavering, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Frisia was finally on the verge of transforming into his second form, precisely what Goku had anticipated. "Want to transform? Go ahead," Goku remarked, as the golden orb of light in his palm gradually dissipated. "But even if you do, the outcome will remain unchanged. I shall make you understand that no matter what form you take, you will not be my match." Arrogance. Frisia's transformation continued, his voice growing deeper. "Once I complete my transformation, I will tear you to shreds. You shall pay for your earlier insolence." Goku fell silent, standing still as he awaited Frisia's transformation to conclude. He was aware that the ensuing battle would escalate in intensity, yet he held confidence that he could subdue Frisia, regardless of his new form. His objective was not merely to overpower Frisia, but to protect Namek, safeguard Bulma and Ties, and embrace the merging power of the soul within him. Outside the cave, the sunlight intensified, and the energy fluctuations within the cave grew more powerful, heralding the onset of a fiercer confrontation. Chapter 169. The crucial moment of soul fusion. The energy collisions within the cave persisted, Frisia's roars intertwined with waves of pale purple energy, causing the rock walls to tremble and shed debris. Having just escaped Goku's relentless assault, blood still oozed from the wound on his chest, his golden pupils ablaze with madness. He had never endured such humiliation. A scion not only suppressed him, but also exhibited an intricate understanding of his techniques, shattering the pride of the Cosmic Emperor. "I shall not be defeated. Absolutely not." Frisia raised his arms high, his energy surging wildly, the pale purple force erupting like a tsunami. The Dragon Balls deep within the cave trembled, dislodging from their recesses and floating in midair. He was determined to initiate his second transformation ahead of schedule. Even if his body had yet to fully acclimate, he would obliterate the accursed scion before him. Goku should have seized the opportunity to attack while Frisia was gathering energy. Yet at that moment, he suddenly ceased his movements. The steady golden aura surrounding him became chaotic, as if some unseen force was pulling it inward. He could distinctly sense that the soul belonging to the traveler within him was resonating fiercely with Goku's original soul. Countless previous harmonizations, the tacit understanding forged in battle, and the fervent desire to protect coalesced into a potent will, reverberating within his mind. It's happening, a thought flickered through Goku's mind, not a contemplation, but an instinctive response. The traveler's unwavering commitment to protection aligned perfectly with Goku's innate instinct to grow stronger. The looming threat of Frisia, the peril facing Namek, and the hopes of Bulma and Ties, all of it propelled this long-awaited fusion of souls. Frisia noticed Goku's unusual demeanor, his build-up momentarily faltering, and he roared in confusion. "What are you up to? Are you afraid to strike?" He could sense Goku's energy waning, yet it emanated a disquieting pressure, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his body, ensnared by energy locks, tensed slightly. He perceived that Goku's energy no longer surged outward. Instead, it receded inward like a retreating tide. However, the latent power within Goku intensified, instilling a flicker of trepidation in Vegeta regarding what Goku was truly undertaking. Was he concocting some sort of trick? Goku paid no heed to Frisia's shrieks or Vegeta's bewilderment. He gradually closed his eyes, his hands resting naturally at his sides. As the chaotic golden aura surrounding him softened, radiating an irresistible sense of sanctity. In his mind, memories of the traveler intertwined with Goku's past, the initial adventure in search of the Dragon Balls, his promise to Krillin, battles to protect Earth, and now, the duty to safeguard Namek. All these images converged into a singular voice. "Goku," he spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the cavern, carrying a soul-stirring resonance. "It is time for us to unite." The moment those words fell, Goku's energy erupted within him, not as an outward explosion, but as an inward accumulation. The golden waves of energy were drawn in by an unseen force, continually surging into his being. The surrounding space began to distort slightly, the suspended debris ceased its trembling, and even Frisia's surging aura was momentarily stifled by this overwhelming power. Frisia's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented fear rising within him. What is this power? How can your energy be like this? He attempted to gather strength to transform, but found his energy seemingly frozen, unable to rise even a fraction. Forced to watch as Goku's radiance intensified, Vegeta was utterly stunned. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He sensed that Goku's soul was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The essence of a scion intertwining with an unfamiliar yet formidable will, merging into a terrifying force that transcended his comprehension of strength. Goku's consciousness gradually sank into the depths of his soul. The traveler's spirit and Goku's innate essence drew closer like two beams of light in the darkness. There was no conflict, no rejection, only a harmonious alignment that felt destined. He felt Goku's fervor for battle, as well as his own obsession with protection. He could recall his past before the journey while clearly remembering Goku's adventures from childhood to now. "We are, in essence, one." The voice within resonated once more, and the two beams of light finally collided. There was no explosion, only a gentle fusion. Golden light overflowed from Goku's being, gradually enveloping him entirely. The illumination in the cavern intensified, compelling even Frisia to squint, unable to gaze directly. Frisia's fury had long since been supplanted by terror. He staggered back a few steps. Roaring, "What are you doing? Stop this at once." He attempted to launch an attack to interrupt Goku, only to find his body obstructed by an invisible barrier. Unable to approach, Goku remained with his eyes closed, yet a faint smile played upon his lips. The warmth of soul fusion permeated his entire being, as he distinctly felt his power escalating at an exponential rate. This was not merely an enhancement of combat prowess. Rather, it represented a sublime harmony between his soul and strength. The wisdom of the traveler, his understanding of the narrative, and Goku's instinctual combat abilities, along with the latent potential of the Scion race, had finally converged into a singular entity. Soon, he silently chanted within, "Just a little longer. Once we truly become one, we shall decisively confront Frisia and protect all those we cherish." The golden radiance intensified, nearly illuminating the entirety of the cavern, while Frisia's anguished roars were gradually swallowed by the brilliance, leaving only astonishment in Vegeta's gaze. This sudden soul fusion not only altered Goku's destiny, but was on the cusp of rewriting the outcome of the battle on Namek. A brand new Goku was about to emerge, Chapter 170. Enveloped in light, the golden light within the cave grew ever more intense, resembling a flowing cocoon of luminescence that enveloped Goku entirely. The glow, though not blinding, emanated an unassailable sense of sanctity, tinting the very air in a warm golden hue. The pale violet energy waves unleashed by Frieza earlier now melted away silently, as if confronted by a blazing sun. Frieza stood frozen in place, his golden pupils wide with terror. He attempted to unleash an assault to disrupt the enigmatic radiance, but each time his energy approached the cocoon, it was repelled by an invisible force, unable to even stir a ripple. What in the world is this infernal phenomenon? He bellowed, his hands conjuring energy spheres that swelled ominously, yet he hesitated to strike the radiant cocoon, instinctively sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, an instinctual fear that touching it would lead to his utter obliteration. Bound by energy restraints, Vegeta had long since relinquished his previous resentment, now consumed solely by sheer astonishment. He could clearly perceive that the power within the cocoon was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis, not a mere enhancement of combat capabilities, but a transcendence at the level of the soul. This force contained the inherent ferocity of the Saiyan warrior's instincts, intertwined with an unprecedented resolve imbued with wisdom and composure. These two traits, which ought to have clashed, now harmonized flawlessly, giving rise to a power that transcended the very definition of strength. This is not the power of a Saiyan, Vegeta murmured, his fingers clenching reflexively. What has he become? Within the cocoon, Goku's consciousness was experiencing an unparalleled transformation. The memories of the traveler intertwined with Goku's past, resembling two strands of light that slowly spiraled together in the depths of his awareness. There was no conflict, no rejection, only a seamless alignment that felt destined. The excitement of late-night Dragon Ball marathons prior to his journey, the heartfelt anguish of sacrificing for Goku, and the fervent desire to protect his comrades. The warmth of Goku's childhood spent with his grandfather, the adventures in search of the Dragon Balls, and the unwavering determination to defend Earth. All these fragments overlapped and merged, ultimately weaving into a complete tapestry of memory. So, you too wish to protect everyone. A gentle yet powerful voice resonated within his consciousness, reminiscent of a long-lost companion. You feel the same, Goku, the traveler's essence replied, imbued with a sense of relief and a smile. What we have always desired has been the same. Without superfluous words, the two strands of consciousness collided with a gentle fusion, devoid of explosion, only a tender amalgamation. Like two droplets of water merging into the same ocean, they instantaneously become indistinguishable from one another. The wisdom of the traveler, the understanding of the narrative, the meticulous consideration for guardianship, combined with Goku's instinct for battle, the resilience of the Saiyans, and the pure trust in companions, all converge into a singular essence. The two voices within the consciousness fade away, replaced by a brand new awareness, one that encompasses both the traveler's lucid judgment of the situation and Goku's keen intuition for combat. It embodies my desire to protect Bulma and Ties, alongside Goku's noble intent to safeguard Namek. Is this the sensation of unity? A new consciousness sighs softly within, devoid of any sense of alienation, only an unprecedented wholeness. In the external world, the golden cocoon begins to tremble slightly, its radiant light gradually retracting inward, no longer expanding outward, yet becoming increasingly concentrated. The surface of the cocoon shimmers with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of flowing stars, each line imbued with a heart-stirring power. Frieza's breathing grows increasingly frantic. He senses that the power within the cocoon is on the brink of breaching its threshold, a fear so profound it threatens to consume his reason. I cannot wait. I absolutely cannot wait, he screams, hurling the condensed sphere of energy with all his might toward the cocoon, shattering it for me. The pale purple energy sphere, infused with an aura of destruction, hurtles toward the cocoon. Yet, just as the sphere is about to make contact, the golden patterns on the cocoon's surface suddenly illuminate, and a golden barrier unfurls with a resounding bang. The energy sphere collides with the barrier, erupting instantaneously, pale purple fragments scattering in all directions, yet failing to penetrate even the outer layer of the cocoon. As the barrier dissipates, the cocoon's contraction accelerates sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The golden light intensifies, culminating in a dazzling flash as the cocoon abruptly vanishes. Goku remained steadfast in place, his orange martial arts uniform unblemished. Yet his aura has undergone a complete transformation. His black hair flutters gently, the tips glimmering with a golden sheen, and his gaze no longer bears the tranquility it once did. Instead, it is imbued with a newfound sharpness and composure, merging Goku's inherent purity with the traveler's serenity. He slowly raises his hand, gathering a thread of golden energy in his palm. This energy no longer exists in a dispersed state. Rather, it is refined like silk, exuding a power that is both familiar and foreign, showcasing Goku's precise mastery over energy and the traveler's meticulous orchestration of force. Frieza gazes at Goku before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He can distinctly perceive that Goku's combat prowess now transcends any measurable scale. The digits on the detector's screen fluctuate wildly, ultimately emitting a crackling sound before plunging into complete darkness. No, this is impossible. Frieza's voice quivers with despair. How could your power have grown so formidable? Goku disregards Frieza's unraveling, closing his eyes to attune to the new force coursing within him. Deep within his soul, the traveler's memories harmonize perfectly with Goku's instincts. He recalls every detail of past battles, anticipates Frieza's forthcoming movements, and commands this newfound power that surpasses all previous limits. When he opens his eyes once more, only determination and confidence remain in his gaze. He speaks slowly, his voice resonating with both Goku's clarity and the traveler's steadiness, the two tonalities merging flawlessly, echoing throughout the cave. Now, I am both myself and Goku. At the very moment these words fell, a surge of energy erupted from his entire being. The golden aura no longer remained contained. Instead, it burst forth like a volcano, lifting the debris within the cave into the air. Even the Dragon Balls embedded in the rock walls began to tremble slightly, as though resonating with this newfound power. Frieza collapsed to the ground, his golden pupils filled only with despair. He understood that he was no longer facing the scion who once suppressed him, but a completely new entity, one capable of easily annihilating him. Vegeta observed the surging golden aura enveloping Goku, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, nails digging deeply into his palms. In his gaze, there was a mix of reluctance, jealousy, and above all, an almost fanatical desire. What he aspired to surpass was no longer merely Goku, but this fusion of beings, this true powerhouse. Goku felt the torrent of power coursing through him, a confident smile gracing his lips. He knew that the fusion of their souls was merely the beginning. It was now time to show Frieza what a true warrior was, and what the impending power of the Super Saiyan entailed. Chapter 171. The fusion is complete. The golden aura within the cave continued to ebb and flow. Yet it was now more refined and oppressive than before. Goku stood firm, his fingertips trembling gently, feeling the new power within him, a seamless blend of the wisdom of the Traverser and his own combat instincts. With every breath, he drew in the energy around him, transforming the very air into an extension of his strength. This power, Goku murmured, raising his hand to form a fist. The golden energy coalesced into a slender blade of light in his palm, slicing through the air silently, leaving a fine crack in the distant rock wall. He could clearly ascertain that his battle power had already surpassed the previous 600,000, ascending at an astonishing rate, to the point where even he could not accurately gauge its limits. The fusion of souls brought not only an accumulation of strength, but a qualitative leap as well. Frieza sat on the ground, the arrogance that once defined him replaced entirely by fear. He stared at Goku's silhouette, his throat constricting as he struggled to roar. But no sound emerged. The previously silent detector suddenly crackled to life, its screen displaying numbers that fluctuated wildly, from 1 million to 3 million, then to 5 million, until the digits shattered entirely, leaving the device a mere heap of scrap. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Frieza's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. How could a scion possess such overwhelming power? This defies logic. Bound by energy restraints, Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Goku, his nails embedding deeply into his palms. He could keenly sense that Goku's strength was still ascending, a force that combined the unique ferocity of the Scions with a steadiness that sent shivers down his spine. These two traits merged flawlessly, creating an aura of power he had never witnessed before. What in the world did he fuse with? Vegeta's teeth ground together, his inner turmoil threatening to overflow. He was the Prince of Scions, Yet this Goku had already left him far behind. Goku slowly turned to face Frieza, his gaze devoid of any compassion, embodying an air of complete control. Frieza, you once claimed that a Saiyan could never surpass you? He advanced step by step towards Frieza, golden waves of energy radiating with each stride, pressing down on Frieza to the point of near asphyxiation. Do you still believe that? Frieza abruptly lifted his head, his golden pupils brimming with madness. Stay away, you monster. You are not a Saiyan at all. He attempted to crawl backward, but Goku's energy firmly pinned him in place, rendering his body immobile, even his fingertips unwilling to budge. Goku halted his advance, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He brushed aside the black strands of hair from his forehead, and as his fingertips grazed the strands, he felt a surge of heat cascading from his crown. The power within him having amassed to its zenith, ready to transcend into the next form at any moment. A monster? Goku chuckled lightly. I am merely stronger than you. Moreover, this is not even my full strength. No sooner had he spoken than the golden aura enveloping him suddenly surged. The once gentle gold transformed into an intense blaze, akin to a burning flame, tinting the entire cavern in resplendent gold. His black hair began to flutter slightly, the tips gradually taking on a faint golden hue. While the energy fluctuations surrounding him grew increasingly tempestuous, yet he maintained impeccable control, leaving no energy wasted. Vegeta's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was he about to transform? Could this aura be the legendary one? Frieza too sensed something amiss, gazing at Goku's golden hair, an absurd yet terrifying thought surging within him. No, it cannot be. Legends are mere fabrications. The Super Saiyan does not exist. Goku disregarded their reactions, closing his eyes to concentrate on the power within. After merging his soul, his mastery over this power had reached unprecedented heights. He no longer needed to rely on rage as in the original story to trigger it. Merely a thought would suffice to guide his power beyond its limits. The previous battle had merely been a warm-up. Goku silently affirmed, Frieza, you shall witness the true power of a Saiyan. He suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within his pupils. The aura surrounding him condensed instantaneously, ceasing to expand outward and instead surging violently inward. His black hair transformed into gold at an observable pace, each strand standing on end like a blazing inferno. The golden aura intensified, forming a colossal energy halo that enveloped him entirely. His battle power continued to escalate. Vegeta's breath quickened. He could sense Goku's power had surpassed 10 million and was still climbing. This bastard truly could reach such heights. Frieza was utterly shattered, curled upon the ground, cradling his head in his hands, screaming, lies. All lies. The Super Saiyan cannot exist. You must be employing some nefarious trick. He could not fathom that the legend he had revered all his life had indeed manifested within a Saiyan, and that this Saiyan stood before him with overwhelming dominance. Goku slowly lifted his head, his golden hair dancing within the energy waves, his gaze filled with confidence and resolve. He could distinctly feel the power of the Super Saiyan form fully under his command, each heartbeat resonating with the energy surrounding him. Frieza, do you not wish to know my full strength? Wukong's voice reverberated throughout the cavern, imbued with the tremors of golden energy. Now, I shall demonstrate the Super Saiyan form, he declared. As the words fell from his lips, Wukong stepped forward with sudden intensity. The golden energy erupted, causing the cavern's walls to shake violently, and the suspended debris was instantaneously reduced to dust. His figure became indistinct amidst the energy waves, leaving only a fleeting golden silhouette that appeared before Frieza in an instant. The next chapter would witness the overwhelming might of the Super Saiyan form, marking the inception of Frieza's terror. Chapter 172, Golden Hair, Crimson Eyes, Fan Interpretation, Within the Cavern. The golden energy stabilized, transforming from a violent surge into a layer of radiant light that clung closely to Wukong's form, shimmering with a delicate metallic luster. He gradually lifted his head, the golden strands of hair at his brow buoyed gently by the energy, revealing eyes that had undergone a profound transformation. No longer the original black, they now glowed a deep crimson, reminiscent of molten iron, with a faint halo of golden light encircling the edges of his irises. Frieza sat paralyzed on the ground, his hands braced against the earth, knuckles whitening from the strain. His red eyes fixated on Wukong, emitting strange sounds from his throat, as if an invisible hand were constricting his neck. Throughout his life, He had encountered numerous formidable beings, from King Vegeta to warriors across the cosmos. Yet he had never witnessed such a manifestation: golden hair, red eyes, and an aura exuding an oppressive force capable of tearing through space itself. This was not the appearance of an ordinary scion. Wukong gently flexed his fingers, causing the golden energy to ripple with his movements. The debris on the ground was lifted slightly by the energy waves and then lowered again, as if dancing to his rhythm. He could distinctly feel that every fiber of his muscles in this Super Saiyan form was brimming with power. The previous sense of restraint he had felt while suppressing Frieza had vanished entirely. Now, in terms of both speed and strength, he had ascended to an entirely new dimension. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Frieza suddenly howled, his voice filled with despair. The Super Saiyan is merely a legend, a tale to frighten children. How could you possibly be a Super Saiyan? He recalled hearing from his father during his youth that since the birth of the universe, a Super Saiyan had manifested only once, a warrior who single-handedly obliterated half of Frieza's army. Since then, the Super Saiyan had become the deepest fear of the Frieza race. Yet, he had always believed it to be mere folklore, until this moment, when this Saiyan before him transformed the legend into reality. Bound by energy restraints, Vegeta felt no trace of his former defiance, only pure astonishment remained. His gaze was glued to Wukong's golden hair, his body trembling uncontrollably. As the Prince of Saiyans, he understood better than anyone the significance of the Super Saiyan. It was the ultimate form that represented the aspirations of the Saiyan race for millennia, a state that transcended all warriors. He had dedicated his life to this goal, yet now, this once despised lowly Saiyan had achieved this legend before him. Damn it, why is it him? Vegeta seethed, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers onto the ground. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I should have been the first to become a Super Saiyan. Within his heart swirled a tempest of jealousy and resentment. Yet he could not deny that the power radiating from Wukong at this moment was beyond anything he could merely aspire to. Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's turmoil. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Frieza, his crimson pupils devoid of warmth, embodying an absolute dominance over his adversary. Legends? He spoke softly, his voice resonating with the tremors of golden energy, echoing throughout the cavern. Legends also stem from reality. Frieza, did you not always consider Saiyans to be feeble? Behold, this is the true might of the Saiyan race. As his words hung in the air, Wukong took a single step forward. With this seemingly simple motion, the entire cavern trembled violently. Loose rocks cascaded from the walls, and the previously levitating Dragon Balls began to orbit around Wukong, as if paying homage to a sovereign. Frieza felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as though a colossal boulder had lodged itself upon his chest, rendering even the act of breathing an arduous task. No, I refuse to believe it. Frieza shrieked, shaking his head in frenzied denial. Suddenly, he concentrated a vast reservoir of energy into his palms, a pale purple sphere swelling with destructive potential. You must have employed some foul trick. I shall annihilate you. You will learn that the majesty of the Cosmic Emperor is inviolable. He hurled the energy sphere toward Wukong, its destructive aura hurtling straight for him. A gamble on his part to prove that this facade was nothing more than an illusion. Wukong merely cast a cursory glance at the approaching sphere, not even raising a hand in defense. Just as the sphere was about to make contact, a golden aura erupted around him, manifesting as an invisible barrier. Boom! The pale purple sphere collided with the barrier, exploding instantaneously, scattering shards of energy in every direction, yet failing to graze even the hem of Wukong's attire. Instead, it rebounded, creating craters against the cavern walls. Frieza stood utterly dumbfounded, his gaze shifting between Wukong's immobile figure and the pockmarked walls, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He recalled his father's dying words: if you encounter a Super Saiyan, run. Do not attempt to confront them. At the time, he had dismissed this as foolishness. But now he comprehended that his father's words were not merely a warning, but a desperate admonition. A Super Saiyan truly is a Super Saiyan, Frieza muttered to himself, his golden eyes now devoid of all luster, replaced by profound terror. I have provoked a Super Saiyan. I am doomed. He curled into himself, resembling a frightened child, the previous arrogance and madness dissolving into sheer dread of death. Wukong surveyed the thoroughly shattered Frieza, his crimson gaze lacking any semblance of pity. He understood that Frieza's terror was merely in its nascent stages, Soon, he would compel this cosmic tyrant, who had laid waste to planet Vegeta and slaughtered countless Scions, to reckon with the consequences of his actions. Frieza, Wukong's voice resonated once more, imbued with undeniable authority. Were you not curious about my battle power? Now, you may attempt to perceive it. This is the power of a Super Saiyan, the very force that shall escort you to the depths of hell. Frieza's body suddenly stiffened, instinctively attempting to gauge Goku's power, only to be enveloped by an infinite sea of golden energy, overwhelming him to the point where he could not even conceive of resistance. It dawned upon him that he was not facing an ordinary warrior, but rather a legendary Super Saiyan capable of effortlessly obliterating him. Frieza's voice, tinged with desperation, betrayed his loss of dignity as the ruler of the universe. I was wrong. I shall never provoke a Saiyan again. I beg you, spare me. Goku remained silent, slowly raising his fist, golden energy coalescing around it, radiating a blinding light. In the blink of an eye, he left behind a golden afterimage, instantly materializing before Frieza, initiating the crushing onslaught of his Super Saiyan form. Chapter 173. Super Saiyan Goku overwhelms Frieza's first form before Frieza's cries could dissipate within the cave. He was abruptly seized by an immense force. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had teleported behind him, his golden palm firmly gripping Frieza's wrist, the energy at his fingertips threatening to shatter bone. Thinking of escaping? Goku's voice whispered coldly in Frieza's ear. The reflection in his crimson eyes revealed Frieza's contorted visage. The former cosmic monarch now resembled a marionette, utterly devoid of the strength to struggle under the oppressive energy. Frieza attempted to gather his own energy for a counterattack, only to find his own power firmly restrained by Goku's might, unable to produce even the slightest ripple. "Release me, you monster!" Frieza screamed in madness, his other hand lunging towards Goku's face, claws glimmering ominously. Yet, to Goku, his movements appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. He merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike while delivering a powerful knee to Frieza's abdomen. The resounding thud echoed through the cave as Frieza's eyes widened in shock, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite. Goku did not relent. He pursued with a flash, his golden fist slicing through the air, crashing mercilessly into Frieza's back. The force of the blow shattered the scales along Frieza's spine, violet blood splattering against the rocky walls with a sizzle. Frieza slammed into the wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble, debris cascading around him. He struggled to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain in his back, each movement akin to being pierced by countless needles. Lifting his gaze to Goku, he beheld the golden hair billowing in the energy currents, the red eyes devoid of any pity, exuding an air of calm amusement at the plight of his prey. Bound by energy restraints, Vegeta's breaths became rapid and shallow. He fixed his gaze on Goku amidst the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly. Goku's every strike was precise and brutal, devoid of unnecessary movements, each blow targeting Frieza's vulnerabilities. This mastery over combat was something Vegeta had never witnessed before. That bastard. Not only has he transformed into a Super Saiyan, but his fighting skills have also become terrifyingly formidable. Vegeta's teeth ground together, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Yet he could not deny that at this moment, Goku had grown strong enough to command his admiration. Goku slowly approached Frieza, the golden energy radiating with each step, nearly suffocating Frieza. "Frieza, weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago?" Goku came to a halt, gazing down at him from a lofty height, asserting that the Saiyans were an inferior race and questioning whether he still held such beliefs. Frieza coughed up blood, his eyes filled with madness and terror. "I will not concede defeat. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I possibly lose to you, a lowly Saiyan?" Suddenly, he unleashed all his energy, a wave of pale purple power surging toward Goku, attempting to take them both down in a final act of desperation. Yet, this energy proved utterly feeble before Goku. With a mere lift of his hand, a golden aura coalesced into a barrier in his palm, effortlessly repelling Frieza's attack. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Goku scoffed, flicking his finger lightly, causing the barrier's golden energy to rebound, shattering Frieza's assault and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed through the cave, leaving Frieza's cheek instantly swollen and numb on one side. He was utterly dazed. He had never experienced such humiliation. As the Emperor of the universe, he had always been exalted. Yet now he was being mercilessly battered like a jester by Goku. Goku bent down, seizing Frieza by the hair and lifting him effortlessly. Their eyes locked. Goku's crimson pupils close to Frieza's, his voice calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity. Does it hurt? These two words struck Frieza's heart like a sledgehammer. Gazing into Goku's eyes, he was suddenly engulfed by despair. He realized that this time he had truly lost, utterly and completely. Yet his inherent pride forbade him from submitting. Through gritted teeth, he roared, "Even if I die, I will never acknowledge your superiority." Is that so? Goku raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip. Then I shall continue until you concede. With that, he hurled Frieza toward the rocky wall, as if discarding refuse. Frieza's body collided heavily, creating a massive crack in the wall, countless stones raining down upon him. He lay on the ground, bloodied, with scales shed and devoid of his former arrogance. Panting heavily, he watched Goku approach step by step, the golden aura resembling the scythe of death, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He knew that if this continued, he would truly be beaten to death. At that moment, Frieza's body began to glow, a pale purple energy swirling around him as his scales began to regenerate and his form gradually expanded. Goku paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his crimson eyes. He recognized that Frieza was about to transform into his second form. Goku, he is going to transform. Vegeta suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. Though he despised Frieza, he was acutely aware that Frieza's power would surge following his transformation. Goku did not turn around but replied calmly, "I know. However, it matters not. Even with his transformation, it will still be insufficient." His tone was imbued with confidence, the golden aura swelling once more, pressing down upon the transforming Frieza, momentarily stalling his movements. Frieza gritted his teeth, hastening the transformation, the pale purple energy intensifying. "Do not get too cocky. Once I achieve my second form, I will surely kill you." Goku regarded him with a disdainful smile. "Then I shall await your so-called second form, eager to see if it can truly challenge me." Chapter 174. Frieza transforms into his second form. A pale purple energy surged wildly around Frieza, enveloping his body like boiling magma. He lay on the ground, the scales on his back splitting open, allowing pale purple blood mixed with energy to seep out, only to be transformed into white mist upon contact with the air. A cry of anguish, tinged with madness, erupted from Frieza as his body began to uncontrollably expand, the sound of cracking bones echoing, as if they sought to break free from the confines of his skin. Goku stood motionless, the golden aura around him gently rippling, his crimson eyes betraying no emotion. He could distinctly sense the energy within Frieza escalating rapidly, soaring from a battle power of 530,000 in his first form to a staggering 1,000,000, then 1,200,000, ultimately stabilizing around 1,500,000. This figure would have easily overwhelmed Vegeta in the original narrative, yet it still appeared insufficient before Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Frieza's physique was expanding. Vegeta, bound by energy restraints, suddenly spoke, a flicker of gravity appearing in his gaze. He observed Frieza's transformation from slender to robust, the muscles on his arms bulging, two curved black horns sprouting from his previously smooth forehead, and the color of his scales shifting from pale purple to a deep violet, shimmering with a metallic sheen. This was the hallmark of Frieza's second form, the very shape that had once instilled fear within him. Frieza's roar gradually ceased as he slowly straightened up. His height nearly doubled from before, his hands morphing into sharp claws that glinted ominously. He moved his neck, the sound of cracking bones reverberating within the cavern, as a whirlpool of deep purple energy formed around him, stirring up debris from the ground. "What do you think, Scion?" Frieza gazed down at his hands, his voice deepening into a hoarse tone laced with condescension. "This is my second form, a threefold increase in battle power. Do you still believe you can defeat me?" Goku raised an eyebrow slightly, his golden hair fluttering in the aura. "Threefold? A battle power of 1,500,000 is indeed a bit stronger than before." His tone was dispassionate, as if discussing a trivial matter, instantly darkening Frieza's expression. "How do you know my battle power?" Frieza's head snapped up, shock flooding his golden eyes. He had no reason to know. The scouter had been destroyed by Goku's energy wave, and it was impossible for Goku to accurately gauge his power unless Goku was intimately familiar with his forms. This thought sent a chill through Frieza, quickly replaced by fury. "So what if you know?" A battle power of 1,500,000 is sufficient to tear you apart. As the words left his lips, Frisia's figure abruptly vanished from sight, a deep purple afterimage streaking through the cave before reappearing behind Goku. He raised his sharp claws, infused with deep purple energy, and struck fiercely at Goku's back. The speed of this attack was several times faster than in his first form, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Vegeta's pupils constricted suddenly, instinctively clenching his fists. He could feel the sheer might behind this strike. Had it been his former self, he would have undoubtedly been unable to evade it. Yet in the next moment, he witnessed Goku slightly shift his body, effortlessly dodging Frisia's assault without so much as a ripple in his aura. It was indeed faster, but regrettably, still too slow. The voice of Wukong echoed in Frisia's ear, laced with a hint of mockery. Frisia's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he felt a tremendous force strike his back. Wukong's fist had already landed on his spine, golden energy surging into his body, causing his blood to surge violently. Ugh! Frisia cried out in agony, his body hurtling forward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Several deep purple scales fell away, and pale purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he looked at Wukong in disbelief. Impossible. My speed has increased so much. How could you evade so easily? Wukong slowly turned around, his crimson eyes filled with calmness. Your enhancement, in my eyes, is still insufficient. He raised his hand, golden energy coalescing into a blade of light in his palm. Frisia, do not squander your time. If this is all you are capable of, this battle will soon reach its conclusion. Frisia, gazing at the light blade in Wukong's palm, felt a wave of terror surge within him once again. Yet his inherent pride forbade him from conceding defeat. He suddenly threw his head back and roared, deep purple energy surging once more, causing the cave's walls to tremble violently, fissures widening. Not enough? Then allow me to show you what true power looks like. He crossed his arms over his chest, deep purple energy gathering in his palms to form a massive sphere of light, warping the space around it. Taste this. Death Sphere. Frisia forcefully propelled the sphere toward Wukong, the deep purple orb radiating a sense of destruction, instantly filling half the cave, even forcing the floating Dragon Balls to retreat in its wake. Wukong regarded the incoming sphere with unwavering composure. He raised his hand, golden energy forming a barrier before him, its surface etched with glowing golden patterns. With a resounding crash, the deep purple sphere collided with the barrier, erupting in an explosion of energy that reverberated throughout the cave, debris raining down from the walls, and the ground buckling beneath the force. As the smoke cleared, Wukong remained steadfast in place, the golden barrier intact. Not a speck of dust on his martial attire. He looked at the pale-faced Frisia across from him and gently shook his head. I have already stated, your power is still insufficient. Frisia stood frozen, the deep purple energy flickering erratically around him. He realized that Wukong spoke the truth. Even a full-force attack in his second form could not breach Wukong's defenses. This realization filled him with despair, but more so with madness. Not enough? Then I shall transform into my third form. I refuse to believe that you can continuously best me. Chapter 175. Easily suppressing the second form, deep purple waves of energy swirled around Frisia as he suddenly propelled himself off the ground. His figure darting toward Wukong like a specter, sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at Wukong's throat. The speed of the second form was nearly 3 times that of the first, the air itself torn asunder by the wind of his claws, producing a piercing shriek. Wukong remained stationary, his crimson pupils clearly tracking Frisia's movements. After merging with his soul, his predictive abilities in combat had far surpassed those of the original narrative. Every action of Frisia's appeared to him as if played in slow motion. Still too slow. Wukong gently shook his head, his body slightly tilting backward. Frisia's claws grazed past his martial arts uniform, creating a powerful gust that carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. What? Frisia's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief washing over him as he realized that his full-force attack had been so effortlessly evaded. Before he could even adjust his stance, Wukong's fist came crashing forward, enveloped in a golden aura, accompanied by a thunderous rush of wind, striking Frisia squarely on the cheek. Bang! The dull thud echoed through the cavern, and Frisia felt a deafening roar in his head as his body was uncontrollably propelled sideways, crashing against the rock wall before tumbling to the ground. rolling several times before coming to a halt. A faint purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a distinct golden fist mark appearing on his cheek. Damn it! Frisia struggled to rise, deep purple energy surging once more. He raised his hand, conjuring dozens of faint purple energy waves, densely shooting toward Wukong. Die! He bellowed, unleashing a barrage of lethal energy. The energy waves carried a sense of annihilation, enveloping all surrounding space, leaving no room for evasion. Vegeta, bound by the energy, instinctively clenched his fists, his breath quickening. He had witnessed this deadly barrage before. Had it not been for sheer luck, he would have perished beneath its onslaught long ago. But in the next moment, he watched as a spherical barrier of golden energy suddenly coalesced around Wukong. All the faint purple energy waves collided with the barrier, erupting instantaneously into a shower of energy fragments, without even brushing against Wukong's attire. How is this possible? Vegeta muttered in disbelief, astonishment filling his gaze. He could feel that Wukong's barrier, seemingly thin, possessed a terrifying defensive power. Such mastery over energy was beyond his wildest imaginings. As Wukong dissipated the barrier, he regarded the ashen-faced Frisia, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Frisia, is this all you are capable of? Your second form is hardly impressive. Hardly impressive. Frisia roared, his voice brimming with madness and rage. I am the Emperor of the Universe. How dare you, a lowly scion, mock me? He abruptly raised his hand, deep purple energy coalescing into a formidable beam, its power several times stronger than the previous barrage, causing the cavern walls to tremble violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. Try this, he shouted, unleashing the planet-destroying cannon toward Wukong. The deep purple beam instantly filling the entire cavern with the power to obliterate planets, bearing down on Wukong. Yet Wukong remained unfazed. He raised his hand, golden energy gathering in his palm, forming a beam of dazzling gold. I know your techniques, he said softly, propelling the golden energy forward. The two beams collided at the cavern's center, intertwining gold and deep purple to form a colossal energy vortex that began to warp the surrounding space. Frisia gritted his teeth, pouring all his energy into the deep purple beam, attempting to overpower the golden one. Yet he soon realized that Wukong's slender golden beam, while seemingly fragile, contained an inexhaustible force, gradually pushing his energy back. No, it's impossible. How could my planet-destroying cannon lose? Frisia's eyes widened in a furious crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet no matter how much energy he infused, the golden beam continued its relentless advance. I have stated before, your power is insufficient. Goku's voice pierced through the cacophony of energy clashes, reaching Frisia's ears with clarity. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku suddenly intensified his energy output, causing the golden beam to surge dramatically, completely overpowering the pale purple beam, and then it collided violently with Frisia. Frisia shrieked in agony as the golden beam struck him, his body soaring backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the cavern's rock wall. The wall crumbled instantly, burying him beneath the falling debris. Goku dissipated his energy, observing Frisia, now entombed in rubble, with no trace of pity in his crimson irises. He understood that such wounds would not be fatal to Frisia, the tyrant of the cosmos, who still harbored even greater forms. Indeed, moments later, the pile of debris erupted, a deep purple aura surging forth as Frisia's figure burst from the wreckage. Most of his scales shed, his body smeared with pale purple blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet his gaze had grown ever more frenzied. I shall make you perish. Frisia roared, his voice laced with bone-chilling hatred. I will tear you to shreds. You will learn the consequences of offending the Emperor of the Universe. The deep purple aura enveloping him began to destabilize, and his body trembled slightly, as if preparing for something momentous. Goku raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his crimson pupils. He realized Frisia was being pushed to transform into his third form. Oh, are you finally taking this seriously? Goku mused softly, as the golden aura coalesced once more. I am eager to see if your third form can truly challenge me. Vegeta, observing the unstable energy surrounding Frisia, wore a grave expression. He sensed a power within Frisia brewing that surpassed the second form, a force that instilled fear in him. Yet, recalling Goku's earlier composure, he could not help but clench his fists. Regardless of how powerful Frisia became, Goku appeared effortlessly capable of countering it. And this disparity left him both frustrated and powerless. Frisia's body began to expand rapidly, deep purple scales regenerating and hardening, and a pair of enormous wings sprouted from his back, rendering his form ever more grotesque. His battle power soared swiftly, breaking through 1.5 million to 2 million, then 2.5 million, ultimately stabilizing around 3 million. Scion, Frisia's voice grew hoarse, imbued with an eerie chill. This is my third form. The very shape I once reserved for dealing with those audacious cosmic pirates. Today, you shall perish by this very technique. Chapter 176. Transformation into the third form. Pale purple energy erupted around Frisia, forming a colossal energy cyclone that swept up all the debris on the cavern floor. He knelt partially, hands pressed against the ground, his nails embedded deeply into the rock. The humiliating defeat of his second form pierced his pride like a thorn. The haughty emperor of the universe would not allow himself to be overwhelmed by a mere lowly scion. Frisia let out a deafening roar, his body beginning to twist and swell uncontrollably. The deep purple scales split open, revealing fissures from which pale purple blood mingled with energy oozed out, only to be vaporized into white mist upon contact with the air. Suddenly, his back arched, and a pair of colossal deep purple wings burst forth from his skin, their edges glinting with a sharp, icy light. Each flap generated a powerful gust that sent debris cascading from the rock walls. His form expanded further. Vegeta, bound by energy restraints against the rocky surface, felt his pupils constrict and instinctively clenched his fists. He could distinctly observe Frisia's transformation. His height surpassed 3 meters. His arms thickened like pillars, claws extended to 0.5 meter, and the pointed horns on his forehead split into 3. His golden pupils were laced with blood, and the deep purple energy surrounding him no longer swirled, but coalesced into sharp energy blades that revolved around him. Goku stood outside the cyclone, the golden aura around him undulating gently, his crimson eyes betraying no emotion. He could acutely sense Frisia's power escalating from 1.5 million in his second form, rapidly surpassing 2 million, then 2.5 million, ultimately stabilizing around 3 million. This magnitude of power was sufficient to annihilate everything on the Namek battlefield. Yet before his Super Saiyan form, it remained mere childish play. Frisia's roar gradually subsided as he straightened his posture, the deep purple wings unfurling behind him, eclipsing a significant portion of the cavern. He rolled his neck, the sound of cracking bones resonating, each movement causing the surrounding energy blades to tremble and emit a piercing shriek. What do you think, Scion? Frisia mused, gazing at his scaled hands, his voice dropping to a hoarse, chilling tone. This is my third form, with a battle power double that of my second. 3 million is more than enough to reduce you to dust. He raised his hand, and the deep purple energy blades converged instantaneously, forming a massive energy sword, its oscillating energy distorting the very fabric of the cavern. Previously, I was careless. Now, you shall comprehend the terrifying wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia swung the sword with ferocity, the energy blade exuding an aura of destruction. This strike was nearly twice as fast as in his second form, cleaving the air in two and leaving a deep purple trail. Vegeta's heart tightened abruptly, instinctively closing his eyes. In his understanding, no one could evade this strike. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Goku's calm voice, still too slow. Vegeta's eyes flew open, and he beheld Goku standing resolutely in place, golden waves of energy coalescing into a thin barrier before him. The energy sword crashed against the barrier, shattering into countless fragments, not even grazing Goku's martial attire. Impossible. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, his wings flapping violently. 3 million power. That strike could cleave a planet. How could you possibly deflect it so easily? He could not accept the reality that his prideful third form had been effortlessly neutralized without even grazing his opponent's attire. Goku gently dissipated the barrier, his golden hair swirling in the energy currents. 3 million is indeed a significant increase from before. His tone was exceedingly nonchalant, as if assessing an inconsequential object. Unfortunately, it is still insufficient. Insufficient? Frisia, like a beast whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. What do you mean by insufficient? This is the most formidable power I can unleash. 3 million. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means I possess the capability to effortlessly obliterate the entirety of planet Namek. He abruptly raised his hand, a deep violet energy coalescing into a colossal energy sphere in his palm. The surrounding rocks began to melt, transforming into magma that flowed down the cliffside. Taste this. The planetary destruction beam in its third form. Frieza forcefully thrust the energy sphere towards Goku, and in an instant, the deep violet orb expanded to a size of 10 meters, exuding an aura that could devour everything, engulfing all of Goku's escape routes. Goku gazed at the incoming energy sphere, gently shaking his head. Instead of forming a barrier, he raised his hand, golden energy coalescing in his palm, and then thrusting forth a beam of golden energy that shot from his hand, colliding with the deep violet sphere. Boom! At the moment of their collision, the cave trembled violently, the rock walls collapsing en masse, and debris fell like a torrential rain. The deep violet energy sphere attempted to overpower the golden one. Yet upon contact, it was gradually eroded by the golden energy, its size diminishing until it was entirely pierced through, exploding into a myriad of luminous particles. The golden energy surged forth unabated, heading straight for Frieza. Frieza's pupils constricted in fear as he hastily flapped his wings to evade it. The beam grazing his wings and creating a 10-meter-wide hole in the rock wall behind him, cold winds rushing in, carrying the dust of planet Namek's surface. Frieza fell to the ground, a charred wound appearing on his deep violet wings, pale purple blood dripping from the injury. He stared at his wings, then glanced at Goku, confusion manifesting in his golden eyes for the first time. 3 million. This is my utmost strength. How can it be insufficient? He had always believed that his third form represented his limits, a power capable of sweeping across the universe. Yet now, this power stood so feeble before Goku, leading him to question whether the limits he took pride in were laughable from the very start. Is this truly my limit? Frieza murmured, his voice laced with self-doubt. As the deep violet energy began to fluctuate erratically, it cannot be. I am the emperor of the universe. My limits cannot be so feeble. Goku observed Frieza, who was engulfed in self-doubt, a flicker of understanding flashing in his crimson eyes. He recognized that Frieza's pride was beginning to crumble. The next step would be to compel him to reveal his final trump card, that ultimate form he had long concealed. Frieza, Goku spoke, his voice resonating clearly in Frieza's ears. 3 million is indeed your limit, but merely the limit you are willing to acknowledge. He paused, and suddenly the golden aura surged, nearly suffocating Frieza. You have another card to play, do you not? That ultimate form you have always hesitated to unleash. Frieza abruptly lifted his head, shock flooding his golden pupils. How do you know of my ultimate form? Chapter 177. I have witnessed your ultimate form. How do you know of my ultimate form? Frieza's voice trembled, his golden eyes filled with astonishment and dread. The wings of the third form flapped uncontrollably, stirring up gusts of wind that sent debris from the ground swirling into the air. The final form remained his greatest secret, a trump card hidden deep within, one that even his most trusted subordinates were unaware of. How could this scion possibly know? Goku observed Frieza's unhinged demeanor, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not only do I know, but I have also witnessed it. He took a step forward, the golden aura expanding slightly, pressing down on Frieza until he could scarcely breathe. Your final form is entirely different from the first three. It lacks a massive physique and sharp wings, instead reverting to a size reminiscent of its initial state. Yet its power multiplies several-fold, does it not? Each word struck Frieza's heart like a hammer, leaving him frozen in place, pale lavender blood dripping from his fingertips, splattering onto the ground with a soft patter. Goku was right. The secret of the final form was known only superficially even to his father, King Cold. How could this scion articulate such intricate details? Who is he? How could he possess such knowledge? Impossible. You are lying. Frieza suddenly shrieked, his voice filled with frenzied denial. This is my most critical secret. How could a lowly scion have ever seen it? You must be deceiving me. He raised his hand abruptly, deep purple energy coalescing into dozens of energy blades in his palm, which he hurled at Goku in a desperate attempt to mask his panic. Goku sidestepped the energy blades, the golden aura shattering the remaining energy fragments. Deceiving you? He scoffed coldly, his red pupils glimmering with disdain. Do you think I have nothing better to do? I have not only seen your final form, I am also aware of its weaknesses. Although its power surges, its energy consumption rate is significantly faster than that of the first three forms, and once transformed into the final form, one cannot revert to any other form for a considerable duration, but must endure until the energy is depleted. Weakness. Frieza's pupils dilated in shock, his body involuntarily retreating a step. The weakness of the final form was something he had only stumbled upon after countless experiments. This scion seemed to possess an intimate understanding of it. At that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Goku had indeed witnessed his final form, perhaps even comprehending its strengths and weaknesses better than he himself did. Vegeta, bound by energy locks against the rock wall, was utterly stunned. He had always believed Frieza's third form to be the pinnacle and had never considered that Frieza had a final form. Moreover, Goku not only acknowledged the existence of this form, but could also articulate its characteristics and vulnerabilities. Just how many secrets does Goku conceal? As he gazed at Goku, a mixture of curiosity and caution replaced his previous resentment. Who are you? Frieza fixed his gaze on Goku, his voice laced with a chilling malice. You are not an ordinary scion. How could you know so much about me? He sensed that the Goku before him was entirely different from the primitive, inferior scions he had previously encountered. This Goku not only possessed terrifying strength, but also wielded an abundance of information that should not belong to him. Akin to an omniscient observer privy to the entire narrative, Goku remained silent, slowly raising his hand as golden energy coalesced into a blade of light in his palm, its energy fluctuations sending chills through Frieza's body. Who I am is of little consequence, he spoke lightly. What truly matters is that you must perish here today, regardless of whether it is by means of my third form or the ultimate form you conceal. The outcome remains unchanged. The very words ignited Frieza's fury. The proud cosmic emperor would not tolerate such disdain. He inhaled deeply, and the deep purple energy surrounding him began to oscillate violently, scales from his wings starting to shed, his form gradually diminishing. Goku's words had pierced his secret, severing any retreat. Now, he was left with but one option: to reveal his ultimate form and vanquish this formidable scion with his utmost power. Since you are aware of my ultimate form, how fortuitous. Frieza's voice turned cold and hoarse, the energy enveloping him shifting from deep purple to a pale gold. I had intended to reserve this form for the annihilation of planet Vegeta, but since you are so eager to witness it, I shall grant you the honor of perishing beneath my true power. As Goku observed the transformation of Frieza's energy, there was not a flicker of emotion in his crimson eyes. He understood that Frieza was finally being compelled to unveil his ultimate form. According to the narrative etched in his memory, Frieza's ultimate form would boast a combat power of 1.2 billion, a significant leap from his third form, yet still inadequate before Goku in his Super Saiyan state. Honor? Goku scoffed, the golden aura around him surging once more, causing the cavern walls to crumble extensively. Let us see if you can truly contend with me. Frieza, I advise you to hasten. The core of Namek is already unstable. Should you delay further, without my intervention, you will meet your demise alongside this planet. The core of Namek is unstable? Frieza momentarily faltered, then sneered. Do you presume I would take your words to heart? Even if the planet were to face annihilation, I shall first rend you to pieces. No longer hesitating, he inhaled deeply, the pale golden energy surrounding him erupting violently, enveloping him in a brilliant radiance, even the Dragon Balls within the cavern being pushed backward by the force of this energy. Goku regarded the illuminated Frieza, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. He realized that what lay ahead was merely the emergence of Frieza's most potent form, yet it was merely an emergence. For the conclusion of this battle had been predetermined from the very beginning. Chapter 178. Frieza is forced to transform into his ultimate form. You even know this? Frieza's voice lost its previous insanity, now filled solely with cold hatred. He glared intently at Goku, the veins in his golden eyes nearly bursting forth. The Cosmic Emperor, who had prided himself for a lifetime, had never felt so utterly powerless, his trump cards laid bare, even his most deeply concealed ultimate form exposed. This humiliation was more unbearable than defeat itself. The deep purple energy around him churned violently, no longer the chaotic cyclone it had once been, but rather retracting inward, akin to the tide surging into his body. Frieza's form began to levitate slowly, the scales on his wings shedding one by one, revealing the smooth, pale purple skin beneath. His robust arms gradually slimmed, returning to a state reminiscent of his first form, yet beneath the skin, golden energy coursed visibly. The 3 sharp horns on his forehead slowly diminished, ultimately leaving only a subtle protrusion, while his golden pupils were tinged with a faint golden halo. His stature is shrinking? Bound by the energy restraints, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and his hands instinctively clenched. He had assumed that Frisia's transformations would only grow larger and more grotesque. However, the sight before him completely shattered his expectations. Frisia not only diminished in size, but also radiated an energy that shifted from an external fury to an internalized pressure, a sense of oppression that was magnitude stronger than in his third form, rendering Vegeta's very breath a laborious task. Goku stood still, the golden waves of his aura gently rippling, his crimson eyes clearly reflecting Frisia's transformation. He could precisely sense the terrifying escalation of Frisia's combat power, 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, ultimately surpassing 100 million and stabilizing around 2 billion. This figure was sufficient to send tremors across the entirety of Namek in the original narrative. Yet before Goku in his Super Saiyan form, it barely stirred the air. Frisia's metamorphosis finally concluded. Hovering in midair, he returned to a height of approximately 8 meters. His form slender and elongated, his pale purple skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, encased in a delicate golden energy membrane that rendered him exquisite, akin to a masterpiece. Yet each breath he took exuded a pressure potent enough to rend the very fabric of space. How do you find it, Scion? Frisia flexed his fingers. Golden energy swirling at his fingertips, his voice regaining the elegance of his initial form, yet infused with a chilling malice. This is my final form, my true power, 2 billion in combat strength. What you previously sensed was merely the tip of the iceberg of my might. He raised his hand, condensing the golden energy into a diminutive orb in his palm. Though small, the orb began to warp the cave's space, the rocks beneath gravitating toward it before being pulverized in an instant. Previously, I had underestimated you, allowing your arrogance to flourish. Now, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending the Cosmic Emperor. I will tear your body apart piece by piece, letting you perish in agony, and then obliterate this planet, ensuring that all Namekians accompany you in death. Vegeta gazed at the orb in Frisia's palm, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. 2 billion in combat strength. This figure was several times greater than his own current power, and he could scarcely fathom the terror such strength embodied. He turned to Goku, his expression rife with complexity. Goku had managed to subdue Frisia in his third form, but could he triumph against this final form boasting 2 billion in strength? Goku gently shook his head, his golden hair flowing in the aura's currents. 2 billion in combat strength, indeed stronger than before. His tone remained unperturbed, as if commenting on an ordinary object. Unfortunately, it is still insufficient. Insufficient? Frisia's smile abruptly froze, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his golden pupils before being swiftly replaced by unbridled fury. What did you say? 2 billion in combat strength is not enough? Have you, a lowly scion, been rendered dumb with fear? He forcefully propelled the orb in his palm towards Goku, the golden sphere swelling to a size of 2 meters, exuding an aura that threatened to consume all, hurtling towards Goku with a speed nearly tenfold that of his third form, igniting the air into a pale golden hue. Goku sidestepped, the orb grazing his shoulder as it soared past, crashing into the rocky wall behind him. Without a cataclysmic explosion, only the silent disappearance of the rock face where the sphere of light made contact, space was torn apart, forming a black void. The surrounding debris was drawn into the chasm, vanishing in an instant. Do you see it? This is true power. Frisia roared, his golden energy aura becoming unstable. Such strength could easily rend space asunder, could effortlessly annihilate planets. You stand no chance of withstanding it. Goku gazed at the black void, his crimson pupils betraying no emotion. He raised his hand, golden energy coalescing in his palm, and gently pushed forward, unleashing a golden energy blade that struck precisely at the edge of the void, instantly filling it and restoring the fabric of space. I told you, your power is insufficient. Goku's voice resonated clearly through the energy waves, reaching Frisia's ears. A battle power of 2 billion is undeniably formidable, yet it is not enough to claim victory over me. Frisia, you had best summon all your strength, otherwise, this battle will soon reach its conclusion. Soon to conclude? Frisia erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd jest, his laughter rife with madness and malice. Very well, I shall see how a lowly scion like you intends to bring this battle to an end. He raised his hand abruptly, golden energy coalescing into dozens of energy blades, each radiating an aura capable of tearing space apart. Today, I shall let you perish beneath the weight of my true power. and you will witness the terror of the cosmic monarch. The golden energy blades rained down upon Goku like a tempest, enveloping all surrounding space, leaving no gap for evasion. Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, believing no one could evade such an onslaught. Yet the next moment, he heard Goku's calm voice. I already told you, your speed is far too slow. Chapter 179. Final form Frieza. A pale golden energy aura swirled around Frieza as he floated in the center of the cave, his slender fingers bending gently, each motion sending subtle ripples through the surrounding space. In his final form, he lacked the grotesque features of his third form, yet exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, akin to a blade hidden within a velvet sheath, seemingly graceful, yet capable of taking a life in an instant. Can you feel it, Scion? Frieza's voice carried a hint of amusement, his golden eyes filled with disdain. This is the pressure of a battle power of 1.2 billion. Are you trembling in fear now? He slowly raised his hand, the pale golden energy gathering at his fingertips, causing the rocks on the cave floor to uncontrollably levitate before being ground to dust by the energy. Bound by energy chains against the rock wall, Vegeta's face turned pale, his teeth chattering. He could distinctly sense the terrifying energy within Frieza. 1.2 billion. This figure was several times greater than his current battle power. Even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he might not withstand a single blow from Frieza. He instinctively glanced at Goku, his eyes filled with complexity. Can this Goku truly withstand such a Frieza? Goku stood firm, the golden energy waves gently undulating, his crimson pupils betraying no emotion. He could accurately gauge Frieza's battle power, precisely mirroring the figure etched in his memory. 1.2 billion. This numerical value indeed possesses overwhelming dominance on the battlefield of Namek. Yet it pales in comparison when confronted with his newly activated Super Saiyan form. 1.2 billion, you say? Goku nodded gently, his tone as placid as if merely affirming an ordinary figure, just as I had surmised. Just as you had surmised? Frieza paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, the pale golden energy membrane rippling in response to his mirth. Do you believe you can perceive my battle power? Do not deceive yourself. A battle power of 1.2 billion is sufficient for me to obliterate this planet with ease. You have no chance of victory. He lunged forward, his form instantaneously appearing before Goku. A pale golden fist cleaving through the air with a deafening roar, aimed directly at Goku's face. The speed of this punch was nearly tenfold that of his third form, so swift that even Vegeta could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a pale golden afterimage, too late to react. Yet Goku remained rooted in place, until the fist was mere inches from his nose, at which point he slightly pivoted, allowing the pale golden fist to graze past his martial attire and collide with the rocky wall behind him. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a silent indentation formed within the wall, creating a fist-shaped imprint several meters deep, with the surrounding rock instantly reduced to powder. Indeed, the speed had increased significantly. Goku regarded the imprint with a calm demeanor. Alas, still too slow. Frieza's smile abruptly froze, retracting his fist, the pale golden energy swirling around it. His eyes wide with disbelief. How could you possibly evade? The speed of that punch had surpassed the speed of light. How could a lowly Saiyan like you react in time? Lowly Saiyan. Goku raised an eyebrow, the golden aura suddenly expanding, forcing Frieza to involuntarily step back. It seems you are still unaware of the situation. The current me is far removed from the brutish Saiyans you once knew. He took a step forward, his golden hair billowing in the energy waves. A battle power of 1.2 billion is indeed formidable, yet still insufficient to defeat me. Insufficient? Frieza, like a beast whose tail had been stepped on, erupted into a furious rage, the pale golden energy membrane quaking violently, debris beginning to fall from the cave's ceiling. You dare to claim that 1.2 billion is inadequate? Have you lost your mind? He abruptly raised his hand, the pale golden energy coalescing into a thick beam within his palm, the fluctuations causing the dragon balls within the cave to tremble violently. Allow me to demonstrate just how sufficient 1.2 billion really is. Death beam. The pale golden energy, imbued with a sense of annihilation, shot forth towards Goku. The energy density of this beam was several times stronger than that of the planetary destruction cannon from his third form. Even a star would be instantaneously pierced by this beam. Vegeta's heart clenched tightly. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, believing that no one could withstand this beam. Yet in the next moment, he heard Goku's calm voice. I told you, This energy is futile. Vegeta's eyes flew open, only to see Goku still standing firm. A thin barrier of golden energy forming before him. The pale golden energy collided with the barrier, instantly rebounding, grazing Frisia's shoulder as it flew past, striking the rocky wall deep within the cave. The wall was immediately penetrated, creating a gaping hole several meters in diameter. Cold winds mixed with the dust of Namek's surface pouring in, tousling Goku's golden hair. Impossible. Frisia's pupils widened in disbelief, the pale golden energy membrane flickering erratically. With a combat power of 1.2 billion, how could one possibly withstand such an assault with mere barriers, let alone reflect it back? What manner of creature are you? Goku dissipated the barrier, allowing the golden energy waves to gently recede. I am not a monster, merely stronger than you, he replied. He cast a glance upwards at the cave's ceiling, where the tremors had intensified, causing more and more debris to fall. We have little time left. The core of Namek is becoming unstable, and we have at most an hour before this planet explodes. The planet is going to explode? Frisia paused momentarily, then sneered. Even if the planet is doomed, I shall first ensure your demise. If 1.2 billion in power is insufficient, then I shall unleash even greater strength. I refuse to believe you can withstand the full force of my assault. He inhaled deeply, the pale golden energy membrane swelling dramatically. The space around him beginning to warp as his power level steadily climbed. 11 billion, 12 billion, 13 billion. Goku observed Frisia's full-out transformation, shaking his head gently. He understood that while Frisia's final form boasted immense strength, it consumed energy at an alarming rate, and he could not maintain this full power for long. Moreover, no matter how much Frisia's power increased, it would still be constrained by the limits of Super Saiyan form. It is futile, Frisia. Goku's voice resonated through the energy fluctuations, clearly reaching Frisia's ears. Even at your maximum output, you cannot defeat me. Rather than squander time here, you should contemplate how to escape before the planet's explosion. However, I will not grant you that opportunity. Frisia's eruption abruptly ceased, his gaze fixed on Goku, his golden eyes filled with a mad, murderous intent. You wish to kill me? Dream on. I am the Emperor of the universe. I cannot perish at the hands of a lowly scion like you. Today either you die, or we both shall be buried together. Chapter 180. The imminent explosion of Namek. Suddenly, the cave's ceiling shattered, a massive rock plummeting to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The earth quaked violently, fissures resembling spider webs appearing beneath their feet, and a faint purple energy residual flowed through the cracks. A low hum emanating from the core of Namek. This planet was racing towards its cataclysmic end. Goku frowned as he sensed the fluctuations from the planet's core, a grave expression flashing in his crimson pupils. According to his recollections, Namek had no more than 40 minutes before it would be utterly obliterated. He needed to ensure that Bulma and Tais evacuated immediately, for they could not remain on a planet poised for collapse. He reached for the communicator at his waist. A portable device prepared in advance by Tais, capable of covering the entirety of Namek. The moment he pressed the call button, Bulma's anxious voice erupted from the communicator. Goku, how are things on your end? That tremor was intense. Did Frisia transform again? Do not worry. I am fine. Goku's voice came through the communicator, steady and reassuring. Frisia has indeed assumed his final form, but he cannot harm me. There is something far more pressing. The core of Namek is unstable, and we have 40 minutes before it explodes. You must immediately head to the spare spaceship I marked for Frisia and leave this planet at once. 40 minutes. The voice within the communicator altered dramatically, accompanied by Bulma's startled exclamation and the swift rustling of Tais' equipment. We had previously detected abnormal geological fluctuations and initially assumed they were merely a consequence of the battle affecting Goku. But what about you? Aren't you coming with us? Tais' voice, laced with concern yet maintaining its composure, acknowledged Goku's unwavering nature. He would never retreat before vanquishing Frisia. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but press on, hoping to persuade him to depart together. Goku turned his gaze toward Frisia, who was watching him intently, fixated on the communicator. A faint golden energy membrane shimmered, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. He lowered his voice, his tone resolute. I must remain here to decisively deal with Frisia. I cannot allow him to leave planet Namek alive. You should board the spaceship and await me in space. Once I finish with him, I will catch up. Remember, do not wait for me. Launch the ship at the appointed time, understood? However, Bulma wished to say more, but Tais gently restrained her hand. Tai spoke firmly into the communicator. We understand, Goku. I have already deciphered the launch code for the backup ship. We are heading there now. Please take care and ensure you return safely. Rest assured, I will be fine. Goku reassured before ending the call and stowing the device at his waist. Oh, you wish for your companions to escape first? Frisia's voice dripped with icy mockery as the faint golden energy coalesced in his palm. Do not harbor such illusions. When this planet explodes, none of you will escape. I intend for you and your companions to pay the price for offending the Emperor of the universe. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, directing the golden energy toward Goku, not at Goku himself, but at the communicator at his waist, evidently intent on severing Goku's only link to the outside world. Goku sidestepped, avoiding the energy blast, which struck the ground, leaving only a shallow crater in the rock. You cannot stop them. Goku glared at Frisia, his crimson eyes icy with resolve. Ties has breached your spaceship system. They should already be en route to the ship. Even if you destroy the communicator, it will be futile. Damn that woman. Frisia seethed, his teeth grinding together, the golden energy membrane flickering violently. How dare she infiltrate my ship system? Once I deal with you, I will ensure she is found and obliterated. Vegeta, bound by energy chains against the rocky wall, let out a disdainful huff. Despite his predicament, he could not conceal his scorn. Frisia, you are in no position to threaten others when your own survival is at stake. In 40 minutes, this planet will explode, and you do not even know if you will live to see it. Spare us your posturing. Silence. Frisia glared at Vegeta, and a golden energy blade shot towards him, only to be deflected by Goku's swift intervention. Now is not the time for him. Goku fixed his gaze on Frisia, the golden energy around him surging. Your opponent is me. If you wish to trouble them, you must first contend with me. The ground trembled violently once more, and the fissures in the cave's ceiling widened, sending debris cascading down like a torrential rain. Goku glanced upward at the opening, noting the sky of planet Namek had transformed into an eerie crimson, a harbinger of the planet's core collapse. Time is running short. I must swiftly resolve this confrontation with Frisia. He assumed a battle stance, his golden hair dancing in the turbulent air, red pupils firmly locked onto Frisia. Frisia, let the final battle commence. Before this planet meets its demise, I shall send you to hell. Frisia observed Goku's posture, a soft golden energy aura erupting around him, warping the very fabric of space. He realized there was no escape. He had to either eliminate Goku within 40 minutes and flee in his spaceship or perish alongside the planet. Very well, let us see who descends to hell first. Frisia roared, his figure vanishing instantaneously, a golden fist imbued with a sense of annihilation aimed directly at Goku's chest. This was his ultimate form's full-force strike, a gamble of his very life. Goku's gaze sharpened, golden energy coalescing instantly as he surged forward to meet Frisia's punch. The moment their fists collided, golden and pale golden energies erupted, shaking the entire cavern, causing more rocks to collapse and bury the fissures on the ground. The countdown to Namek's destruction continued unabated. Chapter 181. Bulma and Tai's evacuation. The ground of Namek continued to tremble, pale purple dust swirling in the air, obscuring vision. In the clearing outside the cave, Bulma clutched a portable detector, the screen flashing a red alert line that stung the eyes. The instability index of the planet's core had surpassed critical levels. Each tremor was shortening the countdown to its explosion. Tai's crouched beside the cockpit of Frisia's spare spaceship, her fingers rapidly tapping the control panel, pale blue data streams flickering across the screen. Having just cracked the final activation code, she looked up to see Goku striding towards her from the cave, his golden hair still radiant amid the dust, though his red pupils now bore a hint of gravity. Goku, you finally emerged. Bulma rushed over, clutching the detector tightly. Was that tremor caused by Frisia? How powerful is his final form? Frisia's battle power stands at 1.2 billion, but he cannot harm me. Goku raised a hand to brush the dust from Bulma's shoulder, his tone steady. What matters now is that Namek has at most 30 minutes before it explodes. You must leave immediately in this spaceship. 30 minutes. Bulma's voice rose sharply, nearly dropping the detector. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Tai's also stood, still holding the spaceship key, her brow furrowed. Goku, this ship has enough capacity. We can wait for you to deal with Frisia and then leave together. There's no need to separate. She understood Goku's strength, but the risk of the planet's explosion was too great. If the opportunity was missed, no one would escape. However, Goku shook his head. his gaze shifting towards the depths of the cave, where Frisia's impatient energy fluctuations could be felt, clearly indicating that he was growing restless. I must stay and finish him off. His tone was resolute. As long as Frisia lived, he would pose a threat to Earth and everyone else. This was the perfect opportunity, and he could not let it slip away. But you alone, Bulma attempted to reason with him, but Goku gently pressed down on her shoulder. Do not worry. I am confident I can defeat him before the explosion and still make it back in time to evacuate. In Goku's eyes resided a reassuring strength. The automatic piloting system of the spaceship, TIES, had been meticulously calibrated. Upon your ascent, remain on standby in space. I shall hasten to find you. Remember, do not wait for me. The moment the time arrives, distance yourselves from the orbit of Namek. Do you understand? TIES gazed at Goku, and after a brief silence, pressed the spaceship key into Bulma's hand. I know I cannot persuade you otherwise. The emergency pod on the ship contains spare oxygen and energy supplies. Should you require assistance, contact us via the communicator. I will guide you remotely to locate alternate ships. She had long ago left a backdoor within Frisia's ship system for such unforeseen circumstances. Bulma clutched the spaceship key, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood that once Goku had made his decision, no one could alter it. And she nodded earnestly. You must be cautious. Do not overexert yourself. If you cannot prevail, retreat first. We can devise another strategy to confront Frisia. I will. Goku replied with a smile, reaching out to gently ruffle Bulma's hair, then turning his gaze to TIES. Thank you for your efforts. Do take care on your journey. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the cave, a faint golden energy wave surging from the entrance, stirring a fierce wind. Frisia's roar echoed ominously. Scion, have you had enough of hiding? If you do not emerge now, I shall obliterate this planet even faster. Goku's smile vanished in an instant, the golden energy swirling around him. Time is short. You must board the spaceship now. He turned towards the cave, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. I will confront Frisia and will soon catch up with you. TIES grasped Bulma, who still wished to speak, and hurried towards the cockpit. Do not waste time. Goku has his own plans. Our immediate task is to evacuate swiftly and not complicate matters for him. Bulma cast one last glance at Goku's figure, only turning away when that golden light faded at the cave's entrance, gritting her teeth as she entered the cockpit. TIES followed closely behind, pressing the ignition button as the ship's underside emitted a soft blue flame, ascending gently. Outside the cave, Vegeta, bound by energy chains to the rocks, observed the ascending spaceship before glancing back at the cave entrance, a complex expression gracing his features. He scoffed disdainfully, but could not help but murmur, "Foolish Scion, risking your life for such matters. Yet, if you were to perish like this, whom would I surpass?" Deep within the cave, Frisia, agitated, kicked a rock, the faint golden energy membrane pulverizing the debris. Hearing footsteps, he whirled around, murderous intent flashing in his golden eyes. So you finally decided to show yourself. Where are your companions? Have they fled in terror? Goku stood at the cave's center, golden energy waves radiating outward, his red eyes locked onto Frisia. They have evacuated. Now, it is just the two of us. He assumed a combat stance, his golden fists slightly clenched. Next, I shall eliminate you entirely, ensuring you can never harm anyone again. Frisia regarded Goku's posture and suddenly erupted into laughter, the faint golden energy membrane quaking violently. Eliminate me? You? With a battle power of 1.2 billion. I can kill you before the explosion. Today, you shall perish alongside this planet. Chapter 182. Battle against Frisia's final form. The tremors within the cavern intensified, as rocks from the ceiling plummeted like torrential rain, while fissures in the ground crept ominously towards his feet. A pale violet dust, swept up by energetic currents, blurred his vision. Frisia hovered in midair, a faint golden energy membrane shimmering coolly around him. His slender fingers curled slightly. In his final form, he bore no excessive malevolence, yet exuded an innate imperial pressure, rendering the air around him almost palpable with each breath he took. Saiyans, do not hide there in pretense. Frisia's voice dripped with icy derision, his golden pupils fixating on Goku below. Your comrades have fled. No one can assist you now. Prepare to meet your demise. Before his words could fully dissipate, Frisia's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The instantaneous speed of his final form eclipsed that of his third form by several folds, leaving no time for the air to even ripple. Only a fleeting golden afterimage remained. In the cavern, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Despite being bound to the rock wall by energy restraints, he could acutely sense the overwhelming velocity that erupted in an instant. Instinctively clenching his fists, this speed surpasses my peak by more than tenfold. As the pale golden fist neared Goku's back, Vegeta envisioned the inevitable impact. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Goku's form slipped sideways like a gust of wind, evading the blow by 2 meters. Frieza's fist grazed past his martial attire, crashing heavily against the rock wall behind him. No cataclysmic explosion ensued. Instead, the wall silently caved in, forming a fist-shaped indentation half a meter deep, with debris trickling down. Frieza's fist lodged into the rock wall, the mockery on his face freezing in place. You managed to evade that? He yanked his hand back, the golden energy membrane flickering. This is the instantaneous speed of my final form. How could you possibly react in time? Goku stood firm, the golden waves of energy gently dispersing the surrounding dust, with no trace of fluctuation in his crimson eyes. He regarded Frieza with a tone as unperturbed as one discussing the weather. Your speed is simply too slow. Too slow? Frieza erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. The golden energy membrane pulsated violently, causing the ceiling's rocks to crash down even more ferociously. You dare, a lowly scion, to proclaim the speed of the Cosmic Emperor as slow? No sooner had he spoken, his figure vanished once more. This time, he executed 3 consecutive instantaneous shifts, launching assaults from Goku's front, left side, and above. The pale golden fists and feet sliced through the air with a deafening crack, sealing off all avenues for Goku to evade. Vegeta's heart raced. He could see the 3 golden afterimages converging on Goku simultaneously, leaving no room for escape. It's over. Such speed is inescapable. Yet, Goku remained steadfast. Just as the fists and feet were about to connect, he subtly tilted his body, bending slightly, and raised his arm, movements so fluid they seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. All 3 pale golden attacks missed their mark, Frieza's strikes landing in empty space, the resulting energy currents sending shards of rock scattering in all directions. Impossible. Frieza reappeared at his original position, disbelief flooding his golden pupils. How could you possibly predict my trajectory? My movements are utterly erratic. Erratic? Goku gently shook his head, his golden hair swirling in the energy waves. Perhaps it meant nothing to you, but to me, every movement you make is known. He stepped forward, the golden aura subtly expanding, causing Frieza to involuntarily retreat a half step. Since you transformed into your final form, I have been acutely aware of your every attack pattern, teleportation habits, and even your next intended strike. This is no exaggeration. Infused with the soul of a traveler, he had long memorized all of Frieza's combat habits in his ultimate form. Coupled with the heightened perception granted by his Super Saiyan form, each of Frieza's attacks appeared to him as if in slow motion. Frieza's expression darkened significantly, a faint golden energy membrane beginning to emit a perilous red glow. Are you mocking me? He exclaimed, abruptly raising his hand. The pale golden energy coalesced in his palm into a short blade. If speed is futile, then I shall shred you with sheer power. He teleported once more, this time forsaking speed for the concentration of energy in the short blade of his right hand, thrusting it directly towards Goku's chest. As the blade sliced through the air, it created minute ripples in the very fabric of space, clearly containing the power to effortlessly cleave a planet asunder. Yet Goku remained unperturbed. He did not even teleport. Instead, at the very moment the energy blade was about to make contact with his chest, he leaned back slightly and extended his right hand, deftly seizing Frieza's wrist. The pale golden energy blade was mere centimeters from his chest, yet it could advance no further. I told you, your speed is too slow. Goku's fingers tightened just enough to elicit a cracking sound from Frieza's wrist, causing the energy blade to dissipate in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on Frieza's forehead as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it firmly held. He could only watch, helpless, as Goku's face drew ever closer, the calmness in his red pupils slicing through Frieza's composure like a dagger. Release me, Frieza bellowed, his left hand gathering energy in an attempt to strike Goku's abdomen. However, Goku had already anticipated this, and with a gentle sweep of his left foot, he accurately kicked the back of Frieza's knee. With his knee buckling, Frieza fell to one knee, the pale golden energy membrane dimming significantly. A tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave. As though the surface of planet Namek had undergone a localized collapse, intensifying the tremors within the cave. Goku glanced at the opening above, then turned his gaze back to Frieza, whose wrist he still held. His tone remained calm. I don't have time to waste with you. Planet Namek is on the brink of explosion. You can either concede now, and I may spare your life, or we can continue this battle until your complete defeat. Concede? Frieza lifted his head, his golden pupils gleaming with frenzied malice. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I ever concede to a lowly scion like you? Even if this planet were to explode, I shall take you down with me. With that, he unleashed his full energy, the pale golden aura blasting Goku away. As he teleported deeper into the cave, both hands began to gather energy, the intensity of this energy fluctuation surpassing any of his previous attacks. Goku steadied himself, watching Frieza's movements, and sighed softly. It seems you have chosen the latter. He clenched his fists, the golden aura surging once more, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his red pupils. It was time to bring this battle to a conclusion. Chapter 183. Frieza's death beam. The energy currents within the cavern suddenly sharpened, a pale golden light converging at Frieza's fingertips, the air sizzling as if seared. After 2 consecutive failed attacks, Frieza's patience evaporated entirely. His golden pupils radiated a murderous intent. His right hand, charged with energy, trembled slightly as he prepared his ultimate technique, the death beam, a move that had decimated countless formidable beings across planets. Even the elite warriors of the Scion race could not withstand its might. Do you believe you can evade this forever, Scion? Frieza's voice dripped with a fierce, gritted anger. The golden beam at his fingertip grew ever brighter, illuminating the debris strewn about the cave. This death beam could pierce any defense. Today, you shall taste the agony of being torn apart by energy. Goku stood resolute, the golden aura around him taut, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the beam emanating from Frieza's fingertip. He could distinctly sense the destructive power infused within the beam. Each particle of energy radiated a cutting sharpness. Were he in a typical Super Saiyan form, evasion might be necessary, but in his fused Super Saiyan form, he was confident he could withstand the onslaught. Be careful. That Frieza's death beam. Vegeta, bound by energy to the rocky wall, suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. It can penetrate energy shields. You cannot take it head-on. He had witnessed the devastating effect of this technique aboard Frieza's spaceship, where a fellow Scion had been pierced through the chest before he could even emit a scream. Upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Frieza smirked coldly. Ah, Vegeta, you truly understand me. But alas, your warning comes too late. With a swift motion, he thrust his hand forward, the pale golden beam shooting towards Goku's chest like a bolt of lightning. Faster than any prior instant transmission attack. Almost instantaneously, the beam reached Goku. Vegeta's heart leaped into his throat. He shut his eyes, unwilling to witness Goku being impaled by the beam. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated scream did not resound. Instead, a resonant hum of energy collision filled the air. Vegeta opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Goku had extended his right hand, palm facing the death beam. The pale golden beam collided with Goku's palm, yet it felt as though it had struck an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch further. The energy currents surrounding the beam surged wildly, lifting debris from the ground, and causing stones from the cavern's ceiling to tumble down. Still, Goku's hand remained steadfast, not trembling in the slightest. How is this possible? Frieza's eyes widened in shock. The beam continued to emit energy from his fingertips, yet Goku's palm seemed to be an abyss, consuming all the energy entirely. How can my death beam be caught barehanded by you? This is impossible. Goku slowly raised his head, the beam still flickering in his palm, the pale golden energy swirling yet failing to inflict any harm. He gazed at Frieza, his tone calm. I told you, this energy is ineffective. As soon as the words left his lips, he exerted a slight force with his wrist, and a surge of golden energy erupted from his palm, completely dispersing the death beam. The fragments of pale golden energy dissipated in the air, resembling shattered starlight. Frieza staggered back 2 steps, a tingling sensation coursing through his fingertips. The energy he had been unleashing moments ago had been effortlessly dissipated by Goku, even rebounding slightly against him. He gazed at Goku's palm, which bore no marks whatsoever, only a faint golden aura swirling around it. What form is this? For the first time, fear laced Frieza's voice. The Super Saiyan form of the Scions is said to only grant a 50-fold increase in power. How could you possibly be this formidable? He had previously estimated Goku's strength to be around 100 million, yet the recent display of resilience against the death beam indicated a power far exceeding that, potentially nearing his own pinnacle strength of 1.2 billion. Goku lowered his right hand, the golden aura gradually receding. He did not answer Frisia's inquiries, but instead turned his gaze to the widening fissure at the cave's apex, where pale purple dust poured in, carrying a searing heat, an ominous sign that the core of Namek was beginning to melt. There is no time to dwell on these matters. Goku's tone became grave as the golden aura surged once more. The core of Namek could not withstand much longer. You can either concede now, and I shall spare your life, or we can continue fighting until you are rendered incapable of combat. Concede? Frisia suddenly lifted his head, the fear in his golden pupils replaced by madness. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I possibly surrender to you? Even if you can withstand the death beam, I possess even more powerful techniques. He thrust his arms outward, the pale golden energy around him swirling violently to form a colossal vortex, lifting debris from the cave and encircling him in a tempest. Vegeta observed Frisia's movements, his expression turning grave. He is about to unleash his full power. Goku, be cautious, for Frisia's full assault could shatter planets. Yet Goku remained unfazed, the golden aura coalescing into a protective shield around him, his crimson eyes brimming with confidence. Even if he unleashes his full strength, he will not harm me. Frisia, you would do well to reconsider. It is not too late to relent. Otherwise, when Namek explodes, you will have no opportunity for regret. Frisia, however, appeared oblivious to Goku's words. The energy vortex surrounding him grew ever larger, the pale golden light nearly illuminating the entire cave. He fixed his gaze on Goku, a manic smile twisting his lips. Regret? I, Frisia, have never known what regret is. Even if I die today, I shall take you with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Frisia thrust both hands towards Goku, the energy vortex instantly transforming into a colossal wave of pale golden energy, surging forth with a destructive force, aimed squarely at Goku. This was the full might of his ultimate form, exponentially more powerful than the death beam, capable of creating a vast chasm in the surface of Namek. Goku regarded the approaching energy wave with a soft sigh. He understood that this battle could not conclude peacefully. It could only be resolved through absolute strength, decisively defeating Frisia. Chapter 184. Frisia explodes the core of Namek suddenly. The ground outside the cave trembled violently, more fiercely than ever before. The pale purple rock strata split apart, dark red magma oozing through the crevice, forming a serpentine river of fire on the surface. The temperature in the air soared instantaneously, each breath carrying a searing pain. Frisia hovered in midair, the pale golden energy membrane around him having dimmed considerably. His previous relentless assaults had been effortlessly neutralized by Goku, even his most potent death beam failing to inflict any harm, driving him into a frenzy. He gazed down at Goku, who stood resolutely below, and saw that the regal pressure in his golden pupils had dissipated, leaving only resentment and a desire for annihilation. If he could not prevail, then he would take them all down with him on this planet. Scion, do you truly believe victory is assured? Frisia's voice dripped with a twisted mirth as he slowly extended his arms outward, the pale golden energy beginning to surge violently in his palms. This time, the energy was no longer sharp. Instead, it emanated a weight that suggested the power to obliterate everything. The core of Namek was fragile. Striking it with this energy would lead to an explosion within 5 minutes. When that moment arrives, you, I, and everything on this planet shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Goku's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He could distinctly sense the core's pulsations deep beneath the surface. This energy was the lifeblood sustaining Namek's structure. And if it were to be destroyed, the planet would indeed collapse and explode in a short time. He immediately stepped forward, golden waves of energy surging around him, bracing himself to thwart Frisia. Frisia, you have lost your mind. What benefit could there be in destroying this planet? Benefit? Frisia erupted into maniacal laughter, the energy sphere in his palms swelling larger, the pale golden glow casting a grotesque light on his face. If I cannot possess something, then neither shall anyone else. Even in death, I, Frisia, shall take you, this inferior scion, with me to the grave. You wish to protect Earth and your companions, do you not? Yet now, you cannot even save your own life. Vegeta, bound by energy chains to the rock face, felt his expression darken as he struggled fiercely, the metallic links creaking ominously. Frieza, you madman. I refuse to die here. Though he loathed Goku, he was even less inclined to perish alongside Frieza, especially before surpassing Goku. Death was the most intolerable fate for him. Too late to reconsider. Frieza sneered coldly, thrusting his hands forward with vigor. The pale golden energy sphere transformed into a massive beam, crashing down toward the ground. Upon contact, it penetrated the rocky layers effortlessly, driving straight toward the vulnerable core of Namek. Stop! Goku bellowed, instantly teleporting to the side of the energy beam. He concentrated golden energy waves in his hands and struck fiercely at the beam. However, the beam's power exceeded his expectations. The golden energy waves merely caused it to slightly veer off course while continuing its relentless descent toward the core. Futile. Frieza's laughter grew increasingly deranged. This is the core-destroying projectile I have conjured using all my remaining energy, and you cannot possibly stop it. Soon, we shall experience the delightful sensation of the planet's explosion together. As Goku watched the energy beam inch closer to the ground, a look of urgency finally crossed his face. He could distinctly sense that the core deep underground had been struck by an energy beam, sending forth a violent shockwave from below. The fissures on the surface widened instantaneously, with more magma gushing forth, and even the cave's rocky walls began to collapse en masse, with debris raining down like a torrential downpour. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from the depths, as if the entire Namek was trembling. In the distance, the ocean began to boil, releasing large plumes of white steam. Nearby, the mountains crumbled like blocks, with dust swirling in the sky, transforming the light purple heavens into a grim shade of gray. Frieza hovered midair, observing the scene of destruction before him, laughing maniacally. Do you see this, Scion? The core of Namek has been obliterated by me. In no more than 3 minutes. This place will explode entirely. We will all perish here. None shall escape. Goku landed on a relatively stable rock, golden energy waves deflecting the surrounding debris. He looked up at Frieza, his eyes devoid of the previous calmness, replaced instead with an icy glare. Frieza, do you truly believe you can confine me like this? Even if the planet explodes, I possess the means to escape. It is you who has foolishly destroyed your only avenue of retreat. A retreat? I require no escape. Frieza's smile faltered for an instant, only to morph back into madness. As long as I can take you down with me, even if it means being shattered to pieces, it is worth it. Are you not a Super Saiyan? Cannot you defeat me? If you have the prowess, then stop the planet from exploding. Vegeta surveyed the deteriorating environment and despairingly closed his eyes. He understood that with the destruction of Namek's core, there was no time for repair. His only hope lay in Goku finding a means of evacuation. Yet he was loath to accept that his very existence hinged on a lowly Saiyant's actions. Goku ceased his banter with Frieza, closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing the energy around him. He needed to locate the position of Frieza's spare spaceship. Only by finding the vessel could he escape before the impending explosion. Simultaneously, he had to calculate the precise timing of the planet's detonation, ensuring he would not miss the final opportunity for evacuation. The tremors underground intensified, the sounds of rock collapse, bubbling magma, and tearing air intertwining to compose a prelude of death. Frieza continued to cackle in midair, seemingly envisioning the moment when he and Goku would be reduced to dust together. Meanwhile, Goku's perception had locked onto an energy fluctuation several kilometers away in a valley, where Frieza's spare spaceship awaited. He opened his eyes, determination flashing in his crimson pupils. Frieza, you wish to perish with me? It shall not be so easy. Before this planet meets its end, I will personally send you to your rightful place. No sooner had the words left his lips than Goku vanished from his spot, teleporting towards the direction of the spare spaceship. He needed to ascertain whether the ship could be activated properly, while also preparing for the final confrontation ahead. Observing Goku's departure, Frieza immediately followed suit, teleporting after him. He would not allow Goku the chance to flee from this soon-to-be-destroyed planet. Only Vegeta remained beside the collapsed cavern, watching the direction in which the two had vanished. He gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. Yet he could not help but pray that Goku would indeed discover a means of escape. After all, he had yet to surpass Goku, and death was not an option. Chapter 185. The protagonist prepares the spirit bomb. The surface of Namek had fissured with numerous bottomless chasms, dark red lava surging forth, entwined with rocky debris, forming torrents of fire upon the ground. The sky had been tainted gray-black by smoke and dust, while the once pale violet air was now suffused with the acrid scent of sulfur. Each tremor of the earth felt like a countdown to the planet's impending explosion. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Goku landed on a relatively intact rock platform, a golden aura isolating him from the searing currents of heat surrounding him. He gazed into the distance at the relentless Frieza, aware that ordinary attacks could no longer vanquish this mad cosmic tyrant. The only recourse was to employ the Spirit Bomb, a technique infused with the memories of countless traversers. "Why are you running, Scion?" Frieza hovered in midair, his pale golden energy membrane quivering with rage. "Do you think you can flee from the planet's destruction? It's futile. Even if you escape to the edge of the universe, I shall pursue you." As he spoke, he gathered several small beams of death energy in his hands and fired them towards Goku. The beams grazed the rock, leaving deep craters in their wake, with lava spilling forth, further destabilizing the platform. Goku made no effort to evade. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned a layer of pale golden energy shield, deflecting all the death beams. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, pushing his mental energy to its zenith. The merged soul granted him not only Goku's sensitivity to energy, but also the recollection of how to gather the spirit bomb from across the universe, not confined to a single planet, but through his own aura as a conduit, linking with all living planets, guiding the scattered energy to converge. "What are you doing? Playing tricks?" Frieza scoffed as he saw his attack fail, and Goku standing still with closed eyes. "Do you think this will save you from death? I shall send you down now." He suddenly teleported in front of Goku, his pale golden fist imbued with destructive force, aimed at Goku's chest. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact with the shield, Frieza felt an invisible force repel him. Not Goku's energy, but a gentler yet more resilient power, akin to a membrane enveloping the entire space. He staggered back a few meters, bewildered, and looked at Goku, questioning, "What is this power?" Goku remained with his eyes shut, a slight smile gracing his lips. He could distinctly sense that his aura had penetrated Namek's atmosphere, extending into the depths of the cosmos. First, it reached the nearby planet, where lush greenery flourished. The energy from the flowers and grasses, like fragmented green light, drifted along the aura's tether. Then, it reached the distant intelligent planet, where the inhabitants, though unaware of the situation, instinctively responded to this gentle energy, sending wisps of pale blue energy into the link. Even the drifting asteroids and energy particles in the nebula were drawn towards Namek under this guidance. Vegeta, bound by energy chains against the nearby rock face, widened his eyes in astonishment. He could sense the bizarre transformation of the energy surrounding him. It was not his own power, but rather a strange essence emanating from all directions, even from the depths of the cosmos, continuously converging above his head to form an ever-expanding golden energy cloud. Was he collecting this essence? How could one possibly amass such a vast quantity? Even the energy from other planets could be drawn in. Frieza finally realized, his complexion paling in an instant. "You are gathering energy? To use against me? Don't be foolish. No matter how much you collect, you cannot defeat me." He erupted with all his energy, a pale golden wave coalescing into a massive fist, striking fiercely at the energy cloud above Goku's head. He intended to obliterate this unsettling force before the energy ball could materialize. It was too late. Goku finally opened his eyes, his crimson pupils reflecting the golden energy cloud above. The mass had grown so large that it obscured half the sky, its contained energy causing the entire planet to tremble slightly. He raised his hand towards Frieza's colossal fist, and a barrier composed of golden energy formed instantly, steadfastly blocking the attack. "What I am gathering is not the energy of a single planet, but the essence of the entire universe. This power is beyond your comprehension." As soon as he spoke, Goku slowly raised both hands, palms directed towards the energy cloud above. The gathered essence seemed to respond to his guidance, flowing down his arms and coalescing in his palms into a golden orb the size of a basketball. The surface of the orb shimmered with countless tiny lights, each representing the life force of some distant corner of the universe, warm and potent, the essence of the entire cosmos. Frieza gazed at the orb with an unprecedented sense of dread. He could feel the power contained within. It was not the force of destruction, but rather the ability to utterly purify all malevolence, more terrifying than any attack he had ever encountered. "No, I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I be vanquished by such power?" He frantically concentrated his energy, preparing for one final stand. Goku disregarded Frisia's madness, focusing solely on guiding the energy ball in his palm. He sensed even more energy from the depths of the cosmos pouring in, the orb slowly increasing in size, its brilliance intensifying, casting a golden hue upon the surrounding magma and debris. Frisia, Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. You have destroyed countless planets and taken innumerable lives. Today, let the essence of the entire universe bring an end to your malevolence. The energy ball in his palm had grown nearly to his height, its golden radiance illuminating the sky of Namek, dispersing some of the encroaching smoke and dust. Vegeta watched this scene, his lips trembling slightly. He had always believed himself to be the mightiest scion, yet in this moment, he realized that Goku had surpassed him in ways far beyond mere strength. It was also an understanding of that strength. This ability to connect with all life in the universe and guide its essence was a realm he could never hope to reach. Frisia observed the increasingly luminous energy ball, finally revealing a look of terror. He ceased his attacks and turned to flee, wishing to teleport away from Namek, even if it meant abandoning his quest for vengeance. He sought to preserve his life, but how could Goku allow him the opportunity? He firmly locked onto Frisia's energy, his palms gathering the spirit bomb to its utmost potential, poised to unleash it with one final step. The tremors on planet Namek grew increasingly intense, the ground beginning to collapse on a massive scale, with lava spilling over the edges of the rocky platforms. Goku glanced up at the starry sky, where Bulma and Taiza's ship awaited, and took a gentle breath, his gaze growing resolute. Frisia, your doom is nigh. Chapter 186. The spirit bomb is complete. The sky above Namek had long been suffused with the crimson glow resulting from Frisia's core explosion, the ground quaking incessantly as scorching lava surged from the fissures, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of burning rock. The life of this planet had entered its countdown. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Goku floated in midair, his palms facing upward, surrounded by a visible aura of pale golden energy. This energy was continuously converging into the ever-expanding sphere of energy above his head, a spirit bomb that harnessed the life force of the entire universe. At this moment, the spirit bomb had swelled to more than 3 times its previous size, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, each radiance symbolizing the life energy of a planet, the essence of Earth's flora, the natural power of Namek, and even the warm energies contributed by unknown races from distant galaxies. Under Goku's guidance, these energies merged flawlessly, neither repelling one another nor wasting a single fragment. With his instinctual mastery over the flow of energy and his intellect optimizing the fusion's efficiency, he was able to complete the spirit bomb more swiftly than depicted in the original narrative. Humph, such theatrics. Below, Frisia hovered above the lava, his golden final form glistening coldly under the crimson light. Observing the spirit bomb above Goku, a scornful smirk crept across his lips. No matter how much trivial energy you collect, what harm could it possibly inflict upon me? Goku, do you truly believe such childish play can defeat me? As he spoke, he raised his hand, intending to unleash a death beam to interrupt Goku. Yet, in the instant he concentrated energy at his fingertips, he felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the spirit bomb. This pressure, devoid of violence, bore a profound sense of inclusiveness, as if the power of the entire universe had coalesced within this sphere, causing him to instinctively halt his actions, a subtle sense of caution stirring within him for the first time. Goku disregarded Frisia's taunts, closing his eyes as he deftly adjusted the energy density of the spirit bomb with his fingertips, ensuring that every strand of energy would precisely impact Frisia while avoiding harm to the Namekians who had yet to evacuate. He had already sensed a few young Namekians hiding in a distant cave. Almost there, Goku slowly opened his eyes, the radiant hues of the spirit bomb reflected in his gaze. He could distinctly feel that the power of this spirit bomb far exceeded Frisia's threshold, sufficient to utterly vanquish him and to conclude this battle before planet Namek's impending explosion. He gradually extended his hands forward, the energy sphere above his head descending slowly until it hovered before his chest. The vibrant aura, guided by his palms, became increasingly condensed, its speed accelerating as it surged towards Frisia. Frisia, Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable force, each word striking the trembling air of Namek like a stone. You have destroyed this planet, extinguished countless lives, and now seek to dominate the universe. It ends here. As the energy sphere soared, its velocity intensified. The surface's resplendent hues outshining the crimson glow of Namek's sky, illuminating the crumbling ground below. Frisia, witnessing the approaching energy sphere, felt his disdain morph into shock. Instinctively, he attempted to teleport away, only to find that the very fabric of space around him seemed ensnared by the energy sphere's power, rendering him immobile. This was Goku's deliberate strategy, designed to prevent his escape. Impossible. How can your technique possess such immense power? Frisia roared, channeling all his energy into his hands to unleash a death beam 3 times thicker than before, striving to obstruct the energy sphere. Yet, upon contact, the death beam was devoured by the aura of the energy sphere, vanishing without a trace, much like a droplet merging into the ocean. Goku, observing Frisia's expression of despair, remained unwavering. He pushed his hands forward once more, increasing the energy sphere's speed, now mere meters from Frisia. This is your end, Frisia. The moment the words escaped his lips, the energy sphere collided with Frisia's body. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Goku controlled the energy to contain its impact. Only a blinding spectrum of light enveloping Frisia, followed by his agonized screams piercing through the radiance. Filled with boundless resentment and despair, this sound became the final imprint he left on this planet. Goku watched as Frisia's energy fluctuations gradually diminished within the light, exhaling softly in relief. He immediately sensed that the core of Namek had completely collapsed. The planet was set to explode within 3 minutes. Without hesitation, he turned and headed towards the direction of Frisia's previously docked ship, recalling that a functional vessel remained there, sufficient for his escape before the planet's demise. Chapter 187. Frisia struck the moment the golden energy sphere collided with Frisia. The anticipated violent explosion failed to materialize. Instead, a gentle yet penetrating golden light radiated outward, akin to morning sunlight piercing through dense fog, instantly dissolving the faint golden energy shield surrounding Frisia. He barely had time to emit a pained groan before he felt the energy within him being rapidly siphoned away by the golden light. Those powers he so proudly wielded, capable of annihilating planets, dissipated swiftly under the purifying essence of the universe's energy, akin to snow melting in the warmth of the sun. No, my energy. Frisia's eyes widened in horror as he watched the pale golden energy seep from his fingertips, merging into the surrounding golden light. His body began to grow transparent, as if on the verge of complete dissolution. He sought to consolidate the remnants of his energy to resist, yet found himself utterly incapable of even summoning a thread of power. The golden radiance of the spirit bomb enveloped him like an invisible net, relentlessly purging the malevolent energy within his being. Goku stood not far away, maintaining the output of the spirit bomb with unwavering resolve, his crimson eyes betraying no emotion. He could distinctly sense the wicked energy within Frisia diminishing rapidly. This tyrant, who had terrorized the universe for years, was on the verge of being eradicated by the golden light of the spirit bomb. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant as the tremors of Namek intensified. The rocky platform beneath him began to tilt, and molten lava surged up through the fissures, creeping over his ankles and hissing against the ground. A stark reminder that the countdown to the planet's explosion had entered its final minute. Why must I be defeated by you, this inferior scion? Frisia's voice grew hoarse, his transparency expanding until only his upper body retained its corporeal form. He lifted his gaze, bloodshot golden eyes fixed intently upon Goku. Pride as a sovereign rendering him unable to accept such a denouement. He had once ruled half the universe, obliterating countless civilizations. Yet he found himself vanquished by a scion he had never deemed worthy of consideration. The golden light continued to spread, encompassing Frisia's upper body as well. He could feel his life force waning swiftly, memories flashing through his mind of the first planet he had annihilated as a child, of his father King Cold imparting the lesson that power is everything, ultimately crystallizing upon Goku's serene visage. An indescribable sense of resentment surged within him, and he opened his mouth, expending his last vestige of strength to roar, "I refuse to accept this." This anguished cry pierced the golden light, echoing across the skies of Namek, infused with the last remnants of the cosmic emperor's pride and despair. As the wail subsided, Frisia's body was wholly consumed by the golden glow, transforming into countless delicate specks of pale gold, merging into the radiance of the spirit bomb. The once feared Frisia, who had instilled terror across the universe, was ultimately obliterated under the purifying light of the spirit bomb, leaving not a trace behind. With the target lost, the golden light gradually diminished, eventually dissipating into twinkling starlight in the air. Goku retracted his hands, taking a gentle breath. Guiding the universe's energy had drained considerable stamina, yet he had no time for respite. The rocky platform beneath him had completely collapsed, forcing him to hover in midair, evading the cascading debris and the surging lava. Had Frieza truly been defeated? Vegeta, bound by energy restraints against the rocky wall, was momentarily stunned. He gazed in the direction of Frieza's disappearance, then shifted his attention to Goku, suspended in the air, his expression a mixture of shock and complexity. He had envisioned countless times the moment he would personally vanquish Frieza, yet never anticipated that this aspiration would be realized by Goku, and in such an unprecedented manner. Even more vexing was the realization that Goku's strength had far surpassed his expectations, rendering his own goals seemingly more distant than ever. Goku paid no heed to Vegeta's tumultuous emotions. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, sensing the location of the backup spaceship. The valley he had previously pinpointed was now but a short distance away, yet it was already submerged beneath a torrent of lava, the energy fluctuations of the spaceship growing faint. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He must immediately proceed to activate the spacecraft. For even if he were to vanquish Frieza, he would still face annihilation alongside Namek. Vegeta, I shall first start the ship and return to rescue you. Goku shouted to Vegeta. Without waiting for a response, he turned and instantaneously vanished toward the valley. It was not that he was reluctant to free Vegeta from his energy restraints immediately, but the urgency of the situation left him no choice. Activating the ship required time. And once the planet began to explode, even a spacecraft might not suffice for a timely escape. Vegeta gazed at Goku's vanishing figure. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. He had intended to mock Goku for meddling, but found himself unable to articulate the sentiments that swirled within him. The image of Goku defeating Frieza had etched itself indelibly in his mind, the power capable of channeling the energy of the entire universe, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure, which, in turn, ignited a fiercer competitive spirit within him. Next time, Goku, I shall surpass you. Vegeta silently vowed, his hands clenched tightly into fists, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. He no longer dwelled on the humiliation of being saved by Goku, redirecting all his focus on the singular objective of surpassing Goku. As long as he could achieve that, momentary disgrace would be inconsequential. Upon arriving above the valley, Goku observed the spacecraft, which was partially submerged in lava, and his brow furrowed. The exterior of the ship had already warped from the intense heat, yet he sensed that the energy system remained operational. However, if it continued to be engulfed by the lava, it would soon suffer irreversible damage. Time was running out. Goku took a deep breath, golden energy surging once more as he concentrated and unleashed a powerful golden energy wave, crashing it down upon the lava. The collision stirred a great splash, momentarily clearing a path to the entrance of the spacecraft. Seizing the opportunity, Goku instantaneously transported himself to the ship's entrance, straining to pry open the deformed hatch, and swiftly entered the interior. He had no time to inspect the other systems of the ship and made a beeline for the cockpit. Recalling the simplicity of Frieza's backup ship operation from before his journey, he knew he merely needed to activate the core energy and set the coordinates for takeoff. Just as Goku pressed the core energy button, the entire Namek trembled violently. The cockpit's display screen flashed a crimson warning. The planet's core has completely collapsed, with an explosion expected in 30 seconds. Goku's heart raced with urgency as he swiftly set the evacuation coordinates, cranking the spacecraft's engine power to maximum. The ship's exterior emitted a creaking sound. Under the dual strain of the lava's heat and the planet's tremors, it was on the brink of disintegration. Vegeta, hold on. Goku silently urged, his gaze fixed on the countdown displayed on the screen. Only 20 seconds remained. He had to return and rescue Vegeta before the ship could take off. Chapter 188. Before the explosion of Namek, the surface of Namek had completely fractured. Dark red lava surged like a chaotic river. Massive rocks plummeting to the ground amidst the tremors, sending clouds of dust that obscured the last vestiges of light. The countdown in the cockpit blared with alarming intensity. Only 15 seconds remained until the planet's explosion. Wukong's fingers danced swiftly across the console, the amalgamated memories granting him an intimate familiarity with the operation of Frisia's spacecraft, allowing him to adjust the engine parameters with remarkable precision, devoid of any trial and error. Yet, the vessel's underside remained ensconced in molten lava, the searing heat causing the exterior to emit an ominous hissing sound of melting. As the engine ignited, a jarring stutter echoed, and a warning of insufficient power flashed ominously on the display. "Damn it," Wukong muttered under his breath. Pressing his left hand against the console's energy interface, channeling his golden key into the ship's power system. The pale golden energy surged through the interface, and the engine's stutter gradually subsided, the power gauge on the dashboard soaring to maximum capacity in an instant. He had anticipated that Frisia's auxiliary ship, having languished in inactivity, might harbor latent issues within its power system, and had prudently prepared a method to infuse his own energy. Such foresight was the boon bestowed by his prophetic insight into the unfolding narrative. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Wukong bellowed into the communicator. Moments ago, when he had teleported back to rescue Vegeta, the Scion had been mired in the humiliation of being saved by a lower-class Scion, hesitating stubbornly. Had Wukong not forcibly severed the energy lock to carry him away, he would surely have been engulfed by the molten tide. A begrudging snort emanated from Vegeta's end of the communicator, and in the next instant, the auxiliary hatch of the spacecraft was flung open violently, with Vegeta stumbling inside. His black battlesuit still speckled with molten rock. Leaning against the wall of the cabin, he observed Wukong's focused silhouette. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his internal struggle, yet he refrained from uttering any scornful remarks. The display of strength Wukong had exhibited when severing the energy lock had once again recalibrated his understanding of their disparity. "Countdown, 10 seconds. The electronic voice from the console rang coldly. Suddenly, the lava surrounding the spacecraft surged violently, and a boulder larger than the ship hurtled towards the cockpit. With remarkable reflexes, Wukong conjured a wave of golden energy in his right hand, shooting it through the observation window to strike the boulder, shattering it into a fine mist. Simultaneously, he slammed the ascent button, and the spacecraft's underside erupted with pale blue flames, slowly ascending against the resistance of the molten barrier. 5 seconds. As the ship broke free from the lava, the ground below collapsed entirely, revealing an unfathomable abyss from which searing energy surged forth, instantly vaporizing the surrounding rock. Vegeta's expression shifted as he instinctively grasped the handrail beside him. Although he had faced countless life-or-death crises, never had he felt so perilously close to the explosion of a planet. Wukong fixated on the evacuation route displayed on the screen, his finger pressing a concealed button, an emergency acceleration function he had unearthed from his memories of Frisia's ship, typically employed to evade pursuers. Now perfectly suited to buy those final precious seconds. The spacecraft jolted violently, its speed tripling in an instant, slicing through Namek's atmosphere like a bolt of blue lightning. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Through the observation window, both men clearly witnessed the surface of Namek beginning to contract inward, all the lava and rocks being drawn towards the planet's core, forming a colossal dark red vortex. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the vortex's center, instantly consuming the entirety of Namek, which, in that fleeting instant, was utterly obliterated from the cosmos, leaving behind only a ripple of distorted space-time. The spacecraft was buffeted by the shockwave of the explosion, shaking violently as the console's indicator lights flashed erratically. Wukong immediately unleashed a faint golden energy shield, enveloping the entire spacecraft. The shield collided with the shockwaves, igniting layers of energy ripples, yet it steadfastly protected the vessel without incurring a scratch. He let out a long breath, releasing his grip from the control panel, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. The evacuation had been nearly executed at the very last moment, had he not been privy to the spacecraft's hidden capabilities and the precise timing of the planet's explosion. Even his formidable strength might not have ensured his safe retreat. Vegeta leaned against the cabin wall, gazing out at the desolate expanse of space where the once vibrant planet Namek had vanished, leaving only drifting debris and residual energy fluctuations. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "Did you already know the location of this ship and the timing of planet Namek's destruction?" Wukong did not turn back, adjusting the spacecraft's course towards the vessel carrying Bulma and Tais. He could sense that their ship was not far away in the cosmic void. "Sort of," he replied nonchalantly. "Frisia always leaves a backup plan. On such a significant planet, It's certain there would be a hidden spare ship. As for the explosion timing, it's not difficult to calculate once you can sense the core's collapse speed. His words were a mix of truth and deception. The collapse of the core was indeed factual, but knowing the precise location of the ship and its hidden features relied solely on the memories from before his journey. He felt no need to elaborate to Vegeta, who cared only for strength and would likely dismiss any notions of foresight. Vegeta, true to form, did not press further, only tightening his fists, his eyes betraying a deep-seated resentment. He had distinctly felt the immense energy Wukong had infused into the ship at launch. That energy not only activated the vessel, but surpassed even his own full power output. One day, I will surpass you. I swear it. He silently vowed, his nails almost digging into his palm. Wukong, naturally attuned to Vegeta's emotions, paid them no mind. He raised his hand to activate the communicator, tuning into Bulma's ship frequency. Soon, Tai's anxious voice crackled through. Wukong? Is that you? Are you all right? Planet Namek. I'm fine. Wukong's voice emerged through the communicator, tinged with a hint of ease. Planet Namek has exploded, but I am currently aboard Frisia's backup ship and heading your way. Vegeta is with me, so don't worry. The other end fell silent for a moment, before Bulma's voice, laced with relief, broke through, followed by Tai's audible exhale of relief. That's wonderful. We'll be waiting for you at coordinates 73. The ship is ready for your arrival. Wukong disconnected the communicator, watching the screen as the target coordinates drew nearer, a slight smile gracing his lips. Having dealt with Frisia and evacuated from planet Namek, the next step was to return to Earth and revive their fallen comrades. Everything was unfolding according to the trajectory of his memories. However, this time, he was not merely reacting but was poised to take control of the situation. Vegeta observed Wukong's profile, suddenly feeling that this seemingly inferior scion was becoming increasingly enigmatic. From effortlessly subduing Frisia at the outset, to harnessing the peculiar technique of gathering energy from across the cosmos, and now accurately locating the backup ship for evacuation. None of this seemed to align with the capabilities of a scion who merely relied on instinctive combat. Yet he did not dwell on it any further. Instead, he transformed this inscrutable feeling into an even stronger competitive spirit. No matter what secrets Goku possessed, as long as he surpassed him in strength, everything else would become inconsequential. The spacecraft glided smoothly through the cosmos, its azure engine flames piercing the darkness. In the distance, Bulma and Tai's spaceship gradually came into view, the Capsule Corporation's emblem on its hull shimmering under the starlight. Goku adjusted the course, decelerating the vessel as he approached the familiar silhouette. The crisis on Namek had concluded, but new challenges awaited him on Earth. Chapter 189. Tai's awaits in space upon the velvety backdrop of the universe. Billions of stars twinkled like scattered fragments of light, while pale blue nebulae floated like gossamer. Occasionally, a meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a fleeting trail of white light. Tai stood within the cockpit of the Capsule Corporation's specialized rescue ship, her fingertips hovering over the control panel, her gaze fixed on the radar screen where a slowly blinking red indicated the signal from Goku's Frisia spare ship. Her white lab coat sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, revealing an energy monitor on her wrist, which displayed Goku's ship's energy fluctuation data, stable yet faint. Clearly having endured a fierce battle, Tai clenched her fist, her knuckles turning slightly pale, while her other hand unconsciously caressed the edge of the control panel. 10 minutes had passed since the energy waves from Namek's explosion had reached the spaceship, and each second felt like an eternity, testing her patience. Don't rush, Tais, she murmured to herself. Goku is incredibly strong, and with the energy tracker you provided him, he will surely find his way here. Nevertheless, she could not resist expanding the radar's detection range, her gaze flitting between the screen and the observation window, fearful of missing the familiar silhouette of the blue spaceship. Suddenly, the red dot on the radar screen brightened abruptly, accompanied by a notification indicating a distance of 1,000 meters and a stable speed. Tai sprang to her feet, hastening to the observation window. In the vastness of space, a silver-gray ship was approaching the rescue vessel, its hull marked with remnants of scorched magma. Indeed, it was Frisia's spare ship. We found it, Tais exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. She swiftly turned back to the control panel, her fingers deftly maneuvering. Open the docking channel, adjust the gravitational field, prepare for reception. The spacecraft emitted a soft alert, and the side door of the cockpit gradually opened, enveloped by a pale blue energy barrier to shield against the vacuum of space. As the silver-gray ship drew nearer, it slowed, aligning perfectly with the docking channel. Ties focused intently on the docking parameters on the screen, waiting until the energy fields of both ships completely overlapped, producing a soft click that signified successful docking. She immediately pressed the communication button, her voice tinged with a breathless excitement. "Goku? Can you hear me? It's Ties." On the other end of the communicator, Goku's familiar voice responded, laced with weariness yet still steady. "I hear you, Ties. Thank you for your effort." In the next moment, the docking channel door swung open, and Goku stepped inside. His golden battle suit bore several tears, revealing patches of lighter skin beneath, and his face was dusted with grime, yet his eyes remained bright. He beheld Tice, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I knew you would be fine." Tice hurried towards him, her first words escaping her lips before she realized her eyes were beginning to well up. Swiftly, she averted her gaze, raising a hand to rub her eyes. "Who was worried about you? I was merely concerned about the spaceship's malfunction." Goku observed the blush creeping into her ears, but refrained from probing further, simply offering her an empty energy canister. There was indeed a minor issue with the ship, but it has been resolved. By the way, Vegeta is here as well. It was only then that Tice noticed Vegeta sauntering in slowly behind Goku, the embers on his black battle suit still smoldering, leaning against the wall with arms crossed. He cast a disdainful glance at Tice before his gaze shifted to Goku, letting out a derisive snort. "Humph, relying on a woman for assistance. How disgraceful." Tice frowned, poised to retort, but Goku gently shook his head, signaling her not to take it to heart. He understood Vegeta well. Such remarks were merely a fade to mask his embarrassment at being rescued. "Let us not dwell on that," Tice urged, suppressing her emotions as she turned to retrieve 2 bottles of nutrient solution from the storage rack, handing them to Goku and Vegeta. "These are high-concentration nutrients to replenish your stamina. Goku, your battle suit is quite damaged. Would you like to change into a spare?" Goku accepted the nutrient solution, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. The pale green liquid slid down his throat, instantly alleviating his fatigue. "No need. I can change when we return. By the way, how is Bulma?" "Bulma is waiting at the Capsule Corporation on Earth," Tice replied, moving to the control panel to bring up the navigation chart for their return. "I've already informed her that we are safe, and she said she would prepare your favorite barbecue upon our return." At the mention of barbecue, Goku's eyes sparkled, as if the weariness had dissipated significantly. "That sounds wonderful. I am indeed a bit hungry." Vegeta, sipping his nutrient solution, twitched at the mention of barbecue but remained silent, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed in feigned slumber. He would never admit to missing Earth's cuisine, nor acknowledge the fleeting thought of what would have happened had they failed to reach the rescue ship while teetering on the brink of an explosion. Tice set the ship to autopilot, gently adjusting its course towards Earth. She turned to see Goku leaning against the observation window, gazing into the starry expanse, and approached him. "Has Frieza truly been dealt with?" "Yes," Goku nodded, his voice somber. "He has been completely purified with a spirit bomb. He should not return." "That is a relief." Tice exhaled, her tension easing. "But Namek is gone," Goku murmured. "However, there are survivors among the Namekians. Once we return, we can assist them in finding a new planet." Tice regarded Goku's profile. His expression bore little sorrow, only a serene calmness that one often finds following battle. She understood that Goku never allowed past losses to ensnare him. His thoughts were solely focused on what lay ahead. This was a quality she had always admired in him. Suddenly recalling something, Tice retrieved a small, sleek silver device from her pocket and handed it to Goku. "This is my newly developed energy tracker. More sensitive than the previous version and capable of cross-planet positioning. Be sure to take it with you the next time you venture out alone." Wukong took the tracker, glancing at the flickering pale blue light upon it, and smiled, nodding. "All right, I will certainly bring it. However, next time, I shall not allow you to worry so much." The cockpit fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the spaceship's engine and the distant twinkling of stars filtering through the observation window, casting a soft glow upon the 3 of them. Vegeta leaned against the wall, feigning sleep, while Wukong and Tai stood side by side at the window, gazing towards the direction of Earth where awaited loved ones, a cherished home in need of their protection, and imminent new challenges lay ahead. Tai stole a glance at Wukong's profile, silently contemplating, regardless of the dangers that the future may hold, as long as I can face them alongside him. There seems to be nothing to fear. She clenched her fists resolutely, deciding that upon their return, she would swiftly refine the energy monitoring equipment, so that the next time danger approached, she could contribute more actively rather than merely waiting aboard the ship. Chapter 190. Return to Earth. The pale blue spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere, tracing a gentle arc across the sky like a bird returning to its nest, heading towards Capsule Corporation in West City. Inside the cockpit, Wukong gazed at the increasingly distinct outlines of the city outside, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the energy tracker on his wrist, the blue light pulsing steadily, mirroring his relaxed state of mind. We're almost there. Tai stowed away the energy monitor and turned to Wukong, the weariness in her eyes replaced by anticipation as they neared landing. Bulma had sent a flurry of messages earlier that morning, inquiring about their whereabouts. Wukong nodded with a smile, his gaze settling on the white buildings below, drawing ever closer. That was the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, where several hovering vehicles were already parked on the landing pad, and a familiar pink figure was pacing back and forth. The spaceship gradually descended, the engine's hum diminishing until it finally settled smoothly onto the designated spot of the landing pad. As the hatch opened, a warm breeze rushed in, carrying with it the unique scent of grass from West City. Wukong stepped out first, his golden battle suit still bearing the marks of their recent endeavors, sunlight glinting off the shallow scratches upon it. "Wukong," a voice laced with emotion immediately called out, as Bulma hurried over in her high heels, her pink dress billowing in the wind. She had previously admonished herself to remain calm, yet upon seeing Wukong emerge safely, all her worries surged forth, and she could no longer contain them. Before Wukong could react, Bulma leapt into his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her face buried in his chest as she muffled, "I was so worried. When the Namekian planet exploded, I thought you might never return." Wukong's body stiffened momentarily before he gently raised a hand to pat Bulma's back, his voice soft and soothing. "I apologize for causing you such concern. I am unharmed. Frisia has been dealt with, and there shall be no more dangers like this in the future." Tais followed behind, witnessing the scene unfold, her steps momentarily pausing as a tender smile graced her features. She did not approach immediately, but stood to the side, observing Bulma express her anxiety until the latter's emotions began to settle. Only then did she step forward, offering a clean towel. "Here, wipe yourself off. There's quite a bit of dust in the spaceship." Wukong accepted the towel and was about to express his gratitude when Tais gently embraced him, her gesture more restrained than Bulma's, yet equally infused with genuine concern. "It's good to have you back. I knew you would return safely." Wukong nodded, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. This feeling of being cared for and awaited was far more reassuring than triumphing in any battle. "Hey, how long are you two going to keep hugging?" A cold, harsh voice suddenly disrupted the moment's warmth. Vegeta emerged from the spaceship, his black battle suit still speckled with embers. He crossed his arms and leaned against the ship's door, his brow furrowed and his gaze laced with disdain. "So you defeated a Frisia. Is this sentimentality really necessary?" Upon hearing this, Bulma lifted her head from Wukong's embrace and shot Vegeta a glare. "What business is it of yours? Wukong's return is a cause for celebration. If you can't stand it, just go train yourself." Vegeta huffed in response, clearly uninterested in engaging in a quarrel with Bulma. His eyes flicked over Wukong, scrutinizing him with a barely perceptible intensity. Wukong sensed that his energy was even stronger than before his journey to Namek, igniting Vegeta's competitive spirit. "I'm heading to the gravity room," Vegeta said curtly, turning away and striding towards the Capsule Corporation's training area, his dark silhouette quickly disappearing at the corridor's end. Wukong watched him depart, chuckling helplessly. Vegeta would always be this way, fixated solely on strength and surpassing others. Yet, his demeanor felt oddly familiar. "Don't mind him," Bulma said, grasping Wukong's hand, her tone softening with a hint of concern. "Look at you. Your clothes are torn to shreds. You must have endured quite a lot. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite grilled meat and the senza bean porridge. First, take a shower, then we can eat, all right?" "Sure." At the mention of grilled meat, Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, the weariness he felt moments ago seemingly vanishing. "I am indeed a bit hungry." Tais interjected, "Also, we've contacted the survivors from Namek regarding Krillin and the others. They said they are willing to assist in summoning the Eternal Dragon. Once you've rested, we will prepare for that." Wukong's expression grew solemn for a moment before he nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. Krillin and the others have sacrificed much to protect the Dragon Balls. We must ensure their safe return. Rest assured, Bulma reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. With you around, and the Namekian dragon, everything will be fine. The sun shone brilliantly on the landing pad, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. Wukong was flanked by Bulma and Tais as they made their way towards the main building of Capsule Corporation. Behind them, the spaceship gradually receded from view. Ahead lay the feast awaiting him and the wishes soon to be fulfilled. He glanced down at the two girls smiling beside him and silently vowed, no matter the dangers that lay ahead, he would never again let them worry like this. This time, fortune smiled upon them. Next time, he would bring them along and, with greater strength, safeguard this precious bond they shared. Chapter 191. Summoning the Eternal Dragon of Namek on the temporary colonization planet of Namek beneath a soft lavender sky. 7 enormous dragon balls hovered in the center of an open space, radiating a gentle yet potent light. On the ground, several elder Namekians were seated in a circle, each grasping luminous plant branches, softly reciting ancient incantations. They were the survivors of the explosion on Namek, who, with the assistance of Goku and his companions, had discovered this habitable planet, and at that moment, they were wholly devoted to summoning the Eternal Dragon. Goku stood not far from the Dragon Balls, having exchanged his golden battle attire for a lightweight white training suit. His gaze was intently fixed on the floating orbs, while his fingers absent-mindedly tapped against his thigh. The memories of the original tale regarding the summoning of the Namekian dragon resurfaced vividly in his mind, encompassing the precise phrasing of wishes, the limitations of the dragon's powers, and even potential oversights. He was resolute in ensuring that this wish would be flawlessly executed. Goku, are you sure everything is all right? Bulma inquired anxiously, standing beside him with her hands slightly clenched. Can Krillin and the others truly be resurrected? Her greatest fear was a misstep in the wish. As she was acutely aware of the restrictions of the Earth's Dragon Balls, and though the Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes, she was unfamiliar with its rules. Turning to her, Goku nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, I remember the regulations of the Namekian dragon. As long as the wishes are articulated accurately, all those slain by Frieza and his minions can be revived, without any restrictions on the number of resurrections. He paused, adding, I will make the wish shortly, so you need not be concerned. Tais, standing at a distance, held an energy detector, recording the energy fluctuations emanating from the Dragon Balls. Hearing their conversation, she looked up and smiled. With you here, there is nothing to worry about. You've even dealt with Frieza before. This should be a trivial matter for you. Her tone was light, yet her eyes shimmered with trust. Since their departure from Namek, Goku's every decision had proven correct, and she had grown accustomed to relying on his dependability. Not far off, Vegeta leaned against a robust purple tree, arms crossed and his demeanor aloof as he observed the proceedings. He possessed little interest in resurrecting comrades. His presence was merely to ascertain whether the Namekian dragon was as formidable as the legends suggested and to discern if Goku harbored any other secrets. However, upon witnessing the energy radiating from the Dragon Balls, his brow furrowed slightly. The energy exceeded his expectations, stirring a quiet sense of competitiveness within him. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in brilliant light, illuminating the clearing as if it were midday. The incantations of the Namekian elders grew increasingly fervent, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A colossal green beam of light shot upwards from the center of the Dragon Balls, piercing the clouds. Instantly, the clouds were torn asunder, revealing the imposing figure of the Namekian dragon, Porunga, adorned with immense wings and an authoritative gaze. Who has summoned me? The dragon's voice resonated like thunder, causing the surrounding leaves to cascade to the ground. Speak your 3 wishes. As long as they lie within my power, I shall fulfill them. All present were awestruck by the dragon's formidable presence. Even Vegeta instinctively straightened his posture. Goku inhaled deeply, taking a step forward, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the dragon. His voice resonated with clarity and determination. For my first wish, I desire the resurrection of all Earthlings who fell victim to Frieza and his minions during the recent Namekian incident, including Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and all others involved, excluding those who have previously been revived by the Earth's Dragon Balls. He specifically emphasized the exclusion of those revived by the Earth's Dragon Balls due to past ambiguities in wish phrasing that had inadvertently led to the resurrection of unrelated individuals, squandering precious wish opportunities. Now, he was resolute in avoiding such a scenario. ensuring that every wish would be utilized with precision. The dragon remained silent for a moment, its immense eyes flickering. I comprehend your wish. It lies within my capacity. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it raised its claw, a verdant radiance cascading over the entire planet, even reaching distant corners of the cosmos. All qualifying individuals were restored to life. Goku promptly closed his eyes, employing his sensing abilities. Soon, he detected the familiar energy of Krillin, tinged with a hint of panic, as if he had yet to grasp his revival. Piccolo's composed aura, curiously surveying his surroundings in a corner of Namek, and the energies of Yamcha and Tien, dazed within the Earth's martial arts arena. He exhaled in relief, opening his eyes to address the dragon once more. For my second wish, I request the transportation of all revived Earthlings, as well as the Namekian Earthlings, including us, back to Earth. This was a plan he had long contemplated. Although Namek was safe, it was ultimately not a sustainable abode, and Earth was where everyone truly belonged. Returning everyone would not only save travel time, but would also allow his resurrected companions to re-enter a familiar environment promptly. The second wish was equally feasible. The dragon lifted its claw again, the green luminescence enveloping Goku, Bulma, Tais, Vegeta, and the surrounding Namekians, who had voluntarily chosen to remain and protect their new home, initiating the transportation process. Bulma felt an exhilarating lightness envelop her body as the scenery around her began to warp. Instinctively, she grasped Goku's arm, while Tais leaned closer. Vegeta furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort at the involuntary transport. This passive sensation irked him, yet he understood the futility of resisting the dragon's might. For his third wish, Goku regarded the dragon with a gentler tone, expressing his hope that the survivors of Namek would live peacefully on this planet, free from any external threats. This was his gratitude towards the Namekians. Had it not been for their willingness to lend the Dragon Balls, his plan for reviving his companions would have been unattainable. A glimmer of warmth flickered in the dragon's eyes. This is a noble wish, and I shall fulfill it. I will establish an energy barrier around this planet to ward off foreign invasions. With that, its form began to gradually fade into transparency. All three wishes had been granted, and it was time for departure. Wait, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. Is there any possibility for us to communicate with the revived Krillin and the others? She was eager to confirm Krillin's safety. The dragon shook its head. My abilities are confined to granting wishes. I cannot facilitate interplanetary communication. However, they have already returned to Earth, and you shall soon reunite with them. As the words faded, the figure of the divine dragon completely vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards various corners of the universe, awaiting the next gathering. The radiance of the teleportation gradually dissipated, and Goku and the others found themselves standing on the tarmac of Capsule Corporation in West City. The familiar white buildings, the azure sky, and the distant sound of car horns created an atmosphere of warmth and nostalgia. We're back, Bulma exclaimed with excitement, immediately retrieving her communicator to dial Krillin's number. Tai looked at Goku and smiled. Just as you remembered, all wishes have been fulfilled. Goku nodded, feeling a sense of relief at having accomplished the task of resurrecting his companions. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for everyone to reunite and subsequently embark on new training endeavors. He glanced at Vegeta in the distance, who was gazing at him with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Don't think you're impressive just because you revived a few people, Vegeta scoffed, turning to stride towards the training area. I will surpass you soon enough, just wait. Goku chuckled helplessly. Vegeta was still the same. However, he paid it little mind, for he understood that the impending calm would not last long. The crisis posed by the androids was subtly approaching, and he needed to seize the moment to enhance his strength to safeguard those around him. Krillin picked up. Bulma's voice interrupted his thoughts as she excitedly shouted into the communicator, Krillin, are you okay? We're back on Earth. Where are you? Goku and Tai leaned closer, listening to Krillin's familiar voice emanating from the device, their faces illuminated by expressions of relief. Sunlight bathed them in warmth and brilliance. This interstellar resurrection plan had finally reached its triumphant conclusion. Chapter 192. The Resurrection of Companions in the Backyard of Capsule Corporation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The lawn retained the fresh scent of the morning watering. Goku reclined in a white wicker chair, holding the senzu beans just handed to him by Bulma, meticulously peeling the pods with a sense of wonder. The divine dragon's teleportation abilities had proven even more precise than he had anticipated, as everyone had been directly transported here, sparing them the trouble of searching. Do you think Krillin and the others might still be disoriented? Bulma inquired from the swing nearby, her legs swinging with anticipation, for they had all previously believed they were doomed. Tai, squatting by the flower bed and arranging freshly picked sunflowers, looked up and smiled. I doubt it. Krillin is quite clever. He'll surely look for us as soon as he wakes. No sooner had she spoken than a subtle wave of energy rippled through the air, not the aura of combat, but a gentle fluctuation of life energy coalescing anew. Goku immediately raised his head, directing his gaze towards the open space on the eastern side of the lawn, where the fabric of space shimmered slightly, revealing a familiar blue figure gradually materializing. Krillin. Bulma was the first to call out. The figure in the clearing was indeed Krillin, clad in his signature orange martial arts uniform, his hair still cropped short, albeit his complexion appeared somewhat pale as he gazed around in bewilderment. He instinctively touched his neck, as if still feeling the lingering pain of Frisia's grip that had crushed his throat. But upon catching sight of Goku not far away, his eyes brightened with recognition. Goku. Krillin dashed over, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet could not conceal his exhilaration. Am I alive? Is this Earth? Have we truly returned? Goku rose, greeted him with a smile, and patted his shoulder. Of course, we are back. It was the dragon from Namek that resurrected you, and Piccolo and the others should arrive soon. Only then did Krillin completely relax, letting out a long sigh. His gaze fell upon Goku, scrutinizing him for a moment. Goku was clad in a white training outfit, his stature seemingly more upright than before, surrounded by a faint golden aura. Though he consciously restrained it, this transformation was palpable to his old friend. Goku, you have grown stronger, Krillin remarked earnestly, without an ounce of exaggeration. I can sense your energy is more than double what it was when we met on Namek, even more formidable than Frisia's presence. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Tai's glanced over. While they lacked Krillin's acute sensitivity to energy, they could still discern Goku's change, particularly the newfound steadiness in his eyes, a stark contrast to his previous recklessness following the battle on Namek. Goku scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. It's nothing special. Just had a fight with Frisia, and it feels like I broke through my previous limitations. He omitted any mention of the fusion memories, as explaining such complexities would be unnecessary. It sufficed for Krillin and the others to know that he had become stronger. At that moment, several energy fluctuations approached. Piccolo's green figure appeared on the northern lawn, still dressed in his purple combat attire, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings with a tranquil gaze. Upon seeing Goku and Krillin, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth indicated a greeting. Yamcha and Tien then materialized from the west side. Yamcha maintained his carefree demeanor, waving cheerfully as he touched down. Hey, Goku. Long time no see. Tien, meanwhile, nodded slightly at Goku, his eyes reflecting admiration. Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace each of them. That's wonderful. You're all safe. Piccolo approached Goku, his gaze lingering for a few seconds before he spoke slowly. Did you really take care of Frisia? Yes, Goku nodded. I purified him with a spirit bomb. He won't return. Good, Piccolo replied, his tone calm, yet unable to mask a hint of relief. From rivals to comrades, he and Goku had forged an unspoken trust over time. Yamcha clapped Goku on the back, dramatically sighing. As expected of you, Goku. Even the Emperor of the Universe couldn't defeat you. We truly benefited from your prowess this time. Tien added, thanks to you. We might have otherwise been stranded on Namek forever. Goku smiled and shook his head. We are all friends. It's only natural to help one another. By the way, I've asked Bulma to notify Master Roshi and Chi-Chi. They should be coming soon. That's great. Krillin's eyes lit up. We can all have a meal together and celebrate our safe return. Laughter erupted among everyone, and the atmosphere on the lawn became lively and warm. Only in the corner, Vegeta leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from Goku, and even noticed that Krillin and Piccolo's energies had also experienced a notable enhancement. This realization intensified his competitive spirit, causing his clenched fists to turn pale. Goku, aware of Vegeta's gaze, refrained from approaching him. He understood Vegeta's nature well enough to know that any attempt at greeting would only invite scorn. Rather than confronting him now, it would be more prudent to allow Vegeta to come to terms with his thoughts or engage in a proper spar during their next training session. Suddenly, Krillin leaned in closer to Goku and whispered, recalling something important. Do you think there will be any aftereffects from this revival? Perhaps a decline in strength? Goku, with a reassuring smile, handed him a senzu bean. Don't worry, consuming this will not only restore your stamina, but also reinforce your strength. There won't be any aftereffects. Piccolo and the others also had their share, as Bulma had prepared them in advance. Without hesitation, Krillin swallowed the senzu bean, instantly feeling a warm surge enveloping him, erasing any trace of his prior weakness and even making him feel slightly stronger than before. He excitedly raised his fist, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Now I can continue training with you." Piccolo, Yamcha, and Tien also accepted the senzu beans from Bulma, each displaying expressions of satisfaction after consuming them. The sunlight on the lawn grew warmer as everyone gathered together, sharing stories of their experiences on Namek and discussing their future plans. Goku gazed at his familiar companions, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The objective of resurrecting his friends had been achieved. The next step was to engage in rigorous training to prepare for the imminent android crisis in 3 years. He glanced down at the senzu bean in his hand, then turned his gaze toward Vegeta in the distance, his expression resolute. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he would safeguard these friends and protect the Earth. As Krillin observed Goku's profile, he felt a sense of awe wash over him once more. Goku had truly grown stronger, not only in power, but also in his profound sense of responsibility to protect everyone. With a friend like him, they could weather any storm together. Chapter 193, Vegeta's recovery inside the Capsule Corporation's medical facility. Soft white lights bathed the metallic medical pod, while the screen displayed fluctuating green life sign data, each parameter gradually approaching normalcy. Vegeta sat on a metallic chair beside the pod, having changed out of his black battle suit into a loose-fitting white hospital gown. Yet his imposing stature remained unmistakable. With his head slightly bowed, he unconsciously rubbed his knee with his fingertips, his gaze fixed on the tiled floor, appearing tranquil while secretly gauging the restoration of his internal energy. The humiliation he endured on Namek under Frisia's dominance, coupled with the lingering weakness from his return, stirred a potent tension within him. Your energy is nearly restored. With another half-day of rest, you will fully recover, said Tais, approaching with a tablet in hand, displaying Vegeta's energy fluctuation curve. However, do not rush into training just yet. Engaging in high-intensity exercises immediately after recovery can be detrimental to your health. Her tone carried a note of caution, having witnessed Vegeta's reckless pursuit of strength in the past. Vegeta lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the curves displayed on the tablet, letting out a disdainful snort. Such injuries are trivial. I endured wounds tenfold worse aboard Frisia's spaceship. His voice remained cold and unwavering, devoid of any gratitude, as if Tais' concern were nothing but an unwelcome interruption. Tais, shaking her head in resignation, understood that persuasion was futile and decided to put away the tablet. Do as you wish. But the medical equipment still requires monitoring for a while. Goku mentioned he would come to see you. At the mention of Goku, Vegeta's eyes instantly sharpened, and his previously relaxed posture instinctively tensed. He abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the door of the medical room, a mixture of expectancy and fierce vigilance washing over him. He had sensed Goku's presence long before, more potent than during their time on Namek, that elusive golden aura pricking at his heart like a thorn. With a creaking sound, the door to the medical room swung open, and Goku entered, holding a small bag filled with senzu beans. Upon seeing Vegeta seated in a chair, Goku approached with a smile. Looks like you're recovering well. I thought you would be in the medical pod for a few more days. Vegeta did not reciprocate Goku's smile. Instead, he stood and locked eyes with him. Their heights were nearly equal, and their gazes intertwined in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Vegeta scrutinized Goku, noting the calmness in his eyes and the steady aura surrounding him. Every detail conveyed that this man before him had grown stronger. Did you deal with Frisia? Vegeta's voice was low, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of confirmation. He had already heard the news from Bulma, but felt compelled to ask directly, as if this would help him grasp the growing chasm between them more clearly. Yes, Goku replied, nodding with an air of ease. I took care of him with a spirit bomb. There won't be any more trouble from him. As he spoke, he extended the senzu beans toward Vegeta. Here, take this. If you still feel unwell, one will restore you. Vegeta did not accept the senzu beans. Instead, he stepped back, crossing his arms defiantly. his eyes brimming with unyielding determination. I don't need your feigned kindness. I can recover on my own. He paused, fixing his gaze intently on Goku. Just because you defeated Frieza this time does not mean you will always prevail. Goku, observing Vegeta's earnest demeanor, chuckled softly in resignation. I understand you wish to surpass me, but there's no need to rush. Once you've fully recovered, we can spar again. Spar? Vegeta scoffed, his tone imbued with fierce competitiveness. What I seek is not merely sparring, it is to surpass. One day, I will be stronger than you and make you experience the taste of being suppressed. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with unwavering conviction. For him, surpassing Goku was not just a goal, but the singular obsession that propelled him to grow stronger. Entirely unrelated to anything else but pure power. Goku's smile gradually faded as he recognized the fervor in Vegeta's eyes. He nodded lightly. All right, I look forward to that day. But you must first recover properly. Otherwise, you won't even be able to train, let alone surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly pale. He recognized that Goku was speaking the truth. At present, he had not yet regained his peak condition. However, the mere thought of the disparity in their strengths ignited an insatiable desire within him to commence training immediately. Drawing a deep breath to suppress the impatience surging within. When he turned to gaze at Goku again, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. I will recover, and I shall emerge stronger than before. Goku, mark my words. I will surpass you, regardless of the time it takes or the sacrifices I must make. Having uttered these words, he averted his gaze from Goku and strode toward the corner of the medical room where a spare training outfit lay. He could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his rehabilitation training. Even though Tais had cautioned him moments ago to remain patient, he dismissed the advice. For him, every second wasted meant a greater gap between himself and Goku. Goku observed Vegeta's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation as he set the sins of beans on a nearby table. I will place the sins of beans here. Consume them if you require. With that, he exited the medical room, granting Vegeta the freedom he needed. He understood that the greatest respect he could show Vegeta was to allow him to grow stronger in his own way. Inside the medical room, Vegeta picked up the sins of beans, glanced at them, and then casually returned them to their place. He approached the window, gazing out at the training grounds. His fists clenched tighter. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him, yet it offered no warmth. Instead, it intensified the fervor in his eyes. The ambition to surpass Goku had taken root in his heart like a seed, blossoming into a towering tree that supported him through relentless adversities, propelling him forward on the path to strength without pause. Chapter 194. Tais assists Goku's recovery in the subterranean training facility of Capsule Corporation. The metallic walls reflected the stark white light, while the central gravity device emitted a low hum. Tais crouched before the control panel, her fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual screen, bringing forth a series of energy data. The green curve representing Goku's vital signs oscillated steadily. Yet the orange line depicting energy fluctuations occasionally exhibited slight serrations, signals of the lingering energy disturbances from his battle against Frieza on Namek, which had yet to fully recover. Set the gravity to 5 times. Don't rush the increase. Let your body acclimate first, Tais advised, her tone imbued with professional composure. She discreetly placed a prepared energy drink at the edge of the control panel while glancing at Goku, who stood at the center of the gravity device. Although the surface wounds from your confrontation with Frieza have healed, your internal energy circulation remains somewhat sluggish. Today's focus will be on energy refinement rather than intensity. Goku, clad in a black, form-fitting training suit, nodded in acknowledgement, firmly grounding himself under the quintuple gravity. He endeavored to mobilize the energy within him, and true to Tai's words, he detected a subtle obstruction in his chest. Previously, while engaged in the battle against Frieza on Namek, he had prioritized victory, neglecting such nuances. It was only now, upon Tai's prompting, that he became acutely aware of his body's fatigue. Understood, I will heed your guidance, Goku replied with a smile, beginning to slowly channel the energy within him as instructed by Tais. He raised his right hand, gradually concentrating a sphere of golden energy in his palm. The glow of the energy orb, which initially flickered erratically, began to stabilize. This was the energy regulation technique that Tai Si had meticulously researched and organized the previous night, specifically designed to address the energy disarray following intense combat. Tai Si's gaze remained fixed on the screen and Goku. her fingers unconsciously tapping the table in sync with the fluctuations of energy. When she observed the energy sphere in Goku's palm achieving stability, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She rose and approached the gravitational device, holding a compact energy monitor. "Extend your hand. I will assess the purity of your energy." Goku naturally extended his hand, and Tai Si's fingertips gently brushed against his wrist, the cool monitor resting against his skin, sending forth subtle vibrations. The distance between them was minimal, allowing Tai Si to discern the remnants of battle still clinging to Goku's training attire. While Goku could detect the faint aroma of a blend of machine oil and fresh grass emanating from her, a result of her long-standing tinkering with instruments and her fondness for cultivating sunflowers in her garden. "The purity is 12% higher than this morning. The results are promising." Tai Si retracted the monitor, lowering her gaze to document the data, her ears subtly reddening. "Next, set the gravity to 7 times normal and attempt to release energy blasts in succession, ensuring control over your strength. Do not exert your full power." Goku nodded, and the hum of the gravitational device intensified instantaneously, his body slightly descending before he quickly adjusted his stance. He lifted both hands, palms directed towards the target in the corner of the training room, unleashing a series of small golden energy blasts that struck the target with remarkable precision, their size and power nearly identical. This was the precise control training that Tai Si had demanded, which not only refined energy, but also enhanced his mastery over it. "Excellent. Maintain this rhythm." Tai Si's voice, now softer than before, encouraged him. "Do not tense up. Relax your shoulders and allow the energy to flow with your breath." Goku obediently relaxed his shoulders, feeling the constriction in his chest ease somewhat. As he released the energy blasts, he discreetly stole a glance at Tai Si, who was focused on her data recording. Sunlight streamed through the training room's ventilation window, casting a gentle golden hue on her hair, rendering her usually sharp gaze remarkably gentle in this moment of concentration. The training persisted for 2 hours, and when the hum of the gravitational device ceased and normal gravity was restored, Goku exhaled deeply, the tightness in his chest having completely dissipated. He walked over to the control panel, grasping the energy drink that Tai Si had prepared, consuming nearly half in one go. "Thank you so much, Tai Si. I feel significantly lighter now." "No need for thanks. This is my duty," Tai Si replied, putting away the monitor and organizing the data report. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved a mint from her pocket and handed it to Goku. "I noticed you frowning during your training. Perhaps a candy will help invigorate you." Goku accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, the refreshing mint flavor instantly dispelling his fatigue. Watching Tai Si diligently organize her data, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. Previously, his training had been a solitary endeavor, or shared only with Krillin and Piccolo. Never had anyone, like Tai Si, been so attentive, noting even the slightest shift in his expressions and preparing various tools and supplies with such thoughtfulness. "Tai Si," Goku suddenly inquired, "how come you are so well informed about these matters? It seems as though you possess an abundance of knowledge." Tai Si was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "I once assisted Bulma in repairing the gravity device and, in the process, acquired some knowledge about energy monitoring. Yesterday, I researched extensively on post-war rehabilitation. After all, you are our mainstay. If your health deteriorates, how shall we confront any future dangers?" Her words were candid, yet they warmed Goku's heart. He gazed into the depths of Tai Si's caring eyes and earnestly replied, "I will ensure that you no longer worry about me, and with your assistance in training, I am certain I will become stronger at a faster pace." Tai Si's ears turned crimson once more. She hastily lowered her head, feigning to organize the reports, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, let us strive together." The training room remained brightly lit. The hum of the gravity device had ceased, leaving only a gentle silence between the two, devoid of any awkwardness. Goku munched on a mint candy, observing Tai Si's busy figure, suddenly realizing that such training was rather delightful. Having someone who understands him and can lend a hand was far more enjoyable than training alone. Meanwhile, as Tai Si organized the data, her fingertips unconsciously traced the spot where she had touched Goku's wrist earlier. She lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Goku, who was now moving his wrist, silently contemplating. "Next time, I must optimize the training plan to expedite his recovery and allow us to train together for a longer duration." The setting sun streamed through the ventilation window into the training room, elongating their shadows. What had initially been merely rehabilitative training had, unbeknownst to them, developed an unspoken bond of understanding and warmth. Chapter 195. The protagonist's first training after fusion. The gravity device in the underground training room roared to life once more. Its hum steadier than the previous day. Bulma had purposefully upgraded the core components overnight, extending the gravity adjustment range to 20 times. At this moment, the numbers on the screen hovered at 10 times, the metallic floor reflecting a cold light that showcased Goku's upright figure. He donned the sleek black training suit designed by Tai Si, which featured elastic cuffs and hems for ease of movement. His arms hung naturally at his sides, yet his fingertips unconsciously quivered in rhythm with his breathing. The memories of his fusion flowed through his mind. A blend of Goku's past instinctual combat fervor with an added layer of calm analytical wisdom. This dual perception allowed him to devise a completely new training strategy. Are you ready? We shall commence with basic reaction training. Tai Si stood beside the control panel, holding a silver energy projector. I will randomly launch low-powered energy blasts, and you must evade them without utilizing instant transmission, all while recording your evasion trajectory and energy expenditure. She pressed the switch, and the top of the projector glowed a soft blue. Bulma mentioned that this is a dynamic response test which would aid you in finding the balance between instinct and skill. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Bulma had an open toolbox at her feet, containing several compact energy feedback wristbands. Once the reaction training concludes, wear this wristband. It will display your muscles' energy output in real time. Do not waste your strength as you did before. It is inefficient and can easily lead to injury. She teased with her words, yet a smile lingered in her eyes. In the past, Wukong's training relied solely on sheer momentum, but now he would proactively inquire about the feedback accuracy of her wrist guards. This transformation filled her with a sense of novelty and reassurance. Wukong nodded, taking a deep breath. Under tenfold gravity, his body did indeed feel a slight heaviness. However, the enhanced control over his body after the fusion was markedly superior to before. He could distinctly sense the tension in his leg muscles and even anticipate the impact of gravity on his movements. Begin. As Tai Si pressed the launcher, 3 pale blue energy orbs shot towards him from different angles. Though their speed was not particularly rapid, the trajectories were cunningly devised, effectively obstructing Wukong's escape routes to the left and right. In times past, he might have instinctively leaped into the air to evade them. Yet at this moment, the wisdom gained from the fusion enabled him to instantly analyze the optimal solution. He lightly tapped his left foot, gliding his body with minimal movement towards the forward left, while subtly raising his right hand to alter the trajectory of the nearest energy orb with a delicate force emanating from his palm. The 3 energy orbs brushed past the edges of his clothing, crashing into the wall and erupting in a shower of glimmering sparks. Splendid, Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her applause. That gliding angle saved you at least 30% of your energy compared to your previous erratic jumps. Tai Si observed the evasion trajectory displayed on the screen, her eyes gleaming with surprise. The energy expenditure was only half of what had been anticipated, and Wukong's center of gravity remained remarkably stable during the evasion, devoid of extraneous movements. Was this the effect of instinctual wisdom? Wukong flexed his wrist, sensing the smooth flow of energy within him, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I used to merely think of dodging, but now I can calculate the trajectory of the energy orbs in advance and maneuver my body to evade with minimal effort. His instincts allowed him to react more swiftly, and this newfound wisdom aided in optimizing his movements. Truly a perfect combination. As he spoke, he raised his hand towards the target in the corner, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm. The orb was more condensed than before, its radiance steadier, and even his control over the energy had become more precise. Next, let us test strength training, adjusting the gravity to 15 times. Bulma approached, assisting him in donning the energy feedback wrist guards. The moment the guards made contact with his skin, they emitted a soft green glow, transmitting data to Tai Si's control console. Should any muscle exceed its load capacity, an alarm would sound. As the 15-fold gravity descended, Wukong's knees slightly buckled, but he quickly regained his stability. He assumed a horse stance, fists clenched, and began to throw slow punches. Each strike resonated with a steady wind, and the green light on the wrist guards pulsed in sync with the rhythm of his punches. On the control console, the muscle energy output curve appeared almost as a smooth, unwavering line. Impressive, Tai Si remarked, her gaze fixed on the screen. Previously, Your punches fluctuated wildly in force or exceeded muscle capacity, but now the energy output variance of each punch is within 5%. And the utilization of your core muscles has significantly improved. Wukong retracted his fists, exhaling without a hint of fatigue. Post-fusion, I can perceive my muscle state more clearly, knowing precisely when to exert force and when to relax. In the past, I relied on instinct to push my limits. Now I distribute my stamina with wisdom, enhancing training efficiency at least twofold. He looked toward Bulma and Tai Si, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. Would you like to join me for a trial? Just as sparring partners, to help me assess our coordination in practical combat. Bulma raised an eyebrow and retrieved a compact energy shield generator from her toolbox. Perfect timing to test my newly crafted shield. It can withstand 80 of your energy blast attacks. Tai Si also picked up her energy launcher, adjusting it to combat mode. I'll handle the long-range suppression while Bulma uses the shield to simulate defensive counterattack scenarios. How does that sound? Sounds good. A familiar spark of combat fervor ignited in Goku's eyes, tempered by an added sense of composure. He spread his feet apart, leaning slightly forward, preparing for battle. This stance preserved Goku's instinctive fervor while embodying a calm, predictive wisdom. Tai Si initiated the assault by launching an energy orb, this time at double the speed and in a pale violet hue. Rather than hastily dodging, Goku focused intently on the trajectory of the energy orb. At the last moment before impact, he sidestepped, simultaneously gathering energy into his right hand and directing an energy blast towards Bulma's shield. The orb collided with the shield, creating a ripple of pale blue light, and the feedback from the bracers indicated that the energy output was precise and within safe limits. Not bad, Bulma exclaimed, bracing the shield and smiling. Give it another go. This time, I'll move the shield to create openings. In the training room, the interplay of light and shadow, the explosive sounds of energy blasts, and the humming of the gravity device melded with the trio's laughter. Goku continuously adjusted his rhythm amidst evasion and retaliation, the amalgamation of wisdom allowing him to consistently seize the optimal moment in battle, while his instinct imbued his movements with both power and speed. Occasionally, when he faltered, Bulma's shield would compensate, and Tai Si would adjust the angle of her energy blasts to simulate more complex combat scenarios. As the gravity device reverted to normal levels, Goku sported only a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, his breathing remaining steady. He removed his bracers and handed them to Tai Si, his tone filled with satisfaction. This training method is incredibly efficient. Having you both as sparring partners is far superior to practicing alone. Tai Si accepted the bracers and couldn't help but smile at the final data displayed on the screen. Not only is the efficiency remarkable, but your energy control precision has improved by 40 since the start of training, and your muscle load has consistently remained within safe limits. This is the perfect manifestation of Goku's instinctive wisdom, isn't it? As Bulma tidied up the toolbox, she approached Goku and patted his shoulder. Don't get too cocky just yet. Tomorrow, I'll ramp up the gravity to 18 times and add multi-target simultaneous defense training. Let us see if you can maintain this level of composure. Goku nodded with a smile, feeling a warmth towards his companions. The training, now a shared endeavor, was no longer a solitary struggle. With Bulma's technological support and Tai Si's professional assistance, coupled with their harmonious camaraderie, he felt an invigorating confidence for the training ahead and the challenges that awaited him. Chapter 196. Bulma and Tai Si accompany training. The humming of the gravity device in the underground training room finally ceased, and the pale blue energy barrier gradually dissipated, revealing a sweat-drenched Goku within. He removed the damp bracers, casually draping them over his shoulder, and walked to the corner water dispenser to quench his thirst after finishing the endurance training under 18 times gravity. His throat felt as if it were ablaze, and as the cool water slid down, he let out a contented sigh. Drink slowly, no one is competing with you. Bulma's voice came from behind, as she approached swiftly with a clean towel in hand, offering it to him. Be careful not to drink too quickly after exercising. It might upset your stomach, she admonished, her tone laced with habitual concern, yet unmistakably infused with genuine care. Moments ago, she had been at the control panel, watching Goku repeatedly push his limits under gravity, her palms damp with perspiration. Goku accepted the towel, wiping the sweat from his face haphazardly, and nodded with a smile. Got it. I'll be more careful next time. He glanced at Tais, who sat at the control panel, her fingers gliding across the screen as she organized the training data, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. How did the training data look? Was there anything amiss? Goku inquired, moving closer to the screen to observe his energy output curve and muscle load data from earlier. Most indicators were a reassuring green, save for a few red dots marking brief moments of excess during his last breakthrough. Tai's looked up, a hint of relief in her eyes. Overall, it's fine. Just that last extreme breakthrough pushed your leg muscle load beyond the limit by 5. However, a brief rest will suffice for recovery. She paused, placing the data pad on her lap, and met Goku's gaze with increased seriousness. But you were too hasty. You could have achieved the breakthrough in 2 attempts. There was no need to overexert yourself. Goku scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. I thought I could capitalize on my momentum and train a bit more. It would give me a better chance in case of future dangers. Dangers? Bulma interjected suddenly, her tone carrying a subtle hint of grievance. You always think about what to do when danger arises, but have you ever considered how worried we become? She stepped closer to Goku, hands on her hips, her eyes filled with reproach. Last time on Namek, you insisted we evacuate while you stayed behind to confront Frieza. Do you have any idea how terrified Tais and I were waiting for you aboard the spaceship? As the mention of Namek surfaced, Goku's smile gradually faded. He observed the reddening of Bulma's eyes and turned to the silent Tais. Though she remained quiet, her fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the data pad, clearly recalling the tension of that moment. Goku opened his mouth to explain that he wished to spare them from danger, but the words eluded him. At that time, his sole focus had been resolving the Frieza situation swiftly, without considering their anxiety during the wait. Tais gently tugged at Bulma's arm, signaling her to remain calm, then turned to Goku with a tender yet resolute tone. Goku, we know you are strong and that you wish to protect us, but you needn't shoulder every burden alone. We are not merely a hindrance. She picked up the data pad, pointing at the training records. See, without Bulma and me assisting you, how could you have so swiftly identified the optimal energy output? In the face of danger next time, we can lend a hand as well, Bulma added, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. I can create more advanced combat gear and weapons for you, and Tais can help analyze your enemy's weaknesses and energy data. Working together is far superior to you facing everything alone. She paused, her voice softening. Please, don't take risks alone anymore. Every time you confront danger by yourself, I fear I may never see you again. As Wukong gazed upon the 2 individuals before him, a warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Within the amalgamation of his memories lay the impulsiveness of his former solitary adventures, intertwined with newfound wisdom that enabled him to perceive the emotions of others with clarity. He sensed the concern in Bulma and Tais' words, not as a distrust in his abilities, but as a testament to their care for his safety. With a solemn nod and unwavering gaze, he addressed them. I apologize for my previous thoughtlessness that caused you worry. From now on, regardless of the challenges we may encounter, I shall no longer embark on adventures alone. I will consult with you and face everything together. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet she could not suppress a laugh. That is more like it. If you dare to venture out alone again, I'll set your gravity device to 30 times, rendering you unable to move. Tais also chuckled, lifting an energy drink and presenting it to Wukong. All right, enough talk. Drink some water to replenish your energy. We still have stretching exercises to do, or you'll wake up with sore muscles tomorrow. Wukong accepted the drink, his heart swelling with contentment as he beheld the gentle smiles of the 2. The evening sun filtered through the ventilation windows of the training room, casting long shadows that transformed the previously tense atmosphere into one of warmth. Bulma approached the control panel, adjusting the parameters for the stretching exercises, her voice lingering on her thoughts. For our next training session, I want to enhance the feedback precision of your wrist guards and create a new cooling training suit for you, so you won't be drenched in sweat every time. Meanwhile, Tais organized the diagrams for the stretching routines, occasionally glancing up to remind Wukong, when we stretch later, remember to relax your lower back muscles. You were a bit stiff there after our last session. Listening to their gentle reminders, a smile remained etched on Wukong's face. He knew that in future training and battles, he would no longer be alone. With Bulma's technological support, Tais' professional guidance, and their harmonious companionship, they would confront any danger together. Chapter 197. From now on, I will take you both everywhere. In the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, the setting sun painted the clouds in warm hues of orange, while the evening breeze carried the fragrant scent of fresh grass. On a stone table lay the peppermint tea freshly brewed by Bulma, steam rising gently from the cups. Tais held a training notebook, her fingertips lingering on the data recorded from the afternoon session, yet she made no further movement. Both of their gazes rested on Wukong, awaiting his words. Having just finished training, Wukong donned a loose white jacket, his hair still slightly damp. He lifted the teacup to his lips, the refreshing coolness of peppermint dispelling the final remnants of fatigue. Observing the lingering concern in the eyes of the two women across from him, he understood they were still preoccupied with the afternoon's discussion regarding his solitary adventures. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. I have kept your words from this afternoon close to my heart. Bulma's fingers hesitated around the teacup as she raised her gaze to him, her tone laced with a subtle hint of anticipation. What good does it do to keep it in your heart? You have previously promised to be cautious. Yet each time danger arose, you were the first to rush in, leaving us behind. Though her words were pointed, there was no genuine anger in her demeanor. She merely sought to ascertain whether he was earnest this time. Tai Si gently touched Bulma's arm, signaling her to remain calm, and then turned to Goku with a soft tone. We do not wish to prevent you from confronting danger. Rather, we want to avoid a situation like on Namek, where we could only wait aboard the spaceship, uncertain of your safe return. She opened her training notebook, pointing to a page. See, without our assistance, your energy control would not have progressed so swiftly. We can indeed be of great help. Goku gazed at the densely packed data in the notebook, along with Tai Si's optimization suggestions highlighted in various colors. His eyes then fell upon the new wrist guard design that Bulma had sketched while he trained, marked with the words shock resistance and real-time energy feedback. He set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his expression turning serious. I understand now. In the past, I was too stubborn, believing I could resolve everything on my own, neglecting your feelings and overlooking your capabilities. He paused, his gaze sequentially sweeping over Bulma and Tai Si, articulating each word. That will not happen again. Whether traveling to other planets or facing peril, I will inform you in advance and bring you along. If you wish to assist, I would be delighted. How could I ever leave you behind? Bulma's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet she feigned a raised eyebrow. Really? Next time we encounter an enemy like Frisia, you 1T order us to evacuate first, will you? Absolutely not. Goku shook his head decisively. If danger arises, we will devise a plan together and confront it as one. Your technology and analysis are far more crucial to me than battling alone. He looked at Bulma, a smile spreading across his face, and with you by my side, creating even more formidable equipment, and with Tai Si helping to analyze the enemy's weaknesses, wouldn't my chances of victory increase? Upon hearing this, Tai Si couldn't help but chuckle. She closed the training notebook and softly remarked, We're not solely here to ensure your victory. Our primary concern is your safety. Her fingertips delicately traced the patterns on the stone table. But knowing you feel this way reassures us. Bulma scoffed lightly but handed him a freshly baked cookie. At least you're sensible. However, don't forget your words today. If you dare to run off alone again, I'll lock up your gravity device, preventing you from training for 2 weeks. I won't forget, Goku replied, taking the cookie and savoring the sweet flavor that spread in his mouth. I promise to bring you both wherever I go, never again to venture alone. He looked at the two before him, the sunlight casting a warm, radiant glow upon them. This fusion of warmth allowed him to grasp the significance of their companionship, transforming him from the singularly battle-focused Goku of the past into a more complete being who cherishes those around him. As the evening breeze swept through, carrying the distant sounds of birdsong, the trio sat in the courtyard, sipping mint tea, occasionally discussing the plans for their next training session and sharing amusing anecdotes about future cosmic travels. The sun gradually sank, painting the sky in soft purples, as the courtyard lights illuminated their faces, casting a glow on the smiles they wore, and solidifying the recently made, yet profoundly steadfast promise. Chapter 198. The 3-year period of tranquility in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation. Cherry blossom petals danced gently in the evening breeze, settling into the teacup beside the stone table. Bulma was enthusiastically showcasing her newly designed portable energy detector on her tablet, its screen alive with pulsating blue dots, capable of accurately capturing energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. Tai sat nearby, cradling a cosmic star map, occasionally pointing to a planet and reminiscing about their last visit to Namek with Goku. Goku held a cup of steaming tea, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cup's rim. The tea, brewed by Tais, carried a faint fragrance of osmanthus, warming his throat and instilling a sense of comfort within him. He observed the relaxed demeanor of the two. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she spoke of her invention, while Tai smiled at the mention of granola when she flipped to the Cyril star on the map. Yet deep within, she quietly calculated the time. A year had already passed since Trunks' arrival from the future. Before leaving last year, Trunks had warned that 3 years hence, the androids would appear on Earth, a reminder that lingered like a seed planted in Goku's heart. Within the amalgamated memories lay fragments concerning androids 19 and 20, as well as the more troublesome 17 and 18, even the fearsome Cell, who could absorb others' energy to evolve. These memories made it clear that the tranquility before him was merely a fleeting calm before the impending storm. Goku, what are you daydreaming about? Bulma's voice snapped him back to the present as she handed him the tablet, which displayed the energy fluctuations from Gohan's training in the distance. Look, this detector can even pinpoint Gohan's base energy. Next time we go to space, even if we get separated, we'll be able to find each other. Goku returned to the moment, accepting the tablet and gazing at the green representing Gohan, nodding with a smile. Impressive. This way, when I take Gohan for training, I won't have to worry about him wandering too far. He paused, his eyes drifting to the open space beyond the courtyard where Gohan was practicing the Kamehameha. A golden energy sphere gathering steadily in his palm, more stable than the previous year. Tais followed his gaze, smiling as she remarked, Gohan is making rapid progress. The way you taught him to control his energy, he's grasped it even faster than you did back in the day. She closed the star map and handed him a freshly made dorayaki. In 2 years, he might even break through to Super Saiyan. Indeed, Goku took the dorayaki, savoring the sweet, yet subtle red bean filling as it melted in his mouth. He watched Gohan diligently training, then glanced at the joyful expressions of Bulma and Tais beside him, yet his thoughts drifted into the distance. In 2 years, the 3-year deadline would arrive. By then, the androids would come with destruction. 19 and 20 were merely the beginning. The true threat lay in the infinite energy of 17 and 18, along with Cell's evolutionary capabilities. He could not allow this peace to be shattered, nor could he let Bulma, Tais, or Gohan fall into danger. What are you thinking about? Your expression is so serious, Tais gently inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor as she continued to refill his cup with hot tea. Wukong immediately collected his thoughts, a gentle smile returning to his face. It's nothing. Just pondering whether I should take you to the ruins of planet Vegeta in the universe next time. I've heard that remnants of the Scion's training grounds are still preserved there. Perhaps we might discover some valuable cultivation techniques. He deliberately shifted the topic, not wishing for them to feel the anxiety of what lay ahead. He had already promised to safeguard this tranquility, and before the true danger approached, he wanted them to relish a period of peace. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I've longed to study the technology of the Scions. Perhaps I could improve my gravity device. Taisi nodded in agreement. I can bring the star map and record the energy data of the planets along the way. It might provide valuable insights for future training. Observing their eager expressions, Wukong felt a renewed determination to enhance his own strength over the next 2 years, while also preparing Gohan and Krillin for what was to come. The training schedule for the hyperbolic time chamber needed to be arranged in advance, and strategies tailored to the energy characteristics of the androids must be devised. Moreover, Taisi's detection equipment could potentially be optimized to better capture the android's presence ahead of time. As the evening breeze rose, cherry blossom petals drifted onto his shoulder. Wukong picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. The warmth of the tea dispelled a hint of heaviness from his heart. On the surface, he remained the same Wukong who chatted with Bulma and Taisi, occasionally training with Gohan. However, in the shadows, his gaze harbored a greater resolve. The 3-year deadline was approaching, and the androids were on their way, but he was prepared. He would not allow the tragedies of memory to repeat. He would protect this peace and safeguard those around him. Chapter 199. The arrival of future Trunks in the training grounds behind Capsule Corporation. A golden aura swirled around Wukong as he concluded his speed training under 20 times normal gravity. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the stone floor, forming small damp spots. Bulma sat beneath a sunshade at the edge of the training area, holding an energy drink while discussing new upgrades for the detector with Taisi. Not far away, Gohan practiced his martial arts against a wooden post, occasionally glancing at Wukong with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a subtle sound of spatial distortion resonated from the sky. The originally clear blue expanse split open with a purple rift, the air around it rippling like waves. imbued with faint temporal energy fluctuations. Wukong's movements halted instantly as the golden aura gradually dissipated. He lifted his gaze towards the purple rift, a knowing smile curving his lips instead of surprise. In the amalgamated memories, this scene was vividly etched. Future Trunks would emerge from this temporal fissure, bearing news of the android crisis along with his own identity mark. What is that? Bulma set her drink aside, rising with an expression full of vigilance as she instinctively tugged at Tai Si's arm. How did the space tear open? Is it an enemy? Tai Si furrowed her brow, retrieving a portable detector from her bag. The device's screen abruptly illuminated with a glaring red warning, indicating an unknown temporal energy with moderate intensity. However, before she could analyze the readings, the sound of footsteps echoed from the rift. A young boy clad in a deep blue combat uniform leaped down from the fissure. He possessed an upright stature, with light purple hair cascading over his forehead, his face marked by a hint of fatigue. Grasped firmly in his hand was a silver longsword, the scabbard stained with dark red remnants, a clear testament to a recent battle. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing, surveying his surroundings with urgency. His gaze swiftly settled on Goku, imbued with a sense of desperation and uncertainty. Goku approached slowly, halting a few paces away, his eyes locking onto the familiar visage. The features bore both Vegeta's sharpness and Bulma's gentleness, and the amalgamation of memories instantaneously confirmed his identity. Future Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Indeed, you have arrived, Goku stated, his voice calm yet resolute, a broader smile gracing his face. You are earlier than I remembered. Trunks stood momentarily stunned, tightening his grip on the sword's hilt, his uncertainty morphing into shock. Why, you know me? He stammered. He had assumed that Goku of this era might be oblivious to future events, perhaps even deceased from the heart disease that had claimed him in his timeline. Yet, the Goku before him was not only alive, but seemingly aware of his arrival. Not exactly acquainted, but I am aware of who you are and your purpose here, Goku replied, smiling as he gestured toward the sword in Trunks' grasp. Your journey from the future must have been arduous. Please, take a moment to rest, hydrate, and share your tale at a measured pace. At this moment, Bulma approached, her gaze fixed intently on Trunks' face, growing increasingly familiar with his features, particularly the light purple hair and eyes that evoked a sense of kinship within her. Who are you? Why did you emerge from the rift? What do you mean by memories? Goku, do you recognize him? A cascade of questions spilled forth, her curiosity thoroughly piqued. Tai Si followed closely behind, the detector still operational, yet her focus shifted from the screen to Trunks' condition. His combat suit bore multiple signs of wear and faint. Unhealed wounds were visible on his body, with his breathing appearing somewhat labored, clearly indicative of an urgent matter. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Trunks met Goku's gaze, urgency punctuating his tone. You are Mr. Son Goku, correct? I am Trunks, from the future. I have come to deliver a grave warning. In 3 years, powerful androids will emerge on Earth, poised to annihilate the world. In my timeline, we have already. His voice faltered momentarily, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes before he steeled himself once more. I must warn you in advance and deliver something of great importance. Goku nodded, signaling for him to continue while exchanging a glance with Bulma and Tai Si, urging them to remain calm. I am aware of the androids and the item you intend to give me. However, do not rush. First, take a moment to steady your breath in your current state. Speaking too much may lead to confusion. He had long been aware from the amalgamated memories that Trunks would bring a miraculous remedy for heart disease and would elucidate the circumstances regarding the androids. Thus, he was not anxious at this moment, but rather more concerned about Trunks' state after his long journey through time and space. Observing Goku's confident demeanor, Trunks felt his unease gradually dissipate. He had initially thought he would need to employ considerable persuasion to make Goku believe him. Yet he was surprised to find that Goku already comprehended the situation fully. Releasing his grip on the hilt of his sword, he produced a small metallic box from his pocket and extended it towards Goku. This is the miraculous medication for heart disease. In the future, you will succumb to a sudden heart condition due to a lack of timely treatment. Goku accepted the box, feeling the cold metal against his fingertips, and silently sighed in relief for having foreseen this, thereby avoiding a tragic repetition. He looked up at Trunks, his smile infused with warmth. Thank you, Trunks. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. Now, let us discuss the matters of the future and the specifics regarding the androids. In the distance, Goten approached, His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Trunks and quietly inquired of Goku, "Daddy, who is he? Is he your friend?" Trunks regarded Goten, then glanced at Goku. Reflecting on the composed Goten of the future, his expression shifted to one of complexity as he gently nodded. "You could say that. And our relationship may be even closer than mere friends." Goku refrained from providing an immediate explanation, instead patting Trunks on the shoulder as they moved toward the shade of the parasol. "Let us sit and converse. Bulma's drinks are quite refreshing, and Ties can assist us in analyzing the energy data of the androids, as she excels in such matters." Exchanging a knowing glance, Bulma and Ties understood that there were many questions yet to be explored, but this was not the appropriate time for inquiries, and they followed suit towards the parasol. The violet rift in time and space gradually closed, and the winds at the training grounds returned to tranquility, marked only by the footsteps of the few and the impending dialogue, heralding the onset of a crisis that could determine the fate of Earth, coinciding with Trunks' arrival. For Goku was already prepared. Chapter 200. Trunks presents the heart disease remedy in the lounge of the Capsule Corporation. The lingering aroma of mint tea brewed by Ties permeated the air. Trunks sat on the sofa, his fingers repeatedly caressing the silver metallic box in his lap, seemingly reconfirming its existence. Goku sat opposite him on a single armchair, his brow furrowed as he absorbed the description of the future android's devastation of the Earth. Yet he displayed little surprise. The amalgamated memories had already vividly recorded this impending crisis, alongside the life-saving medication contained within the box before him. "Mr. Son Goku." Trunks inhaled deeply, finally summoning the resolve to present the metallic box before Goku. The surface of the box bore the emblem of the Capsule Corporation from the future, with a smudge of interstellar dust along the edges. "This is the remedy for heart disease that I brought from the future. In the future, you will succumb to a sudden heart condition and be unable to receive timely treatment, which will lead to your downfall before confronting the androids." His voice trembled slightly, laced with earnestness, his gaze filled with sincerity. "You may not yet realize it, but this ailment will insidiously lurk within you, only to manifest unexpectedly when the androids arrive. Please accept this and take it in advance to avoid repeating the mistakes of the future." Goku gazed at the metallic box presented before him, his fingertips grazing the cold surface, feeling not a hint of surprise, but rather a profound understanding. He extended his hand to receive the box, gently opening it to reveal 3 pale blue capsules, their surfaces glimmering softly, faintly pulsating with the energy contained within. "Thank you, Trunks," he said, closing the box and carefully placing it against his chest, close to his heart. His tone was calm, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "I know I will need this medication, and I am aware of what lies ahead. Rest assured, I shall not allow the tragedies of the future to unfold here." Heart disease. Bulma suddenly sat up straight, her face etched with confusion as she leaned in to inspect the metallic box cradled in Goku's arms. "When did you develop heart disease?" "I had no idea." She turned to Ties. "You conducted Goku's physical examination previously. Did you find anything unusual?" Ties also set aside her scanner, her brow furrowed in concern. "During the last checkup, Goku's cardiac function was indeed robust, with no abnormal indicators. Could it be a condition that manifests only in the future?" "Indeed," Goku nodded, opting for brevity to avoid unnecessary temporal disturbances. "It is a latent threat embedded within my genes, currently dormant, but destined to surface at a critical moment. The medication Trunks has provided will serve to preemptively neutralize this risk." Upon hearing this, Ties immediately moved to Goku's side, meticulously examining his pulse and breath. Once she confirmed there were no irregularities, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You must remember to take it on schedule. I will incorporate heart protective training into your regimen for added safety." As she spoke, she retrieved a small portable monitoring device from her bag and handed it to Goku. "This will continuously monitor your cardiac status and alert you to any anomalies." Goku accepted the device with a smile and nodded. "All right, I will heed your advice." Meanwhile, none of this had captured the slightest attention of Vegeta, who was training outside in the training field visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. Vegeta was suspended in midair, surrounded by a golden aura as he practiced the focused release of energy. Each wave of his hand sent a fierce energy blast hurtling towards distant boulders, shattering them into fragments. When Trunks first arrived, Vegeta had noticed him, even recognizing the familiar shade of his light purple hair, but he felt no inclination to inquire further. For him, the only matter of consequence was enhancing his own strength. Surpassing Goku, As for the sudden appearance of strangers and any potential future crises, they were of no concern to him unless they could aid in his quest for greater power. The conversation from the living room subtly reached the training grounds, and Vegeta even caught the mention of Trunks' name, along with terms such as heart disease remedies. However, he did not so much as lift his eyelids. Instead, he concentrated on intensifying the energy surrounding him, augmenting the potency of his energy wave. To him, even if Goku were to face some latent risks, they amounted to nothing more than a temporary weakness. His objective was to seize this moment of vulnerability and strive to surpass Goku entirely. Trunks, following Goku's gaze towards the window where Vegeta was, observed his father completely disregarding the commotion, wholly devoted to his training. A flicker of complexity crossed his expression, but it swiftly transformed back into resolve. His future father, too, was driven by a singular focus on becoming stronger, only to later comprehend the essence of protection. Yet, his current ability to immerse himself in training was indeed a positive aspect, for it would bolster his strength when facing the androids. Goku, watching Vegeta's figure outside, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He had always been this way, fervently pursuing strength, obsessively aiming to surpass him. However, this determination would also render him a formidable ally against the androids. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Trunks, his tone growing serious. There are many details regarding the androids that we must prepare for in advance. For instance, their energy characteristics, the precise time and location of their emergence, and that creature named Cell, who can absorb others' energy to evolve. Upon hearing the name Cell, Trunks stiffened, his complexion paling noticeably. Clearly, his future self had endured the horrors wrought by Cell. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and replied, "You know of Cell? That's excellent. We can formulate a plan to prevent him from absorbing androids 17 and 18, thus averting his evolution into his perfect form." Observing Trunks' eagerness, Goku gently patted his shoulder. "There's no need to rush. We have 3 years to prepare. The most crucial thing now is for you to rest well and share every detail you know about the future with us." As for Vegeta, he glanced out at the prince, still absorbed in his training, with an understanding look. When Vegeta realizes that the android's power far surpasses his current capabilities, he will undoubtedly join our preparations. The dialogue in the living room continued, while outside, the sounds of energy waves erupting resonated repeatedly. Vegeta remained enveloped in his training realm, entirely oblivious to the discussions concerning Earth's future and to the young boy connected by blood to him. At this moment, his singular objective remained to surpass Goku.